accidentally stranded on a deserted island with your neighbor's beautiful aunt, who is charming and unattainable. You are young and full of vigor. At this time you open your eyes in a daze. You see a beautiful woman kneeling beside yourself. White t-shirt has been stained with seawater and sand, but her hands protect the front. Apparently just now their own behavior touched her. I'm sorry, Aunt Sheen. You quickly let go of her hand and apologize, while unable to help swallowing and taking a few more glances. Although you have long admired Aunt Sheen in front of you, you never thought that you could accidentally touch her. Where is this? You sit up and find yourself lying on a sandy beach. Looking around, there is no one in sight. However, you still remember the scene from last night. They came out to play by taking a cruise, but encountered a storm at sea. When you woke up again, Aunt Sheen was by your side. Sheen Xiaoxue shook her head, her hair slightly messy. She and her daughter were inside the cabin, and then she fainted. When she woke up, she found herself on the beach. You were beside her, but her daughter was nowhere to be seen. I don't know how Qing Yan is doing. Sheen Xiaoxue sobbed softly. Aunt Sheen, she may not necessarily have any problems. Since we were able to drift to the beach, she should be able to as well. You comforted softly while searching on your body, and unexpectedly found a phone in your pocket. Feeling overjoyed, besides the phone, you also found a blood-red piece of uncarved jade in your pocket. Strange, this isn't your own thing. Why would it appear in your pocket? You have a phone on you. Sheen Xiaoxue also looked surprised. Let me try if I can make a call. Shake off the water stains on the phone. The phone can still be used normally, but the next second, your heart falls to the bottom of the valley. No signal at all. No, Aunt Sheen, there is no signal here. You feel a little lost. What should we do? Sheen Xiaoxue is now at a loss. Let's go find Bai Qingyan first, Zhou Feng said. Looking around, two people walked along the beach. Sheen Xiaoxue looked around anxiously. Over 10 years ago, Sheen Xiaoxue had already divorced her husband and raised Bai Qingyan alone. Her daughter was everything to her. At this moment, Sheen Xiaoxue felt you approaching her. Without waiting for her to react, she was covered her mouth by you, and then pressed down behind a rock. Sheen Xiaoxue was surprised in her heart, and when she reacted, she was both embarrassed and anxious. She did not expect you to make such a move. She had watched you grow up since she was a child. Clearly you used to be a good kid. Could it be that the two of them appearing on this deserted island made this child have inappropriate thoughts? And when she woke up just now, the burning gaze, Sheen Xiaoxue naturally understood what it meant. Obviously, since the divorce, no one has touched her again. What to do? Sheen Xiaoxue pushed you hard a few times, but couldn't move you at all. It was then that she realized that you were already an adult, and she had heard that you often went to the gym to exercise. Could it be for today? Aunt Sheen, don't make a sound. You whispered. Sheen Xiaoxue heard this sentence and was so angry that she couldn't help but say, don't make a sound? You're already like this, and you still want to keep quiet. Are you afraid of others hearing? Clearly, you're already so brave. Let's get something to eat first. You said, eat? What do we have to eat now? Hearing you say that, Sheen Xiaoxue also felt thirsty, but they don't have anything on them right now. So where can they get something to eat? Over there. You looked into the distance, where a few coconut trees sparsely grew. With Sheen Xiaoxue, you arrived under the coconut tree and found some ripe coconuts had fallen to the ground. You used a stone to smash for a while and finally smashed a hole in the coconut. Aunt Sheen, here you go. You handed the coconut to Sheen Xiaoxue first. Xiao Feng, you go ahead and eat first. Sheen Xiaoxue felt very embarrassed on her end. Aunt Sheen, wait here for a while. I'll be back in a moment. You clear your throat. What are you going to do? Sheen Xiaoxue is a little nervous. Now there is only Zhou Feng, a man, by her side. I'll go to the restroom. Go ahead. Sheen Xiaoxue then realized that she had been neglecting something. Now on this island, it seems that there are only Zhou Feng and herself. If there are no other people, does it mean that she will have to live on the island with Zhou Feng for the rest of her life? Zhou Feng, such a young man, must have needs, right? Does she have to? Sheen Xiaoxue quickly shook her head, pushed these thoughts aside. She was thinking too much. For now, she should focus on finding her daughter. At that moment, Sheen Xiaoxue heard footsteps beside her. Wait, that's not the direction Zhou Feng went. Could it be a local? She suddenly turned around, feeling relieved in her heart. Not a local, but a young man who looked a bit thin. Hey, I didn't expect to meet a beauty here. The young man spoke, with a lewd expression on his face. His complexion pale, his lips dry, obviously not having eaten anything. Sheen Xiaoxue saw the other party's expression and felt a little disgusted. Are you also a passenger on the Wanli cruise? Sheen Xiaoxue still forced herself to ask. If the other party was also a survivor, maybe he knew the whereabouts of her daughter. Of course, let's have a deeper exchange. The young man's voice fell, and he actually reached out his hand, about to grab Qin Xiaoxue. Qin Xiaoxue never expected to encounter a pervert. Don't come over, Qin Xiaoxue screamed. What are you shouting for? Even if you shout until your throat is hoarse, no one will come. I have never seen a beauty like you before. The young man's mouth twisted in a sinister smile, his eyes filled with greed. The youth was about to pounce. Zhou Feng rushed over from the side and kicked the youth hard in the ribs. The youth fell to the ground with a scream. Xiao Feng. Qin Xiaoxue was almost on the verge of crying. It didn't occur to him that at the critical moment, it was Zhou Feng who appeared to save him again. Zhou Feng's side was already pressing down on the youth's body, his fists fiercely greeting towards the face. The youth had not eaten and had little physical strength, struggled a few times and then gave up. Holding his head, he began to plead. Don't hit. Don't hit. I was wrong. Get out. Zhou Feng stood up and roared. The youth covered his abdomen and took a step towards the depths of the jungle. He turned his head when he was still a few dozen meters away from Zhou Feng. You wait for me. I want you all to die. With these words, the youth turned his head and disappeared inside the jungle. This person, next time I will get him dead, Zhou Feng said viciously. It didn't occur to me that I had walked away just a few steps. I can't believe this asshole just showed up. He had, after all, only just turned 18, and used to get into fights at best. Never killed anyone, but if there was another chance, he would never let this youth go. Little peek. The corners of Qin Xiaoshue's eyes flushed red as she jumped onto Zhou Feng's body in a flash, sobbing against his shoulder. Qin Xiaoxue had never experienced anything like this before. It's fine. There's me. Zhou Feng's side wrapped his arms around Qin Xiaoshue's waist, feeling the heavy impact in front of him. Inside his head, he recalled again what had happened since he had woken up. Suddenly he thought this deserted island wasn't so bad. Only in a place like this would one have the opportunity to come into contact with Qin Xiaoxue. Really want to be. Again. You. Topped it. What? No. It's nothing. Qin Xiaoxue let go in a hurry, and she realized what it was. After all, you're not a little girl yourself. It was just that in the past, Qin Xiaoxue had looked at Zhou Feng as a child. It's only now that I realize that he's a grown-up. 2. Chapter 3 Attacks. That man just now, could he know Qing Yan's whereabouts? Qin Xiaoxue suddenly realized this. It won't. Otherwise. Zhou Feng's words were not finished. Qin Xiaoxue then responded. If my daughter fell into that man's hands, it would probably be hard to escape his clutches, but the youth would have done it long ago if he had actually seen his daughter. Wouldn't see himself now and just pounce. But as soon as she thought of this, Qin Xiaoxue became even more anxious in her heart. I would have thought that encountering the natives would have been alarming enough. It didn't occur to me that other survivors, actually, could be in danger. There are all kinds of people on a Miles cruise ship. There are also many foreign tourists as well as crew members and so on. In case Bai Qin Yan was discovered by these people, who knew what would happen? Aunt Xin, Bai Qin Yan is definitely fine. Zhou Feng's side could only comfort. Aha! Although Qin Xiaoshui knew that this was just comforting, she was still grateful to Zhou Feng. Without Zhou Feng, he alone would have been in danger just now. The two men continued their search. But before that, Zhou Feng took off his jacket and made it into a simple wrap, packed 2 coconuts in it, and that was now their only source of food. Soon it was getting dark and the two men had found nothing. No other survivors were found. It was good to see that the natives were not encountered again either. Both were a little tired and had to sit under a tree for a while. Zhou Feng knew that going on like this would never work. Temperatures at night are usually so low that easy shelter is a must. Just by looking at Qin Xiaoshue's anxious appearance, Zhou Feng now knew that she couldn't care less about that. Inside his head was all about the whereabouts of his daughter. Aunt Xin, let's walk in that direction for a little while longer. If there's no one, we need to consider how we're going to get through tonight. Zhou Feng pointed in a direction. Well, little Feng, I'll listen to you. Qin Xiaoxue gently nodded her head. Qin Xiaoxue also felt sorry for Zhou Feng. All have been stranded on a deserted island, and everyone is in a precarious situation, and so helpful. Whether or not she could find her daughter, Qin Xiaoxue decided to repay Zhou Feng. I just don't know what Zhou Feng wants. What is a boy like this, who has just turned 18, interested in? Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoxue walked a few hundred meters further in that direction. Suddenly Zhou Feng realized that there were footprints nearby. And it's not just one person's footprints, it's several. The surrounding bushes were also damaged and there were obvious signs that people had walked through them. Qin Xiaoshui also discovered these footprints and subconsciously leaned closer to Zhou Feng. These can't be natives. Qin Xiaoshui's face turned pale. It's not indigenous. These are shoe prints. Zhou Feng checked and was relieved. It would be dangerous if we did encounter a large number of natives. So that's the people on the ship? Qin Xiaoshui's face didn't look much better. Previous experiences had made Qin Xiaoxue fearful of the people on the ship as well. In this environment, There are no moral or legal restraints. There is no guarantee that the other side will do anything. It should be someone from the ship. Zhou Feng nodded and said, now a dilemma lies ahead. Do they want to go to these people? If the other party is not up to no good, then he or she is shooting themselves in the foot. Ha! Suddenly Zhou Feng realized that there was something on the ground. He bent down and picked it up. It's a cartoon bunny pendant. It's Qing Yan's. It's on top of her bag. Qin Xiaoshui recognized it at a glance. Emotions became heightened all of a sudden. This cartoon rabbit is not common and there shouldn't be a second one on board. Then she should be in that group as well, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Then he took Qin Xiaoshui's hand and headed towards the depths of the bushes. Since he had discovered Bai Qingyan's trail, then he would have to venture out to see it. Zhou Feng had a wooden stick in his hand that he had picked up earlier. It was supposed to be used for scouting. Now it became his only weapon. After about half an hour of walking in the direction of the footprints, it was getting dark. The footprints are barely visible. Just when Zhou Feng felt that he could only give up helplessly, he suddenly realized that a fire had appeared ahead of him. Aunt Xin, be careful, Zhou Feng reminded. Aha! Qin Xiaoshui gently nodded her head. Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoshui cautiously approached. Finally got a good look at the scene ahead. It was a campfire rising in a clearing in the middle of the bushes. There were 7 men in front of the campfire. 2 of them are men and 5 of them are women. The aroma of a few fish roasting on the campfire filled the room. Qin Xiaoshui instantly recognized Bai Qingyan. At this moment, Bai Qingyan was sitting on the ground with a hint of panic on her face expression. Qin Xiaoshui subconsciously wanted to open her mouth and shout. However, Zhou Feng took a step ahead and covered Qin Xiaoshui's mouth. It's not the first time, after all. Qin Xiaoshui quickly reacted that she couldn't make a sound now. The situation is a bit off. Zhou Feng whispered. What's wrong? Qin Xiaoshui asked in a hurry. Look at the 3 women on the right. Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. Qin Xiaoshui followed Zhou Feng's gaze and her face changed. Just now she was focused on checking on her daughter. Without noticing, a couple of other women. On the right are 3 women with bruises on their faces. Although they were spaced far apart, they could still see it. Those 2 men's faces were swollen high, apparently beaten. The clothes on his body were all torn and tattered as well. 2 of them were ashen-faced, and no expression could be felt on them. The other one was sobbing incessantly. Clearly they had all just been through inhuman treatment. As for another woman, she was sitting next to the 2 men. A pleasing look. Apparently in order to survive, she chose a different path. What about this? Qin Xiaoshui became even more anxious. Although it was said that Bai Qingyan looked like she hadn't been insulted, but it was only a matter of time before it fell into the hands of so many assholes. At least now it looks like Bai Qingyan should be safe. Wait for me to think of a way. Zhou Feng was also in a hurry now. The other side now has 2 men, and one of them was very fit, with muscle lines all over his arms. Although Zhou Feng was athletic, he was definitely no match. Not to mention the fact that there were 2 men on the other side. The other one didn't have any muscles on his body, but he looked fat. The fat man's body weight was here and equally difficult to subdue. 1 on 2 is even harder. Just then, a sudden strong wind came from behind him. Zhou Feng subconsciously tried to turn back. It felt like a blow to the head and a sharp pain hit. Then his eyes went black and he fell heavily to the ground. In a daze, a familiar voice was heard. I told you, I'm going to get you killed. A smug voice came from behind him. Zhou Feng remembered. It was the youth he had let go. Consciousness was plunged into a darkness. Little Feng. Little Feng. Qin Xiaoshui instantly fell on Zhou Feng's body and cried. She touched the place where Zhou Feng's head was injured. A sticky mess. Qin Xiaoshui trembled and raised her hand up, and through the moonlight she was able to see that it was a large amount of blood. Xiao Feng, don't die. Don't die. It's all my fault. Qin Xiaoshui was incomparably remorseful in her heart. It's all your own fault. Dragging Zhou Feng along to find his daughter ultimately puts Zhou Feng in harm's way. What she didn't notice was, at this moment, blood flowed down Zhou Feng's forehead to his neck. The blood-colored diamond touched the blood, and a weird red glow flickered. Chapter 4, A Diamond in the Rough. Boss. These 2 guys are the ones I ran into during the day. The youth roared excitedly. He was holding a very thick wooden stick in his hand, the same thing that knocked Zhou Feng out. The youth had originally gone to a distant place for convenience. However, he did not expect to see Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoshui sneaking around when he returned, and the attention of the 2 men was completely focused on the campfire side. This gave himself the opportunity to sneak in and win. The muscular man stood up when he heard these words and took a step in front of Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoshui. Oh, sure is a big beauty. The muscular man's eyes lit up when he saw Qin Xiaoshui. Muscle Man was originally a member of the ship's crew. After encountering that weird storm, he woke up to find himself on an island. There was a woman lying right next to her. Normally a crew like theirs would have time to fix the problem every time they docked. but business had been busy before, and Muscle Man hadn't been off the boat for months. The muscular man knew full well that in a place like this, nothing he did would have consequences, and so took possession of the woman by force. Later on, he also ran into two people, the youth and the fat man, both of whom became his men. The three men stink and immediately decide to hug it out on this lonely island. As for the other women, they are all tools of their trade. They soon found a couple of women who had fallen behind. The first few were used by them to vent. Finally, I came across Bai Qing Yan and was going to save it for tomorrow. I can't help it. I'm just so tired today. Mom! Bai Qing Yan ran over excitedly when she saw Qin Xiaoxue. Qing Yan. Qin Xiaoxue sobbed. It's Zhou Feng. Is he still alive? Bai Qing Yan's heart was also shaken after seeing Zhou Feng. Bai Qing Yan and Zhou Feng were hairy kids, and she had always had a crush on Zhou Feng. It's not dead, but we must find a way to stop the bleeding first. Qin Xiaoxue reacted. The most important thing to do now is first aid. She hurriedly searched for something that could stop the bleeding and bandaged Zhou Feng's wound. But there's nothing here. Boss, look. It's still a mother and daughter. The youth danced around excitedly. The muscular man's eyes also lit up. Didn't think I'd be so lucky. It's just a shame he's tired today. I've been so busy just catching fish this afternoon that I've long since run out of energy. Enjoy tomorrow. The muscular man hemmed and hawed. That, boss, can I? The youth greedily looked at Qin Xiaoxue. He had long been mesmerized by Qin Xiaoxue. Hearing these words, the muscular man's face instantly turned cold. It took the youth a moment to realize he had said the wrong thing, because Muscle Man made the rule a long time ago that he enjoys everything first. Boss, I was wrong. The women are all you first. The youth said fawningly. That's more like it. Throw that guy into the sea for me. The muscular man then nodded in satisfaction, his eyes looking towards Zhou Feng. Yes. The youth nodded and reached out to yank Zhou Feng's arm, but it was at this time. Zhou Feng reached out and grabbed the youth's arm. He's waking up. Right during the coma, Zhou Feng was not completely devoid of sensation. He felt as if some sort of strange change had occurred within him. It was the blood-red diamond that brought it on. It was as if there was a force inside the diamond in the rough that entered inside his body. Seeing Zhou Feng wake up, Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qing Yan almost cried tears of joy. None of them had expected Zhou Feng to wake up again. Kid, I can't believe I woke up. The youth let out a sardonic laugh, and the hand that was holding the wooden stick was raised high in the air. However, this time, Zhou Feng did not give him a chance. Not waiting for the stick to come down, he tugged at the youth's pant leg, directly yanking the youth to the ground. The youth was shocked, only feeling Zhou Feng's surprisingly great strength. Zhou Feng then rolled over and ruthlessly slammed his fist on the youth's face. Just a few of the youth's teeth fell out in one punch, but not before the youth begged for mercy. Zhou Feng grabbed his neck and twisted it. Click! The youth's head assumed a bizarrely twisted position of over 90 degrees. At once the youth's eyes rolled back and drool dripped from the corners of his mouth. No longer breathing. Seeing this scene, the muscular man's face changed, obviously not expecting Zhou Feng to be so powerful, taking the youth's life in one go. I'll kill you. The muscular man came over towards Zhou Feng as a dagger appeared in his hand. Watch out! Qin Xiaoxue exclaimed. Didn't realize the muscle man had a weapon on him. Zhou Feng also sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw the muscular man flash his dagger. He didn't have any real-world experience, after all, but at least know that against someone wielding a dagger, the best thing to do is to run. However, if he ran away now, what would Qin Xiaoxue's mother and daughter do? Zhou Feng gritted his teeth at the thought, picking up the wooden stick that the youth had dropped on the floor. He met it. The wooden stick was roughly a meter long, and had a far greater range of attack than the dagger. This was coupled with the speed with which Zhou Feng swung the wooden stick. Muscle Man couldn't find a chance to attack at all. Instead, the dagger was knocked out of his hand. The muscular man then received another blow on his arm, and sharp pain struck him. Don't fight! Don't fight! I admit defeat! The muscular man pleaded. He felt like his arm was broken. However, Zhou Feng did not hold back this time. A club to the muscular man's head. Blood ran down the muscular man's forehead. Knock! The muscular man fell straight to the ground. Murder! Murder! The others screamed at the sight. The fat man and a couple of women all got into the bushes and disappeared. Aside from Zhou Feng, who was gasping for air, there were only two people left, Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qing Yan. Zhou Feng looked at the fleeing few and did not chase after them. The women had probably seen themselves kill and had been scared silly. As for that fat man, Zhou Feng had no interest in chasing after him and killing him. He wasn't exactly a homicidal maniac after all. Little Feng is fine. They are all bad people. Qin Xiaoxue went forward and hugged Zhou Feng, whispering in his ear. She was worried that Zhou Feng would overreact in any way at this time. Zhou Feng, you are all for saving me, Bai Qingyan's side even ran to Zhou Feng's side and snatched the stick away from him. There was still blood running down the stick. Seeing the two people concerned, Zhou Feng slowly shook his head. I'll be fine. Zhou Feng did not feel that there was any huge fluctuation in his psyche, though this was his first kill. But Zhou Feng had already been mentally prepared. Your forehead. Stop the bleeding first. How did it heal so fast? Qin Xiaoshui suddenly remembered this point and rushed forward to check Zhou Feng's wound, but she was surprised to find out the area that had been bleeding had scabbed over. That fast? Qin Xiaoshui was surprised. Just now she remembered touching a handful of blood. The biggest fear in this kind of wilderness is that the wounds won't heal. Once infected it can induce a high fever. I don't know. Zhou Feng shook his head and said. Subconsciously, he touched the jade pendant at his neck. Chapter 5. Zhou Feng felt that everything that happened to his body must have something to do with this jade pendant. And it's not like the jade pendant was on him. It appeared inside his pocket after waking up. What the hell is going on? It was just that Zhou Feng couldn't care about that right now as he examined the youth and the muscular man. Both were found to be out of breath. Is really dead. The power on himself just now was too terrifying. Zhou Feng then checked around the campfire some more. Take away those grilled fish and a backpack. I don't know whose backpack it was, but it had a lot of useful stuff in it. There were 2 lighters and some snacks. Of course Zhou Feng didn't forget and took the muscular man's dagger along with him. Let's leave here first. Zhou Feng turned his head to mother and daughter Qin Xiaoshui and said, Aha! Qin Xiaoshui nodded her head in a hurry. Now that there are 2 bodies on the ground, they don't dare to stay here. Finally Zhou Feng decided to return to the place where they first picked coconuts. Other unfamiliar places. Zhou Feng did not dare to take Qin Xiaoshui and the others. Who knows what we'll encounter? Indigenous? Other unsuspecting survivors? Zhou Feng doesn't know. He was lucky to survive inside this attack though. But who can guarantee that the next time you will be so lucky? The jade pendant healed his injuries though, and also made him incredibly strong. But if he really died, then it was estimated that Qin Xiaoshui and the 2 of them would have a hard time surviving on the deserted island as well. Soon the 3 men were back on the shore. The night is cold and windy. Zhou Feng and the others could only find a bush with a backdrop and get some branches to level the ground. The few grilled fish that had been captured were eaten again to replenish a bit of energy. To be on the safe side, Zhou Feng didn't even make a fire. Who knows if someone will see the campfire and come to attack them? Zhou Feng inquired about Bai Qingyan and what exactly she had encountered. Bai Qingyan began to narrate in a low voice. She too saw the lightning and fainted. When I woke up, I found myself under a tree. Then Bai Qingyan started looking for Zhou Feng and her mother. As she said this, Bai Qingyan quietly glanced at Zhou Feng. As a result, I didn't find you guys, but I met those few people. Bai Qingyan bit her lip. Those guys were just evil to her. Already spoiled 3 women. If he had been encountered by them earlier, it would probably have been difficult to escape their clutches. I also don't know how those women are doing now. Bai Qingyan was a bit sorry. It was too complicated at the time. Bai Qingyan also didn't expect that those women would just run away. Qin Xiaoshui hurriedly consoled. This incident has nothing to do with the daughter. It's all the fault of those assholes. Wait, you appeared under a tree? Not on the beach? Zhou Feng, however, snapped his attention to this. Well, waking up was under the tree. Bai Qingyan nodded. Hearing this, Zhou Feng frowned. If Bai Qingyan had drifted from the sea, how could it be that it appeared under a tree? And there's one more thing. That muscular man was already on the island 3 days ago, Bai Qingyan said with a grave expression. Apparently Bai Qingyan had also noticed the abnormality. It's all too strange. 3 days ago, Zhou Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. It didn't occur to me that muscle man, in fact, had been on the island 3 days earlier. That's even stranger. If they fell into the water on the same day, they couldn't have come to the island 3 days apart. When Zhou Feng first woke up, other than his head being groggy, not too hungry, definitely not starving for 3 days. This place is too strange. I'm so homesick. When can we go back? Bai Qingyan began to sob. Qin Xiaoshui was also confused and could only put her arms around her daughter only. She didn't know if she, herself, would ever be able to go back alive. Don't worry, as long as I'm still alive, I will absolutely protect you. Zhou Feng gazed at the mother and daughter both. It was more on Qin Xiaoshui's face. He won't let anything happen to Auntie Qin. Well, thank you little Feng, but don't ever be that reckless again. Qin Xiaoshui nodded. I will be more careful in the future. Zhou Feng replied. All 3 of them were exhausted, and Zhou Feng quickly lay down on the ground and fell asleep. In his sleep, Zhou Feng was disoriented and felt someone hugging him from behind. Who is it? Zhou Feng said subconsciously. When he finished the sentence, he reacted. Today one is on a deserted island. There was no one else around besides Qin Xiaoshui and Bai Qingyan. Could it be Auntie Qin? Just thinking about this, Zhou Feng felt a little excited. Zhou Feng, is me. Thank you for saving me today, Bai Qingyan said softly. Bai Qingyan was very moved today, especially the moment Zhou Feng risked his life to save his own. She was moved to the point of tears. We are friends. Of course I will save you. Zhou Feng nodded and said. At the same time there was a bit of regret in my heart. I didn't expect it to be Bai Qingyan. Zhou Feng had always treated Bai Qingyan as a buddy. What if we can't get out of here? Bai Qingyan continued, her tone tinged with worry. Can't get out? Zhou Feng's heart also sank at the thought. He doesn't know what the future holds. Then the three will live on together. And sooner or later they will be saved. Just like Robinson Crusoe. Zhou Feng thought of the book he had once read. Robinson drifted for a full 28 years before finally returning to his homeland. 20 years? Can we last that long? I haven't had a boyfriend yet. Bai Qingyan sounded a bit sultry. Zhou Feng felt the hand behind him, hugging himself tighter, and very dishonestly, groping at his chest in a haphazard manner. Then be an old girl. Zhou Feng grinned. Nasty. Alright, hurry up and go to sleep. Tomorrow might be even more dangerous. Zhou Feng yawned. He was really dozing off. During the day, he followed Qin Xiaoshui to search for the whole day. The faint sound of breathing came from Qin Xiaoshui next to her, proving that she was also tired. Okay. Bai Qingyan sounded a bit regretful. After less than a minute, Bai Qingyan heard Zhou Feng snoring. She was instantly a little speechless. It didn't occur to me that Zhou Feng would really be so fast when he slept. But Bai Qingyan's heart was also a bit distressed. Zhou Feng must be exhausted during the day. Starting tomorrow, she's going to prove her worth as well. Do what you can. The next morning, Zhou Feng was in a daze, dreaming about eating a big bun. The buns are so big and bubbling with flavor. He grabbed one and held it in front of him, sniffing hard at the smell on it. Strange how it smells like coconut. Ah! Zhou Feng's ears then heard Qin Xiaoshui's scream. Zhou Feng's eyes snapped open. Only then did he realize what he had just done. I'm sorry. Zhou Feng immediately apologized. No. Nothing. I want to see if you have a fever. Qin Xiaoshui blushed and covered her upper body. Last night, Qin Xiaoshui was worried about Zhou Feng's injuries, so she had been taking care of him. I was afraid that Zhou Feng would get a high fever in the middle of the night or something. Just now, Qin Xiaoshui also probed her hand to try to see if Zhou Feng had a fever. As a result, it did not occur to him that Zhou Feng's hand directly grabbed over. I'm going to go and get busy. Qin Xiaoshui directly fled. The scene just now was just too embarrassing. Zhou Feng scratched his head, a little nostalgic for what he had just felt. Wouldn't you still be wallowing in it now if you hadn't taken that bite yourself? Just then, there was something extra in his hand. Surprisingly, it was shedding blood scabs, touching the place again where he had been injured yesterday. The skin and flesh on it had all grown back. Zhou Feng's heart fluttered. It must have something to do with that jade pendant. In case the others knew the secret of the jade pendant, I'm afraid they would do anything to get it. As soon as he thought of this, Zhou Feng made up his mind. Never tell anyone about the jade pendant. The two of them, Qin Xiaoshui and Bai Qingyan, were not far away. Zhou Feng went up to take a look and found that two people had built a temporary shelter. It's all built with branches and leaves, hidden inside the bushes. It's hard to spot straight away without getting close. This shelter is very good. Zhou Feng went up to take a look. Well, it's been a busy morning. Qin Xiaoshui wiped the beads of sweat on her forehead with her elbow and revealed a smile. Chapter 6, Catching Fish. Hard work. Zhou Feng said heartily. In a place where water and food are scarce, doing this kind of work is physically demanding. I guess Qin Xiaoshui is exhausted. Zhou Feng's gaze could not help but look at Qin Xiaoshui. Her white t-shirt had long been soiled. Only care about mom, not me? Bai Qingyan was a bit jealous. You've also worked hard. Zhou Feng's side looked at Bai Qingyan's palm. It's covered in twig scratches. It's also not easy for a girl who's never done heavy manual labor before. However, Zhou Feng soon realized a problem. That the shelter is a little small. It seemed a bit cramped with three people lying in it. Hearing Zhou Feng's question, Qin Xiaoshui was a bit embarrassed. There's no proper tree branch, so we can only squeeze it at night, but it's warm to squeeze it. Qin Xiaoshui said in a hurry. Well, that makes sense. Zhou Feng nodded, and was even already looking forward to the night. He went to smash open a few more coconuts. Coconuts are now an important source of food for them. Coconut not only has a lot of water, but the flesh is also rich in fat. It's just that there aren't many coconut trees, and there's always time to run out. There must be other sources of food. I'll go see if I can find anything on the beach. Zhou Feng stood up. I'll go with you. Bai Qingyan followed suit and stood up. Qin Xiaoshui also said that she could tag along and help. Zhou Feng, however, shook his head, indicating that the beach was not safe right now. It's too easy to reveal the target. It's dangerous in case you're spotted by natives or other unsuspecting survivors. They'll just stay here for now. Zhou Feng came to the beach alone. He took a closer look and there were quite a few critters here. I was able to see the occasional hermit crab and shellfish, but they're not enough to stuff your teeth. The only way to fill 3 people's stomachs is to look inside the water. Soon Zhou Feng realized that there were quite a few sea fish roaming around in the shallow coral reefs. If we can catch these sea fish, we'll have a source of protein for a few days. Although Zhou Feng and his cousin had learned some knowledge of wilderness survival, but he has no real fishing experience. Even if these sea fishes were circling around his feet, Zhou Feng had a sense of powerlessness. However, Zhou Feng was soon pleasantly surprised. As he gazed at the sea fish, he felt that they had slowed down quite a bit. It's not an illusion. Rather, one's own speed has increased, all because of that diamond in the rough. Zhou Feng immediately went to the shore and found a suitable tree branch. Polishing the front end of the tree branch, Zhou Feng arrived here at the coral reef. Soon he speared 3 big fish in quick succession, weighing 3 or 4 pounds at the very least. Carrying the big fish, Zhou Feng went back inside the bush. Such a big fish. Zhou Feng, you're too good. Bai Qingyan's eyes glistened at the sight of these fish. That's a bigger fish than the guys from Muscle Man yesterday caught. I don't know how much bigger. I'll clean it up. Xin Xiaoxue picked up the fish. Take out a dagger and slice open the belly of the fish. Then scrape the scales off the top and gill the fish with your hands. Such fresh fish. It's a pity that there's no seasoning. Xin Xiaoxue looked at the fish with a bit of pity. It's okay. Seawater has salt in it. It won't taste too bad. Zhou Feng Sai took the 3 fish and went to the beach to clean them. Returning inside the bushes, Xin Xiaoxue had already lit a campfire. Soon the smell of grilled fish filled the air. The body of the grilled fish was moist with oil. These fish are so fat. They're covered in fat. In this case, fat is very valuable. Grilling this way is a bit of a waste. The correct way to eat it should be stew to ensure that the nutrients are not lost. Except right now they don't have a stew. Smells good. Bai Qingyan's mouth was watering as she watched. She stepped forward and tried to pick up one of them. Just as Bai Qingyan's hand had just reached over, it was then slapped right off by Xin Xiaoshue's hand. Mom, what are you doing? Bai Qingyan was a bit aggravated. I don't know why the mother did it. This is what little Feng worked so hard to catch. So who are you to just eat it? Xin Xiaoshue frowned. We also worked off. I helped collect firewood. And this fish is not mom you cleaned? Bai Qingyan pouted. That's only how much work. Zhou Feng is the one who put in the most effort. This fish must be distributed by Zhou Feng. Xin Xiaoshue's tone was resolute. Alright. Bai Qingyan looked at Zhou Feng pitifully. Bai Qingyan didn't think about it. How much he had to eat one day actually had to be arranged by Zhou Feng. Aunt Xin, don't be polite. We're not strangers. These fish are enough for everyone to eat together. Zhou Feng Sai took 2 large fish from the campfire. It was handed to both mother and daughter separately. Only then did he take one out himself. The fish was grilled just right and charred on the outside. The juices are bubbling inside. Zhou Feng directly tore off a piece of fish and stuffed it inside his mouth. You can't stop eating it. Bai Qingyan was dumbfounded at the sight. Is it that good? This fish is too big. Let's both eat one. And you can eat the rest. Xin Xiaoshue saw this and handed Zhou Feng another fish. Bai Qingyan wanted to protest at the sight. It was a big fish. But she could still finish it. Only when the words were on her lips, Bai Qingyan still didn't open her mouth. After all, Zhou Feng was his savior. If it wasn't for Zhou Feng, she didn't know what had happened to her now. And Bai Qingyan saw her mother staring at her. Apparently anytime one gives an opinion, it's another lecture. Zhou Feng, you eat? We girls have small meals. Bai Qingyan could only say with a clear conscience. Seeing this scene, Zhou Feng smiled. He returned the grilled fish. Auntie Qin, just feel free to eat. I'll just grab some more at night. Hearing Zhou Feng say this, the corner of Bai Qingyan's mouth rose. That's not bad. Quite a gentleman. Little Feng, are you really not going to eat more? Xin Xiaoshue had a concerned look on her face. Aunt Qin, I'll just eat some more coconuts. Right now we don't even know what's going on around us. You guys also need to conserve your strength before you can do that. If you want to live on this lonely island, we have to work together in unison. Zhou Feng waved his hand and said, working together in unison? Xin Xiaoshue's heart was clear. She and her daughter are just a liability here. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhou Feng was their neighbor and they had all known each other since childhood, give them something to fall back on a desert island. So what happens to them? Xin Xiaoshue couldn't even dare to imagine it. In the blink of an eye, Bai Qingyan had also gnawed a fish down to its bones. She now understood why Zhou Feng's eating was so ugly. This grilled fish is just so flavorful. Xin Xiaoshue's side also ate carefully. She ate carefully, not sparing a single bit of fish. In the end, half of it was left over and handed it to Zhou Feng, stating that he really couldn't finish it. Looking at the neat half fish, Zhou Feng was quite moved in his heart. Xin Xiaoshue was prepared to stay for herself from the beginning. Chapter 7 New Survivors. Zhou Feng understood what Xin Xiaoshue meant, and he was not polite. Eat this half of the fish straight away. I wonder about those few women who escaped. What's their situation? Bai Qingyan said with a sigh. At that time if they don't run away. Now we're all in this together. People have their own destinies. Zhou Feng shook his head. Looking at Zhou Feng, Bai Qingyan wanted to speak. Bai Qingyan wanted to know about last night. What it was like for Zhou Feng to kill someone. But after much hesitation, she didn't open her mouth. Bai Qingyan also did not want Zhou Feng to recall bad things. Right at this moment, Zhou Feng suddenly frowned, looking in the direction of the beach. He immediately brought up a few handfuls of dirt from the ground and quickly covered the fire. What are you doing? Mom and I had a hard time lighting the fire. Bai Qingyan couldn't help but shout. The branches inside the bushes were all damp and it was quite a struggle to build a fire. Someone is coming, Zhou Feng whispered. Qin Xiaoshui immediately came over and covered her daughter's mouth. Zhou Feng raised his head and looked over in one direction. From over there came a few people sparsely, men and women. Each one looked malnourished and walked with pompous feet. It's as if you're going to fall over in the next second. Zhou Feng frowned. He didn't know what those guys were. In case it's a bunch of shameless assholes like Muscle Man. Staring at Qin Xiaoshui and Bai Qingyan, then Zhou Feng would have no choice but to kill again. This is an uninhabited desert island. There are no legal or moral restraints. Everyone has to obey the primal law of the jungle. Ha! It's Manager Guo and the others? Just then, Qin Xiaoshui spoke up. Manager Kwok? Zhou Feng remembered that on this trip, the person leading the group was Manager Gui. He'd seen it a couple times when he was on the ship. Sure enough, among those few people, Zhou Feng saw Manager Gui. It was a middle-aged man with a big belly and a slightly bald head, but there is still a look of leadership in the way he walks. Although they were people they knew, Zhou Feng and the others did not intend to go out. But the other party came straight this way. Apparently it had been detected in advance. The smoke from the fish they were grilling. Eyes can't hide. Zhou Feng and the others simply stood up. Manager Guo, look. It's Qin Xiaoshui and the girls. One of them, a sharp-tongued man, pointed at Zhou Feng and shouted. A smile immediately bloomed on Manager Guo's face. On the other hand, Bai Qingyan's side revealed an expression of disgust, muttering inside her mouth. Why is this guy still alive? Zhou Feng knew exactly why Bai Qingyan hated Manager Guo so much. He'd heard his mother mention it. Manager Gui is single and divorced. He had pursued Qin Xiaoshui a few times, but was rejected by Qin Xiaoshui. This Gua manager then holds a grudge and often gives Qin Xiaoshui small shoes at work. Therefore, now that he saw Manager Gui appear, Zhou Feng was upset in his heart. Great Xiaoshui, you're alive. Manager Gui led the group over with a smile. You should have gathered quite a few supplies already. I just saw smoke. Are you guys lighting a fire? It seems to smell like barbecue. The others followed suit, eagerness showing inside their eyes. Qin Xiaoshui subconsciously glanced behind her. There were also quite a few coconuts stored inside the shelter they had set up in the morning, as well as a backpack from Muscle Man's side with some candy and cookies. They didn't decide to take it out and eat it until it was a matter of life and death. Those are important supplies. Once these guys find out, they'll be robbed for sure. Xiaoshui, share whatever goodies you have. Now we all need to help each other through this difficult time. Manager Gui revealed a smile. Qin Xiaoshui frowned and prepared to speak, but at this time, Zhou Feng blocked in front of her. What we have, we will not share with you. Zhou Feng shook his head and said. Hearing this, the smile on Manager Gui's face froze. The sharp-tongued man next to him even pointed at Zhou Feng's nose and shouted. What are you? Do you have a say here? Then you can talk to it. Zhou Feng snorted coldly, raising the object in his hand. It was the bright dagger. In this case, obviously the dagger is more convincing. Manager Guo and the others all subconsciously took a step back, but they were all hungry now, and would not easily let go of the opportunity before them. Your name is Zhou Feng, right? You're the family member of an employee of our company. Then we're actually family and shouldn't be too selfish. Manager Guo reappeared with a false smile on his face. Hearing Manager Guo's words, Zhou Feng scoffed. Family? What a time to be playing this game. All you have to do is be willing to share your food with us, and I'll personally introduce you to our company later. It's a bad job climate right now, and a lot of name-brand college students are only making a couple $1,000s. You have to think clearly. The chance is only this time. Manager Guo said with narrowed eyes. The man next to him followed suit. Let Zhou Feng seize the opportunity and don't regret it. You may only meet a nobleman like this once in a lifetime. Zhou Feng was amused. It seems that this Manager Guo, indeed, has the talent to be a leader. That's a great hand at painting a big picture alone. It's all painted for myself until after graduation. Cut the crap. It's a question of whether we can get out of here alive or not. Hurry up and get the hell out of here. Zhou Feng said coldly. Seeing Zhou Feng's lack of oil and salt, a trace of annoyance flashed across Manager Guo's face. You don't own this deserted island, do you? What's wrong with us just staying around? The next gaze went to mother and daughter Qin Xiaoshui. Ask them if they want to join their side. On Manager Guo's side there were a total of 7 people. 4 of them, 4 men and 3 women, were numerically superior. We'll stay with little Feng and won't go to your side. Qin Xiaoshui firmly shook her head. Zhou Feng saved his daughter. There was no way Qin Xiaoshui would betray Zhou Feng at this time. You guys go play by yourselves. Bai Qingyan even spat out her tongue towards those people. Manager Guo snorted coldly as a few people walked towards a short distance away. Soon found a place to sit and rest as well. Zhou Feng, what if they don't leave? What about coming over to grab the food? Bai Qingyan had a worried look on her face. That's because they're tired of living. Zhou Feng played with the dagger in his hand. Even if he didn't rely on this dagger, he was still confident in taking out those people. If something really goes wrong, I'll fight them. Qin Xiaoshui gritted her teeth even more. What Qin Xiaoshui was worried about in her heart was Manager Guo and these people. Whether or not it will be as animalistic as previous encounters with the likes of Muscleman. Qin Xiaoshui was very clear about what kind of thing Manager Guo was. Zhou Feng is not good. They're on their way to the coconut tree. Bai Qingyan suddenly pointed over to the coconut tree and shouted. Chapter 8, on a deserted island. There are workplace rules too. Zhou Feng followed his gaze. The 2 men were found to have come under the coconut tree. Was wondering how to get the coconut down. Don't bother with them. Zhou Feng waved his hand and said. Zhou Feng has collected quite a few coconuts. There aren't many left on the trees and none of them are ripe. Leave them alone? Bai Qingyan was a bit anxious. After all, in Bai Qingyan's eyes, those were their food, and a very important source of fresh water. Then what should I do? Should I go over and tell them that I planted this coconut tree and they can't move it? Zhou Feng flirted. Bai Qingyan immediately blushed and muttered a nasty word. Since they haven't done anything out of the ordinary, we can't flip out now. Zhou Feng shook his head and said. Zhou Feng then said that while it was still early in the day, he would go and catch a few more fish and return, as an evening ration. Zhou Feng then handed the dagger to Qin Xiaoshui. Let them keep it on them for defense. In case of any danger, just call out for help. Zhou Feng can be heard over there. Don't worry, we can protect ourselves. It's you who should be careful. Qin Xiaoshui squeezed her dagger tightly. Aha! Zhou Feng nodded and turned to leave. And on the other side, those 2 men pondered for half a day and finally got down 5 coconuts. Wrapped in clothes, he brought it to Manager Guo. Manager Guo didn't contribute to the effort, but he still made the distribution in a serious manner. 5 coconuts. 7 in all. Manager Guo assigned 1 to herself and her secretary, each. There's also Wang Jun, the horseman next to Manager Guo. The dry and thin man 1. 2 men and 2 women remain. Sharing 2. Manager Guo, we got this coconut down. Shouldn't we have 1 for each of us? I have no problem with you and your secretary splitting 1. But what gives him the right to still have 1? The 2 men working were disgruntled and pointed at Wang Jun and shouted. Everyone knows that the secretary who is by Manager Guo's side is his girlfriend. 2 people playing office romance. Even though it says girlfriend, it's really just subterfuge. Manager Guo changes it every so often. Secretaries are quickly dismissed if they don't want to do the job. Who saw that coconut tree? If it wasn't for me discovering it, you would all be starving right now. Wang Jun, however, snorted coldly. Hearing this, the 2 men looked furious. Wang Jun was at best just seeing it first. Even if Wang Jun didn't see it, they'll come all the way over here and they'll find those coconut trees. 2. Not convinced? If you guys had brought a few more coconuts over, would you need to split them like this? Wang Jun, however, did not give these 2 people any face at all. Just then, Manager Guo spoke up. As you know, the company is laying off employees next month. Like at your age you're most afraid of losing your job. At these words, both men dropped their heads and said nothing. Anyone is afraid of losing their job these days. These 2 men, in particular, bought houses a couple years ago. Now that home prices are falling, they are still saddled with high mortgage payments. If you can't make the monthly payments, the house is going to be repossessed. You're going to lose hundreds of thousands of dollars in one fell swoop. Of course I'm not holding my job over you. It's just that it's important to show your dedication at this time so that I can keep your jobs. Manager Guo said lightly. Don't worry, Manager Guo, we'll definitely do a good job. Whatever you say. Although the 2 men were not willing to do so, they could only knock their teeth out and swallow them inside their stomachs. We can't be in this place forever. When help comes, I'll remember your merits and give you promotions and raises when the time comes. Manager Guo revealed a smile. Wang Jun chimed in. By now the news of the cruise shipwreck must have spread long ago. The whole world must be looking for them. 3 or 4 days at the most, and they could go back. The 2 men said no more and went off to pry coconuts on the side. Soon several people were drinking coconut milk and eating a lot of pulp. It all looked so much more refreshed. Manager Guo, Look over there. Wang Jun's eyes widened as he looked in the direction of the beach. What's all the fuss about? Manager Gui was a bit upset, but when he looked over, he was also dumbfounded. They all saw Zhou Feng carrying several large fish and walking towards the bushes. Where did that guy get that fish? Seeing these fish, Manager Gui's eyes went straight. They actually woke up yesterday and haven't eaten anything all day. It's only now that I've replenished my strength a little, but the stomach was still hungry. Now that he saw Zhou Feng actually carrying a few fish, how could he not be excited? It got it from that direction. Wang Jun pointed in that direction. Go and take a look together. Let's catch a few fish as well. Manager Gui stood up. Just then, a pasty voice came from beside him. Manager Gui. People don't have the strength. Can they rest here for a while? The person who spoke was Manager Gui's secretary, Li Ran, with a distinctly Netflix face. It's a standard faux beauty at first glance. The body is also exaggerated, front and back, but it seems unnatural. It does have hard goods in the front though, and it looks big. Okay, you can rest for a while first. Manager Gui nodded. At that statement, the two remaining women had an opinion. Indicates that he also has a very tired, and none of them can catch fish either. That's a man's job. It wouldn't come in handy to go there yourself. If you guys don't go, there will be no share for you when you catch the fish later. Manager Gui's face was icy cold. It was very different from the way he had just treated Li Ran. These two female employees, at once, began to curse in their hearts. Scum! It's because none of them accept subterfuge that they suffer this treatment. Then he looked at Li Ran, who was sitting on the ground, looking like he was taking things for granted, and they got even more pissed off. But right now the arm can't twist the leg. They could only stand up helplessly, one by one. They were instead a bit envious of Qin Xiuxue over there. People wouldn't have to work hard to catch fish. Naturally, someone caught the fish for them. Manager Guo and others came to the coral area in the shallow sea. Sure enough, I saw quite a few sea fish roaming around here. One was excited beyond belief. Just as quickly the excitement turned to frustration, because they realized that they couldn't catch these fish at all. There would have been no fish catchers among these people, not even fishing enthusiasts. Manager Guo thought of a lot of ways to do this, and he also learned how to make a harpoon from Zhou Feng, but harpoons made of wood have no power at all in their hands. In the end, I had to find some shells to take back with me, and those weren't enough to stuff my teeth. You guys didn't catch any fish? I saw that Zhou Feng mentioned several. Li Ran saw Manager Guo and the others returning empty-handed, and did not hide the disappointment inside. Chapter 9, You Want to Be My Dad? Manager Gui was also a bit depressed. Why that guy, so good at catching fish? If only it were his own subordinate. Then one knows the weakness of the opponent and can easily take it. But Zhou Feng didn't have that many soft spots in his body. And judging by Zhou Feng's attitude just now, I'm afraid he won't give them the fish. Then how the hell did Zhou Feng catch the fish? A man sighed. People won't tell us so simply. That's their stable food source. Manager Gui narrowed his eyes. If it were Manager Gui himself, he would never tell anyone else that. If we really can't, let's rob it. Wang Jun was also a bit anxious. People have daggers on them. The other man couldn't help but say, there are 4 of us on this side. Are we still afraid of him alone? Wang Jun said contemptuously. The two men looked at each other and could see what the other meant. 4 on 1? What a joke. When a real fight breaks out, Manager Guo will definitely be hiding at the end of the line. Wang Jun, the lapdog, wouldn't be the first to rush up. In the end, it was their brothers who went up to block the knife. It's okay to do a little work, but now you're going to block a knife? No one is a cutie. Wouldn't do such a thing. Wang Jun, we are all decent people. Not some fighting hooligans. There is no need to go up and fight for our lives. Manager Gui had already discovered the small mind between the two subordinates. Obviously it would be inappropriate to do it now. They weren't pushed to the brink either. Hearing Manager Gui's words, those two men breathed a sigh of relief. Manager Gui, you're right. It's me who didn't think it through well. Wang Jun immediately changed into a pleasing smile. So we're just going to forget about it? We're just going to eat these shellfish at night? Li Ran is a bit anxious on his side. Oh, isn't it simple to deal with such a brat? It doesn't have to be by force. Manager Gui shook his head and said. Wang Jun immediately started kissing ass. First, he bragged about Manager Gui's brilliance, which was not above the same dimension as their thoughts, and then with a vain look of inquiry as to what on earth could be done about it. Men like Zhou Feng at that stage simply can't resist the temptation of women. Xiao Ran, you work hard. Go deal with Zhou Feng and ask him how he was able to catch the fish. Manager Guo looked towards Li Ran. The crowd was a bit speechless, since that's what Manager Guo thought was a good idea. Seducing with Li Ran's poise. Who wouldn't think of such a dirty idea? Manager Guo, I only worship you alone in my heart. I don't even want to look at other men. Li Ran's side took Manager Gua's arm and said daintily. The other two women nearly threw up when they saw this scene. As far as Manager Gua's appearance is concerned, it's as bad as it can get. And a woman to worship? This Li Ran really green tea belongs to a little favor can take the kind. This time, I will entrust you. Turn around and I will buy. You, Manager Gua this side close to Li Ran's ear, whispered and muttered up. Li Ran's eyes lit up at once. Manager Gui, you have to keep your word. Of course, go ahead. Manager Gui nodded. Li Ran's side walked towards where Zhou Feng and the others were. Wait, Manager Gua suddenly shouted. Li Ran was a little confused. Only Manager Gua came in front of Li Ran. Li Ran wore a tight, short top that showed off her slim waist, wore high-waisted denim shorts underneath and a pair of strappy-heeled sandals. It was supposed to be a very cool and sexy outfit. Manager Gua even took Li Ran's blouse and turned it over and rolled it. Now that makes it even sexier. Wang Jun and a few other men, their eyes went straight as they watched. All envied Manager Gui for a moment. I don't usually know how to have fun with Li Ran. Okay, now go. Manager Gui admired his work with satisfaction. On the other side, Qin Xiaoshui's side was taken by Qin Yan along to clean the sea fish. Like this kind of sea fish, make sure to clean the internal organs. Qin Xiaoshui's side patiently explained. Bai Qin Yan also followed her mother's example and was handling it with her hands. Just as quickly she was careless and cut her finger. There was a rush of blood. Does it hurt? Qin Xiaoshui also didn't expect this clumsiness from Bai Qin Yan. She was also a little heartbroken. Also a little chagrined inside. When I was at home, I used to do all the chores myself. Never let Bai Qin Yan do anything. Now it's about studying on this deserted island. It's fine. The wound isn't deep. It's just a puncture. Bai Qin Yan squeezed out a smile. Let's clean up first. Zhou Feng took out a bottle of mineral water on his side. This is what was inside the backpacks of Muscle Man and the others. The water in it has run out. The bottle remained, though, and it was a precious thing on a deserted island. Zhou Feng had filled a bottle with some water earlier. Carefully, he flushed Bai Qin Yan's wound. It doesn't look like it should be infected. Why are you such a klutz? You're no match for Auntie Qin. Zhou Feng teased. Isn't that nonsense? I've never cooked before. Bai Qin Yan said without a trace of anger. It's not just cooking. Auntie Qin is so much better than you in every aspect. She's beautiful and kind-hearted. Zhou Feng was being honest. Qin Xiaoshui blushed slightly when she heard these words, unable to help but look at Zhou Feng a few more times. Does it mean that little Feng really thinks so? Complimenting my mom so much. You want to chase my mom to be my stepdad. Bai Qin Yan spat. What's wrong, can't chase Zhou Feng was serious. In the past, Zhou Feng would have only thought about it in his mind. The secular pressure is just too much. But not now. Now on this deserted island. What can't be? Most importantly, he didn't want to leave himself with regrets. Then you can just chase after it. Bai Qin Yan bristled, thinking that Zhou Feng was just joking. That's fine. As long as you don't have a problem with it. Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes and smiled. You two guys, making fun of me. Qin Xiaoshui was a bit anxious. Is it possible to joke about something like feelings? Aunt Qin, I'm not joking. Zhou Feng didn't finish his words on this side. He heard footsteps, so back to it. A coolly dressed woman was seen approaching. Sister Qin, and Zhou Feng, right? Li Ran had a smile on his face. What are you doing here? This is our territory. Zhou Feng's face instantly turned cold. Zhou Feng had noticed Li Ran before and had been next to Manager Gua. It just seems like a dysfunctional relationship. I came to actually have nothing to do. Li Ran's side was still thinking about how to get close. Leave if there's nothing going on. Don't bother us. Zhou Feng said indifferently. Li Ran froze, not expecting Zhou Feng to be so ruthless. Obviously he was already dressed so cool. Zhou Feng didn't even look at himself more than a few times. Chapter 10, Infighting. But she was not willing to let Li Ran go just like that. He hasn't gotten anything done himself yet. And Manager Gui had promised himself that he would give himself a favor afterwards. Buy yourself gold jewelry. Li Ran pinched his nose and hooked up with Manager Gui. Not just for money. Zhou Feng, sister has some words she wants to say to you alone. How about we go to the bushes over there? Li Ran said softly. Even more so. He ruffled his hair in a twisted manner. Say whatever you have to say here. I won't hide it from them. Zhou Feng, however, shook his head. There are some things that are inconvenient. Well, sister will give you benefits. Li Ran was still unforgiving. I'm not interested in women like you. It's better to go back and accompany your Manager Gua. Being here only makes me sick to my stomach. Zhou Feng directly shook his head. You will regret this. Li Ran gritted his teeth and left angrily. Humiliation was all over his face. If she had been rejected by some rich man, then Li Ran would have been able to accept it, even got used to it. But Zhou Feng, such a brat. actually refused himself as well. Zhou Feng, I didn't expect you to be quite strong-willed. Bai Qingyan looked at Zhou Feng in surprise. Just now, Li Ran showed his vigor. I'm afraid the average man can't resist. Not to mention like Zhou Feng's age. With such beautiful people like you by my side, I certainly can't look at ordinary women. Zhou Feng said with a smile. Humph, oily mouth. Bai Qingyan hummed. But the heart is still happy. Just now, Bai Qingyan was worried that Zhou Feng and Li Ran would be gone. Two people go inside a bush and there's no telling what will happen. What exactly is Li Ran doing over here? Xin Xiaoshui's side frowned slightly. Whatever she's here for, don't bother us anyway. Zhou Feng shook his head and said. This side. Manager Guo saw Li Ran and came back angrily. Just know it's gone bad. What's the situation? Manager Guo asked. That Zhou Feng didn't even listen to me and directly told me to get lost. Li Ran sat on the ground in a huff. He's not interested in you? Wang Jun revealed a surprised look. Wang Jun has long been eyeing Li Ran. Especially Li Ran's outfit was extremely seductive in Wang Jun's opinion. But I can't imagine anyone else would be uninterested. That guy is surrounded by two ES. So I guess he's been mesmerized by him for a long time. Li Ran viciously speculated. Wang Jun suddenly came to a realization that this was very possible. After all, Qin Xiaoxue could be much prettier than Li Ran. It was also Qin Xiaoxue who was more popular inside the company. Any man's choice. It would definitely be Qin Xiaoxue. Manager Gui. What now? Everyone's eyes looked at Manager Gui, waiting for him to think of something. Go gather food first. I'll think of something later. At least this place should be safe for now. Manager Guo waved his hand impatiently. Collecting food? Where to collect food? A few of the others were a bit overwhelmed. What are you waiting for? The few of you go. Wang Jun pointed at the few remaining people and said. These two men and two women looked at each other and could only stand up helplessly. A few people headed towards the beach to collect some shellfish. They split in two directions. Two of the men walked on the same side. They're enjoying themselves under the tree and letting us do the work. Yang Wei cursed as he walked. It can't be helped. Who made them managers? We have to put up with it. On the other side Fan Jian was a bit helpless. I see that in the future. We'll have to do all the dirty work. Yang Wei looked unhappy. Since yesterday, they've pretty much been the underlings. It's even if you serve one person, you have to serve Wang Jun and that person. Fan Jian also skimmed his lips. To say that Manager Gui is riding on their heads, there's nothing they can do about it. Who let people lose their jobs with a single word? But Li Ran, the secretary, also wants them to serve. On the basis of what? It wasn't like he had touched a hair on Li Ran's head. What do you need yourself for when you don't yell at yourself when you're playing? What's even more detestable is that Wang Jun, the villain, yells at them as well. Just hold on for a few more days. It'll be fine when help comes. Maybe we can even get compensation. Yang Wei said as he spoke. While looking for a tree branch, he drew a big SOS distress signal on the beach. They've drawn several along the way. This shipwreck. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Fan Jian, however, narrowed his eyes. It's not that simple? Yang Wei froze. Think about it carefully. How can there be so many people drifting to the island and still be safe? Fan Jian said slowly. They also woke up suddenly on the beach. Had thought I was the only survivor. However, he did not expect to encounter Zhou Feng and the others. That would seem a bit odd, because on that cruise ship, Manager Gua and Li Ran were both in luxury suites. Is staying on the upper deck of a cruise ship. They were in economy class, which is down there. If something does go wrong, there's a high probability that all of them in the group will die. As a result, Qin Xiaoxue and the others were now safe and sound. What do you mean? There could be something special about this, and help won't come that quickly anyway. Fan Jian was still sober, but didn't Manager Gua and the others say, what they mean by that is that they want us to get our hopes up so that they can order us. Fan Jian snorted coldly. These few. Yang Wei then reacted. Turns out he was screwed all along. Thinking of this, Yan Wei immediately turned around and wanted to go and settle the score with Manager Gua, but he was stopped by Fan Jian. What do you want? Fan Jian asked. Of course I'm going to settle the score with him. Make that guy look good. Yang Wei gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He himself was so teased for no reason. Make him look good? And what can you do? You can't kill him. Fan Jian shook his head. Yang Wei froze and his expression withered. It's like Fan Jian said. One can't possibly kill someone because of that. Wouldn't that make one a murderer? Beat up Manager Gua? That wouldn't make much sense. Then, we can't be so disadvantaged. Right. Gui manager himself embraces the female secretary dashing. We give him as a servant. Yang Wei couldn't help but say. Even if we work, the point is that none of us have much experience in surviving in the wild. So we're definitely going to starve. When the time comes, we will definitely be the ones to starve to death first. Fan Jian said in a deep voice. Just then, Yang Wei's stomach made a gurgling sound. It made him nod in disbelief. A lot of things were collected just now, and it turned out that they had the least to distribute. Then let's break up. If we two brothers work together, we can still starve to death. Yang Wei said. Split up? You're just willing to leave like that? Didn't you always like that, Li Ran? Fan Jian had a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 11, Rebellion. I didn't. Yang Wei, red-faced, waved his hands in a hurry. It was only Yang Wei's movements that had betrayed him. In fact, there weren't many men in the company who didn't lust after Li Ran. Normally, Li Ran scratched her head inside the company, wearing short skirts with black silk and such, and purposely clips sounds when he speaks. Everyone in the company looks down on people like Manager Gua, but everyone wants to be Manager Gua. Yang Wei is a bit special. He really likes Li Ran. Still, he was drunk at the last annual meeting and was overheard by Fan Jian. Don't pretend. What are you pretending with me? Fan Jian said indifferently. Can Li Ran really do it? Yang Wei couldn't help but say, but then he shook his own head. No, what if she doesn't agree? Yang Wei said. Fan Jian actually didn't quite understand why Yang Wei would like Li Ran. Li Ran's reputation is not good inside the company, but right now, Yang Wei was his only helper, and Fan Jian could only let Yang Wei build up his confidence. Oh, can they find food with just those few rice buckets of theirs? If they don't agree, they will starve to death. It won't be long before Li Ran can take the initiative to beg us. Won't you be able to hold her then? Yes. Yang Wei's eyes lit up, and on the other side, Bai Qingyan's face was filled with a worried look. Zhou Feng, these people have gone around looking for food. Don't we need to mind them? How do you manage it? Is it possible to let them starve to death? Zhou Feng shook his head. He was using a dagger, patiently polishing a stick in his hand. Sharpen the front end. Zhou Feng had already made 2 such sticks, and this was the third. It can be used to insert fish during the week. The 2 of them, Qin Xiaoshui and Bai Qingyan, were also able to be used for self-defense at critical moments. Zhou Feng did not care about the deaths of these people. Now that we're all in trouble, it's nice to be able to defend ourselves. Where is the energy to save the others? What I'm worried about is what if they bring trouble? Haven't you seen wildlings before? Bai Qingyan always remembered what Zhou Feng had said. There are savages on this island. The other side is most likely cannibals. That savage should just be passing through. There's no danger for now. Zhou Feng thought for a moment and said, and at the same time, in my heart, I'm glad. Their present camp should not have been discovered by the savages. If the savages really appear, then what will we do? At the very beginning, Bai Qingyan hadn't been so afraid of the wildlings. Maybe it's the fact that now that you're eating, the basics of life are covered. Only then did he realize the danger of the savages. Otherwise, who can worry about any savages when you can't fill your stomach? When the time comes, you'll run first, and I'll hold off the savages. At the side, Qin Xiaoxue spoke up. At this time, Qin Xiaoxue wasn't idle as she was fortifying the camp. Spread lots of branches on the ground to avoid sleeping directly on the ground. Mom, let's run together. Bai Qingyan got excited all of a sudden. I didn't expect my mother to say that. When the time comes, I definitely won't be able to run as fast as you guys, so I might as well hold off the savages. Qin Xiaoxue shook her head and said, Mom, if you don't run, I won't run either. Bai Qingyan gently bit her lip. Silly girl, you have to live with Zhou Feng. Qin Xiaoshue's side was still about to continue, when Zhou Feng spoke up. When that happens, we'll face it together. Zhou Feng's gaze went to the place where the savage had disappeared. Just then, they heard in the direction of Manager Guo and the others, came the sound of a heated argument. Are you 2 losers? Nothing has been recovered? It's not as good as their 2 female employees. With your work attitude, how can you stay inside the company in the future? The more the time of crisis, the more it is time to test you, and as a result this is your attitude. Wang Jun crossed his arms with one hand and pointed at the noses of both Yang Wei and Fan Jian and cursed. The 2 of them, Fan Jian and Yang Wei, didn't say anything and just stared at Wang Jun with a cold gaze. Wang Jun didn't sense that the atmosphere was off in the slightest and thought that the 2 people just didn't dare to talk back. Just like old times. Well, it's everyone's first time encountering this kind of situation, and it's understandable that they didn't find any food. Manager Guo waved his hand and said, Manager Guo, you are really too generous. Wang Jun started kissing ass again, but they all managed to find some oysters and scallops and such, and you guys didn't even see a single dead fish. It does disappoint me. Manager Guo sighed. It was then stated that the 2 female employees found the food. It won't be assigned to both Yang Wei and Fan Jian. Sometimes starvation is the only way to think more calmly about what to do next. Manager Gui, we don't need those shells or anything like that, so keep them for yourselves. Yang Wei spoke up. Manager Gui's face changed slightly. Already hearing it, Yang Wei's tone was a bit off. Yang Wei, what do you mean by that? It doesn't mean anything. It's just that from now on let's split up. This isn't the company, so don't try to order us around. Fan Jian snorted coldly. Without waiting for Manager Gui to open his mouth, Wang Jun jumped out as before. Want to revolt? One word from Manager Gui can make you lose your jobs. Bang! Yang Wei suddenly threw a hard punch, hitting Wang Jun in the abdomen. Wang Jun instantly fell to the ground. The body curled up like a shrimp. You dog! I've been watching you for a long time. Not yet relieved. Yang Wei stepped forward and kicked hard twice more. Don't hit people. You guys calm down. Li Ran wanted to go forward to persuade the fight, but she didn't dare come closer, fearful that these two, even themselves, would fight together. Now I'll give you guys a chance, whether to follow Manager Gui and Wang Jun, or follow us, Yang Wei said to Li Ran and the other two female employees at the same time. They talked it over on the way. The other two female employees could also be fought for. They are kind of the hard-working kind within the company. Yang Wei's gaze, however, was always on Li Ran. The two female employees looked at each other in dismay, and in the end, they both stood next to Yang Wei and Fan Jian. They are also well aware of the situation at hand. If they continued to follow Manager Gui, they would have to find food to feed the three of them. They are definitely the two most squeezed. You guys have to think about it. Help will be here soon. Manager Gui's side frowned. Manager Gui also didn't expect that Yang Wei and Fan Jian would rebel so quickly. It's only the second day of drifting onto a deserted island. Rescue? With the current situation, will there really be a rescue? Fan Jian stared at Manager Gui dead in the face. This shut up Manager Gui. Manager Gui had also realized long ago that something was a bit off about the situation. This shipwreck is so strange. It's just that Manager Gui never said anything. Li Ran, will you follow us? I'll take care of you. Yang Wei's gaze was full of anticipation, but what Yang Wei didn't expect was for Li Ran to shake her head. I think we should all be more united, and I'm sure Manager Gui will be able to keep us all alive. Li Ran said seriously. A hint of loss flashed in Yang Wei's eyes. You can come over any time if you want. Yang Wei dropped the sentence before leaving. Watching Yang Wei and the others leave, the corner of Li Ran's mouth revealed an imperceptible smile. She's betting on both ends now. Stay with Manager Gui for now. Wait and see what happens next. Chapter 12 is soft. They seem to have dispersed. Bai Qingyan's side observed for half a day. It was found that Yang Wei and the others had gone inside another bush in the distance. It was about 300 or 400 meters away from them, and Manager Gui and the others have separated. And Yang Wei and the others had raised a fire and seemed to be roasting something. It also looks like there is a lighter in the hand and it should have gotten food. Uneven distribution of benefits. Zhou Feng spread his hands and said, Zhou Feng, thank you. Obviously you got all the food. Bai Qingyan was grateful to Zhou Feng, especially seeing Manager Gui and the others disperse so quickly. Don't talk about this. How many years have we known each other? Zhou Feng smiled. Aha. Bai Qingyan nodded. It's getting late, so take an early rest today. Xin Xiaoshui said. It was now getting dark. Based on their experience yesterday, it's only 10 minutes from evening to darkness. Alright, then go to bed early. Zhou Feng took the lead and lay down on the tree branch. These branches are soft and comfortable to lay on. Bai Qingyan was about to lie in the center just like yesterday. However, when Xin Xiaoshui saw this, she jumped ahead and occupied the center. Because Xin Xiaoshui was the first to wake up this morning, it was then that he realized that his daughter and Zhou Feng were actually close together. Bai Qingyan's arm was wrapped around Zhou Feng in a very intimate manner. Obviously there was plenty of room on the floor and there was no problem laying down 5 or 6 people. The two nevertheless came together. Although it was said that Qin Xiaoshui knew that Zhou Feng was a good boy, but Zhou Feng was already a man after all. In case something happens with this dry fire, that's something to do. Mom, you're going to sleep in the middle? Bai Qingyan said in surprise. Well, you sleep on the side. Qin Xiaoshui had a red face, embarrassed to say what happened yesterday. But she was sure that at least she was in the center and nothing should happen. Why did you sleep so close to Zhou Feng? Bai Qingyan didn't understand. Instead she was still pursuing the question. Qin Xiaoshui didn't know how to explain that. If it's inconvenient, I'll just find a new place to sleep. Zhou Feng sat up and scratched his head. In fact, sleeping with Qin Xiaoshui and the others had the intention of protecting them. Now with Manager Gui and the others over there, who knows if they will come and steal in the middle of the night. There were a few grilled fish hanging from the branches of a tree right next to the campground. Right now, Zhou Feng felt that all 5 of his senses were extremely sensitive. Even in their sleep, he would be able to be the first to notice if there was any breeze. What's so inconvenient about this? Hurry up and rest. Qin Xiaoshui lay down. Seeing that her mother had no explanation, Bai Qingyan could only lie down, looking at Zhou Feng who was facing himself on the other side. Bai Qingyan was a bit lost in her heart. She loved the way she felt last night. I don't know how long it's been. Qin Xiaoshui then felt that an arm was resting on her abdomen. Those arms were strong around himself. The sound of Zhou Feng's breathing even came from his ears. Qin Xiaoshui tried twice and gave up. Mentally, he laughed helplessly. Xiao Feng is also too dishonest to sleep. It was a good thing that he had switched places with Bai Qingyan, but it seemed nice to be straddled. When Zhou Feng opened his eyes, the sky was already cloudy. The first thing he realized was that he was actually straddling Qin Xiaoshui. This made Zhou Feng's heart flutter. Did it mean that last night, one was in this position? And has Auntie Qin never refused? Thinking of this, Zhou Feng subconsciously squeezed his fingers a few times. Feel the softness of the belly. There's nothing flabby about it, but rather a warm and fuzzy feeling. Qin Xiaoshui made a sound. Zhou Feng fondly squeezed twice more before letting go. And what Zhou Feng didn't know was, Qin Xiaoshui, who had her back turned to herself, had long since opened her eyes. The expression on his face was very complicated. After Zhou Feng's unintentional actions last night, Qin Xiaoshui could say that he was not sleeping honestly. But this morning, to Qin Xiaoshui's relief, Zhou Feng did not make the next move. Instead, he stood up and headed outside. It was only after another 10 minutes or so that Qin Xiaoshui pretended to wake up. Instead, it was Bai Qingyan next to her, who had been sleeping in a daze. Peek, what are you doing? Qin Xiaoshui realized that Zhou Feng was standing right at the edge of the bushes, looking towards the distance. Looking at those guys, they're catching fish. Zhou Feng squinted his eyes and looked over. It was both Yang Wei and Fan Jian, standing in that coral area all morning. Although they did not have harpoons in their hands and could not do the same as Zhou Feng to insert fish, but made his own fish cage made of wood. I guess it was thrown down last night, and there must have been some small fish or something in there as bait. Now they are going down to the sea to check the harvest. Cheers erupted as the two men brought up the fish cage. Apparently there were fish burrowing in there. The other two women cheered along beside them. That means they don't have to go hungry. There are very few fish that can be caught in one cage though, but by making a few more, you'll be able to have a steady source of food. They're catching fish over there. What if the fish are caught and finished? Qin Xiaoshui immediately revealed a worried expression. Hearing this, Zhou Feng laughed. There are plenty of fish over there, and we can't just count on those fish. We have to find other food sources, Zhou Feng said. Seeing Zhou Feng smile, Qin Xiaoshui was also instantly relieved. She felt much more at ease if Zhou Feng was here. It was just that right now Zhou Feng's heart didn't have a bottom. Who knows if we can find a stable food source? However, in front of Qin Xiaoshui's mother and daughter, he couldn't show that he was confused. Then both women must be even more afraid of the future. In the meantime, on the other side, Manager Guo and the others also stood on the beach, just watching Yang Wei and Fan Jian and the others catching many fish. That bastard Fan Jian, he actually knows how to weave a fish cage. He didn't even say it before when he hit it. Wang Jun gritted his teeth. Manager Guo's face was even more gloomy. They haven't eaten anything since last night. After Fan Jian and the others left, they also tried to find food and it got dark without finding anything. It's going to bed hungry. Now after seeing how much Fan Jian and the others had just gained, Wang Jun hated it. Manager Gui, hurry up and think of a solution. I'm also very hungry. Li Rantside shook Manager Gui's arm. Manager Gui glanced at Wang Jun. If it had been in the past, he would have asked Wang Jun to find them food. It's just that Wang Jun is the only one beside himself right now. If he forced Wang Jun away as well, then he wouldn't have anything to gain. Now let's go inside the bushes and see if we can find some food, said Manager Gui slowly. Chapter 13, These fish are all ours. Go inside the bush? Li Ran frowned and looked in the direction of the bushes. She always had the feeling that there must be something horrible in there. Just eating fish won't support us for long. Maybe there are some wild fruits inside the bushes, and we all need fresh water now, Manager Gui explained. Their only source of fresh water is the coconuts they picked yesterday, and Manager Kuo went on to say that there might just be residents on the island. Once the residents are contacted, they never have to go hungry again. Well, it's still Manager Guo who is far-sighted. Wang Jun continued to brag. Pack up your things and go. Manager Guo's side began to gather their belongings. When Yang Wei and the others left yesterday, they had already taken their stuff. There was nothing left for Manager Guo and the others. Li Ran hesitated for a moment, but was still prepared to follow Manager Guo and the others. After all, there's no danger yet. Inside, Li Ran was also unwilling to remain on this island, more than willing to take a gamble. Zhou Feng's side also noticed that Manager Guo and the others were walking towards the depths of the bushes. What are they doing here? Qin Xiaoshui had a curious look on her face. They couldn't scavenge much food on the beach, so they should have gone inside the woods to try their luck. Zhou Feng thought for a moment and said, but aren't there wildlings in there? Should we notify them? Qin Xiaoshui couldn't help but say, after all, they are all co-workers. They should be told about it. Zhou Feng nodded. Although it was said that Zhou Feng did not like Manager Guo and the others, but you can't just watch as they step inside the danger. At least prepare their minds. There are other survivors on the island. Some of them no different from the beasts, and dangerous too. Bai Qingyan also didn't know when, and came to the side of the two. Hearing these words, Zhou Feng subconsciously touched the back of his head. The scars on it have disappeared and even the hair seems to have grown back, but that near-death feeling, one never forgets. So Zhou Feng arrived in front of Manager Guo and the others. Kid, what are you doing? As soon as Wang Jun saw Zhou Feng approaching, he revealed a displeased expression. Just seeing Zhou Feng continue to walk forward, Wang Jun subconsciously took a few steps back. That's how Wang Jun took a punch from Yang Wei yesterday. Until now the abdomen still feels vaguely painful. Are you guys going inside the bushes? Zhou Feng looked at Manager Gui, knowing that within the three, Manager Gui was the one who meant what he said. That's right, there's no future in staying on this beach. Manager Gui nodded. I thought you said there was a rescue earlier. It's only easy to be found on the beach then, right? Zhou Feng said indifferently. Seeing Zhou Feng mocking himself, Manager Gui surprisingly did not get angry. Just a smirk and a smile. He welcomed Zhou Feng to team up with him. Team up with a couple of you? I'm not interested. I'm just here to tell you guys a little bit. There are savages on this island, and they're likely to eat people. Zhou Feng told the scene where he saw the savages. Also he said that he met a few other survivors. Those survivors were also on the ship, but enslave other survivors. Of course Zhou Feng did not say that he had killed two of them with his hands. Just make up stories. Can there be savages on this island? Wang Jun pressed on, thinking that Zhou Feng was just trying to scare himself. Little brother, thanks a lot. We'll pay attention. Manager Gui's side was polite. Just wait until Zhou Feng leaves. Manager Gui immediately showed an expression of disdain. Savage? Lying to the cutie. Yet, he shouldn't have come to cheat us on purpose. Li Ran couldn't help but say. Li Ran could not see any reason at all for Zhou Feng to come over and deceive them. The reason is simple. He just doesn't want us to leave. He wants to wait until we are really on the verge of starvation before begging him, and then we will become his slaves. Manager Gui snorted coldly. So that's how it is. This guy has evil intentions. Wang Jun nodded along. Li Ran was slightly stunned, thinking that Zhou Feng should not be such a person. Just watching Manager Guo and Wang Jun walk in towards the bushes, Li Ran hesitated, but followed. They didn't listen to you? Qin Xiaoshui saw Manager Guo and the others, still walking towards the inside of the bushes without any hesitation. There wasn't a moment's hesitation. Pressing me, Zhou Feng spread his hands out. In fact, after he turned away, then I heard Manager Guo's words. We're also being merciful. Qin Xiaoshui sighed helplessly. But now we should also consider relocating inside the woods. Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Why? Is it bad here? Bai Qingyan was still rather intimidated by the inside of the woods. Zhou Feng briefly analyzed the situation at hand. Today they are facing a lack of fresh water and the remaining coconuts are no longer enough. Must find fresh water inside the woods to do that. And it may not be safe to be by the beach. It's a bit wide open here. Instead of moving around on the beach, it's easy to spot. Then where are we going? Qin Xiaoshui asked with a serious nod after listening. Zhou Feng pointed in a direction. I was looking at the coconut trees earlier, and it looks like there's a cliff over there. So maybe we can find shelter from the wind and rain over there. They were now living under a tree. It's hard to resist once it gets windy and rainy. Getting sick in this environment is like adding insult to injury. Then when are we leaving? Bai Qingyan also asked. We need to store some food first. Tomorrow almost. Zhou Feng said after thinking for a moment. Next, Zhou Feng asked both Qin Xiaoshui and Bai Qingyan to light the fire. On his own, he went back over to the coral area to catch some more fish. 1 trip, 2 trips, 3 trips. Soon Zhou Feng had caught a dozen large fish. Qin Xiaoshui was responsible for cleaning these fish. Bai Qingyan then hung these fish over the fire for smoking. In this environment, smoking dries out the moisture in the fish. No problem putting it away for at least a couple weeks. And the grilled fish is just 2 or 3 days away. Just as Zhou Feng returned with a few more fish on his side, 2 people, Fan Jian and Yang Wei, stopped him halfway. Both men still had wooden sticks in their hands. It was similar to the wooden stick in Zhou Feng's hand, with the tip sharpened. Little brother, aren't you going a bit overboard? Fan Jian had a displeased look on his face. They've only just found a way to get food on a consistent basis. Zhou Feng actually started grabbing fish with them. That's a lot of arrests in one morning. What does it have to do with you guys if I catch my fish? Zhou Feng said indifferently. This area is all ours now. From now on you get the hell away from me and put the fish in your hand on the ground as well. Yang Wei snorted coldly. Are you guys going to just rob it? Zhou Feng was now seeing it. He didn't feel surprised though. It's only a matter of time. Chapter 14 Anti-Commitment. Kid, it was you who broke the rules first. If you didn't catch so many fish in the morning, we wouldn't have come over to you. Anger surfaced on Yang Wei's face. They caught 4 fish in the morning. Just had a beautiful meal of grilled fish. It was then realized that Zhou Feng's side had caught a dozen more. This pissed them off enough to feel that it was Zhou Feng who was deliberately working against them. That's why he came over in a huff. What are the rules on this island? Tell me about them. Zhou Feng was amused. It was the first time he had heard that there were rules here since coming to this island. Cut the crap and put the fish down for us. Or don't blame us for taking everything you have. Fan Jian said viciously. Come and get it yourself if you're capable. Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. Good. You asked for it. Yang Wei roared in anger and swung his wooden stick towards Zhou Feng. Seeing this scene, Zhou Feng secretly shook his head, though he didn't have much combat experience before either. But Zhou Feng also knew that this was not how weapons were used. The only way to defeat an enemy in this way is to hit the head. Moreover, Yang Wei's figure looked as if it was in slow motion to Zhou Feng, and had no threatening power at all. He raised his stick and poked right through it. Ah! Yang Wei screamed miserably as he covered his abdomen. Yang Wei's waist was cut and dripping with blood. You! Fan Jian instantly panicked, holding the wooden stick and not daring to go forward. It's just a flesh wound, though. But if an infection develops on a deserted island, it's certain death. If you guys still come looking for death, I don't mind killing you guys as well. After all, I've already killed someone. Zhou Feng's gaze was icy cold. What? The guy in front of me has already killed someone. Hearing this, Fan Jian's face was ugly. Seeing that look in Zhou Feng's eyes, Fan Jian understood. This kid is definitely not bluffing. But when the hell did this guy ever kill anyone? After coming to this island? Or before? By the time Fan Jian came back to his senses, it was discovered that Zhou Feng had already left with the fish. Fan Jian hurriedly came to Yang Wei's side and checked Yang Wei's injuries. Fan Jian's face then became even more ugly. Zhou Feng did not hold back in the slightest this time just now. Yang Wei's waist had a 10-centimeter wound with blood pouring out. Am I going to die? I haven't touched a woman yet. Yang Wei let out a wail. Last night though they took the 2 female employees and separated from Manager Guo and the others. But Yang Wei and the others didn't do anything drastic. After all, we're all acquaintances. It should be fine. I'll bandage you up. Fan Jian didn't have the relevant knowledge to save his life either. He could only withdraw Yang Wei's clothes and stop the wound from bleeding first. On the other hand, when Zhou Feng arrived at the camp, the 2 of them, Qin Xiaoshui and Bai Qingyan, were seen holding sticks inside their hands. What are you guys doing? Zhou Feng was astonished. Saw that you were in trouble and wanted to go help you. Bai Qingyan looked resolute. Zhou Feng burst into tears. Don't worry, they are no match for me. Zhou Feng waved his hand and said, those 2 guys were just acting mean. Far less muscular than before. Little Feng, you're not hurt. Qin Xiaoshui's side came to Zhou Feng's side, checking up carefully on Zhou Feng's body. He also lifted up his shirt. This made Zhou Feng quite embarrassed. Zhou Feng, why is your face so red? Bai Qingyan had a strange look on her face. Qin Xiaoshui froze, realizing that Zhou Feng was shy. She then let go of her hand in embarrassment. It was just that Qin Xiaoshui couldn't help but be happy in her heart. The first few times he had accidentally touched his body, he hadn't seen Zhou Feng show this kind of expression. Turns out the kid can be shy. Don't worry, Auntie Qin. I'm fine. Zhou Feng gave a dry cough. Then what was that miserable screaming sound just now? Qin Xiaoshui inquired. Zhou Feng hurriedly explained. Told the story all over again. Yang Wei was the first to make a move on himself, asking for trouble. Those fish aren't theirs. Who are they to rob them? Bai Qingyan was indignant upon hearing this. Then the muttering began again. Bai Qingyan felt that Fan Jian, these few people, were not as good as that Guo manager. At least Manager Guo and the others didn't come over to grab their stuff either. Zhou Feng, on the contrary, did not think that it was Manager Guo who was so noble. It's just not there yet. Under such circumstances, the greatest evils of the human heart are aroused. Former friends and co-workers are at risk of taking on a different face. By the time evening rolled around, a dozen smoked fish were ready. If you save your food, you'll have no problem lasting 3 or 4 days. Zhou Feng loaded all of these smoked fish inside his backpack, also packed all the important items like daggers and lighters. These are now their most valuable possessions. In the morning, Zhou Feng smelled an ethereal odor. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then Zhou Feng opened his eyes and realized that he was hugging Qin Xiaoshui. Auntie, why do you smell so good? Zhou Feng subconsciously came out with such a sentence. Qin Xiaoshui's side was still sleeping in a daze. She hadn't been able to sleep well last night, always having nightmares, dreaming of Yang Wei and others, coming to take revenge on Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng was beaten and bloodied. It was only in the latter part of the night that she finally slept soundly. Of course, during that time, Zhou Feng's salty hand, he kept his arm around himself. Qin Xiaoshui couldn't help but cry and laugh at this. if they make it back alive. Qin Xiaoshui definitely had to ask her best friend if Zhou Feng used to sleep like this, so dishonest all the time. It was only after about a few seconds that Qin Xiaoshui realized what had just happened. Xiao Feng, you quickly let go. Qin Xiaoshui's side shouted in a small voice. It was a good thing that Bai Qingyan was not around at this time, supposed to go to the bathroom, plus the fact that the sky was just now dawning and it was hard to see what was going on around them. Otherwise, if she was found out, Qin Xiaoshui wouldn't know how to explain. And Qin I don't want to let go. Zhou Feng's side wrapped his arms tighter. Xiao Feng, what do you mean? Qin Xiaoshui was a bit flustered. I don't know why Zhou Feng suddenly said that. Auntie, I like you, Zhou Feng whispered. Hearing these words, Qin Xiaoshui's heart trembled. She had never thought that she would hear these words from Zhou Feng's mouth. Auntie likes you too. Qin Xiaoshui forced herself to be calm. Even if Qin Xiaoshui understood that Zhou Feng did not mean that, she also has to pretend she doesn't understand. I liked you a long time ago. I just didn't dare to confess at that time. But by the time I got to this island I figured out that people are so fragile. So I don't want to leave any regrets. Zhou Feng said as he pressed against Qin Xiaoshui's ear. Chapter 15, Twisted Foot. The fact that Zhou Feng was hugging Qin Xiaoshui at night was on purpose. He wanted to see Qin Xiaoshui's attitude. And Auntie Qin doesn't seem to resent it. Then one is in with a chance. You kids. Qin Xiaoshui felt that Zhou Feng must have come to the island. There is too much pressure on the mind to do this. Qin Xiaoshui was also able to understand. After all, in Zhou Feng's body, he was shouldering the lives of the three of them. Auntie Qin, just promise me, how about becoming my girlfriend? Zhou Feng continued. Become Zhou Feng's girlfriend? How is this possible? Qin Xiaoshui had never had such thoughts even when she was dreaming. Just then, Qin Xiaoshui heard footsteps. It was Bai Qingyan returning from the distance. They go to the bathroom more than 100 meters away. After all, men and women are different. Just the sound of it is very humbling. Little Feng, you let go of me first, Qin Xiaoshui said in an anxious tone. The movements of the two people now were just too ambiguous. Zhou Feng was practically plastered to himself. Auntie, you promise me to think about it. Zhou Feng is very clear that Qin Xiaoshui is impossible. Straight away, he agreed to be his girlfriend. Qin Xiaoshui must be given time to think about it. Okay, I'll think about it. Qin Xiaoshui could only agree first. To Qin Xiaoshui's relief, Zhou Feng released himself the next second. Finally, my daughter didn't get to see it. The sound of footsteps approached, and Bai Qingyan returned to the camp. You guys are still sleeping, Bai Qingyan muttered. Then he also lay down on the ground and took leaves to cover his body to rest. Although I was able to eat fish both days. However, Bai Qingyan always felt that she didn't have much spirit, or that she didn't have enough nutritional supplements. Another roughly 5 or 6 minutes passed before Zhou Feng pretended to wake up from his nap. The sun was just hovering above sea level. Qin Xiaoshui followed suit and got up. Only she didn't dare to look at Zhou Feng a few more times now. It always felt like Zhou Feng's gaze was extraordinarily hot. After briefly eating some smoked fish, Zhou Feng and the others set off. Early mornings on the island are still a bit chilly. Aren't we leaving a bit early? Bai Qingyan inevitably muttered a few words. Her clothes were all the thinnest. The slightest breeze froze her. This is for you. Zhou Feng took off his top and handed it to Bai Qingyan. You're crazy. Give me what you're wearing? Bai Qingyan looked at Zhou Feng dumbfounded. Zhou Feng was also just a short sleeve, and now he was directly bare-chested. But what made Bai Qingyan a bit stunned was, she realized that Zhou Feng's upper body actually had quite a lot of muscles. Even the abs are in good shape. Strange? When she was on the ship, Bai Qingyan had also seen Zhou Feng sunbathing. Zhou Feng didn't have those muscles back then. It can't be that starvation has caused fat loss over the past few days and the muscle is showing. I'm not cold. Just wear it. Zhou Feng smiled. Since that night, his body has changed. Zhou Feng then felt that many places were different. Stronger himself. Don't be brave. Hurry up and wear it. I'm not that cold anymore. How could Bai Qingyan let Zhou Feng go bare-chested? Hurriedly, he tossed him his clothes. Alright then. Zhou Feng nodded and put his clothes back on. Little Feng, where did you get the jade pendant on you? Next to her, Qin Xiaoshui also noticed that Zhou Feng had this one thing hanging from his neck. This was given to me by a friend. Zhou Feng had wanted to say that he had found it inside his pocket after he had awakened on the island, but now he wasn't sure what the red diamond in the rough actually represented. It's better to keep it to yourself just to be on the safe side. A friend gave it to you and then wore it all the time? You have a girlfriend? Bai Qingyan's face turned ugly all of a sudden. Qin Xiaoshui was even more in a trance. The heart is a mixed bag. Zhou Feng already had a girlfriend and actually said that kind of thing to himself in the morning. Is he teasing himself? At the thought of this, Qin Xiaoshui felt that even the footsteps of all uncertainty. What It's one of my male classmates. His family runs a jade processing business, and this is unwanted trimmings. Zhou Feng casually found a reason. By Qin Yan and Qin Xiaoxue, both of them were relieved. Turns out it was a male student. I told you. I haven't heard that you have a girlfriend. A smile immediately surfaced on Bai Qingyan's face. Qin Xiaoxue, on the other hand, lowered her head and didn't say anything. A faint smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Without realizing it, they had been weaving inside the bushes for an hour. Zhou Feng had been scouting ahead with a wooden stick, cleaning up those weeds that get in the way, as well as repelling animals. Otherwise, in case a poisonous snake pops up inside the grass and gives them a bite, that really is certain death. It was over an hour's walk though, but they hadn't actually advanced far, just under 2 kilometers. But when it came down to it, the number of bushes was rather less. The roads are much better instead. Mom, why do you keep going back there? Bai Qingyan noticed as she walked. Qin Xiaoxue was always behind the two men and seemed to be keeping her distance from them. Qin Xiaoxue didn't dare to get too close to Zhou Feng now. She didn't know why. Perhaps he was afraid that Zhou Feng would inquire as to how he had considered it. Just then, Qin Xiaoxue suddenly slipped under her feet. He stepped on a patch of moss and fell to the ground without looking. Auntie Qin. Zhou Feng rushed forward, but was still a step too late. One could only watch Qin Xiaoxue fall to the ground. Mom, how are you doing? Bai Qingyan also immediately went over to check it out. I think my foot is swollen. Qin Xiaoxue looked at her left ankle and looked a little flustered. Breaking your foot at a time like this? Isn't this dragging Zhou Feng and Bai Qingyan down? Auntie Qin, let me take a look. Zhou Feng's side immediately grabbed Qin Xiaoxue's ankle. Qin Xiaoxue wanted to retract her foot. However, Zhou Feng's hand tightened its grip, making her unable to move. The place where it was grabbed also transmitted the warmth of Zhou Feng's palm. Zhou Feng carefully observed where Qin Xiaoxue was injured. It's vaguely red and swollen now. Things are definitely going to get worse later. Normally, it should be iced by now. It's just that that's simply not the case right now. Zhou Feng grabbed the ankle and gently pressed the red and swollen area. Well, Qin Xiaoxue frowned. Zhou Feng, can you cure it? Bai Qingyan looked at Zhou Feng suspiciously. This guy can't be taking advantage. Anti-cough. Should not be able to walk. Zhou Feng gave a dry cough on his side before releasing Qin Xiaoxue's foot. I'm afraid this is the only chance to take advantage so brightly. What then? Bai Qingyan panicked a bit. It's fine. I'll just carry Auntie. Zhou Feng smiled. Chapter 16, The Fall. That won't do. Why don't you guys leave me here to find the campground yourselves first, and then go back to you guys when my feet are better? Qin Xiaoxue shook her head in a hurry. Mom, how can that be? Who knows what dangers are here? Bai Qingyan then vetoed the proposal. It's just too dangerous to be alone in a place like this. Just come up. Aunt Qin. Big deal. Let's walk a little slower, Zhou Feng said from the side. Then, okay. Qin Xiaoxue reluctantly agreed. Qin Xiaoxue actually understood in her heart. Zhou Feng and his daughter would not leave behind and leave. It was just that she still didn't want to be a burden to two people. While lying on Zhou Feng's shoulders, Qin Xiaoxue blushed for a moment. Her body was almost pressed together with Zhou Feng. It's more associated with this morning's events. Qin Xiaoxue didn't know what Zhou Feng was thinking right now. Zhou Feng was carrying Qin Xiaoxue on his side, but he did not feel fatigued. Instead, the walking speed was faster than just a moment ago. He knew it wasn't just psychological, but that something was really happening to his body. And what made Zhou Feng's heart steal the most joy? It was a bumpy road. Every wiggle. That's a treat. I'm sure I'll have to feel it for myself later. Bai Qingyan took the initiative to take the backpack and also their wooden sticks and scouted ahead. After another 2 hours or so of walking, it was almost noon. They rested twice during that time and were finally close to the cliff. To their delight, puddles of water can be seen on the ground from time to time, proof that there must be a water source in the neighborhood. Soon when they came to the bottom of the cliff, a modest cave appeared before their eyes. It extended like 7 or 8 meters down the rock face. There's a cave here. Great. It's still on the hillside. Bai Qingyan was pleasantly surprised. Don't make a sound, Zhou Feng hurriedly shouted in a low voice. Bai Qingyan then realized that she had been too reckless just now. Who knows if the cave was inhabited by savages? Even if there are no savages, there may be other wildlife. You guys stay here, I'll go over and take a look. Zhou Feng set Qin Xiaoxue down. Then he copied the wooden stick and cautiously approached towards the cave. That cave is halfway up the mountain. The entrance is about 5 or 6 meters wide. It's high noon, but the light is dim. Can't see what's inside. Zhou Feng approached a little bit like this, while vigorously sniffing with his nose. Many wild animals rely on flavor to assert their territory. Good thing there's no pungent odor here. Zhou Feng approached the cave step by step. It was found that there was no sign of any creature activity inside this cave. And it's cool inside. Very different from the temperature outside. The space above your head is also larger, at least 3 meters high. What surprised Zhou Feng even more was, he found a small spring not far from the cave. It flowed down the hillside directly inside the bushes below. Although the water flow was small, Zhou Feng tasted it as fresh water. Finding a place to live is not difficult. The really hard part is finding fresh water. The process of treating mountain spring water is also much simpler than stream water. Zhou Feng quickly assisted Qin Xiushui and Bai Qingyan to the inside of the cave. Both were also excited when they saw that there was fresh water here. The one thing that was lacking along the way was fresh water. They only carried some coconut water and had to save it. Can I drink this spring water directly? Bai Qingyan's mouth had long been dry from the journey. There shouldn't be any problem. Zhou Feng had already tasted it earlier. This mountain spring water doesn't look contaminated. Then I'll have a drink. Bai Qingyan couldn't hold back anymore and plopped down on the ground to take a few sips. A penetrating coldness. Then he caught some more in a mineral water bottle and handed it to Qin Xiushui. This water is still a bit sweet. Qin Xiushui couldn't help but marvel after taking a sip. Let's eat something first. Zhou Feng took the grilled fish from inside his backpack. The two of them, Qin Xiushui and Bai Qingyan, split a strip, and Zhou Feng ate two by himself. Just as Zhou Feng put down the grilled fish, he suddenly froze. A glow was noticed emanating from the rock wall next to it. When Zhou Feng looked closely, he realized that it wasn't a glow. It seemed to be a reflection of something in the distance. Get down first, Zhou Feng said in a hurry. Qin Xiushui and Bai Qingyan froze, not knowing why Zhou Feng was so nervous. However, they all followed Zhou Feng's words and plopped down together. Zhou Feng observed that reflection for a few minutes. It was a relief to find the reflection motionless, proof that the thing won't move. Zhou Feng signaled that the two people could stand up before he looked over in the direction of the light. Just a few hundred meters or so to the north, deep in the woods, something was shining through the leaves. What is that thing? Bai Qingyan also noticed. I don't know. It could be some kind of metal. Zhou Feng thought for a moment and said, the only thing that should be able to emit this kind of flash would be metal. No matter what it was, Zhou Feng had to go over and take a look. After all, it was so close to their cave. I'll go with you. Bai Qingyan immediately took the initiative and said, I'm not going to have fun. And you have to take care of Auntie Qin. Zhou Feng shook his head. If they both leave, what if something happens to Qin Xiushui? Now Qin Xiushui's ankle is still swollen. You guys go. I'm fine on my own. I'll call out if there's anything going on. And you'll need even more help on your side, Qin Xiushui said in a hurry. Zhou Feng wanted to say something else, but he couldn't really talk his way out of two. Plus it's not that far away. So Zhou Feng could only bring Bai Qingyan over first and said that he would be back soon. Before leaving, Zhou Feng left the dagger with Qin Xiushui. At least it's a defense of sorts. Zhou Feng and Bai Qingyan walked through the woods one after the other, and soon arrived at the place where the flickering light was. Upon seeing what was in front of him, Zhou Feng's mouth opened wide in shock. Bai Qingyan was even more incredulous. Is this a helicopter? Bai Qingyan blurted out. At this point they all saw it clearly. A helicopter crashed to the ground. Its fuselage broken. The helicopter didn't look very big, just like it could only take 3 or 4 people. And around the wreckage, it was covered with all kinds of vegetation. You could tell that the helicopter had been here for a long time. The flash that just went off was a piece of glass in front of the helicopter. There can't be anyone up here. Bai Qingyan revealed a horrified expression. I don't know. I'll go take a look. Zhou Feng shook his head and said. He peeled back the weeds and made his way to the hatch of the helicopter. It was found to be rusty inside and thick with dirt everywhere. Seeing this scene, Zhou Feng's heart sank. The helicopter, by the looks of it, should have been down for a long time. Chapter 17, Wreckage. Bai Qingyan felt bad when she saw Zhou Feng's gloomy expression after he came out from inside the helicopter. What's going on? Is there a body inside? Bai Qingyan's voice trembled a little. Not the first time I've seen a dead person though. But she still felt a wave of revulsion at the thought that there might be rotting corpses inside. No, nothing, only found this. Zhou Feng held up an object. Bai Qingyan looked over, and it was a bulbous object, about the size of a man's head. Bai Qingyan almost let out a scream. She was relieved when she saw what it was. Turns out it was a metal helmet. It's okay, Bai Qingyan said. Not good at all. Zhou Feng, however, shook his head. Why is it bad? Bai Qingyan had a strange look on her face. The existence of this airplane proves at least 2 things. Zhou Feng stretched out 2 fingers. The first is that this island is more dangerous than expected. A helicopter crashed here a long time ago, but there was no rescue. As for the second point, there are probably more humans on the island than we thought. Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. More than we thought? What do you mean? Bai Qingyan was a bit taken aback by Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng began to analyze it. Before this Zhou Feng they all thought that the island should just be 2 kinds of people. A kind of survivor of this shipwreck. The other kind is the savages on the island. However, this airplane proved it. Maybe there were survivors on this island a long time ago. Like on this helicopter. Not only were no bodies found, and basically nothing of value was taken. All of it. Zhou Feng even noticed that the fuel tanks on the helicopter had been pried open. Then what do we do? Bai Qingyan panicked all of a sudden. Of course it is first to consider how to live. Zhou Feng's words had not yet finished. In the direction of the cliffs came the sound of screaming. Ah! It's Qin Xiaoshue's. No good. Zhou Feng immediately ran wildly in the direction of the cliff. Bai Qingyan caught up behind her. At the same time the heart was praying that nothing would happen to the mother. When Bai Qingyan arrived at the bottom of the cave, she was already panting with exhaustion. However, when she saw that Qin Xiaoshue was intact, Bai Qingyan was still relieved. Mom, are you okay? Bai Qingyan hurriedly asked, all the while mentally muttering. The mother was making so much noise. She couldn't have encountered some bugs or something. I'm fine. It's over there. Qin Xiaoshue pointed under a tree in the distance. Bai Qingyan looked over. It was discovered that Zhou Feng was already standing over there, and there was a man lying under that tree. When I was tidying up the cave just now, I heard a commotion outside. Qin Xiaoshue began to explain, but after she subconsciously looked over, just noticed a man with blood all over his face, waddling over. Then Qin Xiaoshue let out a scream. It was also a sign of their agreement. But what Qin Xiaoshue didn't expect was that when she finished shouting, the man fell to the ground instead, unmoving. Meanwhile Zhou Feng had gone up to check it out. Bai Qingyan didn't dare to go over. After all, before coming to the deserted island, she was just an ordinary little girl. But when he thought that Zhou Feng was also about the same age as himself, it had been hard enough for Zhou Feng to gather food these past few days. He can't be left to face everything alone. So Bai Qingyan still had the courage to come to Zhou Feng's side. Just look at the man on the ground covered in blood. Bai Qingyan only glanced at it before quickly twisting her head away. Is he still alive? Bai Qingyan asked. Already dead. Zhou Feng shook his head inside as he stood up. The man had already swallowed his breath by the time Zhou Feng arrived. How did he die? It's possible that he died of shock due to blood loss. His face was scratched. This person you also recognize, he is the lapdog beside Manager Gua. Seems to be called Wang Jun. Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Zhou Feng recognized the clothes the man was wearing. What? It's him. Bai Qingyan took another look at the corpse. Noticed that the corpse was wearing clothes that looked familiar to himself. What happened to them? Where are those two? Bai Qingyan's voice trembled slightly. I don't know. It surely didn't turn out well either. Zhou Feng grabbed the corpse's ankles with both hands. Now that something had happened to Wang Jun, it would be hard for those two to go it alone. But the most important thing right now is to hide the body first. Soon Zhou Feng took Wang Jun's body and hid it inside a bush. He had no tools in his hands and no way to hide them. When he returned to the cave, Zhou Feng told Qin Xiaoshue what had happened. Although usually Qin Xiaoshue was scornful of Wang Jun, too. That's Manager Gua's lapdog. Those guys from Muscle Man before were on board, though, but they don't know each other. Wang Jun is different. That's a coworker who spends a lot of time together, hearing about just dying. But now that she heard that Wang Jun had died, Qin Xiaoshue couldn't help but feel a little sad. But the most important thing right now is whether this place of theirs is still safe. I think this place is still safe for the time being. Zhou Feng finally came up with an analysis. Zhou Feng examined Wang Jun's body. At Wang Jun's wrists, there were marks of being strangled by a rope. Should have escaped from someone, and Wang Jun should have fled a long way before he barely made it here. You may have even fainted a couple times in the middle of it. The other side, however, did not catch up. Now that there's precious fresh water inside the cave, in addition to Aunt Qin's foot being injured, we'd better stay here for now, Zhou Feng finally added. After all, Qin Xiaoshue's ankle was injured. It would be difficult for them to leave even if they wanted to. What's more, right now Zhou Feng didn't know where was safe. In case you leave the place and get into a more dangerous situation instead, what should be done then? I'm sorry, it's all my fault for dragging my feet. Qin Xiaoshue's side was full of apologies. Auntie, stop saying such things. We're a family, Zhou Feng said in a serious manner. A family? Hearing these words, Qin Xiaoshue thought back to Zhou Feng's confession earlier. This kid really wants to be a family with himself, want to be your own husband. Next to her, Bai Qingyan was a bit misunderstood. She assumed that everyone knew each other from childhood and were neighbors. So like family. Goo goo goo. Just then, the sound of a bird chirping came from a short distance away. Zhou Feng immediately looked over, spotted a grouse standing in a tree in the distance. There's meat. Zhou Feng burst into ecstasy. Just how to capture that grouse became a problem. Zhou Feng saw many stones on the ground and immediately picked up a few. It then slammed hard towards the grouse. Bang! The grouse seemed to be frightened and immediately fluttered its wings and tried to fly away. It only just flew less than a meter before landing directly on the ground. Chapter 18 Stripped. Zhou Feng, you're so powerful. Bai Qingyan jumped up in excitement. In the past, Bai Qingyan's favorite food was stewed chicken. Wait for me to go over and take a look. Zhou Feng copied the wooden stick and headed that way. The grouse was soon carried back, weighing about 2 pounds. Pheasants in nature. These creatures don't actually weigh much, but the flavor of pheasant is not something that can be compared to seafood. It is still handled by Qin Xiaoshui's hair pulling. After plucking the feathers from the grouse, he used a dagger to get rid of all the internal organs, subsequently chopped into individual pieces. Bai Qingyan picked up a lot of branches and lit a bonfire. This time they had the tool they used for the stew, the helmet Zhou Feng had picked up earlier. After cleaning it up, you'll be able to use it as a pan. Soon a scent filled the cave. Bai Qingyan looked at the pot of chicken and couldn't stop her mouth from watering. But then Bai Qingyan thought of a point and her face changed. The smell won't attract other animals, or people. If it was just animals, then Bai Qingyan wasn't that worried. The key is humans. Animals are possible, but humans definitely won't. Zhou Feng shook his head and said, the smell would only travel a few dozen meters at most. Human noses weren't that sensitive. It would be a good way to add to their diet if an animal came along. As long as it wasn't one of those large carnivores, Zhou Feng was confident that he could handle it. And on an island like this, it's not expected to have those large animals. That's good. Bai Qingyan sighed in relief. The appearance of Wang Jun's corpse had been floating inside her mind from time to time. This pot of chicken simmered for over 2 hours. It finally got to the point where it was soft and rotten off the bone. The 3 men now had pots but no bowls or anything like that. You can only find white leaves and use them in place of a bowl for the time being. Also there were no chopsticks, but a couple random branches would do instead. A pot of chicken was quickly devoured by them. There was no salt or other seasonings now, but the 3 men hadn't had a proper meal in days. One by one, they were all greasy and ended up licking the soup clean. Only the last chicken leg left. Aunt Sheen, you can eat this with the chicken leg, so that you can recover faster. Zhou Feng stuffed the chicken leg to Qin Xiaoshui. This ankle of mine doesn't hurt that much anymore, so it's better if you eat it. Qin Xiaoshui wanted to return the chicken leg. It was just that Zhou Feng directly stood up and avoided Qin Xiaoshui. Qin Xiaoshui's legs and feet were inconvenient, so she couldn't catch up with Zhou Feng at all. Seeing this scene, Bai Qingyan couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. What are you laughing at, you kid? You eat it. Qin Xiaoshui handed Bai Qingyan the chicken leg. Mom, it's better for you to eat. Bai Qingyan hurriedly refused. Qin Xiaoshui was a bit helpless, so she could only wrap the chicken legs in leaves and put them in the shade first, wait for the next meal and eat it together. On the other side, Zhou Feng ate and drank enough. He went out with a wooden stick. Right now there is still some time before dark. Zhou Feng was going to take this time to properly search the surrounding area, see if there are any more potential dangers. This time Zhou Feng had a few more stones in his hands. The stones were at the bottom of the cliff, carefully selected by him. Each stone is the size of an egg and is angular. He found throwing rocks instead threatening in this environment. The power of a rock is terrifying if it's thrown accurately enough. With the power Zhou Feng contained within his body right now, he felt that he could even punch someone to death. After walking around for a while, Zhou Feng did not find anything new. Instead, he found another hare, which was stoned to death by Zhou Feng. Tomorrow's lunch is ready. Before returning to the cave, Zhou Feng was ready to look at Wang Jun's corpse again. However, when Zhou Feng peeled back the bushes, he could not help but feel his scalp tingle. Wang Jun's body has been moved. Zhou Feng, however, remembered clearly that he had placed Wang Jun's body face up, but now this body is lying on its side. Usually when a wild animal drags, there are marks, but there's no trace of anything here. It's people. Zhou Feng's cold sweat came down. Who the hell came to check out Wang Jun's body? Qin Xiaoshui and Bai Qingyan? No way. They don't have the guts to look at the bodies. It must be someone else. The bottom line is, has the other side found them? Is it still safe here? And is the person who viewed Wang Jun's body Wang Jun's murderer? Zhou Feng did not know and could only return to the cave first. The situation was told to Qin Xiaoshui and Bai Qingyan. What now? Bai Qingyan instantly panicked. Either way, it made Bai Qingyan feel fearful inside. I have an idea. It may be the only way at the moment. It just requires you guys to make a little sacrifice. Zhou Feng said slowly. Sacrifice? What sacrifice? Bai Qingyan asked. Little Feng, whatever your idea is, we'll listen to you. Qin Xiaoshui's tone was firm. The fact that they were able to survive until now was entirely because of Zhou Feng. No matter what sacrifices were made, Qin Xiaoshui was also willing. After all, it wasn't the first time Qin Xiaoshui had brought up the matter of patting herself. I want you guys to take off your clothes. Zhou Feng scratched his head. You rascal. Bai Qingyan was instantly anxious. At this time of great difficulty, Zhou Feng was actually thinking about this. And to have them together. Does it mean that you want to have a good time if you're going to face danger? Don't want to die without knowing what a woman tastes like? If Zhou Feng had made a request to himself, then Bai Qingyan thought that he would give it some thought. But now it's bringing them together. How is this possible? Little Feng, you must have something in mind, right? Qin Xiaoshui's side was red-faced. She felt that it should be a misunderstanding. Zhou Feng is definitely not that kind of person. Well, this island is full of dangers. If we just leave like this, we will most likely fall into an even more dangerous place. So it's better to keep guard here for now. So I want to make a dummy out of your clothes and put it inside the cave to use it as bait. Zhou Feng nodded and said. Hearing that Zhou Feng was for this, Bai Qingyan realized that she had misunderstood Zhou Feng. Right. Sorry, Zhou Feng. I didn't think towards that. I thought you. Bai Qingyan swallowed. Still didn't say that Zhou Feng was a hooligan again. As bait? So you're going to stand guard here? Qin Xiaoshua realized what Zhou Feng wanted to do. To be left alone to face the danger. Well, you guys go and stay over by the helicopter. It should be safe over there. Zhou Feng nodded. And it's not cold inside the helicopter at night. Then, we'll take it off. Qin Xiaoshua was the first to start. Chapter 19, Sneak Attack. In fact, Zhou Feng had seen them in bikinis when they were on the ship. It's just that bikinis and the clothes inside them are ultimately different. Seeing that Qin Xiaoshui had started, Bai Qingyan also took off her t-shirt. Zhou Feng glanced at Qin Xiaoshua for a few moments before he hastily turned his head away. A little too appealing in the middle of nowhere. And don't be embarrassed, who knows when we'll be able to leave. Don't be so outgoing. Qin Xiaoshui saw this and smiled instead. It is. This is actually nothing. Bai Qingyan also blushed. Zhou Feng scratched his head and turned around. Don't think there's anything wrong with what the two said. If he or she really cared too much, it would be embarrassing for both of them instead. Not to mention the high level of wear and tear on clothes in a place like this. It won't be long before they all need to make clothes out of leaves. When it gets dark later, you guys will sneak over there. Zhou Feng said. He wondered if he was being watched. That's the safest way to go. Okay. Qin Xiaoshui nodded. They then agreed on a code word. If there was danger on Qin Xiaoshui's side, yell your name towards the sky. Zhou Feng will be there soon. They were just a few hundred meters apart anyway. What about the danger on your side? Bai Qingyan asked. If there is any danger on my side, I will light this pile of firewood on fire, and you guys will escape towards the beachside, and I will find you. Zhou Feng pointed at a large pile of firewood next to the cave and said. That was what Bai Qingyan and himself had collected earlier. It was going to be used as firewood. Once it was lit, it was surely a fire. It was also visible from where Bai Qingyan and the others were. Zhou Feng could have actually shouted to make noise. But then the signal to retreat would have been too obvious. If an enemy did show up, surely they would be able to realize that there were others around. Okay. Bai Qingyan nodded. If Zhou Feng were to encounter danger, I'm afraid that with their strength, they wouldn't be able to help. Not dragging your feet would have been the best outcome. Soon it was dark. Bai Qingyan assisted Qin Xiaoshui and walked towards the helicopter under the cover of the night. Zhou Feng gave Bai Qingyan the dagger as well, as a defensive weapon. For himself, he used a wooden stick with a fish stuck in it, and a lot of rocks on the ground as weapons. A girl like Bai Qingyan using a wooden stick didn't really have much fighting power. You simply can't knock someone out right away. It's holding a dagger that makes you a bit of a threat. Watching the two people leave, Zhou Feng picked up a nearby dummy. It's made of twigs and weeds. Zhou Feng then picked up the t-shirt that was placed next to him and folded by Qin Xiaoshui. When picking up the clothes, Zhou Feng had a strange feeling in his heart. Subconsciously, he came closer to smell it. I've been wearing them for a few days now, but they don't have a bad smell. Instead, there was a familiar smell. It's the same kind of thing that the weekly summit smelled these past few mornings. No good. This is not good. Zhou Feng's side mumbled. Only then did he put the t-shirt on the dummy's body. There was a faint fire in the cave, illuminating the dummy's body. It looked rather like the real thing. Zhou Feng placed the two dummies to the innermost position, and the view became even more blurred. He then proceeded to scatter a lot of small rocks around the rock wall that he had climbed up into the cave. After the preparations were pretty much underway, Zhou Feng then closed his eyes and lay down to rest inside the cave. The sooner you rest in this case, the better you will stay in good spirits instead. Otherwise staying up until the latter part of the night can be extraordinarily exhausting. I don't know how long it's been. A tiny sound suddenly came from outside. Cluck, cluck. It was the sound of someone stepping on gravel. Zhou Feng snapped his eyes open. Listen carefully to every move around you. That voice also came to an abrupt end, as if it was just Zhou Feng's illusion just now. But after waiting 2 minutes, the sound continued. Another cackle. Someone stepped slowly up the slope toward the cave. And there's more than one footstep. That's 3 in all. It's approaching towards the cave. Now Zhou Feng was incredibly grateful. It's a good thing he had an extra hand to prepare. Otherwise they would have been in trouble today. These guys are definitely up to no good. Zhou Feng quietly climbed up and hid inside the corner of the cave. This corner location is special. Only by coming in through the entrance of the cave and turning around could he discover Zhou Feng, who was hiding. Soon the three people outside the cave had quietly arrived at the entrance of the cave. The whole time the three didn't even half talk to each other. Obviously they all know what they need to do. The three men went straight for the dummy on the floor. Zhou Feng stood behind them and watched clearly. These three are no savages. Rather, it's distinctly modern. It's just that the clothes they're wearing are tattered and their hair looks disheveled. Obviously not a recently fallen survivor. All three had spears in their hands and stabbed them towards the dummy on the ground. Seeing this scene, Zhou Feng could only feel his blood rising. Suppose all three of them were lying inside the cave. Then it's either dead or seriously injured now. Zhou Feng roared angrily. The wooden stick was copied and rushed forward. Ha! One of the attackers also made a puzzled noise, because he was able to sense that this dressed one was not human at all. The next second, he let out a scream. The body was poked hard. The wooden stick in Zhou Feng's hand stabbed into his body. More than that, it toppled him against the rock wall. The man screamed miserably and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Asshole! There's an ambush! The other two turned around in a hurry. Zhou Feng had already dropped his wooden stick and lunged towards one of them. The fist smashed into the man's face. Click! The man's nose broke right off. He was even knocked to the ground by Zhou Feng's punch and rolled over to wail in pain. Zhou Feng then made a sidestep towards the side, dodging the spear stabbing from behind him, turning to look at the last of the attackers still standing. This person was 27 or 18 years old from the looks of it. It's just all dirty. Zhou Feng bent down to pick up the spear on the ground. It was the attacker's turn to panic. Have a conversation. The assailant gulped. Having a conversation? Why didn't you think of that when you attacked just now? Zhou Feng lowered his voice and roared. The assailant blushed slightly. As he watched Zhou Feng raise his spear, he hurriedly shouted. Wait a minute. I know a lot of intel. I'll trade intel for a way out. The assailant held up his hands. Ho Chuan, if you dare to say anything, the boss won't let you go. Just then, another assailant covered his face and said, Pust. Without the slightest hesitation, the spear in Zhou Feng's hand stepped forward and stabbed the opponent's chest. The man's body convulsed a few times, and then there was no movement. Seeing this scene, Ho Chuan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The man in front of me is a tough guy. Chapter 20 Interrogation. As long as you tell me everything you know, I will let you live. Zhou Feng turned his head to look at Ho Chuan. Ho Chuan swallowed. What do you want to know? What is the name of this island? And who are you guys and how did you get here? Zhou Feng asked. In fact, in Zhou Feng's heart, there were too many doubts. One can only start by asking the simplest ones first. We don't know what the name of this island is either, but some people call it Paradise Island. Ho Chuan said in a hurry. Paradise Island? Zhou Feng frowned. Prior to this trip, he had Googled, saw a lot of places that claimed to be Paradise Islands, like Fiji, Bali, the Hawaiian Islands, or something like that. It's really just a tourist promotion. Is this also called Paradise Island? Could it be that this is some kind of tourist mecca as well? Who called this island the Island of Paradise? Zhou Feng quickly realized that there was a problem in Ho Chuan's words. Since Ho Chuan and these people created the name, there must be someone else. We found a stone tablet with the words Paradise Island written on it, Ho Chuan said slowly. A stone tablet? There's actually a monolith on this island? That stone monument is at our current residence, about 3 kilometers away from here. Ho Chuan pointed in a direction and said. Zhou Feng secretly nodded his head when he saw that direction. Hochin shouldn't have lied. Wang Jun and the others went over in that direction. When did you guys get on the island? Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes and Ho Chuan explained up that they men were the crew of a fishing boat. While passing through a certain area of the ocean, the weather suddenly changed. Lightning flashes and thunder. Everyone fainted, and when they woke up they appeared on this island. It's been most of the year now. Never waited for help. Zhou Feng immediately frowned. The experience was exactly like theirs. And it's amazing that these people have been here for 6 months. That body inside the bush. Did you guys kill it? Zhou Feng asked again. Aha. Ho Chuan nodded. Why did you kill him? Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Ho Chuan waved his hand in a hurry. Our boss wanted to find something. So after we caught him and interrogated him, we didn't expect him to run out on his own. What is it? Zhou Feng asked. There shouldn't be anything of value on Wang Jun's body. I don't know. Ho Chuan shook his head. Zhou Feng frowned. Seeing that Zhou Feng was about to get angry, Ho Chuan hurriedly defended himself. He didn't really know what to look for. It's just that the boss had told them to bring back all the personal belongings that Wang Jun had on him. They chased them all the way here before they found Wang Jun's body. While rummaging through the bodies, realized there were other survivors here, so as not to spook the snakes, so sneakily hide them first. You guys never went back. Zhou Feng sighed in relief. If that's the case, it proves that no new attackers are coming for a while. Ho Chuan immediately stated that the boss didn't know that they had found another survivor. They haven't had time to go back and report the news. Zhou Feng nodded his head, presumably because he saw two women beside Zhou Feng. So think the three of them are 10 out of 10. Then you attacked us to find something as well? Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. Survivors on this island, even if they don't help each other. Nor is there any reason to start a senseless killing spree against each other. It must also have something to do with what the other guy said about finding something. Definitely not the supplies they had on them, though it was said that each of them, to a greater or lesser extent, carried something with them. Things like daggers, lighters and cell phones. But there's no need to go on a killing spree just for that. Especially now that there's no power or signal. Electronics are all over the place. The cell phone on Zhou Feng's body had run out of battery. We don't know. The boss didn't say what he was looking for. Anyway, nothing can be left behind. Ho Chuan shook his head. Yeah. Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes, took the pendant out from inside the collar and looked at it. Could it be the pendant on himself? Zhou Feng felt that if there was anything, it would allow the other party to kill with impunity. That must be of extraordinary value. For example, the pendant on yourself. Where did this pendant come from? Why did it come inside one's pocket? Zhou Feng knew nothing about it. But the magic of this pendant is definitely worth anyone's risk. At the same time Zhou Feng also used a sliver of his remaining light to look at Ho Chuan. He clearly saw the surprise and greed that flashed in Ho Chuan's eyes. Oh, Zhou Feng had intentionally exposed the pendant. Just want to see the expression on the other side. Now Ho Chuan's vision had proved that he was lying. Ho Chuan must know something. He just didn't tell himself. The people you killed still have companions. Right. Where are they? Zhou Feng said. Following Wang Jun were Manager Guai and Li Ran. Since Wang Jun is dead now, what happened to the other two? They're still alive. Inside the base. Ho Chuan explained. They're still alive? Zhou Feng was surprised. The more he felt that Ho Chuan's words were filled with lies. Li Ran is young and pretty and it's normal that she didn't die. But Manager Guai, with his fat head and ears, didn't die either? Wang Jun was tortured like that. How can Li Ran be okay? How is that possible? Even if Manager Guai is really alive, why did you leave him behind? Is there anything else you want to ask? Ho Chuan's tone on his side became a bit urgent, obviously trying to get out of here quickly. Have you ever seen a savage here? Zhou Feng asked again. No. Ho Chuan shook his head. Well, you can go now. Zhou Feng said. Don't worry. I definitely won't go back to the boss and their side. 3 people go out and I'm the only one who goes back. He'll kill me. Ho Chuan said with conviction, then stepped back to the cave entrance. Then he turned and ran at speed toward the bottom of the downslope. But just at this time, a breaking sound came from behind him. Bang! A stone hit Ho Chuan's head with precision. Ho Chuan fell to the ground in response. Zhou Feng slowly stepped forward, picking up a large rock nearby. He slammed it down hard, after hiding all 3 bodies inside the bushes. It's already dawn. Zhou Feng arrived at the place where the helicopter crashed. Seeing that it was Zhou Feng who had come over, the two of them, Bai Qingyan and Qin Xiaoxue, also welcomed him out. Zhou Feng returned the tops to them first. After all, 2 big beauties like this would be hard for anyone to bear. Nothing happened last night, right? Bai Qingyan had a hint of dark circles under her eyes on her face. Obviously last night, she didn't sleep well. Zhou Feng hesitated for a moment on his side, but he still told everything that had happened. After all, there are so many dangers on the island right now. It's only right to let them know too. So Zhou Feng told the story. Of course he omitted the jade pendant. What? There's actually this kind of lunatic on the island. Bai Qingyan's face was ugly. I can't believe I'm killing people on sight. This island is far more dangerous than we thought. Qin Xiaoxue also muttered. Aunt Qin, how is your foot? Zhou Feng asked. It doesn't hurt anymore. You can walk, Qin Xiaoxue said. Zhou Feng was the one who saw Qin Xiaoxue walk out on her own just now. Let me check. Zhou Feng's side came to Qin Xiaoxue's side. Without any further ado, he took off her shoes directly. Chapter 21, Fierce Dangers. Xiao Fengyu. Qin Xiaoshue's side was a bit overwhelmed. One could only stand by holding onto Zhou Feng's shoulders. Zhou Feng squatted down and briefly looked at it. It was found that the swelling of Qin Xiaoshue's ankle had gone down. It seems to be a no-brainer. Only then did he help Qin Xiaoxue put her shoes on. Now I have an idea. I don't know if you guys agree. Zhou Feng stood up. Whatever you say, we'll listen to you. Qin Xiaoxue immediately showed her support. I'll listen to you too. Bai Qingyan followed. Zhou Feng gave his thoughts. It's really about going back to the beach and getting to Fan Jian and Yang Wei and those guys. Looking for them for what? Bai Qingyan's stomach was full of anger when she mentioned those people. Those guys weren't exactly nice. What I'm a little worried about is that those people might be killed as well, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Manager Guo and Li Ran are now alive or dead. However, Zhou Feng felt that they would most likely be coerced. Take the men and head to the beach they were on in the first place. That boss, after all, was looking for the jade pendant, is not going to spare any of the survivors. That has nothing to do with us either. It's all because they asked for it. Bai Qingyan didn't have any motherly heart at all, especially since Zhou Feng and Fan Jian and the others had clashed before. If they are caught, they will definitely ask after our whereabouts, and sooner or later, they will find us anyway, Zhou Feng explained. So it would be better to go ahead and find Fan Jian and the others while you can. Although there had been some skirmishes earlier, but at least they used to be co-workers, far more reliable than strangers. Everyone is safer together. Then we can change places, Bai Qingyan said. Who knows if there are other dangers on the island? We can't take any more chances. Zhou Feng shook his head. They've been kind of lucky with this one. If it's like Manager Guo and others, trespassing directly into the other side's territory, that's going to be a desperate situation to begin with. Li Chanqian and Sun Hong are quite pitiful. We should go and remind them as well, Qin Xiaoshui said at this time. The two names Qin Xiaoshui said were the two female employees who followed Fan Jian and Yang Wei. Both of them have just started less than 6 months ago. Inside the company is pure newcomer, usually quite honest, probably didn't expect to end up on this deserted island. Alright, seeing that her mother had said so, Bai Qingyan could only nod along. When Zhou Feng was going back this time, Zhou Feng first put all their food on this side of the helicopter, and around the cave, Zhou Feng had made a lot of secret signs. Many stones were quietly laid down all along the path of necessity. Anyone who passes by is sure to touch these stones, because there were no supplies carried, just water and weapons. Their weapons were the spears left behind by Ho Chuan and the others. The tip of this spear is sharp iron. I don't know where it was found, but it was tied to the front end with a loop of twine. This trip back is going to be a lot faster. Plus they had cleared a path yesterday. It took 4 or 5 hours to get here yesterday, but today it may only take an hour or so. While walking on this road, Bai Qingyan also realized, Zhou Feng was right. Suppose the villains had followed this road in search of them, they would soon have been discovered. This time when he was traveling through, Zhou Feng paid extra attention to Qin Xiaoshui. It's also all about picking some better roads to travel. After an hour or so, they did reach the edge of the jungle. You guys wait here, I'll take a look at the situation first, Zhou Feng said to the two women. Well, you be careful. Qin Xiaoshui nodded heavily. Let me help you. Bai Qingyan wanted to contribute. Hearing this, Zhou Feng cried and laughed. It can only mean that you are fine on your own. Okay. Bai Qingyan could only compromise in the end. Zhou Feng's side bent down to the edge of the jungle. His eyesight and hearing, now, are much stronger than before. In a flash, he saw Fan Jian and the others, the gathering place they had built. Upon seeing the scene over there clearly, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as well. At this moment, the two people, Fan Jian and Yang Wei, were holding their weapons. Again, sharpened sticks. The other two female employees hid from them. There were 6 men in front of them. 5 of them were men, and the other was Li Ran. Only now Li Ran looked woefully out of shape as well. The clothes he wore yesterday were gone, replaced by a very wide set of men's clothes, and that shirt, speckled with blood. Zhou Feng recognized it at once. Those are Manager Gui's clothes. As you can tell from all the blood, Manager Gui is also in a bad way now. You guys want to resist even with these wooden sticks? A man with a dark face grinned. He was the boss Ho Chuan talked about. Wu Wenrong. Boss, let's just get them killed. Those 2 chicks look good. A man next to him shouted, holding a spear. It was exactly the same as the spears in the hands of those 3 men from Ho Chuan. Don't rush. Talk to them. After all, I still have to find something. Wu Wenrong said with a wave of his hand. We have nothing against you. Why are you guys coming to kill us? Fan Jian's face turned blue. On the other side, Yang Wei's performance was even worse. His hands were shaking as he held the wooden stick, and every now and then his eyes looked at Li Ran. There was a look of grief inside his eyes. Obviously Yang Wei was heartbroken when Li Ran became like this. Nothing, just looking for something. And the other 3? Where are they? Wu Wenrong's gaze swept around. Hearing this, Zhou Feng understood. The 3 people in Wu Wenrong's mouth were probably talking about his own 3 people. In that case, Wu Wenrong, in all likelihood, really didn't know. Ho Chuan and the others found their trail. Instead, it was from Manager Gui and Li Ran that they learned there were survivors here. So it was rushed at dawn. But that side was farther away from the beach after all. So it came much later than Zhou Feng. Oh, do we have a living when we say it? Manager Guo and Wang Jun are both dead now, right? Fan Jian laughed coldly, his eyes looking towards Li Ran. Fan Jian is no cutie pie either. After seeing Li Ran wearing manager Guo's clothes, he understood. Those two are murderous. They died. A terrible death. Li Ran sighed with a crying voice, just did not shed tears. You could tell by looking at her red, swollen eyes that it was no longer flowing. Snap. A man immediately gave Li Ran a hard slap in the face. I want you to talk more. Chapter 22, Kneeling in Gratitude. I'll fight you. When Yang Wei saw this scene, he directly copied the wooden stick. Viciously, he charged towards the man. At the sight of this, several men backed away. There was no underestimating Yang Wei because what he was holding was just a wooden stick. After all, this is a deserted island. Even if the injury isn't serious, it's still bad if it gets infected. Plus, Yang Wei was young and strong and still had a lot of strength. Even if there are no rules, it looks like a tiger. More importantly, of course, they all knew that Yang Wei's 2 strikes couldn't possibly last. Sure enough, after 10 seconds or so, Yang Wei was already physically exhausted. It would have been a few days of not eating much. It's taken all the stamina now. Stay alive, Wu Wenrong said indifferently. A man at his side snapped first. Raising his spear, he greeted towards Yang Wei. He didn't stab the vitals though. Instead, he stabbed towards his thigh, trying to restrict Yang Wei's mobility. Yang Wei backed up in a hurry. At that moment, 2 more people rushed over and stabbed towards him as well. Yang Wei scrambled more or less and still got swept up on his arm by a club. All I could feel was my arms tingling and aching. Spell it out. Seeing this scene, Fan Jian also roared angrily. Swinging his wooden stick, he charged. It was just that even if the 2 of them put their hands together, they were simply no match for these people. Sun Hong looked at the scene in front of him and shivered. What the hell is this place? Sun Hong couldn't help but mutter. It was thought to be just a maritime accident. One is lucky to be alive. Without realizing that there were such a bunch of crazies on the island. Demons, perverts, killing spree. Just when Sun Hong didn't notice, a man grabbed her arm and went straight to work ripping her clothes off. Greed was all over his face. Sun Hong erupted into a piercing scream, but unfortunately it was of no use at all. The man didn't stop moving for that reason, but instead his gaze grew even hotter. The expression was also more frantic. Lu Qingqing, who was next to her, saw the scene and her legs went limp, kneeled right down on the beach. She was also as timid as Sun Hong and had little of her own. Now that she saw Sun Hong being bullied, Lu Qingqing was also scared and could only tremble. Right about this time, suddenly a rock flew over from a distance. Unbiasedly, it hit the head of the person pulling Sun Hong. Bang! The man instantly fell face down on the sand. This sudden scene startled everyone present. No one expected an attack to actually come from a distance. And Zhou Feng's attack wasn't just that. He had gotten out from inside the grass. Another rock flew over. Bang! Another unlucky man was knocked out. This guy was much luckier. The rock just grazed his scalp. But in the twinkling of an eye, blood flowed down and stained half of his face. What man? Wu Wenrong turned his head and looked viciously at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng's sudden appearance caused Fan Jian and the others to be ecstatic. They never expected that at this time, Zhou Feng would show up to help them. Keep in mind that they've all had issues before, and they're all at the end of their rope now. It is no longer possible to continue to support it. It's only a matter of time before they get caught. Now that Zhou Feng had appeared, it finally gave them a chance to catch their breath. Zhou Feng's side was already carrying a spear and rushing towards Wu Wenrong and the others. Seeing the spear in Zhou Feng's hand, Wu Wenrong's face changed. This spear he recognized. It's all about the weapons of your own men. Now it appeared in Zhou Feng's hands. But Wu Wenrong, now they didn't have time to marvel. Zhou Feng had already charged over wielding his spear. Where did the brat come from? Looking for death. There was a man rushing over. The man had obviously practiced with a spear and came straight at Zhou Feng's vitals. However, Zhou Feng's speed and power was even faster. He dodged the man's attack and speared him hard in the small of the back. Pust! By the time Zhou Feng pulled the spear out, blood instantly flowed from the man's abdomen. The man looked shocked and covered his abdomen. There was pain inside his eyes, and Zhou Feng didn't give him a second chance. The spear pierced the chest once more and the man fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing Zhou Feng being so fierce, Wu Wenrong's face also changed. Together, get him for me. At this time, there were only 2 people around Wu Wenrong. The man with blood stained on his head roared and rushed Zhou Feng, but Fan Jian stepped in at this time. The man who was knocked out by the stone dropped his spear to the ground. Fan Jian picks it up and sneaks in from behind. Finish off the man with the blood on his head. On the other hand, Zhou Feng also used his spear and pierced the neck of another henchman. Looking at the fact that he was the only one left, Wu Wenrong snapped back to his senses. In the blink of an eye he was actually in a desperate situation. Don't kill me. I surrender. I surrender. Wu Wenrong raised his hands and hastily backed away. Surrender? Zhou Feng sneered. You surrender? You were going to get us killed just now. Yang Wei even had anger filling his eyes. Surrender now? You're kidding. None of you are clear about what's going on this island, right? I can tell you a lot of information. As long as you're willing to keep me alive. Otherwise, with the few of you on the island, you will surely die. Wu Wenrong continued to beg up. Hearing Wu Wenrong's words, both Fan Jian and Yang Wei were heartened, because it's like what Wu Wenrong said. They had no idea what was going on this island. It was thought to be an uninhabited island, but I didn't expect that so many people would suddenly appear. And these people, Wu Wenrong, looked like they had been living on the island for quite a long time. There should be some knowledge of the island. Why don't we leave him alive first, and wait to turn back? Fan Jian narrowed his eyes and made a gesture. Fan Jian wanted to get some information out of Wu Wenrong's mouth. Wait to turn around and finish this guy off. But he's on Li Ran. Yang Wei reddened his eyes. For what happened to Li Ran? Yang Wei could not forgive. I really may tell you a lot of information. This island is not as simple as you think. Wu Wenrong's side still wants to continue to show his value. Just then, Wu Wenrong let out a miserable scream. The spear pierced his chest. Wu Wenrong turned back and looked at Zhou Feng incredulously. It didn't occur to me that Zhou Feng would make a sudden move. You killed him. Fan Jian was stunned. Originally, Fan Jian was still prepared to keep Wu Wenrong alive. Do you think that he will tell you the truth? Won't he take the opportunity to escape? Keeping it is a hidden danger. Zhou Feng shook his head and said. Most importantly, Zhou Feng had already learned some information from Ho Chuan. Wu Wenrong probably couldn't say anything fancy. The only information that matters should be that Wu Wenrong is looking for something. What the hell is Wu Wenrong doing going around hunting survivors for? Zhou Feng suspected to want what Wu Wenrong was looking for. It's the jade pendant on yourself. However, Zhou Feng understood that Wu Wenrong would not be able to bring this out. It's good to kill it. Yang Wei gritted his teeth. Just then, the two of them, Qin Xiaoshui and Bai Qingyan, ran over with their spears as well. They were uneasy about Zhou Feng, so they still secretly followed him. It's just that the battle was all over by the time they arrived. Zhou Feng made a move to kill the man who had been smashed into unconsciousness, and made a move to kill him as well. There's no point in leaving anyone alive now. It was also the first time that Fan Jian and Yang Wei had made a move to fight someone. They don't have a lot of emotional turmoil, though. There's been so much going on the deserted island that they've become somewhat numb. Sister Qin, Sun Hong and Lu Qingqing both cried out when they saw Qin Xiaoshui. It's fine. Just fine. Qin Xiaoshui's side rushed forward to comfort. Why did you bring people here? Just at this time, Fan Jian picked up the spear on the ground and viciously yelled at Li Ran. During the battle just now, Li Ran hid at the side the entire time. At this moment, seeing Fan Jian pick up a spear and aim it at herself, her emotions suddenly broke down. I can't help it. I can't help it. If you don't kill me too, I don't want to live. Say it. Why did you harm us? Fan Jian was still roaring. Li Ran she. Yang Wei saw this scene and quickly pulled Fan Jian's arm. Yang Wei tried to defend Li Ran. Fan Jian's side was speechless. It didn't occur to me that Yang Wei really liked Li Ran. Even at this point in time, it's all about putting in a good word for Li Ran. Alright, don't give her a hard time. Manager Guo and Wang Jun must have said it a long time ago. Zhou Feng also walked over and spoke at this time. He kind of excused Li Ran with those words, but it was also true that Manager Guo must have spilled the beans on the intel a long time ago. When he heard Zhou Feng say that, Fan Jian immediately put his spear away. Zhou Feng had just saved their lives. It was impossible for Fan Jian to oppose Zhou Feng at this time. And Fan Jian also understood that Zhou Feng was right. Looking at the clothes of Manager Guo that Li Ran was wearing, he knew that Manager Guo must be in a bad way. People like Manager Guo will definitely betray them. It's just a matter of saying where they are early on. Leaving Li Ran behind might just be a bandwagon. Can I still stay? Li Ran looked at Zhou Feng with a thirsty gaze. Li Ran still doesn't want to die. Zhou Feng frowned and was still a little bit in trouble. I can take care of her, Yang Wei said hurriedly at this time. At the same time, he came next to Li Ran and gently wrapped his arm around her. Li Ran froze. Obviously it didn't occur to him that at a time like this, Yang Wei actually supported himself. 2 lines of tears slid down her face and she tilted her head to lean on Yang Wei's body. Let's deal with the corpses first. See if we can find anything of value on them, if not just throw them into the sea. Zhou Feng gave the order. Originally, Zhou Feng had wanted, from Li Ran's mouth, to know what exactly had happened. But seeing Li Ran's current state, Zhou Feng still decided to wait a bit before inquiring. Hearing Zhou Feng's words, Fan Jian and the others acted, including Sun Hong and Lu Qingqing. They had already treated Zhou Feng as a leader. Start examining the bodies on the floor. And Zhou Feng came straight to Wu Wenrong's side and began to rummage through his body. Wanted to see if there was a jade pendant or something like that on Wu Wenrong's body. Just checked a couple times and still nothing. One could only throw Wu Wenrong's body. like the others, inside the sea in the distance. The shore here is all reef and there is no beach. The body shouldn't wash back up on the shore. And when that's done with, Fan Jian and the others took out the grilled fish and shared it with Zhou Feng and the others. A dozen fish, large and small, all grilled at once. There were also some oysters and shell crabs and such. This is all the food they collected yesterday. The original plan was to eat a little every day, but after this robbery, they were physically and mentally exhausted to the core. Food is desperately needed to replenish it. While eating, Zhou Feng also inquired about Li Ran. What the hell happened yesterday after they left? Li Ran had been snuggled up next to Yang Wei and was much more stabilized. Hearing Zhou Feng's inquiry, she slowly began to narrate. It turns out that yesterday they left the beach and headed in one direction. They soon met a man who greeted them warmly. That man was Wu Wenrong's henchman, tricked them into staying at Wu Wenrong's place and others. And then the nightmare that greets them. Li Ran describes himself as insulted. Manager Guo and Wang Jun were inhumanly tortured and told everything they knew. While Li Ran was recounting these words, Yang Wei kept holding onto her hand. Obviously Li Ran was able to get those words out, and it was Yang Wei who gave her encouragement. Later, Wang Jun did not know how, but broke free and ran away. Until now the whereabouts are unknown. As for Manager Guo, he died of blood loss. Li Ran sighed. Li Ran naturally had no feelings for Manager Guo. Everything is just profit. Mom, Li Ran is so strong. Bai Qingyan whispered in Qin Xiaoshue's ear. She couldn't have imagined it on her own for a change. In this situation now, it's even good to be alive. Qin Xiaoshue also let out a slight sigh. Any woman who has had this happen to her deserves sympathy. Just then, Yang Wei stood up. Zhou Feng, we were the ones who were sorry to you before, and now we're apologizing to you. As the words fell, Yang Wei directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed at Zhou Feng. Seeing this scene, Fan Jian followed suit and kowtowed. If Zhou Feng hadn't come to the rescue today, they're all afraid they're all going to be tortured. Seeing this scene, Sun Hong and Lu Qingqing wanted to kowtow along. Otherwise what happens to Li Ran is there tomorrow. However, they were stopped by Qin Xiaoshui and by Qingyan. Don't be so polite. Zhou Feng doesn't like it either. The two men said in a rush. All of you get up. We are all acquaintances after all. It was just some minor conflicts in the past. Zhou Feng waved his hand and said, why did you come back? Fan Jian showed a puzzled expression. I met a few other people of theirs and learned that they might come looking for you. If I don't help, they will definitely follow the traces and find you. Zhou Feng directly told the truth. Hearing these words, Fan Jian lowered his head to reveal a heartfelt expression. Because after Zhou Feng left, Fan Jian did follow the traces Zhou Feng had walked and followed for a while. If Wu Wenrong and the others tortured themselves, Fan Jian was afraid that he would just give in as well. As soon as he thought of this, Fan Jian couldn't help but glance at Li Ran. Just now, he seemed to have gone a bit overboard when he pointed at Li Ran. Now I have a suggestion. Zhou Feng continued. Chapter 23, we're in. Go ahead. We'll all listen to you. Fan Jian looked up. Although the young man in front of him looked 7 or 8 years younger than himself, but after what happened before, Fan Jian had realized it. Zhou Feng was too much better than himself in every aspect. What about you guys? Zhou Feng's gaze scanned a few others. Yang Wei, Li Ran, Sun Hong and Lu Qingqing. We listen to you too. Several people said in a hurry. Right now, we should stick together as a group so that we can better survive. I'll be the leader of the team. I'll organize your work. Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Can you be fair then? Lu Qingqing opened her mouth. Lu Qingqing still remembers what happened before when Manager Guo squeezed them. I can't. There is no absolute fairness in this world. I can only try to keep everyone alive. Zhou Feng shook his head. Zhou Feng neither drew a big pie nor made verbal threats. He's just being honest. I'm talking about the food aspect. Can we be fair? Lu Qingqing didn't give up, but bit her lip and continued to pursue. After all, it's not nice to be hungry. Neither can we. Right now we don't have a stable source of food. So those who contribute more should share more, and those who contribute less should share less. Zhou Feng said. If that's the case, that's fine. I'll join the team. Lu Qingqing nodded. This was already a very satisfying answer for Lu Qingqing. I'm in. The others said. They all knew that one person needed to step up in this situation. Well then, right now, there's one thing we must do, and that's to visit Wu Wenrong's base and take away their supplies. Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. According to Li Ran's description, there was no one else inside Wu Wenrong's base. Yeah, I didn't even think of that. Fan Jian slapped his thigh. Those guys have been living on the island for over 6 months. Must have gathered a lot of supplies. Then this is the time to start moving. Zhou Feng said as he stood up. There were no serious injuries on Fan Jian and Yang Wei's bodies. The wounds left by Zhou Feng on Yang Wei last time were now beginning to heal. There was no sign of any inflammation. Wu Wenrong and his group didn't hide their traces on the way here, so it's very easy to follow in their footsteps. Plus there was a guide like Li Ran. It wasn't a difficult journey. After walking for almost an hour or so, Li Ran in front of him pointed in a direction. It's that way. There's a river on my side. Zhou Feng and the others followed where Li Ran had said and soon found a small river. The river wasn't very wide, probably just under 2 meters. Some fish can also be seen swimming in it. There's fresh water here. Fan Jian's eyes were full of surprise inside. The availability of fresh water means that a base can be established here. But then it hit Fan Jian. They had come here, themselves looking for the base of Wu Wenrong and the others. Then it makes sense that there's fresh water here. Li Ran led them onward. After a few hundred meters, just saw a clearing up ahead. The clearings were all covered with sheds built from tree trunks and secured with straw ropes. These sheds are able to keep out the wind and rain, although they also look very simple. It was all covered with a thick layer of leaves and weeds. It takes on a triangular shape, and these sheds were built under a short slope, where the gusty winds must not have blown. Also outside the shed, there are wooden racks for drying. It was covered with smoked dried fish and piles of coconut shells. Zhou Feng even saw, hanging several strips of bacon. The bacon is topped with crystal clear grains of salt. Although these salt grains are coarse, they are already edible. So much food. There's also meat. Bai Qingyan's mouth watered at the sight of these things. Even though I had just eaten grilled fish, I still felt the hunger pangs. Where did they get the salt? Did they get it from boiling seawater themselves? Zhou Feng was also surprised to go up and smell it. It's supposed to be sea salt with a fishy odor on it. Yang Wei's side came over to the side of the bacon and scrutinized it. What are you doing? Let Zhou Feng distribute these. Fan Jian reminded with a frown. I know. I was checking to see what kind of meat these are. It looks like wild boar or something, and there's some that I don't know what they are. Anyway, they're not human meat. Yang Wei turned around and said cheerfully, You still know how to look at meat? Li Ran was a little surprised. The average person doesn't know how to tell the difference between meats. My second uncle is a pork seller, and I often show him the store on vacation, and I kind of understand it better after a while. Yang Wei scratched his head and said, Yang Wei, I didn't expect you to be so good. Li Ran went forward and wrapped her arms around Yang Wei. Yang Wei hemmed and hawed, a little embarrassed. When Bai Qingyan saw this scene, she couldn't help but skim her lips. That's too much to coax out of a man. If it wasn't on a deserted island, with Yang Wei's skills, neither can be considered a specialty. Li Ran, where is Manager Guo's body? Zhou Feng said as he came out from inside a few grass huts on his side. Inside the grass hut, he didn't see Manager Guo's body. There are just a few simple household items in there. Most are still made of wood. Just an iron pot used to cook things was all that was seen. Even though it says it's an iron pot, it's actually supposed to be made from a piece of beaten iron. Wu Wenrong and the others should usually cook and eat together. Luckily, the hayloft was well ventilated and there was no strange odor inside. Manager Guo's body. They hung over there. Li Ran pointed in a direction, his face pale. What's the point of hanging over there? Yang Wei felt strange. Listening to them seems to attract prey. Li Ran said, Attracting prey? These guys are ruthless enough. Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. Not even dead bodies. Not to the point of cannibalism, but close. The smell of blood can attract many carnivores. Now that we know the whereabouts of Manager Guo's body, well, it can't just hang there. It's better to bury it if you can. You guys clean up the grass hut here first. We'll live here from now on, Zhou Feng said, then indicated that he would go over to take a look at Manager Guo's corpse. I'll go with you. We can also take care of each other if there's any danger. Fan Jian was holding a spear on his side. You stay here first. I'll feel more at ease with both you and Yang Wei. Zhou Feng shook his head and said, although Li Ran said that there shouldn't be any other living people here, but it's always good to be careful. That's fine. Fan Jian didn't continue to insist. Little Feng, take care of your safety. Don't be as reckless as before. Qin Xiaoshui revealed a worried look. Chapter 24, The Trap. Qin Xiaoshui didn't want Zhou Feng to show off. When in danger, you must know how to retreat before you do. Well, I will. Zhou Feng cried and laughed a little. This wasn't the first time Qin Xiaoshui had reminded herself of this. Could it be that in Auntie Qin's eyes, she was a child? No way. Zhou Feng made up his mind. To show Auntie Qin that she is a man she could count on and not have to worry about. Picking up his spear, Zhou Feng walked towards the place Li Ran had said. Traces of blood could be seen on the floor from time to time. Plus, Zhou Feng's nose was also very sensitive now. You can smell the blood in the air. 700 or 800 meters later, under a couple of trees, Zhou Feng then saw Manager Guo's body. Upon seeing the corpse, Zhou Feng could not help but suck in a breath of cool air as well. Manager Guo was hanging upside down from a tree, more than 2 meters above the ground. The top of the body was covered with scars and was disfigured. In some places, it was even scratched on purpose. The ground was covered in dripping blood, and there were footprints on the ground where some animals had crawled, all apparently attracted by the smell of blood. Zhou Feng stepped forward and tried to put the body down. He soon noticed, though, that there was something wrong with the ground beneath the body. That ground rises slightly in a large area. The color is also different from the surrounding. Zhou Feng immediately realized it. There are traps. Of course the trap shouldn't be for people. Instead, it was set on animals. Zhou Feng carefully stepped forward and grabbed the turf on the ground. A sharp pull. The turf was pulled right through, revealing a large pit inside. This large pit was over 2 meters long and nearly 2 meters deep, and there were several large sharpened stakes stuck inside the large pit. Once you fall, you're sure to be seriously injured. The stakes were covered in dark red blood, and had obviously been successful several times. This trap is not bad, just that this means of attracting prey is too underhanded. Zhou Feng could not help but shake his head. It is assumed that Wu Wenrong and others hunted and killed some animals by this means. It's what makes those bacon hanging in the wooden racks. Surely not every time it's a human corpse. There must be some other animal offal or something. Zhou Feng looked at the deep pit on the ground. This place was good for burying Manager Gua, although it's a bit of a shame to say it's used to bury people. They could learn later, though, to make such traps to hunt animals. Zhou Feng first will look to find a few rocks and fill the bottom with some, lest the body fall and be impaled later. Then the rope that tied up Manager Gua, little by little, let down, all the way inside the deep pit. Zhou Feng was a bit emotional. This Manager Gua usually oppresses his employees, so I guess there are quite a few people who want to hang him from a streetlight. I can't imagine not hanging from the streetlight as a result. Instead, it hung from a tree, but the end is just as miserable. Zhou Feng then cut the rope and Manager Gua's body fell inside the deep pit. Zhou Feng didn't have a shovel or anything like that in his hands. All that could be done was to dig up some dirt with his hands and shallowly cover the body. Then get some weed mulch. After doing this, Zhou Feng did not return to the camp. Instead, they're wandering around, because he remembered what Ho Chuan had said. There is a cairn around this. A lot of things may have to do with that monolith. It was just that Zhou Feng had searched for more than half an hour and had not seen where the stone tablet was. In the end, he had no choice but to go back inside the camp. Several people inside the camp greeted them. Boss, have you seen Manager Gua's body? Fan Jian saw Zhou Feng return and opened his mouth to ask, "You address me as boss?" Zhou Feng burst into tears. Fan Jian's age. He must be at least 10 years older than himself. It's not convenient to address the others. We just discussed it and we'll address you as boss. This is most appropriate. Fan Jian's old face blushed. After all, calling an 18-year-old lad the boss. Fan Jian was also a little embarrassed. I'm not calling you boss. I'll still call you Zhou Feng. Bai Qingyan muttered next to him. Actually, call it whatever you want. Zhou Feng did not care about the name calling. He told what he had found out. Upon learning of Manager Gua's dismal end, Fan Jian and the others didn't look good either. Although Manager Guo and Wang Jun are bad, they are not so bad as to be gotten to death. Lu Qingqing was a little sad. It can't be helped. It's his bad luck. Yang Wei shook his head and said. Next to Li Ran, her face didn't fluctuate much. It just leaned closer to Yang Wei. Now we don't have time to think about other people's things. It's not easy for everyone to survive. It's better to prepare how to live here next. There are still a lot of dangers. Qin Xiao Shui said it this time. There's still danger? Lu Qingqing froze. Right. You few don't know about the natives, do you? Zhou Feng looked towards Lu Qingqing and the others. Gave the indigenous thing a run for its money. Hearing that there are still cannibalistic natives on this island, Fan Jian and the others immediately had ugly faces. Actually, when Manager Gua and the others wanted to go inside the forest, Xiao Feng had reminded them not to just enter here. It's just a pity that they didn't listen. Qin Xiao Shui shook her head regretfully. It's not just the natives. The other survivors aren't many good either. Bai Qingyan gritted her teeth, telling the story about the muscular man and others she had met back then. That means there are more dangers on the island. Sun Hong's voice was trembling. Li Ran's eyes also revealed fear within them and subconsciously grabbed Yang Wei's arm. It's true that the island is dangerous, but these guys can stay on the island for half a year, and we're stronger than them. Of course we can survive as well, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Hearing Zhou Feng say this, everyone present couldn't help but nod their heads. Yeah, these Wu Wenrong guys are outnumbered though. No, still they were taken out. They're scum, and they've all managed to live on the island for so long. I'm sure I can, too. It's just clear in all hearts. They were able to defeat Wu Wenrong, not because they were so powerful. It was completely a manifestation of Zhou Feng's heavenly god descending to earth. In other words, as long as Zhou Feng was here, then they would be able to survive. Alright, now assign the rooms. Zhou Feng said. There are 4 grass huts. One of them was the cleanest and had the best bed inside the room. It is built with neatly stacked stones. It was covered with thick animal fur. It looks like it should be Wu Wenrong sleeping alone. Fan Jian immediately said that the room should be given to Zhou Feng. The others nodded and did not object. As for how the few of them that are left will be distributed, it's actually quite simple. Qin Xiaoshue's mother and daughter live together. Fan Jian and Yang Wei live together, leaving the other 3 women to sleep together. This distribution won't work. Zhou Feng shook his head as he turned his gaze to Qin Xiaoshue. Chapter 25, Kissing. Auntie Qin, you guys go sleep in that cleanest room. I'll swap with you. Zhou Feng said. How can this work? Qin Xiaoshue just wanted to refuse. Zhou Feng, however, waved his hand, indicating that he is now the boss here and calls the shots himself. And if it's distributed that way, Zhou Feng and Fan Jian their room, just before and after. This meant that the 2 rooms occupied by the 5 women were, quite literally, protected. As soon as there's a breeze, then a couple of them guys could be the first to hear it. Boss, we all listen to you. Yang Wei immediately nodded and said, after all, they all know, though we're all in this together now. However, Zhou Feng was very familiar with Qin Xiaoshue's mother and daughter, definitely taking extra care of them. Yang Wei and the others didn't have any comments. In itself, it was Zhou Feng who had saved their lives, and it was impossible for them to oppose Zhou Feng on such a trivial matter. It's almost dark. Let's eat something first, Zhou Feng said. Soon several men carried out the iron pot and built a fire underneath. There were also several containers of water inside the campground. It's carved right out of a whole block of wood. There are actually quite a few ways to make containers in the wild, but it's better to use the stupid method if you want to use it for a long time. Looking at these barrels, Zhou Feng was quite emotional. It must have taken a lot of time just to carve these barrels. It's not just the barrels, and lots of wooden spoons and bowls. The bacon was cleaned briefly and then cut into pieces with a dagger. Just threw it inside the pot with the smoked fish and cooked it. In addition, Qin Xiaoshui also brought a few women and found some wild fruits around. There are red and green, 3 kinds in all. None of the heads are very big. Can these wild fruits be eaten? Fan Jian saw these wild fruits and maintained a skeptical attitude. After all, in the wild, it's best not to mess with your food. It can be eaten. There are a lot of kernels on the ground around here, all of which are from these types of wild fruits, Qin Xiaoshui said. Qin Xiaoshui noticed when she arrived at the camp, lots of kernels on the ground around it. Wu Wenrong and the others had already tried the poison a long time ago. Auntie Qin, you're amazing. Zhou Feng could not help but marvel, and was the first to pick up a wild fruit and bite into it. It's sour, and a little astringent, but no other strange flavors. We ate it while we were picking it. Bai Qin Yan said with a smile. In the future, when you come across unfamiliar food, you still need to be more careful. Zhou Feng nodded. Soon what was cooking inside the pot was ready. Zhou Feng took a wooden spoon and served everyone a large bowl, and a rich white broth. In fact, all of this broth is the oil inside the bacon. For a change, it's the usual. Not to mention all that broth. Even bacon is frowned upon by many. Some people think it tastes bad, others think it's too salty, but everyone ate this meal with gusto. Ended up splitting all the soup inside the pot. The reason is simple. Because everyone knows that on this deserted island, I'm afraid bacon is the most nutritious thing they can eat, ever. It's rich in fat and salt. That's why everyone who eats it is mentally suggesting it, like some common fruits. But with all the hype, it froze and became a representative of high-priced cuisine. Most people who eat it say it's good. It's all psychological. There was once a foreign TV program that did a test episode, serving instant noodles inside a Michelin restaurant. Most of the guests ate it and gave it high marks, because they all felt that such a high-class restaurant, the food in there is definitely all premium. With such expensive ingredients, it must taste good too. After eating, everyone went back inside their rooms to rest. There are some exceptions, though. That would be Zhou Feng, taking advantage of the fact that Bai Qin Yan was heading to the far side of the grove inside for convenience. Zhou Feng came to the door of Qin Xiaoshue's room. Auntie Qin, there's something I want to talk to you about. Why don't you come out for a moment? Now. Qin Xiaoshue felt an inexplicable increase in her heartbeat. Aha. Zhou Feng nodded. Little Feng, if you have anything to say, you can say it here. Qin Xiaoshue's voice was like a mosquito. I want to have a good talk. It won't be convenient when Bai Qin Yan comes back later. Zhou Feng shook his head. Okay. Qin Xiaoshue stood up. The 2 men went forward and back, to the woods on the other side. It's also a few hundred meters from the camp. Aunt Qin, how are you considering what I told you last time? Being my girlfriend. Zhou Feng turned his head and said, Xiao Feng, I think it may be that we suddenly came to the deserted island. You momentarily emotional fluctuations a little too big. You carefully consider clearly. Qin Xiaoshue slowly said. Regarding this question, Qin Xiaoxue also considered how to answer it for a long time. Auntie Qin, I'm serious. I've liked you since before. Zhou Feng stepped forward, coming directly to Qin Xiaoshue's face. The two were just less than a meter away. It was. Before? Qin Xiaoxue froze. Why hadn't she seen it before? Do you hate me? Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. How can that be possible? Qin Xiaoxue immediately shook her head. Qin Xiaoxue and Zhou Feng's mother are bosom friends. She had also watched Zhou Feng grow up. Never hated it. So that means you like me? Zhou Feng revealed a surprised look. It's not like that. It's just inappropriate. Qin Xiaoshue's gaze subconsciously went towards one side. Auntie Qin, how do you know it's not right if you don't try it with me? Zhou Feng directly stepped forward and grabbed Qin Xiaoshue's shoulders. This forced Qin Xiaoxue to face Zhou Feng. Little Feng you. In the next second, Zhou Feng directly pasted over. Qin Xiaoxue only felt her brain go blank. This kid, he's too bold. I can't believe I just kissed it right over. Even the tongue. But what Qin Xiaoxue herself hadn't expected was that she didn't half refuse. Only his body went limp and collapsed on Zhou Feng's body. I don't know how long had passed, but Qin Xiaoxue felt like she was suffocating. That's what knocked Zhou Feng's chest. Only then did Zhou Feng part with a gasp. A crystalline thread was ripped off. Sorry Aunt Qin. I was too excited. Zhou Feng's eyes sizzled. Subconsciously, he licked his lips. Zhou Feng now understood one thing. It's best to be proactive if you want something. Qin Xiaoshue's chest is still beating fiercely at this time. I never seem to feel this way myself. That's a first. Could it be that he liked Zhou Feng too? But the age difference between the two. Someone. Zhou Feng suddenly said. Chapter 26. Someone. Is it Qin Yan coming? Qin Xiaoxue instantly tensed up. Hastily, he and Zhou Feng separated by a distance, thinking that it must be by Qin Yan, seeing that he and Zhou Feng were not there. So come out and look for it. In case her daughter saw this scene, Qin Xiaoxue didn't even know how she should explain it. Qin Xiaoxue was aware that her daughter had always had a crush on Zhou Feng. But what Qin Xiaoxue didn't expect was, Zhou Feng instead re-snuggled her into his arms. Qin Xiaoxue felt like her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Does that mean Zhou Feng is going to have a showdown with his daughter? What would Bai Qin Yan think of herself then? It's not Bai Qin Yan. It's the sound of a man's footsteps. Zhou Feng squinted his eyes in one direction. He heard the sound his feet made on a branch. That's definitely not an animal. Qin Xiaoxue froze. Men? Fan Jian or Yang Wei? They didn't have to come here, did they? And when Qin Xiaoxue realized that Zhou Feng was looking in the direction, not when it was their camp, Qin Xiaoshue's face turned white. If anyone came from that place, it was definitely not their companion. Who the hell is it? The atmosphere was unusually silent. It was only after a few minutes that Zhou Feng opened his mouth. The people are gone. Zhou Feng shook his head, his face grave. People gone? What kind of people? Qin Xiaoxue asked in a hurry. I don't know. That guy is quite careful. Zhou Feng also didn't really know if the other party had discovered himself. It's not safe here either. Qin Xiaoshue's voice trembled. Had thought they had found a secure base, without realizing that there were threats all around. I'm afraid there is no safe place on this island. So let's go back. I'm going to keep watch tonight. Zhou Feng squinted his eyes. The two men quickly returned to the camp. Where have you been? Bai Qin Yan stood at the door early, looking at the two people strangely. Qin Xiaoxue hasn't thought of a reason yet. Zhou Feng, who was next to him, had already answered. I seem to have just seen a wild boar running past. Let Aunt Qin follow me out to take a look. Zhou Feng said. Wild boar? Can you see a wild boar at this time of night? Bai Qin Yan was a bit confused. Well, a very large wild boar passed by. Enough for us to eat for days. It just ran too fast. Zhou Feng nodded seriously. It's a pity. If it was daytime we would definitely be able to catch it. Bai Qin Yan was a bit sorry. Inside Bai Qin Yan's mind, already fantasizing about the taste of wild boar. Alright, take an early rest, Zhou Feng said with a smile. Qin Xiaoxue burst into tears. This stupid kid, he really believes that a wild boar passed by. But it's good that my daughter is so confused. It was only then that I didn't suspect much, or I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. We're going to rest. Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qin Yan returned inside the room. Zhou Feng's side didn't sleep. Instead, he sat in the doorway of the campground and looked at the stars overhead. Zhou Feng was a bit sorry. I've heard that you can tell where you are from the stars above your head. But Zhou Feng didn't know anything about that. It's just as well to look stupid. Until dawn. One by one, the crowd woke up. When they all came out from inside the grass hut, they saw Zhou Feng sitting outside. Boss, you got up so early? Sun Hong had a surprised look on his face. I didn't sleep during my vigil yesterday, and from now on, everyone will take turns on the vigil as well. Zhou Feng nodded and said, everyone else on watch. Though, should be arranged in groups of 2. Prevent one from falling asleep on his shoulder. Zhou Feng himself was different. It had been a long night, but he didn't feel any fatigue. Even when the temperature dropped in the latter part of the night, Zhou Feng didn't feel the cold. Not bad for a boss. Give us the lead. Fan Jian couldn't help but marvel. This would have been arranged for them if it were Manager Gui. Zhou Feng, you haven't slept all night. Go rest earlier then. Bai Qingyan said in a hurry. Alright then, I'll rest for a while. Zhou Feng did not refuse. Turn around and go back inside the cabin to rest. By the time Zhou Feng woke up from his nap, it was already noon. He was surprised to find out there was a lot of fish cooking inside the pot, and some small shrimp and such. Based on Yang Wei's explanation, Zhou Feng realized it. Turns out these were captured by Fan Jian. Fan Jian loved catching fish when he was a kid and had many ways of catching them. The fish cages they had before were made by Fan Jian. This morning Fan Jian made another fish cage and went with Yang Wei to check out the upper reaches of the creek. Found a spot where the river was wider. There's a lot of fish and shrimp over there. Every time you go down to the fish cage, you catch a lot. Fan Jian, you're quite good. Zhou Feng patted Fan Jian's shoulder. It didn't occur to me that Fan Jian had this skill. It's just a small trick, not as powerful as you plugging in fish. Boss. Fan Jian was a little embarrassed. Even more so, he felt that this bit of tactics of his was not worth mentioning in front of Zhou Feng. It's best if everyone can contribute, Zhou Feng said heartily. Otherwise, just by virtue of being on your own, it's also hard to survive on this deserted island. Sun Hong and Lu Qingqing and Li Ran, 3 women, also found work. They woke up and cleaned the dishes, and gutted the fish. It's all part of the more dirty and tiring work. Qin Xiaoshui was much more relaxed now, and she and Bai Qingyan were picking wild fruits nearby. When it was time to eat, Zhou Feng tasted the fish soup. It's a little fishy, but the flavor is pretty strong, and it has salt in it too. It turned out to be Li Ran and the girls who were inside the room yesterday, underneath the bed made of stone. To be precise, a crude salt was found inside a wooden barrel. It's supposed to be just tanned with seawater. A few people have no problem eating it for a while. No need to worry about salt for a while. I'm going to explore the surroundings next, Zhou Feng said as he ate his fish. Little Feng, what are you going to do? Qin Xiaoshui tensed up all of a sudden. There can be danger everywhere around here. Those people, Manager Gui, aren't here because they trespassed before being killed by Wu Wenrong and others. Hearing that Qin Xiaoshui was so concerned about herself, Zhou Feng was still very touched. This proved that his actions last night hadn't made Qin Xiaoshui angry. As soon as he thought of this, Zhou Feng's gaze at Qin Xiaoshui turned hot again. Qin Xiaoshui also felt Zhou Feng's gaze and she could not help but blush, because Qin Xiaoshui understood the meaning of this gaze. I went to check around just to avoid encountering danger again. Zhou Feng began to explain, and told the story of how he had, last night, possibly seen a stranger appear. Just a suspicion though, but one thing is certain. There must be other survivors around, or savages or something. They have to be careful to survive. Then Fan Jian and I will follow you. 3 people are safer. Yang Wei immediately said. Chapter 27. Something's wrong. No. What if the camp is attacked if we all leave? It will be hard for the few women to protect themselves. Zhou Feng shook his head and said, to put it mildly, on a desert island like this, women are highly sought after. Zhou Feng felt that the other survivors would not respect women like they did. It must have been vented long ago. Upon hearing these words, Yang Wei subconsciously glanced at Li Ran. The real danger on the island is those natives. Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. The natives are definitely better fighters. The other survivors on the island are nothing compared to the natives. And what worries Zhou Feng even more, it's that there are greater dangers on this island. At that thought, he couldn't help but grip the pendant inside his collar again. Is there really only one pendant? Does anyone else on the island still have this? What if there are people like you who have been strengthened in all aspects of physical fitness? Would he be a match for him himself? You think a lot, boss, and you're right. Fan Jian nodded. At the same time, he also admired Zhou Feng in his heart for thinking too far ahead. After eating, Zhou Feng started exploring towards the west first. Based on his previous observations, those of them are located roughly in the northern middle of Paradise Island. The good thing about this location should be that it is surrounded by more resources, but the bad side is more obvious. Everywhere but the beach to the north could be the enemy. In fact, Zhou Feng didn't just want to explore whether there were any enemies around. He also wanted to find the stone tablet that Ho Chuan had spoken of. Only Zhou Feng didn't dare to go far. It was just a matter of looking around. But unfortunately there was nothing to be gained. The next couple of days, because of the ample food, the crowd inside the camp had obviously become much more cheerful. The ones who have changed the most are Li Ran and Yang Wei. It is assumed that the injury on Li Ran is healed, and the two even drilled the grove last night. When it came out, it looked even more mushy. but there were some hiccups, namely that Fan Jian also wanted to pursue Lu Qingqing. It was only strictly rejected by Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing said she has a boyfriend. Fan Jian is embarrassed and wants to show his affection for Sun Hong again. As a result, Sun Hong was even less favorable to Fan Jian. Both women could see that Fan Jian was just trying to find a companion on the island. Not like them at all. Now that there is plenty of food, they don't have to beg for anything. Fan Jian was a bit helpless at this and could only give up honestly. Zhou Feng also wanted to find an opportunity to get in touch with Qin Xiaoshui alone, but Qin Xiaoshui had been quite vigilant for the past 2 days, altogether with Bai Qingyan, leaving Zhou Feng with little chance. There was no way he was going to just give up, though. Yet something happened at noon that day. The two of them, Fan Jian and Yang Wei, went to catch fish and came back more than an hour later than before, and Yang Wei was holding Fan Jian back. Fan Jian's nose is bruised and his head is covered in blood. The whole thing looks delirious. Just got back inside the camp and passed out. Yang Wei was similarly no better, and he also had bruises all over his body. Yang Wei. Li Ran cried directly when she saw Yang Wei's appearance, and the crying went pear-shaped, almost as bad as the tears. Zhou Feng and the others were still quite moved to see this scene. After all, this was the first time I'd seen Li Ran cry, and Li Ran was clearly moved. I'm fine. Fan Jian. Yang Wei looked worried. Zhou Feng's sight immediately went up to check. It's all superficial wounds, and the head is just broken skin. Zhou Feng concluded, and it's all stopped bleeding now. Hearing Zhou Feng's words, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Fan Jian's appearance, they were both startled. What the hell happened? Zhou Feng frowned. Yang Wei gritted his teeth with an angry face. We ran into a couple other survivors upstream. They grabbed our fish traps and the fish we caught and beat us up, and Fan Jian is the reason for the revolt with the other side. He ended up getting beaten even worse and almost lost his life. How many people are on the other side? Zhou Feng inquired. You know that Yang Wei and Fan Jian, both of them went to catch fish with spears as well. 7 or 8 people. Extraordinarily overbearing. Yang Wei was almost on the verge of passing out from anger. 7 or 8? Zhou Feng told Yang Wei not to be in a hurry and to slowly tell the situation. The more detail the better. At the same time, he asked Qin Xiaoshui and a few of the girls to prepare lunch and eat the food that had been stockpiled up for lunch today. Yang Wei's sight calmed down quite a bit. Putting things back together, the two of them went upriver to fish. As usual, caught quite a few fish ready to return when, suddenly 7 or 8 people came out from the side and surrounded them. They were then given 2 choices. The first is to join them and go back inside their camp. Those few men said that they were also from the miles, and that they had everything inside their camp, no shortage of food or women. Yang Wei said slowly, then why haven't you guys gone over there? Zhou Feng was quite curious. Judging by the other side's words, there are more people over there. Boss, you saved our lives. We can't shamelessly betray you. Yang Wei said in a serious manner. Yang Wei then showed an embarrassed expression as well, indicating that they are reluctant to go over there is another reason. I just don't know if these guys are telling the truth or not. What if it's not meant to be? The two of them would probably be used as laborers or something in the past. Zhou Feng did not expect Yang Wei to be quite honest and actually tell the truth. On this desert island, it's best not to trust other people so easily. When Yang Wei finished his narration, Fan Jian also woke up, still head spinning. Fan Jian is down on the ground, getting playfully kicked in the head by a couple of guys. That's why it was hurt so badly. Sun Hong directly served Mu Wan in front of Fan Jian. Don't worry, I'll settle this matter. I'll go and settle the score with them later. Zhou Feng said to Fan Jian. It's me who was a bit impulsive. Let's not clash with them. Fan Jian shook his head. There are too many people on the other side. There were 7 or 8 of them alone that they encountered. Who knows how many more are inside their base. We can also help, but we also have to wait until Fan Jian and Yang Wei are healed. Lu Qingqing was also thoughtful. Well, we are too few in number now. Sun Hong also nodded. Revenge now? They both felt it was too much of a rush. It's better to listen to what little Feng has to say. Qin Xiaoshui felt that Zhou Feng must have a reason for deciding this. The reason is actually very simple. We are no longer safe now. Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Not safe anymore? Sun Hong froze. That's right. The people on the other side are very cunning. They are most likely being followed. Zhou Feng nodded. It can't be. We were careful on the way back. Yang Wei said immediately. Yang Wei also deliberately chose to take a detour. It's to prevent being tracked. No. You guys have long been under surveillance. Zhou Feng said slowly. Chapter 28, Reprisals. It's been under surveillance for a long time? Yang Wei was shocked. Zhou Feng told the story of that night, when he saw someone appear around. That's why he decided to have everyone keep watch. Judging from the direction, it might be the scouts sent by that base. Zhou Feng squinted his eyes and looked in the direction of the east. That means we were discovered long ago. Yang Wei's cold sweat flowed down. The thought that he might be inside someone else's surveillance for the past few days. Yang Wei then felt sweaty. They didn't make a move before. Most likely because they were afraid of those guys from Wuwenrong. And they didn't realize that this camp had changed. Zhou Feng explained. But this attack was a test run. Suppose they are unresponsive. Then the other side will surely invade their territory further. Next time, maybe those people will appear directly in front of us. Zhou Feng said slowly. Sun Hong and Lu Qingqing, both women turned pale. They know very well that if they fall into the hands of those people, downfalls can be encountered. It must be especially miserable. Most likely it will be the same as what happened to Li Ren. Zhou Feng, then what do we do? Bai Qingyan was also a bit anxious. We have to do two things now. If the situation is not good, we have to retreat and abandon this place to go over to the cave. Zhou Feng said. Yesterday, Zhou Feng even took the time to go to the cave. It's actually just 3 kilometers apart. There were still some of Zhou Feng's and their belongings remaining on the other side of the cave, and they had not been taken away. Proof that it's still safe over there. Although the cave is said to be rather humble, it's still safe over there. Zhou Feng nodded. Then Zhou Feng arranged for a few women to prepare some grass ropes and such, be able to pack all their stuff away at any time. Not a bit of it left. 2 men, Fan Jian and Yang Wei, guarded the camp. Though both of them are injured, but at critical moments, they can really only be counted on to put up a fight. It definitely wouldn't do to let Qin Shao Shui and these women defend with weapons. It just makes the enemy more excited. Zhou Feng took his spear this time and carried a bag on his back and headed upstream along the river. His backpack was bulging inside. All of them were stones loaded by Zhou Feng. The weight was quite heavy, at least 30 or 40 pounds. The backpack Zhou Feng picked up from Muscleman's side was of good quality. A normal backpack would have been crushed by all this. All of these stones were Zhou Feng's weapons. In the last few days, Zhou Feng had been practicing his throwing skills. Also killed a couple of grouse in the process. He believes with these stones, even if there were 20 or 30 people on the opposite side, one could still maneuver around, while carrying dozens of pounds of weight. However, it didn't have any effect on Zhou Feng. It didn't feel heavy in the slightest. In half an hour or so, he arrived at the place where Fan Jian and the others were fishing. From a distance, you can see 3 men with a wooden fish cage fishing for fish. There was also a basket made of branches in the distance. There should be a lot of fish in there. That fish cage Zhou Feng had seen before. It was Fan Jian's. Hey, that's my stuff. Zhou Feng came to the river and opened his mouth. The 3 men heard the words and rushed back. One face was horrified. And when they saw that the only person who came was Zhou Feng, all of a sudden, smiles bloomed on their faces. Your stuff? What's your relationship with those 2 losers? The taller of the men said playfully. In fact, at this distance, Zhou Feng could have already made a move to finish off the 3 of them. Especially he noticed. The weapons of these 3 men were, in fact, nothing more than sharpened wooden sticks. However, right now, Zhou Feng did not want to expose the killing weapon in his hand. Where is your boss? I want to meet him, Zhou Feng said indifferently. Ha, a brat also wants to see our boss? The man snorted, coming up from inside the river. He took a step in front of Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng could see even more clearly now. The man was at least 5 feet 9 inches or so. I need to talk to your boss, Zhou Feng said. Just you deserve it, the taller man said with a leathery smile, and then snapped out of it. The fist smashed hard towards Zhou Feng's face. The other 2 men behind him were ready for a good show, because from the looks of it, there's a huge difference between the 2. There was no way Zhou Feng could beat the tall man. However, right after the tall man threw a punch, Zhou Feng easily dodged it. Then a hard punch slammed into the tall man's midsection. All the man felt was a sharp pain coming from his abdomen. Bam! The man fell straight to his knees and began to dry heave. But maybe that's because it's not eating anything decent. Could only spit out some yellow water. The other 2 were stunned. Never in a million years had he expected Zhou Feng to be so strong in battle, easily defeating the tall man. Take me to your boss. Zhou Feng was expressionless as he said to the remaining 2 men. These 2 men looked at each other. Unexpectedly, they rushed towards Zhou Feng. If 3 people couldn't deal with 1, there was no way for them to go back and deliver. The man who rushed ahead came at him with a wooden stick in his hand. Aiming at Zhou Feng's chest, he stabbed over. Zhou Feng sneered, sidestepped the attack, then grabbed his opponent's wrist with one hand. Click! Zhou Feng twisted hard, making a crisp ringing sound. The man screamed in dismay as the stick fell to the ground. Zhou Feng's other fist smashed into his opponent's chin. The man flew straight out. The last man left was filled with horror. Holding the stick in place, he didn't know what to do. Obviously, it had not occurred to him that Zhou Feng was so strong. Zhou Feng, however, did not let him go. Flying straight up, he kicked the man in the face. Knock! The man also fell to the ground. A large boot print on his face. A nosebleed followed down the stream. If you don't want to die, all stand up for me. Zhou Feng snorted coldly. The three men hesitated and half-heartedly climbed to their feet. There was just no half-hearted attempt to resist now. With the means Zhou Feng had just displayed, they all realized it. It was easy for Zhou Feng to kill them. They couldn't figure out how there could be such a powerful guy. More than their boss. Where are the rest of you? Wasn't there 7 or 8 of you when you beat up my friend just now? Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. The three men looked at each other and no one answered. Zhou Feng was also very dry, raising his spear at the first tall man who rushed over. Answer or I'll get you killed. Don't. I said. They all went back inside the camp. The tall man raised his hands in a huff. You guys have been eyeing us for a long time, right? Zhou Feng asked again. The tall man hesitated. Chapter 29, Mulatto. In the next second, Zhou Feng slammed his fist on the bridge of his nose. The tall man took a few steps back covering his nose, which was also dripping with blood. You! The tall man was angry and stifled. There are clearly 3 of them. As a result, Zhou Feng targeted himself alone. The tall man's gaze went to the 2 men at his side. Both men kept their heads down and didn't say a word. It was obvious that even if Zhou Feng made a move to get himself killed, they would not react. I said. The tall man gritted his teeth, told the story all over again. It was just as Zhou Feng had guessed. As early as the day before yesterday they had spotted both Fan Jian and Yan Wei. Sneaky stalker for 2 days. Discovered the trajectory of their activities. So that's why it's done. So you guys know the location of our base. Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. No idea. Don't know. There are so many of you. We don't dare to mess with you. Just want to grab this place. The tall man quickly waved his hands. So many of us? Zhou Feng nodded secretly. It seems that these people have really misunderstood. I'm afraid I thought that they were all one's men. Take me to your boss. Zhou Feng said. Follow me. The tall man walked in one direction. You guys follow him, Zhou Feng said to the 2 men. The 2 remaining men immediately followed. And Zhou Feng followed the 3 of them alone. Walked down the river for over half an hour. Maybe a kilometer or so. Then they turned toward the right as they passed a tree. Zhou Feng discovered that a triangular symbol had been carved into the trunk of this tree. There was another marking on this triangular symbol that was heading in the direction they had turned. Seeing this scene, Zhou Feng secretly nodded his head. Presumably that's the mark the group left behind. Avoid getting lost inside the jungle. But that also means, just follow the traces. It's possible to find their base. After almost 10 more minutes of walking, they came to an open clearing. It's just a few hundred meters from the beach. Zhou Feng took a glance and saw an encampment. There were at least a dozen people moving around out there. There are men and women. All are building fences, which are made of tree branches, circled a large piece of land. It will keep some wildlife out. Only the house inside is much more humble. It's all built up with branches. It was covered with a very large few palm leaves. It would just be enough to keep you warm at night. Want shelter from the wind and rain? That's simply not possible. In a slightly larger rainstorm, it would probably all be destroyed. But it's understandable. After all, these survivors were wearing clothes that still looked polished. A look at the survivors from the miles. They've only been here a few days. Most of the energy, presumably, went into finding food. There was no time to build a house. Eyes to the vicinity of the base. The 3 gave each other a wink, and then ran wildly towards the base in unison. There are enemies. Enemy. The 3 men shouted at the same time. The urgent voice fell, and the inside of the camp instantly exploded. Everyone looked on guard. The men inside the base, in particular, have come out with sticks. The women, on the other hand, were all hiding. All of them are shivering. Within these women, however, there was one exception. It was a wheat-skinned woman with a very tall-looking figure. It has a supermodel feel to it. And the woman just looks like a hybrid. What's going on? The woman frowned. That guy. He's coming for a fight. The tall man was quick to gesture. The other 2 compared notes. The woman's face instantly went cold. A sharp kick to the tall man's stomach. The tall man screamed miserably and fell to his knees again. Seeing this scene, Zhou Feng could not help but frown. What the hell? This woman is the boss of the base? No way. Although it was said that Zhou Feng could see that this woman had a certain amount of fighting ability, and must have practiced grappling or something, but judging by the woman's figure, she was definitely not a professional fighter. It is impossible to control these people with violence. The gap between men and women is more than just strength and size. Who told you to bring him here? Don't you realize the consequences? The woman gritted her teeth. The tall man huddled on the ground, barely looking up. He was almost on the verge of tears. How did you get so unlucky yourself? Just now, he was beaten by Zhou Feng, and now he was beaten by the boss's sister, Tang Fu. But then a scene occurred that made the tall man sigh in relief, because Donf didn't spare the other 2 guys. all gave them a hard time too. Over here, Tang Fu punched a few people before turning her gaze to Zhou Feng. What's your name? Are you also a survivor on the miles? Tang Fu opened her mouth and asked. Hand over the person. Zhou Feng sighed. However, did not reply but said coldly. What people? Tang Fu looked puzzled, obviously saying that he didn't understand what Zhou Feng meant by that. Hand over anyone who beat up my friends. I'm going to teach them a lesson. Zhou Feng said. Several of the men in the room laughed when they heard this. None of them expected the sudden appearance of the brat. I can't believe I have to teach them a lesson. A bald man stepped forward, gesticulating in excitement. Your two loser friends? I just beat them up. There was a guy holding his head on the ground, and I got a hard. The more the bald guy talked, the more excited he got. But the next second, a rock flew over and hit him hard on the shoulder. Click. Ah! The bald man screamed miserably. Instantly everyone in the room fell silent. A shocked face looked at the bald man's arm. Originally, the bald guy was wearing an undershirt. It's all clear to see now. A large lump swelled right up where the stone had been smashed. There's a good chance that even the bones are broken. It would be even tougher to break a bone in this situation. You! Tang Fu was instantly enraged, deadly staring at Zhou Feng. And a few people can't wait. Seeing that Zhou Feng was alone, they all rushed forward. Zhou Feng looked at the distance between him and these people. There's about 70 or 80 meters. He didn't run away the first time. Instead, he threw the stone he had prepared long ago inside his hand, fiercely toward the front. Pop, pop, snap, a few crisp sounds. Several of the men who had rushed to the front fell to the ground with a loud thud. One by one, they rolled on the ground and wailed. The others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when they saw the scene, desperately dodging backward. None of them dared to rush ahead anymore. Dunna was dumbfounded. It didn't occur to me that there was only one other person on the other side. It actually made the group of them afraid to approach. Chapter 30. Whoever still isn't afraid of death can come up and try. But the next time I smash will be the head, Zhou Feng said coldly. At the same time, from inside his backpack, he took out a few more stones and cupped them in his hands. This guy, Tang Fu's face is ugly. Even more so, he hadn't thought that there was only one person like Zhou Feng. It actually made so many of them afraid to approach. There was nothing they could do in favor of it. Chase? Looking at Zhou Feng, it wasn't something that could be easily caught up with. We beat up two of you, and now you've beaten up so many of us, so we should be even, Tang Fu said through clenched teeth. Zhou Feng's gaze went to those who were injured. They are much worse off than Fan Jian. What about the compensation given to us? Zhou Feng added. Compensation? Tang Fu froze. So many of them were injured, and Zhou Feng actually offered to pay compensation. You were the ones who started to rob the fish, so it's only reasonable to give us compensation now, right? Zhou Feng said indifferently. Then you beat our men so badly. Any compensation? Tang Fu suppressed her anger. That's because they sought death themselves. Zhou Feng snorted coldly. Donf almost exploded with anger. That's what makes sense. But Donf quickly calmed down, because from the beginning, it probably didn't make much sense. Everything is a fist. Just then, a man came out from inside a hayloft. Zhou Feng could tell at a glance that the man was also a hybrid. Brother! Tang Fu was immediately relieved to see the man. What happened? Tang Cheng narrowed his eyes at Zhou Feng. The people around them were immediately explaining things. You're somewhat capable, but it's not that simple if you want to compensate. Tang Cheng broke his fingers. It made a crackling, crunching sound. Obviously this was a warning to Zhou Feng. Then you will never have any peace. I can make it so that you won't even be able to leave the camp. Zhou Feng was also not the least bit vain. Tang Cheng looked Zhou Feng up and down and slowly nodded his head. I'm sure you have the skills, but I have a proposition for you. How about the two of us go at it one-on-one? If you defeat me, I'll give you compensation. Compensation that satisfies you. But if you lose, how about joining my camp as my little brother? Tang Cheng is the boss of this camp. Since awakening on the beach with his sister, he's been gathering survivors everywhere. Dozens were soon found. Created such a camp. It solves everyone's food problems for the time being. And while Dan Sung is a fitness instructor by profession, he's also an amateur boxer. So Tang Cheng was confident. Not many people are their own match in a place like this. Satisfactory compensation? Let me see what it is. Zhou Feng was rather interested in the compensation. Tang Cheng smiled, and then he pulled out a man from inside the grass hut he had just come out of. The man looked like he was probably in his mid to late 20s. It looks like a very watery looking thing. How about this woman for you? It's great, Tang Cheng said with a smile. Brother Tang, I don't want to. I don't want to go over there. The woman cried out at once. Snap! Tang Cheng was nonchalant and slapped him. The woman had an extra 5-finger print on her face. Lousy saved your life. You are what I own. And you will do whatever I tell you to do. With such a slap, The woman no longer dared to cry, just still whimpering. I'm not interested in your woman. Zhou Feng shook his head. Could it be that you like men? Tang Cheng's face changed, and he even subconsciously took a step back. If the opponent is a dragon and young man, that Tang Cheng also felt very awkward, and even felt that he had been reckless just now. Shouldn't have offered to go it alone. I want those things. Zhou Feng pointed in a direction. That's a row of shelves. On the rack were 7 or 8 mountain chickens, already skinned and washed, and all cured with sea salt. It looks like it's stockpiling food. That's precious. Tang Fu was instantly anxious. They had few tools in their hands. It's very difficult to hunt grouse and you can only make simple traps. More precious than a human? Zhou Feng snorted. Tang Fu was speechless. As much as Donovan didn't want to say it, he had to admit it. On this deserted island, maybe a couple of grouse are really worth more than a person. Okay, I promise. Tang Cheng, however, nodded. Just by looking at Zhou Feng's ability to throw stones with one hand, he'll be able to determine that, as long as Zhou Feng joins his base, then it will be much less difficult for them to get food. It's not like you're going to go grabbing fish from other people. It was Tang Cheng who gave the order to grab the fish. Just wanted to see how the base next door reacted. The scouts Tang Cheng had sent out had also long ago discovered that there were people at the next base, and there are a lot of men. This made Tang Cheng still relatively vigilant in the first few days, not daring to approach at will. It was only when the people in his base became more numerous these days that he dared to go forward and try. Of course Tang Cheng wouldn't have thought of it. What he saw was Wu Wenrong and the others. As for those people from Wu Wenrong, they had all been taken out by Zhou Feng by now. Come on then. Tang Cheng stepped away from the fence and arrived not far in front of Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng also placed his backpack on the ground. The two approached step by step. Seeing that the distance was almost the same, Tang Cheng fiercely struck out. He took an arrow step forward and his fist came directly at Zhou Feng's face, trying to catch Zhou Feng off guard, at least in terms of momentum, to have the upper hand. However, what Tang Cheng did not expect was the speed of Zhou Feng. Facing his own fists, he easily swayed backward. Practitioner! This guy box too? This was the first reaction inside Tang Cheng's mind. Generally only practitioners react subconsciously to punches. It's not really a seesaw thing. Rather, it's a purely muscular response. It's the result of years of training. When one sees a fist, one knows how to dodge it. But soon Tang Cheng realized that he was wrong. Zhou Feng hadn't practiced boxing at all. He just had quick reflexes, and Zhou Feng threw his punches without any sort of pattern. It's by virtue of speed. But the punch wasn't just fast, it was powerful. Tang Cheng habitually used his arm to protect in front of his head. This way you only need to defend against attacks aimed at the abdomen. However, what Tang Cheng didn't expect was that Zhou Feng actually attacked right towards his own arms. Bang! 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 3 punches in a row. Tang Cheng felt like his arm was going to break. That's too much power. Ah! Tang Cheng finally decided to put up a fight. He raised his leg and kicked Zhou Feng in the abdomen, then prepared to deliver 2 more swinging punches head-on. But Zhou Feng took a kick but didn't move. Instead, he grabbed Tang Cheng's leg and directly flipped him to the ground. Tang Cheng landed on the back of his head and only felt his head buzzing. Chapter 31 Anti-Promised. Tang Cheng struggled to get up, but Zhou Feng didn't give him that chance. Instead, Tang Cheng lands a kick to the midsection. This time Tang Cheng completely curled up into a shrimp and could only barely protect his head. He's on the ground and you're still doing it. Do you have to have some face? Tang Fu became anxious all of a sudden. Red eyes roared. He even tried to step forward to help, only to be stopped by a few people around him. After all, if Tang Fu went forward, it was tantamount to a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. Oh, did you guys want faces when you robbed something? Did you want faces when 7 or 8 of you beat up 2 of us? Just now a group of people tried to deal with me alone. Want a face? We're not in the ring right now. What's wrong with me kicking him twice? Zhou Feng's words fell. Another hard kick was given to Tang Cheng. Tang Fu's eyes burned with anger, and she felt even more stifled. Because it's like what Zhou Feng said. They are the ones who are at a disadvantage in this matter. I admit defeat. Tang Cheng's side finally couldn't bear it and took the lead. And Tang Cheng could see it now. Zhou Feng is black-hearted and ruthless. If he didn't open his mouth in time to admit defeat, he would really kick himself to death. Bring the stuff. Zhou Feng shouted at Tang Fu and the others. You guys give him the stuff. Tang Fu had a resigned look on her face. By what right? We caught all these things. Yeah, we haven't even had a bite yet. These days it's all about coconut and fish alone. However, at this time the people inside the camp were expressing their dissatisfaction. These grouse are the result of many days of hard work. Anyone who has a problem with it can leave this camp. Tang Fu's icy gaze swept over everyone. Hearing Tang Fu's words, these people lowered their heads. No one dared say anything else. because they all know very well that in this environment, huddle together to live better. Tang Chen lost this time, but Tang Chang is still a good leader. Where would they have gone if they had said they were leaving the camp? Not that there's any better place to be. Form another camp on your own? That would mean discarding what's there now. Give him the stuff, said Tang Chang in a low voice as he took a few breaths and climbed up as well. Though the head still feels a little groggy. But the good thing is that it's dirt underneath and it's not hard. Otherwise this time, he might have died himself. With Tang Chang's order, a few people acted reluctantly. Get a stick and tie all the grouse to it. Then carried it over to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng carried the wooden stick all by himself, looking extraordinarily relaxed. This brother, what I said before still counts. You're always welcome here, Tang Chang said in a deep voice. Not interested. Zhou Feng shook his head before turning around and walking away. Brother, just let him go like that? Tang Fu clenched her fists with a resigned look. So what else? Tang Chun smiled bitterly. It can't be all-out war. Zhou Feng alone was so difficult to deal with. What if it's a full-scale war with the other side? Tang Chang didn't realize how bad the damage was. More importantly, Tang Chang actually didn't know how many people were on the other side. That guy. Tang Fu's eyes were filled with resignation. Zhou Feng carried the mountain chicken back to the campground. Upon seeing the mountain chicken Zhou Feng was carrying, the crowd was a little dumbfounded. Where did you get this? Caught? But these are just pickled things. It's the compensation those people gave. Zhou Feng explained. Compensation? Then they're still strangely nice? Bai Qingyan revealed a strange gaze. How is it possible? Little Feng, what have you done? Qin Xiao Shui, however, could see it. It's absolutely impossible that the other side gave it of their own accord. Zhou Feng recounted what happened. Boss, you're too good. Yang Wei's eyes glistened as he listened. It hadn't occurred to me that Zhou Feng's fighting prowess was so strong. Thanks, boss. Fan Jian was even more moved. Zhou Feng actually avenged himself. Those guys won't come looking for trouble. Sun Hong was a bit worried instead. They don't have the guts to do this. But to be on guard, we'll have to arrange for patrols outside in the future. Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Arranging patrols? The crowd is in trouble. There weren't many of them to begin with. Just 8 in total. Now it's time to gather food and go on patrol. There's a vigil at night. And even when you go out to catch fish, you have to be careful now. Be on guard against another attack from your opponent. Everyone, don't be anxious. Right now we have enough food to eat for a period of time. We don't need to store too much for now. Everyone's safety is most important now. Zhou Feng began to comfort the crowd. Don't know what this paradise island is though, but it looks like it should be a tropical island, where temperatures don't suddenly take a nosedive. If that day does come, it will have to wait until then. Right now safety is paramount. Zhou Feng then arranged that in the future, all food collection should be done in groups of at least 3 people. As for the patrols, I'll leave that to myself at the moment. He was sure, however, that those people shouldn't get into any trouble. Fruit and 2 mountain chickens were served for dinner. Still a stew. The chickens on this island are small, all just under 2 pounds. It's even smaller when you get rid of the guts. 8 people eating 2 mountain chickens doesn't give each person much to share, but the meal was extraordinarily comforting. After all, the grouse didn't catch itself. When the meal was over, everyone took an early break. Zhou Feng and Fan Jian and Sun Hong, all 3 of them had cell phones on them, but it's also long since died and shut down, so it won't come in handy. Once there is no entertainment, it is easy to fall asleep at night, plus not much to eat, as well as a day's work. But Zhou Feng tossed and turned and didn't fall asleep, so out from inside the hayloft, he looked toward Qin Xiaoshue's room. Tonight, Bai Qingyan and Sun Hong were the 2 people keeping watch, so they weren't inside the room. They were on the hillside just a short distance from the campground. The line of sight is better here and you can see what's going on around you. That meant that right now, inside Qin Xiaoshue's room, she was the only one. Zhou Feng stood in the doorway of the curtain and hesitated for half a day. In fact, door curtains are also made of straw mats. There is no security to speak of, but it will keep out the night winds, as well as provide privacy. If you want to go in yourself, all you have to do is lift the curtain. Only in the end, Zhou Feng returned inside his room. This might be an opportunity to get in touch with Qin Xiaoshue, but if Qin Xiaoshue kept rejecting himself, there wasn't much he could do. But what Zhou Feng didn't expect was, he had just returned to the inside of the room not long ago. Then someone pushed the door in. It was none other than Qin Xiaoshue. Auntie Qin? Zhou Feng revealed a strange expression. Xiao Feng, what you said last time, I promised you. Qin Xiaoshue reddened her face. Chapter 32, bumped into. Zhou Feng did not react at first. The last time you said something? Is it something to do with collecting food? Or what kind of work? Wait until he realizes. Qin Xiaoshue definitely didn't come so late at night just for trivial matters. It's to be your own girlfriend. Auntie Chin. Really? You're willing to become my girlfriend? Zhou Feng was excited. In a flash, he sat up from the bed. It's true, but we have two things to agree on. Qin Xiaoshui gently nodded her head before sitting next to Zhou Feng. Auntie Chin, you say? Zhou Feng nodded. As long as it was something Qin Xiaoshui proposed, Zhou Feng would definitely fulfill it. First of all, it's that we can't let Qing Yan know. Qin Xiaoshui blushed. If she let her daughter know that she had actually agreed to become Zhou Feng's girlfriend, she didn't even know what expression to use to face by Qing Yan. This is no problem. Zhou Feng hesitated for a moment, but nodded. That's how big the base is. It would have been a struggle to avoid by Qing Yan, but right now, Qin Xiaoshui agreed to become her girlfriend. It had already made Zhou Feng extraordinarily excited. What if another request is made? Then what if Qin Xiaoshui backs out? The second thing is, not to have sex. Qin Xiaoshui turned her head away, her voice about the same as a mosquito. Don't worry, Aunt Qin. I definitely won't force myself. Zhou Feng was already happy in his heart. As long as Qin Xiaoshui could agree to become his girlfriend, that would have satisfied Zhou Feng. But Aunt Qin, why are you? Zhou Feng was still a bit puzzled. Why did Qin Xiaoshui suddenly agree to herself? Watching you leave like that today made me think twice. I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life in case you don't come back. One should not leave regrets in one's life. You've helped me so much. I should give you a chance too. Of course, the most important thing is, I think you're very manly. Qin Xiaoshui's voice was already low when she finished this last sentence. Zhou Feng, however, had a smile on his face. In fact, Zhou Feng didn't want to take advantage of people's danger. He didn't want to blackmail Qin Xiaoshui into agreeing to him by living, but he just couldn't suppress the feelings in his heart. Don't worry, Aunt Qin. I won't let you down and will make you happy. Zhou Feng grabbed Qin Xiaoshui's hands and spoke in a grave tone. Little Feng. Qin Xiaoshui's eyes had tears flashing inside. Qin Xiaoshui was truly able to feel the feelings of the young man in front of her. It was a hot look she had never felt before. Qin Xiaoshui and her former husband didn't have any deep feelings for each other. The husband is also rather quiet and never expresses his feelings. That Aunt Qin, can I kiss you? Zhou Feng stared at Qin Xiaoshui's eyes. I didn't just say that it can't be related. Qin Xiaoshui froze. But a kiss is not considered to be relevant. Auntie Qin, you didn't say that you couldn't kiss just now. Besides, you kissed last time. Zhou Feng continued. I'm not ready yet. Qin Xiaoshui blushed, but there was no waiting for Qin Xiaoshui to finish her sentence. It felt like Zhou Feng was sticking over again. Qin Xiaoshui felt her mouth immediately filled. Even breathing became difficult. But unlike the last time, this time Qin Xiaoshui was quick to accept it. She had become obsessed with the feeling. But this time it was different. Zhou Feng's hand wrapped around his waist, and that wasn't enough. Trying to face up. But there is. Mom, I'm so hungry. Is there still some wild fruit? Just then, Bai Qingyan lifted the door curtain and walked in. Just now, Qin Xiaoshui made an excuse to talk to Zhou Feng about something. Bai Qingyan then saw that the two of them, Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoshui, were sticking together. Qin Xiaoshui immediately pushed Zhou Feng away. What are you doing? Bai Qingyan's eyes widened, though she didn't see the two kissing, but the action was too ambiguous. Ahem. Nothing. Zhou Feng gave a dry cough. In fact, Zhou Feng heard the sound of Bai Qingyan's footsteps, but he didn't take it seriously. Thought it was just someone passing by, but he didn't expect Bai Qingyan to come in directly. It's just that it's not bad, although Qin Xiaoshui was unwilling to let Bai Qingyan know about the two. But Zhou Feng thinks everyone lives together. Sooner or later it will be exposed. Then it's better to poke that window paper out sooner rather than later. I'll help Xiao Feng take a look at the scar on the top of his head. Qin Xiaoshui hastily made an excuse. Look at the scars? Look inside this room? Bai Qingyan was skeptical. Nice moon today and great visibility outside. But it's pitch black inside this hayloft. Can't see much at all. And if you want to see the scars, you should look at them during the day. Seeing Bai Qingyan's skepticism, Qin Xiaoshui immediately gave Zhou Feng an elbow, gesturing Zhou Feng to help cover himself up. I was in a bit of pain just now, so Auntie Qin rubbed it for me. Zhou Feng's side held his head. Headache. You're not getting sick. Bai Qingyan was also nervous after hearing this and immediately put her hand on Zhou Feng's forehead. Sure is a little hot. What about this? Bai Qingyan was a bit anxious. Right now they don't have any medicine. Once you get sick you can only get through it. Well, I feel like it shouldn't be that serious. Zhou Feng scratched his head. In fact, his forehead was rather hot. That is, he had just been stuck together with Qin Xiaoshui for too long. Really? Then why do you have a headache? Bai Qingyan asked strangely. It's probably the wounds from the last beating. A bit of after effects or something. Zhou Feng found a reason. Then you have to pay more attention. Bai Qingyan still looked worried. Zhou Feng casually pulled a few more words and reluctantly left from inside the room. If Bai Qingyan hadn't suddenly returned today, you can definitely get on base yourself. Just a little bit, but surely there's another chance. The next morning, the two of them, Fan Jian and Yang Wei, didn't go out. They were both recuperating from their injuries. Janewei can still do odd jobs, help out and such, but Fan Jian was a bit more injured, so Zhou Feng let him lie down. Fan Jian was also touched. I didn't think that I would be able to sustain a workplace injury under these circumstances. Zhou Feng took a barrel on his side and walked towards the inside of the woods. The barrel is full of small fish and shrimp. Zhou Feng was also prepared to find a place to set a trap and see if he could catch some animals. His trap was simple. It's a snare made of rope, which is considered one of the simplest and most practical traps. Whenever a critter's leg gets inside, it's easy to get strangled. Along the way Zhou Feng set up traps wherever he saw traces of animals, and it holds a few small fish. Soon the dozen or so lasso rings in his hand were gone. Next it's just a matter of chance. Just as Zhou Feng was about to return, suddenly he heard, not far away, the sound of screaming. Chapter 33, The Wild Boar. Zhou Feng immediately judged it. It's not from your own camp, because this was not the direction of their camp, but the direction of Tang Cheng's group. They're in trouble? No matter what happened, Zhou Feng intended to go up and take a look. Zhou Feng raced through the jungle. It soon became clear what was going on. 1 man and 3 women make 4. At the moment, it's confronting a wild boar. The boar was huge and looked to be at least 200 pounds. It's actually pretty good for a boar to grow to that size. It's already kind of huge. The 2 fangs were long and sharp at the front. Was staring at the 4 men in front of him with bloodshot eyes. Zhou Feng recognized it at a glance. That mixed-race beauty, Donovan. At this moment, when Tang Fu saw the boar, she was also breathing heavily. It hadn't occurred to them that they were just out to get some water, but they hadn't expected to encounter such a dangerous animal. Calm down some. Let's think of a way. Tang Fu gritted her teeth and held up the wooden stick in her hand. The others had wooden sticks on them. However, seeing this massive boar, those 2 girls didn't wait for Tang Fu to finish her sentence, threw down his stick and ran away. You guys, Tang Fu became anxious all of a sudden. It didn't occur to me that these 2 would be the first to run away at this critical juncture. Let's run too. The other man yelled back and ran in the other direction. Even though it's us, the men run alone. No hesitation at all. Asshole. Tang Fu was infuriated enough. These 3 guys. Shameless. What made Tang Fu feel even more desperate was that the boar didn't go after those 3 people. Instead, he remained still staring at himself. There was nothing Tang Fu could do but turn and run. But a scene that made Tang Fu even more desperate appeared. The boar actually came right after him. Donovan was almost on the verge of tears. She doesn't understand why the boar just followed himself. Coincidence. The direction Tang Fu escaped from was exactly where Zhou Feng was, watching the boar crash in the direction of Tang Fu's thigh. Tang Fu even couldn't help but turn around, revealing a look of horror. Once she was run over by the boar, she would surely die here. It was at this time that Zhou Feng struck. He appeared from behind a tree, took the spear and stabbed it towards the boar. Wild boar has a thick skin. It was reasonable to say that the spear Zhou Feng used was very simple. It was impossible to do much damage to the boar. However, what Zhou Feng hit was the boar's eye. The tip of the spear was stuck directly inside the boar's eye. The intense pain caused the boar to go crazy and pounce towards Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng hurriedly dodged towards the side, but because he didn't let go of the spear, he was still brought down to the ground. The boar fled in one direction with the spear. However, the boar was poked blind in one eye, which seemed to affect its judgment. There was no avoidance at all of a tree in the road in front of him. It hit hard. Knock! The boar was now lying completely on the ground, its body convulsing. Soon there was no movement. Are you alright? Tang Fu's side looked towards Zhou Feng on the ground, hesitant to reach out and pull Zhou Feng up. If it wasn't for Zhou Feng's sudden appearance, she'd be in deep right now. However, when he thought of the things that Zhou Feng had done inside the base last time, Tang Fu still held a grudge against Zhou Feng. Having a few mountain chickens taken away by Zhou Feng was quite a blow to Tang Cheng's prestige. Just as Tang Fu was struggling inside, Zhou Feng had already climbed up. This boar is mine. Don't try to rob me. Putting down these words, Zhou Feng came directly in front of the boar. He didn't know if the boar had passed out or was already dead, but just to be on the safe side, Zhou Feng pulled the spear out from inside the boar's eye socket. Then he took out his dagger again and cut the boar's neck. Let the boar's blood flow on the ground. In fact, pig's blood is also good, rich in all kinds of vitamins. It also nourishes qi and replenishes blood. But right now there is no way to dispose of pig's blood, so it will have to go to waste. The most important thing is bloodletting, which reduces the weight of the boar. Later, Zhou Feng was planning to bring the boar back Tang Fu was almost out of breath. His own side was thinking about how to say thank you. As a result, Zhou Feng suspected that he was going to rob his boar, especially seeing that Zhou Feng had been squatting next to the wild boar, without of looking at himself more than once. Tang Fu's heart was instantly a bit unconvinced. Wherever he or she had been before, it had been in the limelight. Turns out the guy doesn't even look at himself. Thank you. Donf came up to me. Zhou Feng ignored Tang Fu and instead stood up to take off his upper body clothes. What are you doing? Tang Fu was instantly startled and hastily backed away. One hand even crept to his waist. There was also a dagger at Tang Fu's waist that she used for defense. What for? Of course I don't want to get my clothes dirty. Zhou Feng bristled. That's all the clothes he has. Wait, if you get all bloody, you won't be able to wear it next. Clothes are a big deal. It wasn't just Zhou Feng. Everyone else inside the camp was in a set of clothes as well. I'm guessing it won't last long before it breaks. It's up to you to find alternatives. Zhou Feng's side wrapped the short sleeves inside around his waist and then put his jacket back on. Even if the jacket is stained with blood, you can still make do with what you've got. Then Zhou Feng grabbed the boar's hind legs. Seeing this action, Tang Fu secretly shook her head. How is this possible to memorize? You saved me. I can have my brother send someone to help you carry this boar. Tang Fu hurriedly said. It was intended that this would be able to repay Zhou Feng for saving his life. But the next thing that dazzled Tang Fu was, Zhou Feng actually fought off the boar with a flip. How is this possible? Tang Fu blurted out. A boar that size is over 200 pounds. Zhou Feng just carried it on his back. And Zhou Feng was still walking fast. How physically powerful is this guy? Zhou Feng didn't take a few steps on his side before he realized that Tang Fu had actually followed him from behind. What are you doing? Zhou Feng turned back helplessly and said without a trace of anger. I want to thank you. Donovan was a little embarrassed. Thanks? What about your sincerity? Zhou Feng asked. Sincerity? Tang Fu froze. If you really want to thank me, at least take out something. Thinking that a few words will do, Zhou Feng said indifferently. Donovan giggled again. It didn't occur to me that Zhou Feng was actually so realistic. In the old days, Tang Fu would have given the money long ago. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a big problem. But now she has nothing. One couldn't promise to give Zhou Feng monetary thanks when he left this island. That's painting a big picture. Don't mention any thanks if you don't have anything. Zhou Feng put down these words and turned around. Leaving Tang Fu alone, she stomped her feet and sulked. She had never seen, before, a man so cold to himself. Just then, a large group of people ran by in the distance. Chapter 34, Clothes. You're okay. Tang Cheng came with a group of people. The man who had just escaped returned inside the camp and told Tang Cheng about the wild boar attack they had encountered. Now the boar is running after Donovan. I'm fine. Tang Fu shook her head. Then his eyes stared icily at a man inside the crowd. That's the man who just left himself and ran away. The man immediately dropped his head, not daring to say anything. It's good to be fine. Where's the boar? Tang Cheng inquired. Tang Cheng had brought so many people with him, in addition to coming to the rescue, and ready to take out the boar in the process. Taken out by the last guy who came to the camp. Donf described the scene. What? He killed the boar all by himself, and carried the boar away? Tang Cheng was filled with shock. If these words weren't spoken by Tang Fu, then Tang Cheng wouldn't be able to believe them at all. Not to mention that according to the description, the boar was over 200 pounds. How can the average person carry it around so easily? But every now and then, traces of blood could be seen on the floor. It kept stretching in the direction of the other side's base. Never mind. It's good that you're okay. Tang Cheng sighed in relief. It's not bad to be able to leave a life behind from a boar attack. It was just that Tang Cheng's heart was a bit regretful. If Zhou Feng could join his side, it would definitely be a superb fighting force. But seeing the blood on the ground, Tang Cheng was puzzled. When Zhou Feng returned with the boar on his back, the people inside the camp were shocked. Boss, you're too good. Sun Hong marveled. Such a big boar. We'll have pork to eat in the next few days. Lu Qingqing was also excited. Although everyone ate bacon the other day, but it was just one piece, and I didn't even dare to eat more. Yang Wei even said that he could come and be in charge of cleaning up the wild boar. Make sure you try not to waste a single thing. He's kind of a half-professional in this area. When Zhou Feng put the boar down, his back was covered in blood. Little Feng, you're not hurt. Qin Xiaoshui rushed forward to check. It's fine. It's all boar's blood. Zhou Feng waved his hand and said, this clothes are full of blood. Let me help you wash it. Qin Xiaoshui took Zhou Feng's jacket. Looking at Qin Xiaoshui's departing back, Zhou Feng felt a warmth in his heart. Auntie Chen washed her own clothes. It's like real family. Don't be idle. Go fetch some buckets of water. Yang Wei's side began to greet the others. Soon everyone was busy. Even Fan Jian climbed up and helped Yang Wei together. It took over an hour for the boar to be broken down into many pieces. Yang Wei is still embarrassed. Said the dagger was too small and affected his play. Splitting meat is still quick if you have a chopper. Boss, I'll give you this pigskin when I'm done with it, so you can sleep with it on your pad at night, Yang Wei said as he picked up the boar skin. The boar skin was thick and still had blood all over it. You can handle this boar skin? Zhou Feng was surprised. There aren't many people who know this craft these days. I've seen getting sheepskin. The process should be similar. Yang Wei thought for a moment and said, that's fine, just give it to me later. Zhou Feng nodded. This was something he decided to give to Qin Xiuxue. It's a bit uncomfortable to just sleep on a straw mattress at night. Just then, Zhou Feng suddenly stood up and looked to the west. Fan Jian was the first to notice Zhou Feng's movements, then looked over as well. Then a look of anger appeared on Fan Jian's face, because from over there came 5 men. One of them Fan Jian remembered. It's one of the guys who beat himself up last time. This group of people came to the door. Yang Wei even copied his spear. The 2 people, Sun Hong and Lu Qingqing, did not hide at this time. All took up arms as well. The last time they were threatened by Wu Wenrong. They didn't dare to resist. But it's clear now. Anyone who wants to survive on a deserted island has to show their strength. Qin Xiaoshui and Bai Qinyan were even more so. The 2 came to Zhou Feng's side early. Zhou Feng even picked up the stone in his hand. If the other side was up to no good, he could make it impossible for any of these people to return. Misunderstanding. There's no need to be so nervous, Tang Chang's side said in a hurry. What do you want? Looking for a scene? Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. No. We siblings didn't come over here to fight. We wanted to thank you for saving my sister. This is intended to be given to you. Tang Chang pulled something behind him. Only then did Zhou Feng notice that it was actually a suitcase. What is that thing? Zhou Feng asked. It's some clothes, Tang Fu replied. Clothes? Sun Hong and the others' eyes lit up. They've been wearing their clothes for 10 days. You can take it to the wash once in a while and it dries in 10 minutes in the middle of the day. But it's always particularly inconvenient. Plus you have to work every day and your clothes get dirty. It's broken in many places. If this gets torn, it's really only going to be wrapped in a banana leaf. Or just make a grass skirt or something. But there were men and women inside the camp. And that was too inconvenient. Clothes? From where? Zhou Feng asked. Of course I picked it up on the beach. There are quite a few supplies around where we awakened. Don't you have any here? Tang Chang's eyes had been glancing over the campground. When he saw the cured meat and salted fish hanging on the wooden rack, Tang Chang's eyes were filled with envy inside. It just made Tang Chang a bit strange. Isn't there a little too few men in this camp? They had approached this way cautiously once before. There are more than just 4 people. Tang Chang could only think that it should be that the others weren't there. There are still supplies on the beach? This caused Zhou Feng to freeze. This shipwreck is very strange. It didn't look like a shipwreck. Rather it looked like everyone disappeared from the ship in an instant. Yet there are still supplies to the beach. Then how come they haven't seen it? It might just be their bad luck. Bring the suitcase over. Zhou Feng nodded. Tang Chang and Tang Fu looked at each other. Then the 2 came together in front of Zhou Feng. Donovan opened the suitcase first. It was stuffed full of brand new clothes, all neatly folded. At least Zhou Feng and the others should have no problem with one set each. I just don't know if it fits. Now accept my thanks, Donf said with a straight face. Well, it's not bad. It's worth one with your life. Zhou Feng nodded. Donovan was furious enough at the comment. What does it mean to be of the same value as your own life? It was clearly a taunt that one's life was not worth anything. It's just this box of clothes. But what can one do? You can't just give your body away. He had obviously saved his life. But Tang Fu felt that this guy was still very annoying. To formally introduce myself. My name is Tang Chang. And she is my sister Tang Fu. Tang Chang's side rushed at Zhou Feng and extended his hand. Tang Chang could see it now. Zhou Feng was the leader within these people. Chapter 35, Exchange of Information. In Tang Chang's mind, it was only natural. Just with the ability Zhou Feng had shown. Just know he's not your average guy. Tang Chang also didn't go about ignoring Zhou Feng because he was young for that reason. My name is Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng's side also extended his hand. Since the other party was now expressing goodwill, there was no need for him to keep a stern face. We're kind of not fighting anymore. How about talking about cooperation next? Tang Chang smiled faintly. Cooperation? Zhou Feng was curious. That's right. We are all Chinese and can live together on this island. Tang Fu said from the side. Are you Chinese? Not at first glance, right? Bai Qinyan couldn't help but speak from the side. After all, the 2 Tang siblings were obvious from their skin color. It's a hybrid. The 2 of us are of mixed blood, but we grew up in China. Otherwise we wouldn't be so fluent in Chinese, Tang Chang explained. Zhou Feng nodded. He felt from the start that these 2 people did not look like purebred Han Chinese. Sure enough, I have no interest in cooperating with you. We have more resources and food than you do. Zhou Feng shook his head. Based on Zhou Feng's observation that day, Tang Chang didn't have many resources in their camp. There were probably about 30 people though. It's just that they don't have enough food either. Otherwise it doesn't come to rob them of their fish. Taking a couple of grouse from them myself has made those people anxious. That's true. Tang Chang smiled bitterly. Just the bacon and smoked fish that Zhou Feng and the others were hanging outside made them envious. I wonder how long it will take to collect. Not to mention the split wild boar meat in the vacant lot next to it. Looking at the thick fat on top, Tang Chang was envious. It's important to retain fat for survival in the wild. But we can exchange information. Zhou Feng added. That's not bad. Tang Chang nodded. Actually, Tang Chang didn't either think that he would be able to reach a partnership with Zhou Feng in the first place. Tang Chang came over just to express that he meant no harm. Let's hope their two sets of people peacefully coexist next. How did you guys come to this island? Zhou Feng spoke. Hearing Zhou Feng ask this, Tang Chang smiled. You really are a smart man too. This is not an ordinary shipwreck. Tang Chang began to narrate. According to the intelligence he gathered, everyone inside his camp was passed out at almost the same time. By the time they woke up, they were on the island. I'm guessing that we might have encountered a supernatural phenomenon, Tang Chang added. Pretty much as I suspected. Anything else suspicious? For example, about this island. Zhou Feng asked again. This island is very large. More than we can imagine. And it might be called Paradise Island. Tang Chang squinted his eyes. Paradise Island. Fan Jian and the others were surprised by the title. Zhou Feng didn't tell them the news. And Zhou Feng pretended to be surprised. As if he was aware of this title for the first time. Paradise Island? Why is it called that? This isn't paradise either. Yang Wei asked from the side. It's more like hell. At least for them. Especially next to Li Ran. There's a stone monument not far over there with the words Paradise Island written on it. Tang Chang pointed in a direction, indicating that it was under a tree over there. Zhou Feng's heart was flabbergasted as he secretly noted down the directions. Zhou Feng hadn't been able to find the stone tablet in the past few days. He also wondered if Ho Chuan was lying to himself. But now it seems that the tablet shall be real. It was just my own bad luck that I didn't find the right spot. The key now is that there are other threats. On the island, Tang Chang said slowly. What threat? Zhou Feng inquired. There's another base in the location to the west of us. And there are quite a few foreigners over there. We've had several encounters where the other side wasn't very friendly. I expect the competition for resources will start soon. Tang Chang's face was grave. Only after these words, Fan Jian snorted. You guys were friendly when you were robbing? Tang Chang scratched his head a bit awkwardly. Talking about friendliness on this island is kind of funny. We didn't kill anyone at least. They did. We've seen from the camps they throw bodies out. Daunt frowned. Dropping a body? That could also be sick. Fan Jian shook his head. Although all of them are healthy. But it doesn't mean other people don't get sick. With day-to-day starvation, there is a high risk of malnutrition, which can lead to a weakened immune system. That's not being sick. Those corpses were tortured to death. Tang Chang explained. Tortured to death. This made Fan Jian and the others think of manager Guo and Wang Jun. Many of the survivors on this island are dehumanized. Let me share our intelligence as well. Zhou Feng began to narrate. Zhou Feng did not tell the truth about what happened to Wu Wenrong and the others. He just told Tang Chang that there are savages on this island. And most likely cannibals. There are still savages on this island? Tang Chang was obviously a bit surprised. But I saw that the savages were heading towards the south. So they might just be coming over occasionally. Zhou Feng said. But even the occasional wild man meant a fact. That there are cannibals on the island. Tang Chang's mood looked a little heavy as he listened. Apparently this island was more dangerous than he thought. Anyway, thanks for saving my sister. But I think our cooperation is more than just exchanging information, and I hope you'll give it some thought. After Tang Chang said those words, he led Tang Fu and the others away. It was only after seeing them walk away that Bai Qingyan couldn't help but say, Zhou Feng, you couldn't tell at all when you were telling lies just now. Oh, that Tang Chang is the same. Do you guys see it when he lies? Zhou Feng laughed. He lied too? Which sentence? Bai Qingyan's eyes widened. Bai Qingyan couldn't hear it just now. Which of Tang Sun's sentences is in question? It's about the other survivor camp next to them. They must know some specific information. Zhou Feng explained. If these people really don't know anything about that base, then they couldn't have. Knowing that there were bodies thrown from inside that base, must have been secretly spied on a long time ago. Why are you all so cunning? Bai Qingyan huffed. And a little chagrined at the same time. It was clear that Zhou Feng was the same age as himself. Now it comes across as her and a fool. Okay, everyone, let's divide up the clothes now. Zhou Feng took out the clothes inside the suitcase one by one. That's a lot of clothes in there. It was all summer clothes, but just right for the island. Chapter 36, The Stone Tablet. One by one, these clothes were laid out in front of the crowd. Everyone pick a set, as a spare, Zhou Feng said. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. None of them making the first choice. After all, none of them are qualified. These clothes were all given to Zhou Feng by the Tang family siblings, as a thank you gift. Then I'll split it for you. Seeing this scene, Zhou Feng was not polite. Started rummaging around inside the clothes. First, he found 2 sets of whiter clothes and gave them to Fan Jian and Yang Wei. Then he took a set for Sun Hong and Lu Qingqing and Li Ran. All 3 women. Several people went back inside their rooms to change their clothes. They had long since had enough of this on them. The smell was awful. This is an interesting set. Try it on? Zhou Feng took out a set of clothes and handed it to Bai Qingyan. This is camouflage clothing? Bai Qingyan froze. This outfit has short sleeves on the top half and 7/4 pants on the bottom half. Shouldn't be a regular uniform. Try changing into it and see if it fits, Zhou Feng said. In a place like a deserted island, camouflage clothing is still very useful. Okay, I'll give it a try. Bai Qingyan nodded. In the end, Qin Xiaoxue was left alone. Aunt Qin, pick a set for yourself. Zhou Feng placed the suitcase in front of Qin Xiaoxue. This set then. Qin Xiaoxue had long had her eye on a set of clothes. She brought out a set of blue t-shirts and a coffee-colored bustier. The fabric of this set is rich in texture. It goes well with you. It sure looks pretty on you. Zhou Feng smiled. Nasty. Qin Xiaoxue blushed, then turned around and left. Zhou Feng froze, then his heart was delighted. This reaction of Qin Xiaoxue, is she shy? There were quite a few clothes left inside the suitcase. Just a couple of them were evening gowns and there was no way they could be worn on a deserted island. Instead, there were a few pieces of ladies' underwear that could be distributed to a few women later. Soon everyone was changed. Fan Jian and the others went to work and had to deal with the pork. Bai Qingyan bounced around and arrived in front of Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng, what do you think of this dress of mine? Bai Qingyan spun around in front of Zhou Feng. Bai Qingyan was already pretty and was almost as tall as Qin Xiaoxue, but her figure was completely different from Qin Xiaoxue's. It's slimmer and more slender, with a youthful, pretty beauty, plus the strong contrast from the camouflage uniforms. It gives one a very strong sensation in terms of visualization. Not bad, not bad. Zhou Feng nodded. This set of clothes was just right on Bai Qingyan's body. It's all ready to go straight to a portrait session. One's vision is still good. Thank you for picking out the clothes for me. Here's a reward for you. Bai Qingyan suddenly came up next to Zhou Feng. There was no waiting for Zhou Feng to react. He then felt Bai Qingyan's lips, crossing his cheek. You? Zhou Feng froze a bit. It hadn't occurred to him that Bai Qingyan would suddenly do this. I'm going to help cook. Eat the pork stew later. Bai Qingyan smiled and ran away, leaving Zhou Feng a bit dumbfounded. Touching my face was a bit overwhelming. This little ninny. Just then, Qin Xiaoxue also walked out from inside the grass hut. Zhou Feng's eyes lit up. Qin Xiaoxue's outfit was the most beautiful in his eyes. The hemline sways gently, just above the ankles, rich in feminine beauty. Hair fell casually over her shoulders. What are you looking at me for? Qin Xiaoxue's cheeks were still flushed. You're my girlfriend. What's wrong with me taking a few looks? Zhou Feng said with a smile. Don't let it be heard. Qin Xiaoxue lowered her head and ran away. Went to get together to handle the pork. You guys get busy first. I'm going out. Zhou Feng said to the crowd. Don't worry about going out, boss. Everyone was working but didn't have any opinions at all. After all, every time Zhou Feng came back, he would bring something with him. Zhou Feng advanced in one direction. The place he was going to was what Tang Chang had said earlier, where that monolith was. This time with an accurate direction. Zhou Feng walked for less than 20 minutes. He then noticed traces of humans walking on the ground. Obviously someone has been through here. I just don't know if it's the footprints of Wu Wenrong and the others, or Tang Chang's. Soon Zhou Feng found the stone tablet under a tree. The monolith was about a meter tall and nearly 50 centimeters wide, and its surface was covered with temman. Zhou Feng carefully cleaned off the tengman on the stone tablet. As the last trace of green slipped off the stone tablet, 4 ancient and powerful Chinese characters gradually revealed themselves. Paradise Island. These 4 characters have smooth strokes and are arranged from top to bottom. Zhou Feng frowned. What exactly is this island? Why is there such a stone tablet with Chinese characters still written on it? And apart from these few Chinese characters, there were no other traces on the entire monolith. Zhou Feng took out the jade pendant. He couldn't see any relationship between the jade pendant and the stone tablet right now. And why is Wu Wenrong looking for the pendant? Although this was only Zhou Feng's guess, but he was basically sure that what Wenrong was looking for was the pendant. Could it be that Wu Wenrong had actually gotten some information from another source? It doesn't actually have much to do with the monolith. Zhou Feng frowned. The material of the stone monument looked ordinary. It should be rock or something like that. Why would anyone put a monolith here? Suddenly an idea popped up inside Zhou Feng's mind. There was nothing on the surface of the tablet. So could there be something down there? With his spear, he began to carefully dig into the sandy soil around the monolith. Zhou Feng then realized that the soil was very loose. Apparently someone had dug it not too long ago. It's possible that it's Wu Manwing and others. In a little over an hour's time, Zhou Feng had dug a large pit. It was at least 2 meters deep. But what shocked him was that the monolith was stretching all the way downward. It's like it grew from inside the dirt. And the soil underneath is very hard. It's no longer possible to dig with just a spear. Zhou Feng had no choice but to give up. He felt that others had done similar things, only to come up empty like himself. Zhou Feng refilled the dirt back in. By the time he got back to camp, it was almost dark. Zhou Feng, you're finally back. When she saw Zhou Feng return, Bai Qingyan jumped up in excitement. Zhou Feng then noticed. The smell of meat permeated around the camp. Inside the pan floated large chunks of pork with a thick coating of grease. There's a fire lit down there. You guys haven't eaten yet? Zhou Feng was a bit surprised. If I was planning to eat, it's just that everyone said to wait for you. Bai Qingyan's words fell. A grunt came from inside his stomach. She blushed at once. Seeing this scene, Zhou Feng smiled. Sorry for coming back a bit late. Let's all eat together. Zhou Feng took the lead and sat down. Sun Hong scooped the first bowl of meat to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng tasted it and only felt it melt in his mouth. The pork stew was so flavorful. The meat is crispy but not too chewy. And you can feel the delicacy and flavor of the meat in every bite. It's just salt, but it's already very tasty. The grease is even more incorporated into the broth. Zhou Feng took a sip down and felt warm inside his stomach. Then he looked at the others who were also holding their chopsticks and eating with their lights down. There'll be 2 more meals tomorrow, and the rest of the pork I've marinated. Yang Wei said while eating. If they don't marinate, these meats will probably stink by tomorrow night. What about the internal organs? Zhou Feng asked. Hearing this, Yang Wei was a bit embarrassed. Indicates that those things haven't had a chance to be dealt with yet. Right now they don't have any condiments. Even if it barely washes out, it's probably hard to swallow. Then don't bother. Take it and make a trap with me tomorrow. Zhou Feng waved his hand and said. Right now they still prioritize fresh meat. That's good. Yang Wei sighed in relief. Handling pig offal in this environment is also very cumbersome. Early the next morning, the two of them, Zhou Feng and Yang Wei, came inside the jungle. It's not far from where Manager Guo's body was buried. Yang Wei pinched his nose the whole way and carried a barrel in his hand. Inside the barrels were things like pig innards and large intestines. The two men dug a deep hole in the ground. Sharp stakes are then inserted inside, followed by pouring the entrails inside. I wonder if I can catch an animal, Yang Wei said, sniffing his hand. Almost threw up. Take your chances. Zhou Feng shook his head and said, trying to stay alive here. Just think of everything. Right at this moment, Zhou Feng suddenly frowned, looked away. There was the sound of footsteps, and very rapid footsteps. It seemed to be heading in the direction of the campground. Chapter 37. What's wrong with boss? Yang Wei also noticed Zhou Feng's unusual reaction. Someone is heading towards going to our camp. Zhou Feng immediately copied his spear and headed in that direction. Yang Wei was also anxious when he heard it. Now inside the camp. But there are his women. These days Li Ran made Yang Wei realize what it means to be tender. Zhou Feng rushed ahead. As Yang Wei followed behind, he saw Zhou Feng's speed flying. In Yang Wei's opinion, it catches up with professional athletes. He couldn't help but be shocked. What exactly is Zhou Feng? By the time Yang Wei caught up with Zhou Feng was confronting a man. You're one of Tang Cheng's men? Zhou Feng recognized the man. It should be someone from Tang Cheng's camp. Something's wrong. Something's happened. Help us, the man said under his breath. Apparently he came over to ask for help. What's going on? Speak clearly. Zhou Feng frowned. There was a fight. We fought with those foreigners. The man gestured with his hands. Why the fight? Someone died on their side, and they insisted it was us, coming over to find trouble with us. The boss told me to shout for you guys to come over and help, the man said in a hurry. Hearing this, Yang Wei was not happy. Help! Who are we to help you? Yang Wei was still very upset in his heart about the last time he was beaten up. There are benefits. The boss said that if you help us, there will be benefits, the man said immediately. Benefits? This was quite interesting to Zhou Feng. Then we'll go over and take a look, Zhou Feng said. In fact, even if there were no benefits, Zhou Feng still planned to go over and take a look. After all, their bases were so close to each other. If Tang Cheng and the others are finished, that's not good for them either. The foreigners didn't look like they were any good either. Although Tang Cheng had no conflict with him, but at least Tang Cheng had expressed goodwill. You guys? Just the two of you? The man was a bit dumbfounded. The men came over to move help. Turns out it's just 2 people going over now. Too little, too little, we won't go. Yang Wei snorted coldly. Quite a lot. Quite a lot. The man waved his hand in quick succession. As long as Zhou Feng is willing to go over there. Zhou Feng's exaggerated fighting prowess had impressed their entire camp. And now Zhou Feng was carrying that backpack as well, which was definitely full of rocks. The man led the way while Zhou Feng and Yang Wei followed. When it came to the camp of Tang Cheng and the others, Zhou Feng then saw that the 2 sides were facing each other. Everyone's hand is a wooden stick or something, but above the numbers, Tang Cheng's side was at a disadvantage. A dozen less men than the other side. Zhou Feng's gaze swept over the people in the other camp. Sure enough, I saw 7 or 8 white-skinned foreigners. Other than that, to all yellow-skinned people. It seems that inside the other camp, there should be both white and yellow people. The Miles was a domestic ship with not many foreigners on board. Mostly just tourists and such. One of them, a man with blonde hair, seemed to be the boss over there, is negotiating with Tang Cheng. Both men spoke English and appeared to be in a very emotional state. Zhou Feng's English was average, but he could hear what the 2 men were saying. The white man was questioning while Tang Cheng kept on defending himself. Why did you bring just 1 person here? Tang Fu didn't know when she had come to Zhou Feng's side. She had an incredulous look on her face. Obviously Donovan wasn't expecting it. The weekly summit will come with a man right over. You guys messed up and you want our camp to follow you and get beaten up? Zhou Feng blankly glanced at Tang Fu. We give favors. Tang Fu bit her lip. What benefits would make us come over and fight for our lives? Zhou Feng shrugged his shoulders. Yang Wei was touched to hear these words. Sure enough, they weren't wrong in choosing out the boss. It's for the sake of their lives. But then Donf was pissed off enough. You're not helping. What are you doing over here? Tang Fu thought that after the last time, they were already sort of friends with each other. And this is the result? This guy can't be here for the fun. Just came over to take a look. What exactly happened? You give me a little more detail. Zhou Feng asked. The man who brought them here doesn't know too much detail about what happened. Although Tang Fu had a belly full of fire, she nevertheless told Zhou Feng what had happened. It turns out that today the group of foreigners found out that one of their men died out there. It wasn't far from Tang Fu and their camp. So it was like, they killed people. Come on over with a bunch of guys. Zhou Feng heard these words and quietly came over to Tang Fu's side. This sudden rise startled Tang Fu. She could feel the sound of Zhou Feng's breathing. What's this about? Did you guys do that? Zhou Feng lowered his voice. Of course not. Tang Fu was on the verge of passing out from anger. It didn't occur to me that Zhou Feng would look at them that way. I guess that's them. This time it's a serious hit. Yang Wei bristled. The body is over there. Why don't you go over there and see for yourself? Does it look like we did it? Tang Fu said, pointing in a direction. Zhou Feng and Yang Wei looked over. A body was found in the middle of the 2 groups. It's just that the body is covered in leaves and can't be seen clearly from their position. You stay here. I'll go over and take a look, Zhou Feng said to Yang Wei. Heading over there. Yang Wei froze. To see the body? Looking at the body in this situation, that's not looking for trouble. He hesitated, though, and gritted his teeth and followed. After all, if anything happens to Zhou Feng, Yang Wei doesn't have the face to go back either. Even if there's trouble, it takes 2 to tango. Zhou Feng came over to the corpse on his side and removed the leaves on it. Upon getting a good look at the face of the corpse, it made him suck in a breath of cold air. This body's skull disappeared and the brain tissue inside was missing. Both legs were cut off as well, leaving just half of the body. The gruesome state of the bodies was chilling. Vomit! Vomit! Yang Wei threw up straight away. The smell of guts all over his hands before didn't make Yang Wei vomit. But seeing the scene in front of him, Yang Wei was really disgusted. Spit out all the pork I ate this morning. A white man craned his head to see this scene and went straight to anger. Feeling insulted, cursing words beginning with F inside his mouth. His fist swung towards Yang Wei. Zhou Feng bellowed angrily and slammed into the white man. The white man had no defense at all and was directly knocked to the ground by Zhou Feng. But the white man was not willing to do so, and climbed up and came towards Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng was nonchalant. Swinging his fist, he threw 3 punches in a row at lightning speed. Punching. The white man was directly confused and his nose bled. The white chief obviously wasn't expecting it. His men would suffer at Zhou Feng's expense. Hit me. The white man cursed in English. His men were gripping their weapons, and they wanted to rush up. Wait. Misunderstanding. Tang Chang roared in a hurry. What misunderstanding is there? Today we all fished to death. Charles's eyes were on the verge of spitting fire. It was supposed to be a day when one of my own was killed. Just let Charles rage. So he immediately brought the corpse and was about to come and settle the score with Tang Chang and the others. They had a physical altercation over grabbing coconuts before this. It didn't occur to me that nowadays, the other party actually dared to make the first move. Are you really not afraid to die? realize there are more people on your side. Charles would have done it if he hadn't been worried about losing a lot of money. But now he didn't want to hold back. This isn't someone from our camp. It's from another camp, Tang Chung hurriedly explained. At this moment, Tang Chang was on the verge of crying. Originally, he had sent people to ask Zhou Feng for help, because he wanted to hold up the door. However, it did not occur to him that Zhou Feng would take the initiative to provoke him. From another camp? Charles gave a suspicious look. Apparently Charles didn't realize that there were other survivor camps right around the corner. This person wasn't killed by Tang Chang and the others. Zhou Feng spoke. Of course Zhou Feng was speaking Chinese. What Zhou Feng did not expect was that Charles could actually understand Chinese. How do you know? I thought you said you weren't from this base? Charles narrowed his eyes and used Chinese as well. Just take a closer look. This corpse's brain tissue and thighs are missing. It looks like it was used as food, Zhou Feng said directly. As food. Everyone in the room felt a wave of revulsion when they heard this. Although you can often see cannibalism in some movies and TV shows, but all have one thing in common. It's when there's an extreme shortage of food. Mostly they are snowed in or stuck somewhere. But where there's a little bit of food, no one would even make a thing like that. After all, cannibalism carries a lot of psychological pressure. The vast majority of modern people don't want to do this even as a last resort. That's not necessarily true. Maybe he's just deliberately taking revenge on us. Charles pointed at Tang Chang, his eyes filled with rage. Chapter 38, Bloodstains. Retaliation? Zhou Feng looked at Tang Chang. It seems that the two groups of people, Tang Chang and Charles, have already had conflicts before, but it's a matter of course. Many supplies on the island are limited. One more bite for you, one less for me. Retaliation? I still think it was you guys who directed yourselves to get people killed and carry them over. Tang Chang also snorted coldly. Asshole. Charles glared. Seeing that both sides are about to argue again, Zhou Feng stood between the two. I have a suggestion. I don't know if you guys are willing to listen. Zhou Feng spoke. Who are you? Why should we listen to you? Another white man spoke up beside Charles. Again, it's Chinese. It seems that Charles has quite a few Chinese speakers among these people. If you guys don't want to listen, then let's fight. Zhou Feng took a step back. A look of a good show. This silenced everyone in the room. In fact, if a large-scale conflict was really going to break out, it would have already started a long time ago. There was no need to wait until Zhou Feng came. There has been no fight until now for no other reason than that. That is that none of these people around Charles are actually willing to put their lives on the line. Don't look at their numbers, but it's all just a makeshift team. No one wants to risk their life for a dead man, even if they are outnumbered. If we do fight, it's inevitable that half of them will be dead or injured. What are you suggesting? Charles naturally understood that. Inside his camp, there weren't many people willing to fight for their lives either. But there was a death at hand, and Charles couldn't pretend he couldn't see it. And Charles was still a bit jealous of Zhou Feng. With the stance Zhou Feng had just displayed, he could top the fighting strength of several people. If we wait to help Tang Chang and the others, that's a huge pain in the ass. It's simple. Since this man's thighs are missing, let's look around the place where his body was found and we'll most likely find out the truth. Zhou Feng said. Hearing this, Charles frowned. At the first sign of a body, Charles then came with the body, and didn't look around very hard. Good. Let's get things straight first, Tang Li established immediately said. After all, looking at the other party coming on strong, Tang Chung didn't want to expand the conflict. And Tang Chung already knew what Zhou Feng was suspecting. Savage. Maybe it's the savages that killed Charles's men, then cut off parts of the body for food. But right now Tang Chang knew very well that even if he told about the savages, Charles and these people aren't going to believe it either. Then go and find out. Charles nodded slowly. By mutual agreement, everyone sends 3 men. Zhou Feng's side was just one person. He told Yang Wei to go back first and tell Qin Shouxue and the others the news. Charles and the others led the way. They found the body deep in the jungle and some distance from their base. Brother Zhou Feng, thank you this time. Tang Chung found a chance to get next to Zhou Feng and said, it's nothing, I'm just saying a few words. Zhou Feng waved his hand and said, I'll remember today's events. Tang Chang patted Zhou Feng's shoulder and didn't say anything more. It took them almost an hour to get to the place where the body was found. Zhou Feng secretly memorized the route. The 3 of them, the 3 camps, weren't really that far apart. Dan Sung's camp was in the center and Charles's camp was further east. But the distance is only 7 or 8 kilometers at most. This is where the body was found, Charles said, pointing under a tree. Zhou Feng looked over, found blood all over the bottom of the tree. This is also quite far from your camp, right? Zhou Feng said as he looked at Tang Chang. My people haven't been here. Tang Chang shook his head. All of Tang Chang's basemen went out, too, in groups of at least 3. Who else but you? Charles growled in a low voice. Because near their camp, There was only Tang Chang and the others. Maybe it's the people in your camp who are infighting on their own to lay their hands on you. Tang Chang snorted coldly. Eyes were about to get into another fight. Wait! Zhou Feng suddenly spoke. He took a few steps deeper into the jungle and then crouched down. Charles and the others wondered what Zhou Feng was doing. Only Zhou Feng peeled away the leaves on the ground, then used his fingers to clip some dirt on his hand. It's blood. Charles stared. On Zhou Feng's fingers was dark red dirt. That dark red is blood. This should be the blood from the corpse, Zhou Feng said. But the body fell under a tree and couldn't have run more than 20 meters away. Unless someone, on purpose, carried the body over there. But no one is going to do something like this, which makes absolutely no sense. The only explanation is that the blood on the floor is from the corpse's thighs, and there were people who deliberately covered the blood with leaves. How did you find the blood? Tang Chang's side was shocked. Observe, Zhou Feng said casually. It was actually the faint smell of blood that he could smell inside the air. Of course Zhou Feng would not tell these people. This is more than the average person can do. Observe? Tang Chang revealed a puzzled look. Just now, Tang Chang also observed for half a day, but found nothing. Keep chasing down the blood. We might be able to find something. Zhou Feng began to follow the smell of blood. Every few meters, one was able to spot some bloodstains. After walking about 100 meters or so, the blood just dripped to the ground, and no one camouflaged it. And the blood extends deeper into the jungle. Wait, are we going to continue walking towards the inside? Tang Chang frowned. Of course we're leaving. Haven't found the evidence yet, Charles said in a deep voice. It's just blood on the ground, which isn't much. I'll warn you in advance. We might encounter wildlings. Tang Chang spilled the beans about the wildlings. But what Tang Chang didn't expect was Charles and the others, however, snorted. Savages? There's no one on this island at all. If there were people they would have been discovered long ago. Charles grunted. Tang Chang was a bit helpless. These guys really didn't believe it. It may have been until now that these Charles guys didn't realize it. It's a strange island. Then let's go. Tang Chang winked at the people around him. These two men were Tang Chang's inner circle and both nodded gently. Already understood what Tang Chang meant. Be more careful next. Zhou Feng continued to walk forward following the bloodstains. He also wanted to see what was in front of him. Right now he has several people around him. And this is an opportunity. It's a lot safer than going on a search by yourself. Another kilometer or so deeper into the woods, there was less and less blood on the ground until there was none left behind. However, Zhou Feng sensed that there was a strange smell in the air. Chapter 39, Seeing the Savage. This smell, it's like something burned. After walking a few dozen more meters, Zhou Feng violently stopped in his tracks. There's something up ahead. Zhou Feng lowered his voice and slumped down, hiding behind a bush. The two men, Charles and Tang Chang, immediately came over. After taking a good look at the scene in front of them, both of them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The face was white. In the clearing ahead, there was a shelf built of wood. A roaring bonfire was lit below the shelves, and the racks were skewered with meat. 2 thighs, to be precise, already roasted and bubbling with oil and even charred. Spots of oil dripped down into the campfire below. Make the campfire even bigger. God! Charles kept drawing crosses on his shirt on his side. The words were mouthed, all in some English. Should be saying a prayer. Holy, there really are savages. Tang Chang's side also had an ugly face. Although he had heard Zhou Feng say before that there were savages on this island, but Tang Chang was only 70 to 80% convinced. Now that he had seen this scene with his own eyes, it made Tang Chang not dare to doubt it anymore. When Tang Chang saw what was on the grill, he just felt a lump in his throat. It's tempting to throw up. Still, he forced himself to hold back, but soon realized there was a problem. Wait, where are the savages? Tang Chang couldn't help but say. They just saw the campfire, but not the savages. It should be not far away. What do we do now? Zhou Feng said back. Since the thigh is still on the shelf, it's proof that the other side didn't go far. Look at the situation. Tang Chang said. Let's leave, Charles said. Both men spoke at almost the same time. Then an uncharacteristic frown. Now that we're about to see just who killed your people, you want to leave instead? Tang Chang suppressed his anger. This matter of the other side wrongly accusing him is not over yet, and Tang Chang wanted to see what kind of person had made this bonfire. Wasn't a savage. There's only a few of us here. The other side is a bunch of demons, and Charles just wanted to get out of this place now. Even if you're coming back, at least bring some more people with you. There's movement. Zhou Feng waved his hand. Seeing Zhou Feng's actions, the two immediately shut up. Soon there were voices from inside the woods across the street. 2 savages came out from the opposite side. Both savages were wrapped in animal skins around their waists and held spears in their hands. But what shocked Zhou Feng and the others was, they were both dragging 2 male bodies behind them. Look at the way the two bodies are wearing modern clothes. Should be a survivor too. Only the clothes had been scratched long ago. Zhou Feng turned his head to look at Charles and Tang Chang. Both men shook their heads. It's not from their camp. Zhou Feng understood that this should be the other survivors. It was just more bad luck to be killed by these two savages. Just thinking about it made Zhou Feng even more grateful. It was a good thing they didn't encounter any savages when they woke up on the beach. However, Zhou Feng felt that perhaps even if he encountered a savage, he had that mysterious jade pendant on him, also able to deal with savages. The two savages didn't notice them. Instead, they began working on the two bodies. The first step is to smash open the skull with a nearby stone. One of the savages grinned, and went to taste it with his dirty hands. A white man behind Charles at this point. When he saw this scene, he finally couldn't help but throw up. Vomit, vomit, and no one is going to blame him. After all, it was impossible for anyone who saw the scene to hold back, yet the white man made a noise, and still attracted the attention of the savages. The two savages immediately rose to their feet, strange grunts escaping their lips, then swung his spear towards them. Fight! Tang Chang stood up at the first opportunity. The others stood up as well. What is clear though is that they are all split into two groups. What made Zhou Feng a bit surprised was, Tang Chang and the others stood with themselves. It looks like they just go in and out together. Only Tang Chang knew it in his own heart. Zhou Feng had the strongest fighting strength amongst those present. That was certainly on Zhou Feng's side. However, the two savages were unmoved when they saw that there were 7 of them in Zhou Feng. The expression on his face was not the least bit intimidating. Instead, it revealed a surge of excitement and screamed more cheerfully. It's like, on the hunt like. Clearly they were treating Zhou Feng and the others as prey. At such a close distance, Zhou Feng was too late to take out a stone. Instead, he waved his spear to meet them as well. Both sides used spears though, but the spears used by the savages were different, with polished and sharp stones at the front, and it was wrapped in several layers of animal skin. Zhou Feng's spear made contact with his opponent. The iron on the front end was then knocked askew. What surprised Zhou Feng even more was that the savage's strength was not small. Zhou Feng's spear was barely steady enough to dislodge his hand, but the wild man across the street had an even more surprised look on his dark face. Apparently it wasn't expected either. The prey in front of him also possessed such strength. The prey he had hunted before could be very vulnerable. That's why they, the two savages, dared to charge straight up. The savage's surprise was only momentary. The front end of the sharp stone spear was then thrust viciously towards Zhou Feng's chest, but next to him, Tang Chang had already seen fit to stab the savage's thigh with his spear. Tang Chang was smart enough to know that he couldn't stab the vital parts. The savages must have defenses. Sure enough, the savage took the pain and slowed his hand. Zhou Feng found the right opportunity and directly grabbed the middle end of the spear. The savage's eyes widened as he tried to draw his spear back, but Zhou Feng's power was greater than his. Make an effort. Yanked the savage over with his spear. The others found an opportunity to stab the savage hard through the chest. The savage never let go of his weapon until he was dead, and his eyes were even more resigned within them. And Zhou Feng looked up at Charles and the others, only to find that they were actually being pushed back by a savage. One white man was even run through the arm, with blood dripping from it. Not a single person dared to step forward and fight the savages at all. Instead, the savages continued to gain the upper hand. Seeing this scene, Tang Chang was secretly glad in his heart. It was good that he chose to stay with Zhou Feng. With Zhou Feng by his side, the safety factor was really much higher. Zhou Feng, on his side, snatched the stone spear from the savage's hands, then toward the wild man. The savage also noticed that his companion was dead. Without the slightest hesitation, he actually turned around and ran. Zhou Feng frowned and immediately chose to chase after him. Savages are fast inside the jungle, and Zhou Feng was even faster. It was almost a wild ride. The two people, one after the other, disappeared in the blink of an eye into the eyes of Tang Chang and the others. Boss, what do we do? The henchman asked. Tang Chang hesitated and looked at Charles and the others. Are you guys going after it? Chapter 40, The Sun Pattern. There might be other savages. Let's just go back. Charles had his heart in his mouth. Just now, if Zhou Feng hadn't made a move, then they're all afraid to die at the hands of the savages. Both sides were not on the same level of combat power. Opponents are more like trained warriors, and Charles and the others with spears in their hands were like toys in front of each other. It's precisely because there might be other savages. If we don't silence this savage, we'll all die, Tang Chang said in a deep voice. Charles froze, then nodded through clenched teeth. After them, Tang Chang and the others followed in Zhou Feng's direction. After chasing after him for all of 700 or 800 meters, he saw Zhou Feng standing under a tree. Where are the savages? It won't run away, Tang Chang said under his breath. If we let that savage get away, there will be a lot of trouble. It's up there. Zhou Feng pointed upwards and said. Tang Chang and the others looked up. It was then realized that the savages had actually climbed to the tops of the trees. It was at least a dozen meters from the ground. Was looking them dead in the eye. The trunk is obviously smooth. How did that guy get up there? In fact, Zhou Feng was stunned by the speed of the savage when he caught up. That savage was like a gecko, climbing trees at a staggering speed. The other side must climb a lot. What to do? Do we spend it with him? Charles was a bit dumbfounded. This little brother has a great skill. Tang Chang, however, wasn't worried. Instead, a smile appeared. A masterpiece? Charles and the others didn't quite get it. I'll try. Zhou Feng took out a stone from inside his backpack. You've got this backpack full of rocks. Charles was stunned. Charles had always thought that Zhou Feng's backpack was just some tools inside. I can't believe it's all rocks. That meant that Zhou Feng had carried a bag of rocks with him all the way. Even managed to catch up with the savages with this bag of rocks on his back. Let the savages be forced to climb the trees. What a terrifying power this is. Zhou Feng held up the stone looking towards the savage ready to take aim. The savages, on the other hand, also revealed a horrified look when they saw Zhou Feng take out the stone. Whoosh! Zhou Feng fought to throw the stone. It smashed into Savage's arm in an instant. Roar! Roar! Creak! The savage actually made a strange shriek when he was smashed. Not good. He should be asking for help. Tang Chang was instantly anxious, because the sound of a savage is definitely not a sign of pain. Must be calling for help. And Zhou Feng's second stone had already been thrown. It smashed hard into the savage's head. The savage fainted from the blow and fell right out of the treetop. Knock! Savage fell from a height of over 10 meters. By the time he landed on the ground, blood dripped from inside his mouth and nose. This is definitely dead through. Tang Cheng carefully poked with his spear and finally concluded. Zhou Feng's side also bent down to check out the savage's body. He noticed that some sort of unknown paint was used on the face and arms of this savage, painted with the sun. And that savage just now also had a sun pattern on his body. It's probably some kind of custom. Zhou Feng had heard that some primitive tribes and even many countries in Africa still practiced witchcraft. Some people believe that by drawing patterns on their bodies, they are able to give themselves power. Others, at the other extreme, go all kinds of cannibalistic. It's kind of like the idea of making up for what you've got. This friend. My name is Charles. What is your name? Charles came next to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng, thanks a lot. If you hadn't stepped in today, we'd probably have had to die. Charles said heartily. Before Zhou Feng could reply, Tang Cheng beside him was already unhappy. Now get this straight. It wasn't me who killed your men. Tang Cheng said coldly. It's a misunderstanding. Charles bristled. Misunderstanding? A misunderstanding and forget it? Tang Cheng snorted coldly. Charles also shrugged his shoulders, looking like he wasn't going to pay any attention to Tang Cheng. It didn't do any real damage anyway. This pissed Tang Cheng and the others off enough. Let's dispose of the bodies of these two savages. Zhou Feng spoke. No problem. Charles and Tang Cheng nodded. No one knew if the savage had companions in the neighborhood. They soon found a cliff nearby. Then the body of the savage was pushed off. Then it was back to the temporary camp of the savages. Disposed of several other bodies. Found a place to bury it all. Looking at the meat roasting on the campfire and the survivors with their heads cracked open. A few more people threw up. This also includes Charles. But even Tang Cheng didn't have the time to laugh at Charles. The inside of his stomach churned as well. In the future, I feel that it is necessary for everyone to share information. And if anyone finds a savage to tell the rest of the camp. Zhou Feng said. That's fine with me. Charles nodded. Now it's the people in his camp who are being killed. This proves that his camp may just be the most dangerous. I don't have a problem with that either. Tang Cheng didn't have the heart right now either. And Charles continued to argue. Right now staying alive is the most important thing. Those other two survivors, have neither of you seen them? Zhou Feng once again inquired. Haven't seen it. Tang Cheng double-checked. I haven't seen it either. Charles spread his hands. Since they don't recognize any of them, it's the other survivors. Only they were from another base. Or a lone survivor. That no one knows. The group returned by the same route. At a fork in the road the two sides parted. Zhou Feng noticed at the same time. Charles and others would likewise leave marks on the more visible trees. Or rocks. Inside the dense jungle, it was pretty much the only way to tell the path. But Tang Cheng and the others, their markings are in the shape of a triangle. The side towards the campground will be sharper. But Charles and the others were simple and brutal, using straight arrows. The direction of the arrow is the location of their base. Zhou Feng also looked around and probably knew where Charles and the others were camped. After this period of time, Zhou Feng felt that Charles and the others, not that kind of asshole either. Otherwise, he would have fought with Tang Cheng and the others a long time ago. Don Sung and the others said they were inside Charles's camp. There should be some other reason why a dead man covered in wounds would be thrown out. Bro, how about going to my campground to eat something? Tang Cheng's side extended an invitation. Let's have a chance next time. Not today. Zhou Feng shook his head and said, after all that, it was already dark. It's easy enough to get lost inside the jungle during the day. Not to mention the fact that at night, it's impossible to find your way back. Alright then, I'll treat you well next time I come, Tang Cheng said with a bit of regret. Chapter 41, Taking a Bath. This time if Zhou Feng hadn't stepped in to help, then the consequences are unimaginable. If it's a real firefight, they're sure to die a lot. The bottom line is, they didn't kill the people. It would be a shame to get killed because of this. Zhou Feng returned inside the camp. Boss, how's the situation over there? Yang Wei was the first to come up. Everyone else was armed. They've been waiting. If Zhou Feng wanted to seek their help, he would be there at the first opportunity. The misunderstanding is lifted. Zhou Feng told the matter of the savage. Heard of a few unlucky survivors, killed by the savages. Fan Jian and the others all had ugly faces. Even if Zhou Feng had already told them that there were savages around here. But hearing it now in person brings a different kind of shock. Seeing that the crowd was depressed, he comforted them. Everyone doesn't need to worry too much. Our camp is still a bit of a distance away from the savages. Zhou Feng told the crowd. Charles's camp, closer to the savages. Savages really, if there is a mass attack, then it's Charles and others who suffer first. The crowd was relieved to hear these words. Had a little something to eat in the evening. Seeing that it was about to get dark, Zhou Feng returned inside his room. Qin Xiaoshui and Bai Qingyan arrived in front of Zhou Feng. Little Feng, come out with us later. Qin Xiaoshui spoke. It's dark. Where are you going? Zhou Feng was a bit strange. Go take a bath. Bai Qingyan said. A bath? It won't do to be near the campground. Zhou Feng froze. That's when he noticed. Both women were carrying wooden buckets with another set of clothes in them. All this time they bathe. They hit some streams. Then flush it from end to end. Just say hello ahead of time and no one will go over to see it. How can just rinsing it out work? We women need to have a good wash. During the day Sun Hong and the girls found a place to bathe. They've already been there. If it wasn't dark, who cares if you accompany us? Bai Qingyan bristled. Alright then, let's go together. Zhou Feng nodded and stood up. The eyes couldn't help but glance over Qin Xiaoshui's body for a moment. Qin Xiaoshui also felt Zhou Feng's gaze and blushed. It also blanked Zhou Feng. That seems to mean, kid, think of something bad. The three men walked side by side. Zhou Feng, weren't you scared when you faced the savages? Bai Qingyan inquired curiously. Well, not scared. Zhou Feng thought for a moment and shook his head. He didn't really seem to be afraid. Why? Bai Qingyan became even more curious. It's probably from killing the first person that I'm not afraid anymore. Zhou Feng scratched his head and said. In fact, Zhou Feng felt that it was because of that jade pendant. Ever since the mysterious power of that jade pendant entered his body, he becomes different in many ways. You mustn't have any trauma or anything like that in the future. Bai Qingyan had a worried look on her face. She's heard of many warriors after they leave the battlefield. Both have stress disorders. It's caused by prolonged mental strain. Bai Qingyan felt that Zhou Feng must have been under a lot of pressure during this time as well. At that time, you guys comfort me well, Zhou Feng said with a smile. If that day really comes, I'll accompany you to heal. Bai Qingyan nodded cautiously. Zhou Feng was a bit surprised. It hadn't occurred to me that Bai Qingyan would actually say this. This little ninny has kinda impressed herself. It's okay. Little Feng wouldn't be like that. He's a man worth relying on. Qin Xiaoshui ruffled her hair and smiled faintly. Bai Qingyan looked at her mother a bit strangely. In the time it took to speak, several people had already left the camp well a kilometer. It's right here, Bai Qingyan said as she pointed ahead. Zhou Feng looked over. It was found that this should be a branch of the creek. A 7 to 8 meter wide pool of water actually formed here. Can you take a bath in here? Zhou Feng asked curiously. It's too dark now. He couldn't see the full extent of the pond either. Don't worry. It's all rocks down there. There's nothing dangerous, and it's only up to the waist, Bai Qingyan said. During the day, Sun Hong and the girls had gone down. Alright then, you guys go down and wash. Zhou Feng nodded. You turn around. Don't look at us, and walk farther away, Bai Qingyan said without a trace of anger. They couldn't take a bath in front of Zhou Feng. Almost forgot. Zhou Feng gave a dry laugh, turned around and walked 100 meters or so towards the distance. You basically can't see anything from this position. Seeing Zhou Feng leave, Qin Xiaoshui and Bai Qingyan also quickly got inside the water. They were both planning to soak it in a little longer. It's been a long time since I've had a good wash. Mom, Zhou Feng won't peek. Bai Qingyan looked in Zhou Feng's direction and muttered. I don't think so. If he wanted to do something bad on this deserted island, we would have all suffered long ago. Qin Xiaoshui was still very confident in Zhou Feng, and they've been on the island for almost half a month. Zhou Feng did not force himself to do anything even though he had confessed to himself many times. At most, he wanted to kiss himself. Doesn't seem right though. Zhou Feng's hand was not honest on several occasions. It's actually nothing to look at. Bai Qingyan's voice was lowered. She felt that Zhou Feng had been working very hard for a while. It's okay to give a little reward. Ah! Suddenly Qin Xiaoxue screamed. What's wrong? Bai Qingyan asked in a hurry. Snake! Snake! Qin Xiaoxue looked in horror at what was swimming over from the shore. It was a snake. It was almost a meter long and appeared black in color. It's spitting out letters over and over. Qin Xiaoxue kept moving backward. But the more anxious she was, the more it feels like your feet are slipping. The palms of his feet felt nothing but slippery on the stone. It was barely enough to keep from falling. And that snake was already very close to Qin Xiaoxue. Get away! Get away! In her panic, Bai Qingyan could only slap the water, trying to repel this black snake. But instead of making the black snake back down, it enraged it. The black snake was faster. Already the upper half of his body stood up from the water, fiercely opening his mouth wide. He lunged towards Qin Xiaoxue. At this time, a figure darted in from the distance, grabbed the black snake's tail hard. It was Zhou Feng. Black Snake swooped in with a bite, but instead of giving up, his body curled up towards the back. A bite was placed on the back of Zhou Feng's hand. Holy! Zhou Feng felt a drilling pain coming from the back of his hand. With a sharp snap, he choked Black Snake. It was flung toward a nearby rock. Bang! The black snake left a trail of blood after it smashed into the stone. After rolling around on the ground twice, there was no more movement. Chapter 42, Coma. Little Feng, are you alright? Qin Xiaoxue couldn't care less about her current situation and directly darted towards Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng had wanted to say that he was fine, but he had seen where he had been bitten by the viper. In just a few seconds, it had actually taken on an ebony color. It's a viper. What made Zhou Feng cry a little was, his gaze unexpectedly couldn't help but look towards Qin Xiaoxue. It was the first time he, himself, had seen the upper half of her body. Really beautiful views. Qin Xiaoxue noticed Zhou Feng's gaze and she subconsciously blocked it with her arm. But it's just barely covering the center part. Let's go ashore first. Zhou Feng's side covered the back of his hand. After disembarking, Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan quickly put on their clothes, and Zhou Feng hastily used his clothes and tied his wrists, trying to stop the toxins from entering the body. But doing so doesn't seem to help. His arm was already black and blue. Little Feng! Qin Xiaoxue directly cried out. The toxin had obviously entered Zhou Feng's body. Mom! Is Zhou Feng alright? Bai Qingyan's face was also filled with panic, tears swirling inside her eyes. Let's go back first. Zhou Feng's side gritted his teeth. He could already feel that his head was starting to spin a little. The three men headed inside the campground. Just halfway through the walk, Zhou Feng felt physically exhausted. His feet stumbled and he fell straight to the ground. Little Feng! Qin Xiaoxue half-kneeled in front of Zhou Feng, already crying into tears. And Qin. Zhou Feng's side grabbed Qin Xiaoxue's hand and felt his breath become short. What are you trying to say? Bai Qingyan was also on the other side. Zhou Feng's words were not finished. Then he felt his eyes go black and completely fainted. In a daze, Zhou Feng felt as if Fan Jian and the others had come. Lift yourself up. Again. I don't know how long it took. He felt someone using a spoon, feeding water towards the inside of his mouth. But his body didn't respond at all. Numbness of the whole body. It was as if the soul was no longer inside the body. Zhou Feng struggled to open his eyes. But there was only a mere slit. Through the gap Zhou Feng saw that in front of him was a blurry figure. The man tried again to spoon-feed himself water. The water, however, still slid down his cheeks. So the man hesitated and eventually chose to take a sip of water himself, and then posted it. Zhou Feng felt that there was water damage coming in. He subconsciously sucked in a big gulp. The man was obviously a bit flustered, not expecting Zhou Feng to be so proactive, but it was still cooperating with Zhou Feng's move. The same method was soon used to feed Zhou Feng water again. After 4 or 5 repetitions, Zhou Feng lost consciousness again in a daze. When he did open his eyes, the inside of the room was dark and cloudy. Zhou Feng's first reaction was that he was blind, but soon Zhou Feng was relieved, realized it wasn't that he couldn't see anything, but that it was nighttime. He lifted his hand hard and waved it in front of his eyes. The body seems to have regained a lot of strength as well. But just as Zhou Feng put his hand down, he felt that he touched a clump of hair. Someone was lying on the edge of their bed. Zhou Feng's actions also caused the people around him to wake up. Little Feng! You're awake, Little Feng! Qin Xiaoshue's excited voice came. And Qin. Zhou Feng was also surprised. The person who hadn't expected to be by his side was Qin Xiaoxue. How do you feel? Qin Xiaoxue immediately grabbed Zhou Feng's hand. I feel a little hungry. Zhou Feng smiled bitterly. There's food here. Qin Xiaoshui immediately took something out from the side and handed it to Zhou Feng. What is this? Zhou Feng held it in his hand and it felt slippery. His eyes were now able to see, roughly, the inside of the room. It appears to be a piece of fruit. This is papaya. It was sent over by Tang Fu. Qin Xiaoshui explained. Papaya. They actually found papayas. Papaya is very productive. If there were papaya forests on this island, there would be no need to worry about the source of food. Zhou Feng took a bite. Papaya has a mellow flavor accompanied by a strong aroma. There's also an abundance of juice. Zhou Feng devoured a large piece of papaya in a few bites. Seeing this, Qin Xiaoshui took 2 more pieces for Zhou Feng. After Zhou Feng had all finished eating, Qin Xiaoshui said with some heartache, "You've been in a coma for 3 days. You can't eat much." 3 days? I was in a coma for 3 days? Zhou Feng was astonished. Well, everyone thought you were going to die. And the snake that bit you seems to be called Black Mamba, Qin Xiaoshui said. After Zhou Feng passed out, Bai Qingyan went and called Fan Jian and the others over. After Fan Jian and the others carried Zhou Feng back, they went back to pick up the snake. Yang Wei thought the snake looked a lot like a black mamba. Just in this setting, even for those who know anything about snake bites, there is nothing that can be done. There's no hospital here. There's no viper serum. They could only watch Zhou Feng, lying on the hospital bed. Zhou Feng was a bit strange. A black mamba snake? Isn't that a snake from the African savannah? How did it get here? But on second thought, there are just so many strange things happening here. It's just a viper. It's nothing. It was terrible at first. Your face went black and you even started spitting blood. Everyone cried quite a bit. But since yesterday, your face has been going back to normal. Qin Xiaoshui couldn't help but shed tears again when she talked about these things. Zhou Feng was heartbroken at the sight and wiped the corners of Qin Xiaoshui's eyes with his hand. "Aunt Qin, don't cry. I'm not fine." Zhou Feng grinned. "Aha!" Qin Xiaoshui gently nodded her head. Were you the one who had been taking care of me before?" Zhou Feng looked towards Qin Xiaoshui. "It's me. That little girl Qingyan said she would take care of you, but where would she take care of people?" Qin Xiaoshui smiled bitterly. Qin Xiaoshui was able to feel that since coming to this island, Bai Qingyan seemed to have grown up a lot and wanted to take on more responsibility, but in Qin Xiaoshui's eyes, her daughter was still a child. "So, was it you who fed me the water?" Zhou Feng said softly. That's a special situation." Qin Xiaoshui gently skimmed her head. "I'm thirsty now too. Can you feed me water again?" Zhou Feng licked his dry lips. "You were just able to eat papaya by yourself. Feed me some more, please." Zhou Feng longed for that taste. "Okay." Qin Xiaoshui didn't refuse. She came over with a mouthful of water. Zhou Feng felt that feeling once again, but this time he was more forthcoming. The hand rested on Qin Xiaoshui's waist. Qin Xiaoshui didn't refuse either. Chapter 43, Supplies Left Behind by Survivors. Qin Xiaoshui kept her arms around Zhou Feng's neck, and the two lasted for 10 minutes. "Okay, you rest a little longer." Qin Xiaoshui violently separated and fled the room. Zhou Feng could not help but smile bitterly. Looked at his palm. That touch. I don't know when Qin Xiaoshui will, in fact, promise herself. But Zhou Feng also felt tired. He rolled over and fell asleep. By the time Zhou Feng woke up again, it should already be noon. Zhou Feng looked at his bitten right hand. The 2 shallow teeth marks on it were barely visible anymore. The skin around it is the same as normal skin and looks no different. The first thing Zhou Feng saw was on the table made of stone next to him. A few pieces of chopped papaya were placed. It should have been left behind by Qin Xiaoshui, worried that she was starving. Zhou Feng ate the papaya down before lifting the curtain and coming outside. The sun was blinding. Zhou Feng blinked his eyes a few times, readjusting to the sunlight. "Boss, you're awake." It really woke up. "I told you my mom wasn't hallucinating." Zhou Feng really woke up. "Boss is awesome. This is a trip inside the ghost gate." When the crowd saw Zhou Feng awakening, they all gathered around. Worried everyone. "I'm fine." Zhou Feng was also a bit emotional when he saw the expressions on the faces of the crowd. They really do care about themselves. "If it were me, I definitely wouldn't survive being bitten by a poisonous snake," Fan Jian said. "That snake is so scary. It just looks scary." Li Ran nodded along. Although supplies are scarce on the island, but they didn't eat the snake either. They just threw it away, because no one can handle poisonous snakes. If you get poisoned, you're going to be wiped out. In fact, Zhou Feng felt that he would be able to survive. Or is it something to do with the jade pendant around his neck? Did it mean that he wasn't just faster in speed and strength in all 5 senses? Even the body's immunity follows suit? But either way, it's certainly all good. "I've been unconscious for the past few days. Is there anything going on?" Zhou Feng looked at the campground. "It doesn't seem to have changed much. Something's up. A couple of white guys came by twice and said they wanted to see you about something," Janeway said. They're looking for me for something? Zhou Feng froze. White people. That would be Charles. That's right. We all said you just happened to be out. Janeway scratched her head. They didn't even dare to say that Zhou Feng was poisoned unconscious. Though those two seemed, well, sort of amiable. But the heart is in the right place. If they all knew that Zhou Feng was now poisoned, what would they do? Today there are hundreds of pounds of bacon inside their base, as well as a large number of smoked fish. On a deserted island these things are enough to move a man to kill. Did they say what it was about? Zhou Feng asked. Nope. Said they wanted to talk to you face to face. They should come back today. Yang Wei said in a deep voice. Good thing Zhou Feng woke up today. Otherwise today, Yang Wei and the others, they wouldn't know what to look for. Zhou Feng nodded. Lunch was a small fish stew with bacon and a few pieces of papaya. Finally eating meat again. Bai Qingyan's eyes glistened at the sight of bacon. Don't you all eat meat when I'm not around? Zhou Feng asked curiously. We are all eating papaya. It's been days since I ate it, and now I feel bad when I see a papaya. And all the inside of my mouth tastes like papaya. Bai Qingyan laughed bitterly. Zhou Feng realized after questioning. It turned out that the day before yesterday, Tang Fu had brought someone and delivered at least 100 pounds of papaya. Until now they hadn't finished eating. They have so many papayas. Zhou Feng frowned slightly. This proves that they must have found a lot of papaya trees. The first 2 times he himself went to Tang Cheng's camp, they didn't see papaya on their side, and now they were able to give them over 100 pounds. Then Tang Fu still wants to meet you. What is your relationship? Bai Qingyan suddenly stared at Zhou Feng and said, maybe she likes me. Last time I saved her, she wanted to return the favor with her body or something like that. Zhou Feng laughed, then lowered his head and took a sip of soup. That won't do. Bai Qingyan was instantly anxious. Zhou Feng looked at Bai Qingyan with a bit of surprise. What's this little ninny's hurry? Bai Qingyan wanted to say something. She absolutely would not allow that Tang Fu to snatch Zhou Feng. Just then, a few people came over in the distance. Brother Zhou Feng, we've had a hard time looking for you. It was Charles and others. 5 men came in all. 3 of them white. The other 2 should be Chinese. And the man who spoke was Charles. Zhou Feng finished the contents of the bowl in a few bites. Then stood up. I was away for a bit the other day and heard you were looking for us. Charles smelled the bacon and subconsciously gulped. The others couldn't help but look, too, at the iron pot that was set up on the campfire. The aroma is coming from inside. However, Zhou Feng didn't have any intention of treating anyone. After all, these meats are valuable. They're all saving their food. That's right. We're looking for you kinda to talk about working together. Charles nodded. Cooperation? What kind of cooperation? Zhou Feng was curious. Last time Tang Cheng had offered to work with himself, the 2 sides merged their camps, but Zhou Feng turned them down. It didn't occur to me that Charles had come over again. Charles looked at the people behind Zhou Feng, then smiled slightly. This message is more important and I want to talk to you alone. No problem. Zhou Feng nodded. He then led Charles to the edge of the camp. If you talk here, you don't have to worry about other people knowing. Zhou Feng actually felt a bit strange, because Charles should be well aware of whatever he's going to say next. Neither could stop Zhou Feng from telling his companions the news. Could it be that Charles was defending himself against one of his own? Actually near my camp, my men found a cave with a lot of supplies inside. Charles whispered, there are supplies inside the cave? Zhou Feng frowned. How is this possible? That cave is huge. There's really quite a lot of stuff in there. I think there might have been survivors on this island before. It's some supplies they collected and put inside the cave. I don't know why the people are gone, but the supplies stayed, Charles said as he gestured. He is not particularly proficient in Chinese. That's why it's slow to explain. Former survivor. Inside Zhou Feng's mind, Wu Wenrong and the others appeared. That's how they boarded the island 6 months ago. The supplies inside the cave were definitely not put there by them. Who would that be? Survivors who landed earlier? Zhou Feng remembered the crashed helicopter. There may be more survivors on the island. Since there are a lot of supplies inside the cave, why don't you take them yourself? Zhou Feng asked. Chapter 44 Bear Hunting. Truth be told, it's because there are bears inside that cave. And there were 2 bears. One big and one small. Charles didn't hide it either. If it wasn't for those 2 bears, they got the supplies out a long time ago. Mother bears are at their most dangerous when they are with their cubs, and it's rarely far from their territory. Bear. Zhou Feng frowned. There are bears on this desert island? But now he's seen it all. We'll hunt the bears together. Take care of those 2 first, and we'll divide the rest of the supplies. Charles continued. How is it distributed? Zhou Feng directly inquired. It's simple. We'll take 2/3 and you can hold 1/3. Charles spoke with great bravado. 1/3? That's not right. If it's a collaboration, at the very least it should be half for each person. And how will the bear meat be distributed? Zhou Feng shook his head and said. The other didn't mention the bear meat, obviously wanting to keep it all to himself. Hearing Zhou Feng say that, Charles smiled bitterly, and so began the explanation. For this bear hunt, they sent out a dozen men to prepare in advance. Traps have been dug near the caves. What Zhou Feng had to do was to lure the bear over, as long as the bear can fall inside the trap. For brother Zhou Feng, this is a very simple matter, isn't it? And you don't need to give much. Also bear meat, if you have so much food on your side, you shouldn't need it. There are so many people on my side, it's really hard to distribute them. Charles's side says a lot though, still biting off more than he could chew though. Simple? If it was that simple, would you need to come to me? You guys should have tried many times. Surely you must have died as well. Zhou Feng said indifferently. Charles was a little embarrassed. It didn't occur to me that Zhou Feng actually saw it. It had actually been 7 or 8 days since they had discovered that cave. 2 trapping programs were also conducted. Without exception, they failed. The trap they dug was a few hundred meters from the cave. Waiting to try to draw the bear in was difficult, because bears can run much faster than they can imagine. Trying to outrun a bear inside the jungle is nearly impossible. A total of 3 people died twice before and after. Trying to dig traps closer to the caves was also difficult. If there's any movement, there's a chance the bear will be attracted to it. After seeing Zhou Feng's strength that day, Charles then thought that if it was Zhou Feng, might be able to outrun the bear. That was why he had come over to Zhou Feng for 3 consecutive days. Then you make the request. Charles said. Be fair, half for each person, and I'll take half of the bear meat. Zhou Feng said. Although Zhou Feng said it was fair, it actually wasn't fair at all. The other side contributes more people. That works. Charles hesitated for a moment before nodding his head in agreement. The 2 men went back inside the camp. Zhou Feng called a few people over, and Charles and the others were standing at a distance. I'm going to run some errands. Yang Wei and Fan Jian, you guys stay inside the camp and evacuate if there's any danger. Zhou Feng said. Boss, what are you going to do? Fan Jian couldn't help but ask. Bear hunting. Bear hunting. The crowd was dumbfounded. Gonna take on the bear. Although they all knew that Zhou Feng's fighting strength was strong. More than that, he has a knack for throwing rocks. But bears are thick-skinned and presumably not afraid of rocks. It only makes the other person angrier. Boss, you've only just recovered and now you're going to fight a bear. We don't have the need for that right now. Yang Wei said in a hurry. Today they have an abundance of food. There's no point in fighting a bear to get that bear meat. And I've heard that bear meat is very fishy if not handled properly. These days Zhou Feng passed out. They all feel like they've lost their backbone. Not sure what to do next. Zhou Feng was simply too important to them. There's still some supplies inside the cave where the bear lives. Mostly for supplies. Zhou Feng briefly explained. Zhou Feng, I'll go with you. Bai Qingyan said immediately. What are you going to put together? Zhou Feng burst into tears. In his opinion Bai Qingyan was a character like a neighborhood sister. Just stay out of the way. I can't believe I want to go on a bear hunt with myself. Who knows if you still have snake venom in your system? An extra person can also help you. Otherwise what if you pass out again? Bai Qingyan said. Bai Qingyan's words caused Zhou Feng to nod. If Bai Qingyan was around, she could really help herself a lot. Fan Jian and Yang Wei were 2 people, and it was inconvenient to leave the base. If it fainted in front of Charles and the others, he couldn't guarantee the consequences, and in case of any eventuality, he himself would be able to protect Bai Qingyan's safety. That's fine. You'll come with me to take a look. Zhou Feng agreed. Bai Qingyan was overjoyed. You can help yourself. Aunt Xin, I will bring Bai Qingyan back. Zhou Feng looked over to Qin Xiaoxue on his side. Well, both of you should be safe. Qin Xiaoxue nodded. She was very relieved that her daughter was following Zhou Feng. It was only when Charles saw that the 2 people, Zhou Feng and Bai Qingyan, appeared in front of him. Charles's expression was still a little unnatural. Dude, you just brought a woman over? Charles said. That's enough. Zhou Feng said. Alright then, let's go now. Charles didn't question it any further. Several people headed in an easterly direction. While on the road, Charles elaborated. The bear they're dealing with. It was a large and a small black bear. The big one stood up nearly 3 meters and was very aggressive. The temperament is also cranky. Cubs seem to be a bit more docile and at the same time better to deal with. The target Zhou Feng had to deal with was Big Bear. As long as the bear is lured inside the trap, there's no worry about it getting out. Will that trap of yours work? Zhou Feng asked. Bears are huge though, but they are also very agile animals and can climb trees. If it was a normal trap, it would probably climb out. It will be all over by then. Don't worry brother. We dug a big hole. Charles gestured up with his hands. That pit was at least 5 meters deep. Many sharp stakes have been inserted in it. The bear will definitely be seriously injured if he falls into it. There's no way to climb out. and our men are all around with spears. Just poke that bear in the eye whenever it comes up," Charles added. "With that double insurance, there's nothing to worry about." Joe Fong nodded his head when he heard this. "That's very well prepared indeed. It's just all talk if you can't lure the bear over." Halfway through the walk, Charles told his men to go back inside the camp and call for someone to come, and they walked a few more kilometers. It came next to a cliff with steeper terrain. "That's the cave with the supplies over there." Charles pointed in a direction. Chapter 45, Seduction. Joe Fong looked over in the direction Charles was pointing. It was a cave under a cliff. It looked much larger in appearance than the one Joe Fong had found earlier. It was about 200 meters from them. "It's not clear from here, but there are supplies in that one. There are signs of human activity," Charles explained from the sidelines. Joe Fong squinted his eyes and looked over. He was surprised to find that he could see clearly inside the cave. Something did spill on the floor inside. He saw iron pots, kitchen knives, and so on. The most important thing was that inside the cave, there seemed to be 2 more wooden boxes. There must be a lot more stuff in there. Joe Fong did not, however, voice the surprise in his heart. He acted as if nothing had happened. "Where is the trap?" Joe Fong asked. "On the other side. Follow me." Charles headed in the other direction. Bringing Joe Fong here was only because the cave was visible from here. Soon they arrived. Inside the woods at the bottom of the hill, there were already a dozen men with spears waiting here. Upon seeing Joe Fong and Bai Qingyan, they were uncharacteristically frowning. "Boss, is this the helper you found?" There was a Chinese man who couldn't help but ask. The eyes surveyed Zhou Feng's body. Obviously didn't really trust Joe Fong. "You got a problem with that? How about you go lure the bear over?" Charles said coldly. That statement alone shut the man up. They wouldn't dare go up there and fight for their lives since 3 people died. "Don't take offense, brother. They don't even know what you're capable of." 2 dry chuckles from Charles's side. Joe Fong waved his hand and didn't really care. Just asking what the next move should be. "Charles, they have experience with this." According to them, at this point in time, those 2 bears were resting inside the cave. Just getting close to the cave enrages the mother bear. Then just lure the mother bear here. Though it sounds simple, though the perils of it are known only to the people involved. "Brother, you prepare yourself mentally. If you really can't, don't force it." Charles came over on his side and patted Joe Feng's shoulder and said, "There's no need for that. I'll just look at the route." Joe Fong shook his head and said, "Good for you. A man and a hero according to your words. God will bless you." Charles's side began to blow up. "Hopefully," Joe Fong said indifferently. "God, if it really works, then they wouldn't have strayed into this place." Joe Feng's side checked the path to find the best route. It took a little over half an hour to get ready. "Joe Fong, you have to think clearly." At this critical time, it was instead Bai Qingyan who was a bit scared. "Lure the bear over. Just thinking about it gives you chills." "Don't worry. I'm fine." Joe Feng's side instead began to comfort Bai Qingyan. Looking at Joe Feng's confident smile, Bai Qingyan felt that Joe Fong had really changed. First, he was bitten by a poisonous snake and was in a coma for several days. Now wake up and go bear hunting. Not a single trace of fear could be seen on Joe Feng's body. "Don't worry, brother. This is supposed to be your woman. We'll protect her," Charles said. "What? Who is his woman?" Bai Qingyan muttered in a small voice. Charles didn't even hear it. Inside his base, the dozen or so female survivors have long since been divided. Anyone with the strength to do so will be able to own one. The rest of those will just have to watch. Charles knew things were a little different inside Tang Cheng's base. Every woman, it seems, is able to choose freely. And it seemed to Charles that the few women inside Zhou Feng's base should all have some relationship with Zhou Feng. After all, Zhou Feng was so powerful. Having several women is no surprise. Zhou Feng arrived a few dozen meters from the entrance of the cave. A foul odor could be smelled from afar. Apparently the bear defecated all the way to the entrance of the cave. The smell will keep a lot of them away. Zhou Feng touched the backpack he was carrying. There were daggers in it, in addition to stones. It's just that daggers probably aren't much use in the presence of a bear. If you had a bow and arrow, you would be able to find a way to hunt bears from a distance. But there didn't seem to be any talent for that among them survivors. Powerful bows and arrows that can kill bears can be crafted. Hey! Zhou Feng made a sound. But the bear inside the cave didn't come out. Didn't even lift his head. Zhou Feng frowned. Presumably it was the earlier move by Charles and others. Let the bear get used to having humans out and about inside its territory. Maybe they are walking food in the eyes of the bears. But Zhou Feng had ways. He took the rock from inside his backpack and threw it hard towards the inside of the cave. Knock! There was a loud cry from the bear inside. I don't know what it hit. The mother bear was enraged and darted straight out from inside the cave. Then with a glance, he saw, standing in the distance, Zhou Feng. One man and one bear just faced each other. A few seconds later, The mother bear darted towards Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng immediately turned around and ran. The mother bear was so fast that she simply ignored 10 men on the ground. Zhou Feng's side only needs to be a little careless. One fall and you're dead. However, Zhou Feng didn't have this kind of mistake, and soon pulled away from the black bear by a distance. But what Zhou Feng didn't expect was, the black bear actually slowed down to a stop when it saw Zhou Feng escaping. Zhou Feng instantly understood. Black bear, this is not wanting to be too far away from his children. Plus they are too fast for their own good. That's why the black bear gave up. Once he thought of this, Zhou Feng simply stopped in his tracks. Instead, he walked towards the black bear. Whoosh! Zhou Feng threw another rock. This time it hit the black bear in the back. The black bear was once again enraged. Turning around, he continued to chase towards Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng turned and ran. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the place where the trap was. Everyone else has long since gone into hiding. Zhou Feng crossed the trap with a flying leap, and his entire body rolled twice on the ground. The black bear, however, had no idea what that meant. It just saw its prey fall to the ground. With an excited hiss, the black bear continued to chase after him. When the black bear steps on the camouflaged ground, the huge body fell in instantly. Ho ho ho! This was followed by the sound of hissing in pain. Zhou Feng climbed up and came to the entrance of the cave. The stake was found to have been driven hard through the belly of the black bear. The black bear soon gave out. It wasn't as much of a struggle as one might expect. Bro, you're awesome. Just then, Charles and the others stepped out. They have come to the side of the hole to check it out. Chapter 46, The Black Hand. Zhou Feng, you scared me to death just now. Bai Qingyan came out from the side and looked Zhou Feng up and down. Seeing Zhou Feng in a tumble on the ground just now, her heart was inside her throat. Thought Zhou Feng had fallen. It was only later that I realized that this was Zhou Feng baiting the bear. Zhou Feng smiled at Bai Qingyan, signaling that he was fine. He turned his head to Charles and the others. Now that the bear is solved, let us go inside the cave. First, Zhou Feng is now curious to know what is inside the cave. But he hadn't finished his sentence. Suddenly it was visible, and Charles gave a wry smile. Then Charles violently reached out his hand and pushed Bai Qingyan fiercely from behind. Ah! Bai Qingyan let out a cry of shock. Didn't expect anyone to push themselves from behind. Seeing that Bai Qingyan was about to fall inside the trap, Zhou Feng hastily reached out and pulled her back. But the next second, a couple of people standing next to themselves just pushed towards yourself in unison. Zhou Feng pulled Bai Qingyan with one hand, and there was no way to dodge. One could only follow Bai Qingyan and fall inside the trap. Bang! Zhou Feng held Bai Qingyan tightly before the two of them fell on top of the black bear's corpse and didn't tumble down. If it weren't for this black bear carcass, both of them would then be impaled on the stake. Blood! Blood! Bai Qingyan raised her hand and realized that her hand was covered in bright red blood. Her body subconsciously trembled. Don't worry, this is the blood of a black bear. Zhou Feng grabbed her hand. Just now, Bai Qingyan's hand touched the black bear's face and felt the blood on it. Zhou Feng, why? Bai Qingyan forced herself to hold back before she didn't cry out. Looking up above, he saw the shameless smiles of Charles and the others. Charles, what do you mean? Zhou Feng stood up and gazed coldly at Charles. Accidental hand slip, Charles said with a smirk. Now pull us up. Zhou Feng's face was expressionless. Ha! Charles laughed without saying a word. Both sides just stared. Why do you want to harm us? Zhou Feng opened his mouth. It's simple. There's food and women inside your camp. Charles's gaze was fixed on Bai Qingyan as he said these words. There are a disproportionate number of men and women on the Miles cruise ship. The number of female tourists was already lower than that of male tourists. Not to mention the large number of staff on board. Inside Charles's camp there were about 80 people. There were just a dozen or so women among them. The quality also varies. But Charles had discovered that there were 5 women inside Zhou Feng's camp. And all of them are beautiful. And so much meat hanging on the shelves. Far better for them. If he wasn't afraid of Zhou Feng's strength, then Charles would have already made his move. Is that why you're going to make a move to kill us? Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. That's not all. You actually offered half of what you wanted for this bear hunt. This has completely angered me. You brought this on yourself. Charles gritted his teeth. If it wasn't for me, there's no way you guys would have been able to deal with this bear. Zhou Feng shook his head and said, he doesn't charge a high price. It's just that Charles doesn't want to give anything. That I will admit. It's just a shame there are no rules in this place. Everything is mine now. Charles laughed harshly. Then Charles stopped paying attention to Zhou Feng. Instead, he looked around. Come and get this guy. There's no way he can resist inside the trap. Try not to kill the girl. We can all enjoy it later. Charles ordered. If I hadn't pushed Zhou Feng inside the trap, Charles really didn't have the certainty to lay a hand on Zhou Feng. After all, he had seen it last time. Zhou Feng's methods when dealing with the savages. It's just too fierce. Even if there were a dozen or so people on their side who wanted to take Zhou Feng head on, Charles estimated that 5 or 6 people were going to die. The people next to him gathered around. But just at this time, they violently revealed expressions of horror. Because they realized that Zhou Feng jumped up violently and grabbed Charles's ankle with one hand. They couldn't believe their eyes. Zhou Feng stepped on the black bear's soft corpse and was actually able to jump so high. It's a 5-meter deep pit. Even if Zhou Feng had the black bear's corpse at his feet, this jump was too much. Charles also didn't expect Zhou Feng to be able to jump so high at all. He himself is simply defenseless. It was directly yanked down by Zhou Feng. Hurry up and help me. Charles wore a horrified expression, hands trying to grab something, but only managed to catch a few weeds. Next second, Charles then fell inside the deep pit. It fell heavily on the black bear. Charles then saw Zhou Feng's icy cold eyes. Wait, this is a misunderstanding, Charles said as he spoke. Instead, his hand went to his waist. There was a dagger at Charles's waist, trying to make the first move. However, Zhou Feng's hands were already coming towards his face. All Charles could feel was that everything had suddenly slowed down. He could only watch as Zhou Feng's fingers pressed down towards his eyes. Charles was creeped out, realizing what Zhou Feng was going to do. No. Bang. Aha. Charles let out an agonizing scream as his eyes were hard pressed and burst by Zhou Feng. The good thing is that this pain didn't last long. Click. Immediately after that, Zhou Feng snapped Charles's neck. Charles's head almost turned to the back of his neck. It's almost 180 degrees. Ah! Bai Qingyan also stared wide-eyed and let out a miserable scream. The scene was just too bloody. The people who were on top of the trap at this time couldn't help but back away one by one. No one was expecting it. Charles actually died like that. And such a horrible death. What was even more unexpected to them at this moment was that Zhou Feng leapt forward. One foot stepped on the edge of the pothole and then fired in reverse. 2 jumps and you're out from inside the trap. Now those who were up there were even more dumbfounded. Never in a million years did I think I'd make a slip of the tongue. Zhou Feng actually came out. They were chagrined in their hearts. If they had surrounded the deep pit just now, Zhou Feng would never have come up so easily. But it's too late to say anything now. Kill him, kill him. A white man stared Zhou Feng dead in the face and shouted in unskilled Chinese. At the same time, he took the lead in raising his spear and stabbed towards Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng reached out towards the white man, who was grasping a handful of dirt inside his hand. The white man did not even think that Chao Chun would come this way. Instantly the sand got inside his eyes. Ah! The white man felt a pain in his eyes and subconsciously closed them. The spear in his hand was then snatched by Zhou Feng. Pust! The spear pierced his chest. Chapter 47, Subjugation. And at the same time, several white people around them stabbed towards Zhou Feng. Kill the demon! Kill him! They must never be allowed to live. The remaining 10 or so yellow men all subconsciously backed away. Only one yellow man followed these whites and stabbed towards Zhou Feng. But the next scene that happened was one that they didn't expect. His own side was outnumbered. However, Zhou Feng was like a god of war, and he fought and retreated. But as long as Zhou Feng made a move, one person would fall. If one were to say bare hands, Zhou Feng alone would not be able to deal with 6 or 7 people at the same time. It's hard to get a fourth hand with 2 fists. However, having a weapon in your hand makes all the difference. These guys don't even have a chance to get close. In the blink of an eye, the men fell. There was just one white man left, holding a spear, but his hands were shaking with fear. Flutter. This white man dropped to his knees and dropped the spear from his hand. God, don't kill me. Don't kill me. The white man pleaded. Speaking all English, Zhou Feng was expressionless as he pierced his neck with his spear. Inside his mind, a dry, thin man appeared. The man had pleaded with himself as well. Zhou Feng let him off with a soft heart. He almost got himself killed as a result. Now Zhou Feng would not make that mistake again. The moment this white man makes his move, it's a matter of death for both sides. The remaining 10 or so people had ugly faces. None of them had expected Zhou Feng to be so strong in battle. Everyone looked at each other, then turned around and ran, wanting to stay away from Zhou Feng, the king of living hell. Stop! Zhou Feng burst out. Most of them stood still, shivering. Only 2 people ran towards the depths of the dense forest without looking back. They don't even dare to go back inside the camp now. All he wanted was to disappear in front of Zhou Feng. Whoosh! Zhou Feng took out 2 stones from inside his backpack behind him, throwing them one after the other. Both men fell to the ground in response. One of them had run more than 100 meters and was still hit in the head by a rock. You guys go and carry those 2 over, Zhou Feng said coldly. There were 9 others left, and they heard the words. Hurriedly, he headed towards where those 2 were. On Zhou Feng's side, he turned the spear in one direction and handed it to Bai Qingyan, who was inside the trap. Bai Qingyan's hands were still shaking. After shivering several times, he barely managed to grab the spear. Then he felt a force coming from above and his whole body was pulled up. Bai Qingyan was still sitting paralyzed on the ground. Although this wasn't the first time Bai Qingyan had seen someone die in front of her, but this one brought a very different sense of impact. It's okay. It's okay. Zhou Feng squatted down and put his arm around Bai Qingyan's shoulders and said, Zhou Feng. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Bai Qingyan cried and apologized. He himself had dragged Zhou Feng down this time. Silly girl. You being safe is better than anything. Zhou Feng kissed Bai Qingyan's forehead. Only then did Bai Qingyan gradually calm down. Then he wiped his tears with his hand and forcibly resisted the urge to continue crying. This is not the time to be sad. I am fine. Bai Qingyan took a deep breath. That's good. Zhou Feng nodded and helped Bai Qingyan stand up. Zhou Feng was actually a bit surprised. Bai Qingyan was able to recover so quickly. If it were a normal little girl, I'm afraid she'd be crying for half a day. The guys on the other side carried both escapees back. Are they still alive? Zhou Feng looked towards those two. All alive. All breathing. Immediately someone answered. Kill them. Zhou Feng said indifferently. What? These people's eyes widened when they heard these words from Zhou Feng. If you don't listen to my orders, you'll be the ones to die. Zhou Feng's gaze was icy cold. Hearing these words from Zhou Feng, these people no longer hesitated. Gritting his teeth, he picked up the spear on the ground. Stick it towards the chests of these two men. Bai Qingyan subconsciously turned her head away, not wanting to see this bloody scene. Now I'll give you all a chance. Choose to listen to my orders or leave on your own and never appear in front of me. Zhou Feng spoke. We serve you. We were all forced by Charles too. He's a god inside the camp. None of us can resist. These people fell to their knees in a hurry. They don't dare to bet on the second choice. What if the weekly peak flips out and does something? Get up and tell me about the situation in your camp. Zhou Feng waved his hand and said. The men stood up, each looking at the other. I don't know how I should answer that. When was it that Charles decided to lay his hands on me? Zhou Feng then took the initiative to ask. It was just now. Black bears get dropped in to get you later. But Charles should have told those white guys that a long time ago. These white men are his heart and soul. It's like these guys have opened up a conversation. Spoke out all the resentment in his heart toward Charles. According to them, inside the camp, white people were superior. You can enjoy more food and still have a choice of women. The dozen or so women inside the camp were divided among them. They were second-class citizens inside the camp. Then why don't you guys resist? Zhou Feng frowned. By the looks of them, there should be more yellow people inside the camp. In the beginning, it was they who were outnumbered, and many of us joined later. The rules have been set, and no one dares to defy them. Those who have resisted have been made dead. The men's voices grew fainter and fainter, and they bowed their heads in shame. Zhou Feng now understood. Why would Dong Sung say that seeing Charles inside the camp would throw the dead out? Turns out it was the resistance. Zhou Feng had thought too naively before, thinking that having saved Charles and the others at the hands of the savages, Charles would show kindness. The human heart is sinister. After seeing that there was food and women at their base, the other side had evil thoughts. Zhou Feng then asked a few more questions, learned that inside the camp, there were more than 60 other people. There were 7 or 8 white men among them. There were a dozen women left, and about 30 yellow men. Boss, let's go get rid of all those white people. They were all Charles's men, loyal to Charles. That's right, kill them all. The men waved their fists and said. Zhou Feng frowned. He was no homicidal maniac, even though he was going down decisively now. You don't just kill innocent people for no reason. Let's see what happens first, Zhou Feng said with narrowed eyes. Okay, boss, we'll listen to you. The men nodded. The 3 of you stay here and guard the corpse of this black bear. The rest of you follow me, Zhou Feng said. No one should be coming over now, mainly to keep any critters away. Zhou Feng then led the crowd and headed towards Charles's camp. Chapter 48, Camouflage. Charles's campground, near the beach neighborhood. They chose to station themselves here because there was a shallow beach over there. There are also quite a few fish inside the shallows. After walking for most of an hour, Zhou Feng saw someone moving ahead. This is your camp? There isn't even a better house. Zhou Feng was slightly surprised. He didn't see any decent buildings. It's just very simple grass huts. It's just something simple to build with some banana tree leaves. It was like the house that Qin Xiaoxue had built on the beach earlier. Very sketchy. It was logical that it should have been at least half a month since everyone showed up on the island. At the very least, it should be sheltered from the wind and rain. Tang Chang and the others, for example, have built quite a few houses. Outside is where we live. And inside there are a couple of houses built out of wood that Charles and the others live in. Someone said indignantly. Zhou Feng understood when he heard this. Their energies, it turns out, went into building Charles's house. Then you can still continue to build houses. Bai Qingyan couldn't help but speak. When it's our turn, Charles said we should gather food first now. Another man clenched his fists and growled in a low, angry voice. That's because you yourselves are spineless, Bai Qingyan said without a trace of anger. Hearing Bai Qingyan say this, these people could only lower their heads. No way. Who let Bai Qingyan speak the truth? There had already been resistance before, but it had all been suppressed by Charles. They have weapons, several daggers. One man muttered in a low voice. No one picked up on it though. Zhou Feng did nod his head when he heard this. That would be understandable. Why are these people afraid to resist? The people on the other side of the camp saw Zhou Feng and the others coming over. A few immediately greeted them. You guys are back. Did you catch the bear? Any bear meat to eat? Someone asked directly. Most of these people at Camp Charles have only eaten some fish and shrimp since they arrived on the desert island. There was also some fruit collected. Never had red meat at all. When I heard that we were going on a bear hunt today, each one was looking forward to it. Call out all the people. I have something to say to you. Zhou Feng spoke. Who are you? Someone did not recognize Zhou Feng. I'm delivering a message in Charles's place to have everyone come out. Zhou Feng's voice became serious, passing the word in Charles's stead. These guys didn't dare to slack off anymore. They have gone inside the camp to greet people. Soon the people inside the campground were coming out in droves. There were about 50 of them. There are others who are out looking for food and they can't be reached for a while now. But in Zhou Feng's opinion, this was already enough. There were a dozen women among those 50 or so. There were also about 10 other white people. Except for the whites, the rest of the yellows look a little frail. Where's Charles? A white man with brown hair asked. Charles has already been killed by me. Now I am the boss here. Zhou Feng looked at the other party and said. On the way here, Zhou Feng had inquired carefully. There were a few more, inside the camp, who were loyal to Charles. This white guy with brown hair is one of them. The name is Jack. The Chinese language is also very proficient, and he is said to be an executive of some company in China. Whenever Charles left the camp, it was Jack who was in charge of watching the camp. Usually, they also beat and scold them people at will. Zhou Feng's words were like thunder. It instantly exploded within these survivors. You killed Charles. Jack's eyes widened. His eyes even swept over those who were behind Zhou Feng. Seeing those people standing around Zhou Feng, he understood. You traitors! Jack roared. It was Charles who was out of his depth. He deserves to die. Who made him anger Lord Zhou Feng? You have no qualifications to be arrogant now. The people around Zhou Feng roared. Now that they had Zhou Feng backing them up, they had nothing to fear. And it was they who were thoroughly dominant in terms of numbers today. See the angry eyes of these people. Several white men subconsciously gathered together. Now I'll give you all a chance. Stay here and listen to me, or get the hell out of here. Zhou Feng's gaze swept these whites one by one. What would you do to us if we stayed? Jack's brow furrowed. Just like everyone else. Zhou Feng said indifferently. We'll have to discuss it. Jack's eyes rolled. Then you guys discuss it. Zhou Feng nodded in agreement. Jack immediately gathered the few remaining whites together and whispered in the distance. Zhou Feng noticed. A few whites shook their heads in quick succession, as if in denial, but Jack's tone was more menacing. However, the distance was simply too far, and Zhou Feng could not hear what Jack was saying. Some people still want to argue. Shut up, or I'll kill you. Jack growled in a low voice. These words were overheard by Zhou Feng. Soon Jack brought these people to Zhou Feng. We talked it over. As long as you don't mistreat us, we'll do as you command. Jack flashed a smile. Of course not. Zhou Feng responded. My name is Jack. Jack said, stepping forward and extending his hand. Zhou Feng also extended his hand. Just as the two men clasped hands, Jack's face turned menacing. Do it. Jack grabbed Zhou Feng's hand in a death grip. Then with his other hand, he pulled a dagger from his waist, viciously stabbing towards Zhou Feng's abdomen. Meanwhile behind Jack, 3 white men made their move at the same time. One of them also had daggers. It also came towards Zhou Feng's chest. There were also 2 that directly pounced and were about to come and hug Zhou Feng's thighs. Everyone was dumbfounded. Didn't expect Jack to make a sudden move. Except for one person, and that was Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng had expected that Jack wouldn't be so willing to stop. In a flash of lightning, Zhou Feng's eyes suddenly blazed. He sidestepped, deftly avoiding Jack's dagger. At the same time his other hand swung and smashed into Jack's face. Click! Ah! A scream! Jack's face twisted as his nose broke. The other white man with the dagger had closed in, but Zhou Feng's movements were as fast as lightning. Zhou Feng grabbed Jack's arm and brought it along. Used Jack as a shield to keep himself out of the way. Just in time to meet the stabbing dagger. There was a muffled sound as the dagger embedded itself deep into Jack's chest. Well, Jack stared dead at the white man who had stabbed himself. There was resignation inside his eyes. It then fell heavily to the ground. As for the 2 white guys who attempted to hug his thighs, Zhou Feng even rose up in the air, his legs kicking out one after another. It hit the two white men in the chest with unerring accuracy. They were like kites with broken strings, falling heavily to the ground. Chapter 49 Rules. Only the white man who killed Jack was left, weak in the knees. Clearly a well-prepared assassination. 4 men against 1. And they actually missed. Kill them, Zhou Feng said coldly. It took the people behind him to react. They rushed forward with their spears raised. Don't kill me. It was all Jack's idea. It was all Jack's idea. The white man fell straight to his knees and started begging for mercy. Meanwhile, in his mind, he had already cursed Jack a million times. What with taking out this Zhou Feng guy, he would be able to take back control of the base. It's simply not going to happen. But his pleas didn't work, and his body was instantly pierced. Those 2 guys who were kicked by Zhou Feng, still trying to stand up and fight back, he was also mobbed and killed. Not even Jack's body on the ground. Some people specialize in patching up the vitals. Boss, what about those guys? Someone held up a spear and aimed it at the 6 remaining whites. The whites were already trembling with fear. They didn't make a move. Let them go. Zhou Feng waved his hand and said, not all white people are accomplices of Charles and Jack. And Zhou Feng had heard it just now. The men were also under duress from Jack. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. These people have been robbed of their lives, and some have even cried tears of joy. I can't believe I fell on the ground and cried in pain. If you guys don't want to stay here, you can also choose to leave, Zhou Feng added. These white people looked at each other. Finally a white man who spoke Chinese stepped forward. The age doesn't look great, and it shouldn't be more than 30. We choose to stay here. In fact, we don't agree with what Charles is doing. He's evil. But you're different. You're not the Charles type. We are willing to stay here and do whatever you say from now on. Zhou Feng then learned his name, which was Bruce. Also spent 7 or 8 years in China. It's doing self-publishing, but the videos are published on the extranet. Share your own life in the WAC. Not the kind of person who happens to have domestic traffic. Bruce and a few others. Because of his unwillingness to go along with Charles, he was among the ostracized within this camp. It's just that the treatment is still a bit above average. Zhou Feng looked at the others again. The choice was to give them the chance to stay, or to escape. We all stay, these people have said. Especially after seeing Zhou Feng's strength. Not a single person dared to say a word, fearing that Zhou Feng would strike from behind. Zhou Feng certainly understood this. Not everyone is willing to follow themselves. It was more out of fear, but he didn't mind. Originally, Zhou Feng did not intend to absorb more survivors, but Charles had suddenly turned on himself this time. It made Zhou Feng realize their camp was too small, so it's easy to become, well, a piece of meat in someone's eye. Suppose one's camp is the same as Tang Chang's, all had at least 50 or 60 people, then Charles wouldn't dare hit their camp, no matter what. Zhou Feng believed that there must be many more survivor camps in other places. It's even not far around them. After all, they hadn't seen either of the 2 survivors that the savages had killed last time. Chief, what's your name? Just then, a woman came over and said. Zhou Feng sized up the other party. The top half of this woman's body was a sports tank top. Underneath, she wore denim shorts, showing off her long, white legs. It was her face that stood out the most. All the features are very delicate. It was just that Zhou Feng looked and felt very familiar. Netflix, Bai Qingyan muttered in a small voice. Zhou Feng then realized why he had this familiar feeling. The woman in front of her had a typical Netflix face, and with the obvious signs of knifing on her face. She's an artificial beauty. It's just that Zhou Feng doesn't like this kind of plastic surgery monster. He prefers the original. My name is Zhou Feng. How about making me your woman? I will serve you very comfortably. The woman leaned over and gently wrapped her arms around Zhou Feng. There was also the intention of letting Zhou Feng's arm, rubbing against his body. Bai Qingyan was on fire when she saw this scene. The stare on the woman was almost on fire. If vision could kill, women would have died several times over. Not interested, Zhou Feng pulled his hand out, at the same time looking at everyone inside the camp. I'm not Charles. From now on, male-female interactions inside the camp must be voluntary. If anyone breaks my rules, these bodies are the downfall. Zhou Feng pointed at the corpse on the ground and said. The words came out. The dozen or so women cried out in excitement. It was a time of absolute shame and torture for them. They had no freedom at all in Charles's presence. It's like Cargo, and the other men in the room. Except for a few who showed disappointment. Everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. Because they were also worried that Zhou Feng was just like Charles before him. Direct assignment of females. It's hard to find a partner that way on your own. It's not like now, where it's straight up fair play for everyone. Boss, I like you. Let me be your woman. The woman, however, was not willing to just give up. Pitifully, he looked at Zhou Feng. Her name is Tian Bing, and she was Charles's woman before. Someone next to him whispered an introduction to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng understood. Why was Tian Bing so unforgiving, wanting to be his woman? Presumably, he had followed Charles earlier and enjoyed the feeling of freeloading. Probably never went looking for food on his own. I was an anchor before. I can dance and I can sing. Tian Bing desperately wanted to show herself. I told you. Not interested. Zhou Feng frowned. Tian Bing was taken aback as she sensed that Zhou Feng was getting impatient. If he continued to pester himself, I'm afraid he would end up in a bad situation. Clean up these bodies and find a place to bury them from afar, Zhou Feng said as he pointed at the several corpses on the ground. So many bodies, they can't all be thrown into the sea. It's safer to find a place to bury it. This prevents the transmission of diseases. Immediately, someone started to act. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng took 7 or 8 people and returned to where the trap was. The 3 men who were guarding the trap here are still there. They were also relieved when they learned that Zhou Feng had successfully taken control of the camp. After all, their destinies had long been bound to Zhou Feng, and what Zhou Feng's side had to do was to split the bear meat first. This kind of thing didn't require Zhou Feng to do it himself. Someone went down with a dagger and cut the black bear's carcass with a single slash. In the twinkling of an eye, a piece of black bear meat was hoisted up on a rope. Chapter 50. All of this bear meat was tied with straw rope and later intended to be brought back inside the camp. Zhou Feng, alone on his side, arrived near the cave. Roar! Roar! Zhou Feng made a sound towards the inside of the cave, found no response from inside. So Zhou Feng carefully walked in and found that the bear was no longer there. Odds are it's a run. The inside of the cave stinks, but there's really quite a lot of stuff on the floor. Clearly there are signs of human life here. Inside the room there were also straw mattresses, which must have been a couple of beds. It's just a shame that most of it was trampled by the black bears, but there were a couple of pots sitting inside the corner that were intact. There were also 2 kitchen knives spilled on the floor of the iron pot. Zhou Feng's eyes gathered on the 2 wooden boxes inside the cave. That inside was what really interested Zhou Feng. The wooden box was about 1.5 meters high and 2 meters long. It is a specialized packing box for many ocean shipments. When Zhou Feng looked over, he immediately revealed a disappointed look. Inside the first box, all that was placed were some clothes, but all these clothes have almost turned to lint, and it stinks. There's no way to wear it. Zhou Feng then came to the second box and probed over. Zhou Feng first had a happy face. There's a lot going on here. In the next second, there was also a look of disappointment. Because he found them, they were all rotting food scraps. There's even some bacon in there or something, but it's also been moldy for a long time. There used to be people living here, but they abandoned it for some reason. Did they leave? Or are they all dead? Zhou Feng frowned. Both possibilities are there. Zhou Feng hoped that they had found a way to leave the island, instead of being killed by savages and such. Zhou Feng's gaze resumed surveying the inside of the cave. Based on the traces left behind, there were at least 7 or 8 people living here. Zhou Feng rummaged around for half a day. Still found something of value. An axe, a hammer and a couple frying pans and kitchen knives. Also he was in a crevice in the rock wall of the cave. Also saw some knickknacks. Surprisingly, it was nail clippers and a couple of needle and thread boxes. Zhou Feng directly stuffed it inside his pocket. Leaving the cave with these things, Zhou Feng was also a bit emotional. I'm afraid Charles never dreamed of it. The only things of value inside the cave are these household items. To monopolize household goods and bear meat, Charles paid with his life. If he were still alive, his bowels would be green with remorse. Zhou Feng came to the trap. The bear meat is pretty much cut up, leaving bear heads and such. There's really no way to dispose of the stuff. Upon learning that this was all that was inside the cave, those in attendance were also sighing. Zhou Feng handed these sundries to others to carry. Soon the group returned inside the campground with the bear meat. The black bear looks tall, but actually weighs just over 200 pounds. It wasn't as good as the wild boar Zhou Feng had hunted last time. No wonder there's a saying about 1 pig, 2 bears and 3 tigers. This is not because, of course, boars are more powerful than black bears and tigers. Rather, the wild boar are numerous. That's why wild boars are the most dangerous in the mountains. Conversely, the probability of encountering black bears and tigers is much lower. And one thing about a black bear is that it can stand up. That alone surpasses many mammals. When Zhou Feng returned inside the camp, the sky was fast darkening. Everyone inside the camp has returned, and they all knew that the boss inside the camp had changed now. Zhou Feng's previous thunderous tactics, it still makes a lot of people cringe. However, when they saw that Zhou Feng and his party had returned with bear meat, one by one, their eyes were glowing. Seeing this scene, Zhou Feng also announced immediately, as long as everyone listens to him from now on, just let everyone have enough to eat. The survivors, who were present, cheered along. It was just that there was a dilemma now that lay in front of Zhou Feng. Nowadays they would have 2 camps. One was the place where Wu Wenrong and the others had stayed, and the other was Charles's side of the camp. He can't run back and forth between the two camps. Only one can be chosen as a campsite. This question had actually occurred to Zhou Feng when he was on the road. They start out far from the beach. It's because of the fear of encountering savages. And in the neighborhood around Charles's camp, savages had appeared. Survivors were also killed. It's more dangerous here. It's better to go back to your campsite. And there aren't any buildings on this side. Just a couple of log cabins. It can just be removed. Go over there and rebuild the house again. So Zhou Feng gave an order. With all the supplies, everyone moved on. No one disobeyed Zhou Feng's order and all began to pack up their things. It's just a temporary place to live for them anyway. It's just a matter of moving it around. Dozens of people hulked out, pulling in long lines. By the time they arrived at the camp where Zhou Feng was, it was already dark long ago. But as soon as they arrived at the camp, they smelled the meat. It turned out that Zhou Feng had long ago had a few people escorted by Qing Yan and returned to the camp first. Let Yang Wei and the others bring out all the pork that was cured before. All cooked. Each one was given a small bowl of pork and broth. The portions are small though, but most of the survivors present had never eaten meat. Now when you see a porker violently, you lick the bowl clean. Those who don't have wooden bowls can only watch others eat. Neither could be bothered to wash the dishes, so they rushed off to collect their share. I'm afraid that if I'm late, I won't be able to eat. Get in line, all of you. One person can only eat one serving. Anyone who eats more than that won't be staying here if I find them. All eat slowly. Don't choke. The three people, Sun Hong and Lu Qingqing and Bai Qingyan, were also here to direct the order. Yang Wei and Fan Jian then acted as cooks, while Li Ran and Qin Xiuxue helped out on the side. Where did so many people come? My pork. Yang Wei looked at the diminishing meat inside the pot, tears in his eyes, seeing Yang Wei muttering here. So Li Ran came to Yang Wei's ear and said, "Okay, this is the boss's order. Stop talking." Of course I listen to the boss. Yang Wei burst into a bitter smile. Just can't afford to give it up. How he was going to eat all that pork in the first place. Janeway had it all figured out. How can you eat for 2 or 3 months? It turned out that dozens of people came and ate it all in one night. All that's left now is some old bacon hanging over there. I don't think I can eat 2 meals. Even if we get a lot more bear meat, there are so many mouths to feed. Definitely still can't eat more than a couple meals. Why? There's an opinion. Just at this time, Zhou Feng walked over with a smile on his face. No, I don't have a problem with it. I'll listen to whatever you say, boss. Yang Wei waved his hand and said, Yang Wei is just mouthy. He doesn't mean any harm. Li Ran also hurriedly followed. Seeing Li Ran so protective of himself, Yang Wei felt a warmth in his heart. Chapter 51, Discovered. This time together, Yang Wei really felt what it meant to be considerate from Li Ran. Li Ran also confided a lot of secrets with him. The two have made a private pact for life. If it was me who did half a day's work and just gave the meat to the others to eat, I'd be diabolical in my heart. Zhou Feng waved his hand and said. Yang Wei could only give a dry laugh. That was his thought though, just that the words didn't speak themselves. But the situation is different now. Charles is just looking at the small number of people in our base. That's why he dares to lay his hands on us, Zhou Feng said in a serious manner. Yang Wei and the others had also long since listened to Bai Qingyan, telling them what happened. While listening to Bai Qingyan's narration, even though he knew that Zhou Feng was safe, all of them also sweated for Zhou Feng. Now that we're outnumbered, if anyone else wants to lay their hands on us, they'll have to weigh their options. Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. Well, you're right, boss. For our safety, taking out the pork is nothing at all. Yang Wei nodded heavily. And the thought that if Zhou Feng dies, the next ones, the Charles ones, will surely come like wolves. What will happen to them then is unimaginable. Yang Wei fought for his life, but he didn't want Li Ran to suffer anymore. Inside these words you privately convey some of them with both Fan Jian and Sun Hong. Zhou Feng patted Yang Wei's shoulder. There are some things it's better to talk about. No problem, Yang Wei responded, eyes on the crowd to finish eating. Everyone make do under that tree over there today, and we'll solve the housing problem tomorrow. Zhou Feng said to the crowd sitting on the ground. Thanks, boss. We're okay with making do for as long as it takes, as long as there's a mouthful to eat. These people have said. Earlier inside Charles's camp, all they face is the squeeze. Housing? Don't even dare to have the slightest expectation. I just hope I can keep myself from going hungry every day. Soon the men went off to pack up their places for the night. Zhou Feng's side was also relieved. After tossing and turning for such a long day, he felt a little tired too. So sit on the ground and rest. Hungry? I see you haven't eaten. Just then, Qin Xiuxue came over with a bowl of meat. Zhou Feng noticed that this was the bowl Qin Xiuxue used herself. It was one that Qin Xiuxue had carved out herself after coming to this camp. She also gave Zhou Feng and Bai Qingyan, both carved one. Auntie Qin, I've forgotten if you didn't mention it. Zhou Feng then remembered. Didn't eat anything at night myself. Light is busy with all sorts of things. Even walking down the street. I worry about someone getting lost. Now smell the meat. Only then did I realize that I hadn't eaten since after the morning. However, what was a bit strange was that Zhou Feng did not feel any weakness or anything like that. Taking the bowl from Qin Xiaoshui, Zhou Feng picked up his chopsticks and ate. If there's one thing the island has no shortage of, it's chopsticks. No wonder practicing chopsticks is a must for soldiers in every country. Qin Xiaoshui just squatted down next to Zhou Feng, looking at him with a smile on her face. This instead made Zhou Feng a little embarrassed. Keep your head down and wolf it down. Eat slowly. See how anxious you are. I've left 2 bowls for you. I'll bring them to you. Qin Xiaoshui got up and walked towards the house. Aha! Zhou Feng's side slowed down. Soon Qin Xiaoshui brought over another bowl of meat. Zhou Feng patted his stomach after finishing the meat. Auntie Qin, you are so kind to me. I heard from Qin Yan that you saved her again this time. Otherwise she would have definitely died. Qin Xiaoshui gently shook her head. This time, it's fortunate that Bai Qin Yan went over with me. Otherwise it's not certain what the situation would be. Zhou Feng thought about the scene where Charles made his move. It's been cold and sweaty even now. If Bai Qin Yan wasn't there, it might have been another scene. Thank you. And in the future when it's just the 2 of us, don't call me Aunt Qin. We're not boyfriend and girlfriend now. Qin Xiaoshui blushed. Then, what do I call it then? Zhou Feng hadn't really thought about it. Besides Auntie Qin, what else should one call out better? I don't know. Qin Xiaoshui just thought. It's a little weird that Zhou Feng continues to call himself Auntie. Let's call you Xiaoshui then. Zhou Feng said very dryly. This is okay. Qin Xiaoshui gently nodded her head. It just felt a bit strange. After all, Zhou Feng was so much younger than himself. Looking at Qin Xiaoshui's reddened face, Zhou Feng suddenly felt his breath become short. Xiaoshui, I want to kiss you now. Qin Xiaoshui didn't answer, but closed her eyes. Zhou Feng was overjoyed and directly posted it. This time Qin Xiaoshui was very proactive. Zhou Feng could feel that it was very different from before. You guys, what are you doing? Just at that moment, a voice came from behind him. Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoshui hurriedly separated. He looked back over his shoulder. It was found to be Bai Qin Yan. Bai Qin Yan also had a bowl of meat in her hands and was looking straight at Zhou Feng. Qin Xiaoshui hurriedly stood up and tried to explain. Could it be that something still got inside the eyes this time? Bai Qin Yan's face was filled with anger. Just now, Bai Qin Yan could see it clearly. Both of them have their arms around each other. That. Zhou Feng also scratched his head, not knowing how to explain. Zhou Feng, you asshole. Bai Qin Yan turned around and left. Qin Xiaoshui hurriedly chased after him. Only Zhou Feng was left in place a bit at a loss for words, but he didn't see any harm in poking at it sooner rather than later. It couldn't be carrying Bai Qin Yan on his back all the time. The next step was to see when Bai Qin Yan would accept it. Zhou Feng felt that it shouldn't take long. After all, Bai Qin Yan almost lost her life today. All were able to recover quickly. It's a bit of a shame. It's rare that Qin Xiaoshui is so proactive this time. The next morning, Zhou Feng woke up. He then saw that the others had woken up long ago. A lot of people are getting together to handle bear meat, and some picking up firewood, etc. Everyone stop and listen to me first. Zhou Feng spoke. Everyone stopped what they were doing. Eyes flickered to Zhou Feng. Starting today, we'll adopt a labor-based distribution here, and we'll create positions. This was what Zhou Feng thought of last night. Seeing that no one had spoken, Fan Jian took the initiative to ask, Boss, how exactly is this distributed? Zhou Feng began to introduce it. According to the program he developed, the people inside the camp should be roughly divided into hunting group, gathering group, fishing group and handyman group. The handyman crew is the group that does the cooking, and some of the work inside the campground. All are to be distributed, based on the fruits of their labor. I have a question. Will it be fair if it's distributed like this? A survivor said as he raised his hand. Chapter 52 Allocation. Zhou Feng looked at the other party. It was an older survivor. It looks like it should be 60 years old. There is no fairness here. The food obtained by doing less is less and of lower quality. Zhou Feng said directly. The words came out. There were whispers inside the crowd, especially a couple of old men and those women. Both feel that this approach, for themselves, is not fair. There's no way they can, at all, compete with those young people. They're too weak when it comes to physical strength. The young men, on the other hand, were brightening up. None of them want to provide for anyone else. Just at this time, Fan Jian also stood up. This isn't the modern world where everyone doesn't have enough to eat. If you want to eat and keep well, you can only work more. That's right. Those who don't want to stay here can also leave now. Zhou Feng nodded and said. No one said a word after that statement. Leaving here now would be like looking for death. Even if you can't hunt here, you can still go do odd jobs and such. If we leave the camp, then you have to figure out how to get food on your own. There is simply no second choice. Zhou Feng also set up a squad leader next. Fan Jian was in charge of the fishing group and Yang Wei was in charge of the hunting group. Sun Hong and Lu Qingxing were in charge of the collection team. The two people, Qin Xiaoxue and Li Ran, were mainly in charge of the handyman group. All of them are Zhou Feng's inner circle. When Zhou Feng announced it, no one objected either. It was just Bai Qingyan sitting on the ground looking at Zhou Feng, a look of desire to speak. It seems to be a protest as to why they don't have a post. However, she immediately turned her head away after realizing that Zhou Feng was looking at her. It seemed like Bai Qingyan still minded what happened last night. She also sat at a distance from Qin Xiaoxue. Zhou Feng then also assigned the dozens of people present to each of the working groups. Those who are willing to fish, do so. Hunt if you want to. In the future, Zhou Feng would redeploy whichever team was short of manpower. The meeting was adjourned. Zhou Feng told the handyman group to go pack up the bear meat. Bear meat for lunch today. The others went ahead to cut down trees and build simple houses. Zhou Feng's axe from yesterday came in handy. Even though there was only one axe, it was much better than bare hands. Everyone started off to cut down trees and familiarize themselves with their work. Zhou Feng, what am I doing? Bai Qingyan finally couldn't help herself and came to Zhou Feng with a puff of air. When assigning work just now, Zhou Feng did not assign it to Bai Qingyan. Of course you're with Xiaoxue, going to the handyman group. Zhou Feng said. The handyman group is assigned the least amount of stuff inside the base, and there are a lot of chores every day. It looks like a loss, but really, the handyman group is the safest. After all, on this deserted island, just going out is dangerous. Zhou Feng's assignment of both Qin Xiaoxue's mother and daughter to the handyman group was also a bit selfish. You called my mom Xiaoxue. Bai Qingyan's eyes widened. Well, now she is my girlfriend. Zhou Feng nodded. Zhou Feng also intentionally brought up this appellation. Anyway, Bai Qingyan had found out that this was not considered a violation of the agreement by herself. Since when? Bai Qingyan bit her lip. 4 or 5 days ago. Zhou Feng thought for a moment and said, why are you guys together? There was still disbelief within Bai Qingyan's eyes. Even though he had seen with his own eyes last night, the two of them, Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoxue, sticking together. She couldn't quite believe it either. It was just that Bai Qingyan hadn't spoken to her mother all night last night. She could only come to Zhou Feng to inquire. This should be the emotion to it. Zhou Feng laughed dryly. Zhou Feng was also embarrassed to say that he had liked Qin Xiaoxue for a long time. You asshole. Bai Qingyan cursed and turned around. Zhou Feng scratched his head, looking at Bai Qingyan. She shouldn't be as angry as she was yesterday. What Zhou Feng was most worried about was Bai Qingyan's refusal to communicate. He turned his head in Qin Xiaoxue's direction. It was found that around Qin Xiaoxue, women were almost all surrounding her, and Qin Xiaoxue was holding a piece of cloth with a bunch of black stuff on it. What is this? Zhou Feng walked over and inquired curiously. When the other women saw Zhou Feng, they all looked a bit shy. This is grass ash. I'm teaching them to use this. Qin Xiaoxue also blushed a little. What's the point of getting this thing? Someone got hurt? Zhou Feng asked strangely. In the absence of medication, grass ash can stop bleeding. It's that, the woman thing. Qin Xiaoxue gave a dry cough. A woman thing? Zhou Feng didn't react for a moment. It's great aunt. This can be used when great aunt comes. Seeing this, Qin Xiaoxue could only speak more directly. Only then did Zhou Feng come to a realization. Since grass ash is able to stop bleeding, it is certainly able to be used when you are on your period. And grass ash also has antiseptic properties. It's too good to use on a place like a deserted island. Looking at Qin Xiaoxue, she should have been using it for a while. I'm guessing that's true for Sun Hong and others. Zhou Feng was a bit chagrined that he hadn't actually noticed. But it's understandable. He had so many things to think about every day that some details were inevitably overlooked. Boss, you know so little about women. Wouldn't have never experienced a woman. Boss, why don't I teach you? The women around them said one after another. And some looked at Zhou Feng with green eyes. Tian Bing, in particular, had been staring at Zhou Feng from inside the crowd. Her expression was thoughtful. Knock it off. There's work to be done later. Qin Xiaoxue immediately made a stern face. Seeing Qin Xiaoxue's appearance, everyone else didn't dare to laugh. Zhou Feng's side was relieved. If he let these women flirt with him, His Majesty as a boss was lowered. The male survivors all knew Zhou Feng's strength and didn't dare to make a fool of themselves in front of him. But not these women. Zhou Feng had no way of glaring at them. Good thing there's Qin Xiaoxue. Zhou Feng arrived in the woods next to him. The crowd was working feverishly. Yang Wei was cutting down trees with a few men, while everyone else was building huts. I'll do it. Seeing the slow speed of Yang Wei and the others, so Zhou Feng walked over, took the axe from one of the men. Come to a tree. The vegetation on this deserted island is rich with coconut trees, palm trees and a dozen others. Zhou Feng did not recognize the tree in front of him, but the branches weren't thick, just the size of a bull, but the growth was tall, 7 or 8 meters. It's a good material for building houses. Zhou Feng raised his axe and swung it down. A deep gash appeared in the trunk of the tree at once. Then Zhou Feng pushed hard and a tree fell down. Not bad for a boss. It's awesome. It took us a lot of effort to cut down a tree just now. The boss was born with God's power. The people around them immediately marveled. Chapter 53 Papaya Forest. It's just a small thing. Zhou Feng waved his hand and said, continue toward the next tree. In less than an hour, he had cut down more than 20 trees. The total number of people inside the camp now was more than 70. Probably building 10 or so shacks would be enough. After all, there's no need to think about conditions right now. Just be able to keep out the wind and rain. Who knows how long they will be able to stay here. Boss, Tang Chang is here to see you. Someone came from the distance. These people in the Charles camp also knew Tang Chang and the others. After all, they'd nearly broken out into conflict earlier. Zhou Feng handed the axe to Yang Wei and came to the camp. Tang Chang waited here with 3 or 4 people. Bro, what exactly happened? Tang Chang opened his mouth to inquire after seeing Zhou Feng. Tang Chang's expression was a bit anxious. Apparently the merger of Zhou Feng's camp with Charles's was something he hadn't expected. That Charles fellow tried to lay his hands on me and was killed by me. Zhou Feng did not hide it. Hearing this, Tang Chang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Tang Chang couldn't be clearer about Charles's side of the battle. Zhou Feng actually managed to kill Charles back. Exactly how? How many lives have been lost in the meantime? And how menacing? Tang Chang had actually sized up the people who were inside the camp just now. Only a few white people were seen. The rest should be dead. Thinking of this, Tang Chang wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. It was a good thing that the last time a conflict erupted with Zhou Feng, it had been defused. Otherwise there's no telling what the consequences will be. Now that there are so many people in your camp, do you want to consider the matter of cooperation? Tang Chang continued. Cooperation? How can we cooperate now? Zhou Feng was quite curious. The last time Tang Chang brought it up, he wanted to merge with himself. That time Zhou Feng refused. There seems to be even less reason now to work with the other side. An alliance of offense and defense. We should form an alliance of offense and defense. Anything happens to either side, the other side has to rescue. And the previously agreed upon exchange of information must not be forgotten. These were all things that Tang Chang had thought about before he arrived. Zhou Feng's base now had a large number of people, 20 or so more than myself. Tang Chang wanted to be tied to and with Zhou Feng even more. Zhou Feng's side was weighing the pros and cons. Seeing Zhou Feng's hesitation, Tang Chang couldn't help but open his mouth. An alliance isn't without a price. I can share a good place with you, Tang Chang said with a mysterious face. It's a papaya forest, right? Zhou Feng blurted out. How did you know? Tang Chang was shocked. Zhou Feng smiled. In fact, from the last time Tang Chang, after giving himself so many papayas, Zhou Feng then guessed that Tang Chang must have found a large area of papaya forest. Otherwise it wouldn't be so generous. Is the area of the papaya forest large? Zhou Feng asked. Actually, it's not far from here, and there are very many papayas over there. Tang Chang nodded. That is to say, even if you don't tell me, we'll find out soon enough. Zhou Feng had a smile on his face. Tang Chang scratched his head, a little embarrassed. And it is true, that papaya forest would definitely be discovered by Zhou Feng and the others sooner or later. At that time, if both sides fight for the papaya forest, Tang Chang wouldn't dare to clash with Zhou Feng. So simply now, one is trying to do a favor. Directly tell Zhou Feng the location of the papaya forest. Actually, the alliance I'm talking about is that we're going to guard the papaya forest together. And we can't let any other survivors intervene anymore. Tang Chang spoke truthfully. Resources like Papaya Grove. That's definitely going to be an occupation. There's absolutely no way anyone else can get their hands on it. Let's wait until we eat something first. Then take me to the papaya forest to have a look. Zhou Feng decided to go and have a look first before saying anything. Okay. Tang Chang nodded. Now it's time for dinner. The bear meat has been cooked for hours. Zhou Feng's side invited Tang Chang to have some with him. I hear bear meat is a delicacy. I've come to try it. Tang Chang was rather interested. However, when the first bite of bear meat was eaten, Tang Chang frowned. The bear meat was a little woodsy and a little sour. There's also a fishy odor in the key entry. It's certainly not too hard to swallow. It just really didn't taste good. Everyone inside the campground also misses the taste of the wild boar meat they ate yesterday. That's what's delicious. After eating, Zhou Feng quickly set off with his group. Zhou Feng's side was certainly not alone. He brought along Yang Wei and a dozen others, all from the hunting group. After all, Charles had sneaked up on him last time. It's better to be careful about what comes next. Moreover, Zhou Feng planned to directly carry some papayas back first. It can greatly alleviate the food problem inside the base. Otherwise, with the ones Zhou Feng and the others had accumulated before, not enough to feed dozens of people for a day. Isn't this road the place where the wildlings were found last time? Zhou Feng frowned. Not the same. We're about to turn the corner up ahead, and these two places are about a kilometer apart. Tang Cheng explained. Zhou Feng didn't think about it. Since his last encounter with the wild man, Tang Cheng actually dared to explore the jungle. It's just a matter of turning around and thinking about it. There is not much food accessible on the beach. Eventually it was time to head deeper into the jungle. Soon Zhou Feng could see it, an orange and yellow patch in front of him. When they got closer they saw it, a large grove of papayas. There are at least hundreds of trees here. The treetops are densely covered with orange and yellow papayas. So many papayas. That's enough to eat for a long time. It's at least a couple thousand pounds. Yang Wei and the others' faces were ecstatic. It can last a long time if you have these papayas. Some of the papaya trees around the area already show signs of collection. It should have been picked by Tang Cheng and the others, but it was only partially removed. Zhou Feng walked to the nearest papaya tree and reached out to pick one. The papaya was a little bigger than the palm of his hand. He felt that with the size of his meal one, he should have been able to eat enough. Zhou Feng took a bite. It tasted the same as the last time I had it. The flesh is juicy, sweet and delicious. Seeing this, Yang Wei and the others couldn't help but pick one and eat it. Zhou Feng didn't stop him when he saw this. It's just that in the future, all these papayas will also be part of the collective goods, and individuals will not be able to consume them as they please. How about it? It's nice here. There are actually some other fruit trees around the edges, just in smaller numbers. Tang Cheng's side introduced. How did you find this place? Zhou Feng was a bit curious. It was an accidental discovery by one of my men. Tang Cheng hemmed and hawed, also feeling lucky. Tang Cheng then inquired about the cooperation between the two sides. No problem. Zhou Feng agreed. That's great. Tang Cheng was instantly relieved. As long as Zhou Feng was willing to cooperate, then a lot of conflicts could be avoided. Zhou Feng then asked his men to all pick some papayas to go back. Each person must carry at least 40 pounds or so. There were no objections. The ones who followed Zhou Feng out were originally strong and powerful. Plus both meals are eating all meat. So there's no problem with that weight. Tang Cheng and his group didn't stay idle. They couldn't come here for nothing. All were also picking papayas to take away. Right at this moment, Zhou Feng suddenly heard a movement deep within the papaya forest. Chapter 54. Zhou Feng frowned and cautiously went over in the direction where there was movement. Zhou Feng? Tang Cheng's side noticed Zhou Feng's movements. In the next second, Zhou Feng was seen pulling out a person from behind a papaya tree. A man with a bit of a chubby body. It's you! Zhou Feng frowned. He knew the survivor. When Bai Qing Yan was first caught by the muscular man, inside the ranks of the muscular men was this fat guy. Almost a month without seeing. The fat man did look a lot thinner, but not by much. The body is kinda the chubby kind. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Fatty directly knelt on the ground and continuously kowtowed at Zhou Feng. What's going on here? Tang Cheng walked over in surprise. Eyes glanced over the fat man's body. It seemed that Zhou Feng and Fatty knew each other, but the fat man was definitely not from inside Zhou Feng's camp. I just seen this guy when I came to the island. Zhou Feng frowned. He didn't have a good feeling about the fat man either. Although it was said that the fat man didn't do anything to himself that night. Instead, they escaped with 3 other women. But that fat guy was with Muscle Man and the others after all. I didn't do anything that night. I'd only just joined them. You came, Fatty said with a sniffle. The body was trembling. Why are you here? How did you survive for so many days? Zhou Feng grabbed the fat man by the collar. Rip. As a result, Fatty's clothes were still torn by Zhou Feng. The fat man fell to the ground at once. Since that night, I've just been hiding everywhere. This deserted island has quite a lot of food. Didn't think that I would run into you guys here today, Fatty said with tears in his voice. This guy is quite lucky that he wasn't caught over by the savages. Tang Cheng smiled. Savages? There are still savages here? When Fatty heard these words, he even revealed a horrified expression. Of course they do. They love to eat people. Especially fat people like you. They must be roasted and nourished. Tang Cheng began to scare the fat man. The fat man was already pale and his body was shaking. The crowd roared with laughter at the sight. Though it is said that they also fear the savages. But not so much. Like, fat. Hearing the savage's name made him tremble with fear. Brother, what do you think about this person? After laughing on Tang Cheng's side, he looked at Zhou Feng. What do you say? Zhou Feng asked. You seem to be in a bit of a conflict with him, but it's still a labor force no matter what. So how about I bring it back to my camp? Tang Cheng proposed. Now they have the papaya forest to provide plenty of food. Then of course the more people the better. I don't have a problem with that. Zhou Feng nodded. Tang Cheng reached out and pulled the fat man up, then patted his shoulder. How about joining my camp from now on? It's guaranteed that you won't go hungry, but of course you'll have to cut down on your meals a bit, Tang Cheng said with a smile. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Fatty was grateful. Right. Have you come across any other survivors? Zhou Feng thought of this point to inquire. No, I've been alone all this time. Fatty shook his head in a hurry. Soon Yang Wei and the others picked a large pile of papayas. Tang Cheng also passed on the skill of transporting their papayas. There are a lot of 10-mans right around Papaya Grove. These 10-mans are tough and are natural ropes. Soon you will be able to weave a large basket with all the papayas in it. That's how they all ship papayas. Yang Wei and the others didn't come empty-handed. Took some tools too. But Tang Cheng's approach was better. Zhou Feng's side also carried dozens of pounds of papaya. If he wasn't worried about the rope not being strong, Zhou Feng would be able to carry at least 200 pounds. See Zhou Feng are carrying papaya. The others were even more energized, each carrying as much as possible. When Zhou Feng and the others returned to the camp, all the survivors cheered at the sight of so many papayas. So much food. You certainly won't have to worry about going hungry anytime soon. Zhou Feng even made 2 rooms available for this purpose. Store their supplies. Just as he put the papaya down, Li Ran came over. Boss, now that we are so many in number, I think we should give everyone a number. Li Ran proposed. Split number? Zhou Feng looked puzzled. It's something like a work number or something like that, so that it's easy to manage. Otherwise you can't even recognize people right now. Li Ran explained. The campground is basically full of strangers. Trying to separate them by name and looks is just too difficult. That's a good idea. Zhou Feng looked at Li Ran approvingly. Li Ran still has quite a bit of management experience. Also we should have our own point system, where you can earn points for working every day, and then use them to get food. Li Ran added. Zhou Feng heard and understood. Points are practically the equivalent of money. It is indeed easier to use money. Mutuals are also able to trade with each other. Otherwise it's a problem just getting paid every day. You can't just go and distribute food every day. Let them trade points for better. That way the unused points can still be left. We'd better have actual currency, but for now it's just a matter of keeping track. Li Ran concluded. There are some notebooks and pens inside the campground. Not a huge amount, but it should last a while. Then I'll leave this matter to you. You'll record the points. There must be no mistakes, and you must sign every day. Zhou Feng nodded. If there was a problem with the points record, then there would really be trouble. It's also important to prevent people who are interested in messing things up. As for the issue of currency, Zhou Feng could only think of a solution later. What about the handyman team side? Let Sister Qin be in charge of it alone? Li Ran hadn't forgotten about the job that Zhou Feng had handed over to her earlier. Just have Bai Qingyan follow along. Zhou Feng said. Yang Wei, who had been listening to the sigh for half a day, expressed his opinion. What about the boss? How will the boss get this point? Inside this camp, it was Zhou Feng who had contributed the most. That deserves to have the most points. But Zhou Feng's value, it seemed, couldn't be measured in points. Points will also limit what Zhou Feng can do. Suppose Zhou Feng was given a large number of points. I'm afraid it would give others an uncomfortable feeling. After all, he had worked hard for a day's work, and as a result, he looked less than a fraction of Zhou Feng. This is simple. I personally don't have any points, but I can mobilize all the supplies inside the camp. Zhou Feng said directly. The equivalent of him having privileges. Points are money, but they're worthless in the face of power. That's a good idea. Yang Wei nodded. The point system was quickly implemented inside the camp. Chapter 55, Misunderstandings. No one inside the camp had a problem with the point system. Instead, they became more accustomed to this distribution system. In addition, everyone was assigned a number, including Zhou Feng. And Zhou Feng is of course number 1. Qin Xiaoshui was number 2. Bai Qingyan was number 3. And next was Fan Jian, Yang Wei and the others. Exactly in the order of the survivors that Zhou Feng had encountered. On the deserted island, some people simply write their numbers all over their clothes. This makes it easier to communicate with each other. Dinner was papaya, and this meal was free. The points system is official starting tomorrow. After finishing his meal, Zhou Feng wanted to find a chance to talk to Qin Xiaoshui, but Qin Xiaoshui's side has been very busy. Plus, Bai Qingyan was still next to him. After seeing Zhou Feng come over, Bai Qingyan glared at him. It made Zhou Feng a bit embarrassed. Had to go back inside to lie down first. With so many people inside the camp, the vigil became easier. For men can be drawn out every day to patrol around the camp. After lying inside the room for half a day, Zhou Feng tossed and turned and still couldn't sleep. His body has changed a lot now. A couple hours of sleep a day is more than enough. Zhou Feng took out the pendant at his neck. He still couldn't see what was so special about the jade pendant. Picking up a nearby dagger, he made a small cut on the back of his hand. Squeezing out a few drops of blood, it dripped down onto the jade pendant. The jade pendant was unresponsive as the blood slid down the pendant to the ground. Zhou Feng frowned. Perhaps the first time the jade pendant reacted had something to do with his own blood. But blood won't work back there. Zhou Feng reharvested the jade pendant. Just as Zhou Feng was about to get up and go for a walk outside, suddenly he heard footsteps and someone crept up to the door of his room. The footsteps were soft and should have been a female. Zhou Feng was a bit strange. Why would anyone come inside their room at this time of the day? Could it be Qin Xiaoshui? As soon as he thought of this, Zhou Feng was still looking forward to it a little. The next second someone pushed back the curtain and walked in. Zhou Feng looked over through the moonlight, and sure enough, it was a woman. And to Zhou Feng's surprise, the first thing the other party did was actually undress, took the top half of his shirt off. Zhou Feng immediately felt his mouth dry. Could it be that Qin Xiaoshui has figured out? Nope. Zhou Feng suddenly realized that this woman's figure was different from Qin Xiaoshui's. Not Qin Xiaoshui. The other party had already lunged towards Zhou Feng, directly lying on top of him. Boss, Tianbing? Zhou Feng heard the other party's voice. I'm so scared to be a woman here. Can you protect me in the future? Tianbing said with a sobbing voice. You get up first. Zhou Feng grabbed the other party's shoulders. But this position, on the contrary, was even more awkward. A wobble in the eye. Boss, let me serve you. I'm very good at serving people. Tianbing's side of the hand was facing down, trying to be irritating to Zhou Feng. Alright, Zhou Feng didn't have any pity this time. A direct hand pushed Tianbing away. Tianbing Bam sat down on the ground and was a bit confused. During the day, after hearing those people talk and hearing that Zhou Feng might not have experienced a woman yet, Tianbing then moved. Thought I'd take the opportunity to work on it. As long as she hugged Pika's her thigh, she would get free food inside the camp. Don't worry about going hungry. It's like being around Charles. But what Tianbing didn't expect was, Zhou Feng actually rejected himself just like that. Was it because he wasn't pretty enough? Or did Zhou Feng dislike himself? Hurry up and put your clothes on. Zhou Feng picked up the clothes on the ground and threw them to Tianbing. Tianbing hesitated for a moment, but still put the clothes on. I'll treat this matter as if it never happened today. Don't blame me for being impolite to you if you dare to come in again. Zhou Feng had a serious expression. If Tianbing gets his way today, that news in case it spreads, there might be how many more people who would sneak inside Zhou Feng's room at night. Boss, I just want to live. Tianbing stood in the doorway and stopped, then turned his head. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. It wasn't just an act, it was real tears. We will all survive, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. He didn't know what Tianbing was before, but a lot of things are out of control on this desert island. Aha! Tianbing nodded gently and turned to leave, but just as Tianbing walked out the door, a voice came from just outside the door. Ha! It was Bai Qingyan's voice. Zhou Feng froze. It didn't occur to me that Tianbing would run into Bai Qingyan when he went out. Bai Qingyan shouldn't misunderstand anything. What Zhou Feng didn't expect even more was, Bai Qingyan directly lifted the grass curtain and came in. What were you doing with that woman just now? Bai Qingyan questioned with her arms crossed. Didn't do anything, Tianbing. She has something to ask me. Zhou Feng could not say. That bold move by Tianbing just now, right? Liar. Bai Qingyan glared. Well, Zhou Feng hadn't been able to retort for a moment. After all, one really isn't telling the truth. However, Zhou Feng also knew the reason why Bai Qingyan doubted himself. It's still because of what happened to Qin Xiaoshui. I'm going to tell my mom to go. Bai Qingyan turned around and left. Zhou Feng hurriedly chased after him, following Bai Qingyan inside the room. When Qin Xiaoshui saw the two men enter, she hurriedly sat up. What's wrong? Qin Xiaoshui's tone was filled with worry. She thought something was wrong. Mom, Zhou Feng is a womanizer. He has a woman inside his room and isn't sincere to you at all. Bai Qingyan immediately complained. Zhou Feng noticed Qin Xiaoshui's expression confused for a moment after hearing these words. Turning his head to look at himself, Zhou Feng's heart ached as he watched. But there was also a hint of joy in his heart. This proved that Qin Xiaoshui was truly jealous. It's a misunderstanding. Tianbing came inside my room. She had something to inquire about. We chatted for a few moments and let her go. Zhou Feng hurriedly explained. It's like this. Qin Xiaoshui smiled sweetly. Sure enough, I was overly concerned. Mom, Zhou Feng is a liar. Don't trust him. Bai Qingyan, however, pouted. Qin Xiaoshui cried and laughed a little. Her own daughter. She knows herself. Ever since last night, Bai Qingyan had bumped into herself and Zhou Feng kissing. Haven't talked to myself all day. And now he's coming over to tattle on himself. Nothing more than an expression of dissatisfaction. If I really wanted to do something, how could it be inside the room? It must be inside the grove. Zhou Feng's side scratched his head. That's true. Bai Qingyan was momentarily speechless. They have these rows of houses next to each other. Add to that the fact that the walls are all wood and there is no privacy at all. Even if Zhou Feng really wanted to do something, it would definitely be inside the grove. Nope. Have you guys been to the grove? Bai Qingyan's eyes widened. Chapter 56 Gambling. This. Zhou Feng scratched his head. That's a tough question to answer. After all, he and Qin Xiaoxue had really been inside the grove. You guys really went. Bai Qingyan understood when she saw Zhou Feng's appearance. Bai Qingyan had noticed before that her mother had been out for a bit too long. But it was never considered in that direction. It's not what you think. We're just going to talk about it. Qin Xiaoxue was also afraid that her daughter would misunderstand. So she hurriedly said, nothing was done? Bai Qingyan looked skeptical. Didn't do it. Qin Xiaoxue bit out. Zhou Feng was a bit surprised. It didn't occur to me that Qin Xiaoxue would also deceive Bai Qingyan. After all, they had kissed inside the woods, too. But seeing that Qin Xiaoxue had said so, Zhou Feng also hastened to say that they hadn't done anything. Mom, what the hell were you thinking? Actually agreeing to Zhou Feng to become his girlfriend? What will you do when you meet Zhou Feng's mom and dad in the future? Bai Qingyan simply made it clear directly. Bai Qingyan couldn't understand it after thinking about it for a day. This will be said when the time comes. Qin Xiaoxue hadn't really thought about it. She felt that as long as everyone made it off this island alive, then nothing else matters. Zhou Feng, what do you think? Bai Qingyan's side turned her head to inquire about Zhou Feng. I like Auntie Qin, so of course I should have no regrets. Zhou Feng's tone was firm. But your ages. This is what Bai Qingyan couldn't figure out. If you like it, why care about outside factors? I don't want to regret it in the future. Zhou Feng shook his head. External factors? Bai Qingyan froze and got up and thought. Yeah, if you like it, why care about any outside factors? Bai Qingyan likewise didn't want to regret it in the future. She looked at Zhou Feng and then at Qin Xiaoxue. It seemed to have made up its mind of some sort. Ro, I'll count you through today. Next time there's another woman inside the room. There's no easy end to it. Bai Qingyan's expression softened a bit. When Zhou Feng returned inside his room, he couldn't help but scratch his head. Just felt as if something was wrong. He himself was reprimanded by Bai Qingyan. But on second thought, this layer of window paper between himself and Qin Xiaoxue was also considered to have been uncovered. The two can definitely take their relationship further. As for the other condition of Qin Xiaoxue, isn't it only a matter of time before that happens? The next morning, the camp is up and running and everything seems to be moving in an organized direction. It's just that the hunting group that Yang Wei brought with him ran into some trouble. It was a busy morning and ended up grainy. Didn't find much prey. In the end, we had to carry back some more papayas from the papaya forest side. Seeing this scene, Zhou Feng could only comfort the crowd. Let them not be in a hurry yet. No one is born a hunter. It all takes a while to develop. They can't eat these papayas all the time. They also need protein. There will be times in the future when they will contribute. Only after hearing Zhou Feng's comforting words did the expressions on the faces of the crowd lighten up. In fact, what they're really worried about is, because you have nothing to offer, you can't allocate points to starve. In the afternoon, Zhou Feng accompanied them on a hunting trip. With Zhou Feng inside the team, everything seemed much simpler. Zhou Feng could hear small animals calling from afar, then hit them with a rock. A quick stroll around the area yielded 7 or 8 grouse. And the lasso Zhou Feng had left behind earlier had paid off today. Caught 3 rabbits. These foods are also enough to add to your evening meal. The hunting team had also seen Zhou Feng's strength. Each one of them admired it from the bottom of his heart. As long as one followed Zhou Feng, it was absolutely impossible to go hungry. Wait for dinner. A couple of mountain chickens are stewed and ready to be redeemed for points. First come, first served, while supplies last. Even those few old people can redeem a bowl of chicken soup with 2 pieces of meat inside. Although the portions are relatively small, there is no problem with supplementation. Those with more points can just redeem a big bowl full of meat. Zhou Feng noticed. There are a lot of people who don't come to redeem. Both saved up their points. After all, he had just eaten meat 2 days in a row. Not so much a craving for meat. Zhou Feng also told everyone, try to prepare some broth every day from now on. The broths all contain grease, which is very valuable to them. The 3 rabbits, on the other hand, stayed. 1 male and 2 females. Zhou Feng is ready to have them mated. Rabbits are very fertile. It just so happens that within the survivors, there is a woman who has had pet rabbits. Just leave the rabbits in her care. According to the woman, the 3 rabbits took 7 months. It would have bred nearly 100. This is nothing less than good news. They certainly caught more than just these 3 rabbits. Unfortunately, the rabbit is a bit low in fat. but there are other foods to supplement the fat. Fan Jian's side was full of good news. The fishing team's operation went much smoother. Brought home about 20 fish today and lots of shellfish. If no one redeems these fish, then they are made into smoked fish that day, able to keep for a long time. Looking at the abundance of food inside the campground, the looks of all the survivors were visibly lighter. There was also a lot more laughter inside the campground. Even a few of the old men who had been worried earlier spread their smiles. Just don't change the current food prices. Then with the points they acquired now, they wouldn't have to worry about starving to death. It was better than under Charles. I don't know how much better. Inside Camp Charles, even the young adults stayed hungry. It was at this time that Zhou Feng noticed a dozen people gathered around. Every now and then, the sound of gasps erupted. Zhou Feng walked over with a frown. Following the crowd, he did find it. These people are gambling. A group of people gathered around a relatively smooth stone, and there are 3 colors on the stone. It should just be betting on color. The boss is coming. The boss is coming. Someone noticed Zhou Feng. The others immediately dared not say anything. Zhou Feng's gaze rested on a man. The other guy looked to be in his 30s and looked dry and thin. Boss. The other party saw Zhou Feng and also looked like he was smiling. You organized the game? What's your name? Zhou Feng opened his mouth and asked. Ahem. My name is Fu Tai. Fu Tai coughed dryly. I subconsciously moved away. You guys play? I'll take a look. Zhou Feng waved his hand and said. Hearing this, relief washed over the faces of the crowd. Fu Tai was even more delighted. Since the boss has spoken, let's continue playing. Fu Tai immediately began to greet the crowd, and Zhou Feng quickly figured out the rules of the game. Simply put, each of the participants takes a turn throwing the color. Whoever has the biggest point wins and whoever has the smallest point loses. The stakes are the points in their hands. Chapter 57, Cheating. The group played from mid-afternoon until dark. It's not a big loss. Just 7 or 8 people involved. The unluckiest guy only lost 3 points. It's just a dinner money. They agreed to wait to turn around and redeem the smoked fish to top off the bill. The crowd gradually dispersed. Fu Tai was about to tuck the color away. One hand, however, picked up the color and examined it inside the hand. Boss, what's going on? Fu Tai walked over with a fawning smile. Good luck today. Winning a fish. Zhou Feng smiled. I'm a person who has always had good luck in gambling. Fu Tai also gave a dry laugh. You should be a professional gambler. Zhou Feng knew that on the miles. There are professional gamblers who go on cruise ships just to gamble. There is a floor on the miles that is dedicated to the gaming area. Not only is there a variety of ways to play inside, but there's also a bar and stage and more. And they're all legal. As long as it enters the high seas, no one cares. After all, none of the miles are registered in the country. It's a long trip and there are a lot of people willing to play a few hands. There are also rich businessmen who specialize in just going to gamble. And so there are professional gamblers, mixed in with these people. Worthy of being the boss. I'm a professional, but I'm just making a living. Fu Tai also simply admitted it. After all, many people also knew Fu Tai, and it was useless to hide it. Where did you get this color? Zhou Feng played with the color in his hand. When the accident happened, it seemed like I was grabbing the coloring before I fainted, and it was inside my hand when I woke up anyway. Fu Tai scratched his head, obviously also a bit puzzled. Zhou Feng nodded. He had also heard many people talk about what happened to them before they lost consciousness. It's roughly the same. Don't gamble in the future. Don't look at it as just betting on a dinner. But being found out is going to cut off your hands. Zhou Feng stepped forward and patted Fu Tai's shoulder. Boss, what do you mean? Fu Tai's forehead has appeared false sweat. Your technique is very stealthy, and you don't use it every time. But sooner or later, there's going to be a rollover, isn't there? Zhou Feng shook his head. Fu Tai still wants to argue. But then Fu Tai saw that Zhou Feng's expression went ice cold. This is me saving you, Zhou Feng said coldly. He watched for a moment and then saw it clearly. How the hell did Fu Tai cheat? The technique is not really new. It's just a matter of throwing the color and fixing it with your hand ahead of time. It looks like it will jump a few more times when you throw it, but it doesn't actually spin at all. Inside the short video platform, there are lots of people revealing all of them. It's a common method of cheating. The brilliant thing about Fu Tai is that he doesn't use it every time. Usually it's used secretly by Fu Tai when the others don't have a lot of points, just overpowering the other side. So after playing all afternoon, Fu Tai won a lot though. Froze with no points like a leopard or anything like that. No one is a cutie though. After a while, someone is bound to notice something is wrong. Why does Fu Tai keep winning? If someone found out about Fu Tai's tactics, then Fu Tai would be in deep trouble. Inside the camp, food is more important than money. I see. Fu Tai wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Fu Tai was sure of it now. Zhou Feng must have discovered his own tactics. Don't use this thing. Zhou Feng cupped the color in his hand. LOL. By the time he spread his palms, the color had turned into a pile of plastic. There are 3 iron beads inside as counterweights. Seeing this scene, Fu Tai couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Fu Tai knows the quality of this color. Zhou Feng was actually able to crush it with one hand. Thanks for sparing my life, boss. Thanks for sparing my life, boss. It was only then that Fu Tai realized afterward. If Zhou Feng had just revealed himself, then he's afraid he'll be beaten to death by the others. It was Zhou Feng who spared himself. Get an early night and work hard tomorrow. Zhou Feng nodded and let Fu Tai leave. In fact, Zhou Feng wasn't opposed to getting a little entertainment inside the campground. After all, there's a word for bittersweet. But gambling would be of a completely different nature. If you get really pushy, it's going to kill someone. Zhou Feng's side returned to the cabin. Then he went inside Qin Xiaoxue's room. It's just that Bai Qing Yan is also there, and just keeps staring at Zhou Feng. It made Zhou Feng a bit embarrassed, and he came out after chatting for a while. Originally, he wanted to further develop his relationship with Qin Xiaoxue, but Bai Qing Yan was like a large light bulb. It never left Qin Xiaoxue. It made Zhou Feng wonder what he should do. One could only find another opportunity to communicate with Qin Xiaoxue alone next time. Turn the day around. As usual, Yang Wei took the men hunting in the morning and picking papayas in the afternoon. But by the afternoon something happened. Yang Wei and a dozen others came back in a hurry, bringing nothing with them. Zhou Feng happened to be inside the campground. Seeing Yang Wei and the others panicking, he immediately frowned. What's wrong? Something's happened. Something happened to Tang Chang and the others, Yang Wei said while gasping for air. What happened to them? When we went to pick papayas, we saw them coming back from the midway, and several of them were injured. Yang Wei began to explain. Tang Chang and the others who went to pick papayas were quite large, all a dozen of them. They are less able to hunt. Papaya and fish are their main food sources. Going to so many people at once is also a precaution against savages. In case they encountered a savage, then they had resistance. But today, instead of encountering the savages, they met a dozen other survivors. Those people have bows and arrows in their hands. When they saw Tang Chang and the others, they attacked directly. 5 or 6 people died. Even Tang Chang was injured and was helped back inside the camp. We don't dare venture closer. We can only come back first. Yang Wei's face was grave. Although Yang Wei and Fan Jian and the others had been beaten by Tang Chang's men before. But that's still just a skirmish after all. It's not to the point where you're dead or alive. However, this time is different. That stream of survivors that appeared out of nowhere made a direct move to attack, totally running to kill someone. The dozen or so people who followed Yang Wei's face became even more ugly. No one wants to carry a papaya and lose their life instead. The camp is going to be more alert today. Go around more. Zhou Feng squinted his eyes. It's finally come to the point where you're dying for food. Whatever happened to that group of survivors? Zhou Feng was all but certain now. It was to seize the papaya forest that they suddenly struck. Understood. Yang Wei nodded heavily. They men were usually responsible for hunting and fishing besides. They also all understand their duties in the event of a conflict. Definitely need to be at the front of the line. A few of you come with me and go over to Tang Chang's side first. Zhou Feng casually ordered a few people. Chapter 58. Zhou Feng picked 4 people, and it just so happened that Fu Tai was among them. Soon Zhou Feng led a few people and arrived at the campsite of Tang Chang and the others. When he saw Tang Chang, Zhou Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as well. An arrow pierced his left shoulder, and there's purple liquid on the shoulder. I don't know what it is. Zhou Feng was a little worried that it wouldn't be some kind of toxin. There's bound to be some highly poisonous plants on this island. Next to her, Tang Fu cried pear-shaped tears. What are you crying for? I'm not dead yet. Tang costumers were rather still optimistic. It's just that Tang Chang's face looks a little white. Not as good as he's acting. Upon seeing Zhou Feng come in, Tang Chang smiled back, ready to say something. Someone had already come alongside with hot water and grass ashes. In this environment, wounds can only be cleaned with boiled hot water, and the temperature should not be too high, preferably the same as your body temperature. Zhou Feng and the others withdrew, allowing Tang Chang to clean his wounds first. Soon there was a steady stream of screams coming from inside. Duna ran out of it crying. This actually made Zhou Feng kinda surprised. Inside his impression, Tang Fu was a pretty fierce woman. Unable to think of her brother being injured now, Tang Fu cried into tears. But on second thought it makes sense. With the current medical conditions, it's hard enough to see if Tang Chang can make it through this. How many generals in ancient times who were hit by arrows died with their lives? Though it is said that the medical knowledge of modern people has improved. But after all, the conditions here are so bad. After another 10 minutes or so, someone greeted Zhou Feng and went inside. Zhou Feng told the others to wait outside and came inside the shack alone. Seeing Tang Chang's shoulder wrapped in white cloth, It should have been sterilized by boiling water as well. Tang Cheng's face looked even paler than before. He waved the others away. Just leave yourself and Zhou Feng alone. What the hell happened? Zhou Feng sighed, sat on the stool next to him. It's actually a larger rock. Tang Cheng sighed. His expression not as relaxed as when he was in front of Tang Fu before. Seeing that in front of his sister, Tang Cheng still had a disguise. He described what had happened. Pretty much what Janeway said, just with more details. The other party had appeared out of nowhere to strike while they were picking papayas. Tang Cheng and the others didn't notice a thing. 4 died on the spot. And there were 2 others who were injured like me. Tang Cheng gritted his teeth, obviously not willing to just be put on the spot by the others. What angered Tang Cheng even more was that they had no grievances. The other side then struck out of nowhere. It's all about getting them killed. If the other side was also eyeing the papaya forest, then at least there was room for negotiation. Are these arrows poisonous? Zhou Feng asked again. I don't know, but it's very likely that the wound will get infected. Tang Cheng smiled bitterly. There was a medical student inside their camp, not an official doctor, but knows something about wound management. It was the medical student who treated his wounds just now. And tell Tang Cheng to get ready. They don't have antibiotics on hand if they get an infection later. Then there's a good chance Tang Cheng won't make it through. Hearing Tang Cheng say this, Zhou Feng's mood was also quite heavy. It would have been nice for both of them to carry on working together. But right now Tang Cheng has this going on. There's something I want to ask you for. Tang Cheng looked at Zhou Feng. Go ahead. Zhou Feng wanted to know what Tang Cheng was going to say. Take care of my sister. I don't want her to die in this place too. She has a big temper. Quite a few people inside the camp have complaints about her. It's just that no one says anything because I'm here. Once I die. Tang Cheng's face was grave. What was Tang Fu's situation? Tang Cheng, who was his older brother, knew exactly. I can pick her up. Zhou Feng nodded. There's nothing wrong with that. Then I'm relieved. Tang drew a breath. I'm going to go over to the papaya forest to check out the situation and scout it out. Zhou Feng then said. Tang Cheng froze, then said that was dangerous. There's a good chance that group is still in Papaya Grove. It might even be possible to set up a special ambush and wait for them to pass again. If we don't go over, it's likely that the other party's next step will be to come to our camp, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Tang Cheng also nodded. It felt that Zhou Feng had a point in speaking. Papaya forests are important and should never fall into the hands of the other side. And on top of that, it's not just about the papaya forest anymore. It's a matter of you and me on both sides. The enemy will still be approaching step by step. I'll shout to help a few of you over. Tang Cheng's side stood up and came outside the house. Zhou Feng also followed out. Tang Cheng quickly gathered a few people, all of whom had just escaped out with him. All of them were in great distress and uninjured. Zhou Feng intends to make a trip to the papaya forest. You guys go with him, Tang Cheng said. These people have had one experience and are able to help. But what Tang Cheng didn't expect was, his words fell. Immediately there were objections. Isn't that sending us to our deaths? Boss, we're back from the dead too. Got away with it. Can't let us go again. These people have said, obviously not reluctant to make another trip. The other side was outnumbered and had bows and arrows. Encountering them again would be a sure death sentence. Tang Cheng's face changed. It didn't occur to me that these people would openly disobey their orders. Now that he's injured, his prestige is diminishing with him. Alright, since none of you are willing to go, I'll accompany Zhou Feng. Tang Cheng slowly nodded his head. There's no way around it. Brother, you can't go. You can't move with an infected wound. Tang Fu also came over at this time. She instantly blushed when she heard her brother say he was going. That would be the equivalent of going to your death. It's fine. It's just a trip. Tang Cheng swung his intact arm. No way. I won't allow you to go. Tang Fu gritted her teeth. Since none of you are going, I will just take a few people with me. Zhou Feng's side has not finished. Just one man raised his hand. I'll go. I can go. I'm not afraid to go again. Zhou Feng looked over, a little surprised to find that it was actually the fat man who had joined Tang Cheng's camp the day before. Su Kai, you've worked hard then. Tang Cheng was also relieved to see the scene. If none of them come forward, then you really have to go by yourself. I'll go too. Tang Fu bit her lip. You can't go. What does this have to do with you? Tang Cheng frowned. Don't we have Zhou Feng? He's great. Anyway, no matter what you say, I must go. Tang Fu's expression was firm. Tang Cheng burst into a bitter laugh. Knowing that this sister of his had her temper back, there is no way to dissuade it yourself. One could only look at Zhou Feng with a gaze like begging for help. Zhou Feng nodded in response. Tang Cheng then put his heart down. Soon several people were heading towards the papaya forest. Chapter 59, Weirdness. Plus the two of Tang Fu and Fatty. Zhou Feng's team now totaled 7 people. Although Zhou Feng had always been calm, But the few who followed him were still a bit intimidated. After all, they didn't have Zhou Feng's fighting prowess, so all along the way, he was asking the fat man what the other side was. The bottom line is this: they wondered how the fat man ran out of that body. 4 dead, 3 wounded, and Fatty was actually able to remain unharmed. Hearing this question, Su Kai scratched his head a little embarrassed. It was probably just luck. Plus the group was unskilled with bows and arrows and didn't shoot me anyway. A few people couldn't help but feel emotional when they heard that. This guy is really lucky. Su Kai, why do you dare to make another trip with us? Aren't you afraid of death? Zhou Feng asked at this time. Of course I was afraid of death, but Tang Cheng accepted me and gave me food. I want to repay the favor, Su Kai said with a straight face. Zhou Feng frowned, his gaze fixed on Su Kai. Su Kai hadn't gotten to the point of starving to death even though he had been alone inside the jungle all this time. We'll be grateful because Tang Cheng provided food. You want to return the favor? It's a bit strange. Sensing Zhou Feng's gaze, Su Kai turned his head with a dry smile. There's a bit of a heartbeat. Actually, you don't have to. Everyone should pay attention to safety later. Tang Fu's side was touched and took the initiative to remind everyone to be safe. Wait, don't spread out. All of you lean on my side, Zhou Feng said. That way he had certainty and tried to protect everyone as much as possible. The opponent had a bow and arrow in his hand, and he had a stone in his hand. Generally speaking, it is definitely the bow and arrow that is more powerful. But in this wilderness setting, Zhou Feng didn't think that they would make, especially powerful bows and arrows. The odds are that it's just a little rougher. 2. The effective range shouldn't be any farther than throwing a rock yourself. Moreover, listening to Tang Cheng's narration earlier, those people leaned very close to each other after they appeared. It was just 20 or 30 meters away from them. This must be because at a greater distance it would be out of effective range. Aha! The crowd nodded. Tang Fu even then came to Zhou Feng's left-hand side. It was almost as if his entire body was leaning on Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng had wanted to say that it didn't have to be that way, but once he thought of Tang Cheng's commission earlier, Zhou Feng didn't say anything else. Instead, he asked Su Kai for some details. Su Kai's answer was similar to Tang Cheng's. Just when they were a few hundred meters away and about to reach the papaya forest. Wait, my stomach hurts, Su Kai suddenly said. You have a stomach ache? In a place like this? Fu Tai was speechless. It's about to get to the place. Why don't you guys go first? Su Kai scratched his head. You kid, it can't be that you're scared, Fu Tai questioned. It's really not fear. I've eaten too many papayas these days. Why don't you guys wait for me? It'll only take 2 minutes at most. Su Kai's brows were furrowed and he had a pained look on his face. You go then. Zhou Feng waved his hand. Su Kai was like an amnesty and ran inside the woods in a flash. Gone. It was at this time that Fu Tai sneaked over, pulling Zhou Feng to the side. He said softly, Boss, there's something wrong with this kid. You found out as well? Zhou Feng frowned. This guy Su Kai's behavior revealed strangeness everywhere. To be in our line of work, the most important thing is actually not any cheating, but to detect words and colors. Fu Tai still lowered his voice. The closer a few of them got to the papaya forest, the more wary and worried they became. Every now and then they would look inside the woods. Just be afraid that someone will suddenly jump out and attack. But this guy Su Kai is different. He looks towards you, boss, from time to time, which is a sign of a weak heart. He's more afraid of you than a hidden enemy. Fu Tai narrowed his eyes. Fu Tai used to rely on this hand to observe the other party's psychological activities. In fact, he usually does nothing but hang out at the major casinos. Occasionally, I also work part-time as a stacking horseman. A stacked horseman is someone who specializes in drawing people in, and is very good at guessing what's going on in the other person's mind. I know. Zhou Feng slowly nodded his head. Zhou Feng had already made a guess before. After Fu Tai's reminder, he was now more certain. There's something wrong with this fat guy. And from the very beginning, Zhou Feng suspected that Su Kai wasn't telling the truth. Alone on a deserted island. For almost a month? This is questionable. I'm back. Let's go. Su Kai walked out from inside the woods. Su Kai, what did you just go for? Zhou Feng said indifferently. I'll go to facilitate. Su Kai gave a dry laugh. Zhou Feng stepped forward and punched Su Kai hard in the stomach. Su Kai was defenseless and crouched on the ground to dry heave from the intense pain. Why are you hitting people? Seeing this scene, Tang Fu hurriedly blocked Zhou Feng. The conversation between Fu Tai and Zhou Feng just now was avoiding other people, and Tang Fu didn't hear it. So seeing Zhou Feng suddenly strike, Tang Fu was shocked. This guy is the other party's mole, and has been sending them messages. Zhou Feng said slowly. This is the most reasonable explanation. The fat man appeared inside the papaya forest from the beginning to blend in with them. After 2 days of being undercover, he must have long ago gotten a clear picture of Tang Cheng's base. The other side wasn't just some sudden appearance. Rather, It has been planned for a long time. What? Tang Fu was even more shocked now, turning his head to look at Su Kai on the ground. Before, when Su Kai said he wanted to repay his kindness, Tang Fu was still quite touched. But now Zhou Feng said, Su Kai is actually an insider. What evidence do you have? Su Kai covered his abdomen and looked up to stare viciously at Zhou Feng. Evidence? Just follow the footprints you just made over there. We'll soon find the evidence. Zhou Feng sneered. This guy is definitely not there to facilitate, but to deliver a message. It's very likely that the place Su Kai went to was the contact location they discussed. It's right around the road that you normally travel. Su Kai's face suddenly changed. Let's just get this kind of traitor and skin him. Fu Tai even took out a dagger to scare at this time. Hold his hands and feet down and flay him alive. Zhou Feng nodded. Fu Tai and the others gathered around. Don't. I'll say it. I'll say everything. Su Kai immediately revealed a horrified expression and screamed. Fu Tai didn't care about that and grabbed Su Kai's head. To skin the skin. Surely we must start from the head. Fu Tai gave a sardonic laugh. Medicine. They have medicine in their camp. There are antibiotics and anti-inflammatories. Su Kai wailed. Hearing Su Kai shout out valuable clues, Fu Tai then stopped. Their camp. Who are they? And how many are there? And where is the camp? Zhou Feng stepped forward and arrived in front of Su Kai. They are the ones who attacked Tang Cheng. I was also forced to. Su Kai's face was incredibly ugly. Answer my question. Zhou Feng frowned. Don't want to talk nonsense with Su Kai at this time. He also doesn't believe in those words at all. Forced? There must be a lot of benefits for Su Kai to do this. But just then, Zhou Feng heard the sound of breaking air. He jerked his head around. An arrow was spotted coming from a distance, heading straight for Tang Fu. Watch out! Zhou Feng burst out, pouncing on Donavi with a vengeance. As soon as Tang Fu froze, she felt Zhou Feng's entire body press over. Chapter 60, Bow and Arrow. Tang Fu was ashamed and anxious. Zhou Feng's hand, in particular, seemed to have touched something it shouldn't have. She hadn't figured out what was going on, trying to push Zhou Feng away, until Daunt saw it. The arrow swept past them and didn't go into the ground. It took a moment to realize what was happening. It was Zhou Feng who saved himself again. Zhou Feng's side also quickly climbed up. He knew he had to fight back immediately now. Otherwise, when the other side got close, they would surely be dead or wounded. Zhou Feng looked in the direction the arrow came from and got a good look at the other party. That's a yellow man too. A second arrow is being hitched, and 5 or 6 people appeared behind him. Apparently just now Su Kai went inside the jungle. I don't know what tactics were used, but the other side has been notified. Let them know someone's coming. Now these enemies have surrounded. Just now, Zhou Feng and the others were torturing Su Kai. Su Kai let out a scream. Just let the enemy realize that the fat man has been discovered. So they simply took the initiative and attacked. Zhou Feng pulled out a stone and viciously threw it towards the other party. The rock didn't hit the man. It hit the tree next to him. But those few people were startled and subconsciously dodged away. This gave the others a chance to catch their breath. Tang Fu and Fu Tai and the others all took this opportunity to hide behind the trees. Whoosh! Several more arrows flew over, all of which were aimed at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng's reaction was quick, and he directly rolled to avoid it. A couple of arrows nailed the ground next to him, and another arrow shot past the top of his head. Zhou Feng himself was not injured. However, next to Zhou Feng, there was a miserable scream. It's Sui Kai! Su Kai was wailing on the ground with an arrow sticking out of his back. He didn't dodge the attack. The last time he was with Tang Cheng and the others, Su Kai was able to survive the attack. Obviously because Su Kai had prepared for it. This time Su Kai wasn't so lucky. Moreover, the other party didn't seem to care too much about Su Kai's life. There was no consideration for Su Kai at all when he released the arrow. Zhou Feng struck again. This time he was aiming before he struck. Not like just now to shock the other side. Snap! The stone hit one of them in the head and blood floated out. The man fell to the ground instantly. The others saw this and once again took up their bows and shot arrows. A few more arrows flew. Zhou Feng once again rolled his body out to the side. Whoosh! 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 Several arrows stuck in the ground. Zhou Feng struck again. Another rock flew past, and another man fell to the ground in response. The other side was in a daze, obviously not expecting their bows and arrows to be no match for the stones inside Zhou Feng's hands. Charge! Someone commanded. From inside the woods another 10 or so men appeared. It should have been hidden all along. Not all of these people had bows and arrows in them. A dozen or so people waved their spears and rushed towards Zhou Feng. Spell it out. Fu Tai also came out from behind the tree, waving his spear. Others have followed out. Even Tang Fu gritted her teeth and rushed out with her spear. Zhou Feng is at the front. The oncoming attack was from 5 or 6 people. Facing this much of a spear, Zhou Feng could only fight and retreat. Zhou Feng did not have a spear in his hand. but he's got the stones. At such close range, rocks are even bigger killers. Just smash into each other. Zhou Feng was able to hear the sound of bones breaking. After a rock hit a man in the head, the man fell to the ground in response. And the rock, coincidentally, rebounded and hit another man in the head. The man screamed and covered his head. It just felt like a whirlwind, trying to barely stand on his feet, but a strong sense of vertigo swept over him. Poof! The man was also unsteady on his feet and fainted as his body fell backward. When the other enemies saw this scene, their faces changed. It hadn't occurred to me that Zhou Feng was actually so difficult to deal with. No one dared to come forward for a moment. Others have a tough situation. Fu Tai and the others, even if they only faced one enemy, they were also far from being a match for each other. These enemies are obviously trained to hit very hard. Instead, Donf had some bloodlust. Surprisingly, he wasn't afraid at all, and his spear rushed towards his opponent's vitals. A look of desperation. The enemy was scared and backed away. Zhou Feng understood when he saw this scene. Why did Donovan have to come over? She actually wanted to avenge Tang Chang, but Zhou Feng knew that this wouldn't last. The key he noticed. There were 3 more guys inside the woods, setting up their bows in preparation, obviously trying to sneak in. Withdraw! Zhou Feng shouted. Fu Tai, who had just shouted that he would fight for his life, was the first one to move backward. The others stepped back. Instead, it was Tang Fu who was a bit of a killjoy, and seemed to want to get her enemies killed before she would stop. It was Zhou Feng who pulled Tang Fu away with a tug on her arm. The rest of them are still trying to catch up. What came face to face was a rock thrown by Zhou Feng. They could only give up the chase. After running for some distance, he realized that his opponent was not following him. Only then did Zhou Feng and the others slow down. That fat ass almost got us killed. Fu Tai cursed as he caught his breath. A few of the others glanced at Fu Tai without a good look. This guy, be the first one up when you rush, but there's no hesitation at all when it comes to running away. We are considered lucky. Otherwise we wouldn't even know how to die. What's to be afraid of? There's the boss here. Yeah, without the boss just now, we'd probably all be cold, the others said. Only one of these few people had seen, though, the scene where Zhou Feng killed Charles, but what happened then had spread throughout the base, and it's getting more and more exaggerated. Zhou Feng originally attacked each one. In those people's mouths, it turned out that Zhou Feng had dealt with a dozen people by himself. These people were also, in their hearts, happy to exaggerate Zhou Feng's battle achievements. That way they both have a sense of security. The enemy isn't simple. They've been trained. Zhou Feng didn't look like he was taking a breather even though he had fought. The clothes worn by the enemy are modern clothes, and it's broken, much like theirs. So Zhou Feng was pretty sure that they, too, were survivors from the miles. But these people are specially trained. This made it a bit difficult for Zhou Feng to understand. Instead of using this group's time to accumulate food, they're going to train for battle? Zhou Feng, thank you for saving me again. Tang Fu opened her mouth. She was also panting from running a great deal. And Tang Fu's face, it was much harder to see. Su Kai is an undercover agent. This means that the enemy already knows the information about their camp. Knowing how much fight they have left in them now, it could kill at any time. It's nothing. Zhou Feng waved his hand without saying anything more. Instead, he looked in the direction of the papaya forest. Boss, let's go back and start training as well, and find a way to get some bows and arrows or something, Fu Tai suggested from the side. It wasn't just Tang Chang and the others who were in danger now. Well, you guys send Tang Fu back first and then go get ready. Zhou Feng nodded. Their camps accumulate food and have no problem eating for 2 or 3 days. The more important thing now is to guard against enemy attacks. What about you, boss? Aren't you going back? Fu Tai froze. Chapter 61, Enemy Territory. I'm going to go back and take a look. Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. Boss, it's too dangerous to go back, isn't it? There are so many people on the other side. Fu Tai was a bit anxious. If something happened to Zhou Feng, then their backbone would be gone. I'll go around from inside the woods. It's safer to be alone instead. We're in more danger if we don't figure out what they are. Zhou Feng shook his head and said, that's true. Fu Tai nodded after thinking about it. Now that the enemy knows Tang Chang and their intelligence, the enemy is dark. Now they are allies with Tang Chang. Couldn't watch something happen to Tang Chang and the others. That wouldn't be good for him either. Zhou Feng, I have something to say and want to say to you alone. Tang Fu bit her lip. Okay. Zhou Feng nodded. The 2 men came under a nearby tree. What Su Kai said just now. Those hands have medicine inside. Antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs that can save my brother. Tang Fu's eyes reddened at once. Now Tang Chang is in a bad situation. Once infected, it's hard to save. And look at that arrow smeared with something unknown. Infection should be a high probability. Tang Fu had followed Zhou Feng over this time to avenge Tang Chang. What Sukai said isn't necessarily true. Zhou Feng shook his head. Sukai also knew about Tang Cheng's situation, so it was likely that he had intentionally shouted out false information, just trying to stay alive. I know, but even if there's a 1 in a million chance, I want to try, and I'm not begging you to go get me medicine, but when you get a chance, can you poke around and make sure that information is true or false? Donovan choked, his voice hoarse. As long as it was confirmed that the information was true, Tang Fu would fight for her life even if she had to. She had to find a way to get the medicine back too. It's no problem. Zhou Feng nodded. It's just by the way anyway. I don't even know how to thank you. I owe you so much. Tang Fu wiped her tears and tried to look like she hadn't cried. Zhou Feng was also a bit emotional when he saw this scene, though he hadn't had much contact with Tang Fu. But from Zhou Feng's feelings he was able to tell that Tang Fu was a very strong woman, and quite hot-tempered, but hardened by the circumstances. They had to bow down. After watching Tang Fu and his group leave, Zhou Feng's gaze returned to the direction of the papaya forest. He turned around and went inside the jungle next to him, quietly approaching that way. The path Zhou Feng took this time was not the one they had stepped out on before. Feet all over 10 men. However, for Zhou Feng, these were not problems at all. Although Zhou Feng had taken quite a long detour, it was less than 10 minutes. He then returned to the place where he had just fought. Zhou Feng then saw that the group of people stayed where they were and did not leave. There were a few men on sentry duty, looking around warily. The rest of the men were digging a hole next to them, presumably with the intention of burying the body. Zhou Feng bent down to hide inside the bushes and counted through the cracks. There were 14 of them in all. What bad luck! How come there's a guy that strong? Old Wang and the others were actually stoned to death by 3 people. It's even more powerful than a bow and arrow. It was clearly us who struck first. That person's strength is too terrifying. Su Kai, why didn't you pass the news over before? There's such a powerful fellow on the other side. There were conversational voices coming from inside those people. Zhou Feng froze. The other party is asking about Su Kai? That means Su Kai is still alive? Zhou Feng quietly shifted to the side. Then sticking to a tree, he slowly stood up. Then it dawned on him why he hadn't seen Su Kai before. It turned out that at this time Su Kai was lying on the ground. Wrapped around Su Kai's abdomen was white cloth that had been permeated by blood. The arrow that had been stuck in his abdomen earlier was gone. Zhou Feng frowned. This guy had quite a life. I'm surprised he didn't die on the spot. But hurt like this? It's going to be hard enough for the rest of the day. That's not from a camp, and I don't know his details. Su Kai's voice came out, decidedly a bit weak. You can talk to Boss Fei about these words. Leaving you alive isn't just for you to explain the intelligence problem. Someone snorted coldly. Su Kai's side seemed to want to argue, but in the end, nothing was said. Boss Fei? Zhou Feng heard out that this seemed to be the leader of the group. Soon the men packed up and made their way to the papaya forest. They also gathered a lot of papayas before heading in one direction. These guys are really about the papaya, Zhou Feng muttered, then immediately followed. Though the group was wary, the dozen or so people froze and split into 3 teams, front and back, but neither did he realize that there was someone following behind him. Zhou Feng quickly noticed. The group was heading southeast. Zhou Feng had never been in that direction. It does seem that this island of paradise is strange. Survivors seem to be scattered everywhere, but they hadn't even figured out how big the island was now. Another 3 kilometers or so. Zhou Feng could already smell the sea breeze. Sure enough, the vegetation ahead was massively reduced and we were at the beach again. Zhou Feng secretly did some calculations. The place where this place was located was actually not far from Tang Cheng's camp. Just follow the beach for about 5 kilometers. But the 2 groups didn't meet. It's because there's a 10-meter high bluff in the middle of the beach that separates the terrain. The only way to get to the other side is to go around the original way, or swim from inside the sea. It was assumed that the other party had just explored the papaya forest side as well, but then it was discovered that the papaya forest had been harvested. These guys just came up with the underhanded tactic of sending undercover agents. As for how Su Kai got to the camp over there, it could be that after escaping that day, it was a walk inside the jungle along the way, eventually came here by mistake. Boss Fei also knew that there were survivors over here from Su Kai's mouth. Zhou Feng did not continue walking with these people, but stayed inside the bushes. Because he was lying on his back at the edge of the woods, he could already see the other side's camp. The location of this camp, Zhou Feng frowned. The opposing campground is not far from the beach. It's on a cliff surrounded by reefs, with only one entrance on the front. The surrounding terrain is high. At first glance, it's easy to defend. It's hard to attack this place. But there's a big problem with this campground, too, and that's that it's not protected from the wind or the sun. You can imagine not being comfortable staying here, and the building process is a pain in the ass, requiring supplies to be carried over. The buildings inside are also relatively simple, just shacks. In comparison to the campground where Joe Fong was now, it was next to a hill, surrounded by trees. The environment is habitable, but it's going to be a conflict, and that won't serve as much of a defense. The other side chose to build a camp here. That means that from the beginning, it was prepared for conflict. It's more like a military position. This boss Fei is not simple. Joe Fong lurked for more than half an hour. Aside from those people carrying Su Kaiyan, no one ever came out. Joe Fong could only barely see someone moving around inside through the exit. Chapter 62, Infiltration. More than half an hour passed. Joe Fong didn't see just how many people were in that camp either, but by his estimation, the number must be over 100. At the thought of this, Joe Fong frowned. It's a big mess. He had wanted to catch someone who had fallen off the wagon and get a confession or something, but the other side didn't act alone at all. Occasionally a few guards on sentry duty come out. It was also all 4 or 5 people acting together. Joe Fong had no chance at all. There was nothing to be gained by staying on, and it would soon be dark. Joe Fong was ready to leave first. Suddenly he heard a commotion. In the distance there were a dozen men heading toward the camp and the sound of crying. Joe Fong looked over. The cries were from a couple of women, who had horrified expressions on their faces. The remaining 10 or so men, on the other hand, were all smiles. Soon the women were taken inside the camp. A few of the guards were still smiling, greeting the group. Joe Fong couldn't hear what they were saying though, but it had probably been possible to understand what had happened. These women are the spoils of war. Either they had snatched them from inside other camps, or they had stumbled upon survivors. Joe Fong felt that the latter was more probable, because it's not 1 or 2 people, it's 5 women. It must be from another camp. There were over 2,000 people on the miles. If they all formed camps, Joe Fong didn't know how many there would be, and there would have been former survivors on the island, plus savages and so on. Watch the men go back inside the camp. Joe Fong turned around and left, but he had just traveled less than 200 meters. Suddenly the sky clouded over. Joe Fong frowned. It wasn't dark. Instead, it's going to rain. After coming to the island for almost a month, it has been raining for I don't know how many times. It rains a lot here. Sometimes for a few minutes at a time. Sometimes it goes down for hours. The longest one went down for half a day. Click. Electricity flashed and thundered in the sky. There was a crash, and soon pea-sized raindrops were sprinkling down. Joe Fong had to find a tree and take temporary shelter from the rain. In fact, Joe Fong felt that with his current physical fitness, he wasn't worried about getting sick even if he got caught in the rain. After all, even the viper did not cause his own death, but it's easy to get lost in the rain. Joe Fong had already left marks on some trees on his way here. His mark is not some triangle, much less an arrow. It's like scribbling a few doodles on the fly. However, the weekly summit will be slightly more forceful with a hidden line in it. Only Joe Fong himself could tell which line represented the direction. It's an encrypted code word. Prevents someone from following the markings and finding their campsite. Joe Fong looked up at the gloomy sky and couldn't help but mutter. Looks like this rain won't stop anytime soon. Suddenly a thought popped up inside his head. Heavy rain. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for myself. His eyes look at the camp surrounded by reefs. Normally it's impossible to get in, but now there is a way. You can climb up the side reef yourself, though that reef is a dozen meters. Not a difficult task for your current self though. Try it. Joe Fong drilled out from inside the woods. If it were any other day, it would have been discovered. But now the curtain of rain was a natural cover, making Joe Feng's movements stealthy. He crossed the beach with ease, carefully approaching the group of reefs on the beach. It was only when he came here that Joe Fong realized, all these reefs have become slippery from the rain. Some of the reefs are still covered with algae. However, since he had all come here, Joe Fong did not give up. Try it anyhow. He scrutinized each reef and finally found a suitable landing spot. It was a protruding reef. Joe Fong carefully took his first step and stepped on top of this reef. Then his hands grabbed the crevice of the reef next to him before he barely managed to stabilize himself. Joe Fong was then pleasantly surprised to find that the reef above was not so smooth after the wind and sun. So he climbed upward, step by step, as the storm continued to wash over him. After climbing about 10 meters, Joe Fong found a relatively flat landing spot. A jump forward brought him to the edge of the campground. Joe Fong hid behind the reef and was already able to see the interior of the camp. There are a dozen or so shacks in here, skillfully built between the reefs. Saves a lot of material and is very sturdy. It was only after seeing these shacks that Joe Fong roughly understood. Why did you choose to set up camp here? I'm afraid that's one of the reasons for the consideration. And inside these shacks, there were fires revealing themselves. Apparently someone was burning a fire to keep warm. Joe Fong realized that there were about 10 people inside each shack. Sure enough, his guess was good. There were at least 100 people here. Maybe it's because it's raining, so not many people are talking. The whole camp was remarkably silent. Zhou Feng's gaze swept these shacks one by one. Soon he found it, inside a shack in the distance. With the help of the light coming from inside, it was possible to see what seemed to be just 2 or 3 people, so Zhou Feng leaned carefully along the edge of the camp. Then it was heard. The sound of talking coming from inside. Please, give me 2 antibiotics. An anti-inflammatory will do. Zhou Feng heard this with a jolt. It was Su Kai's voice. No, who let you mess things up and someone died on our side? Boss Fei let you fend for yourself. A somewhat hoarse voice said. Should be a pretty old guy. Dr. 1. Just do me a favor. I beg you. My wound is already infected and I'm starting to get a fever. Su Kai's begged up. I've cleaned your wounds. You can't help it if you're infected. And you know those medicines have numbers. The voice sighed. Zhou Feng understood when he heard this. It turns out that this shack should be just for sick people to stay in. This guy Su Kai took an arrow during the day. Although he didn't lose his life. But now the wound is infected. It's over here begging for a doctor. And that Dr. 1 sounded like he wanted to help, too. But he was in the way of Boss Fei's orders. Zhou Feng hadn't thought that there were still great doctors inside this camp. I don't know if it's a doctor equipped on the miles or if it just so happens that Dr. 1 is aboard this ship for a cruise. I'm hard. Su Kai kept wailing up. Alas, you should rest early. Maybe you'll be fine tomorrow after a good night's sleep. Dr. 1 left these words and turned around to leave the shack, leaving Su Kai alone inside the room. Zhou Feng watched as Dr. 1 entered a room, then waited a little longer and saw that no one was walking. So Zhou Feng drilled inside Su Kai's shack. Chapter 63 Medicines. In a daze, Su Kai saw someone come in. He thought it was Dr. 1 back again. Dr. 1. Medicine. Su Kai struggled to sit up. Tick-tock. But the man was seen to be soaked through. The rain was all down the legs of his pants and onto the ground. Su Kai was instantly shocked to realize that something was wrong. You are. How did you get in here? Upon seeing Zhou Feng's face, Su Kai was even more horrified. Shut up if you don't want to die. Zhou Feng said coldly. Su Kai immediately shut his mouth. But he still couldn't help his hands from trembling. Where are the drugs? Zhou Feng came over to Su Kai's side and whispered. It's on. Su Kai's eyes rolled around. Just won't tell the truth. Zhou Feng sneered. This guy is a smart guy. No rabbit without a hawk. No wonder he dared to come undercover. You tell me the information, and when I find the drug, I'll give you a share of it, otherwise you'll surely die. Zhou Feng threatened. Really? Su Kai's gaze revealed a hint of hope. Of course. Zhou Feng nodded. Su Kai hesitated for a moment, then pointed in a direction. The drugs are right over there, inside that shack on the side. Is it? Zhou Feng turned around and walked in that direction. Just as he had just lifted the curtain, he jerked around. Just in time, he saw Su Kai bracing himself on the ground with one hand, trying to get up. How? What happened? Su Kai showed an awkward smile. You sure are crafty. Zhou Feng grinned. I don't quite understand what you mean. Su Kai's eyes subconsciously averted. There's no medicine inside that shack at all. You're trying to trick me into going over there and then call out for someone else, right? Zhou Feng turned around. He sensed what Su Kai was trying to do. As long as Su Kai shouted loudly, letting everyone else know that there were uninvited guests inside the camp, that Boss Fei will surely reward Su Kai for his drugs. Then believe your own promises. This is the only way for Su Kai to survive. This was because Zhou Feng also had no intention of, literally, giving the drug to Su Kai. Both sides know it by heart. Someone. Su Kai shouted up at the top of his voice. Su Kai doesn't want to die here. He wants to live. And live it. Boss Fei even promised himself. Just go undercover yourself and come back with a reward. You can use it yourself to buy women and meat. Zhou Feng had rushed over with an arrow step and strangled Su Kai's neck. Su Kai is desperately trying to break free. Tapped Zhou Feng's arm with his hand. But it didn't half work. After 10 seconds or so, Su Kai lost consciousness as his head slumped. Zhou Feng continued to strangle for more than 2 minutes. After making sure that Su Kai was completely out of breath, only then did he put Su Kai's body down, and took the straw mat on the ground and covered Su Kai's body. Disguise Su Kai as sleeping. After doing this, Zhou Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing because of the rain outside. That was why Su Kai's voice just now didn't attract anyone over. Zhou Feng then looked towards Dr. Wan's room. He was 80% sure that the drug should be inside Dr. Wan's room. Otherwise, Su Kai wouldn't have pleaded with Dr. Wan just now. Originally, Zhou Feng wanted to, from Su Kai's mouth, get certainty. As a result, this guy, Su Kai, was too cunning. Now Zhou Feng could only go for a gamble. He lifted the curtain and crept over to Dr. Wan's shack. Wan Daifu's shack is not far from where Su Kai is, just 10 or so meters away. There was a shack in the middle distance. Zhou Feng squinted his eyes and looked over. realizing that he was the only one inside Dr. Wan's shack. This room is also much smaller than the others. It should be because of Dr. Wan's special status that he has a single room. But the trouble was that there were two other shacks immediately to the right of Dr. Wan's shack. If Zhou Feng ventured in and clashed with Dr. Wan, even just the speaking voice, anyone next to you can react immediately. Can't use force. Zhou Feng thought of a way. Dr. Wan, Su Kai is not doing well. He seems to be dying. Zhou Feng shouted outside with a lowered voice. Hearing this, Dr. Wan sighed. What can I do about it? Although Dr. Wan mumbled something under his breath, he nevertheless got up and came out. But then Dr. Wan froze, realized there was no one outside, but he still made his way towards Su Kai's shack. It flashed past Zhou Feng, who was hiding in the shadows. Zhou Feng also got a good look at Dr. Wan. The hair and beard were gray, and he was at least in his 60s. Seeing Dr. Wan lift the curtain, Zhou Feng hurriedly entered inside Dr. Wan's room, eyes scanning around the inside of the room. A bed made of stone and covered with some weeds. Next to it sat Muan, and a barrel. There's some water in there. Fresh water for drinking, I think. It's all household items. There. Zhou Feng discovered a gray suitcase at the end of the bed. He immediately stepped forward and took the suitcase in his hands. And again, make sure that there is nothing else of value inside the room. Not good. It's not good. Su Kai has been killed. It was at this point that Dr. Wan finally realized something was wrong. Running from inside the room with flailing arms, Dr. Wan's shouting voice immediately caused a commotion inside the camp. A lot of people ran out. They then saw a figure darting out from inside Dr. Wan's room. There was a suitcase in his hand, running straight towards the outside of the camp. Everyone froze. This man was too fast. Chase! Hurry up and chase! A man with a scarred face inside the crowd roared. It's the one they call Boss Fei, Fei Juanhao. Many people immediately went after them, but in no time at all they came back with drooping heads. Boss, can't see anyone at all. The man was so fast. We just lost it even more when we got inside the woods. Maybe it's not even a person. It's a monster on the island. Hearing those words, Fei Juanhao's face was gloomy. It's all a bunch of losers. Mealies. Then Fei Juanhao looked at Dr. Wan. Is something missing? Fei Juanhao's gaze was cold. It's gone. All the drugs are in there. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. The doctor's speech was beginning to stutter. It has nothing to do with you. I'm afraid it's that guy in the daytime. That's a threat. Fei Juanhao narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the jungle. Donovan brought a tub of hot water and soaked the towel in it. Even though it says it's a towel, it's actually a softer piece of clothing. She wrung out the towel and wiped Tang Cheng's forehead. The hand was then placed on it. Tang Fu's heart sank to the bottom, and her brother's forehead remained hot. Her worst fears had come true. When he came back in the afternoon, something was wrong with Donnie. A little overly flushed. When it rained, Tang Cheng said he wanted to take a break. As a result, when I fell asleep, I had a high fever. It's been a couple hours in a row. Tang Fu had no choice but to wipe her forehead over and over again. Without any medication, she had to use physical cooling. Chapter 64 Infection. But Donovan is well aware of the physical cooling in this case. It plays a small role. The real trouble is the infection. It's the infection in Tang Cheng's body that's the big problem. Zhou Feng. At this most critical juncture, Tang Fu's head was inside the figure of a person. The only thing that could be counted on now was just Zhou Feng. Tang Fu hopes that Zhou Feng will bring news about the drug. It's just that it's so late in the day. Although the rain had stopped outside, it was almost time to come to the early hours of the morning. Everyone else inside the camp rested early. Tang Fu felt sure that Zhou Feng wouldn't come tonight. She had made up her mind. If it was dawn, no matter if there was any news coming from Zhou Feng, she was about to get the medicine herself. By any means necessary, she would attempt to save her brother's life. When Tang Fu was very young, the father abandoned the three of them, mother and son, and left. Mother died again when Donovan was in junior high school. It was Tang Cheng who worked part-time while paying for Tang Fu's schooling. When Tang Fu arrived at the university during the hard work and study, occasionally part-time some modeling shoots, it took two siblings to get their lives on track. This time aboard the Miles, it was Tang Fu who used the money he had saved up, take Dawn's son on a trip. But it didn't occur to me that these things were actually happening. It could be said that the situation at hand was all caused by Tang Fu, but Tang Cheng didn't complain at all. Instead, they consoled themselves with the fact that sooner or later they would be out of here. Without realizing it, Tang Fu's tears flowed down again. If Tang Cheng died, there would be no one of his own in this world. Just then there was movement at the door. Donovan hastily wiped away his tears. She didn't want anyone to see her crying, because she didn't have parents. Tang Fu had always acted shrewish. It's about trying to show others that they are not to be messed with. How is Tang Cheng's situation? The man behind him said. Hearing the voice, Tang Fu turned back in disbelief. Zhou Feng, you're here. Tang Fu was shocked to realize that the person behind her was Zhou Feng. I can't believe I'm coming over at this late hour. And looking at Zhou Feng, his body was already soaked. I'm afraid I've been walking in the pouring rain the whole time. Tang Fu felt a pang of heartache and emotion. Zhou Feng was walking in the pouring rain, surely in order to rush over to tell himself the information. At the thought of this, Tang Fu felt her eyes sour. The tears wanted to fall again, but she managed to hold it in with a clench of her teeth. It's not good. My brother, he has a fever and the wound is showing signs of infection. Tang Fu's voice was still a little choked. It was only this time that Donovan noticed. Zhou Feng was actually carrying a gray suitcase. It was dimly lit because there was only a campfire inside the room. I can't believe I didn't realize it just now. Let's see what suitable medicine is here. Zhou Feng sighed, placed the suitcase on the ground. He then realized that the suitcase had a combination. Zhou Feng tried a few number combinations and was not able to open them. I have tools inside my camp. I'll go get them. Donfa's side thought of something to leave the room. Soon Donovan ran all the way back. She had a screwdriver in her hand. Zhou Feng took the screwdriver and fiddled with it for a while. Destroy all the lock cylinders and such. Snap! The suitcase is open. When he saw what was inside, Zhou Feng could not help but reveal a surprised gaze. Inside the suitcase was a first aid kit. There were also large and small, at least dozens of boxes of medicines. Zhou Feng briefly flipped through it, which was in addition to antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs. There are also cephalosporins, fast-acting heart pills, cold and flu remedies, and more. Let's give him some anti-inflammatory medicine first. Zhou Feng unwrapped one of the boxes and handed over a slab of pills. There are 8 of them up there, which should be enough. Aha! Tang Fu's side took it and hurriedly followed the water to give it to Tang Cheng to take down. Zhou Feng's side looked at the suitcase, but he fell into deep thought. Where did this suitcase come from? It looks like it could very well be from DR. 1. Does it mean that together with DR 1, they all appeared on the island? It's quite possible. At this moment, a doubt appeared inside Zhou Feng's mind. If all of them show up on the island, what about the Miles? Where was the Miles at this time? Did it continue to drift on the same waters as before? Or did it come to this strange place as well? Zhou Feng and the others had seen the wreckage of the helicopter inside the jungle. And could the Miles be also somewhere? Just then, Zhou Feng saw Tang Fu come to his side. Thank you. Tears fell from Tang Fu's eyes again. This time she finally couldn't help it. Tang Fu knew that Zhou Feng was able to get the medicine over, definitely risking their lives. Taking anti-inflammatory medicine isn't necessarily good. It also depends on Tang Cheng's own life. I'll go back first. I'll send someone over tomorrow morning. Zhou Feng closed the suitcase. It's so late. Just don't go to my house first to rest for a while. Tang Fu said softly. The firelight made her face red. I'm going to go back first to take a look and tell the people inside the camp the information. Zhou Feng stood up. Also briefly, he gave Tang Fu the news of the enemy. The opponents were numerous, probably more than 100, and it would rob other camps, treating women like trophies. Hearing these news, Tang Fu also had an ugly face. The other side won't stop now that they've lost the medicine. They shouldn't make any moves tonight, but be careful from tomorrow morning onwards, Zhou Feng instructed before turning to leave. Looking at Zhou Feng really leaving, Tang Fu instead felt a bit empty in her heart. Wait a minute, shouted Tang Fu, opening her mouth. What's going on? What else is going on? Zhou Feng turned his head to inquire. Be safe. Tang Fu finally just said these few words. Aha! Zhou Feng nodded and disappeared into the night. Donfa's sighed. When Zhou Feng left just now, she felt a bit unwilling to part with him. Donovan thought it must be because, right now, his brother was in a coma. If only Zhou Feng could be here on his own. There's a new backbone inside the camp. That must be the reason. Although the downpour has now stopped, the footing is still bad. Every now and then, Zhou Feng would get stuck inside some deep puddles of mud. He simply took off his shoes. That's how Zhou Feng walked along the way just now. Every now and then you can feel that your feet hurt. It should just be scratched by weeds or something. But Zhou Feng didn't care. His recovery now is also exaggerated. Small wounds are able to return as good as new in one night. When approaching the campground, suddenly several men came out from inside the nearby woods, all armed with spears. Stand still and don't move or I'll kill you. It's me. Zhou Feng spoke. By the light of the moon, these few people realized that it was the boss who had returned. Chapter 65, Foot Washing. Boss, you're finally back. We were worried sick. There's also talk that you might be dead. The guys were relieved. Zhou Feng frowned. Didn't realize I hadn't been back all night. I can't believe someone is spreading rumors. Even if this is just a guess, it still shakes the military. Judging by the reaction of these guys, Zhou Feng could then see that they were truly a bit scared. How many secret sentries are there tonight? Zhou Feng asked. There are more than 20, and Fu Tai said it was your arrangement. Someone answered. It's my arrangement, but there shouldn't be anything going on tonight, so let everyone go back and rest. Zhou Feng waved his hand and said, since Zhou Feng is having such a hard time walking at night, it is impossible for the enemy to feel their way through the night. It will have to wait until the sun comes out tomorrow and all the standing water inside the jungle evaporates. It's only when the other side gets going. Yes, boss. These people had smiles on their faces. It was supposed to be a busy day during the day. After the rain stopped, they had to come out to patrol the night, and all of them were exhausted. Zhou Feng's side returned inside the camp. It was found that neither Fan Zhen nor Yang Wei had slept, and there were still some people around. Stay right next to the campfire in the middle of the campground. It looks like it's ready to back up any time there's any wind. Upon seeing Zhou Feng's return, several people's expressions slackened. Zhou Feng took the enemy's intelligence and briefly described it. All the people had ugly faces. If this were to erupt into a conflict between the two sides, I don't know how many deaths and injuries there would be. Should we negotiate with them and share the papaya forest equally among our 3 camps? Someone couldn't help but say, it's too late to negotiate. Zhou Feng shook his head and said, if anything, from the beginning, the other side was willing to negotiate. That would have the potential to defuse this dispute. Boss Fei's group, however, didn't have that intention at all. It started off with a death wish, trying to monopolize a large area of papaya forest. The hatred between the two sides is already knotted. Then we'll just have to fight to the end. Boss, we'll listen to you. Fan Jian said in a deep voice. Everything's wait until tomorrow. Go rest first. Zhou Feng waved his hand. It's just too late now. The crowd was up and ready to leave. By the way, in the future, if anyone in the camp starts rumors again and disturbs the military, points will be deducted. Zhou Feng added. This is good. Yang Wei clapped his hands. Several people spread the news around today, saying that Zhou Feng is definitely not coming back. This pissed Yang Wei off enough. Both want to give these guys a good beating. Zhou Feng's side returned inside his room. Change out of your wet clothes. This is a really uncomfortable outfit. Just at this time, Qin Xiaoshui lifted the door curtain and walked in carrying a wooden bucket. Yikes! Qin Xiaoshui immediately let out a gasp and hurriedly turned her head. Zhou Feng was a bit embarrassed and hurriedly put on clean clothes. Xiaoshui, you're still awake. Zhou Feng scratched his head. You haven't come back yet. I can't sleep. Look at your gray face. I came to help you wipe it. Qin Xiaoshui's side wanly smiled. Zhou Feng hemmed and hawed. If Qin Xiaoshui didn't come over today, he really planned to just sleep casually. Qin Xiaoshui's side dampened a towel. Again a soft dress. But after the cut, that's what the towel looks like. A man without a woman is a slob. Qin Xiaoshui muttered as she helped Zhou Feng wipe his face. Who said I don't have a woman? Aren't you my woman now? Zhou Feng only felt sweetness in his heart. It's your girlfriend, Qin Xiaoshui said without a trace of anger. After all, girlfriend and woman. This is a big difference. Not sooner or later. Zhou Feng gave a dry laugh. Okay, time to wash your feet. Qin Xiaoshui placed the barrel in front of Zhou Feng. Okay. Zhou Feng took his shoes off. He was barefoot in sneakers. The socks inside long since worn out and discarded. The sneakers too were still kind of sturdy and have held up so far. When Zhou Feng put his foot in, he was then surprised to find that Qin Xiaoshui had put her hand inside. I can't believe I had to help wash my own feet. I'll do it. Myself. Zhou Feng blurted out in a hurry. Aren't you going to be my man? This is shy? Qin Xiaoshui laughed. Shy? Zhou Feng was really a bit embarrassed. Not to mention that he knew himself how dirty his feet really were. It must be all muddy on top. It was just that Qin Xiaoshui had said so, and Zhou Feng could not refuse. You have cuts all over your feet. Qin Xiaoshui exclaimed. She found wounds all over Zhou Feng's feet. It was hard to imagine how difficult it had been for Zhou Feng to come back this way. It's nothing major. My wounds are recovering quickly, Zhou Feng said in a hurry. You've given too much. For this camp, Qin Xiaoshui choked a little. Very gently, he helped Zhou Feng clean up the mud and sand. I even went to change the water twice in between. Hurry up and get some rest. No matter what happens, it's the body that matters most. Qin Xiaoshui's side helped Zhou Feng wipe himself clean, then stood up. Xiaoshui, you're leaving? Zhou Feng asked. If you don't go, do you sleep here? Qin Xiaoshui smiled. That's not impossible. Stay and keep me company. I can lay 2 people in this bed, Zhou Feng said cheekily. Qin Xiaoshui looked towards the next room, a hesitant expression appearing on her face. When she came over to help Zhou Feng clean up, Bai Qin Yan had gone to bed early. You can't move your hands, Qin Xiaoshui said softly. Zhou Feng froze, not reacting at first. When he realized what Qin Xiaoshui meant, He was ecstatic. Come, sleep inside. Zhou Feng patted his side. Sleeping inside? You're afraid I'll run away. Qin Xiaoshui covered her mouth and laughed. Zhou Feng scratched his head a bit awkwardly. Qin Xiaoshui still took a step over him and then lay down next to him. Seeing Qin Xiaoshui literally lying next to herself, Zhou Feng could only feel his heart beating faster. Although it was said that Qin Xiaoshui had also slept next to him when they were on the beach earlier. But that's different. That's not a room on the beach. It's a campsite built out of a few palm fronds. There's absolutely nothing private about it. Not to mention that Bai Qingyan was still next to him. Not so now. Now that it was just the two of them inside the room. Xiaoshui, you're so nice. Zhou Feng moved over and sniffed Qin Xiaoshui's hair. Don't smell. Qin Xiaoshui was a bit shy and got her hair on the other side. After all, it's not like there's any shampoo in this condition. It's nice to have it cleaned up. If you're not allowed to touch it, you still can't smell it. Zhou Feng said with a smile. If you really touched it, what can I say? Qin Xiaoshui blushed. Chapter 66, Stupidity. Since Qin Xiaoshui was lying on this side, she must have been mentally prepared. A bloodthirsty young man at his side. Keep Zhou Feng honest? Wouldn't that be worse than killing him? Sure enough, Zhou Feng's side was ecstatic and immediately reached out and wrapped his arms around himself. Xiaoshui, me. Zhou Feng lowered his voice. That step. Not yet. I'm not ready. Can you wait? Qin Xiaoshui, after all, before this, has not thought about becoming boyfriend and girlfriend with Zhou Feng. In the past, Zhou Feng had always been treated like a child. Who would have thought? Well, Xiaoshui, I really like you. Zhou Feng expressed his love. He really liked it. It wasn't an impulse. It's more about proving it. Aha. Qin Xiaoshui nodded gently. In the next second, it felt like Zhou Feng had pasted over. Sure enough, another kiss. Early morning, Zhou Feng stretched and woke up. Next to Qin Xiaoshui, she naturally woke up early. Zhou Feng had a smile on his lips as he recalled last night's warmth. If only it were like this every day. It's only a matter of time before those two do the same. Zhou Feng walked out inside the room. He saw Bai Qingyan come out from next door and then glared at himself. Then he turned to leave. Zhou Feng smiled bitterly. It seemed that Bai Qingyan had found out that Qin Xiaoshui hadn't been back yesterday, but seeing Bai Qingyan wasn't as angry as before. This made Zhou Feng breathe a sigh of relief, because he knew the biggest problem between himself and Qin Xiaoshui. Actually, it's still the stares of those around you. To be more precise, it was also Bai Qingyan's attitude. If Bai Qingyan was not on this island, then Zhou Feng was very confident. He and Qin Xiaoshui had broken through that step long ago. What happened between the two of them actually depended on when Bai Qingyan accepted it. The food served this morning was still papaya, only at noon and in the evenings. The fire is on to cook something. Getting firewood, after all, is physically demanding as well. Everyone else needs to register for redemption on Li Ran's side. But Zhou Feng was different. He could just take it directly from inside the storehouse. Zhou Feng also took a look at the number of papayas in passing. Fortunately, Yang Wei and the others had worked hard before, so there was enough inside the warehouse now to eat for 2 days. Even if the supply of papaya is cut off, you can still go for other ingredients. There will be no food crisis anytime soon. But that place, Papaya Grove, should never be given up so easily. Zhou Feng then asked Yang Wei to take a few people and go to Tang Cheng's camp to take a look at the situation. Right now the safety of the camp is most important. The hunting will have to be put on hold for a while. It was not long after Yang Wei left with a few people. Fan Jian approached Zhou Feng with a round object in his hand. The diameter is around half a meter. Boss, look at this thing we made. This is a shield? Zhou Feng took it and sized it up. It's woven from fresh rattan. There's a guy inside our camp who can weave things out of rattan. Fan Jian said excitedly. I've spent the last 2 days making up craft supplies in my free time, and switched food with the others. Yesterday Fan Jian learned that the enemy had bows and arrows. He had wanted to make bows and arrows in the beginning, but they didn't have the talent for it. So Fan Jian had a win yesterday and wanted to see if he could make up a shield. No offensive weapons. A defense is fine. The guy finally made one up this morning. Zhou Feng resized the shield in his hand. Very lightweight and easy to carry. Although it says there are gaps between the canes. But the bows and arrows used by Boss Fei's group weren't high grade either. All sharpened wooden arrowheads. The shield was perfectly capable of blocking it. Even if you're unlucky and your shield is pierced, it's also impossible to hurt the people behind you. Call him over. Zhou Feng immediately said. Soon a young man in his 20s was called over. His name is Shi Haitao. According to Shi Haitao, his grandfather used to do this. Learned a few tricks as a kid, but then it didn't come in handy. So I went out to work. It's the crew of the Miles. Usually it's just cleaning the ship's hold or something like that. I've heard that nowadays this kind of handicraft work is popular in many foreign countries. Ah, A handmade item can be sold for tens of thousands of dollars. Fan Jian said strangely. Hi, it's all just hype. Fooling people. Sure, Haitao waved his hand. It's the same as the old lady who cut window clippings in earlier years and then was overpriced by foreigners. It's basically all part of a set. It's just a course to rip people off. There used to be a few people in any village who knew how to weave rattan. This falls into the category of being a life skill. Is this good to learn? Zhou Feng asked first. It would take at least a few months to make up something like me, and it wouldn't be fast. Sure, Haitao was honest. Zhou Feng was a bit sorry to hear that. It's true that it's not so easy to become skilled at this craft. Then how many shields can you weave in a day if you have someone to give you a hand? Zhou Feng asked again. If it's rough, 3 or 4 a morning is no problem. Sure, Haitao thought for a moment and said. He had been working on this shield for hours, mostly trying to get it perfect. Find a few people to give him a hand. He'll specialize in getting shields these days. Zhou Feng immediately said. It's the best defense right now. He also saw it when Zhou Feng encountered that group of people yesterday. Those guys are pretty mediocre at archery. It's completely suppressed by sheer numbers. As long as they have shields in their hands to protect the vitals, then you can just launch a charge. By the time noon rolled around, Sure Haitao had made 4 more shields. These 4 shields are as big as before. The materials used are not as fine though, and the seams are quite a bit larger. But for that, Fan Jian and the others had come up with a good idea. You can cover the outside of this later with another layer of leather or something. You can cut the leather on your clothes. It's hot on this island anyway. No need for very thick clothing right now. This way the shield's defense can be further increased. That's a good approach. Zhou Feng nodded. We were just fooling around together when we came up with it. Fan Jian laughed. A few people can come up with good ideas when you talk to them. Yang Wei brought a few people with him and happened to be back at this time as well. Tang Cheng has woken up. Yang Wei's side came back to report the news. At the time they went in the morning, Tang Cheng was still sleeping, but the fever has gone down. Woke up when it was almost noon. Also talked to Yang Wei and the others. Presumably, it means finding a way to take over the papaya forest, or even initiate an attack. They have more men on both sides combined than the enemy. Otherwise, when the other side took the initiative to fight, it was likely that they would be broken in every way by then. Hearing these words, Zhou Feng nodded his head. There was some truth in what Tang Cheng said. However, Tang Cheng's selfishness was still clear to Zhou Feng, because right now Tang Cheng's camp is under the most threat. At any moment, you may encounter an attack. So of course Tang Cheng was anxious and wanted to take the initiative. Boss, I don't think the situation in the Tangcheng camp is very good. Those people are all stupid. Yang Wei suddenly came to Zhou Feng's side and whispered. Chapter 67 Loss. Stupid? Zhou Feng frowned. That's right. I see that their hearts are scattered. Yang Wei nodded. Based on what Janeway saw at the camp, Tang Cheng gave the order, and the people below had already begun to slack off. There was a sense of trepidation inside the entire camp. More than that, several secretly asked Yang Wei if they could go to their camp. Hearing Yang Wei say this, Zhou Feng couldn't help but feel emotional as well. What's that saying? The people are scattered. The team is not good to lead. After yesterday's deaths and injuries, Tang Cheng's prestige is gradually diminishing. Not to mention that Tang Cheng is still unconscious due to the infection. Did you promise those people? Zhou Feng asked. How dare I agree without your nod? Boss, all I can say is that this is out of my hands, and I don't think we can have more people in our camp. Yang Wei let out a bitter smile. Becoming the leader of the hunting group these days, Yang Wei felt the pressure. Even when I dream, I think about how I'm going to hunt. If there were a few dozen more mouths to feed, that Yang Wei dare not imagine. Zhou Feng nodded. He agreed with this point. More people aren't better. If so many people were all concentrated here, it would be more and more difficult to find food. Might as well split into 2 campgrounds for good measure. Those who came from Tangcheng might not be the ones who could directly increase the combat power. Instead, it adds a lot of burden all at once. Boss, what do we do? Yang Wei inquired. I'll bring a few people to take a look at Tangcheng's camp first. You guys stay inside the camp first. Zhou Feng still wanted to talk to Tang Cheng personally. Zhou Feng set off with 5 people. Each man held a shield inside his hand. Fu Tai was among them. This guy is pretty smart, and it pays to have him around. A lightweight vehicle. It took Zhou Feng and the others more than an hour to reach Tang Cheng's camp. Just after entering the campground, Zhou Feng sensed it. The atmosphere inside the camp was a bit strange. A dead look. The people inside the camp didn't go looking for work. All gathered in groups of 3 or 5, muttering in whispers. Upon seeing Zhou Feng appear, a few people immediately ran over. Brother Zhou Feng, how about letting us join your camp? Yeah, a couple of us can catch fish and work. We eat less. Several people have said. There is no shortage of men in my camp, and I wouldn't want Tang Cheng's men. Zhou Feng waved his hand and said, and seeing as how they were all older than themselves, they were still able to open their mouths and call themselves big brothers. It left Zhou Feng a bit speechless as well. At these words, these few people all showed disappointed expressions. Ignoring these few people, Zhou Feng arrived in front of the shack. "Zhou Feng, you're here." Donovan happened to come out of it. When she saw Zhou Feng, she was instantly surprised. "I've come to see Tang Chang." Zhou Feng nodded. "Come in. My brother's in there." Tang Fu warmly invited. "You guys wait here for me," Zhou Feng said to Fu Tai and the others, then went inside the shack. Inside the room, besides Tang Chang, there was also a woman. Zhou Feng had seen it a few times when he came here. It was Tang Chang's woman at the camp. After seeing Zhou Feng arrive, the woman hurriedly retreated. "There you are. Thanks for saving my life with your medicine. Now both of us siblings owe you our lives." Tang Chang smiled, his face still a little pale. "How does it feel?" Zhou Feng found a place to sit down. "As long as the wound doesn't worsen, there shouldn't be any problem." Tang Chang sighed. It then asked what Zhou Feng thought about his opinion. "Should we join forces and take the initiative now?" "Now there are two problems." Zhou Feng held out two fingers. "The first problem is that they are now armed. The opponents had bows and arrows, but Tang Chang and the others only had spears. Zhou Feng's side did have shields, but they were few in number. The most crucial thing was that Zhou Feng and the others still didn't know just how many bows and arrows Boss Fei and the others had. 10, 20? We can only think of a way to sneak attack, preferably at night." Tang Chang had obviously already thought about this. At night with poor visibility, the power of a bow and arrow is greatly diminished. A sneak attack? Zhou Feng didn't think they could sneak up on each other. Boss Fei and his camp is easy to defend and hard to attack. The second question. That's your current state. How are you going to follow along now? Zhou Feng looked at Tang Chang's wound. There was some blood seeping through the top of the white cloth. "It's a penetrating wound. It doesn't heal that easily. It is possible to recuperate for 10 days and half a month in this environment. I can only put up a fight." Tang Chang revealed a miserable smile. "Why?" Zhou Feng felt strange. Except for Tang Fu, the people in the camp had no relatives with Tang Chang. "You saw the situation outside." Tang Chang gazed outside the base. Zhou Feng nodded. It seems that Tang Chang also found out a long time ago. Although some people want to leave, there are still some people who are willing to listen to me, and I made a promise to them back then that I would bring them back alive. Tang Chang's face became grave. Tang Chang knew he could abandon these people and take Tang Fu away. "But what about your own promises?" Within this nearly 1 month's time, Tang Chang had been calling the shots. There are still women willing to follow them. Now letting Tang achieve such a departure, he can't do it. Then let's discuss how to deal with the group of paid bosses. Zhou Feng didn't say anything when he saw this. In a way, one's own situation and Tang Chang's were quite similar. They're kind of along for the ride. "What do I see your people holding?" Tang Chang noticed. Fu Tai and the others standing outside realized that they were all holding something in their hands. "That's a shield." Zhou Feng's words were not finished. A fat, cloaked woman then stumbled in. "That's right. I'm out of all the food I hid." The woman also looked to be in her mid to late 30s and had been crying. Inside Tang Chang's camp, a distribution system was adopted. Everyone gets some food every day. Some of the ones that are easy to keep are left behind. It's not easy for such a fat woman to accumulate food. When Tang Chang heard this, he couldn't help but frown. Lose something in this situation and there's no way to find it. After all, there's no surveillance or anything like that here. And how can you tell the difference when everyone has the same food? "How many did you lose?" Donf, who had been staying next to the door, asked. "2 papayas, and a coconut, and a small piece of dried smoked fish." The woman is as knowledgeable about her possessions as she is about her own. These can be saved from within her rations. For the first few days after arriving on the island, the fat lady hadn't eaten a thing. "It felt like I was almost starving to death." It got her into the habit of leaving food behind. "Do you have anyone to suspect?" Tang Chang said after thinking for a moment. Chapter 68, frightened out of their wits. "It must be Tan Liang Liang. She's always had it out for me," the fat woman shouted. "Tan Liang Liang?" Tang Chang frowned. Tan Liang Liang was inside the camp, in charge of distributing supplies. Tang Chang thought it was possible for Tan Liang Liang to supervise the theft, but not so much as to steal from fat women. Just then, another woman rushed inside the shack. "Don't you dare talk nonsense here. When did I take anything from you? You gave me a bad papaya on purpose last time. You're just targeting me." The two women pointed at each other's noses and cursed. It seemed like the next second, it would be a straight-up choke. Seeing this scene, Zhou Feng was a bit dumbfounded. There is simply no way to reconcile this kind of thing. Tang Chang also had a bitter smile on his face. "All shut up." Tang Fu shouted angrily. Hearing Tang Fu's chiding, the two women really did shut up. "What are you quarreling about? Is this a place for you to quarrel? Giving you guys face is it?" Tang Fu said coldly. My stuff, the fat woman spoke in a small voice. You don't look after your own stuff. Who's to blame if you lose it? Who's showing you things? Tang Fu directly inserted her waist with an aggressive look. The fat woman immediately dropped her head and said nothing. Let you falsely accuse me. Tan Liang immediately became smug. But soon, Tang Fu poured cold water on her as well. What are you so proud of? You're so high and mighty every day. How many people on the base have a problem with you? Do your own work. Both of you. Leave. The two women left the room with their heads hanging down. You can't deal with them softly or you won't do anything today. Tang Fu panted. This used to be the stance that Donovan used to take when he argued with people. When an average person met Tang Fu, they were first weakened by 3 points in terms of their aura. Tang Fu then realized that Zhou Feng had been looking at himself. What are you doing looking at me? Tang Fu was instantly a little embarrassed. Could it be that she was too much of a shrew just now? I didn't expect you to be quite powerful. Zhou Feng didn't feel that Tang Fu was shrewish. It just seems like Donf is definitely a good hand at management. 2. Being able to deter others. I'm not usually like this. Tang Fu blushed and bowed her head, crossing her arms. Tang Chang was a bit surprised to see this scene. My sister is never in the presence of any, but she shows a tender side, even in the face of his own brother. He often disliked him outright. It turned out that he actually had this kind of attitude towards Zhou Feng. You go get her 2 papayas. After all, it's hard to lose something in your heart. Take it from inside my supplies. Tang Chang said to Tang Fu. Just be rotten. Tang Fu pouted, but still left the room. Should have gone to get something. Let's talk about the shield. I'll go take a look. Tang Chang was still interested in Zhou Feng's said shield. The two came outside. Zhou Feng signaled for Fu Tai to show Tang Chang the shield in his hand. Tang Chang took the shield and surveyed it, and was instantly praised. This shield can completely block the bow and arrow used by the enemy. Tang Chang then returned the shield to Fu Tai. Then he asked how this shield was made. Upon learning that even inside Zhou Feng's camp, only one person was able to knit, Tang Chang was instantly a bit disappointed. This stuff doesn't seem to be easy to learn. He contemplated how he could discuss with Zhou Feng and wanted some on his side. That can only be purchased. It's just that there's no currency on this island again, so you end up having to barter. But there was nothing of value inside his camp. There is no shortage of food on the other side right now. Boss, it's gone. It's gone. There were a few people running, panting. What's missing? Speak clearly. Tang Chang instantly tensed up, because these were the men he had sent out to patrol and keep watch outside, facing the enemy directly near the camp. Old Chi and Little Wang. They said they were going to the restroom, and then they both disappeared. The person who spoke showed fear on his face. Gone? How is that possible? Did you guys look for them? Tang Chang frowned. We went looking for it and didn't get anyone back after half a day of yelling. Tang Chang's heart thumped inside. In this case, people from the base are still missing. The worst possible scenario had already appeared inside his mind. That the enemy has come. Then why are you all back? Tang Chang was a bit anxious. What if the enemy shows up at this time? The men were drooping. We're scared. One man muttered in a low voice. Tang Chen immediately understood. I'm afraid these people have guessed that Old Chi and Little Wang have disappeared. It's possible that a poisonous encounter has taken place. The enemy is close. They were also afraid of death. So they ran back. Tang Chang sighed. Also a bit helpless. After all, it's human nature to fear death. And there's only one life to live. Not to mention the fact that the camp died yesterday. And now people are on edge. Where is the person missing? Let's go take a look. Zhou Feng spoke. It's just over a kilometer over there. Immediately, someone showed Zhou Feng the direction. Zhou Feng looked over. And that was the direction of the papaya forest. The enemy is also most likely to come from that direction. Follow me. Zhou Feng said to Fu Tai and the others. Boss, we'll do whatever you tell us to do. Fu Tai immediately took the opportunity to show his loyalty. The other few people were a bit freaked out, but they had Zhou Feng by their side. They're all a lot bolder. 2. We can't just let a few of them go. Whoever is willing to follow me. Tang Cheng scanned these few people on patrol. Anyway, it's a matter for their camp. But these few people on patrol had avoided Tang Cheng's gaze. They were scared out of their wits a long time ago. Boss, I'm coming with you. I'm coming with you. The big thing is to fight. It's nothing but death. What are you afraid of? It is. It's better than being scared. And this Thai island isn't a good place to live and be tortured. A dozen people inside the camp stood out. And they don't want to just stay in the nest. Looked at the scared out of their wits men with disdain. Tang Chang, however, knew that the more such times, the more it becomes necessary to unite all forces. You guys stay inside the camp. If the enemy comes, immediately light the campfire. Tang Chang said as he pointed to the center of the camp. Zhou Feng had realized it long ago. In the middle of the campground, There was a large pile of leaves. There is also dry firewood underneath. Now he understood that it was used for signaling, kind of similar to wolfsbane. Just light the firewood underneath and immediately there is smoke. That's a good one. One drawback, though, is that it tends to reveal the location of the campsite. Tang Chang then came back next to Tang Fu and muttered something in a low voice. It should be explaining something. Chapter 69, You Die, I Live. Tang Fu's expression was a bit anxious, obviously not wanting Tang Chang to make another trip, lest the wound worsen. But Tang Chang's attitude was resolute. After all, if Zhou Feng were to go, he couldn't stay inside the camp. In the end, Tang Fu had no choice but to accept. Soon the group left the camp. Does the wound feel painful? I have painkillers over there, Zhou Feng asked on the way. Inside Dr. Wan's suitcase, there were some painkillers and such. I'm fine. It doesn't really hurt much. Tang Chang swung the hand that was still kind of intact. Zhou Feng nodded. This Tang Chang was also a tough guy. After 10 minutes of walking, they came to the place where the men had gone missing. There's not a single person who followed us over from those few people. How are we supposed to find them? Fu Tai couldn't help but mutter. Mentally, I was also upset with those guys. They entered the woods over here and then disappeared. Tang Chang had in turn already heard the place where the two people disappeared. Tang Chang said as he was about to head inside. Wait, Zhou Feng, however, stopped Tang Chang. What's wrong? Tang Chang looked puzzled. It smells like blood. Zhou Feng squinted his eyes. The smell of blood. Tang Chang couldn't smell anything, though he tensed up all of a sudden. Fu Tai and the others were even looking left and right. I don't know where the enemy is. It's not far away. Just over there. Zhou Feng pointed in a nearby direction. The group headed deeper into the woods. It was about a 20-meter walk. Just saw two bodies inside the grass. A middle-aged man and another younger one. There were no wounds on the two men, but the head was bloody. You could tell from their wounds that it should have been a silent sneak attack. The body was so close. And your people didn't even notice? They weren't looking at all, were they? Fu Tai couldn't help but spit it out. Tang Chang was also a bit embarrassed. It seems the guys weren't even looking for companionship, only to flee back inside the camp in terror after seeing their companions disappear into thin air. Anyway, Boss Fei's group is here. Zhou Feng squinted his eyes at the traces next to the corpse. There are a lot of human footprints, cluttering the landscape. Zhou Feng didn't know how many people Boss Fei had come this time. It definitely looks like a lot. Coming so fast. Tang Chang's face was incomparably ugly. They don't have a specific defense plan on their side yet. The enemy had then taken the initiative to attack, not giving them a chance to catch their breath. Go back inside the camp first. We can't disperse our forces now, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. In fact, Zhou Feng was able to understand what Boss Fei was thinking. Those medicines are too important to Boss Fei. Definitely trying to recoup losses. Then go back first. Tang Chang nodded. Now that the enemy is dark, it's better to gather together. Boss Fei's group couldn't stay in hiding. They would strike sooner or later. Just as Zhou Feng turned around and prepared to leave, he suddenly heard a subtle sound coming from the distance, like someone stepped on a stick or something. Probably something just a few dozen meters away. Don't even move, Zhou Feng whispered. Everyone froze and stopped in their tracks. Don't even dare to breathe. The few people around Tang Chang still showed fear. They were all afraid of a sudden attack, especially if the opponent has a bow and arrow in his hand. It's easy to hide from a gun in the open and hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. Zhou Feng's side listened carefully. There was indeed another movement coming from there, and the sound was getting farther and farther away. It's someone who's going to leave quietly. Zhou Feng stomped his feet hard and darted in that direction. Tang Chang and the others were stunned. Follow Shang Feng. Tang Chang took the lead in catching up. Everyone else followed suit. Wait until they catch up with Peak. Zhou Feng is tackling a man to the ground. It was a man who looked to be in his 30s and was full of panic, obviously not expecting to be found out. At this moment, Zhou Feng's knee was on top of his neck. Makes it a little hard for a man to breathe. As long as Zhou Feng exerted a little force, he would be able to completely kill the man. This is not from our camp. Where are you from? Were you the one who killed my people? When Tang Chang saw this person, he was instantly enraged. The man grimaced. I don't know if it's because of fear or lack of oxygen. Speak, Tang Chang roared viciously. I didn't kill him. I was just on sentry duty. I can't breathe. The man stammered, tears and nose running down his face. Zhou Feng stood up first when he saw this. The man took a big breath of air at that. Where is Boss Fei? Zhou Feng directly asked the most crucial question. The man stammered, his eyes averted. Seeing this scene, Tang Chan gave a wink to the person next to him. Immediately, two men stepped forward and pinned the man. Someone kicked him in the back. With a flutter the man fell to his knees, but there were still people pulling on his arm. If you don't tell me, I'll make your life worse than death. Tang Cheng pulled out the dagger from his pocket. Looking at Tang Cheng's bloodshot eyes, the man was truly afraid. A brain that told him everything he knew. After Zhou Feng snatched the drugs away yesterday, Boss Fei became anxious. Half the fighting force inside the camp was assembled this morning. About 40 men, coming this way, to exterminate Tang Cheng's camp. The 2 unlucky ones who died were also found by them by accident. After killing them, Boss Fei then decided to take a long detour, avoid the other guards, strive to destroy the enemy once and for all. The men themselves were left behind, here to keep watch. If there's any windfall, go back and report it immediately. Boss Fei had left 7 or 8 such hidden sentries on the road. I've hidden very well. I didn't think that I would still be discovered. The man looked up at Zhou Feng, fear within his eyes. The man had guessed that this was the man who had robbed the drugs last night. It's the dangerous man that Boss Fei talks about. Hearing these words from the man, Tang Cheng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. That Boss Fei is also too ruthless. What weapons are you using and how many bows and arrows do you have? Zhou Feng immediately asked. This was the most crucial question. The general public uses spears, and there are 8 bows and arrows, all made by Boss Fei. The man said honestly, 8 bows and arrows. That's not a lot. The ones Zhou Feng had encountered before used bows and arrows. He thought that Boss Fei's group had a large number of bows and arrows in their hands. Things don't seem to be that serious now. After all, making bows and arrows is difficult in a place like this. The materials are not that easy to obtain. I have said everything. You guys let me go. Let me go. I won't go to Boss Fei's. The man began to beg, his body trembling violently from fear. Chapter 70, Signals. Seeing this scene, Tang Cheng narrowed his eyes without the slightest hesitation. The dagger in his hand stabbed hard into the man's chest. Quite a lot of blood splattered onto Tang Cheng, and even his face had blood stains on it. The situation now is either you die or I live, Tang Cheng said viciously. The people around Tang Cheng gulped. They were convinced when they saw someone die in front of them. This is not a civilized society. The island is weak. It's a fight to the death on both sides. Boss, look behind you. Suddenly someone said. Tang Cheng turned his head to look, and suddenly his face changed. Rolls of smoke had appeared over the sky in the direction of the camp. It's the signal. Something's happened at the camp. Tang Cheng took the lead and ran in the direction of the camp. Donovan is still over there. He didn't want anything to happen to his sister. The others followed suit. Boss, what do we do? Fu Tai asked at this time. Lips are dead. Follow them. Zhou Feng did not hesitate. If they didn't care about Tang Cheng and the others now, then they would definitely die and be injured. The next target for Boss Fei was himself. After all, he was the one who robbed him of his medication. Boss Fei will never stop. Tang Cheng couldn't care less about the pain in his arm and ran furiously all the way. Slow down. By the time you run over there, you won't have the strength to do it yourselves. Zhou Feng came next to Tang Cheng in the twinkling of an eye. Slow down. Although Tang Cheng was not willing in his heart, still slowing down. After all, Zhou Feng was right. If he ran over there regardless, there won't be much of a fight at all by then. I'll go ahead and see how it goes. Zhou Feng had plenty of stamina, and he didn't have this worry. Even more so, he turned around and dug in towards the denser bushes next to him. The weeds on this side are untreated and very hard to walk on, but the distance has to be closer. Just after arriving around the camp, Zhou Feng saw people from both sides mingling together. Inside the camp, there were ghosts and whales, and a dozen or so corpses lay on the ground. Several of the bodies had arrows sticking out of them. The enemy should have used bows and arrows for the first wave of attacks, and then charged straight up. Donf was resisting with the others with their backs to the shack, and they were facing, well over 30 people. Apparently the fight had been going on for a few minutes. Tang Cheng's side of the camp suffered heavy casualties. Even Tang Fu herself was drenched in blood on the side of her thigh. It was stabbed by a spear. If it wouldn't have been for the narrow terrain on this side, the enemy would have rushed up long ago, but it was only a matter of time. Seeing this, Zhou Feng directly took out the prepared stones from inside his backpack. Toward the group it was thrown. Ah! Someone screamed as their arm was smashed. Boss Fei turned his head over and saw a man standing under the trees a few dozen meters away. Although last night, Zhou Feng left at a rapid pace, but Boss Fei still remembered that back. Now he was certain that Zhou Feng was the one who had stolen his medication yesterday, and Zhou Feng saw Boss Fei at a glance. With his senses, Zhou Feng concluded that this was the enemy's boss. In the next second, a rock flew towards Boss Fei. Boss Fei dodged out of the way in a hurry. The stone hit an unlucky man behind him. You guys him up. Boss Fei roared as he pointed at the people around him. Immediately, a dozen people ran towards Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng continued to throw rocks towards these people. 3 men fell to the ground in response. Either you get hit in the head or in the knee. The others didn't seem to be scared at all and hissed as they rushed towards Zhou Feng. seeing these people getting closer and closer. Although Zhou Feng did not carry a spear, he also had a dagger at his waist. Quickly drawing his dagger from his waist, his eyes were cold. When the first enemy stabbed with a spear, Zhou Feng sidestepped the attack and swung his dagger. Half of the man's hand was cut off. Ah! The enemy screamed miserably as he covered his palm and dropped his spear to the ground. The others couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle when they saw the scene. Zhou Feng's speed was simply too fast. They hadn't even seen clearly how Zhou Feng had actually struck. Zhou Feng! Tang Fu glimpsed Zhou Feng's figure in the midst of the melee and shouted in excitement. The others followed suit and became quite excited when they saw Zhou Feng return. All thought that Tang Chang and the others had returned as well. The atmosphere was high for a while. Boss Fei frowned at the sight, not expecting Zhou Feng to be so difficult to deal with. What's the point of freezing? Boss Fei watched as his men didn't move, so he roared angrily. The enemies in front of Zhou Feng gritted their teeth when they heard these words. Once again, he stabbed towards Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng directly threw the dagger, stabbing a man in the neck. Then he picked up the spear that had fallen on the ground. Still fighting and retreating. Zhou Feng was originally at the edge of the woods, with trees everywhere around them. There was no way for the enemy to surround Zhou Feng. Instead, Zhou Feng utilized the terrain and stabbed 3 more people to death. Seeing that their opponents were so difficult to deal with, these people didn't dare to go forward and die. Even with Boss Fei's frequent urging, they just cowered. Now it was Zhou Feng's turn to take the initiative as he jabbed forward with his spear in hand. Zhou Feng was untrained though, but his speed and strength were no match for these men. The spear was as fast as lightning in their eyes. Another man was stabbed in the neck and blood spurted out, collapsed helplessly to the floor. Seeing this scene, the remaining people fled. Zhou Feng continued to catch up, but just then, an arrow flew from the distance. The speed was far stronger than the arrows Zhou Feng had encountered before, and the power was much stronger. Zhou Feng was startled and dodged towards the side. The left arm, however, was still grazed and the pain hit. Another arrow came. This time Zhou Feng directly hid behind a tree. Zhou Feng poked his head out in the direction the arrow came from. It was found that Boss Fei was holding a bow and arrow in his hand, and it was Boss Fei who was releasing the hidden arrows just now. This guy. Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. Whether it was speed, power, or accuracy, Boss Fei was very different from the people he had met before, and a bow and arrow is extremely fast, still more of a threat than throwing a rock yourself. At this time, Tang Chang and the others also arrived. Go! Tang Chang led the charge with his shield in his hand. Those who followed were also carrying shields. Those without shields hid behind these men. Fu Tai was at the end of the line, and he had no shield in his hand. Zhou Feng understood now. It was Fu Tai who gave the shield to Tang Chang. After all, a human shield with so many people in front of it would surely be more resistant to bows and arrows than a shield made by 10 mermen. Boss Fei was also stunned. It hadn't occurred to me that Tang Chang would actually have a shield in his hands. Next to Boss Fei there were several men all carrying bows and arrows, and they had strung their bows and shot arrows. As a result, all the arrows were shot on top of the shield. The two sides crashed into each other. Short-handed, Tang Chang was at the front, desperately waving the dagger in his hand. Chapter 71. Tang Chang's life-threatening stance scared off quite a few people, especially when they saw another dozen or so people suddenly appear. It was clearly more than they expected. I don't know if there are reinforcements behind us. Retreat! Boss Fei roared with a frown. The others backed away. When they came to the edge of the camp, they turned and all fled inside the woods. Don't think you can leave so easily. All of you die. Tang Fu rushed out wielding a spear. However, he was stopped by Zhou Feng. Don't chase after them. Be careful of traps. Zhou Feng shook his head and said, if the other side sets an ambush in the middle of the road, they are defenseless. So that's it? We've lost so many people. Tang Fu's eyes were red. There were a dozen of their bodies on the ground, but the bodies of the enemy, just 7 or 8 of them. This was also counting the ones Zhou Feng had just finished off. We'll settle this score later. Right now is to stabilize the crowd first, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Tang Fu gritted her teeth, her face still resigned. But then Donovan noticed. Zhou Feng's arms were covered in blood. You're hurt. Tang Fu was filled with worry. Aren't you also injured? Zhou Feng smiled bitterly and looked at Tang Fu's thigh. The pants have been scratched. Tang Fu looked down before she felt the fiery pain. But there was a hint of surprise in Tang Fu's heart. Zhou Feng actually cares so much about himself. I'll bandage you up and stop the bleeding first. Tang Fu gazed at Zhou Feng, taking out a handkerchief from inside his pocket. He was about to bandage Zhou Feng's wound. Zhou Feng said he didn't need it. After all, one's wounds heal quickly, in a day or two. But Donovan was insistent. At least she was able to help Zhou Feng do that. Only after helping Zhou Feng bandage up his wounds did Tang Fu go to deal with her own injuries. Tang Chang's side began to give orders. Let the others carry the bodies outside first, lest the body rot and cause disease later. Actually, The best way to do this is by fire, but fires also require a lot of wood, and wood inside the campground is valuable. The camp was suddenly attacked. Those in attendance were a bit muddled, and many didn't slow down. Many others were sitting on the ground, their bodies shaking. Only a few people heard Tang Cheng's order and began to move. Zhou Feng counted the people left in the camp now. That leaves about 60 people. There were about a dozen women and the rest were men. But the elite men were so dead and wounded that less than 20 remained. All the rest are old and sick. Seeing this scene, Zhou Feng also thumped in his heart. This means that the situation in this camp will deteriorate further, but the greater danger at hand. It's still the Boss Fei guys. I wonder when they'll make a comeback. How are you doing, Tang Cheng? Zhou Feng said as he walked to Tang Cheng's side. He noticed the wound on Tang Cheng's shoulder, and blood was flowing out again. Apparently it was caused by too much force earlier, and the wound was likely to tear again. I'm afraid I'll have to recuperate for a long time. I just can't care about that right now. Tang Cheng's face was ugly. I do have an idea, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. What idea? Tang Cheng looked at Zhou Feng. Migration. The best thing to do now is to migrate and leave this place first. Zhou Feng spoke his thoughts out. This place has now been discovered by Boss Fei and the others. Boss Fei and the others will most likely attack again. Even if we go, where can we go? Tang Cheng sighed. There simply isn't the right place for it right now, and if they were to move, it would mean that they would have to give up the shack they had built here. Become winded again. Here. Zhou Feng took out his hand-drawn map from inside his backpack. Pointing to a spot, he said. This was the cave that Zhou Feng had encountered earlier. It's sheltered from the wind and rain, and it has fresh water in it. Although the cave was said to be relatively small, it had no problem housing a dozen people first. It will allow all the wounded of this battle to rest inside. The others can also sleep next to the rock wall for now and start building simple houses tomorrow. Most importantly, it's very close to our campsite, just less than 3 kilometers away. Zhou Feng added. In that case, if there is another attack, then both sides can quickly support each other. Tang Cheng looked at the map in Zhou Feng's hand in surprise. Although Tang Cheng had also drawn a map, it was nowhere near as fine as Zhou Feng's. It was also able to see some of the routes and such on Zhou Feng's map. This was also the first time Tang Cheng had visualized it, how close Boss Fei's camp was to his own. I'm going to ask for everyone's opinion. Tang Cheng frowned. This is, after all, a move that's going to take a few kilometers. When Tang Cheng called a meeting, not a single person in the room objected to the plan, and all of them agreed with it. They all want to get out of this place. There were even some people who brought up the idea of wanting to directly join Zhou Feng inside his camp. Many people looked at Zhou Feng with hopeful gazes. They're all of the same mind. Everyone had seen Zhou Feng's fighting prowess clearly just now. If only Zhou Feng had been around all the time, then they've added a lot to their bottom line. Tang Cheng also looked at Zhou Feng. In fact, he also had this idea, just never had the good sense to ask. I can understand everyone's thoughts. It's just that there's no way for our camp to carry so many people. Zhou Feng simply meant the truth. If they had all gone to their camps, getting food will also become difficult. Hearing Zhou Feng say that, everyone present hung their heads a bit. But don't worry everyone. I'm now allied with Tang Cheng. I'll provide you with help in terms of food. Zhou Feng gave his assurance. It was only after these words were said that there was more of a gleam inside the eyes of the crowd. Have begun to pack their belongings in preparation for the move. Boss, how do you promise to provide them with food? Just as the crowd was busy, Fu Tai couldn't help but come over to Zhou Feng and said, what happens if you don't give them food? Zhou Feng looked at Fu Tai. In a place like this, their deaths and lives have nothing to do with us. Fu Tai muttered, though Fu Tai also felt that it was a bit less humane of him to say that. But in this case right now, everyone is looking out for themselves. Where is the energy to care about other people's deaths? They won't starve to death because they will join Boss Fei's team before they starve to death. Zhou Feng said slowly. After the battle just now, Zhou Feng had already seen it. Boss Fei didn't intend to kill all the people in this camp. He definitely wanted to capture Tang Fu and the others alive. This will be able to increase the population inside his camp. Otherwise, if Boss Fei was really just aiming to kill, then Tang Fu and the girls wouldn't have survived until now. Zhou Feng felt that the fight between them was very much like the tribal wars of old. Chapter 72, What did you do? One of the characteristics of tribal warfare is that it will plunder the population in addition to resources. All the population of the other side can be converted into slaves inside their own camp. Zhou Feng had seen it before. The scene of Boss Fei's men plundering a few female survivors back inside the camp. He had a guess. Inside Boss Fei's camp, I'm afraid a hierarchy is practiced. The higher the rank, the higher the treatment you will be able to get. That's why the men Boss Fei brought with him were so brazen. Because they are able to enjoy a high level of treatment. Those men showed fear only after several of their companions had died. Fu Tai then came to a realization and broke out into a cold sweat. One presses the point. If we didn't care about these people in the Tang Sung camp, these people wouldn't be starved to death for lack of food, because they will do everything they can to survive before they starve to death, even going so far as to defect to Boss Fei, who had just killed a number of them. That would be their new threat. But boss, I have a doubt. Fu Tai still couldn't help but say. Speak up if you have doubts. Zhou Feng smiled, allowing Fu Tai to relax a bit. Boss Fei has over 100 people in that camp and is still expanding his numbers. What are they eating? Fu Tai frowned, realized that inside their camp, a large portion of the people are going to be looking for food. It was just barely able to accumulate a little bit of food. It's mostly smoked fish and all that stuff. But what do those guys at Boss Fei eat? It can't be papaya. Boss Fei's group discovered the papaya forest quite a bit later than they did. Yeah, what are they eating? Zhou Feng muttered. There must be a steady source of food. If you can figure that out yourself, you might be able to come up with a way to take on the paid boss. Soon Tang Chang and the others packed up their things, mainly some tools and food. Zhou Feng led them for more than an hour to the cave he had found last time. Upon seeing this place, the people of Tang Chang's camp nodded their heads. Choosing this place as a landing spot should be a lot safer, especially since there's a big hill here. If the enemy came at them again, they could stand tall, take some advantage of the terrain. Unfortunately, a bit far from the beach. This makes it difficult to get food from the beach. However, with Zhou Feng's assurance, they all believed that they would not go hungry. There's also the wreckage of a helicopter over there. You can actually dismantle it. A lot of things can be made into tools. Zhou Feng stood on the hillside and pointed to a place a few hundred meters away. Any metal from the shells of airplanes can be polished and made into weapons such as spears. There's helicopter wreckage here. Isn't this an uninhabited island? Tang Fu was dumbfounded, but then also realized that he had said it wrong. There are wild people here, and it's not exactly an uninhabited island. No, this is called Paradise Island. Zhou Feng shook his head and said, Paradise Island? Tang Fu was even more puzzled as to where this was considered heaven. If anything, it's more like hell. A helicopter came by, so that means someone has been here. We'll definitely be discovered sooner or later. Tang Chung shouted excitedly. The people around them looked over. When they learned that there was helicopter wreckage inside the woods, one of them was also excited. It was thought to be a place forgotten by the world, but I can't imagine that there have been traces of human activity here as well. Then rescue will come sooner or later. 2. Seeing the high morale of the crowd, Zhou Feng could not help but nod his head. This is a great move by Tang Chang. It instantly gave the crowd a lot of hope. These people also didn't feel surprised as to why the helicopter crashed here. Or maybe they don't have the energy to think anymore. Zhou Feng then told Fu Tai and the others to stay in this place for now, help them set up camp, etc. If there was an attack, it would hold up for a while. Tang Chang also re-prepared the wolf smoke at the first opportunity. If the camp is attacked, it will ignite at the first opportunity. Zhou Feng's side will bring someone over immediately. After the arrangements were made, Zhou Feng walked towards the campground alone. Just after coming out from inside the woods, he came face to face with Bai Qingyan standing at the edge of the campground. Was gathering firewood with a couple of women. Should be cooking dinner. Although Bai Qingyan was also a manager, she followed along with the work. There's nothing condescending about it. Upon seeing Zhou Feng's figure, Bai Qingyan put down the work in her hands and came over. Zhou Feng, why did you come back alone? Your arm. You're injured. When Bai Qingyan saw Zhou Feng's arm, she instantly tensed up. There was a piece of cloth tied to it, with blood stains on it. It's fine. Just a flesh wound. Zhou Feng waved his hand. In fact, his arm wound was quite long, over 10 centimeters long. Wait a minute. It's a woman's handkerchief. Who bandaged it for you? Bai Qingyan suddenly frowned. Tang Fu. Zhou Feng scratched his head. Donovan? That's the vixen who looks at you with drawn eyes? Bai Qingyan snorted coldly. The last time Tang Fu came to the camp, Bai Qingyan paid extra attention to her. It was discovered that Tang Fu always looked at Zhou Feng from time to time. Fox spirit? Zhou Feng was a bit dumbfounded. Can Tang Fu be related to a vixen? With such a hot temper. Scumbag. I'll tell my mom to go and say you hooked up with another woman. Bai Qingyan turned and ran. Zhou Feng was a bit anxious and hurriedly chased after him. As soon as he did, he took Bai Qingyan's arm. Don't be ridiculous. People are just helping me bandage up, Zhou Feng said without a trace of anger. Wrapping? Still using a handkerchief? Ah, that's just interesting to you. Bai Qingyan bristled. Alright, I'll just return it to her later. Zhou Feng was a bit speechless. It didn't occur to me that after just bandaging it, Bai Qingyan could actually find fault with it. Give it back to her? You should throw it away. Bai Qingyan got even angrier. Aha! Zhou Feng smiled bitterly. I'll ask one thing. If you answer me honestly, I'll let you off this time. Bai Qingyan narrowed her eyes. You ask. Zhou Feng was a bit strange. I don't know what Bai Qingyan wants to ask. Bai Qingyan looked around and came to Zhou Feng's ear and whispered, "Last night, my mom never came home. What did you guys do?" "Nothing, just chatting." Zhou Feng gave a dry cough. "I don't believe it. You tell the truth." Bai Qingyan crossed her arms, not believing it at all. "This," Zhou Feng scratched his head. "How's that for honesty? We can't say we hugged and cuddled and got on top of each other." "Boss, what's going on with the situation?" Just then, Yang Wei and Fan Jian ran over. They all spent the day inside the camp. Seeing someone coming over, Bai Qingyan glared at Zhou Feng again before leaving. Zhou Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and Yang Wei and the others went over what had happened. When they learned that more than a dozen people had died on Tang Cheng's side, they also looked grave. Chapter 73. Boss, what should we do? Should we take the initiative? Fan Jian said in a deep voice. In the past 2 days Fan Jian also got a girlfriend. No matter what, Fan Jian was also a core member inside the camp. Of course there are women willing to approach Fan Jian. As for the other women in the camp, as long as they can get enough to eat, most of them still don't want to find a date. All want to wait for help to show up and get back inside the modern world. The enemy has bows and arrows. We are at a disadvantage now. Zhou Feng shook his head. Unless it's like Tang Cheng said, attacking at night. But the other side's camp was easy to defend. I'm afraid a nighttime attack wouldn't be a good idea. It's better to play defense first. Zhou Feng waved his hand and said, "This time, Boss Fei has also lost a few people, so he should be a bit more vigilant as well." Zhou Feng then asked Fan Jian to select some of the elites inside the camp. Go inside the papaya forest with yourself. Take advantage of Boss Fei's departure and their departure to pick more papayas for yourself today, and send some to Tang Cheng and the others. Tang Cheng didn't have much food inside their camp. Too small a quantity of food and the camp will be on edge. The crowd was a little reluctant to hear that they had to work for someone else. It's just that no one said it outright. After all, this was Zhou Feng's order. Seeing this scene, Zhou Feng directly made the stakes clear. Hearing Zhou Feng's words, the crowd came to a realization. It turned out that helping Tang Cheng and the others now was tantamount to helping himself. Otherwise they will have more enemies in the future. Today it's Tang Cheng and the others who suffer. If they stand by and do nothing, then it's your turn next time. Boss, we get it. It's just a trip to move a papaya. That's nothing. We'll do whatever you want us to. Boss, the crowd said. Each and every one of them looked at Zhou Feng differently. They had only thought that Zhou Feng had a strong fighting ability before, and there's a lot of wilderness survival knowledge. But hearing these words they realized. It turned out that Zhou Feng was more thoughtful than they thought, but their hearts were also more at ease. Previously, it was inevitable to worry that Zhou Feng was too young and did not do things calmly, but now not only is the camp well managed, but it is so well thought out when the unexpected happens. This time, Zhou Feng had brought more than 20 people with him, which could be said to be the majority of the elite inside the camp. Zhou Feng dared to bring so many people out at once. It's because Boss Fei should, by now, not know the location of his camp. Also the campsite at Zhou Feng needs papaya. He plans for everyone to carry more this time. Unload half of it when we get to Tang Cheng's camp. The other thing was that Zhou Feng didn't know if there was an ambush inside the papaya forest. More people would be more insurance. They were carrying spears in addition to a few others with shields. As long as Sure Haitao worked harder, Zhou Feng estimated that he would have more than 20 shields in 3 days. Enough hands to equip the equipment. This shield doesn't just have a defensive effect when facing bows and arrows. Fighting each other with spears with each other also protects the vitals. Walked for almost 2 hours. The group finally arrived at the papaya forest. Upon arriving at the papaya forest, Zhou Feng and the others all changed their faces. This group of, someone jumped and cursed in direct anger. Hundreds of papaya trees, with all the fruit on the trees destroyed. All the papayas on it fell to the ground in a heap. Apparently it was smashed down with a stick. And it's not over. The papaya that fell to the ground also remained vandalized. Most of it was smashed to pieces. Only a few were spared. Everywhere was lost in the sweet smell of incense. It's just that these papayas won't last long since they've been dislodged to the ground. Ripe papayas can be picked and left for up to 3 or 5 days. These are not ripe, and it's just a matter of 10 days at the end of the day. Looking at how rotten these papayas are, they should have been smashed in the morning. I'm afraid that Boss Fei and the others were attacking Tang Cheng's camp. Just take the lead and go to the papaya forest and destroy all those papayas. This is food. Fan Jian clenched his fists, his face full of anger. It's Fan Jian's first time in Papaya Grove, but what I didn't expect to see was this miserable scene. This is going too far. Once you're without papaya, it's like having one less stable food source. These assholes really want us to be in a desperate situation. Zhou Feng also narrowed his eyes. Finding food on the island would have been difficult. These guys are still so wasted. But it also convinced Zhou Feng even more. Those guys at Boss Fei must have a more stable food source. otherwise they are not going to waste them for nothing. Gather what you can eat first. Zhou Feng took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down a bit. Although the crowd was angry, they could only bow their heads and clean the papaya beforehand. Ended up collecting about 600 of them, all untouched. These papayas are relatively small, adding up to less than 1,000 pounds. Remember that the news of the destruction of the papaya forest cannot be told to anyone else first. Zhou Feng said to the crowd, now is not the time to reveal this news. It will only cause panic. The crowd nodded. Soon they arrived at the Tang Cheng camp and unloaded half of the papayas. Upon seeing the size of the papaya, Tang Cheng realized something was wrong. Quietly, he pulled Zhou Feng to the side. Did something happen in papaya forest? Tang Cheng lowered his voice. Because they picked papayas before, they prioritized the big ones. Those papayas are almost ripe. But now the papaya that Zhou Feng brought over was a circle smaller. Zhou Feng didn't hide anything in the face of Tang Cheng and told him about the papaya forest. Tang Cheng was also infuriated enough. The papaya forest was discovered first by himself, and those papayas were enough to feed them for months. Now it's just ruined. Tang Cheng used to put a lot of hope in Papaya Grove. What are you going to do? Tang Cheng gritted his teeth. Even his wounds ached from anger. I'll do what he does. I'm going to find out where he gets his food from. Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. I'll accompany you. Tang Cheng's tone was firm. Zhou Feng looked over Tang Cheng's shoulder, then shook his head, indicated that Tang Cheng should recuperate from this injury. Otherwise the wound continues to get infected, and even with anti-inflammatory medication it doesn't work. Tang Cheng could only sigh helplessly. Don't tell the others about the papaya for now, Zhou Feng reminded. The people at the Tang Cheng camp were already demoralized. There's no telling what he'd do if he knew the papaya forest was destroyed. I understand. Tang Cheng nodded. He then asked Zhou Feng when he was going to make his move. I'm going to hurry up and go now. Zhou Feng looked in the direction of Boss Fei and the others' camp. Chapter 74 Food Sources. Tang Cheng didn't know what to say. He can't help much at all right now. Brothers, thank you for the papaya thing. Tang Cheng could only pat Zhou Feng's shoulder in the end and sighed helplessly. All that was left were these intact papayas. Yet Zhou Feng was still able to take out half of them for himself. Tang Cheng couldn't take anything but thanks right now. Zhou Feng waved his hand, signaling that Tang Cheng didn't need to say anything. Zhou Feng, how is your wound? Tang Fu's side came over, asking with a concerned face. There's nothing wrong with my wound. What about you? Zhou Feng looked to Tang Fu's thigh, which was also tied with cloth. Zhou Feng still had the handkerchief Tang Fu had given him wrapped around his arm. He hesitated, wanting to remove the handkerchief and return it to Tang Fu. But on second thought, it doesn't reveal anything unusual about his body. By now his wounds should have scabbed over and the flesh inside grown back. It's expected to be back to normal tomorrow. And if Bai Qingyan found out that he had returned the handkerchief to Tang Fu, I wonder what else that little girl will say. Simply cleaned it. There's not much debris inside the wound. It shouldn't be infected. Tang Fu said softly. Take the medicine if it's infected, and have someone find me to get it if there isn't enough medicine. Zhou Feng had left behind 8 pills last time. Tang Sung shouldn't have finished eating yet. Thanks a lot. Tang Fu nodded. The expression on Tang Cheng's face had been strange. I couldn't help but laugh until now finally. Ha 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 ha. What are you laughing at? Tang Fu had a strange look on her face. Ha ha, how can you speak so gently? I don't even recognize you anymore. Tang Cheng laughed so hard that he almost went off the deep end. Nasty. Tang Fu huffed and puffed. Zhou Feng also scratched his head. He also sensed that this look in Tang Fu's eyes was a bit off. Could it really be the same as what Bai Qingyan said? Donovan likes himself? Just then Fan Jian came over and asked when they were leaving. Zhou Feng stated that they could go back now. Still, a few of Fu Tai's people were going to stay here, so there was something to look out for. After arranging all of this, Zhou Feng headed towards the direction of Boss Fei's camp alone. Last time, Zhou Feng had taken advantage of the rain to enter the opponent's camp, but also because of the rain, Zhou Feng did not get a clear look at the specifics of Boss Fei's camp. Just a quick look. This time he had no intention of forcing his way in. Just need to figure out where the other side gets their food from. Zhou Feng came last time. Just leave a lot of coded messages on some trees and rocks. Follow these coded directions plus the map. He easily found the path he took last time and came near the camp of Boss Fei and the others. It was already dark. There's no more movement in Boss Fei's camp. There was little activity except for the guards posted outside. Zhou Feng simply climbed to a thicker tree and leaned on a branch to lie down and rest. It's too dangerous to lie on the ground in this environment. If there were any poisonous snakes or something, Zhou Feng would probably be accounted for here, although his body was able to resist the toxins. But here's to being unconscious for days at a time. It's sure to be discovered by Boss Fei and his men. It wasn't until dawn that Zhou Feng opened his eyes. It was a really uncomfortable night's sleep. Don't even dare to roll over. But it didn't take much sleep for him to be refreshed. Zhou Feng stretched his back, intending to climb down from the tree, but he immediately made a discovery. From inside Boss Fei's camp, 40 to 50 people actually came out in great numbers. A big chunk of them are women. Zhou Feng was delighted in his heart. With so many people out, that must have been a search for food. He immediately observed the group's movements. It was discovered that they were heading towards the woods to the east, so Zhou Feng quietly climbed down from the tree and trailed after him. Zhou Feng realized that the group had walked about a kilometer or so before they had stopped, then looked down at the ground for something. Zhou Feng also looked down at his feet. The ground was found to be densely packed with potholes. It should have all been dug up before. Could. Zhou Feng felt incredulous. He also searched the ground for a while. A plant under a tree was soon discovered. It should have slipped through the cracks. Zhou Feng pulled up the plant. At the rhizome of the plant, there are several purple-skinned fruits. The larger ones look about the size of a fist. Smaller like a ping-pong ball. The shape is not round though, more like ginger. Zhou Feng crushed one of them. It really is a wild potato. Zhou Feng breathed a bit heavily. There are actually wild potatoes inside these woods, and there seems to be a large number of them. Although the wild potatoes were ugly looking and had a purple skin, but instead, they have more nutritional value than the potatoes typically grown today. Nowadays, potatoes grown by hand are more advantageous mainly in terms of yield. Zhou Feng now completely understood. Why would Boss Fei and the others easily destroy the papaya forest? Because they have simpler and more convenient food sources. With a forest this big, there's no telling how many wild potatoes are down there. If only I had these potatoes myself. There is also no need, at all, to think of other ways to get food. Elder Fei would have chosen to build his camp between the reefs. Also, he was not worried about the food source. One cannot live on rabbit meat alone, but you can live on potatoes alone. I'm afraid they're piling up tons of potatoes just inside the camp. These dozens of men come out on a daily trip and find rations for the entire camp, and with the rest of them, they were able to go and make other tools. This includes bows and arrows and spears, etc., or daily necessities. Zhou Feng had a bitter smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. They're over there hard at work looking for food. I can't imagine that the survivors here have been so lucky. Tuck these potatoes inside your pocket. Zhou Feng quietly circled around to the other side again. He wanted to see just how big the growing area of wild potatoes was. Zhou Feng walked around the crowd for about a kilometer or so. Still see wild potato stalks on the ground, even getting thicker. This made Zhou Feng certain that there was a huge number of wild potatoes here, and they will be able to farm themselves in the future. Potatoes are very vigorous species and relatively easy to grow. Zhou Feng also dug a lot of potatoes, filling his pockets and backpack. Dump all the prepared stones. Zhou Feng then turned around and prepared to leave, planning to go back and tell the news to the others. Zhou Feng plans to gather manpower and come tomorrow to take the initiative to grab the potatoes. Together, the two of their camps could stand up to Boss Fei. And potatoes are not papayas, all buried inside the land. Even if Boss Fei wanted to fish out of water, there is also no way to destroy these potatoes at all. I guess Boss Fei can't afford to part with these potatoes. If all of them were destroyed, they would also have no food source. Just as Zhou Feng turned around and walked not more than a few steps, a woman's voice came from inside the nearby woods. Stop it. Chapter 75, Wild Potatoes. The sound was pasty to the bone. Zhou Feng frowned when he heard it. It was a woman's voice. It was just a few dozen meters away from where the others were. Oh, it takes a trip out to get a chance, doesn't it? A man's voice followed. If you let Boss Fei find out, you're dead. The woman's threat was obvious. Zhou Feng quietly came behind a tree and looked over in one direction. Found a man talking to a woman, and pulling and tugging on his hands. The man looked to be less than 30 and kept on giving a curt smile. The woman should be a few years younger and more average looking. It's just that body that's probably going to mesmerize a lot of people. We need him to mind our business, the man muttered. But it's become clear that you're afraid to get your hands on it. Humph. Rules are rules, and I don't want to be punished. The woman's attitude was cold. We're not married, but it was supposed to be that kind of relationship. The man was also a bit dissatisfied. Zhou Feng heard it now. I'm afraid the pair, I think, are boyfriend and girlfriend. But inside Boss Fei's camp, they also had to keep their distance. Oh, let you not give me a name for so many years. Now you just put up with it. The woman bloated a bit instead, even deliberately twisted a few times in front of the man. Then isn't it you who don't want to get a license? You have to ask for such a high bride price. The man was exasperated enough. Why? Did my parents raise me for nothing? The woman left this sentence and walked towards the crowded place. The man was furious, but he didn't even dare to get on top of it. Had to watch the woman just leave. The man kicked hard at a nearby tree, cursing inside his mouth. What crap rules? Boss Fei the asshole. Apparently the men had a strong opinion of Boss Fei. Don't you dare speak ill of Boss Fei. Zhou Feng walked out from behind the tree. I didn't. I was just babbling. The man was clearly shocked and gave himself 2 slaps. Come with me, Zhou Feng chided. The man shivered and followed. It was only after walking a few hundred meters that the man suddenly noticed something was wrong. They're too far away from the crowd, and as a rule, everyone can't be too far apart. Prevent any wild animals from attacking. He himself was looking for a chance to have a few words alone with his girlfriend. You're not the manager of our camp, the man stammered. You guessed right. Zhou Feng turned around. He held the dagger inside his hand. It's cold light shining. It's just that this dagger now has quite a few openings in it, and there was dark red blood at the handle of the knife with no way to clean it. I don't want to die yet. Please let me go. With a flutter, the man fell straight to his knees. Answer my questions honestly. I'll let you off the hook. How many people are inside your camp? Zhou Feng bent down, put the dagger against the man's chin. 100. 123. No, it's 115. A few people died yesterday. The man stammered. Zhou Feng secretly nodded. It was similar to what he had guessed before. The quantities can largely be matched as well. Zhou Feng asked some more questions next, and the man basically told all he knew. Sure enough, inside Boss Fei's camp, a hierarchy was practiced. Boss Fei divided the personnel into 3 classes. These are the collection, combat and management groups. There were about a dozen of these managers, all of whom were Boss Fei's inner circle. Enjoy the highest level of treatment. There are also special talents like Dr. 1, who are considered management. The next best thing is the combat crews, who are treated second class. The collection team is going to be treated much less favorably. It was basically potatoes at every meal, but I was able to get enough to eat. Zhou Feng also inquired about potatoes in passing. Song Min said that potatoes are not poisonous and can be consumed normally. They all ate for the better part of a month. Seeing potatoes now, Song Min felt sick to his stomach. And after yesterday's action, Boss Fei and the others had no intention of striking today. It's grasping for materials to make bows and arrows. Other woods and such are readily available. The key was the material for the bowstring, which their camp didn't have right now. Previously, bows and arrows were made from nylon cords from inside clothes. But now all the nylon cords inside their clothes have been drained. Boss Fei's plan to hunt some animals is to use the tendons inside the animals as materials. How much do you know about Boss Fei? Zhou Feng asked again. It seems like he went abroad as a mercenary before. The scar on his face was left from that time. I don't know the rest. Song Min shook his head. Mercenaries. Zhou Feng frowned. No wonder Elder Fei was able to make bows and arrows and use them skillfully. Surely not a simple man. Was that your girlfriend just now? What's your situation? Zhou Feng inquired. Anger surfaced on Song Min's face again and he began to explain. According to the rules that Boss Fei set up inside the camp, men and women are not allowed to have casual sex. Only people in management are entitled to have their own women. The exception to this would be if any of the survivors were husband and wife, and there were just 3 couples inside their camp. Song Min had wanted to say that he and his girlfriend were husband and wife. They've both been living together for 5 or 6 years, which is about the same as a couple. As a result, the girlfriend outright stated that they were not a couple. This pissed Song Min off enough. I had thought I had a chance to make out with my girlfriend today, but I didn't expect the girlfriend to reject it outright. Zhou Feng nodded. It seemed that the management of Boss Fei's camp was stricter than he had imagined. I've said all I need to say. Spare me. Song Min folded his hands and began to beg. You go. Zhou Feng nodded. Song Min froze, feeling incredulous. It didn't occur to him that Zhou Feng would really let himself go. He stood up and fell backwards towards the back. After walking a dozen meters, Song Min turned around and tried to run. Wait. Zhou Feng opened his mouth and shouted. What's going on? Song Min stammered. Thought this was Zhou Feng going down. After all, that's how it's played out in movies and TV shows. Don't mention about me. You've said so many secrets. If Boss Fei finds out, you'll die a horrible death. Zhou Feng reminded. I understand. Song Min nodded his head in a hurry. Go. Song Min hurriedly disappeared inside the woods. It wasn't that Zhou Feng hadn't actually considered killing and exterminating people, but on second thought, if we killed Song Min, the other side will soon know that someone is missing. It was the equivalent of having one's tracks directly exposed. It would be better to leave Song Min's life behind. Song Min also definitely didn't dare to tell the truth about what happened. Chapter 76. Song Min jogged all the way to the edge of the crowd. What have you been doing? A man with a spear frowned. Behind the man was a bow and arrow on his back. It's one of the administrators inside the camp. I'm going to the restroom. Song Min gasped. Next time don't go to the bathroom while you're working. Hurry up and get to work. The manager prodded. Yes. Song Min nodded his head in a hurry. Start to get your head down and get busy. When the manager left, Song Min wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. There was only one thought in his mind, hoping that his leaking of information would not be discovered. Otherwise one will die a horrible death. Zhou Feng returned inside the camp, and he came to the place where he cooked. 2 pots were set up here, and firewood had been spread underneath. Qin Xiaoxue was cleaning up the ingredients with her people. They are all fish caught from inside the river and will be cooked into soup with spring water later. Some bacon or pheasant will be added to it for extra grease. Evening and morning food, these days, is papaya. Add some of these for lunch today. Zhou Feng took the potatoes inside his backpack and dumped them on the ground. What are these things? Qin Xiaoxue asked suspiciously as she picked up a potato. Potato, Zhou Feng said. Potatoes? It's a potato. Qin Xiaoxue instantly became excited. The women next to him also gathered around with surprised looks. Picking up a potato from the ground, he began to scrutinize it. It is a bit like a potato if you just look at it. I've seen purple-skinned potatoes, but they're a little different. These potatoes are kind of ugly looking. Can you eat them? A group of women chattered. Zhou Feng immediately stated that all these potatoes were edible and that someone had already tried to poison them. Qin Xiaoxue immediately began to make arrangements. Take out 30 and cut them into small pieces and add them to the pot later. Eat the rest slowly. After all, potatoes can keep for a very long time. After arranging the work, Qin Xiaoxue looked at Zhou Feng with concern. You didn't come back yesterday just to look for potatoes? Pretty much. In the future, if things go well, potatoes will become our staple food next. Zhou Feng nodded and said, will it be dangerous? Qin Xiaoxue heard the news, but didn't look much happier. Rather, there was more concern within his eyes. Zhou Feng did not hide anything from Qin Xiaoxue as he faced her and pulled her to the side. Said a bit about where the potatoes were. That was under the watchful eyes of Boss Fei and the others. They went to dig potatoes, and were sure to clash with Boss Fei and the others. Although Qin Xiaoxue was managing the logistics, she was nevertheless aware of what was happening inside the camp. You went to such a dangerous place alone again. Qin Xiaoxue frowned tightly, gently biting her lip. Zhou Feng looked around to see that no one had come over. All of them were busy with their own business. So he came up to Qin Xiaoxue's ear. It can't be helped. The papaya forest has been destroyed. We don't have a stable food source anymore. Zhou Feng whispered. What? It was also the first time Qin Xiaoxue knew that the papaya forest had been destroyed, and her face instantly turned ugly. Qin Xiaoxue knew very well that once she lost her papaya. What a blow to morale then. Don't say anything about this matter, Zhou Feng instructed. At least not until we get enough potatoes to let anyone else know. Well, you've worked too hard. Qin Xiaoxue felt her nose turn sour. Nothing, it's all about living. Zhou Feng scratched his head. Only he hadn't finished his sentence. Just to his surprise, Qin Xiaoxue pounced towards him. Zhou Feng subconsciously opened his arms and just wrapped them around Qin Xiaoxue. Is it okay? There are so many people around. Zhou Feng couldn't help but say. He has noticed. Someone's eyes looked over. Others had begun to whisper and exchange words. Obviously none of them had thought that Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoxue were in this kind of relationship. Anyway, Qin Yan knows. I don't care about other people's gazes. Qin Xiaoxue just felt heartbroken. Zhou Feng has to risk all kinds of lives every day for the sake of the camp. It's never been interrupted since I came to this island. Then can I give you a kiss? Zhou Feng was attracted to Qin Xiaoxue's cheeks. Can't. Qin Xiaoxue shook her head. Zhou Feng had not thought that Qin Xiaoxue would be able to agree. But what he didn't expect was this. Qin Xiaoxue suddenly took the initiative to come over. It was just a light rub. And then Qin Xiaoxue turned around and ran away. Off to work on the cooking. Zhou Feng froze. Then a smile hung at the corner of his mouth. He hadn't expected Qin Xiaoxue to do this. To actually initiate in front of so many people. It seemed as if the two had taken their relationship a step further since the events of the night before. Then Zhou Feng saw it, a pair of eyes glaring at him. It's Bai Qingyan. Bai Qingyan was holding a pile of firewood and was darkening her face. Obviously saw what had just happened as well. When she saw Zhou Feng's gaze, Bai Qingyan twisted her head and began to busy herself. Zhou Feng was then relieved. He felt more nervous about facing Bai Qingyan than facing his enemy. Lunch is ready. The crowd all quickly realized that there were actually potatoes inside the lunch. All cheered at once. Potatoes are far more filling than anything else. Zhou Feng even announced that he had discovered an area. There were tons of potatoes there. Enough to feed them for a while. The news lifted the crowd. After finishing his noon meal, Zhou Feng set off with about 20 people under the scorching sun. Each man held a spear in his hand, and a few others had shields inside their hands. Soon they arrived inside Tang Cheng's camp. Today Tang Cheng's camp is all about cutting down the surrounding trees and building improvised shacks to protect them from the wind and rain. Zhou Feng found the Tang Cheng siblings. Taking out a potato from inside his pocket, he handed it to Tang Cheng. indicates that this was found near the Boss Fei campground. When Tang Chang saw the potatoes, it suddenly dawned on him. That's what Boss Fei and the others are eating. Tang Chang was a little jealous. They had to work hard in advance to find some wild fruits and catch some fish to eat. There were actually potatoes around the gathering place of these guys. That's right. I'm going to bring my men to dig some back first. Zhou Feng nodded. If each man could carry about 40 pounds of potatoes, that would be a minimum of 800 pounds of potatoes. There were 91 people inside his camp, based on 1.5 pounds per person per day, consuming about 180 pounds a day. That would be enough to feed the people inside the camp, for 5 or 6 days. Of course this is the ideal situation. Maybe when it does come time to dig in, it won't go so well. There will be a lot of surprises. Tang Chang was also heartened to hear this. I'll bring someone to follow too, Tang Chang said. Zhou Feng frowned. It's best for Tang Chang to recuperate for a while with this injury. Brother, I'll lead the way. You need to rest now, Tang Fu said. You? Tang Chang frowned. It's dangerous over there. Tang Chang still had selfishness and didn't want to let his sister take the risk. There's Zhou Feng. I'm sure I'm fine. Tang Fu looked towards Zhou Feng for a few moments. Chapter 77, Sentry. Tang Chang nodded. He was also relieved if Zhou Feng was there. The point was that there was no one else inside the camp besides Tang Fu who could step forward either. There weren't many people on Tang Chang's side of the camp, so there were less than 50 left. Barely got a dozen or so people together. After all, they have to leave some strength behind to deal with the unexpected. But 10 would have been enough, plus the 5 people like Fu Tai that Zhou Feng had left behind earlier. There were nearly 40 of them in the group combined. Led by Zhou Feng, the group set off. While on the road, Tang Fu came up next to Zhou Feng. Where's the handkerchief I gave you last time? Tang Fu gazed at Zhou Feng's arm. She was a little surprised that the skin there looked healed. Donovan didn't think much of it. It just felt that the last time Zhou Feng was injured it just looked scary, but in reality it wasn't that serious. That I left inside the room. Zhou Feng didn't have the good sense to tell the truth. Although Zhou Feng had placed the handkerchief inside the room, it was used as a rag though. Keep it if you like, Tang Fu said softly. Zhou Feng was a bit embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. Say you like it? That's a definite no. Don't like it? Seems a little out of place too. Seeing that Zhou Feng didn't say anything, Tang Fu started looking for topics again. Ask him his age or something. When she learned that Zhou Feng had just reached adulthood, Tang Fu revealed a surprised look. You're still 3 or 4 years younger than me. Tang Fu had always thought that Zhou Feng was the same age as her brother. Just looks younger. After all, the composure Zhou Feng displayed, she felt was a bit more impressive than her brother. What's the matter? Do you want me to call you senior sister? Zhou Feng smiled. That's not necessary. You can call me sister instead. Tang Fu covered her mouth and laughed. Forget it. I'll just call you Tang Fu. Zhou Feng was unable to shout out no matter what. What's wrong? If you call out to my sister, I'll cover you after you leave from this deserted island. Tang Fu directly wrapped her arms around Zhou Feng's shoulders. A very grandiose look. Let's wait until we can leave. Zhou Feng nodded. Seeing 2 people hooking up, the people following behind them couldn't help but slow down and all moved a bit farther away. It's as if they're being deliberately given personal space. This woman is hitting on our boss. What a heart. Fu Tai bristled with disdain. What's with the heavy heart? The man next to him inquired curiously. Following the boss can live a good life. Fu Tai had seen this many times inside the camp. There were several women who were trying hard to get in front of Zhou Feng, like Tian Bing or something. That's not necessarily true. Maybe people really like it. The boss saved this woman a few times. Someone shook his head. Anyway, I have to find a chance to remind the boss that although the boss is very powerful, but he does not necessarily deal with women, muttered Fu Tai. On their way forward, they passed through the papaya forest again. They smelled it from afar before they even got close. Inside the papaya forest, the sweet smell was even stronger. There was just a hint of spoilage mixed in with the flavor. When they arrived at the papaya forest, they saw the smashed papayas. There were a lot of bugs lying on it. Seeing this scene, the crowd frowned. These papayas are completely inedible. There were some inside the group that didn't realize that the papaya forest had been destroyed. One by one, they all had ugly faces. Zhou Feng also did not instruct them to continue hiding it, because as long as you can dig up potatoes to go back to, then the papaya forest doesn't matter. The group continued on around the papaya forest. When Zhou Feng came again, to the patch of woods not far from Boss Fei's camp, he made a point of observing it first. The woods didn't look like there was any activity inside them right now. Looks like all of Boss Fei's men are out early digging potatoes. When the temperature rises in the middle of the day, it's time to go back inside the campground. Zhou Feng led his men around to the other side of the woods. Boss Fei's men haven't dug in yet. Shouldn't find out anytime soon. The potatoes give out to them. Zhou Feng introduced the crowd to what a wild potato looks like. Then from within the crowd, 5 or 6 resourceful ones were selected, was in charge of patrolling the perimeter, which of course included Fu Tai. As soon as you notice Boss Fei's men approaching, immediately inform everyone to retreat first. Zhou Feng had even planned his retreat route in advance, and it was told on the way, it's best not to have a conflict right now, although they had some shields in their hands, but that's passive-aggressive. After all, there would definitely be deaths and injuries within the ranks that way, or more losses on their side. Zhou Feng was on the west side of the woods, a little over 200 meters from the crowd, because this is the direction closest to Boss Fu's camp. More than half an hour had passed, and there was no movement. This made Zhou Feng breathe a sigh of relief. However, just at this time, Fu Tai came over to Zhou Feng's side. What's wrong? Zhou Feng frowned. Boss, I have something to say to you. Be careful of women. We used to casinos on the most cannot underestimate is a woman, otherwise to eat a big loss. Fu Tai began to mutter. Zhou Feng listened for half a day, his brows furrowed. This Fu Tai is full of it. What with women being the easiest to disguise and all. In the end, Zhou Feng finally understood what Fu Tai meant. You're worried that I'll lose out on Tang Fu? Zhou Feng said. Boss, that woman is not simple. Fu Tai nodded. Zhou Feng burst into tears. Alright, I'll get it. Go guard the side. Zhou Feng said a little helplessly. This Fu Tai is quite resourceful and a little smart. It's just that this little cleverness is, many times, used in the wrong place. Okay. Fu Tai nodded on his side and turned around. Wait. Zhou Feng, however, suddenly shouted at him. What's up, boss? Fu Tai turned his head. Zhou Feng did not reply, but instead gazed ahead. Fu Tai looked at the place where Zhou Feng's gaze had gone over with a puzzled look on his face as well. He found nothing. It was just that Fu Tai noticed that Zhou Feng had a grave expression on his face. This must be something. Tell everyone to retreat. Retreat now. Keep the commotion down. Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, Fu Tai turned around and went. Since Zhou Feng had told them to leave, then Fu Tai definitely wouldn't ask anything more. They just need to follow the plan. Just after Fu Tai had walked for less than a minute, a darting figure appeared in front of him. It's a wild boar. Only the boar had 2 arrows hanging from its belly, and blood spurted from the wounds. The boar is also getting slower. After crossing a few hundred meters over Zhou Feng, he fell to the ground. It should have hurt his lungs, plus the strenuous running. It's completely broken now. Zhou Feng, however, did not look at the wild boar, but instead looked in the direction that the wild boar ran from. Sure enough, a dozen figures soon appeared. Chapter 78, The Battle. Zhou Feng had noticed it just now. There was a commotion inside the woods ahead, and someone was yelling at the top of their lungs. That voice Zhou Feng could hear clearly. It was Boss Fei's voice. They're supposed to be hunting wild boar. Quite coincidentally, the boar ran into the neighborhood. As he watched the silhouette in front of him run towards the side, Zhou Feng quickly backed up as well. Came to the place where they had just dug potatoes, but the people were gone now, leaving the ground a mess. Zhou Feng hid inside a low bush. He could have gone by now too, but Zhou Feng wanted to take a look at the situation, wanting to know if Boss Fei and the others would find this place. It sure would have been nice if they had just moved the boar. Zhou Feng then saw that Boss Fei was coming from a distance. It ended up staying in front of the boar. The people around us gave a blow-by-blow account of what a godly archer was. Not bad for a mercenary or something like that. It looks like the boar was shot by Boss Fei himself. Boss Fei seemed pleased with the bragging rights. The order was given to have the boar split on the spot, and deliberately pointing to a couple of areas to show that you need to be a little more careful here. Can't break the tendons inside. Next, just take the tendon back and process it to be able to use it as a bowstring. The process is more complicated and requires drying to harden. The sinews are then stripped into a thin line and the processed sinews are braided or rolled into rope. It is only here that it can be used as a bowstring. The process is complex and can easily fail if not handled properly. The crowd began to bury their heads, ready to start working on the boar. For them it's an extra meal tonight. Boss Fei then looked around. Ha! Suddenly Boss Fei frowned. What's up, boss? Someone next to him asked. Boss Fei waved his hand, signaling the others to keep quiet. Taking a few steps himself, he crouched down and felt the dirt on the ground. Someone just passed by here, Boss Fei said in a deep voice. Everyone else immediately tensed up. They've never been in this part of the world before, not to mention just passing through. Zhou Feng's heart thumped. Fear of what will come. He hadn't expected Boss Fei to be so vigilant. I was actually able to spot the footprints they left behind. Boss Fei then looked over, and sure enough, he soon found traces of potato digging. Someone found our potatoes, and it just left here. Boss Fei gritted his teeth, his face grim. The scar on his face that ran from his forehead to his left ear looked even more hideous. What do we do? The people next to him all had ugly faces. This potato is their most important food source. Now it's actually being taken by someone else. Chase. They didn't get far and are carrying so many potatoes on their backs. Boss Fei roared in a low voice. Boss Fei judged it by the wetness of the soil. Those people didn't get very far. Boss Fei was even pointing in a direction that he had already judged. The group's escape route. But just then, suddenly a stone flew over in the distance. Whoosh! By the time Boss Fei reacted, it was already a bit late. He could only barely turn his body sideways. The left shoulder is still stoned. Zhou Feng could vaguely hear a clicking sound. But what he didn't expect was that Boss Fei didn't say a word. Just a lot of grimacing. There! Get him for me! Boss Fei raised his other hand with his other hand and pointed in Zhou Feng's direction. And Zhou Feng's second stone was thrown over again. Boss Fei reacted much quicker this time, rolling on the ground with one hand to avoid it. This roll enables you to take a much smaller hit area. Zhou Feng had used this move to dodge bows and arrows before. Unfortunately, Zhou Feng had no way to continue throwing stones towards Boss Fei now, because several arrows all flew towards him. The people around Boss Fei had already begun to raise their bows and shoot arrows, but there was a big tree right next to Zhou Feng, and he hid directly behind it. When the first wave of arrows passed, Zhou Feng directly turned around and disappeared into the woods, and the direction he fled was not the same as the direction Fu Tai and the others retreated. It's that asshole again. Chase! Boss Fei roared as he covered his shoulder. Boss Fei was not willing to take a dumb loss just like that, and Boss Fei had recognized it. The person who had just rushed at him was Zhou Feng, the guy who got himself in trouble several times. A dozen men went after them. It was just that Zhou Feng's speed was too fast for them to find him. Soon one by one they came back with their heads hanging down. Boss Fei was helpless for a while. If he hadn't injured his own arm, he wouldn't have let Zhou Feng leave so easily. Get rid of the boar first, sighed Boss Fei. The men reappeared in front of the boar. But just then, whoosh! Breaking sound. Watch out! Boss Fei roared. But it's still late. A rock flew over and hit an unlucky man in the back of the head. The man didn't say a word, and fell straight down on the boar. Blood spurted from the back of his head. When the crowd saw this scene, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Another rock flew. One guy got hit in the knee. Ah! The man screamed miserably as he covered his knee and kept rolling on the ground. There was a man bending his bow and arrow, but he didn't even see where Zhou Feng was. Most of the rest panicked. Both subconsciously looked for places to hide. After all, in the event of danger, everyone's first reaction, it's about protecting yourself. And that guy with the bent bow and arrow immediately became Zhou Feng's target. He saw clearly where Zhou Feng was. It was almost 50 or 60 meters away from himself, but a rock came crashing down as well. It hit him straight in the stomach. The man felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, as if his internal organs were shattered. One can only bend over and kneel on the ground. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his throat. With this person injured, the others would be even more afraid to fight back. Take the men with you. Retreat! When Boss Fei saw this scene, he could only give orders helplessly. Except for the guy who's obviously dead. The others are being stood up, rolled and ran out of the area. Only then did Zhou Feng appear from behind a tree. There was also a rock in his hand. Just a moment ago, Zhou Feng was planning to leave, but he quickly realized something. Throwing rocks by yourself inside the woods is more advantageous than a bow and arrow, because he could move and hide while striking. But archers are a different story. The men themselves were at a mediocre level and couldn't manage to move and shoot at the same time. I'm afraid that Boss Fei also realized this. That's why there was a hasty call for a retreat. Zhou Feng did think about going after them and taking out as many as possible. It's just that the terrain in front of you is much more open, and it's not as easy to strike out on your own. Zhou Feng then arrived in front of the boar. Chapter 79, Unexpected Harvest. Zhou Feng first moved the body out of the way, and touched the other person's pockets in the process. In this environment, any little bit of supplies is important. There were also surprises as a result. The man had a lighter inside his pocket, though it was only half full of gas. However, Zhou Feng still put it inside his pocket by the way. I'll take this boar with a grain of salt. Zhou Feng carried the boar on his back. The boar was quite a bit smaller than the last one he had hunted. It looks like it's just 100 pounds or so. Very easy for Zhou Feng. Having just walked a few hundred meters with the boar on his back, Zhou Feng saw someone in front of him. It was Tang Fu and Fu Tai who came over with a few people. Zhou Feng, are you alright? Tang Fu was visibly relieved to see that Zhou Feng was excited. How did you guys get here? Zhou Feng frowned. Because according to his previous instructions, they should have just retreated without waiting for themselves. Fu Tai spread his hands helplessly. Just now, they had followed Zhou Feng's instructions and fled along the set route. But after walking not much farther, Tang Fu suddenly quit. This was because Tang Fu felt that Zhou Feng was definitely in danger as he was alone at the back of the temple. Be sure to check back. Fu Tai also couldn't let Tang Fu come alone, so he could only helplessly bring a few people to chase after him. Of course there is no way to explain these words now. I can only go back and talk to Zhou Feng. Why are you carrying a boar on your back? What happened? After Tang Fu breathed a sigh of relief, she noticed the wild boar behind Zhou Feng. Instead, she was a little confused about the situation at hand. The situation is rather complicated. Let's talk about it as we walk. Zhou Feng walked towards the front. Now Boss Fei is injured though, but it doesn't rule out, once again, picketing to come after them. It's better to leave the area first. While on the road, Zhou Feng first asked how many potatoes they had dug. After all, that's what the action really wants. When Fu Tai reported back, it surprised Zhou Feng a bit. Each of them had dug at least 50 pounds of potatoes, and the baskets were full. That adds up to over 1,000 pounds. That fast? Zhou Feng asked. The potatoes would have been good to dig, and everyone was fighting for their lives, Tang Fu said from the side. She also smiled and raised her hand for Zhou Feng to see. Zhou Feng noticed that Tang Fu's hands were covered in dirt. It seems that Donf didn't stay idle and followed along and dug quite a bit. Tang Fu was also carrying one behind her, a small basket woven from temman. It's estimated that it also carried over 30 pounds of potatoes. The crowd was working so hard, and Zhou Feng was able to understand why. Everyone has passed through the papaya forest on their way here and seen the papayas destroyed. All know the importance of these potatoes for the camp. Not a single one of them was lazy. Plus potatoes are already a great food to gather. It was also enough time for them to dig up 50 pounds for the better part of an hour. Zhou Feng estimated that if Boss Fei and the others hadn't suddenly appeared, there's more they can dig up. There's just no point in digging too much. After all, it's a few kilometers away. They can't carry anything too heavy either. Zhou Feng, where did you get this boar from? Tang Fu's side inquired again. Robbed it from Boss Fei and the others. Zhou Feng smiled, and did not say the exact details. Robbed? Tang Fu was dumbfounded. Doubtful that I heard it right. Zhou Feng alone was actually able to snatch the boar from Boss Fei and the others. Tang Fu didn't know, though, how many people Boss Fei had with them. But the numbers are certainly good. Boss is no ordinary person. Fu Tai's tone was full of admiration. That's what the others inside the team think. There was no mercy when it came to Charles. That was Charles asking for his own death. He actually tried to assassinate the boss. I don't know how we'd still be getting bullied by those white guys if we didn't have a boss. The people from Zhou Feng's camp inside the team started chatting. They had all seen how Zhou Feng had established his authority in the first place. Even if that Boss Fei was more powerful, he couldn't possibly be Zhou Feng's opponent. Although Tang Fu also knew that Zhou Feng had collected the people from Camp Charles. But she didn't know these details. Listening to these people talking at this point, it was fascinating to hear. The people at the Tang Fu camp were also interested in what happened to Zhou Feng. Fu Tai simply told what he knew. All of it. It drew a continuous gasp from these people. When she heard how great Zhou Feng was, a smile hung at the corner of Tang Fu's mouth. Mentally, I was screaming along. It was getting darker. The crowd had finally arrived, and Tang Chung had built their new campsite. As the baskets of potatoes were unloaded, those present erupted in cheers. It's a rare staple, and there were so many of them that their men carried back about 400 pounds. You can eat it for 7 or 8 days without a problem if you mix it with other foods. Zhou Feng's side cut off the 2 pig front legs and gave them to Tang Chang. Tang Chang was embarrassed. After all, this was Zhou Feng's own prey. Zhou Feng told him to feel free to take it. Eat some meat for the wound to heal faster. In addition to Tang Chang, there were several other wounded inside the camp. All of them almost lost their lives. They also need some nutrition. It was getting late, so Zhou Feng left after exchanging a few pleasantries. Tang Cheng noticed that his sister had been watching Zhou Feng's back as he left. Is it like last week's peak? Tang Cheng teased from the side. Aha! Donovan nodded lightly. Tang Cheng froze. He didn't expect Tang Fu to actually admit it just like that. He used to joke about it all the time. Donovan are fighting back. He's got people around him. Tang Cheng reminded. Who? Donovan frowned. It should be that little girl. It seems to be called by something. Tang Cheng also misunderstood. Thought Bai Qingyan was Zhou Feng's girlfriend. Because when Tang Cheng took Tang Fu there last time, he had seen Bai Qingyan, who had been staring at Tang Fu with a hostile look in her eyes. Wouldn't have that look on his face if he didn't have anything to do with it. It's just a little girl. I'll definitely snatch Zhou Feng over. Tang Fu grunted, and inside her eyes were all disavowal of defeat. When Zhou Feng and the others returned to the camp, it was already almost dark, but just as he got closer, he smelled a meaty aroma. After Zhou Feng and the others dropped off the supplies, I realized that the original campground had something to offer today. The traps that Yang Wei and the others had prepared earlier finally bore fruit today. A wild boar fell in, allowing everyone to add to their evening meal, eat some of it and marinate the rest. Watching Zhou Feng come after carrying another boar on his back, The crowd was even more surprised. This is poking a boar's nest today. Zhou Feng fell back on his thoughts. The number of wild boars on this island seems to be quite high. There might even be, indeed, a place where wild boars congregate. Chapter 80. Of course right now Zhou Feng couldn't care less about the boar. There's also the threat of Boss Fei on the horizon, as well as the wildlings who don't know when they'll pop up. He wasn't even in the mood, right now, to find any boar's nest. Putting down the boar on his back, Zhou Feng prepared to go eat something. That's when Qin Xiuxue came over with a basin of water. Wait, let's give you a wipe. This is covered in blood. Qin Xiaoshui came over with a towel. Then I'll trouble you. Zhou Feng was a little happy in his heart. The feeling is subtle. It's like you've been out working hard all day and you come home and have someone to take care of you. Qin Xiaoshui helped Zhou Feng take off his jacket. She would take it to the wash later, then use a towel to clean Zhou Feng's back. Soon the bucket was full of blood. Just at this time, Bai Qingyan passed by. Seeing this scene by Bai Qingyan, Zhou Feng was instantly a bit embarrassed. However, what made Zhou Feng a bit surprised was that Bai Qingyan did not glare at herself, just looking at it for a few seconds. In the end, nothing was said, and it went over toward the middle of the camp. Scared me. I thought Bai Qingyan was angry again. Zhou Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Qingyan was a bit upset at first when she found out about us, but she's accepted it now. How about you find some time to talk to her? Qin Xiaoshui said while cleaning the towel. Talk? Zhou Feng froze. Yeah, just make it clear. You'll have to get past her after all. Qin Xiaoshui came to Zhou Feng's ear and whispered. Zhou Feng nodded. What Qin Xiaoshui said this was true. Bai Qingyan also had the intention to talk to Zhou Feng before, but they were all sidetracked by Zhou Feng finding a topic to talk about. It seems like this is something that has to be made clear. It's just that everyone else is looking for a girlfriend and has to get past their mother-in-law. It's good to be on your own. I can't believe I have to go through my daughter. But if you think about it, isn't that what single-parent families are all about? All have children to think about. Qin Xiaoshui had probably always had this concern. Wouldn't it be? If that concern was removed? Zhou Feng was already looking forward to it a bit. I'll go talk to her later. Zhou Feng agreed. After changing into clean clothes, Zhou Feng first came to the middle of the camp. Qin Xiaoshui had long ago left pork and potatoes for Zhou Feng. Seeing Zhou Feng eating there with a bowl full of meat, no one said anything. After all, inside the camp, Zhou Feng was the only one who had this kind of treatment. Moreover, Zhou Feng's contribution was obvious to all, and it was not too much to enjoy anything. Zhou Feng saw Li Ran and Yang Wei sitting next to him, so he inquired, in passing, about the status of the crowd's points inside the camp. Li Ran told Zhou Feng the general situation. Everyone now had some points left over. Even the old men had accumulated some. The food was also well supplied and the prices were not set too high. Zhou Feng nodded his head when he heard this. Points are now the equivalent of money, and having money is less of a panic. Everyone who has points left over in their hands will be able to redeem them for food whenever they want. But really, when it comes to food shortages, there's really no use in having points. Prices of food can be adjusted at any time. But at least now it was able to reassure the crowd. There is a problem. That is, the points are a bit troublesome to record, and some people's memory is not good, making quite a lot of contradictions. Yang Wei added on the side, a bit helpless. Li Ran, who was a secretary herself, was not going to make any mistakes, but can't hold others and sometimes misremember their points. And then there are those who want to fish in troubled waters. Stick to the fact that your points were recorded incorrectly and you want to be compensated. Yang Wei hadn't helped Li Ran fight together much these days. That is to say, actual currency is required. Zhou Feng understood what Yang Wei meant. It's actually quite inconvenient just to write it down with a pen. That's right. It would be nice to have an actual currency, and one that can't be easily imitated. Li Ran also nodded. Turn around and I'll think of a way to deal with this. Zhou Feng had actually thought about it before. Use a shell or something else with a mark on it. But these things are easy to get, and leaving a mark makes it easy to imitate. There's no way to tell the difference between real and fake when the time comes. Then someone will take a chance and secretly counterfeit this currency. Zhou Feng lowered his head and took a sip of soup. Noticed someone around them eating meat while silently weeping. There are quite a few people like that. Today's dinner was scrumptious though. On a desert island wild pork is considered a top delicacy, but not so much that these people were moved to tears. Zhou Feng knew they were all homesick. People are prone to sentimentality when they are well fed. Zhou Feng also made up his mind. Once the immediate threat is dealt with, be sure to explore the island. Let's see if there's a way out of this paradise island. After eating, Zhou Feng returned to their row of shacks, lifting the grass curtain to Bai Qingyan and Qin Xiaoshui's room. Bai Qingyan was the only one inside the room. Bai Qingyan was sitting over there, tinkering with something inside her hand. When she saw that it was Zhou Feng who had come, Bai Qingyan said without a trace of anger, My mom isn't here. Over in the kitchen. Bai Qingyan thought Zhou Feng was here to find Qin Xiaoxue. The kitchen in Bai Qingyan's mouth, which is actually the middle of the campground. 2 stoves have been set up over there with stones. I'm here for you. Zhou Feng's side came over. It was only barely clear that Bai Qingyan was sanding her tools. It's like a wooden bowl and a wooden plate or something. The people inside the camp are now idle and make their own household items. Looking for me for what? Bai Qingyan froze and stopped what she was doing inside her hand. I want to talk to you. Zhou Feng sat down on the rock next to him. Looking for me to talk? Bai Qingyan revealed a strange expression. I wonder what Zhou Feng could be looking for himself for. It's about me and Xiao Xue. I hope you can understand. I really like her. Zhou Feng was serious. Didn't you say that before? Bai Qingyan frowned. When she last grabbed the bag, Zhou Feng had expressed his feelings. I wish to receive your blessing. Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Your business has nothing to do with me. Bai Qingyan twisted her head away. A look of not wanting to pay attention to Zhou Feng. If we are together, how can we do it without your blessing? Zhou Feng said in a serious tone. At the very beginning, you guys didn't say anything to me either. You didn't treat me as one of your own at all. Bai Qingyan huffed and puffed. Zhou Feng secretly nodded his head. As expected, Bai Qingyan still had a grudge in her heart. If we didn't come to this island, I'm afraid I wouldn't dare to open my mouth. Remember the time I was smashed unconscious when I was saving you? Zhou Feng began to slowly narrate. That near-death experience made him determined. Express yourself. Chapter 81, Exposure. Of course Zhou Feng didn't mention it. The matter of the jade pendant. Bai Qingyan quietly listened to Zhou Feng's narration. And for the first time, she knew what Zhou Feng was really thinking. She had thought that Zhou Feng was just acting on impulse. After all, Bai Qingyan knew very well how beautiful her mother was. However, when she heard Zhou Feng speak from his heart, Bai Qingyan realized that she had thought wrong. I know I may not be good enough for Xiao Xue, but I will treat her seriously. Zhou Feng said at the end with an extraordinarily serious expression. It looks like if I stop you, then it seems like I'll be the bad guy. Bai Qingyan mumbled with her head lowered. In fact, Bai Qingyan used to have no objections to the fact that her mother was looking for another object, but she never thought about it. This person was actually Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng? Who grew up with him? Your opinion is really important. Zhou Feng gazed at Bai Qingyan. Bai Qingyan turned her head to look at Zhou Feng. She had never seen Zhou Feng look so serious before. But this guy is so serious. I can't believe I want to be my own stepfather. I have a request. Bai Qingyan sighed. Go ahead. Zhou Feng nodded. Don't make my mom sad. Bai Qingyan bit her lip. Zhou Feng immediately said that this was absolutely no problem. After Zhou Feng left the room, Bai Qingyan sighed. That wasn't actually what she wanted to talk about. It was just that when facing Zhou Feng, there was no way for him to open his mouth no matter what. I made it clear with Bai Qingyan. Zhou Feng came over to tell Qin Xiaoxue the news. That's good. Qin Xiaoxue's side had actually finished packing. She was just waiting for Zhou Feng to come over. Qin Xiaoxue had wanted to talk to her daughter herself. It was just that she felt a little embarrassed. You can only let Zhou Feng go. Then in the future, will we be able to rest inside a room? Zhou Feng gave a dry cough. Letting Qingyan live alone in a house? That won't work. Qin Xiaoxue immediately shook her head. That's so unsafe. Qin Xiaoxue was also uneasy. Zhou Feng rounded his head. Then what to do? It can't be the three of them living together. What difference would that make? Still can't get anything done. I can come over and chat with you once in a while. Qin Xiaoxue certainly saw Zhou Feng's thoughts. Just chatting won't do. Zhou Feng shook his head. So what else do you want to do? Qin Xiaoxue's face instantly blushed. Of course she knew what Zhou Feng was thinking. Just like the other night. Without waiting for her to react, Zhou Feng had already come over. Qin Xiaoxue immediately felt a wave of suffocation. This guy, always such a monkey wrench. Next time, we'll have to tell him to slow down. But Qin Xiaoxue also liked it. This feeling of youthfulness. It was only after a few minutes that Qin Xiaoxue had a chance to catch her breath. Come on, let's go inside and talk. Zhou Feng said softly. Where did Qin Xiaoxue not know what Zhou Feng was thinking? She guessed that she was afraid that the last layer of the relationship between the two would soon be broken through as well. I'll go back to the house first. Qin Xiaoxue pushed Zhou Feng away as if she was fleeing. Zhou Feng stroked his chin. A smile on his face. He realized that Qin Xiaoxue was also far less reserved than she was at the beginning. Just now, he also took the initiative to put his arms around himself. Maybe two people just need a chance. Turning to the morning, the crowd had just had breakfast. It all started to get busy. Zhou Feng also planned to take a few people and search the east side, prepared to approach Boss Fei's camp. Let's see if Boss Fei has made any moves. Just at this time, Fan Jian ran over. Boss, just caught a thief-eyed guy in the neighborhood of the camp. Bring it over. Zhou Feng frowned. Strangers actually appeared in the neighborhood of the camp. Soon a man was brought here under escort. Zhou Feng sized up the other party. A man in his 30s. It looked a little thin. And those eyes kept surveying the surroundings. It's a bit of a thievery. Moreover, Zhou Feng noticed that the other party's spirit looked relatively full. Not like he had been starving for a long time. It made him giggle inside. This isn't some fallen survivor. Could it be a spy trying to infiltrate the camp just like Su Kai? Or maybe it's a scout sent out by Boss Fei. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. The man hurriedly shouted when he saw Zhou Feng. What misunderstanding? Zhou Feng asked. I'm not some spy. I'm here to negotiate. I'm a messenger. The man said in a hurry. Is it Boss Fei's people? Zhou Feng snorted coldly. Although Zhou Feng knew that sooner or later there would be such a day. After all, they had left quite a few traces along the way. However, Zhou Feng did not expect that this day would come so quickly. Just got back from digging up a lot of potatoes yesterday. Today Boss Fei's men came to their door and have arrived near their camp. That's right, it's Boss Fei. The man nodded his head. He also has the face to negotiate? Fan Jian snorted coldly. Continuing to fight will do no one any good. We're all survivors on the miles. There's no need to get into a fight to the death. The man coughed dryly. You guys still have the face to say that? Fan Jian became anxious at the sound of this and directly gave the man a kick. There's been a lot of panic inside the camp the last few days because of these guys. Now this asshole, who actually stood on the moral high ground to start accusing them. The man tumbled to the ground from the kick, muttering inside his mouth. What with the two countries at war and the Geneva Convention and all that, Fan Jian didn't talk nonsense with the man and told the people around him to hold him down. Go up there and just slap and greet. Within a few moments the man's face was swollen. Drag him down and beat him hard until he tells the truth. If he doesn't, kill him. Zhou Feng waved his hand. Do not hit. Do not hit. Ask anything I say. The man immediately begged. Men don't have to. After all, get killed trying to hide information. Zhou Feng asked a few questions one after another. All about the Boss Fei camp. Like the number of people, and the identity of Boss Fei, and so on. It was all the information Zhou Feng had inquired about from Song Min earlier. The man's retelling was basically the same as Song Min's, with no mistakes. By the way, he also gave his name and the real purpose of his coming here. The man's name is Zhang Jun, and he didn't come alone. Yesterday, Boss Fei sent out a total of 6 men. These 6 men started yesterday evening. It had just been searching for traces of Zhou Feng and the others, looking for their campsite. They first discovered the new camp where Tang Chang and the others were, but instead of spooking the snake, he continued to follow the trail as he searched towards the side, because Boss Fei had realized it. Besides Tang Chang and these people, there was another camp. Sure enough, Zhou Feng and his group's settlement was discovered next. Several of the others had gone back and told Boss Fei where the camp was located. Leaving Zhang Jun alone was to deliver a message, which is why he was spotted by the guard post. Boss, our position will be exposed. Fan Jian's face was ugly. Chapter 82 Negotiations. The fact that the camp had been discovered meant that they could be attacked at any time. It will happen the same thing that happened to Tang Chang in their camp. What happened to them? Fan Jian was still most worried that Elder Fei would send people to ambush the surrounding area. You can't defend yourself that way, and you don't even dare leave the camp. Zhou Feng waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for Fan Jian to go on now. He also knew that the discovery of the camp meant that the crowd would be in danger at all times. Right now it's better to figure out what Chang's army is doing here. What message did Boss Fei ask you to deliver? Zhou Feng asked. Truce. Our boss means a truce between both of us. Zhang Jun said. Truce? Boss Fei wants a truce? Zhou Feng was amused. Everyone is not a cutie pie. It started when Boss Fei took the lead and attacked Tang Chang and the others. It's a fight to the death. There is no such thing as a truce between the two sides. Zhou Feng guessed that it could be because, yesterday, Boss Fei was injured. He wondered if Boss Fei's injuries were serious now. Boss Fei definitely wants to take a breather though, so he's looking to stall. Yeah, we don't know how many people will die if we keep fighting. It's better to call a truce. Zhang Jun scowled a bit. While saying this, he also looked at Fan Jian from time to time, afraid that Fan Jian would beat himself up again. Since it's a truce, there must be conditions, right? Zhou Feng continued to ask. Our boss wants to talk to you personally, Zhang Jun said as he looked at Zhou Feng. Zhang Jun hasn't met Zhou Feng, but he had concluded from within Boss Fei's description that the person in front of him, the same people who were a huge threat to their camp. Where to talk? Zhou Feng wanted to know the location. Our boss said that we can let you arrange the place, and both of us will arrive with 10 people each, Zhang Jun said. Zhou Feng frowned. Arranging the place himself? Okay, I can talk to Boss Fei. Zhou Feng nodded his head and agreed. Boss, those guys will definitely play tricks. You can't take the risk, Fan Jian said in a hurry. Then Fan Jian looked at Zhang Jun and grabbed the other party's collar. Say, what's your trick? Fan Jian roared. I don't know what Boss Fei is thinking. I really don't know. Zhang Jun began to beg for mercy. Fan Jian gave Zhang Jun a couple more punches, but Chang's army, beaten and screaming one after another, insisted that he was just a messenger. Alright, there's no need to interrogate him. Zhou Feng waved his hand. Only then did Fan Jian let go of his hand. Zhang Jun curled up on the ground, moaning continuously. Go back and tell Boss Fei that I'll be waiting for him at the papaya forest in the afternoon. And if he doesn't show up before dusk, don't think about any negotiations. Zhou Feng came to Zhang Jun and said, according to Zhou Feng's estimation, when Zhang Jun returned to Boss Fei's side, I guess it should be noon. 2. There wasn't much time left for Boss Fei. No problem. I'll definitely bring the message. Zhang Jun immediately stood up and ran away with a roll. The way he looked just now was all camouflage. Boss, we're just going to let him go? He's seen our camp. Fan Jian was a bit reluctant. If you wait for Chang's army to go back, this is going to give away even more information about the camp. They were lying down here last night, and have long since gotten a good look at the campground. Zhou Feng shook his head helplessly. Zhang Jun was spotted in the morning. It doesn't mean that Zhang Jun, who came over in the morning. It's my fault, said Fan Jian, full of chagrin. The security of the camp yesterday was the responsibility of his group, but it was snuck over. There's no need to blame yourself. With such a wide surrounding full of trees, it's impossible to find anyone. Zhou Feng did not blame Fan Jian. Trying to keep an eye on the perimeter would be difficult with dozens of people. Boss, wait, I'll accompany you. Fan Jian volunteered. Zhou Feng nodded, indicating that they would set off later. And not 10, but with at least 30. And send someone to notify Tang Cheng and the others. Let them know, too, that their camp has been discovered. Have Tang Cheng send out at least a dozen people as well. Almost the entire fighting force of their camp. Boss, are we going to go dark? Fan Jian's eyes lit up and he gestured. We'll see what happens. If Boss Fei wants to make a move against us, he'll definitely come out of his nest. Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. Then at least half of the fighting force on his side would have to be deployed to do so. And Zhou Feng purposely chose the time. This afternoon. It just doesn't give Boss Fei any time to prepare. Otherwise Boss Fei would most likely take advantage of his departure from the camp, take the others and attack your own camp. Well, I'm going to arrange it. Fan Jian nodded. Soon more than 30 were selected. All were young and strong, with simple spears in their hands. Everyone was carrying some food on their backs, smoked fish and boiled potatoes. There were a dozen or so people with shields inside their hands. Zhou Feng believed that if a conflict broke out with Boss Fei and the others, his side would not lose. Just as a last resort, Zhou Feng didn't want to engage in a firefight with the other party. I don't know how many people will have to die by then. When they came to the papaya forest, Tang Cheng also got the news and personally brought his men over. Upon seeing the tragic state of the papaya forest, Tang Cheng was infuriated enough. So many papayas have rotted. Tang Cheng cursed a dozen or so. What unpleasant words. Is your injury okay? Zhou Feng said as he looked at Tang Cheng. It hasn't turned into pus in the past 2 days, so there shouldn't be any problems, and even if there were, I'd still have to come over to take a look. Tang Cheng smiled helplessly and bitterly. Don had come to think that he would be able to settle down for a while by relocating his camp, but I didn't expect to be found out so soon. Tang Cheng then asked Zhou Feng what he planned to do, whether or not to take care of Boss Fei right here. Zhou Feng's answer was still the same. Let's see what happens first. Zhou Feng then had the others split into 3 teams. A team followed themselves and waited here for Boss Fei. The other 2 teams were ambushed a few hundred meters away on either side of the papaya forest. If you hear a signal from yourself, then come out and fight the other side. And the signal Zhou Feng was talking about was that he would roar towards the air. The savage who had once been chased into a tree by Zhou Feng also tried to roar to make a commotion. That's what works best inside the woods. The crowd followed Zhou Feng's orders and hid. However, Tang Cheng did not hide. He stayed by Zhou Feng's side, because Tang Cheng also wanted to know what Boss Fei wanted to say. Being on the sidelines yourself can help. Soon hours passed. It waited until the afternoon. Near dusk, finally, they saw Boss Fei with a few people appearing in front of them. Chapter 83. Zhou Feng had crossed paths with Boss Fei a few times though, but this was the first time, up close and personal, that he had scrutinized Boss Fei. He noticed that Boss Fei's injured shoulder was noticeably larger than the other. It's where I threw the stone yesterday, and it should be swollen. The people who followed behind Boss Fei also had spears in their hands. None of them carried bows and arrows, though, it really looks like it's here to negotiate. Boss Fei and the others stopped at a distance of more than 20 meters away from Zhou Feng. This is a position where everyone can basically hear you when you talk. You're breaking the rules and bringing a lot of people. Boss Fei spoke directly. Tang Cheng frowned. not thinking that Boss Fei had actually noticed that they had secretly brought a lot of people with them. Dealing with someone like you definitely requires a little more preparation, Tang Cheng said with a cold snort. Speaking of rules, that also depends on who you're dealing with. With people like the paid bosses, talking about rules can only lead to losses. Is there a place for you to speak here? Just a single word of temptation has exposed you. Boss Fei revealed a mocking expression. Tang Cheng froze, then realized that he had said the wrong thing. Boss Fei had no idea how many men they had brought with them. It's just scamming them. He fell for it easily himself. I'm sorry. Tang Cheng looked at Zhou Feng next to him with an apology. Don had come to think that he would be able to help. Zhou Feng waved his hand, signaling that Tang Cheng didn't need to go on. In fact, Zhou Feng was just now pondering if Boss Fei had really found out how many people they had brought with them. Just saying that this Boss Fei guy is too cunning. What are you going to talk about? Zhou Feng asked directly. You are very good. A powerful character. What did you do before? Boss Fei grinned, his eyes sizing up Zhou Feng. It has nothing to do with you. Zhou Feng shook his head. Since you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. But I'll introduce myself. My name is Fei Juanhao. I used to be a mercenary in Africa. Boss Fei introduced himself. There are a lot of foreign legions in Africa, and generally the gold masters behind them are France and the Bear Country. Both sides are trying to maintain their national interests in Africa. These foreign legions are ostensibly independent and employed by a national power. In reality, it is just a punching bag for the big powers, often subverting a small country, taking control of a country, or something like that. My name is Zhou Feng. I didn't come here to chat with you. Zhou Feng also gave his name. Alright then, let's just get straight to the point. I suggest that we all call a truce now, Boss Fei said directly. Tang Cheng was indignant. This guy killed so many of his own people. Now you want a truce at the drop of a hat? But Tang Cheng didn't dare to speak at the risk because of the mistake he made just now. Fear of bringing further trouble to Zhou Feng. Why did you stop fighting? Is it because you're injured? Zhou Feng looked at Boss Fei's arm. Oh, you were ruthless enough with that one. I've only seen rocks used as weapons in Africa. Boss Fei flirted. But then Boss Fei wiggled his arms a few times, stated that he was injured but not seriously. He didn't mind if Zhou Feng was willing to have to continue the fight. As long as I'm willing, you can't leave here alive today, Zhou Feng said indifferently. The few people behind Boss Fei were a bit nervous. Subconsciously, he took a few steps back. Boss Fei was the only one who stood still, his face unperturbed. Would I have come over to negotiate with you if I didn't have some leverage? Boss Fei narrowed his eyes. What's your bargaining chip? Zhou Feng was curious. In Zhou Feng's opinion, Boss Fei's most valuable thing was actually the wild potatoes inside the woods. But wild potato was close to Boss Fei though. But Zhou Feng really wanted to go digging for potatoes, and there was nothing Boss Fei could do to stop him. That depends on who has the harder fist. Have you ever seen a savage? Boss Fei's face clouded considerably. Seen. Zhou Feng nodded. Not far from my camp. Probably not far to the southeast. There is a tribe of savages. Boss Fei's brow furrowed as he began to tell. According to Boss Fei's description, he wasn't sure how many people were in that savage tribe, but one has already had 2 run-ins with them. Each time the other side showed up in groups of dozens. In all, they had a dozen dead. Of course the savages didn't fare so well and left a few bodies behind. Zhou Feng understood a bit when he heard this. Why did Elder Fei choose to set up her camp inside a cluster of reefs on the beach? It's not really a nice place there, but the safety factor is very high. If you must drive us to extinction, then the next target of the savages will be you. And we are approaching towards this side of the island here. And we just want to be farther away from the savages. Boss Fei spread his hands. It's just that while doing this, the injured shoulder on Boss Fei's side is still a bit unnatural. Speaking in a grandiose manner, you killed so many of my people and destroyed the papaya forest, but you also just wanted to be farther away from the savages? Tang Cheng couldn't hold it in any longer and couldn't help but roar angrily. Are those people your relatives and friends? Boss Fei asked rhetorically. Tang Cheng froze. Boss Fei saw Tang Cheng's look, so he smiled and continued. Since it's not your relative or friend, why are you so agitated? If it's dead, it's dead. Boss Fei looked like he didn't care. No regard for other people's lives at all. Boss Fei has seen too much death in Africa. Hunger, war, disease. He'd seen it all long ago. We are not on the same path as you. Zhou Feng shook his head. Although in Zhou Feng's heart, there was also a ranking of importance. Qin Shaoxuan by Qin Yan were definitely at the forefront. I believe Tang Cheng is the same. Tang Fu is the most important in his heart. But they don't treat other people's lives like either. We're not all the way, but the threat we face now is the same. If we're finished, then the savages will definitely target you. We should all be invaders in their eyes. Boss Fei nodded, recognizing this as well. Zhou Feng frowned. If things are really like what Boss Fei said, There were gatherings of savages near their camp, and they've clashed twice, then continuing to fight with Boss Fei. That wouldn't be good for you either. What proof do you have? Proof that there are savages on your side of the camp? Zhou Feng asked. Boss Fei gave a wink to the man next to him. The man was carrying a basket woven by Temman. Zhou Feng had originally thought that inside that basket should be food and water or something, but when the man dropped the contents of the basket on the floor, Zhou Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as well. It was full of polished human bones. Chapter 84 Compromise. These human bones Zhou Feng had seen in the body of a savage. Savages seem to have a special hobby of carrying these things on their person. I don't know if it's their trophies or loved ones or something. Zhou Feng had heard of some tribes that still maintain this tradition. It is believed that human bones give you strength. It's the same as when they eat the bodies of their enemies. It also gains the power of the enemy. There are many other tribes, of course, that eat the bodies of dead tribesmen. Thought it would rest the souls of the tribesmen. But in any case, these human bones are certainly savage. They're the only ones who polish this stuff. And there were a few other miscellaneous items besides human bones. Stone axes, stone hammers and the like. Zhou Feng also noted. There was a necklace of unknown bones, strung together. On each piece of bone, tiny suns were carved. This caused Zhou Feng to frown. The sun pattern he had once seen on another savage's body. It's just a regular tattoo? Or is there something special about it? But all that is certain now is that these are the stuff of savages. I'm afraid that Boss Fei collected these things because he also wanted to figure out the customs of the savages, and the weapons they use and so on. How about it? Can we stop the war now? Boss Fei smiled. A truce is fine, but I have two requests. Zhou Feng said. You can bring it up. Boss Fei nodded. The first is that we're going to dig potatoes. You can't stop us. And the second is that your range of activities can't cross over to this side of the papaya forest. These were Zhou Feng's two requests. Boss Fei frowned, one hand resting on his chin, clearly thinking. After a few minutes, Boss Fei slowly spoke. Isn't this condition a bit unfair? You can come to our place, but we can't go to yours? Boss Fei said, his tone a bit irritated. You killed a dozen of us. We didn't kill any of your people. Tang Cheng sneered. You didn't kill any, but brother Zhou Feng has killed quite a few. If he's hanging around my camp, I won't be able to sleep at night. Boss Fei looked at Tang Cheng with a hint of contempt. Obviously did not put Tang Cheng in his eyes. It was very different from the way Zhou Feng was treated. This pissed Tang Cheng off enough, but there was nothing he could do about it. This is my condition. You can choose not to accept it, Zhou Feng said indifferently. In that cases, I accept these two conditions, but I also have conditions. Boss Fei nodded. Then Boss Fei came up with a request as well, to ask Zhou Feng to return his medication. Not all of it, of course, and Boss Fei knew that wasn't realistic. Boss Fei said he needed antibiotics and anti-inflammatories, plus fast-acting heart pills, because that quick-acting heart pill was inside the camp. Dr. Wan's medicine. Dr. Wan could die at any time if he didn't have that medicine. Zhou Feng agreed. You can give Boss Fei a box of antibiotics and a box of anti-inflammatories yourself. Quick-acting heart pills can all be sent to him as well. This anti-inflammatory medicine and antibiotics should be used by the wounded inside Boss Fei's camp, including Boss Fei himself. Happy cooperation. Boss Fei smiled faintly, and then to everyone's surprise, Boss Fei actually came directly in front of Zhou Feng and extended a hand. It looked like he wanted to shake Zhou Feng's hand. A handshake is waved. Zhou Feng had no intention of extending his hand out. That would be a shame. Someone as powerful as you. If we could truly work together, we could have created a kingdom here. Boss Fei had a hint of excitement in his eyes. Zhou Feng heard the meaning within Boss Fei's words. A true collaboration. Now they're not working together at all. It's just a compromise. Boss Fei was injured and didn't want to start a conflict with himself for now. Even yesterday their men were killed and the boar was robbed by itself. Boss Fei also intends to swallow this. What made Zhou Feng a bit surprised was, Boss Fei actually wants to create a kingdom here? This guy has so much ambition. You think too much. I just want to live and get out of here. Zhou Feng shook his head. Zhou Feng wasn't interested in any kingdoms, and he had never thought about it. With your strength, there is certainly no problem to live. Just leave this place. Do you still think this is an ordinary island? Boss Fei's eyes were meaningful. Then he turned around and left, looking at Boss Fei and the others getting farther and farther away. Tang Cheng was a bit sorry. The parties eventually completed their negotiations. Tang Cheng somehow preferred the negotiations to break down. That would give them a reason to get Boss Fei killed here. After all, there were more than 40 people coming from his side. But getting Boss Fei killed is simple. What's next for Boss Fei's camp? I'm afraid that group will be on edge as well. To the southeast, there was the savage tribe, and to the west, Zhou Feng and the others were watching intently. When the time comes, they will surely scatter in all directions. In the future it will be them who will face the savages. In comparison, it was still better to leave Boss Fei alive for the time being. It was actually the best option to let Boss Fei and the others face the savages. I'm afraid that's why Boss Fei dared to come to the negotiation with just a few people. Boss Fei was emboldened. On the way back, Zhou Feng was pondering. Zhou Feng's mind recalled Boss Fei's words inside his head. Do you think this is an ordinary island? Apparently Boss Fei had found something too. It's just that the other side is very tight-lipped. Zhou Feng was afraid that if he wanted to get information from Boss Fei's mouth, it would not be that simple. Starting tomorrow, let's send out manpower to dig potatoes every day. Zhou Feng said to Tang Chang. Take advantage of this time to stock up on rations. There are many ways to preserve potatoes. The easiest thing to do is to soak them in salt water so they don't sprout. Okay, Tang Chang nodded. Also don't let your guard down. Be on guard against Boss Fei's secret strikes. Zhou Feng reminded. Don't worry, I'll always treat him as an enemy. Tang Chang gritted his teeth. Zhou Feng patted Tang Chang's shoulder. By the way, you're not going to go find that savage tribe next, are you? Tang Chang inquired Zhou Feng. After this period of time, Tang Chang had a better understanding of Zhou Feng. Since Zhou Feng knew where the savage tribe was, that certainly won't be left unattended. We'll definitely check it out. That's right, Boss Fei didn't tell the truth. Zhou Feng nodded. With Boss Fei's caution, how could it be possible that he hadn't gone to investigate the tribe of savages? Must know the approximate number of people. Even when they erupted into conflict, it was possible that Boss Fei was discovered when he went forward to scout. But Boss Fei didn't say it. Didn't tell them the information for nothing. Chapter 85 Departure. This can't be some kind of trap. That guy is deliberately telling us this information, but he's actually asking us to die. Tang Chang snapped to attention. Since he was able to think of it himself, Zhou Zhan would go to that savage tribe to check it out. Then I'm afraid Boss Fei has thought of it too. This intelligence should be true. I will be careful, Zhou Feng said after thinking for a while. Those bones that Boss Fei took out are the evidence. It's just that if you want more specific information, you have to explore it yourself. Later on, when I'm healed, I'll go with you for this kind of thing in the future. Tang Chang was now holding his breath. Ever since the injury, he's just been so stifled. You should first get well from your injuries. Zhou Feng was in no hurry. Right now he's not short of help. Even if Tang Chang was really by his side, he couldn't actually help much. By the time Zhou Feng returned to the camp, it was already dark. Upon seeing that Zhou Feng and the others were not injured at all, the people inside the camp were relieved. With so many people out at once, they were all worried that it would be a vicious battle. Coming back in one piece now would have been a surprise. There was also dinner left for them inside the camp. Zhou Feng also told the crowd to go and rest early after eating. Set out at dawn to dig potatoes. Take advantage of the fact that there's an agreement in place between the two sides now. Dig up as many potatoes as you can and stock up on food for a while. Zhou Feng's side also returned inside the house. His brows furrowed. Been thinking about the savages all the time. Inside his mind, there was also a question. There were signs of other survivors on the island. Far ahead of them came to this island, such as the survivors inside the cave. It was as if the other party had suddenly abandoned the cave and left that place. Why are they leaving here? Is it because of the savages? Or something else? Just then, Qin Xiaoxue lifted the door curtain and walked in. Little Feng, I heard that you're going to explore the savage tribe tomorrow? Qin Xiaoxue was worried and frowning. She's already heard from the others. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me, Zhou Feng said with a smile. Don't be too brave. Isn't that tribe a long way from us? There are still other people in between. Qin Xiaoxue sat on the edge of Zhou Feng's bed and said softly. Qin Xiaoxue also knew that saying so was a bit of an attempt to get someone else to block the knife. But it's also the truth. She didn't want Zhou Feng to take any chances. There have already been savages that have appeared around us before. If we don't investigate early, it's not certain when we'll be surrounded by savages in the future. Zhou Feng shook his head and said, I just want you to be safe and sound. Qin Xiaoxue tilted her head and leaned on Zhou Feng's shoulder. I will always be by your side. Zhou Feng gently wrapped his arm around the side of her body. The two didn't say anything and just leaned in. Zhou Feng suddenly felt that it would be good if this moment could last forever. It's on a deserted island, but it's nice to be with someone you love. That would have been enough. I don't know how long it took, but the curtain was lifted. Bai Qingyan stood in the doorway. Qin Xiaoxue immediately sat up straight and ruffled her hair. Something's wrong, Zhou Feng said without a good mood. Originally, he was in the middle of a sensation on his side. I couldn't imagine Bai Qingyan barging in. Let me see what you guys are doing. Bai Qingyan muttered. What does what we do have anything to do with you? Children stay out of adult matters. Zhou Feng frowned. You're still an adult. I grew up playing with mud with me when I was little. I know all those embarrassing things about you. I'll tell my mom later. Bai Qingyan hummed with a defiant look. Zhou Feng was a bit helpless. After all, Bai Qingyan, this little girl, really did know quite a few things about herself. Alright, auntie, I'm scared of you. Just say what you want to do. Zhou Feng could only hurriedly beg for mercy. Now that he was in Qin Xiaoshue's heart, it was hard to build up an image of a man. It can't be that simple to break. I heard that you're going to the savage tribe? Bai Qingyan also asked this question. That's right. Zhou Feng nodded. Mom, don't you persuade him, that's definitely dangerous. What if he's eaten by the savages? Bai Qingyan's eyes also had worry within them. I've advised. Qin Xiaoshue also looked a bit helpless. From Qin Xiaoshue's reaction, Bai Qingyan was able to understand. Zhou Feng must still insist on going. You find some helpers. Bai Qingyan actually wanted to go herself. She felt she could help. But after becoming a burden to Zhou Feng last time, Bai Qingyan was afraid that she would drag her feet again. It's best to go alone. It won't be easy to attract the attention of the savages, and it'll be easier for me to escape alone, Zhou Feng explained. Then pay more attention to your safety. If anything happens to you, my mom will be very sad. Bai Qingyan put down these words and left the room by lowering the door curtain. This little ninny. I see that she's worried about you as well. Qin Xiaoshui couldn't help but smile wanly. Zhou Feng nodded. He could see it too. In fact, Zhou Feng felt that his relationship with Bai Qingyan had always been good. I used to be able to play with them as well, sort of a childhood friend. Perhaps it was because her relationship with Qin Xiaoshue had made Bai Qingyan unable to accept it for a moment, but he believed that with time, then Bai Qingyan could always return to her former self. Then I'll go back first too. Qin Xiaoshue stood up and was about to leave, but before she walked out of the room, suddenly coming up next to Zhou Feng and sticking over. Only after a few seconds did Qin Xiaoshue turn around and leave. Zhou Feng was pleasantly surprised. This wasn't the first time Qin Xiaoshue had taken the initiative. He was able to see it. Since Bai Qingyan had expressed no objections, Qin Xiaoshue had gradually let go. Early morning, after the crowd had their breakfast, they all set off after Zhou Feng. The number of people was the same as yesterday, more than 30. While passing through the papaya forest, Tang Fu was also waiting here with more than 20 people. There are several other women within Donovan's group who are also joining in this potato digging. All are some of the younger ones. They can't carry that many potatoes though, but even if they only carried a dozen pounds, it was far more than they could gather around. Seeing that it was Tang Fu who had brought the people, Zhou Feng was not surprised. After all, with Tang Cheng's current injuries, it was best not to move around much, and this operation is not that dangerous. Boss Fei and the others shouldn't be able to sneak in secretly. The two teams came together. I heard you're going to poke around the savage tribe? Tang Fu immediately came over. That's right. Zhou Feng nodded. How about I go with you? Tang Fu said immediately. Chapter 86, Stubbornness. Don't come and make trouble. Zhou Feng shook his head. I'm not a troublemaker. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a female. I'm very agile and I'm bold. Tang Fu said immediately. This was something Zhou Feng believed. When Tang Fu had met Boss Fei and the others before, he had shown no fear at all. Take a spear and dare to stand at the front. I'll be fine with this matter alone. It has nothing to do with you guys. Zhou Feng waved his hand. How is it not relevant? Aren't we sharing intelligence? We can't let you venture out alone to scout for information. Tang Fu said righteously. Zhou Feng was a bit surprised that Tang Fu would actually say these words. Does your brother agree to you going? Zhou Feng asked. Of course I agree. Tang Fu immediately nodded. There was just a little bit of avoidance in Donovan's eyes. Zhou Feng understood at first glance. There was no way Tang Chang would agree that his sister would go to some savage tribe's territory. If this was really necessary, then Tang Chang would 80% go up himself. And there was no way he was going to risk his sister. You didn't bring it up at all, did you? Zhou Feng said directly. It's the same if I mention it. My brother can't stop me. Tang Fu pouted her lips with a defiant look. Tang Fu learned last night that Zhou Zhan would go to the territory of the savage tribe. She then moved to follow along. As long as he could help Zhou Feng, it would definitely add a trace of weight in Zhou Feng's heart. But Tang Fu also knew very well that this idea could not be told to her brother. Otherwise, Tang Chang would have definitely refused. She volunteered to bring someone to just dig up potatoes. Only then did Tang Chang agree. After all, it wasn't the first time Donovan had been here. You'll go back after digging potatoes later. Zhou Feng cried and laughed. Humph. Tang Fu hummed. It didn't promise to come down. Instead, the conversation turned to other topics, like where Zhou Feng used to go to school, what hobbies he had, and so on. Zhou Feng also had a chat. It's a bad ride anyway, so it's kind of nice to have a conversation. By the time their group reached the woods, Zhou Feng then spotted Boss Fei and the others' men. They had just dug a lot of wild potatoes and were all ready to go back. Seeing Zhou Feng and the others appear, They were taken aback. One by one, they were alert. Seeing this scene, Zhou Feng was also a bit emotional. In the current situation, everyone was afraid that the other party would make a sudden move. Zhou Feng stated that he had no ill intentions and went up to talk to the other administrator. Also just asking where there are more potatoes. The other party sighed in relief and also told Zhou Feng truthfully. The number of wild potatoes inside this forest is very high. They've only dug a very marginal fraction of it. 2. The rest of the place is littered with wild potatoes. And what managers don't know is this. Zhou Feng's gaze had actually been sizing up the basket of vines behind them all. Notice that the guys weren't digging much either. Just 20 or 30 pounds each. This proves that there are plenty of wild potatoes inside the woods. Boss Fei's group of people. They didn't do any looting or anything like that. Zhou Feng handed over the medicines that he had prepared in advance to these people. If he hadn't encountered them, he had planned to have them sent directly to Boss Fei's camp. When this group of people left, Zhou Feng's people also began to move. Found a spot and started digging. Zhou Feng remained where he was, watching the crowd digging potatoes. Defense is not an option. Although there is no indication that Boss Fei will now tear up the agreement. But there's nothing wrong with being a little wary. After digging for over an hour, almost everyone's basket was full. Zhou Feng told the crowd to go back first. He headed southeast on his own. According to Boss Fei's description, the savage tribe should be in this direction. Zhou Feng took a small knife as he walked, leaving marks on the trees. He usually chose the thickest tree inside the surrounding trees. It's easy to be able to find it that way. When he felt a bit hungry, Zhou Feng took out a smoked fish and a few boiled potatoes from inside his backpack, sat under a tree and ate it. The smoked fish has salt in it and tastes a little salty, but then some potatoes are just right. After taking a few bites, Zhou Feng frowned. He felt movement inside the woods, still on his way here, so Zhou Feng put the things away. Hugging the tree directly behind him, he climbed it in a few moments. After a few minutes, a figure appeared inside the woods with a spear. When he saw this figure, Zhou Feng was instantly a bit speechless. It's Donovan. Obviously when he was leaving, Donovan was following the potato digging party. I can't imagine that I still followed. Probably followed the trail he took. Inside a dense forest like this, tracks don't disappear easily. Just follow the trampled vegetation and you'll be able to follow it. Strange is missing. When Tang Fu came to the bottom of the tree, he couldn't help but mutter a few words. She couldn't see Zhou Feng's footprints. Did you lose them? Donovan didn't want to give up just like that. She started looking around. It soon became apparent that there were signs of trampling on the other side as well. Although it doesn't look obvious. Kind of like it was trampled by a wild boar or something. But that's all the clues around here. Donovan decided he'd better go along with the gamble. Zhou Feng was a bit speechless when he saw the scene. He had plopped himself on top of the tree for half a day, just to see if Tang Fu couldn't find himself. Eventually gave up and left. But what he didn't expect was that Tang Fu actually walked right along the other path. If Tang Fu hadn't left her mark, she would have definitely gotten lost. Even if you leave a mark, you don't have any knowledge of wilderness survival. Again, you will not find your way. That's a dead end. Zhou Feng could only climb down from the tree. Silently, he came behind Tang Fu. Donfa's side was still focused on keeping her head down, looking for tracks on the ground. Just felt a hand tapping on his shoulder. Ah! Tang Fu erupted into a scream. Turning around, he took the spear in his hand and stabbed it towards the back. Zhou Feng was quick on his feet and grabbed the spear. You're going to get me killed, Zhou Feng said without a trace of anger. Why are you behind someone? Tang Fu was relieved to see that it was Zhou Feng. It's also a little less understandable. It was clear that he had been following Zhou Feng. How is it that the summit of the week ends up coming up behind you? I've been watching you from the tree for half a day. Why did you follow me here? Zhou Feng asked. I have to search for information too. I also want to see what the wildling tribe is like. It just happens to be on the same path as Kazu. This was the reason Tang Fu had thought of long ago. Then go ahead and search. Zhou Feng wrapped his arms around himself and watched Tang Fu perform. I can't take a break now. Tang Fu wasn't willing to show weakness and also mimic Zhou Feng's posture. Also stood with his arms wrapped around him. Zhou Feng was a bit helpless. I'll walk you back to the road you were on. You hurry back now. No, I'll just follow you. Tang Fu, however, was insistent. The two are frozen in place. Chapter 87, Traces. In the end, it was Zhou Feng who took the initiative to back down. Alright, you can follow up if you want to. Zhou Feng continued to walk towards the front. After all, Tang Fu didn't want to leave. He couldn't knock Tang Fu out himself. Hey, don't worry. I won't cause any trouble for you. Tang Fu followed with a smile. Why are you following me? What's there to see in the savage tribe? Zhou Feng couldn't help but say as he headed forward. I just want to see it. Donf stammered a little. But then Tang Fu's words changed. started asking Zhou Feng if there were any women inside the camp. Why are you so nosy? Zhou Feng was a bit speechless. Just now, on the way here, it was like a household check asking for everything, and now you're asking yourself directly if there's a woman. There must be, right? Someone as powerful as you, and the boss inside the camp. There must be a lot of women who fall over, right? Tang Fu stared into Zhou Feng's eyes as she said this. I only have one girlfriend inside the camp, Zhou Feng said a bit breathlessly. Just one? Tang Fu's eyes lit up at once. What Tang Fu was a little worried about was that Zhou Feng was a womanizer. Then she was really a bit hesitant to approach Zhou Feng. Otherwise, if they really became Zhou Feng's women, it would only be one of them, and that Zhou Feng wouldn't have any feelings for himself. However, when she heard Zhou Feng say that there was only one, Tang Fu's heart immediately blossomed. This proves that Zhou Feng is a very devoted person. The opportunity to do it yourself is here. If you ask these again, I'll send you back. Zhou Feng stopped in his tracks. Alright, I won't ask. A smile hung at the corner of Tang Fu's mouth. She already had an answer. It's just that Donovan has created a misunderstanding. Thought his competition was Bai Qingyan. In her opinion, Bai Qingyan was just a little girl, not a match for herself at all. It would just be a matter of time before Zhou Feng was snatched away from her. Zhou Feng walked carefully along the way, leaving marks everywhere. Tang Fu saw the messy graffiti and she didn't understand what it meant. But since it was left behind by Zhou Feng, it must have a deep meaning. Yet they walked at least 3 or 4 kilometers until dusk. Still no sign of the savage tribe. Have we been tricked? There are no savages here at all? Tang Fu couldn't help but say. Boss Fei, this asshole. Zhou Feng frowned. It's quite possible that Boss Fei, pointing in the wrong direction. I'm afraid that if I want to get accurate information about the savage tribe, I'll need to deal with Boss Fei again. It takes a certain amount of leverage to pay for it. Zhou Feng didn't expect that he had fallen for it even though he hadn't been paying attention. So what do we do now? Tang Fu asked as she looked around. Go back first. Zhou Feng shook his head. Go back for a short walk while you still can and then find a place to rest. It's just so strange around here. Who knows what the threat will be? Wait, what's that? Donf suddenly realized something, walked a dozen meters towards it and bent down to pick up an object. Zhou Feng walked up to see that it was a blue cloth. It looks like it was the sleeve piece that was forcibly torn off. It was still stained with dark red blood that must have been there for days. Zhou Feng also noticed a lot of tracks passing by around here. Someone walked through here, and it was still very much a crowd. Zhou Feng squatted down in front of a trail. It's a savage, Zhou Feng said slowly. The tracks were clearly barefoot, and many of the tracks around them were. There really are savages here. Tang Fu also sucked in a breath of cool air, but then she looked smug. Look, I told you I was useful. Zhou Feng nodded. He also admitted that if it wasn't for Tang Fu, maybe he really missed out on this one. I wonder how much more effort it will take. Now if we follow these tracks, we will be able to find the other camp. It's going to be dangerous next. I'll send you back first. Zhou Feng stood up and said to Tang Fu. I didn't come here to drag my feet. I'm here to give you a hand. Tang Fu had an unhappy look on her face. Alright then. Zhou Feng nodded. Since Tang Fu was so insistent, he didn't say anything. Begin to follow the tracks forward. Just after walking less than a kilometer, it was already completely dark. Zhou Feng also had a hard time seeing those tracks under his feet. He came to a tall tree. We'll just have to rest here for today. Spend the night in a tree? Tang Fu looked surprised. The tree is safer. Zhou Feng nodded. It reduces the risk of being bitten by poisonous insects. That's fine. Tang Fu nodded. Climbing trees was still a bit difficult for Tang Fu though. Zhou Feng climbed up first before taking Tang Fu's hand. But Tang Fu stomped her feet as hard as she could. But she just couldn't climb up. Didn't you say you have sensitive hands and feet? Zhou Feng was a bit speechless. That's all it takes to tell yourself earlier that you won't be a liability. Turns out you can't even climb a tree. I said I have sensitive hands and feet, not that I'm a monkey. Tang Fu looked a bit exasperated. Finally, he simply stated that he would be better off staying down there. Nothing should happen. They had slept with a palm leaf pad when they were next to the beach before. It's still safer in the tree. I'll push you from below. Zhou Feng jumped down from the tree. That's fine. Tang Fu nodded. Zhou Feng's side came down to hold Tang Fu's calves and lifted her towards the top. With a red face, Tang Fu finally grabbed the tree trunk and climbed up. It was only when she climbed up that Tang Fu realized a problem. There's no way to sleep here. He himself could barely only lean against the branches of the tree, as if the slightest movement would cause him to fall. That's a sure way to fall if you fall asleep. How does this sleep? Tang Fu couldn't help but say. Just lean back and rest. Just get used to it. Zhou Feng's side had leaned against a tree branch and slowly closed his eyes. Donf was a bit helpless. She wanted to ask something else. Seeing that Zhou Feng had closed his eyes, he could only try it himself. Otherwise, If he continued to trouble Zhou Feng, he would definitely be considered a liability. In the end, after half a dozen attempts, Tang Fu found a way to be able to rest. She found it much safer to lie on her back on a tree branch. The branches were still a bit diaphragmatic, but it was better than falling. Gradually sleepiness set in. Dawn yawned, feeling dazed into sleep. At some point, she heard Zhou Feng talking, and that voice was urgent. Donovan! Donovan! What's wrong? Donovan opened his eyes. Don't make a sound. Don't move either. They're coming, Zhou Feng said slowly. Them? Tang Fu froze and subconsciously looked towards the bottom of the tree. All of a sudden, she felt as if the blood in her body was freezing cold in an instant. Chapter 88, Hunting. Tang Fu saw up ahead a large group of savages approaching. These men were all wearing animal skins around their waists and holding stone spears in their hands, and some with bows and arrows behind them. If Zhou Feng hadn't reminded himself early on, then Tang Fu would definitely let out a scream when she suddenly saw this scene. These savages must not be discovered by these savages now, or they will die a horrible death. These savages did not communicate with each other and were not fast. The group quickly passed under the tree. Tang Fu only felt cold all over her body. This was the feeling of death rubbing her shoulders. Right at this moment, Tang Fu felt her hand being grabbed by Zhou Feng. She calmed down quite a bit, but the next scene at the end of seeing the team still made Tang Fu's body tremble. Heck, there were a few survivors, limbs bound to very thick wood. It was like prey, carried forward by the savages. There are men and women among them. Donf also noticed that all of these survivors were alive. Some even let out wails of pain. Some of them kept screaming for help, but for being too loud, they are immediately beaten by the savages. I don't know how long it took before the savages all disappeared into the night. What is this? What are these savages grabbing people for? Tang Fu shivered as she spoke. It should be a hunt by the savages, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. When she heard these words from Zhou Feng, Tang Fu only felt it was hard to breathe. She even had a feeling that she wanted to throw up. Tang Fu had once heard her brother talk about the savages they had encountered. Would go for the brains of ordinary people. They also roast parts of the body to eat. Those people just now, all of them will become food for the savages. For the savages, however, this is ordinary hunting. What's wrong with you? Zhou Feng noticed Tang Fu's appearance. Reaching over, he patted Donovan on the back. I am fine. What do we do next? Is it to follow up? Tang Fu gently bit her lip. Since she had followed Zhou Feng over, it was impossible for her to regret it. It's even less likely to back down today. Well, quietly follow it up and take a look. Zhou Feng nodded. Now is the best time to follow these savages to reach the other tribe. After waiting for a few minutes, Tang Fu estimated that the savages should have gone quite far. Just at this moment, Zhou Feng however frowned. Gestured Donf to not make a sound. Tang Fu froze and listened carefully as well. She then heard the sound of shouting coming from inside the woods ahead of her. There seems to be a fight going on. Because of the distance, Tang Fu couldn't hear very well. You wait here, I'll go take a look. Zhou Feng's side heard clearly. It was a battle that had taken place up front, and there had been screams. Zhou Feng jumped directly from the tree. Tang Fu froze. This was a full 5 or 6 meters high. Zhou Feng actually jumped down just like that. She clenched her teeth, but did a flip and jumped from the tree. But on landing, it fell hard. What are you doing? Zhou Feng frowned. I'll go help. Donfa's side climbed up, thankfully without breaking her foot or anything. It was just a little pain in her back that made her bare her teeth. I don't have the means to take care of you in such a dangerous place. Zhou Feng was a bit helpless. Why is this Donovan messing around? I'll take care of myself. I don't need you to, Tang Fu said immediately. Then be careful. Zhou Feng couldn't care less about Tang Fu. It was also somewhat clear how helpless Tang Cheng's heart was. No wonder when Tang Fu was mentioned, Tang Cheng had a bitter smile on his face. Don't worry, Tang Fu nodded. The two men walked forward and backward, catapulting themselves toward the front. After walking 300 to 400 meters, Zhou Feng's movements became more careful. Tang Fu also didn't know what Zhou Feng had discovered, and she also bent her waist even lower. Zhou Feng was then seen stopping in his tracks. The sound of shouting and killing ahead intensified. Strange, Zhou Feng muttered. What's wrong? Donovan poked his head out from behind, trying to figure out what the situation is. It's just that it's nighttime and they're inside the woods. All Tang Fu could see was just blackness. The savages are fighting with the savages. Zhou Feng turned his head and said with a strange face. Zhou Feng had seen clearly in front of him. There are two groups of savages who are fighting amongst themselves. In fighting? It shouldn't. Tang Fu was also a bit dumbfounded. Even within the savage tribes, there are struggles. That wouldn't be enough to implode in this place. No, this isn't a wave of savages. It's another wave of savages. Zhou Feng's side finally made a rough distinction. Because he noticed it, there were too many people having a fight up ahead. There were more than those they had just encountered. Proof that another group of savages had joined the fight. It's best if they fight. It's best if they all die. Tang Fu couldn't help but say. Someone is coming in front. Zhou Feng suddenly lowered his body. Tang Fu also hurriedly followed and plopped down behind Zhou Feng. Sure enough, a couple of people soon came running from the front. These people were actually survivors who had just been tied up and used as food. Each face was filled with terror as they desperately ran forward. It should be that they took advantage of the fight happening with the savages and someone untied the rope, took everyone out on the run. But behind them, there were savages coming after them. These savages made strange cries from their mouths that were supposed to make the survivors stop. But no one in their right mind would stop now. What could be worse than to fall into the hands of savages? What do we do? Tang Fu was panicking now. These people should know some intelligence. Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. These survivors are clearly not from Boss Fei's camp. It should be coming from another place. It was at this point that a savage had caught up with the survivors. The person running at the very back was a woman with nice features. Normally, I guess there is no exercise. Falling to the back of the pack at this critical time, the savage grabbed a handful of the woman's hair. The woman screamed in agony and fell on her back. Lily! A man in front of them stopped and let out a sad cry. But see the steady stream of savages behind you. The man hesitated, but turned and ran. Lily Zhang tried to get up from the ground, but she couldn't move at all. The hair was held in a deadly grip by the savage. Looking at her fiancé, who left her and fled, Lily Zhang's heart was like ashes. Thought I had a chance to escape. I can't imagine that I'm still going to die here, and I might as well just die inside the camp. Watching the savages behind him raise their stone spears, Lily Zhang closed her eyes and waited for the moment she would be killed. But it was at this time. Whoosh! A stone hit the savage in the face. The savage let go of his grip on Lily Zhang and fell straight to the ground. Chapter 89. Lily Zhang didn't see what was happening. She just felt that the force in her hand disappeared. The instinct to survive made her roll to her feet and continue to flee towards the front. There weren't too many savages catching up. Just 6. Apparently the other savages were fighting. Only sent out they have to catch the prey. Zhou Feng solved 4 of them with stones. The 2 remaining savages still had no intention of retreating. Still charging straight at them. Zhou Feng simply pinched his dagger and charged straight out. The savage saw that there was actually prey that dared to come at him. So immediately, he waved his stone spear and stabbed towards Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng met the dagger in his hand. Clunk! A ball of sparks appeared on Zhou Feng's dagger, passing in an instant. Savage's stone spear bounced off, but Zhou Feng's dagger did not lose any of its power, and it directly rushed at the savage's neck. Blood spurts. The savage's neck was slit wide open and blood entered the windpipe. At once the savage could not breathe, and he subconsciously covered his neck. But it didn't work at all, and the blood loss combined with the choking made him quickly fall to the ground and convulse. One of the remaining savages, his weapon was a stone axe. Wielding a stone axe, he came over towards Zhou Feng, but at that moment, a stone spear stabbed from the side, straight into the eye of this savage. Savage screamed in disbelief and looked to the side in disbelief. It's Donovan! Tang Fu had just picked up the stone spear dropped by the savage in front of him and took the initiative. Seeing that the savage was still alive, Tang Fu gritted her teeth and stabbed again. This time the stab hit the other's neck, and Tang Fu used all her strength to harden the savage towards the back by several meters. Savage stumbled on his feet and fell to the ground. Couldn't get up again. I killed him. I killed him. Tang Fu's hands were trembling, and she muttered under her breath. Donovan couldn't believe it. I can't believe I actually killed a savage myself. You're amazing. Zhou Feng couldn't help but say. Although Tang Fu's strength was small, her explosive power wasn't weak. Donovan in particular is gutsy and more reliable than many men in a pinch. Yes? Tang Fu saw the appreciation inside Zhou Feng's eyes. The fear she had just felt inside her head disappeared quite a bit. You guys? What are you guys? Those survivors who fled at this point stopped in their tracks. It's not that they don't want to escape. Rather, it was now almost exhausted. Originally they had been tortured for a long time and didn't have much stamina at all. Just now it was entirely because there were savages in pursuit. Now that these savages are dead, they can't run anymore. Let's get out of here first and talk slowly, Zhou Feng said. The sounds of the fight ahead were also much quieter. I'm afraid the battle is nearing its end. Regardless of who wins, the savages are sure to come looking for what they just hunted. Where to? We'll follow you, someone said immediately. The others also looked at Zhou Feng. Now Zhou Feng was their savior. Follow me first. Zhou Feng began to follow the original path back. These people have all followed. They didn't know what Zhou Feng was, but now it was all about counting on Zhou Feng. Lily, just now Zhang Lily looked at her fiancé Qin Shou who came over. You don't have to explain. Zhang Lily shook her head. Don't be angry. Just now I was also scared silly. It's not that I don't want to go to save you. Qin Shou hurriedly explained. I can understand that. Lily Zhang nodded gently. I'm afraid that most people faced with that scenario wouldn't be able to come to their rescue. Even if they rushed forward, they would only perish at the hands of the savages. It was just hard for Lily Zhang to avoid a bit of grief in her heart. Obviously before this, Qin Shou had given himself all sorts of assurances. Something about sea vows and all that. But when it really came to this kind of time, Qin Shou retreated instead. It made Zhang Lily suspicious of Qin Shou's previous words. Qin Shou's face was ugly. But in the end, he didn't say anything. It was just given to silently following Lily Zhang's side. Zhou Feng led the way for more than half an hour. There was also a change of route at the halfway point to ensure that the savages wouldn't find it easily. There was no way for the savages to discover their tracks during most of the night. Seeing that the crowd had gone too far, only then did Zhou Feng stop, signaling that everyone could rest for a while. Everyone sat paralyzed on the ground with their backs against the tree. Seeing this, Zhou Feng took out the food and water from inside his backpack. Give everyone a little bit. Donf also took out her own things, but she kept a little. Those were intended for Zhou Feng and himself. These people wolfed down the food and quickly finished what was in their hands. After all, Zhou Feng and Tang Fu didn't bring much with them. Where are you guys from? Zhou Feng asked directly. The men looked at each other, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Finally a middle-aged man spoke up. We're all survivors from the miles. Are you too? That's right. Zhou Feng nodded. Hearing that Zhou Feng and the others were also on the miles, these people all got excited. You guys also passed out suddenly after the lightning and then appeared inside the woods? The middle-aged man stood up and said, Inside the woods? Tang Fu froze. Shouldn't they all be on the beach? Why middle-aged men they are appearing inside the woods? Did you guys show up inside the woods? Is it far from the beach? Zhou Feng frowned. Once Bai Qing Yan had also said that she woke up by appearing inside the woods. We woke up inside the woods and both thought we might have encountered some sort of mysterious event. The middle-aged man nodded heavily. Zhou Feng nodded. It does seem that there are a lot of unexplained things on this island. Both the mysterious stone tablet and how they got to this island. Most of them perceive this. What about back there? What did you guys go through back there? Zhou Feng continued to ask. The middle-aged man began to narrate. They've also met a lot of survivors since they woke up inside the woods. A camp of about 40 men was formed, always looking for food, and a way off the island. But just a dozen hours ago yesterday, their camp was suddenly attacked by wildlings. Other than us, all the others are dead. The middle-aged man's face became ugly and his voice became broken. They fell apart almost immediately when the savages attacked. Most of them got down on their knees and surrendered. But even then, the savages still didn't stop killing. There was even a barbecue right in the middle of the campground. They were the only ones not killed. Instead, they were tied up and taken away. Probably want to bring back inside their tribe to eat. After the middle-aged man's words, many of the people in the room began to vomit, obviously recalling the scene they had seen at the camp. 90 savage camps. They watched as their companions were eaten. Seeing this scene, Zhou Feng frowned. Waste of food. What information do you know about the savages? Zhou Feng looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man shook his head. We hadn't seen the wildlings at all before this. He looked bitter. If they had known there were cannibals nearby, they would have found a way to run. It's simply not possible to still be in that place. But we've had missing people before. We thought they were lost. Now we think they should have been captured by the savages. Qin Shou added from the side. Zhou Feng wanted to get up. When I met those two savages inside the woods earlier, the two savages then killed a few survivors. Maybe it's the companions of these people. The location between them shouldn't be too far away. Zhou Feng estimated that it was only about 5 kilometers. It's just that the terrain here is complicated and there are dense forests everywhere. That's why they didn't run into each other before. Where is your camp? Can you accept us? The middle-aged man spoke cautiously at this time. With the food Zhou Feng and Tang Fu carried in their hands, the middle-aged man could then conclude that the other party must be from a large camp. And there's plenty of food. Otherwise it couldn't have been easy to just take something out and give it to yourself. Does your camp accept them? Zhou Feng asked Tang Fu. I'm afraid this is a little difficult, said Tang Fu, shaking her head. The last time there was an undercover agent inside the camp, there were heavy losses. Some people then blamed it on Tang Chang, who took the liberty of accepting people of unknown origin. There's no way to add new faces inside the camp anytime soon. Then you guys go to my camp. Zhou Feng rushed at the middle-aged man. Right now he has no problem adding a few more people to his camp. If these people didn't join Tang Chang in his own camp, then I'm afraid they would join Boss Fei's camp. There were 8 people in all, 5 men and 3 women. Just the middle-aged man looked the oldest. He must be in his 40s. All the others are young people and belong to a quality asset now. Thanks to this little brother. My name is Chen Jinbiao. The middle-aged man introduced himself. Several others were also introduced. My name is Zhou Feng. My camp has more rules. Only those who follow the rules can join. Zhou Feng also gave his name. My camp? Chen Jinbiao and the others were stunned. Could it be that the boss of that camp was Zhou Feng? That's too young. But as long as they were able to live, they didn't have much to wish for. Not to mention that Zhou Feng had saved their lives. The bosses inside the camp of Chen Jinbiao and the others had already been eaten by the savages. They have no backbone at all right now. It's just that Chen Jinbiao was the oldest and took the initiative to come forward. I will definitely abide by the rules, Chen Jinbiao immediately said. Others chimed in. Seeing this scene, Zhou Feng nodded his head. Tang Fu, take them to rest here and wait for me first. I'm going to check out the situation of the savage tribe. Zhou Feng turned his head to Tang Fu and said, You're still going? Tang Fu was shocked. It is this time of the year that it is convenient to find their tribe. Zhou Feng nodded. He had come out on this trip himself to figure out where these savages were. If we didn't find out, it wouldn't have been a wasted trip. Okay, you have to be safe. Tang Fu's gaze was grave. Since Zhou Feng's tone was so resolute, she didn't say anything else. One only needed to complete the task that Zhou Feng had explained to him. Zhou Feng returned along the path he had just taken, leaving a mark on the tree in the process. Zhou Feng did not see any savages catching up with him on this journey. It seems that these savages have been fighting and have no energy left to pursue their prey. After walking for about 10 minutes, Zhou Feng arrived at the place where the battle had just taken place. There were many more bodies on the ground, probably more than 40, all without a head. Apparently it was cut off, but Zhou Feng soon realized it. The few savages he and Tang Fu had just killed were gone. There are drag marks on the floor. It was taken. Zhou Feng could probably guess what had happened. It should have been the first wave of savages that won the battle, taking the bodies of their companions with them, and all that remained were the bodies of the enemy, and all beheaded. Zhou Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as well. It's amazing how ferocious a fight between savages can be. I'm afraid all that Brainland is being used as a victory lap. These bodies look horrible. It was especially eerie on this night. Zhou Feng could feel his scalp go numb. Still, he hardened his heart and checked out a few of the bodies. Soon Zhou Feng realized a problem. Some of these bodies were in the arms, some in the wrists. Both have tattoos in the shape of crescent moons. These tattoos are certainly not, in the modern sense, pigment tattoos. Some are burns, and some are simply carved with sharp instruments. The wound scars to form a tattoo, with some paint on it. Could this be two different kinds of savages? Or two beliefs? Zhou Feng muttered. Believe in the sun on one side and the moon on the other. The fight between them was more intense than facing the survivors. There is a look of immortality. This discovery gave Zhou Feng mixed feelings, though it proves that on the island, the savages are also at odds with each other. But again, it proves, the situation on the island was far more complicated than they had thought. Their prey on this island. There are more hunters than they think. Zhou Feng began to follow the drag marks and walked down the woods. It's dark now though, but the sun-tattooed savages, the marks left behind are much more pronounced. In addition to the marks of dragging bodies, the air smelled strongly of blood. Walked for about an hour or so, Zhou Feng then saw a fire ahead and that the woods had reached the fringe. He plopped down next to a low tree and bent down to look over it. It was a rolling mountain range, with the highest peak appearing to be over 200 meters high. And below the mountains, there are many caves. There was some firelight coming from just inside the cave, and there's a large clearing at the bottom of the hill. There were also fires in the clearing. Zhou Feng saw at least hundreds of 10 savages moving around here. There must be other savages inside the cave. Then the number of savages living here is at least 200. Is this the only tribe of sun-tattooed savages on this island? Or is it somewhere else too? Zhou Feng wasn't sure. At this time these savages set up a fire and looked at the firewood that had been built up high. It should be intended to burn the bodies of its companions, not eat them. And next to this campfire was what looked like a pile of rocks. Zhou Feng didn't see it in the beginning. Then he realized those were all heads. There was black blood running underneath. Chapter 91, The Prick. Seeing this scene, Zhou Feng felt a physical revulsion. But this group of savages seemed to have taken it in stride. Zhou Feng also noticed that these savages actually had a language. They communicate with each other by saying unintelligible syllables. These syllables are relatively simple. After observing for more than an hour, Zhou Feng even understood a few simple words. Because communication between these savages is as simple as that. Not at length. Several large fires had been lit and had begun to burn the bodies. An unpleasant odor filled the air. The flames are sky high. The savages fell to their knees and bowed and knelt at the corpses. The mouths all cry out one word. Carla. Zhou Feng guessed that this was feared to be inside the language of the savages. The meaning of the sun. Or maybe it's the sun god. The sun and the sun god, though, should both be a concept to them. Seeing that the intelligence gathered was almost done, Zhou Feng carefully backed away. Not that the savages had noticed him. It had been backing up for a few hundred meters before Zhou Feng began to quickly return. Soon he arrived at the place where Tang Fu and the others were. Seeing Zhou Feng return, Tang Fu was instantly relieved. Tang Fu and the others hadn't rested the entire time. They were just waiting for Zhou Feng to return. And lest a savage come after him if he slept through it. Did you find the tribe of savages? Donovan asked as he stood up. Found it. Let's go first. Zhou Feng nodded. Tang Fu immediately understood Zhou Feng's meaning. There were some things that he was not willing to say in front of these people. It's like when the papaya forest was destroyed. There's no need for everyone to know. That would only create panic. Let's wait until dawn. Right now we can't even see what's going on inside the woods. And the savages aren't catching up. Qin Shou spoke up. Hearing Qin Shou's words, a few people were also unwilling to get up. They were all tired and sleepy now. And hungry. Although Zhou Feng had given them a little food, it was simply not enough. But there were still two people who immediately stood up. It was Chen Jinbiao and Zhang Lili. The situation on the island is complicated right now. There's more than just a wave of savages. It's better to drive here first. Zhou Feng explained. The savages are resting at this hour. They're savages, not iron men. It's not that dangerous. Qin Shou muttered. This caused Zhou Feng to frown. During this period of time inside the camp, Zhou Feng only needed words to come out. Everyone else will be there to enforce it. Even if someone opens their mouth, it is to express a question in their mind. As long as Zhou Feng answered, they would all trust Zhou Feng's judgment. There had really never been a confrontation with Zhou Feng. This was not something Zhou Feng was used to for a while. If you don't listen to me, you can stay here. Zhou Feng turned around and left. Tang Fu immediately followed closely by Chen Jinbiao and Zhang Lili. Seeing Zhou Feng really walk away, the others panicked at once and climbed to their feet as well. Followed Zhou Feng. Qin Shou looked reluctant and followed at the end of the group as well. But Qin Shou's heart was still a bit unconvinced. I can't believe I have to take orders from such a young man. Qin Shou was 28 this year, and Zhou Feng must be 7 or 8 years younger than himself. Just thinking about it, Qin Shou was a bit stifled. He walked a few steps faster and came to Lily Zhang's side. Lily, was I right earlier? It's hard to get around this late at night. It's better to wait for daylight. In case that guy gets lost, it'll put us all in a bad situation. Qin Shou said in a low voice. Zhang Lili blankly glanced at him, then coldly said, if you don't want to go, you can stay. If I stay, who will protect you? Qin Shou said. Ha! Lily Zhang just sneered. They hid inside a shack as the savages rushed inside the camp. Seeing the savages coming over to grab themselves, Qin Shou was only shivering with fear. It got to the point where the savages were fighting amongst themselves. They took the opportunity to escape. Qin Shou didn't pull himself up either, but ran ahead alone, watching himself become the last person inside the group. If Zhou Feng hadn't stepped in, then she would have been killed by the savages. Now Qin Shou actually said he wanted to protect himself? After abandoning himself 3 times, Qin Shou was actually able to say these words. Shameless. Lily, the other side's camp may not be what it looks like, but as long as I'm here, I'm sure I won't let you suffer. Qin Shou continued to chant up. Zhang Lili was incomparably disgusted and simply quickened her pace to the front of the line, followed closely beside Zhou Feng. Qin Shou was a bit dumbfounded and didn't dare to continue on. After all, Qin Shou wouldn't dare mutter those words next to Zhou Feng. Instead, Donovan froze. What's going on? This female ran ahead of herself. Is this about to start hooking up with Zhou Feng? How is this going to work? His own side had only just begun to want to draw closer to Zhou Feng, so how could he let others steal the show? Donovan preferred not to have an additional competitor of his own, so Tang Fu took a few steps forward and squeezed Lily Zhang behind her. Lily Zhang didn't think much of it. Anyway, it's just that Qin Shou doesn't bother him now. By the time they arrived at the campsite of Tang Cheng and the others, it was already dawn. Tang Cheng didn't sleep well all night. He was worried about Tang Fu's whereabouts. When he saw Tang Fu come back, Tang Cheng was also relieved. Zhou Feng told Tang Cheng the information he had gotten. Tang Cheng's face instantly became ugly. It was amazing that there were so many savages in such a close proximity to them. It's really just 7 or 8 kilometers. Of course Boss Fei's camp, their camp, was closer to the other side. It's just under 4 kilometers, and Boss Fei and the others have been discovered. Although it was said that if something were to happen, it would definitely be Boss Fei and the others who would suffer. But surely it was their turn next. Worst of all, they don't know how big the island is at this point. Just how many tribes of savages are there and where are they spread out? Zhou Feng could only comfort Tang Cheng that things might not be that serious. Chen Jinbiao and the others had thought that this was where they were going to stay next. One is still quite happy with the place. However, they did not expect Zhou Feng to then inform them that his camp was still 3 kilometers away. Tang Chang and the others prepared some potatoes and had to leave after eating them. Everyone was given a bowl of mashed potatoes in their hands. It's just that the mashed potatoes don't count for much. It's just potatoes boiled and mashed with a little salt in them. This makes it easier to digest, but it was good enough food for them. But Qin Shou then noticed, Zhou Feng is not eating mashed potatoes. Instead, it's a big bowl full of meat. What gives him the right to eat so well? Qin Shou pointed at Zhou Feng and shouted indignantly. Chapter 92 Discontent. When the people around them heard these words, they all looked at them in the same way as they would look at a little cutie. Looking at Qin Shou in the same way, especially those inside the Tangchun camp, they were all well aware of Zhou Feng's strength. People have also done themselves a lot of favors. If Zhou Feng comes, follow along with the mashed potatoes. That's when they feel sorry for themselves. Now it's just a bowl of meat. That's something. The last time Zhou Feng gave Tang Chung 2 pig legs, Tang Chung didn't keep them all to himself either. It is also made into soup for everyone to eat together. What does what Zhou Feng eats have anything to do with you? If you don't want to eat, put it down for me, Tang Fu said coldly. Tang Fu didn't have a good impression of Qin Shou. That's not fair. Don't you all have any opinions? Qin Shou shouted at Chen Jinbiao and the others. Say less. Hurry up and sit down to eat. Chen Jinbiao ate carefully. Take chopsticks and scrape all the mashed potatoes inside the bowl. It was good enough that people were now able to give themselves a bite of food. They have no reason to pick and choose. Not to mention that Zhou Feng had saved their lives. People like you are bullied for nothing. Qin Shou sat down with a puff of anger. Looking at the mashed potatoes in my hand, I feel like there's not much flavor. Chen Jinbiao blankly glanced at Qin Shou. When he used to be in their camp, Qin Shou was a prick, jumping in and pointing fingers when they don't move. It didn't occur to me that now that he had almost lost his life, Qin Shou was still like this. Chen Jinbiao was calculating in his mind. In the future, it was absolutely necessary to draw a clear line with Qin Shou, not letting this guy get himself involved. Soon a few people finished eating, followed by Zhou Feng, and set off again. After walking for almost an hour, he came to Zhou Feng's campground. Boss, who are these people? Yang Wei greeted him. At the sight of Chen Jinbiao and the others, a puzzled look came over his face. The survivors rescued from the hands of the savages. They don't have anywhere to go, so they'll stay here with us. You talk to them about the rules here, Zhou Feng explained. That's fine. Yang Wei nodded cheerfully. Let's arrange for these guys to go ahead and wash their faces or something. With the creek right next to the campground, it's still very easy to get water. Then Yang Wei returned to Zhou Feng's side. Boss, should we monitor these guys? Yang Wei lowered his voice. Apparently Yang Wei was worried that there were spies from other camps. No need. They're not much of a threat. Zhou Feng waved his hand and said, these men came close to dying at the hands of the savages. There's no way they could have been spies of any kind. That's good. Yang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. There was just another problem when it came to dividing the house. Yang Wei came over and stated that the guy named Qin Shou wants a room alone with her fiancé, not willing to live inside a shack. Nowadays, inside Zhou Feng's camp, there were 2 rows of houses. The first row is the one left behind by Wu Wenrong and the others. There are 4 shacks in all of which are relatively sturdy. The rest of the row of houses are the new ones that were recently built. Only shelter from the wind and rain, and all big bunks, not much in the way of small rooms. It's all 10 or so people living together, spaced out for storage. There is no such thing as a single room. Tell the Qin Shou to either live with the others or leave this place. Zhou Feng waved his hand and said, today inside the campground, there are several pairs though, but there's no separate living at all. Even the 2 people, Li Ran and Yang Wei, lived separately. Li Ran still lived with Sun Hong and Lu Qingqing. It was right next door to Qin Xiao Xuan by Qing Yan's room. If you want to make out sometimes, it's all on your own to find a place where no one else is. Okay. Yang Wei nodded. When Qin Shou learned that there were no single rooms here, he was instantly offended. It used to be 2 or 3 people living together when they were in their camp. It's not at all like this, with 10 or so people living inside a room. And of course the reason is simple. There were no decent shacks inside Qin Shou's previous camp. It's all built out of palm fronds. Simple houses. It also leaks when it rains. With conditions like that, it's only 2 or 3 people who can barely make it together. By the time it was time for the noon meal, Qin Shou was even more dissatisfied, because he noticed that a lot of people inside the camp were able to go and redeem smoked fish, or something like broth, but they, the ones who had just arrived, had no so-called points at all. The food arranged for them continued to be potatoes, and that's it, or the food that was given away today for the sake of them being new. Only by completing the work can you start earning points. This doesn't treat us as one of us at all. Qin Shou felt more and more that it was difficult to swallow this potato, especially seeing the layer of grease floating on top of the broth that some people were drinking. Qin Shou's mouth was watering with gluttony. It's good to have something to eat, We just came over here and contributed nothing. Chen Jinbiao frowned. You guys just don't know how to fight for it, so you'll be eating potatoes for the rest of your lives in the future. Xinsho looked at Chen Jinbiao and the others with contempt, feeling that these people, and themselves, are not even on the same page. At that moment Fan Jian walked in and began to make arrangements. You finish eating, wait to go together to cut down trees. As for you, a few female, just listen to Qin Xiaoshui's arrangement, and you also have your own number. With the number to address the convenience of some. There is no shortage of food inside the camp today. That's why cutting down trees is a top priority these days. After digging potatoes in the morning, they all had to go and cut down trees in the afternoon. Because firewood is also an important material. It has to be cut down and exposed to the sun ahead of time to allow the water inside to evaporate. It will be used for fires and so on. Won't you let us rest for a few days? We've only just picked up a life. It's been another night of walking and now I'm sore all over. Xinsho was just sore all over now. It's not comfortable anywhere. Do it or get out. Fan Jian sized up Xinsho without a word of nonsense. After all, Xinsho wasn't missing an arm or a leg. So what qualifications did he have to shout about being tired? When they were busy, they were also so tired that they almost collapsed. Not to mention that they'd been given a break. Xinsho was immediately dumbfounded. It was only after Fan Jian left that Xinsho muttered, "What inhumanity! Slaves and all that. If I had known I wouldn't have come." There was just no one to talk to at all. Zhou Feng's side is also having lunch. He came back and took a break too. Still 3 or 4 hours of sleep, but already refreshed. Chao Fun's lunch was special. It was potato pancakes. It's potatoes cut into strips then fried in lard for a golden, crispy exterior. It's very layered in one bite. Qin Xiaoshui had prepared 3 specifically for Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng was the only one inside the camp that could eat this kind of finer food. Otherwise dozens of people would have to eat these. And that wouldn't be enough to keep them busy for a day. No need to do any other work either. It was just potato pancakes. But Zhou Feng devoured them. Eat slowly. Don't choke. Seeing this scene, Qin Xiaoshui couldn't help but smile wanly. Chapter 93 Decisions. The cakes you made are too delicious. Zhou Feng couldn't help but marvel. In the past, he had often dallied inside Qin Xiaoshui's home. Qin Xiaoshui's cooking is a masterpiece. Although the conditions on the deserted island were said to be tough, Qin Xiaoshui was also trying to find ways to give herself a little treat. Eat slowly if you like it. I'll always cook for you in the future. Qin Xiaoshui held her chin with both hands, a smile on her face. That's good. Zhou Feng felt a wave of warmth. If one could eat Qin Xiaoshui's cooking for the rest of one's life, it would be a very happy thing for one. But just at that moment, someone came from a distance. Boss, boss. Zhou Feng looked over. It was the white man Bruce. The few white men inside the camp have been honest. It's also a matter of doing things by the book. Not like the Charles guys. Bruce and the guys themselves didn't want to take sides. There is no way around the fact that wherever there are people, interest groups will form. Race, country, region, etc. There's always a variety of reasons. Even people from one village will fight because of different surnames. There is no reasoning between the two sides by virtue of the fact that the last name is entirely battle group. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Zhou Feng asked. These few whites were peaceful, and Zhou Feng still had a good impression of them. I will talk to you alone. Bruce looked down at Qin Xiaoshui beside Zhou Feng. You guys chat. Qin Xiaoshui carried the plate on the floor and then got up. Once Qin Xiaoshui had left, Zhou Feng asked Bruce what was going on. Boss, I found something really weird. Bruce came over with a mysterious look on his face. Strange things? Zhou Feng was filled with doubt. It's a stone tablet. It has the words Paradise Island written on it. Bruce lowered his voice, all the while surveying the surroundings. It's like a deep fear of being overheard. How did you find that stone tablet? Zhou Feng frowned. Boss, you know about that stone tablet? Bruce could see that Zhou Feng had known about that stone tablet for a long time. So Bruce hastened to explain. He used to be a video blogger and his favorite place to go to capture some scenery. Now come to no man's land. He also wanders around after a busy day's work. Unintentionally, I found the monolith. Boss, how can there be a stone tablet in a place like this? Bruce couldn't help but voice his question. I don't know, but there's no need for more people to know about this matter. Zhou Feng shook his head. I understand. Plus I have another discovery. Bruce continued. There are still discoveries? Zhou Feng was a bit strange. That's right. I found a tomb around here. Bruce was mystified. Grave? There's a tomb on this island? Those savages should have been cremated. That tomb could only belong to someone else. It means it's likely that it's someone who has strayed to the island. And it came early. In what place? Zhou Feng immediately asked. It's roughly over there. I can take you there if the boss wants to know. Bruce pointed in a direction. Then go and take a look. Zhou Feng was instantly interested. Under Bruce's leadership, Zhou Feng walked northward for about 2 kilometers or so. There are vines everywhere and walking is difficult. No one has ever gone this way before. The boss is right here, Bruce said, pointing to a mound of dirt in front of him. Zhou Feng went up and took a look. It was just a higher mound of dirt. Still, it was possible to see that the mound was a bit different from the ground around it. The weeds next to it are a little smaller. But when Zhou Feng took a closer look, he frowned, because there's a big pit right next to the mound of dirt. There were some human bones scattered around. This tomb was actually dug up. I came like this, Bruce said, scratching his head. Can you tell when this graveyard was dug up? Zhou Feng was a bit speechless. There's nothing around here but bones. About 3 or 4 months. No longer. Bruce was sure. Bruce has done research specifically on this. 3 or 4 months? Zhou Feng frowned. You can tell by the decay of these bones that it's been many years. Many locations have been reduced to pieces. Must have been dead for years. Then the people who dug this grave should be Wu Wenrong and the others. Wu Wenrong had been here for half a year, so he must have explored all the surrounding area and dug up this tomb. Actually, Zhou Feng had always had a question. That was why. Exactly. Wu Wenrong was interested in his jade pendant. Wu Manwing must know something. It's just a pity that Wu Wenrong died too early, Bruce explained from the sidelines. Having searched the area, there's nothing left, just these bones. But Bruce judged from the bones that the one inside the graveyard should be a male. The age should be in the mid-40s. Remember to tell me if you find anything else. Zhou Feng nodded and said. Originally, Zhou Feng had been searching around, but all this time, he hadn't been able to put in the effort to search around. No problem, Bruce said immediately. When the two returned to the inside edge of the campground, Zhou Feng, however, found the place in a state of panic. Fan Jian and Yang Wei were directing people around as if they were sending them to themselves. When they saw Zhou Feng, the expressions of the two men were visibly relieved. What happened? Zhou Feng immediately asked. It's Boss Fei. Boss Fei has sent someone. Their camp has been attacked by the savages, Fan Jian said as he pointed to a man next to him. Zhou Feng looked over. It was the same Jiang Jun who had come over last time. Savages. So many savages. Jiang Jun's hands were busy gesticulating. According to Jiang Jun's description, they spotted at least 70 to 80 savages heading toward the camp. Boss Fei sent his men over first thing when he got the news. You guys mean that you want us to save you? Zhou Feng frowned. Everyone is a survivor on the miles. If you guys don't come to support us, we're sure to die this time. Jiang Jun immediately said. Roll. Moral kidnapping again, isn't it? Yang Wei raised his fist and made a gesture to hit. Jiang Jun rushed to hold his head. Yang Wei's fist didn't slam down though. Yang Wei was not in the mood right now, either, to pay attention to Jiang Jun. Boss, are we going to help? Fan Jian's side was anxious. According to the words of Jiang Jun, I'm afraid that the group of savages should, by now, have begun to engage Boss Fei and the others. They didn't have much time to hesitate and had to make a choice as soon as possible. Just now, Zhou Feng wasn't at the campsite, and they were all going crazy. Only Zhou Feng could make a decision on such matters. Help, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. In fact, from the beginning, they had little choice. If you want to maximize your benefits, you can only go and help Boss Fei and the others. Otherwise they would be the only ones left to face the savages next. Chapter 94, Bloodshed. Right, helping us is helping yourselves. Jiang Jun hurriedly shouted from the side. Shut up, Zhou Feng chided. Jiang Jun immediately shut his mouth. Gather 30 capable fighters and follow me out. You two will stay inside the camp, Zhou Feng said to Yang Wei and Fan Jian. There were only 30 people inside the camp that could be considered a fighting force. Yang Wei immediately went to gather men. If we encounter an attack here, then what do we do? Fan Jian asked as he stopped on his side. The probability of this is small, though not unheard of. Then retreat immediately and don't tangle with the enemy, Zhou Feng said. Yes, Fan Jian nodded. Soon 30 men were assembled. Every man had a spear in his hand, and half of them had shields in their hands. Zhou Feng set off with them. With such a long distance, Zhou Feng couldn't ask them to trot all the way, and they were shuttling inside the woods and the environment didn't allow it. Even with the fastest speed, we won't get there without more than 2 or 3 hours at this rate. Jiang Jun was so anxious that he kept muttering something about being late or something along the way. Fu Tai, I'll go over and check the situation first, Zhou Feng said to Fu Tai next to him. Boss, do you want to go over first? Fu Tai exclaimed. Zhou Feng didn't answer Fu Tai, but had started running. It disappeared from their view in the blink of an eye. What are you waiting for? You can't let the boss fall inside danger alone, Fu Tai urged up. The team was a little faster too. Zhou Feng had made this trip several times as well. It's been a breeze for a long time. Although there were many vines under his feet, they did not stop Zhou Feng. After running for more than an hour, Zhou Feng still didn't feel tired. He had never tried to see where his limits were. Upon emerging from the bushes and seeing Boss Fei's camp, Zhou Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as well. A chaotic scene in front of me. At the entrance to the camp, there were many corpses fallen. Most of them were of savages, about 20 or so. Many of the bodies had arrows hanging from them. Only a few of the bodies were those of survivors. But that didn't mean that Boss Fei's men had the upper hand. On the contrary, a large number of savages had rushed inside the camp. There was a succession of screams from inside. Seeing this scene, Zhou Feng no longer hesitated. He came over to help. Rushing to the entrance of the camp, Zhou Feng picked up a stone spear next to a corpse, stabbed toward the rearmost savage. Ah! The savage screamed in disbelief and turned his head in disbelief. One could tell by the shocked look in the savage's eyes that he hadn't expected an enemy behind him. Zhou Feng let out an explosive yell and exerted both his arms. The stone spear pierced the savage's body, and the savage fell heavily to the ground with it. The voice of the savage caught the attention of the man in front of him. There were 3 savages wielding stone spears and stabbing towards Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng shrank to let the first strike pass. The tip of the spear grazed past his abdomen. The second savage's stone spear came immediately after. It was swept towards Zhou Feng's face. Zhou Feng bent his knees and leaned back, the spear slightly touching his hair. The stone spear of the third savage was already rushing at Zhou Feng's neck. Zhou Feng had already pulled out his dagger from his waist and blocked the opponent's stone spear. A tremor came from the dagger, nearly dislodging Zhou Feng's hand, but it was only for a moment. Zhou Feng then swung his dagger. Several of savage's fingers fell to the ground. Ah! The sound of screams followed, and like a ghost, Zhou Feng had already arrived in front of the other savage. A cold light flashed. Blood spurted from the savage's neck. The last of the savages remained, with fear on his face, holding his stone spear in front of him with both hands. He was shouting a note at the top of his lungs. Zhou Feng felt that the other party should be shouting about enemies or something, but Zhou Feng didn't give him a chance. The same chopped off the other's fingers, then the neck. At this time the people inside also heard the commotion outside. Hold on. Support is coming. A loud voice roared. Zhou Feng heard out that this should be Boss Fei's voice. A loud cheer then erupted inside the camp. There should be quite a few people. There were more savages rushing out from inside the camp. Zhou Feng immediately picked up the bloodied stone spear on the ground. Don't look at these savages. They're still in the Stone Age. But their stone spears were sharpened so much that they could easily pierce the skin. And the front end is usually tied with animal skins, much more powerful than the simple spears made by the survivors. Facing these numerous savages, Zhou Feng was fighting and retreating. Never give them a chance to surround themselves. There were savages who were in a hurry to finish off Zhou Feng, and they would immediately reveal their flaws. It was killed by Zhou Feng with a single blow. This angered the savages, and several of them hissed and stabbed towards Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng didn't hesitate for a second and turned around to run. He was very fast again and didn't give these savages a chance. The savage could not catch up with Zhou Feng and could only stop. But if he didn't care about Zhou Feng would catch up again. Between just a few round trips, 5 or 6 more savages were taken out by Zhou Feng, and the savages inside the camp were all forced out by Boss Fei and the others. There weren't many of them, and only about 40 of them were still alive. The number should be just half of the total. A savage growled. Without the slightest hesitation, the other savages turned and ran towards the inside of the woods. Zhou Feng memorized the syllable, which should mean retreat. He then turned his attention to the entrance of the camp. Boss Fei and the others followed. Zhou Feng noticed Boss Fei at a glance. One of his arms tied. The other arm held a stone knife, presumably a savage weapon as well. There was quite a bit of blood on the body, but none of it looked to be Boss Fei's. Rather, it's the savages. The others around Boss Fei looked a bit miserable. Many had wounds on their bodies. You're the only one who came? Boss Fei looked at Zhou Feng in shock. Originally, when he heard a commotion outside, Boss Fei thought that a lot of people had come. I couldn't imagine that when I came out to take a look. Zhou Feng was the only one. They're all in the back. I'll come alone to support them first. Zhou Feng threw his stone spear on the ground. You came alone and dared to make a move. The shock inside Boss Fei's eyes increased. Then Boss Fei nodded slowly as if he had made some sort of decision. What about your casualties? Zhou Feng asked. Come in and see for yourself. Boss Fei turned around and went back inside the camp. Zhou Feng followed. Upon seeing the field of corpses inside the camp, Zhou Feng could not help but frown. Inside the camp the bodies of the savages were few and far between, and there were a dozen more. All that remains are the bodies of survivors, both male and female. It added up to at least 40 people. Chapter 95, The Map. Zhou Feng also saw a familiar figure inside the corpse. Dr. 1. He was sprawled on the ground, a large patch of bright red behind him. It should have been pierced through the body by a spear. Seeing this scene, Zhou Feng could not help but shake his head as well. Dr. One is a good man. Traveling and carrying around so much medication must have been trying to help the others. It's just a shame to come across something like this. The moment the savages stormed the camp, there was nothing safe about the camp. The elderly and infirm are the most vulnerable targets. What are you guys going to do next? Zhou Feng looked at Boss Fei. It's not safe here anymore. I'm going to take the people and leave. Boss Fei said slowly. Leave? Zhou Feng froze. I didn't expect Boss Fei to be so dry, so quick to decide to abandon this camp. Actually, I should have left a long time ago. Boss Fei sighed, and his expression was a bit chagrined. Where are you guys planning to go? Zhou Feng inquired. How about I want to join you? Boss Fei said as he looked at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng frowned. Getting Boss Fei and these guys on board? He didn't even think the savages needed to show up. The interior would soon disintegrate. Oh, I'm just kidding. I actually have a place to go. Boss Fei then laughed. What place? Zhou Feng was curious. Boss Fei didn't answer first, but ordered his men first. Tell them to get their weapons in order. Also pack up all the food you have now so you can easily take it with you later. Hearing Boss Fei's words, these people didn't hesitate. Immediately start organizing it. Follow me. Boss Fei then said to Zhou Feng before entering inside a shack. Zhou Feng followed, noting that the shack was clean. It's also well stocked with all the necessities of life. Not only do you have wooden basins for washing your face, but you also have cutlery for eating. Inside the room there was also a table built out of stone. It should be where Boss Fei lives. Boss Fei fumbled on the straw mattress on the bed for a while, then took out a notebook the size of an A4 sheet. The notebook was placed on the table and spread out. One of the pages had a map drawn on it. Zhou Feng was flabbergasted in his heart and immediately came over. This map is well documented. Not only do you have your own campsite location, but you also have 2 campsites before and after Tangchang. Plus there's the caveman tribe. The maps are professionally drawn, along with the general topography. It was much more powerful than Zhou Feng's simple map. But what really made Zhou Feng feel surprised was, at the edge of the map, it says it's the edge, but that side would actually be the deeper direction of the island. They just didn't explore past it. Boss Fei also standardized a camp up there, and a very large one at that. There are 4 words written on it. Center Camp. What is this place? Zhou Feng blurted out. In fact, Zhou Feng did not expect that Boss Fei would tell himself so simply. After all, Boss Fei was too calculating a person. The tribe of savages on the map was what Boss Fei had pointed out to himself last time. The location is quite a bit off. No wonder he had searched for it for half a day and hadn't found it. That's what Boss Fei did on purpose. But what Zhou Feng did not expect was that Boss Fei actually answered. The center camp. There were more than 500 people here at the highest number. And then a conflict broke out, killing dozens of people. Boss Fei began to tell. According to Boss Fei's description, the center camp was full of people. Not only Orientals, but also blacks and whites. Now that a very large number of people have gathered, it's sort of a little more harmonious now. That's where Boss Fei was planning to take the men. How do you know in such detail? Zhou Feng was filled with surprise. According to the information on Boss Fei's map, that place was at least nearly 20 kilometers away from their camp. At least, this is on a densely forested island. At the very least, it's a 2-day walk to get there. My men found it, Boss Fei explained. Some time ago, Boss Fei let out a dozen scouts. Go search the perimeter. Boss Fei promised them, as long as they find valuable information, then they will give them a raise inside the camp. They will also be given spouses. Su Kai is one of those who discovered the papaya forest, and the camps of Tang Chang and others. And of those dozen or so, less than half ended up back at the camp. 2 men brought back news from the center camp. They talked to the survivors over there, learning the general situation over there. He came back and told Boss Fei all about it. Zhou Feng secretly nodded his head when he heard this. This Boss Fei has some tricks up his sleeve to get his men to sell out to him. That camp has more than 400 people now. Where did they get so much food from? Zhou Feng felt strange. The center camp is huge, and there are so many resources around it that not everyone is gathered together either. Boss Fei explained. There were several forces inside that camp, and everyone was just a kilometer or 2 away. But roughly all of them are active in one area, so they are referred to as a central camp. Zhou Feng nodded. If anything, there are potatoes over there too, or papaya or something like that. It would be possible to cater for a large population within that time. Are you sure you want to go over there? Zhou Feng asked again. It's unlikely that you will accept me either. I can't stay here and wait to be killed by the savages. Boss Fei smiled. Zhou Feng could see that Boss Fei was not just joking around. Maybe Boss Fei had really thought about joining them, but they weren't destined to go all the way when they'd had previous outbreaks of conflict. Now this center camp. Indeed, it's the best place for Boss Fei and the others to go. There was a rip. Boss Fei tore off the page of the map before handing it to Zhou Feng. "This map is for you," Boss Fei said. "Gave it to me? What about you?" Zhou Feng froze. "I drew several copies of that." Boss Fei flipped through the notebook again. There were indeed several other maps on the laptop, all looking exactly the same. "I also have a map. Let's exchange it." Zhou Feng also took out his own map. The information recorded on Zhou Feng's map was much less than Boss Fei's, but a lot of places are not on the Boss Fei map. Boss Fei immediately took out a pen and perfected the map. In this way, a corner of Paradise Island appeared before them. They are in the north of Paradise Island, and just how big Paradise Island is remains a mystery. Just then, noisy voices came from outside. It was Fu Tai and the others who had arrived. Zhou Feng and Boss Fei walked out. "Boss, we came late." Fu Tai and the others have ugly faces, especially at the sight of so many bodies on the ground. They felt like it was becoming difficult to breathe. He had never seen so many corpses in his own life. One could imagine how intense the battle was just now. 96. Center Camp. "You guys have done your best." Zhou Feng waved his hand and said. Fu Tai and the others were soaked to the collar. They came all the way here too. Only the battle ended too soon. The savages retreated when they saw the heavy casualties and were unable to take this camp. "So many savages are trying to drive this camp to extinction." Fu Tai kicked the body of a savage on the ground. Zhou Feng actually vaguely guessed it in his heart. Why these savages are attacking? All of these savages are believers in the Sun One. It probably had something to do with the fact that last night, he had rescued the survivors himself. Perhaps the savages thought that the survivors had fled inside this camp, and by this time, Boss Fei's men had pretty much packed up the camp. After this havoc, there were only 50 or 60 people left inside their camp. Everyone, male or female, was carrying a package on their backs. It looked like they were ready to leave this place at any time. Even the two men with multiple injuries were assisted and prepared to leave. In fact, Zhou Feng could already tell that these two people were seriously injured. "I'm afraid I can't hold out for the long haul," but they still chose to follow Boss Fei, because staying here is a sure way to die. "We still have some supplies inside the camp that we can't take with us, so you guys can take them back later," Boss Fei said, pointing to a shack. "That's their warehouse." "Good." Zhou Feng nodded. In fact, in addition to those supplies, the weapons left behind by the savages were also important. Stone spears, stone knives, etc. Boss Fei and the others didn't exactly take it away, but there was not a single bow or arrow left. "See you again sometime." Boss Fei nodded back. Then towards the outside of the campground, Boss Fei's men all followed, but as he reached the door, Boss Fei stopped and turned around. "There aren't many people who can injure me over the years, and you are considered one of them." Boss Fei spoke. Boss Fei felt that if he hadn't been injured this time, the situation would never have gotten to this point. "That was also something you asked for," Zhou Feng said indifferently. Boss Fei's mouth was tinged with a bitter smile. "Let me give you one last piece of advice. Although the savages died so many people this time, they shouldn't attack for a while, but it's best for you to migrate to the middle camp," Boss Fei reminded. "I'll think about it," Zhou Feng said after thinking for a moment. Without saying anything else, Boss Fei turned around and left. "Keep waiting until Boss Fei's men are far away." Fu Tai Kai couldn't help but come over and inquire. "Boss, what's the middle camp?" "This isn't the time to talk about this. Take away everything that can be taken away from here." Zhou Feng gave the order. Yes, the crowd immediately began to get busy. There's really quite a lot of stuff inside Boss Fei's camp. Aside from tons of potatoes, it's just a few household items. Everyone returns carrying a lot of stuff. When Zhou Feng returned inside the camp, Yang Wei and the others were relieved. It was only to see that apart from Zhou Feng, the others did not have half a trace of having fought on them. Plus they were carrying a lot of supplies. The crowd was a little confused as to what was going on. It's a long story. There are some things to discuss together. Zhou Feng intended to call a meeting. Soon the people inside the campground, all gathered in the clearing. "All sit on the ground." "Boss, everyone's here," Fan Jian said. "Wait, there are still people who haven't come yet. Wait for a while first." Zhou Feng waved his hand. Fan Jian had a strange look on his face. Obviously everyone inside the camp was there. Even Chen Jinbiao and the others, who had just joined, had now come over. What other people didn't show up? On the outskirts of the crowd, Qin Shou muttered, "I don't know what this is going to do. I guess it's to set us up." It was just that after Qin Shou's words, there wasn't much of a hitchhiker. Chen Jinbiao and the others took Qin Shou's words as a whisper. Qin Shou moved a few steps and came next to Zhang Lili. "No matter what happens next, I will protect you," Qin Shou said in a low voice. Zhang Lili turned her head and ignored Qin Shou as well. She was already disappointed in herself as a fiancé. Although Zhang Lili ignored herself, Qin Shou still sat next to her. Soon the person Zhou Feng was waiting for came. the Tang Cheng siblings came over with a few people. On the way back, Zhou Feng had someone inform Tang Cheng, tell him to come to his camp. There are important things to discuss with him. But what Zhou Feng hadn't expected was that Tang Cheng had brought his sister over as well. Zhou Feng, what happened? Tang Cheng opened his mouth and asked. Seeing that so many people had gathered, Tang Cheng also realized that something big had happened. Tang Fu's gaze fell back to sweep inside the crowd. He quickly spotted Bai Qingyan and immediately threw over a gaze with hostility. Bai Qingyan also noticed Tang Fu's gaze and immediately frowned. Neither of the two women flinched in the slightest. Instead, it was Qin Xiaoshui who noticed Bai Qingyan's actions and looked at Tang Fu. I don't know what the two are at odds with. I'll give you a quick overview of the situation, as well as everyone else. Zhou Feng began to speak, starting with Boss Fei's plea for help, all the way to what happened at the center camp. Tang Cheng had also just heard that Boss Fei's camp had been attacked. When he learned that dozens of people had died, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. If those savages attacked their camp, they would all be dead. Boss, is this center camp real? Someone couldn't help but ask. These words from Zhou Feng just now caused everyone to have a sense of crisis. Who knows when the savages will attack them? They know so little about what's going on around them. There are tribes of savages to the east. What about the west? Are there tribes of savages as well? Suppose it's true about the center camp. That's a relatively safe place to be. There were more than 400 men inside the camp combined. Surely they could withstand an attack by the savages. Boss Fei's words can't necessarily be trusted completely. Tang Cheng slowly shook his head. In fact, Zhou Feng was basically convinced about the center camp. The words that Boss Fei had said when he left, Zhou Feng was able to sense that they were from the bottom of his heart. The center camp thing should be true. Whether it's true or not, I intend to send someone forward to take a look. Is there anyone willing to go? Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Hearing these words, the crowd looked at each other. Not a single person was willing to step forward. It takes almost 2 days of walking to reach the center camp. The journey is too dangerous. There's no telling what beasts and venomous insects you'll encounter. And there are wildlings watching. It wasn't directly through the camp of the savages, but it wasn't too far from there either. In case the savages catch them, there'll be rations for the other side. Boss, I'll go. Just then, someone stood up and said, Chapter 97. The crowd looked over. It was discovered that the speaker was Bruce. You're willing to go? Zhou Feng was also a bit surprised. It didn't occur to me that it was Bruce who was willing to step up to the plate at this point in time. Though having said that, Bruce has said that he likes to explore. But that's risking your life. I'm willing to go over there and see what's going on. Bruce looked serious. I'll go too. I'm coming along. A few others stepped forward. There were 2 white men among them, both usually on good terms with Bruce. What amazes people is this. Qin Shou actually stood up as well. Next to him, Chen Jinbiao and the others all cast a surprised look. I'll provide you with food. And I'll also increase your points if you come back. That was all Zhou Feng could take out right now. You've risked a lot for us, boss, and it's our turn to get on, Bruce said heartily. A few of them, whites, were inside the camp and were not treated in a discriminatory manner. It was because Zhou Feng didn't treat them as Charles's remnants. Inside my camp, there should also be people who are willing to go together, and they can set off together, Tang Cheng added from the side. Zhou Feng nodded. It would be best if that was the case. It's safer with more people. Zhou Feng then had people prepare food for Bruce and the others for tomorrow. We'll meet up with Tang Cheng's men early tomorrow morning and set off together. When it was time for dinner, Zhang Lili came to Qin Shou. Why did you take the initiative to go to the center camp? Lili Zhang couldn't help but inquire. Qin Shou, who was so afraid of death, was actually willing to take a risk. Although Zhang Lili was dissatisfied with Qin Shou's performance last time, but Qin Shou was her fiancé after all, so she still couldn't help but ask a few questions. I don't think it's safe here. It's too unreliable to let a young man like Zhou Feng be the leader. There are more survivors over at the center camp. That's the only place that can hold back the savages, Qin Shou explained. Lili Zhang frowned. No matter what, Zhou Feng had saved them from the savages. Qin Shou actually had a grievance against Zhou Feng. Moreover, based on Zhang Lili's observation, she realized that the people inside the camp were all respectful of Zhou Feng. She had also heard a lot about Zhou Feng. There is no shortage of food in this camp right now to be able to eat. It's entirely because of Zhou Feng's leadership. But Qin Shou was clearly unhappy with Zhou Feng, yet he still took the initiative to take risks. You're not planning to go to the center camp and stay there without coming back, are you? Lili Zhang snapped to this realization. If that's the case, that would explain it. Why would Qin Shou take the initiative to commit a crime? That's not the character of a fiancé. Hearing Zhang Lili say that, a trace of panic flashed across Qin Shou's face. Lili, I definitely didn't mean that. How could I possibly abandon you? I just wanted to go over there to check out the situation. Chinsho hurriedly changed into a smile. You have already abandoned me. Zhang Lily turned away with a cold face. Looking at Zhang Lily's back as she left, Chinsho's face became gloomy. The other side of the camp. Zhou Feng sat in the open space and ate the inside of his bowl, but his eyes were on the two men next to him, Bai Qingyan and Tang Fu. Donovan didn't leave today and said he wanted to stay here for the night. See what Zhou Feng's camp is like and want to learn from the experience. Tang Cheng left first with the others. They're also sending someone over tomorrow to go with Bruce and the others. It was just that what Zhou Feng didn't expect. The two people, Tang Fu and Bai Qingyan, how they looked like they were full of hostility. From the time they sat down to eat, the two didn't say a word, but it was wide-eyed. There's a conflict between you two? Zhou Feng couldn't help but ask. No, how could Sister Bai and I have a conflict? Tang Fu smiled faintly, her voice gentle. Zhou Feng felt strange. This is not how Donovan usually looks. Tang Fu was a big talker before. Now how she clamped her voice. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Zhou Feng is not someone you can hook up with. Bai Qingyan snorted coldly and simply showed her cards. This woman. The last time he used a handkerchief to bandage Zhou Feng's wound, it made Bai Qingyan feel that something was wrong. I can't imagine that now Tang Fu is coming straight to my door. Little sister, you're thinking too much, aren't you? I'm just here to take a look at the situation of your camp. Tang Fu, however, didn't admit it, though it's true that Donovan hasn't been in love either. But Donovan's girlfriends during college didn't talk about this aspect much. Trying to poach a man, the best thing to do, then, is to create a rift between them first. It's like a lot of women's girlfriends who persuade them to ask their husbands for all sorts of things. Find a way to toss the husband. When her husband got impatient with the divorce, her best friend immediately showed up as a bird in the hand. A stark contrast to women, able to take down men easily. Donovan is also not ashamed of this practice though, but she preferred not to give up Zhou Feng. For love, she's going to have to fight for it somehow. Green tea whore. Bai Qingyan bristled. Tang Fu immediately showed a look of resignation. Cough. Bai Qingyan, don't talk too much. No matter what, she's still a guest. Zhou Feng gave a dry cough. You speak for an outsider. The expression on Bai Qingyan's face became even more irritated. I'm not an outsider. I even went with Zhou Feng to search the savage camp yesterday. I was able to help. Tang Fu still had that aggrieved look, but these words exasperated Bai Qingyan enough. Zhou Feng, explain to me why this matter was not told to me. Bai Qingyan directly stood up and said angrily, there are so many things that have happened. I can't talk about it in time. Zhou Feng burst into a bitter laugh. Zhou Feng had only just returned this morning with Chen Jinbiao and the others. After resting a bit, they went to support Boss Fei and the others at noon. A meeting will be held when we return in the afternoon. I've been so busy, I don't have time to talk about these things. I'll tell my mom to go. Bai Qingyan huffed and puffed. Seeing Bai Qingyan's appearance, Tang Fu couldn't help but cover her mouth and snicker. That's it? You want to dominate Zhou Feng at this level? That's too young. And go to mom? It's true that they're children. They have to tattle on this matter. How could one lose to such a girl? Tang Fu, what do you mean by this? Zhou Feng looked at Tang Fu next to him a little helplessly. He could see that now too. It wasn't Bai Qingyan's problem alone. Tang Fu's side was also taking the initiative to provoke. It doesn't mean anything. Tang Fu played dumb. You. Zhou Feng hesitated. Just as the words reached his mouth, Zhou Feng still didn't say them. After all, he couldn't ask Tang Fu if he liked himself. In all fairness to Tang Fu's image, there is absolutely no shortage of people to chase after. I like you, Donf said but came over to me. Chapter 98, I'm Zhou Feng's girlfriend. Zhou Feng was filled with surprise. It didn't occur to me that Donovan actually really thought that way. The next second, Donf moved over. Coldly, he kissed Zhou Feng on the face. Zhou Feng touched his face slightly. Mom, look at them. Bai Qingyan pulled Qin Shoshue and was walking over this way. The two then saw that Tang Fu was sitting next to Zhou Feng in an intimate action. Zhou Feng stood up in a flash. Zhou Feng was really a bit flustered. It didn't occur to me that this scene would be seen by Qin Shoshue. Zhou Feng, you scum. What are you doing? Bai Qingyan's eyes were as if she wanted to kill someone. These words were shouted out, and there were quite a few people around who looked over. One couldn't help but whisper, what's wrong with the boss? What else could it be? It's just getting caught having an affair. TSK, 3 women in one. They were all in the mindset of watching. In fact, they were all surprised that there were quite a few people who wanted to approach Zhou Feng inside the camp. Zhou Feng, however, had always had a respectful attitude. It's just that he's enthusiastic about Qin Xiaoxue. The two are dating. It was only now that they saw Tang Fu that they realized. It turns out that Zhou Feng also has a date. It's that model-bodied beauty. They all wanted to see how Zhou Feng would respond to this scene now. Misunderstanding, it was just now that she came over. Zhou Feng hurriedly explained up. Explain what? You guys hooked up a long time ago. Bai Qingyan didn't believe it at all. Where is there such a coincidence? He had just brought his mother over and saw this? They must have done this a lot before and just caught themselves. And then there was the whole day yesterday, actually staying together. Who knows what it's all about? Tang Fu didn't say anything from the side, just smiled without saying anything. Seeing Bai Qingyan's distrust of Zhou Feng, she was happy in her heart. Whenever two people have a broken relationship, then wouldn't that be an opportunity for yourself? Xiao Shui is not like that. You have to believe me. Zhou Feng looked at Qin Xiaoshui. Seeing Zhou Feng's overwhelmed expression, Qin Xiaoshui was instantly happy. This is Tang Fu, right? We've met a few times, but we haven't been formally introduced. My name is Qin Xiaoshui, I'm Zhou Feng's girlfriend. Qin Xiaoshui walked over on her side and took the initiative to extend her hand. Tang Fu froze, her face instantly filled with surprise and dismay. Got it wrong myself. Bai Qingyan was not Zhou Feng's girlfriend at all. The great beauty in front of her was her competition. Then what was he doing before? Hello you. It took a few seconds for Donf to think about going up and shaking hands. You can rest inside our room today. There are fewer people in our room and there are extra spots. Qin Xiaoshui smiled faintly. Aha. Donf was still inside the shock and hadn't come back to her senses. Bai Qingyan smiled a victorious smile from the side. Just now, Tang Fu had pissed herself off enough. However, she was as well behaved as a sheep in front of Qin Xiaoshui. It's true that it's still the mother who's great. It was only after seeing Zhou Feng next to her that Bai Qingyan immediately let out a cold snort. This Zhou Feng, not a hint of denial. Such a Tang Fu popped up today. Maybe someone else will pop up next. If there were so many women around all the time, sooner or later, Zhou Feng will become a womanizer. Are you really Zhou Feng's girlfriend? Tang Fu couldn't help but ask after slowing down on her side. Yeah, everyone inside the camp knows. Qin Xiaoshui ruffled her hair and said graciously, the two have been in an open relationship for a few days now. At first, Qin Xiaoshui was feeling a little embarrassed, but no one is gossiping about anything behind their backs either. Qin Xiaoshui also gradually adapted. Not to mention the fact that the person in front of you is a competitor. Qin Xiaoshui certainly had to act generous. Zhou Feng, you. Tang Fu looked at Zhou Feng again, not knowing what to say for a moment. I told you I have a girlfriend. It's Xiaoshui. Zhou Feng's side wrapped his arm around Qin Xiaoshui's shoulders. These words were also telling Tang Fu that he had a favorite. Donovan looked a little disoriented. She didn't know what to do for a moment. It was gradually getting darker. Tang Fu was resting inside Qin Xiaoshui's in their rooms. Turned the day around. When Zhou Feng came out from inside the room, it was then that they saw Tang Fu holding Qin Xiaoshui's arm, and the two of them were very close. This transformation made Zhou Feng look a bit dumbfounded. Last night he heard it. Tang Fu and Qin Xiaoshui seemed to have been chatting, but it's all about parents and such. Zhou Feng also fell asleep. I didn't realize how close the two had become in one night. On the contrary, Bai Qingyan still had a displeased expression on her face. What happened? What happened to the two of them? Zhou Feng's side looked for an opportunity to ask Bai Qingyan. Tang Fu said something about recognizing her sister. This vixen is still not dead. Bai Qingyan muttered, very dissatisfied. Bai Qingyan had thought that Tang Fu would definitely know what to do, but he didn't expect that Tang Fu was still acting all enthusiastic. Definitely not with good intentions. Zhou Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard these words. Ha ha. What are you laughing at? Philanderer. Bai Qingyan's eyes widened at once. Ha ha. I laughed at the fact that you have an extra sister-in-law. Zhou Feng's side tried to force a laugh, but this is just hilarious. Bai Qingyan looked as if she hadn't realized it yet. As expected, it was only after hearing Zhou Feng's words that Bai Qingyan realized it afterward. This woman, taking advantage of me. Bai Qingyan only came back to her senses and stomped her feet in anger. No wonder Tang Fu let recognize any sister. Zhou Feng slipped away in a hurry, lest Bai Qingyan take the fire later. On her own head, Bruce and the others are ready. Each of them was carrying quite a bit of food and water, as well as spears as weapons. Zhou Feng also inevitably felt a bit strange when he saw that Qinshou was also well prepared. It was just that Zhou Feng did not stop Qinshou from going forward. After all, there weren't many people who were actively trying to find the middle camp in the first place. Tang Cheng's side also brought people over, and there were also 5 people willing to go. The two groups were soon on their way. Looking at Qinshou's departing back, Zhang Lily bit her lip. She didn't know if she should, or not, tell Zhou Feng what she guessed. It was possible that Qinshou would go this time and never come back. After half a day of hesitation, Lily Zhang still didn't do it. After all, Qinshou hadn't done that yet. Within the next few days, Zhou Feng kept a close eye on the movements of the savage tribe. It was good to see that the tribe of savages wasn't about to attack. They didn't even bother to clean up the corpses of their companions inside Boss Fei's camp. And what gave Zhou Feng a headache was that Tang Fu had been staying inside his camp. Just won't go back. Chapter 99, Intelligence. Zhou Feng couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't kick Tang Fu out. With an extra large light bulb like Tang Fu. So much so that Zhou Feng could only find time to stay alone with Qin Xiaoxue. This afternoon, Donf went to take a shower with a couple of women. The place where they went to bathe was the place where Zhou Feng was bitten by a snake last time. It has now become a place inside the camp where the women specialize in washing. Men are not allowed near this place. And now they all travel in pairs. With a special guard. It is also specifically checked around before cleaning. Whether there are poisonous snakes or something. There wasn't a second person who had been bitten yet. And Zhou Feng was the only unlucky one. Although it wasn't time for dinner. Qin Xiaoxue was already arranging the work of the logistics team. Then Qin Xiaoxue saw that Zhou Feng was hanging around beside her. What's wrong? Qin Xiaoxue asked. Wanted to talk to you alone. Zhou Feng scratched his head. Let's go inside your room then. Qin Xiaoxue smiled wanly before walking ahead. Zhou Feng immediately followed. Once the two were together, they went inside the room. Just after entering the house, Qin Xiaoxue immediately felt that a pair of hands held herself from behind. Little Feng. Qin Xiaoxue immediately blushed. How could she not know what Zhou Feng had in mind? When you have time in the day, you want to snuggle. You're my girlfriend. What's wrong with a hug? Zhou Feng said with a smile. Well, it's good that you like it. Qin Xiaoxue took the initiative to turn around and tiptoe over. After a few minutes, the two men then separated. How does it compare to Tang Fu? Qin Xiaoxue blushed. Every time Zhou Feng was so passionate, it was a little hard for her to breathe. Don't make fun of me. I really don't have anything. With her. Zhou Feng laughed bitterly. You guys really haven't kissed? Qin Xiaoxue had a serious face. Seeing Qin Xiaoxue like this, Zhou Feng was still quite happy in his heart. This proved that Qin Xiaoxue was truly jealous. It just doesn't show it. Really? I can swear. Zhou Feng raised his hand. Who made you swear? Qin Xiaoxue had a smile on her lips and pulled Zhou Feng's hand down. She looked at Zhou Feng's sizzling eyes and her heart fluttered. The man in front of her might actually be taken by someone else if she didn't fight for him. At the thought of this, Qin Xiaoxue's heart was indescribably hard. She didn't want that to happen. Xiao Feng. Qin Xiaoxue gathered her courage. HM? Zhou Feng had a questioning look on his face. Just at that moment, there was a cacophony of voices from outside. It's back. They're back. Someone shouted from outside. Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoxue immediately came out from inside the room. The first thing he saw was Bruce. But Bruce is surrounded by nothing more than a white man. Where are the other two? Zhou Feng opened his mouth and asked. Sam was unlucky. He was bitten by a poisonous snake as we passed through a meadow, and soon began to vomit blood. Bruce sighed. Instead of encountering savages, they encountered poisonous snakes. Being on a deserted island is basically the same as being sentenced to death. Zhou Feng's heart also sank when he heard this. If it weren't for my own special body, I'm afraid I wouldn't be alive now. What about that Qin Shou? Yang Wei asked next to him. Upon hearing Qin Shou's name, Bruce opened his mouth and cursed in English. There's a classic B word in there. Based on Bruce's description, they had been walking for 2 days when they finally found the center camp. And that night, Qin Shou disappeared. Along with Qin Shou, who had disappeared into thin air, were the supplies that several of them were carrying. That asshole is shameless, said another white man next to him, also stuttering in Chinese. We still sold our spears at the bazaar later and exchanged them for some food before we came back. Otherwise we might not have even made it back. Bruce's eyes were filled with anger inside. Zhou Feng frowned. Although he felt that Qin Shou was plotting against him. But I didn't think that this guy would be so underhanded. Stealing all the stuff from Bruce and others. Bruce carried a lot of jerky and smoked fish when they left. It'll last for 7 or 8 days. A fair? There's a bazaar over there? However, Zhou Feng also noticed the word. Yes, there are a lot of people over there. And there's a bustling bazaar where people come together to exchange supplies. Bruce gestured. There's no currency over there. It's all barter. The value is all up to the parties to negotiate. Find a place to sit down first and talk slowly. Zhou Feng incidentally asked Qin Xiaoxue to get some food. Bruce and the others came back since they sold their weapons. Probably didn't eat much either. Bruce and the men came and sat down in the middle of the camp. The two men drank some water and ate a few more bites. It was only then that Bruce began to recount the scene he had seen at the center camp. People around them leaned in when they heard Bruce was back. Both wanted to figure out what was going on at the center camp. Bruce and the others only stayed most of the day and gained little information. Just hurry back. First of all, there is indeed a large amount of supplies near the center camp. Although the number of people is large, there is no need to worry about food and clothing for the time being. There are also spontaneous bazaars formed over there. It's just that inside the bazaar, there isn't much currency. It's all barter. There's a lot of stuff inside the bazaar over there. There's tons of stuff from the miles, Bruce said in a deep voice. Lots of stuff on the miles? What's all there? Fan Jian asked in a hurry. There's some furniture, and some groceries, and even some canned flour and such. Bruce counted them as he did. These are the ones he saw at the fair. Where did they get these things from? Zhou Feng frowned. Although they appeared on this deserted island. But this was no shipwreck. Rather, they are unexplained mysteries. Everyone has a few carry-ons around, though, but not as many supplies can appear. The only explanation is that they found the miles. That's how you can get a lot of supplies from the top of the miles. Does that mean it's not just them? Even the miles appeared on this island? Or sunk at sea? This can't be right. However, Zhou Feng thought for a moment that the jade pendant he was carrying, and the changes that have taken place in themselves, none of it can be explained by science. Nothing else that happens on that island seems to be a surprise. I don't know. I've asked a lot of people about it and they all act all mysterious and don't want to talk about it easily. Bruce shook his head. It seems that there is a price to pay for access to this information. Inside the center camp, it's not just supplies that can be exchanged. Intelligence is likewise exchangeable. Where are Tang Chang and his men? Zhou Feng asked again. Chapter 100 Choices. Bruce indicated that Tang Chang, one of their men, had followed them back. Their supplies were also stolen by Qin Shou. Hearing this, Bruce cursed again. All the way Qin Shou was sneaking around and pretending that he had broken his foot, always at the back of the line, not willing to take the slightest danger. Bruce would love for the person who died to be Qin Shou. Zhen Lily was apprehensive ever since she saw that Qin Shou hadn't returned. Now hearing this from Bruce, she then realized that it was just as she had suspected. Qin Shou was the one who utilized the resources provided by Zhou Feng and then reached the central camp. The press had no intention of coming back, but what Lily Zhang didn't expect was that Qin Shou would do such a desperate thing. Even Bruce and the others have stolen their stuff. This also proved that Qin Shou had completely abandoned himself. Lily, don't you worry. What happened to your fiancé has nothing to do with you. Just at this time, someone tapped Lily Zhang's shoulder. It's Li Ran. Aha. Lily Zhang nodded her head with a bit of trepidation. Lily Zhang was now chagrined in her heart. If he had told Zhou Feng his guest before Qin Shou left, then surely this won't happen. Just as the crowd was talking, a guest arrived. Tang Chang. This time Tang Chang came alone, and he was carrying a bag that looked like it contained quite a bit of stuff. The bandage on Tang Chang's shoulder had been removed instead. It seemed that Tang Chang's injury should be basically fine. You are? Zhou Feng was also a bit surprised when he saw Tang Chang. I've come to defect to you. Tang Chang laughed. Tang Fu heard her brother coming and ran over as well. Brother? What happened? Tang Fu couldn't help but ask, because Tang Fu realized that Tang Chang had also brought his own supplies from the camp. It's a long story. Tang Chang told the story. When the men returned, they told everyone about the center camp, so it was proposed that they move over. All the people inside the camp immediately agreed, although that location of the cave was better. Once he heard that there was a tribe of savages a few kilometers away, the people inside the camp were on the edge of their seats, especially after learning that Boss Fei and the others had all gone. There would be even less people who would want to stay here. All were afraid of becoming the next target of the savages. Their camp had been attacked by Boss Fei's men when they were attacked before. Everyone felt the threat of death. All want to go to safer places now, but this is just as well. I feel much more relaxed. Tang Chang had a complicated expression. Managing dozens of people during this time, Tang Chang was also under a lot of pressure, but those people really went off on their own. Inside Tang Chang's heart, however, he was worried. Where's Sister Lan? She didn't follow you over either? Tang Fu couldn't help but say. The Sister Lan in Tang Fu's mouth was Tang Chang's woman inside the camp. Tang Chang shook his head, his expression a little forlorn. Seeing her brother's appearance, Tang Fu didn't say anything. What's the plan for your camp? Does anyone want to relocate to the center camp? Tang Chang inquired curiously. When these words came out, everyone in the room looked at each other in disbelief. They haven't discussed the topic yet. Everyone's gazes went to Zhou Feng. Boss, what are we going to do? Someone couldn't help but ask. What is everyone's opinion? Zhou Feng's gaze swept from person to person in the room. Virtually everyone inside the campground, too, had arrived. But not a single person spoke up. Everyone had a serious expression on their faces. Seeing this scene, Zhou Feng smiled first. Everyone, don't be nervous, just say whatever you have to say, Zhou Feng said. When they heard Zhou Feng say that, someone took the lead. I think it's hard for us to defend here. We can't carry it off if the wildling tribe attacks. Even Boss Fei's camp can't hold back the wildlings. There aren't any other survivors around. Are we going to stay here? A few people spoke up. The words were all worry. Zhou Feng nodded, able to understand how they thought. Now the survivors around the area are going to the center camp one after another. This makes them inevitably feel flustered. After all, people are collective animals and it's easy to go with the flow. And their fears are justified. The most central factor for Boss Fei and the others to leave this place was still security. The center camp may not be safe either. With so many survivors gathered together, it would attract the attention of the wildlings instead. This journey is also quite dangerous. In case we are discovered by the savages, we will definitely be killed or injured. Might as well stay here. There's no shortage of food here today. There were also opposing views expressed. The two sets of people began to argue. What if we stay here and get attacked by savages? What the hell is going on in the center camp? And we're going to abandon it now when we don't have a clue? It's definitely safer over there with more people. More people doesn't mean it's safe. Wasn't there a civil unrest before that killed dozens of people? Both sides got more and more heated, with neither side being able to convince the other. Because all their fears are justified. Stop arguing. Let's hear what the boss has to say. Fan Jian stepped forward and said. All of them quieted down and silently looked at Zhou Feng. Let me think about it first. Everyone disperse. Zhou Feng said after thinking for a moment. Whatever decision is made, there is a lot at stake. Everyone who heard this dispersed to go about their business. Only a few some people were still around Zhou Feng. It's Yang Wei, Fan Jian, and Sun Hong, among others. All of them were the top few numbered people inside the camp and the first to follow Zhou Feng. You guys go and get busy too. Zhou Feng said to these people. Boss, no matter what decision you make, we'll follow you. Li Ran had a cautious face. If it wasn't for Zhou Feng, they would all definitely be long dead by now. Zhou Feng nodded and did not say anything more. He believed that these people, Yang Wei, really thought so. When everyone had left, Tang Cheng didn't go. After all, Tang Cheng had nowhere to go now. Brother, you must already have an idea. Tang Cheng could see it. Within Zhou Feng's eyes, there was actually no hesitation. Seeing that there was no one around, Zhou Feng lowered his voice. Well, there's really just one path before us, and that's to the center camp. Why? Tang Cheng felt strange. Food problem. Zhou Feng began to explain. Today the steady source of food inside their camp is potatoes. And where the potatoes are, it's too close to the savage tribe. It was only a matter of time before the savage tribes found out about them. Chapter 101 Unwelcome Visitors. As long as they are targeted by the wildlings, they will never have any peace. It must have been a choice, eventually, to head to the center camp. Zhou Feng felt that Boss Fei, at first, must have discovered this. That's why it's good to remind yourself that it's better to get to the center camp early. Hearing Zhou Feng's analysis, Tang Cheng came to a realization. It was like Zhou Feng said, they had little choice from the start. Unless one gives up gathering wild potatoes. But no one can give up that steady source of food. When there is a shortage of food inside the camp, it's definitely a risk to take. Brother, why didn't you say it just now? Tang Cheng also felt strange. If Zhou Feng had come to a conclusion long ago, why didn't he tell everyone? There's no rush now. I'm going to wait a few days before sending some people over to find your people or Boss Fei to inquire about the situation. Zhou Feng explained. By the time those two groups have spent a few days at the center camp, they should know that side better. Judgment will be made at that time, whether or not to proceed to the center camp. Admirable. Admirable. Tang Cheng couldn't help but marvel. Don't look at Zhou Feng's age. But the thinking was particularly far-reaching. Tang Cheng didn't think about it that much anymore. If we tell everyone this news now, then there will definitely be panic inside the camp. Zhou Feng then added. Right now, inside the camp, it's still stability that's most important. I can understand why so many people are willing to go with you. Tang Cheng lamented. Tang Cheng's prestige inside his own camp was no match for Zhou Feng's. What made Tang Cheng feel a bit depressed the most was, he himself had given a lot to the inside of the camp, but those people were in the thick of it, or abandon yourself to it. There are some people, but not all. Zhou Feng slowly shook his head. So what can I do inside the camp? My shoulder is basically fine. Tang Cheng waved his arm on his side. During this period of time Tang Cheng felt that his body was on the verge of rusting. Then let's go hunting with Yang Wei and the others first. Zhou Feng said after thinking for a moment. Nowadays, Yang Wei and the others hunted and became more and more skillful, caught more pheasants and rabbits. The rabbits raised inside the campground, too, amounted to more than 20. Breeding is quick once the numbers come up. Okay, Tang Cheng nodded. Tang Cheng is also reluctant to do management work now. The daily pressure is too much. He would have preferred to hunt. Tang Cheng has a lot of experience in hunting. As for Tang Fu, she was also looking for something to do inside the campsite, and she followed Qin Xiuxue right next to her. Together, they are responsible for logistics. Zhou Feng had also planned to make another trip to the savage tribe. Let's see if there's any change in the savage tribe after the major losses they suffered. The next morning, Zhou Feng was inside his room preparing things. This time he said he'd go alone and couldn't let anyone follow him. Yang Wei hurried in. "What is it?" Zhou Feng asked as he polished his dagger. His dagger was badly broken and polished to be barely usable. "Probably won't survive a few more battles. Boss, someone is coming." Yang Wei's face was odd. "Someone's coming?" Zhou Feng was surprised. "Where are the people around their camp today?" "They said they came from the center camp. There are 8 of them in total." Yang Wei frowned. Hearing these words, Zhou Feng stood up. Center camp. Zhou Feng's side hadn't sent out any manpower yet. "I can't imagine someone from the other side coming forward." "Where are the people?" Zhou Feng asked. "It's just on the outskirts of the camp. Stopped by our people," Yang Wei said in a hurry. They weren't sure of these people's background and didn't dare to let them in easily. "Go over and take a look." Zhou Feng followed Yang Wei. Coming to the outskirts of the camp, Zhou Feng saw a few strangers. A number of people had already surrounded them inside the camp. There was a man who looked to be in his mid-30s and was speaking eloquently. Upon seeing Zhou Feng arrive, everyone made way. "You're Zhou Feng, aren't you? The boss inside this camp." The man took the initiative to speak. "You know my name?" Zhou Feng frowned and looked around. Could it be that someone, just now, had leaked information about himself? "We didn't say anything." Fu Tai quickly waved his hands. From the beginning, it was the man who was talking all the time. They didn't tell these people any information about what was going on inside the camp. Tang Cheng also felt strange. These few people would actually know Zhou Feng's name. He. "Introduce myself. My name is Li Lok, and I am also a tourist on the miles," Li Lok said as he extended his hand. Not answering Zhou Feng's question head-on, Zhou Feng went forward and shook the other party's hand. Since the other party didn't show any hostility, this bit of face was still given. "What are you guys doing here?" Zhou Feng asked. "It's simple. I invite you to join our team." Li Lok directly expressed his intentions. "Your team?" Zhou Feng frowned. Li Lok smiled slightly and began to explain. According to Li Lok's description, there were several forces in the center camp. Everyone was now maintaining a superficial peace, though there was quite a lot of open and secret fighting. As long as Zhou Feng and his group joined in, then the power Li Lok was in would be even greater. There's a saying that there's strength in numbers, so if we add up our strength, we can occupy more resources. And if you are willing to come to the center camp, the living conditions are certainly better than here. We have a lot of supplies from the ship over there and a specialized doctor. Li Lok spoke eloquently. Tang Chang, who had been beside him, came to Zhou Feng's side and whispered that just now, Li Lok had been preaching this all along. Zhou Feng frowned and looked over towards the surroundings. Sure enough, I found that many people had a sense of eagerness within their eyes. "And what happens to those of us who are old enough to go to your camp?" An old man spoke up and asked. "Of course it will be taken care of. We have a lot of resources over there, and a lot of medicines for the elderly." Li Lok smiled slightly. Hearing these words, several old people instantly became excited. One of the problems they have besides worrying about food is medicine. Nowadays, inside the camp, there are only a few anti-hypertensive pills. Zhou Feng also limited the quantity of these drugs, not just offering them. "Are there really a lot of supplies over there? Is there canned goods and flour and all that?" Someone asked again. That was the message Bruce brought earlier. "A lot of people are salivating over these." "Yes, we have plenty of those at our campsite to keep everyone well supplied," Li Lok said and went from signaling those around him. 2 of the men poured out dozens of canned goods from inside the backpacks they were carrying. The sight of the cans made everyone around them stare in disbelief. "Everyone who is willing to follow me can take a can," Li Lok said as he held up a can. Chapter 102, Dissemination of Information. There was a commotion in the room. Lots of eyes on the cans on the floor. These cans come in all sizes and types. In addition to canned meat, some are canned vegetables. But even so, some people subconsciously gulped. The food inside the camp was lacking in flavorings and certainly didn't taste any better than these. Li Lok smiled slightly at the sight and opened the can directly. It was a can of luncheon meat and the aroma immediately wafted through the air. But even then, no one went up to get the cans. The gazes of the crowd all looked towards Zhou Feng, waiting for Zhou Feng's reaction. "As long as you're willing to join us, with your abilities you'll also be an important role in our camp. And your position will definitely be more important than mine in the future." Li Lok also looked at Zhou Feng. "Wait for us to discuss it." Zhou Feng was expressionless. "Of course there's no problem, but I'd like to remind you all that I'll be back this afternoon, so you'd better make your decision quickly." Li Lok nodded. Zhou Feng then asked Yang Wei to take Li Lok and the others inside the camp. "Tell them to stay inside a shack for now and not to move around." Everyone else gathered in the middle of the camp. "Zhou Feng, this thing isn't right. He seems to be familiar with our camp." Tang Cheng came to Zhou Feng's ear with a frown on his face. "Someone leaked the information," Zhou Feng said slowly. "You mean someone inside the camp has become a traitor?" Tang set up an immediate glare. Heads were racing even more. If someone leaked information, it would prove that Li Lok and the others didn't just come over. Been lurking around for a long time. It's Qin Shou, Zhou Feng explained. It's that. Tang Chang then reacted. Tang Chang also knew about Qin Shou. Now it seems that Qin Shou should have joined inside that camp of Li Lok, telling all the information about Zhou Feng's camp. That's why Li Lok's group knew about the camp. Soon the camp was called. Without waiting for Zhou Feng to open his mouth, there were already people around who had already told them everything. They were all, between their words, very eager for the camp that Li Lok had spoken of. Better food, better treatment, safer environment. Seeing the scene, Zhou Feng also simply stopped talking nonsense. Asked directly who would like to go to that camp and raise your hand now. What do you think, boss? Someone asked. I want to see everyone's opinions now. Zhou Feng shook his head and said. One by one, people began to raise their hands. Zhou Feng roughly looked at it, and a third of the people were willing to go to that camp. There were many left who hadn't raised their hands and were looking at themselves. You guys don't have to be polite. If you want to go to that camp, just say so. Zhou Feng smiled to lighten the atmosphere. Upon hearing these words, a dozen more people raised their hands. The number of people is basically up to half. If you guys are willing to go to that place, I won't stop you, so you can follow Li Lok and the others out now, Zhou Feng said directly. Zhou Feng. Tang Chang was startled in his heart and hastily reminded. Doesn't this mean that the camp will split next? Zhou Feng, however, waved his hand, signaling that Tang Chang didn't need to go on. Boss, are you really willing to let us go? Someone stepped forward and said. Of course, I, Zhou Feng, have always been true to my word, and even if you guys leave now, if we run into each other in the future, I won't look for trouble from you. Zhou Feng nodded and said. No one doubted Zhou Feng's words, although Zhou Feng was ruthless when facing his enemies, but when he stayed with them, the survivors, he was always gentle, and never randomly scolded anyone, much less forcefully, to possess a woman or anything like that. Nothing more than a better deal. What about the supplies inside the camp? These supplies were collected by everyone together. Now there's a share for us, right? The man continued. That's right, and we should take something with us if we leave. We just get what we deserve and we contribute. One after another. Someone said. Hearing these words, Bai Qingyan couldn't help herself a bit. Are the contributions you have made as great as Zhou Feng's? Bai Qingyan roared. If it wasn't for Zhou Feng, there wouldn't be this camp at all. Even if we don't have as much contribution as Zhou Feng, then it's not like we have nothing to contribute. Someone still shouted. Many people even followed. There were also some who were reluctant to leave and cursed right back. Don't argue, Zhou Feng shouted. The scene was instantly quiet. Tang Chang couldn't help but feel emotional when he saw the scene. Sure enough, Zhou Feng still had prestige inside the camp. Not like yourself. Camp Tang's son left in a noisy mess. Eventually everyone started looting, and the camp looked like it had been hit by bandits. Tang Chang couldn't stop it at all. I know everyone has contributed, but the shacks and all this stuff can't be taken away, and all you can take away is some food, and everyone makes a different contribution, so it certainly can't be divided equally. I have a proposal, and I don't know if everyone agrees with it. Zhou Feng swept his gaze over the crowd. The crowd nodded as they heard these words. It's like what Zhou Feng said. They have done a lot of work, but there is no way to share many of the results. You can't just tear down the shacks. Go ahead, boss. Someone responded. Zhou Feng nodded his head and continued. Then it will be distributed according to everyone's remaining points. You can exchange your points for food. The price will be the same as before. Bacon and those things are not included in the exchange list. After these words, many people in the room frowned. They don't have many points left. Just redeeming some food. That's not much. And the most valuable bacon is still not redeemable. It's a bit of a loss. I don't have a problem with that. There's more supplies over there anyway. Someone was the first to say. The others who wanted to go nodded. Since supplies were more plentiful over there was no need for them to compete for anything. So one by one, they all nodded. Li Ran, go and bring over the points book. Whoever is willing to go. Let's give them a share now. Zhou Feng said to Li Ran next to him. Good. Li Ran nodded. It took a little over an hour to distribute all the supplies. There was not much variety of food inside the camp. Just smoked fish and potatoes and some fruit. Pheasants had been caught before, but they were all eaten the same day. Also the 20 or so rabbits were not convenient for these people to take away. When the food had been distributed, the men left after Li Lok. Zhou Feng then gathered the remaining people together. Li Ran counted the number. There were over 90 people inside the original camp. Now there are only about 40 left. There were a lot of people who raised their hands and didn't comment, but went to line up to split the supplies and leave. As Zhou Feng glanced over, all of them were familiar faces. In addition to the few people who followed him at the beginning, there were also the Tang family siblings. Fu Tai, Shi Haitao, Tian Bing and many more. To be honest, there were some people that Zhou Feng hadn't expected, such as Tian Bing. Why is she staying here? Chapter 103 Plans. A couple of white guys from Bruce stayed behind, which Zhou Feng could understand. They must have been worried too. If they followed Li Lok over there, will one be ostracized because of the color of one's skin? At least on Zhou Feng's side of the camp, they didn't have to worry about that. And Zhou Feng's impression of Tian Bing was still stuck on the fact that this woman was Mu Qiang, formerly Charles's woman, and later planning to approach herself. Tian Bing also noticed Zhou Feng's gaze, and she stood up without hesitation. Boss, I'm with you for the simple reason of not being bullied around you. I think some modern people are more assholes than savages. Tian Bing's tone was very resolute. The women in the room nodded their heads. They could at least be respected inside Zhou Feng's camp. What would have happened if we had gone to another camp? They can't even imagine it. I'm afraid it's going to end badly. And those female survivors who followed Li Lok away, they all felt that it wouldn't end well. Definitely going to regret this. Seeing that Tian Bing had spoken, Chen Jinbiao also stood up. I don't think I can find a second person that would come to our rescue from the savages. We saved this life from the boss, and we'll do whatever he tells us to do. Zhou Feng looked at Chen Jinbiao and Zhang Lili and the others and nodded. Although within these few people, there was a traitor like Qin Shou, but others were still able to distinguish the situation. My thoughts are much simpler. Boss is so shrewd. He must have a backhand. He won't let us fall inside danger. Fu Tai also stood up and hemmed and hawed. After those words, everyone looked at Zhou Feng. They are actually all confused about the future and whether they are really right to stay in this place. What are they going to do if the savages come? I do have an idea. Zhou Feng nodded. Upon hearing these words, the expressions on the faces of those present all instantly relaxed. With so many people gone inside the camp, it was inevitable that the remaining people would be a bit on edge. However, now that they saw Zhou Feng say this, they all felt inexplicably relieved. Let's go to the center camp as well. Zhou Feng then said. What? Everyone in the room froze. It didn't occur to me that Zhou Feng actually offered to go to the center camp as well. But it's not joining Li Lok and the others. That would be the same as handing over our destiny to someone else's control. Let's go and occupy a place ourselves. Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Those present nodded their heads. Although Li Lok's talk just now had made many people yearn for his camp, but there are many others who simply don't believe it. How in heaven's name can this be a good thing? Especially on this deserted island. That brother Zhou Feng, if you had planned to go to the center camp, why didn't you say so just now? Tang Chang was puzzled. As long as Zhou Feng said it just now, he was willing to go to the center camp. Then everyone inside the camp would, for sure, go with Zhou Feng. The camp press will not split. This is a load shedding, reducing the burden on our camp. Zhou Feng said slowly. Burden? A lot of people don't quite understand what this means. I know. Li Ran, however, her eyes lit up. Yang Wei, who was next to Li Ran, was all still puzzled, didn't get the situation right. The people who left this time are those who gained fewer points, and they don't really have much of a role inside the camp. Li Ran immediately explained. She was in charge of managing the points. It's very clear about everyone's points. The ability to gain points is somehow equal to one's value at camp. As long as the ability is high, the points gained inside the camp are high. The relative treatment is naturally better. And those who get fewer points are poorer laborers. In some businesses it would fall under, and be prioritized for dismissal. Those who stayed inside the camp now were young and strong. So that's it. I understand why those people left. They must have felt dissatisfied under the point system. Qin Xiaoxue was also pondering. The point system, in fact, has been a very fair method. Those who can get more. In the absence of supplies, the same treatment cannot still be offered to those whose labor force is weaker. But as long as there is a difference in treatment, grievances will arise. Those who left inside the camp were more or less emotional about it. I told you that boss is great. Thinking so far ahead, Fu Tai said heartily. Ostensibly this was a split, but in reality it was a streamlining of the members inside the camp. Also letting those people set off first can scout the way for us, so we can follow their tracks forward tomorrow morning. Zhou Feng added. Now Fu Tai was even more impressed. Having heard Bruce's words earlier, everyone knew that this trip down the road was not safe. Now if they were to follow the footsteps of Li Lok and the others, the danger factor would be greatly reduced. Everyone, get ready as well. Take away as much as you can and leave tomorrow morning. Zhou Feng gave the order. The crowd immediately began to get busy. There were still plenty of supplies inside the camp, especially potatoes and household items. Those who left didn't take much with them. Things like bacon were not given to them at all. Rabbits are more troublesome. Now there are more than 20 rabbits and it's just not convenient to carry them around. In the end, I had to endure the pain and skinned and roasted all the rabbits. And of course the rabbit skin was saved for some crafts later. The woman in charge of the rabbits saw so many of them all butchered, and shedding tears. Zhou Feng sat on the hillside above the camp and watched the people inside the camp get busy. What are you thinking about? Qin Xiaoshui walked over and sat next to Zhou Feng. It's just that leaving this place is a bit emotional. Zhou Feng scratched his head. After all, they built most of the stuff here themselves. Now it's time to ditch those. It can't be helped. Qin Xiaoshui tilted her head and leaned against Zhou Feng's body. But with you by my side, nothing else matters. Zhou Feng also put one arm around Qin Xiaoshui's shoulders, although stranded on this deserted island. But the biggest gain Zhou Feng had was not the changes that happened to his body. Instead, it's Qin Xiaoshui. At this moment, in the distance, Tang Cheng saw Tang Fu frothing, eyes staring straight into one spot. So Tang Cheng followed his sister's gaze. It happened to be Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoshui sitting on the hillside. Tang Cheng instantly smiled bitterly. After coming to this camp, Tang Cheng realized that Zhou Feng's girlfriend was Qin Xiaoshui. It was all a misunderstanding on Tang Fu's part before. Nowadays, looking at the two of them, I guess they are in the heat of the moment. Then he looked at his sister with a jealous expression. Give it up. Zhou Feng has a favorite person. Tang Cheng muttered. Give up? I won't give up. Tang Fu's tone was resolute. You're still not giving up? Tang Cheng was a bit dumbfounded. Chapter 104. Anyway, I won't give up so easily. Tang Fu muttered while also starting to pack her things. Tang Cheng could only shake his head helplessly. This sister of yours. Growing up, my parents left early and I learned to be independent too early. Be strong in character. If you want something, you must get it. You don't want to go and ruin people's relationships. Tang Cheng reminded from the side. I won't. Sister Qin is a good person. But where do you men like only one? Tang Fu hummed. Tang Cheng was a bit speechless. Listening to my sister. It's meant to be a stalker. Tang Cheng could only hope that he wouldn't end up making, well, any big noise. Before it got dark, everyone organized everything. Supplies and household goods are packed and ready to be taken away in the morning. Also boiled lots of potatoes for road food. The hardest part is not the food. It's actually the water. There are not many containers that can hold water inside the campground. There is simply no way to meet so many people's needs. They also tried to make some of their own containers, but none of them worked well. We can only look for water tomorrow as we go. By this time everyone realized how wise Zhou Feng's decision was. With those in front of them leading the way, they're sure to find a water source. Then you don't need to risk anything yourself. The next morning, the people inside the camp had breakfast, and the horde set off. Each man carried quite a bit of stuff, all supplies from inside the camp. But what they carry belongs to the camp as a whole, not to individuals. The traces left by Li Lok and the others yesterday were obvious. After all, there were more than 50 people gone inside the camp, plus the 8 people from Li Lok. That adds up to over 60 people. It was difficult to cover their tracks even if they wanted to. Zhou Feng and the others followed along the way. At the same time, Zhou Feng took out his notebook and recorded the route on it. From time to time, on some of the trees, it leaves a mark. Who knows if they will, in the future, return here. After walking to the noon hour, the crowd all sat down to rest, took some potatoes out of the backpack to nibble on. At the same time, Zhou Feng sent people around to look for water sources. It's best to follow the trail of Li Lok and the others. So much searching really paid off, and the creek was found not far away. Inside many wilderness survival programs, many people will drink water directly from the creek. But inside Zhou Feng's camp, he wouldn't do that. Zhou Feng also has knowledge of wilderness survival. Once infected with the parasite, death is certain here. Have a fire set up on the spot to boil water. Zhou Feng would rather delay some time than take such a risk. What's more, he wasn't in a hurry to get to the center camp. He can walk for 3 days when others walk for 2. Within the supplies carried by the crowd, the heaviest were the 2 pots that Zhou Feng had brought back from inside the cave. It takes several people to take turns carrying it. There were also a couple of lighters inside the campground. But even without a lighter, the crowd can now drill wood for fire very quickly. After all, we all know that lighters must run out one day. The essential wilderness skill of building a fire has long been mastered. Just as the crowd waited for the water to boil. Bodies. There are corpses. Fu Tai ran over, his face horrified. The body? Where? Zhou Feng immediately stood up. Everyone else looked nervous too. I was just trying to facilitate what I found over there. 2 bodies in all. Both are people who left. Fu Tai pointed to the distance and said, everyone stay here and don't move. Zhou Feng simply signaled the few people around him, Tang Cheng, to follow him over. When they got to the bottom of the tree, they did see 2 bodies lying inside the bushes. Seeing these 2 corpses, Zhou Feng frowned, because these 2 bodies were inside the camp, the oldest old men. It looks like it should have been here last night. The lips became black and purple and the skin pale. There are a number of necrotic spots on the skin. However, Zhou Feng did not, however, see any obvious injuries on their bodies. He soon realized, though, that the two men were dead. The two men had no wounds on the surface though, but there are bruises inside the nose and mouth. These two were muffled to death. Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Muffled to death? Tang Chang let out a cry of surprise. That's right. Zhou Feng nodded. Who would want to kill them for no reason? Tang Chang felt it was difficult to understand. Both of these old men looked to be in their 60s. No threat to anyone. Someone is treating them like a liability. Zhou Feng said slowly. That's the only explanation. Who else would have taken on the two of them? Li Lok, that guy. Tang Chang's face surfaced with anger, realizing that it was Li Lok who killed the man. Even if it wasn't Li Lok himself, it was the ones around Li Lok. It's nothing more than a belief that the two old men are dragging their feet. Although it was said that Tang Chang felt that these people didn't deserve sympathy either. Even Li Lok's bull ***** was believed, and deserved to end up in this situation. But that was no reason for Li Lok to be able to kill people at will. The supplies the two men were carrying were also missing. It should all be taken by Li Lok and others as well. Carry the body over so that everyone can take a look. Zhou Feng continued. Zhou Feng's meaning was understood by both Tang Chang and Fu Tai. It's for everyone else to see what happened to those who left. Soon the two bodies were carried over. When the crowd saw the two corpses, they all looked unsightly as well. People who were alive and well yesterday turned out to be dead in the blink of an eye. The rest of us were beyond grateful. It's a good thing he didn't have a choice yesterday and followed Li Lok away. The center camp is not as safe as we think. We need to be united when we go there. Zhou Feng broke the silence. Just from the actions of Li Lok and the others. They were not good people. Boss, we listen to you. We hear you, the crowd said. The crowd all rehydrated and then rested for an hour or so. Once the sun wasn't so fierce, the group set off again. As for the two bodies, drag it inside a nearby bush and cover it with a thin layer of soil. Now they can't waste their energy burying the bodies. The crowd was much heavier this time. But they also picked up quite a few things along the trail of Li Lok and the others. It's all people from previous camps. Discarded supplies, like some of the tools of life and such. I guess it's because it's so hard to walk along the way that it's thrown away as a liability. The useful ones were picked up by Zhou Feng and the others. The ones that don't work, all of them are thrown to the ground. After walking until it was almost dark, Zhou Feng and the others once again found a place to rest. The people put all their packages down and looked for some branches or something to pad under their bodies. Zhou Feng, on the other hand, went to the far side of the woods for some convenience. He had just finished turning around when he saw Tang Fu walking towards him. Chapter 105, Attack. Is there something wrong? Zhou Feng gave a dry cough. Of course I have. Something nice for you. Tang Fu came over with a mysterious face. What good stuff. Zhou Feng was a bit strange. You put your hand out, Donf said with a smirk. Zhou Feng was a bit confused, but he did as he was told and gave his hand out. Tang Fu grabbed Zhou Feng's hand and shoved something inside his palm. This is candy? Zhou Feng took a good look at what was inside his hand. It was a couple of well-wrapped candies. Sugar was definitely considered a scarce supply inside the camp. Yeah, seeing as you've worked so hard today, replenish your energy. Tang Fu nodded. You'd better keep it. Zhou Feng smiled bitterly. Just wanted to give the candy back to Donf, but Donovan pressed his hand out. It made Zhou Feng a bit embarrassed. He couldn't force it into Tang Fu's hands. Just take it. Don't even dare to take a little thing. Tang Fu teased, then turned to leave. Fine. Zhou Feng could only tuck the candy away. What Zhou Feng didn't expect was, Tang Fu's side had just walked away when Bai Qingyan appeared out of nowhere. The air was coming toward him. What did that woman say to you just now? Bai Qingyan crossed her arms with a questioning look. Donovan? She gave me this. Zhou Feng took the candy out from inside his pocket. For no reason. What is she giving you this for? Bai Qingyan glared. Zhou Feng spread his hands out, indicating that he didn't know either. You guys are definitely up to something. Bai Qingyan, however, didn't believe it at all. There's really nothing going on. How about this for you? Zhou Feng handed the candy to Bai Qingyan. Bai Qingyan was even more anxious now. I don't want her stuff. Are you doing this on purpose? Bai Qingyan felt that Zhou Feng was just deliberately pissing himself off. Zhou Feng was still about to say something, when suddenly he heard what sounded like a noise inside the bushes next to him. Wait! Zhou Feng frowned and made a gesture to keep quiet. You're trying to change the subject again, aren't you? Trying to lie to me again? As soon as Bai Qingyan thought about it, Zhou Feng had lied to himself before, and she was furious. This guy Zhou Feng, always thinking of yourself as a child. One will not fall for it again. There's danger. Crouched down. Zhou Feng lowered his voice. Even more so, he drew his dagger from his waist. Bai Qingyan froze. She felt as if Zhou Feng really wasn't joking. Subconsciously, He crouched down. In the next second, four savages leapt out from inside the woods in front of them. These savages held stone knives and rushed towards Zhou Feng and Bai Qingyan. Bai Qingyan never expected it. It's amazing that there are wildlings around here. Didn't Li Lok and the others already scout the road? If we encountered savages, there would be signs of an outbreak of fighting. Could it be the bad luck of his party? When Li Lok and the others left, a wildling appeared in the neighborhood, looking at Bai Qingyan who was crouching on the ground. Stunned, Zhou Feng frowned. It was definitely too late to escape with Bai Qingyan. Surely these guys will catch up. It can only be fought. So Zhou Feng roared and charged up with his initiative. The few savages also didn't expect that Zhou Feng would take the initiative to welcome them. One after another, they raised their weapons and slashed towards Zhou Feng. Facing the stone knife that was chopping at his head, Zhou Feng immediately bent down. The stone knife flew over his head. Zhou Feng, however, lunged forward and his dagger pierced through the chest of the first savage. Zhou Feng then pulled his dagger out and dodged the attack of the second stone blade. The dagger swings. Another savage's wrist was slashed open, destroying the muscles and Achilles tendon inside. No longer having the strength to hold the weapon in his hand, the stone blade fell to the ground. Ah! The savage screamed as his other hand covered the wound, but his cry had just come out. Just felt a coldness in his throat as blood rushed into his windpipe, collapsed helplessly to the floor. The two remaining savages looked at each other, terror all within their eyes. Obviously, it had not occurred to him that Zhou Feng's fighting prowess was so strong, yet the two savages had no intention of fleeing. Instead, he roared, as if praying to the gods. Once again, he charged towards Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng threw out the dagger in his hand, directly inserting it into a person's left eye, the entire dagger missing. The savage fell straight to the ground. The last remaining savage raised his stone blade and slashed at him. Zhou Feng directly grabbed the other party's wrist. Click! The wrist made a crisp sound and was bent hard by Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng's other hand clenched into a fist and ruthlessly slammed it against the opposite side of the door. One punch, two punches, three punches, until the fifth punch was swung. The savage had been disfigured. Who? Zhou Feng gasped. Blood ran down his fingers. Then he pulled his dagger from another body, ending the life of that fainting savage for good. Zhou Feng, just now Bai Qingyan's trembling voice came from behind her. Bai Qingyan was now remorseful, almost bad himself. If it wasn't for himself, Zhou Feng wouldn't have to fight for his life with these savages. She was even suspecting that Zhou Feng was digressing. Seeing Zhou Feng facing four savages, Bai Qingyan's heart was in her throat, fearing that something would happen to Zhou Feng. It's fine. This is also a sudden situation. Zhou Feng smiled back, allowing Bai Qingyan to relax a bit. After all, no one expects that there will be savages inside the woods right next to them. Well, Bai Qingyan was filled with guilt. She wouldn't know what to do if anything went wrong with Zhou Feng. At this time the others heard the commotion, and Tang Cheng ran over with his men carrying spears. Just saw a couple of bodies on the ground. There are savages on this road, Tang Cheng exclaimed, his face ugly. Originally counting on it, Li Lok's group was leading the way. It can help them avoid risk, but I didn't expect to run into the savages on the road anyway. There were no signs of any fighting to be seen either. It meant that Li Lok and the others, in all likelihood, hadn't even encountered the savages. For a moment he didn't know if it was Li Lok and the others who were lucky, or if he was just too unlucky. We can't stay here. There might be other savages around. Let everyone pack up and let's catch the night road, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. There's no way around it. Immediately, someone went to convey Zhou Feng's order, and Zhou Feng's side came to a savage corpse. He noticed a tattoo on the body's arm. It was a tattoo in the shape of a moon. This was not what Zhou Feng had encountered before. Those savages who believed in the sun. Rather, it's a different group of people who believe in the moon motif. The common thread between the two is the same though. Both treat them as prey. Zhou Feng wasn't sure if there were any tribes of savages around here, but they have to go now. By the time Zhou Feng returned to the resting place, the crowd had already packed up as well. Chapter 106. It's not good to walk at night inside the woods. The men walked in the front and back of the line, leaving the women in the center. Beware of the wildlings that may appear at any time. The hardest part is still finding the tracks. It was also hard to see the traces left by Li Lok and the others at night. It was a walk in the park all the way. After walking for a few more hours, Zhou Feng had the crowd stop to rest. They were quite a bit farther away from where the savages had just appeared. The crowd simply cleaned up the floor and slept here. Zhou Feng and the others didn't dare to build a fire for fear that the light of the fire would attract the attention of the savages. The crowd was so sleepy and tired from the journey that they soon all curled up on the ground and fell asleep. Zhou Feng's side had also just squinted his eyes. In a daze, the sound of footsteps could be heard again inside the grass in the distance. Someone is coming. Zhou Feng immediately woke up with a start and climbed up with a low growl. In passing, He picked up the stone knife that was sitting right next to him. It was Zhou Feng who had brought it over next to the savage corpse earlier. Dagger fights are just too menacing. Far less smooth than a stone knife. But the downside of the stone knife is also obvious, it's too heavy. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's roar, the surrounding immediately opened their eyes. Tang Cheng and the others also grabbed their nearby weapons and surrounded the women. But there are exceptions here. Tang Fu also copied his spear and looked around vigilantly. Sure enough, by the light of the moon, the crowd saw several people running from the front. Something seems off? This isn't a savage? Tang Cheng frowned. It's not the savages. It's the people from the previous camp. Zhou Feng said slowly. It looks like there should be 5 people. 3 men and 2 women. Stop! Zhou Feng roared. The men stopped instantly, and one by one, they raised their hands. Boss! It's Boss's voice. It's the boss. We're saved. Boss, are you guys here to save us? These people wept with joy, and some of them cried outright. What's going on with you guys? Zhou Feng asked directly. We all ran out. Li Lok lied to us. One of them choked. Speak clearly. Zhou Feng frowned. A man next to him began to explain. When they set out yesterday, Li Lok was smiling all the way, but that night, 2 old men died. Li Lok says they were walking too fast and had a heart attack. Actually, we already sensed something was wrong, and Li Lok isn't a doctor, so how could he know it was a heart attack? And 2 heart attacks at once? That's just not possible. But at that time, no one suspected that those 2 people were killed by Li Lok and them, and no one dared to suspect them. Others followed and added. But this afternoon the rest of the old people disappeared again, and Li Lok did not mean to look for them, but let us continue to walk. Another man stuttered. Zhou Feng and Tang Cheng glanced at each other. You can tell that both are thinking the same thing. This must be Li Locker striking again. It actually directly wiped out those older ones inside the team. Tough enough. They didn't find the bodies of the few remaining old men, presumably hidden. Then what is the situation with you guys? How did you run out? Zhou Feng asked. Since Li Lok was able to lay his hands on those old men, he's definitely not a good person. The previous promises must all be fake too. These guys are no cuties either. By the time they got to the center camp, and maybe some inhuman treatment, solely sneaking out at night when the crowd was resting. But Li Lok's group has long been prepared. 2 people were caught up. The man had a face of afterthought. So how are they doing? Tang Cheng couldn't help but ask. The men shook their heads. They don't know enough to even look back. Boss, we were wrong. Let us come back. Li Lok is an asshole. He lied to us. We'll still follow you from now on. We'll do whatever you want us to do. The men flung themselves to their knees and began to plead. Seeing this scene, many people inside the camp frowned. The faces of these people when they first left, they remember it well. One by one, they clamored for a separation. And now you're licking your chops to get it back? And the campers now feel that it was good to break up the camp in the first place. Split up some of the disunity right down the middle. What are everyone's opinions? Zhou Feng turned his head to ask the crowd. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. And for a moment no one spoke up. Rejecting these 5 people. Then I'm afraid these 5 people won't have much to live for. Now everyone knows that there are savages on the island. A small camp for a few people. Once discovered by the savages. That's all one meal for the savages. Did you all mean what you just said? At this time, Qin Xiaoshui spoke. True words. It's all true. We ran down the same way we came. Just to get back. Please, Sister Qin, give us another chance. When these few people saw that it was Qin Xiaoshui who spoke up, they were all excited. Who didn't know about Qin Xiaoshui and Zhou Feng's special relationship? As long as Qin Xiaoshui was able to speak for them, then Zhou Feng would most likely accept. People make mistakes. Xiao Feng, let's give them a chance. Qin Xiaoshui said to Zhou Feng. All right, this is also your last chance. Give them the heaviest supplies on their backs tomorrow morning. Zhou Feng nodded and said. In fact, Zhou Feng was just waiting for someone to speak up and plead for them. These people are scattered, but everyone is still at peace. Didn't make the scene too ugly. They dared to take the risk of trying to return to the camp. This proves that they have regretted it. It was just that apart from Qin Xiaoshui, no one seemed to have comprehended his meaning. Thanks a lot. The men kowtowed a few times before standing up. Everyone rest. A few of you come with me. Zhou Feng signaled the others to rest first, then shouted these guys to the side. Zhou Feng carefully inquired this time about what they had encountered along the way, as well as what position Li Lok and the others were now. From themselves, the men told all they knew about the situation. Li Lok asked them to go fast along the way. A lot of the household items, too, were things that Li Lok had them throw down. It was now just about 4 or 5 kilometers away from them, and they didn't know exactly how far. Did you guys meet any savages on your way? Zhou Feng asked again. No. The men shook their heads. Zhou Feng couldn't help but feel emotional when he heard this. It might just be bad luck on their part. Boss, why are you guys here too? At this time, a person couldn't help but inquire. They had originally planned to go back inside the camp and look for Zhou Feng and the others, but I never thought I'd run into it halfway. We're also going to the center camp, Zhou Feng said. What? The men exclaimed. Chapter 107, Mountains. We're going now too. What about running into Li Lok and the others? The faces of these few people were ugly. Now that you are my people, will you still be afraid of theirs? Zhou Feng said indifferently. Hearing these words, these few people instantly felt empowered. As long as Zhou Feng was here, they didn't need to fear anything at all. Alright, go back and rest. Zhou Feng waved his hand. The men thanked him again in quick succession and returned to where the crowd was resting. The next morning, the crowd woke up early. Didn't really get much sleep all night, but now was not the time to rest. Reaching the center camp safely was the key. At noon, they arrived at the place where Li Lok and the others camped yesterday. Zhou Feng simply told the crowd to rest right here. A few of the guys who came back last night know that there is clean water right here in the neighborhood, so the men were taken to fetch water. Ah! Suddenly there was a scream not far away. Zhou Feng immediately rushed over with his stone knife, and yet there were no wildlings in sight. Only the person who made the noise collapsed to the ground, his face pale. Did you see a snake? It scared you. Someone else rushed over next to him and started to flirt. That, the man stammered, pointing in one direction. Zhou Feng and the others looked over in the direction he was pointing. Couldn't help but feel a tingle in his scalp either. In a nearby tree, two bodies hang, 5 or 6 meters from the ground. Both of these bodies were both covered in wounds, tortured and miserable before death. It's them, the ones who escaped with us yesterday. Someone recognized the two bodies. None of them had thought that this was actually what would happen if they failed to escape. The others were angry all of a sudden. Although these people left with Li Lok voluntarily, but it doesn't deserve this kind of torture. Put the body down and bury it. Zhou Feng frowned. The two bodies were a warning to Li Lok. Not just a warning to others who want to escape. More than that, it is a warning to those who will walk on this path in the future. Tang Chang and the others went forward and cut off the branches hanging from the corpse. Take down the vines wrapped around it. Shallowly digging a hole, the crowd buried the body. The atmosphere was quite silent at lunchtime. Yang Wei took 2 potatoes and came to sit next to Zhou Feng. That boss. Why don't we go back? Yang Wei carefully opened his mouth. Go back? Zhou Feng looked at Yang Wei suspiciously. Well, a lot of people think so. Yang Wei nodded. Now many people feel that the center camp is not a good place to be either. They should have just returned to the camp. It's just that they didn't dare to talk to Zhou Feng, so they could only run to Yang Wei. Get all your thoughts out. Yang Wei also felt that there was some truth in these words. Their camp, after all, was still very safe now. I know everyone is a bit worried, but we definitely need to go to the center camp. After all, we can't stay inside that small camp for the rest of our lives. Zhou Feng explained. Now that they were on this island, it had been a month, but there was no rescue in sight. They need to know more about the island. It's a better way to live. Staying inside a small camp is destined to have no future. It would be impossible for them to hold off the wildlings when they appeared in the future. The survivors inside the center camp, though, were no slouches, but it's better than facing the savages. Those who were around Zhou Feng nodded their heads when they heard these words. On balance, going to the center camp was their best option. There's more supplies over there, and more intel. Zhou Feng then asked them all to talk to the others to convey this meaning of his. This is more effective than holding your own meetings. By the time we left in the afternoon, the faces of the crowd were much more determined. These trials and tribulations are necessary if you want to survive on the island. Even if something more horrible appeared, it wouldn't scare them. But nothing untoward happened until noon the next day. Never came across any more savages, or corpses, or anything like that. It's right over there. We're almost there. A mountain range ahead of Bruce shouted. Zhou Feng and the others all looked over. The mountain range stretched for several kilometers. Based on what Bruce described earlier, the base camp of the center camp is in that mountain range. The area inside that mountain range was huge and held a lot of people. There are plenty of supplies around. Just when they were almost close to the mountain range, silhouettes appeared inside the woods in front of them. There were about a dozen of them in all. There were people with spears and others with bows and arrows. When they saw Zhou Feng and the others, they were also very wary, but there was no intention of attacking. When Zhou Feng and the others got closer, they realized that these were all new faces. Not a single person I know. Trillo? You're alive. Suddenly a woman behind Zhou Feng shouted. She looked very emotional. Xiao Yun, a man with a bow and arrow, froze. Then ecstasy appeared on his face. The two rushed forward in unison and hugged each other tightly. Zhou Feng looked over. That woman he also recognized. It's called Wen Xiaoyun. Wen Xiaoyun was not tall, but her face looked like a very gentle girl. She was the woman who was in charge of the rabbits inside the camp and also shed tears because they were all killed. Zhou Feng seemed to have heard Qin Xiaoshui say that there were quite a few people who wanted to chase after Wen Xiaoyun. They were all rejected by Wen Xiaoyun, because Wen Xiaoyun also had a boyfriend and came on the miles together. It's just that the two were scattered and weren't together when they awoke. Wen Xiaoyun also often misses her boyfriend. Xiaoyun, how have you been doing this time? Are you okay? Chui Li's side looked at Wen Xiaoyun with a worried face. I'm fine. I've been fine for a while. I didn't suffer any harm. Wen Xiaoyun nodded her head in a hurry. Understand the meaning of the boyfriend's words. Xiaoyun Wen is from Camp Charles. She was one of the luckier ones at that point in her life. Though, it wasn't looked at by someone. After all, there weren't many men inside Camp Charles who could have a woman. It's good that it's okay. It's good that it's okay. Triangle let out a long breath. The man then looked at Zhou Feng and the others. When Xiaoyun hurriedly introduced herself. This is the boss of our camp. Thanks to him I wasn't bullied. When Xiaoyun looked towards Zhou Feng. Hello, let me introduce myself, I'm Chui Lu. I'm Wen Xiaoyun's boyfriend. Chui Li's side took the initiative to come over and shake Zhou Feng's hand. My name is Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng spoke. You guys should have heard the news over here as well. So you wanted to station yourselves here? Trell inquired. Chapter 108, The Canyon. That's right. It's just that we're new here and we're not familiar with this place. Nor do we know the rules here. Zhou Feng nodded. Although Bruce had been here once, Bruce was just going through the motions. The specifics of the center camp are not well known. Hurriedly, he went back. However, hearing Chui Li say this, Zhou Feng detected a message. I guess there are quite a lot of people coming to the center campground these days. Chui Li, you help us out. Introduce us to the situation here. When Xiaoyun said in a hurry. That's certainly no problem. I can bring you guys inside. Let's talk as we walk. Chui Lu agreed with alacrity. He then explained to the few people around him before returning to Zhou Feng and the others. Trell briefly described the situation. Today at the center camp, there are about 600 survivors, all stationed around the canyon. Zhou Feng and the others could also be near the canyon and find a suitable place to live. The crowd was surprised to hear this. The information we got from Boss Fei some time ago, there are more than 400 people here. Now it becomes over 600. That would prove that there were a few more waves of survivors, not just Boss Fei and the others, and people from other places. There were more than 2,000 men on board the Miles, and now almost a third of them were almost here. Considering the number of people that could have died, that's half of the survivors who are alive and have made it to this place. Is there still a place for us? Zhou Feng asked. Although the canyon was a long distance away, so many people had already come. It's not guaranteed that there will be people that take up a lot of ground. No. There's still tons of open space. Trell explained. No one is occupying it? Zhou Feng felt strange. Survivors are capable of doing anything to each other in order to fight for survival. There was this thing in the past, and then a conflict broke out. So everyone agreed to agree on the area that can be stationed according to the number of people. And if someone violates it, they will be besieged. Chui Li said with a grave expression. Zhou Feng thought about what Boss Fei had said earlier. One clash erupted in the center camp, killing dozens of people. It should be this one. What about food? Where do I get food from? Tang Cheng inquired next to him. There are many channels. Trell began to introduce it. In addition to picking various fruits inside the woods around the mountain range, inside the woods in the distance, there were tons of wild potatoes. And the most common thing they eat is mushrooms inside the mountains. The inside of the mountain range is moist and has tons of wild mushrooms. They have tried which ones are edible. Several others are inedible. There must have been a death while trying out the mushrooms. To the side, Bai Qingyan asked curiously. Oh, that's not so bad. We all feed with rabbits first. Trell said with a smile. The only people who will consume it are the rabbits who have nothing to do with it. However, after Chui Li finished his sentence, he looked at Wen Xiaoyun next to him. The look was visibly tense for a moment, because Trell knows that his girlfriend likes rabbits and has a few at home. There are quite a few people who like to have rabbits as pets. Upon seeing that Wen Xiaoyun didn't have any reaction, Chui Lu was relieved. How many forces have these survivors split into? Zhou Feng asked. The question he had always wanted to know. 7. Like 8. Anyway, quite a lot. Trell wasn't really sure exactly, because inside the camp, several more groups of people have come in the past few days. Some joined directly inside other forces. Others, on the other hand, are self-sustaining. Have you heard of this person? Li Lok? Zhou Feng asked again. Li Lok? You know Li Lok? Chui Li looked surprised. He cheated away from our camp. Quite a few people. Wen Xiaoyu said indignantly. This is more troublesome. Their group is more overbearing. Trell frowned. Subsequently, based on Trell's description, the power that Li Lok was in was the second largest inside the camp. There were about 180 people. Now if you add to that, the people who cheated away from Zhou Feng's side, that went straight to over 200, directly becoming the power with the largest number of people. No wonder last night, Lilok came back with a large group of people. So it's all from your camp? That's troublesome. Chui Lu sighed. What trouble? Zhou Feng directly inquired. According to the current rules, you can't rob people between camps. If you guys want those people back, it's impossible. Chui Lu shook his head. Apparently Chui Lu had misunderstood what Zhou Feng and the others meant. Thinking that Zhou Feng and the others had come over, they wanted to snatch the people back. We have no intention of asking for anyone. We just want to stay here. Zhou Feng waved his hand and said, those people are willing to leave by their own choice. He wasn't going to go and get the others back except for the ones that were halfway back. That can only lead to trouble. That's good. Trell nodded. As they spoke, they had arrived at the foot of the mountain. Along the way, they also saw a lot of survivors, many carrying supplies. By the way, are there no savages around here? Zhou Feng inquired. Of course there is. There's a tribe of wildlings over there and over there, Trell said, pointing in two different directions. Zhou Feng's heart fluttered. The direction that Trell was pointing was not the tribe of savages that he had scouted out earlier. That proves that there really are a lot of savage tribes on the island as well. At the very beginning, there were also wildlings infesting the surrounding area, which we solved quite a few of them, and we haven't seen any lately, but you still need to be careful when going out, Chui Lu reminded. Then Trell led the crowd to start climbing the mountain. After 10 minutes of walking upwards, a crack was seen in the middle of the mountain range. This is the canyon here, and there are several other exits like this. Not only is there clean water in there, but there are tons of mushrooms. There are several other forces that have chosen to reside in it. When Trell passed by with the crowd, he saw that there were quite a few people moving around inside. I wouldn't recommend living in it though. It's too humid, Trell explained. Staying for a few days is fine, but for a long time you're bound to have problems. Then what's a better place? Tang Cheng interjected from the side. Trell said he knew a place that would be good for a garrison and could take them there now, but on the other side of the mountains. Then thank you very much. Zhou Feng expressed his gratitude. If you guys take care of Xiaoyun so well, you're my Chui Li's friends. I'll definitely help you guys out. This was Chui Li's heartfelt words. During this time, Trell was tormented every day. Often, he woke up in his dreams with Wen Xiaoyun being bullied. Now that he learned that Wen Xiaoyun was fine, a stone fell to the ground in his heart. When Zhou Feng reached the halfway point of the mountain, he looked in the direction of the south. He couldn't help but frown. Chapter 109, The Bazaar. Zhou Feng's gaze looked over to the still dense woods. Can't see the other side of the coast. How big is Paradise Island? They don't even have that figured out right now. It's in that location. That side is perfect for a campground. But you'll have to build your own houses. Just at this time, Trell's voice rang out from the side. Zhou Feng looked over in the direction Chui Lu was pointing. It was a recessed clearing at the base of the hill on the other side. It's probably a few hundred meters long. That side is able to keep out the wind and rain. Trell said it wasn't far from the water source there either. And there were two other campsites within a kilometer of each other. If a wild man is said to be present, then this place is also safer. Zhou Feng and the others began to follow the rock wall, heading that way. Soon arrived at this place. Trell said, this is even better than my previous camp. In terms of location, Tang Cheng marveled. The rock walls on the sides around the perimeter in particular provide protection from the wind. Everyone, let's find something and make a simple shelter first, in case it suddenly rains. Zhou Feng began to instruct the crowd. The crowd immediately got down to business. That I have a thing. Trell scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Is it because you want to take Wen Xiaoyun away? Zhou Feng knew what Chui Lu meant. Well, that's what I meant. Trell nodded his head in a hurry. If she's willing, you can take her and leave. Zhou Feng did not have the intention of beating the lovebirds. The two were supposed to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Now that we've been reunited again, it's only right to be together. There was no shortage of such a person inside Zhou Feng's camp. Thanks a lot. Chui Lu was beaming with joy. Immediately, he went to find Wen Xiaoyun. Zhou Feng's side called out to Bruce, who had planned to go cut down the timber. Where is their bazaar? Zhou Feng asked. It should be in that direction, Bruce said, pointing to the other side. Bruce had been here once, after all, but he just wandered around the crowded area and hurried back. Come on, let's go to the bazaar, Zhou Feng said. The two men walked along the foot of the hill for 10 minutes. There were also two campgrounds crossed in between. There didn't seem to be many people in those two camps. Both were like 30 or 40 people. Seeing the two strangers, they also cast a wary eye. Good thing they weren't blocked from crossing their own territory. Zhou Feng arrived at the so-called bazaar. This is actually a large open area at the base of the mountain as well. Kind of like the old township fairs. Everyone puts what they want to sell on the floor in front of them. Some people also used to write on the stone what they want to sell and so on. It's usually inconvenient to carry it over, and you're supposed to go inside the campground to get it. There are groundhogs everywhere. It was unplanned and seemed disorganized. Zhou Feng noticed the people selling things here. Many of them were some older survivors, or females, etc. It's rare to see a strong person, but they sell a lot of things. One woman actually had half a boar in front of her. The boar meat looked fresh, so it should have been hunted yesterday. With a woman, there's certainly no way to hunt a boar. Zhou Feng instantly understood. These people sell things that are not their own. I'm afraid it's the forces behind it. The bazaar wasn't that big, just a little over 200 meters long. Zhou Feng was soon halfway through. Much to his mild disappointment, there were no medicines in sight. Obviously medicines are the most precious supplies within the hands of the survivors. It wasn't taken out for easy sale. However, Zhou Feng did see that there were people selling modern supplies in front of him. Canned goods, flour, tools, etc. So he and Bruce went to a canning stand. Zhou Feng squatted on the ground and picked up a can of vegetables and weighed it. It should be something from the miles, the same as what Li Lok took out that time. How do I sell this? Zhou Feng asked. 3 pounds of fresh meat, no bones. The other party, a young woman, said with a slight smile. It's too expensive. Zhou Feng couldn't help but stagger. The can in his hand was small and labeled as weighing 200 grams. I can't believe I have to redeem 3 pounds of meat. New here, right? The woman looked Zhou Feng up and down. That's right, we just came here today. Zhou Feng did not deny it. That's not surprising. Canned goods have always been this price, and this canned meat is even more expensive, the woman said as she picked up another can of lunch meat, indicating that the can she had in hand could be exchanged for 5 pounds of meat. Because canned goods are able to be stored for long periods of time, they can be life-saving in a pinch. Zhou Feng nodded, understanding. Let's say a team of survivors had a good day's harvest, hunted wild hogs or bears or something like that. Then the meat won't be eaten in a moment. Either it is cured into bacon or taken out for sale. If it doesn't sell, then it is redeemed for canned goods. The temperatures on the island are high, and curing bacon doesn't always work. Redeeming it for canned goods is a bit more prudent in comparison. Where did you all get these canned goods from? Zhou Feng asked again. When she heard this, the woman smiled and didn't answer. Obviously don't want to answer that question. Zhou Feng did not continue to dwell on it. In fact, the answer was very simple. Just got it from the miles. Zhou Feng followed towards the front, passing in front of a stall each time. He would talk to the person carefully, asking for prices and so on, quickly learn what's going on in this market. While there is no currency here, there is one thing that is hard currency. That's food. Food can be redeemed for everything, depending on the quantity. Zhou Feng also had food in their hands now. Tons of potatoes. There is also a small amount of bacon that can be redeemed for something. However, in this bazaar, there was nothing that really made Zhou Feng feel compelled. Those are nice tools, with hand pliers and such, but it's not much use right now. Zhou Feng did see a lot of them, selling wild boar skins and rabbit skins. It seems like there's really a lot of prey around, most likely nearby. There is a feral hog colony. Zhou Feng and Bruce walked to the end, and he realized that there were a few more houses at the end of this. One is just very easy to build with wood and vines. Zhou Feng could not help but look over. Are there stores in here as well? Zhou Feng inquired of Bruce beside him. There are also specialized houses. Is it possible that the stuff inside will be superior? Here, Bruce said, his face suddenly a little embarrassed. Just at this time, a woman came out from inside the thatched hut. The woman looked to be in her 20s and walked straight towards Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng was a bit surprised. He noticed that the woman's face was actually wearing makeup. You're wearing makeup on a deserted island? Is that necessary? And the woman was dressed simply in a bathing suit. Handsome guy, come in and play. The woman smiled and then wrapped her arms around Zhou Feng. Chapter 110. Zhou Feng frowned and immediately realized what this place was. I'm not interested. Zhou Feng sighed, pulled his hand out. I didn't think that there was actually this kind of industry in this center camp, but it's understandable, because there would have been so many of them on the miles. It's specialized in this. They are the ones on the boat looking for single men for all sorts of deals. Don't have to worry about any legal issues on board. Now that they've been reduced to a deserted island, they're just going back to their old ways. Otherwise it wouldn't be so skillful that it actually pulls people right in. The average woman who does this has to go through a mental process as well. Don't be shy. Go in and let's chat. The woman, however, pulled Zhou Feng's arm, with a gesture of not letting go. Scram, Zhou Feng said coldly. The woman was taken aback and took a few steps back, watching Zhou Feng and Bruce walk away. The woman just muttered up. Who are you scaring? The old lady does not like you a business. Zhou Feng and Bruce walked in the direction of the camp. I met Trell halfway. It was just that Zhou Feng noticed that when Xiao Yun was not following Cui Lu. "Why are you alone?" Zhou Feng asked curiously. Hearing Zhou Feng ask this, Cui Lu smiled bitterly. "Xiao Yun said she felt safer on your side and asked me to give her a few days to think about it." Cui Lu was a bit helpless. "I had thought I would finally be able to be with my girlfriend. I can't imagine that when Xiao Yun won't actually go with him. She's not too familiar with the environment here, probably with the more familiar people inside my camp. Give her some time." Zhou Feng nodded and was able to understand when Xiao Yun. So much has happened along the way. So many dangers. Definitely not afraid to rush into a new environment. Well, that's true. And it also proves that she really didn't suffer much on your side. Cui Lu was actually quite happy inside her heart. After all, when Xiao Yun hadn't been harmed in any way. "By the way, I was just at the bazaar and saw a lot of supplies from the miles. Where did those supplies come from?" Zhou Feng asked. "The ones selling those supplies are all young Master Jin's people. And we don't know where they get their supplies from, but they have a lot on hand anyway," Cui Lu explained. Then Cui Lu added that Li Lok was the junior under young Master Jin. Young Master Kim. Zhou Feng memorized this name in his mind. "There is a conflict between you. But don't worry too much. Your campsite is far from them as well," Trell said, pointing to the other side of the mountain. "That's where young Master Kim and the others are camped over there." Trell took that into account when he introduced the camp. After saying goodbye to Cui Lu, Zhou Feng returned to the camp. Fan Jian and the others had already cut down quite a bit of wood around the area, while the others were in charge of building it. They have been familiar with this process for a long time. Bundle the wood together with vines to make a tripod shape, with some branches tied around it. A simple house was ready. However, this type of house is no better than a shack and is occupied by fewer people, usually just 3 or 5. But the campground was not supposed to be crowded now, and there was no need to build larger shacks. Zhou Feng and Bruce also joined inside the group. With Zhou Feng's help, cutting down the trees went much faster. By dusk, they had not just built a dozen houses, even the storehouse was ready, and the supplies were put in it. Qin Shao Shui's side also led the way, setting up the stove with stones, also went to get clean spring water. Dinner was bacon and potato soup. Everyone has been walking inside the dense forest for such a long time. Finally, something hot to eat. Just as Zhou Feng and the others were eating, Cui Lu came again. However, this time Cui Lu was not here to find Wen Xiao Yun, but rather Zhou Feng. "Our head wants to meet you and get acquainted," Trell said. "Okay." Zhou Feng nodded. It's never wrong to get more intel. Zhou Feng followed Cui Lu along the foot of the mountain and walked for more than half an hour. Soon it was inside a campground. Zhou Feng noticed at once that the houses inside this campground. The houses were sturdy and were tied up with rows and rows of wood. Then the outside is covered with some branches or something. All log cabins. It was much more time-consuming and laborious than the simple house Zhou Feng and the others had built. And of course it was much more comfortable to live in. Cui Lu led Zhou Feng inside a wooden hut. There were 5 or 6 people inside the cabin, all sitting on the floor. Zhou Feng noticed that within these 5 people, there was also a white man and a black man. Upon seeing Zhou Feng enter, these few people stood up. "People are coming," Trell said to a man in his 30s on his side. "Welcome to the center camp. My name is Chao Lang as the head they elected." Chao Lang looked quite strong and took the initiative to extend his hand. "My name is Zhou Feng." Zhou Feng introduced himself on his side as well. "There isn't a stool here either, so everyone can just sit on the ground, and you shouldn't mind." Chao Lang took the lead and sat down. Seeing this, Zhou Feng also followed and sat down together. Chao Lang briefly asked some questions. What was Zhou Feng's camp before them? And was there a tribe of savages around? What happened and all that? Zhou Feng also answered one by one, but his answers were half-truths. For example, the direction of the campground. Zhou Feng told Chao Lang was wrong. Some other key issues are also ambiguous. However, the situation of the savage tribe, Zhou Feng did tell Chao Lang. And then there's the matter of them being on the road and running into the wildlings. Have you noticed? There are 2 types of savages on this island, Zhou Feng said. Hearing this, Chao Lang and the others shook their heads in confusion. Zhou Feng told what he had seen. A mix-up between 2 savages of different faiths. We did also find out that these savages worship the sun and the moon, but we have never seen them killing together. Chao Lang was surprised. This is a major discovery. It's very valuable intelligence. If this can be utilized, the probability of survivors staying alive will be greatly increased. The others nodded, all talking to each other. Zhou Feng noticed the white man and the black man, both of whom also knew some simple Chinese. They also acted very surprised. Brother Zhou Feng, I see that although you are very young, you are a character. How about we form an alliance? Chao Lang extended an invitation to Zhou Feng. An alliance? What kind of alliance? Zhou Feng asked directly. After all, there are several kinds of alliances. An alliance of offense and defense. If one side is attacked, the other side has to assist. Chao Lang's expression became much more grave. Offensive and defensive alliances. Zhou Feng also frowned when he heard these words. Chapter 111, Allies. It seems that this center camp is also only peaceful on the surface, but in reality there are dark currents. Otherwise, Chao Lang wouldn't have made such a request. Moreover, Zhou Feng could see that Chao Lang had the intention of joining forces from the very beginning. It's only then that you show kindness to yourself. Are there any potential dangers in the center camp now? Zhou Feng began to act confused. Pretend you can't see what's going on in the center camp right now. Of course there is. It came from within the camp. Chao Lang nodded slowly. What? Inside the camp? There's still danger inside the camp? Zhou Feng revealed a surprised look. In fact, Zhou Feng had known it for a long time. So many peoples here, and divided into many forces. Sooner or later there is going to be a problem. It just needs a pop. Only 10 days ago, fighting just broke out here. Many people's wounds have not been healed yet, and this revenge is remembered by everyone. Chao Lang narrowed his eyes. I've also heard that a conflict broke out here. But what exactly happened? Zhou Feng was also curious about what happened that day. It's actually not a secret. Chao Lang began to narrate. The reason for that one fight was a land grab. Half a month ago, more than 500 survivors had gathered here. All had heard of the abundance of resources here and had gathered here. Not only is there a clean spring, there are mushrooms inside the canyon. Every time it rains, it is able to grow a large area, enough to eat for a long time. Also in the surrounding area there are papaya forests as well as plenty of wild potatoes. But the crowds quickly became problematic. That's the fight for resources. Some people started grabbing water sources, supplies, etc. in their own neighborhoods, based on the fact that they were outnumbered. Denying others access, a melee broke out. There had been all kinds of conflicts between everyone before, and they all exploded out at once. The battle lasted for 2 days and nights, and dozens of people died before it finally stopped, because everyone realizes that if the fight continues, that could only lead to death and injury. So a truce was negotiated. No one can go and force the resources around them. Whoever gets it is the one who gets it. At that time, the one who grabbed the resources to start the conflict was young Master Jean. They were the largest number of people inside the camp and caused public anger. Chao Lang's expression was a bit angry when he said this. Zhou Feng nodded. That so-called young Master Jean is certainly no good. But these people, Chao Lang, were no slouches either. After all, they were now the second largest force inside the center camp. The ones who had broken out into battle with young Master Jean and the others in the first place were definitely Chao Lang and these people. As rivals with a blood feud, they certainly won't say anything good about each other. Young Master Jean and the others have added dozens of newcomers in the past 2 days. More people means more important resources, and sooner or later conflict will break out. That's why it's all the more important for those of us who are outnumbered to band together. Chao Lang continued to explain up while keeping his eyes on Zhou Feng. No problem. We can form an offensive and defensive alliance. Zhou Feng agreed. Right now Zhou Feng had no reason to refuse. If he didn't become Chao Lang's friend, then he would definitely have to become Chao Lang's enemy. By then, Zhou Feng and the two major forces inside the camp, all of them were in conflict. Their group, too, should not want to hang out in the center camp. Seeing Zhou Feng agree so decisively, a smile blossomed on Chao Lang's face. Do you lack any supplies inside your camp? If it's lacking just mention it, and I'll help you as much as I can. Chao Lang said with great bravado. There is no shortage of supplies for now, but I want to inquire about something. Zhou Feng politely declined. If Chao Lang asks for anything, he'll be short-handed. It's not easy to say no yourself. And now what Zhou Feng now wanted to know was which part of the center camp Boss Fei was in. They should have been one step ahead. 2. To the center camp. There were also people from Tang Cheng's previous camp who had come here early. Those two groups? They've merged together and are stationed on the west side of the mountain range. Chao Lang was well aware of the changes in the center camp. They merged together? It was Zhou Feng's turn to be a bit shocked. Boss Fei has attacked those people. Now they will actually come together. I'm not sure about the specifics. If you're interested, you can go and take a look yourself. Chao Lang shook his head. It was already dark when they came out from inside Chao Lang's camp. Zhou Feng returned inside the camp. The people in the camp had already divided the rooms and set them aside specifically for Zhou Feng. It was right at the innermost part of the camp, next to where Qin Shaoxuan by Qin Yan and Tang Fu lived. These three still live together. Upon seeing Zhou Feng return, a number of people came up, wanted to know what news Zhou Feng went to get. Zhou Feng told the story. What? They got mixed up with Boss Fei? Hearing these words, Tang Chun found it simply incomprehensible. Boss Fei had attacked them. These people were now actually with Boss Fei and the others, combining to become a camp. I plan on going over tomorrow to see what's going on. Zhou Feng said. I'll accompany you. I also want to see what they really think. Anyway, Tang Chung thought it was hard to understand. There was even a sense of betrayal. Those guys deserted themselves and ended up joining Boss Fei. Tang Sung has to see it with his own eyes to believe it. Okay. Zhou Feng nodded. Turned the day around. Morning. The camp crowd had no idea what they were going to do after breakfast. Zhou Feng had half of the people stay inside the camp while the other half went out to collect papayas and mushrooms. There are several groves of papayas in this neighborhood. Yesterday Trell had told them where the nearest papaya forest was. They are, after all, newcomers. At least half of them have to stay inside the camp to make it work. Zhou Feng, on the other hand, was with Tang Chang, preparing to go to Boss Fei's camp. Brother, I want to go too. Tang Fu came over. What's the point of you coming over to make a scene? Tang Chang was a bit helpless. There are also quite a few people I know in that camp, like Lon and the others. I'm going to see what they're doing. Tang Fu made an excuse. Can you honestly stay inside the camp? Tang Chang sighed. Where Tang Fu's this point of mind? Tang Chang did not understand. It was nothing more than wanting to get close to Zhou Feng. I'm also going to ask where they usually bathe and such. It's not like you guys are in a position to inquire about such things. Tang Fu said immediately. Tang Chang froze. This was a legitimate reason. I'll go if you go. Just then, another woman's crisp voice rang out next to her. Zhou Feng and the others looked over and realized that it was Bai Qingyan. Been watching them from the sidelines since a while ago. Chapter 112, Familiar Faces. What are you going to do? Donovan frowned. These days, Bai Qingyan was following her, leaving her with no time to be alone with Zhou Feng. Hey, me and Zhou Feng go for a stroll. What's wrong with being unconvinced? Bai Qingyan's side came directly over and wrapped her arms around Zhou Feng. Bai Qingyan was to replace her mother and look at this woman. Tang Fu. Lest Tang Fu wanted to seduce Zhou Feng again. Seeing this scene, Tang Fu's eyes went wide. This little ninny. He actually wrapped his arm around Zhou Feng in a bright manner. You let go. Tang Fu couldn't help but shout. If Qin Xiaoshui had wrapped her arm around Zhou Feng, then Tang Fu wouldn't have had any problem with it. Bai Qingyan actually came here to join in the fun. Just don't let go. Zhou Feng and I are childhood friends. The corners of Bai Qingyan's mouth rose as she looked like she was taking things for granted. Tang Fu didn't say anything, and went over and wrapped her arms around Zhou Feng's other arm. He also deliberately leaned his body forward and looked at Bai Qingyan with a provocative gaze. Bai Qingyan was infuriated enough. Okay, come along if you want to go. Zhou Feng hastily pulled his hand out. These two women's personalities are quite similar in a way. However, Bai Qingyan was one of those who would die to the end when her temper came up. Tang Fu, on the other hand, is a different kind of character, recognizing one thing and not letting go of it. When these two run into each other, no one is going to be convinced. The four men just left the camp. Boss Fei should have more than 100 people if he merged your people, Zhou Feng said to Tang Chang on the way. Boss Fei's camp was so dead and wounded that there were only about 50 men left, and over 50 on Tang Chang's side. Pretty much, it's become a threat to us again. Tang Chang clenched his fists. In Tang Chang's mind, Boss Fei was a threat. The greater threat at the moment is young Master Jin's group. Zhou Feng, however, shook his head. The reason is also simple. Young Master Kim's side was even more numerous, and there were also those who had passed through his camp. There was a great understanding of Zhou Feng's intelligence on their side. That what's his name? Young Master Jin, isn't a good person either. Tang Chang's face was grave. I see that these survivors, there aren't many good people. Tang Fu also said a bit depressed. At least the ones they ran into, other than Zhou Feng, had no good guys. It's not surprising. The people on the miles are already very mixed. Zhou Feng shrugged his shoulders. The people on the miles are roughly one of two types. One category is tourists and the other is the ship's staff. Visitors come from all over the world. From all parts of the world. Crew that's not ironclad either. Except for some management on board. A lot of the rest are contract workers for a few months. There are very few people who can stay in the job for a long time, such as seamen and cooks and the like. Even the sailors and mechanics, for the most part, were from several countries. It's more of a struggle to talk to each other, let alone join together. Even if they're from the same company, they still have to fight. Bai Qingyan couldn't help but interject as well. Zhou Feng remembered. Manager Gui and Wang Jun and the others. It was clear that they and Qin Xiaoxue were both in the same company. If at the very beginning, it is possible to cooperate, it wouldn't be so bad that you'd be reduced to throwing your life away now. Several people chatted as they walked along the base of the mountain. It soon became apparent that there was actually a large grove of plantain trees over here. It's just that the plantains on the periphery have been pretty much picked, but there's still a lot of activity going on inside. Isn't that old Zhu and the others? Tang Fu suddenly pointed inside the woods and shouted. Old Zhu? Tang Chang froze. Zhou Feng and Bai Qingyan's gazes also looked towards the inside of the woods. Zhou Feng also found a few very familiar faces inside the woods. It's all from the Tang Sung camp. But Bai Qin Yan didn't recognize any of them. Old Zhu, Tang Cheng shouted. There was a commotion inside the woods, and soon several people came out. Each of them was carrying a basket full of picked plantains. When they saw Tang Cheng, their faces were full of surprise and excitement. Boss, why did you guys come over as well? Old Zhu opened his mouth. Old Zhu was in his 40s and a bit dry and thin looking. Used to be a seafarer on a ship and did the tougher jobs. I heard that you guys got mixed up with Boss Fei? Tang Cheng didn't answer Old Zhu's question. Several people instantly had embarrassed looks on their faces. This situation is a bit special. We are indeed Boss Fei's people now. Old Zhu was a little afraid to look at Tang Cheng's gaze. Why? Tang Cheng wanted to know the answer. When we were almost to this mountain range, we happened to meet Boss Fei's people, and they brought us to the center camp, and Boss Fei gave us a lot of promises, and we joined. In a confused manner, Old Zhu scratched his head. Hearing Old Zhu say that, Tang Cheng was a bit speechless. Both knew what Boss Fei had done and ended up joining the other side. What kind of person is Boss Fei? Aren't you guys clear about that? Tang Fu couldn't help but question. Boss Fei is quite ruthless to the enemy, but he didn't lay hands on his own people, and he can eat. Well, by following him, Old Zhu swallowed and didn't continue. Donovan understood. Don't look at the fact that Boss Fei attacked their camp and killed a lot of them, but there were no relatives or friends of theirs among those who died. They didn't have any hatred for Boss Fei, but more of a fear. Now that they had joined Boss Fei's camp, they felt safer instead. Even started putting in a good word for Boss Fei. Is Boss Fei inside the camp? Zhou Feng, who hadn't said anything, inquired. In. Our camp is not far from there, Old Zhu said, pointing ahead. It was the same route as Zhou Feng's in their advance. Go. Zhou Feng continued to walk forward. Tang Fu was angry though and wanted to continue questioning Old Zhu and the others, but she also realized it wouldn't help. One could only follow Zhou Feng and the others and continue walking. Soon they were at the foot of the mountain ahead and saw a camp. Some of the houses inside the campground are wooden houses. Some of the other ones are of the easier variety. Just like them. Boss Fei came 3 or 4 days early and it's already built like this. As Zhou Feng glanced over, there were many familiar faces. They also discovered Zhou Feng and immediately went to report. Boss Fei came out from inside a house. Zhou Feng noticed on Boss Fei's arm, this time wrapped in a white medical bandage. He realized it immediately. Boss Fei must be here, swapping to get the drugs. Sure enough, you're also a smart person, coming over so quickly. Boss Fei didn't show a surprised expression when he saw Zhou Feng. Chapter 113 Gifts. Inside Boss Fei's eyes, there was instead a sense of taking things for granted. If it wasn't for the map you shared with me, I wouldn't have known there was such a place. Zhou Feng said indifferently. If you didn't come to the rescue in the first place, those of us would have died at the hands of the savages long ago as well. Come inside and sit down first. Boss Fei waved his hand and said, obviously signaling Zhou Feng that there was no need to continue. They're not here to catch up. A few people followed Boss Fei and entered inside the room. Boss Fei lived in the finest wooden houses. There are also some household items inside the room, but there were only beds piled up with stones and thickly padded with branches. There were no stools or anything like that, so everyone sat on the floor. Boss Fei looked at Tang Chun once he sat down. Are your men going to be brought back? Boss Fei spoke directly. Take it back? Tang Cheng froze, obviously not expecting Elder Fei to say that. Listening to Boss Fei, he could return all the people to himself. All of your men can be taken away, and I haven't treated them poorly these past few days. Boss Fei nodded. Tang Cheng looked at Boss Fei in surprise. Is this still Boss Fei? You're actually willing to give your own people back? Keep it for yourself. Tang Cheng shook his head. Tang Cheng and his own men have long since parted ways, and he thinks it's fine now. It was much easier to make a move beside Zhou Feng than to be the leader himself. You don't want any of them? It seems like there are still your women in here, Boss Fei inquired. It's already broken up. Tang Cheng's tone was resolute. Anyway, inside my camp, I'll take care of you first. After Boss Fei said this, he turned his head to look at Zhou Feng. I heard that half of your camp was cheated out of its people? Boss Fei smiled. You heard about it too? Zhou Feng was a bit strange. Boss Fei then said that his men had seen people from the Zhou Feng camp in the neighborhood, talked to the person and learned the situation. Those people of yours are dumb enough to be tricked with a can and a few words. Boss Fei's eyes were filled with contempt. And Boss Fei also he heard that those people didn't get the can at all. Li Lok brought them back and pressed them. Now they can't even leave now. They can only work as hard laborers on young Master Jin's side. That's their own choice. Zhou Feng had a calm face. Well, it's good that those idiots are gone. Boss Fei nodded. Those who stayed by Zhou Feng's side nowadays were definitely those who absolutely believed in Zhou Feng. Has someone contacted you to make an alliance with you? Zhou Feng inquired from his side. Hearing this, Boss Fei revealed a mysterious smile. Of course there is. This center camp. It is not so peaceful, right? Boss Fei looked high and mighty. Apparently Boss Fei was in contact with the others as well. We can exchange intelligence. Zhou Feng came up with this suggestion. But he didn't expect Boss Fei to wave his hand. There's no need for any exchange. I can just tell you. Tell us straight away that you're definitely uneasy with your intentions. Tang Fu looked at Boss Fei with a wary face from the moment she entered the room. Tang Fu hadn't even thought about sitting with Boss Fei in peace with himself before. The last time we met, they were still killing each other. Boss Fei just glanced at Tang Fu, with no intention of fighting with her. Young Master Jin and Xiao Lang's people have both spoken to me, and both want to reach an offensive and defensive alliance to help out in critical times. Boss Fei looked at Zhou Feng anew. Who did you promise? Zhou Feng asked. The situation at hand was not a surprise to Zhou Feng. Young Master Jin, there are many of them. Boss Fei replied. More people means more fight. The Tang family siblings, as well as Bai Qingyan, all changed their faces slightly. That meant that in the event of a conflict, they and Boss Fei were enemies again. It looks like you guys should have promised Xiao Lang. Boss Fei was already able to tell from within the reactions of a few people. That's right. Zhou Feng nodded. Oh, actually it doesn't matter who you agree to. When you really fight. The corners of Boss Fei's mouth rose. Obviously Boss Fei has no intention of keeping his promise. Zhou Feng's thoughts were the same as Boss Fei's. We can see what happens then. None of them had to fight for anyone else. How much do you know about young Master Jin? Zhou Feng inquired again. It is said that this young Master Jin seems to be a son of a certain conglomerate. He has a dozen or so loyal bodyguards by his side and relies on these bodyguards to form his power. Boss Fei's face was all disdain, because it's not on its own. Now that they're on a deserted island, those bodyguards are still loyal to him? Bai Qingyan was puzzled. Of course, they all believe that help will come sooner or later, and when that time comes, all they have to do is protect young Master Jin's safety, and then what awaits them will be heavenly riches. Boss Fei snorted coldly. Zhou Feng could tell from Boss Fei's attitude. Boss Fei never thought that any rescue would come. There are so many weird things on this island. This is not unlike Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng told Boss Fei some of the information he knew as well. There are just two kinds of savages and so on. Boss Fei was also surprised, not realizing that the savages were divided into different camps amongst themselves. When Zhou Feng and the others indicated that they wanted to leave, Boss Fei said that he would let them wait for a few minutes. Soon Boss Fei brought someone and brought over a few things. It's a bow and arrow. Tang Chang was shocked. It didn't occur to me that Boss Fei would actually give them bows and arrows. It's a big kill for Boss Fei. I almost died under this thing myself in the first place. This is not a bow and arrow. It is a crossbow. Zhou Feng was even more shocked. It didn't occur to me that Boss Fei would not only make bows and arrows, but even crossbows. The bow arm is made from a single piece of carefully sanded wood. At the ends of the bow arm would be the tendons of the beast. It's either a boar's or a bear's. The key thing is the spring inside the arrow slot. I don't know where I found the wire, twisted into the shape of a spring. It looks irregular, but it's already available. Not only are crossbows more powerful than bows and arrows, they are also more accurate. It doesn't take much proficiency. These are for you. Boss Fei picked up a bow and crossbow, and explained how to use it. Thanks a lot. Zhou Feng knew the value of these bows, and Boss Fei gave 4 of them at once. Guess he didn't have much inside his own camp. We'll work together again in the future. A real collaboration. Boss Fei nodded. On the way back, each man carried a crossbow. Tang Cheng's expression was a bit complicated. Originally, this time Tang Cheng wanted to see if those companions of his had been bullied. The results were not expected. Those people seemed to be quite happy, staying on Boss Fei's side. Just then, a couple of people came running up ahead. At the top is Yang Wei. Boss, it's not good. Yang Wei hurriedly waved his hand and shouted. What's wrong? Zhou Feng frowned. Fu Tai, he's been arrested. Chapter 114. Fu Tai was arrested? Bai Qingyan let out a cry of alarm. Yes, Fu Tai Yang Wei panted. They ran all the way. Slow down and speak clearly, Zhou Feng said. Yang Wei took a few breaths before he began to explain. Just over an hour ago, someone came inside the camp and said that Fu Tai was cheating while playing cards with them. Now they have been arrested and told to take 50 pounds of meat for the ransom, or else cut off one of Fu Tai's arms. 50 pounds of meat? Zhou Feng frowned. It's not a lion's share. Zhou Feng was well aware of the prices in the market, and 50 pounds of meat was considered a huge sum. This is a deliberate attempt to pick a fight with the other side. How could Fu Tai go gambling? Tang Cheng found it a bit hard to understand. Tang Cheng didn't realize that Fu Tai used to have this hobby. Where are the people? Zhou Feng asked. Inside the canyon. I'll take you there, Yang Wei said in a hurry. The group soon found one. a gap that allowed them to enter the canyon. This canyon was not only accessible by only 2 passages, front and back, but there were also some gaps in the middle. It was also the first time Zhou Feng had entered the interior of the canyon. It sure is a lot more humid and a little stuffy in here. There was moss all over the ground and lots of colorful mushrooms too. Zhou Feng also saw standing water in the distance. It seems that Trell was right. This is not a good place to live for a long time. After almost 10 minutes of walking, the ground ahead was noticeably higher. There were quite a few people gathered over there as well, at least 30 or 40. When they saw Zhou Feng and the others coming, each one of them made way. Zhou Feng saw Fu Tai and tied him up 5 times with vines. Sitting on the ground in a very sorry state, his face was bruised and purple. Also he noticed that there was quite a bit of gambling equipment around. Poker, colors and such, and even Pai Gao. Apparently this is a small casino, and I don't know where they get these things. Their bets, though, were all jerky and some fruit. Zhou Feng saw at least 5 or 6 different kinds of fruits, so it seemed that this surrounding area was indeed rich in produce. Boss, when he saw Zhou Feng, Fu Tai was instantly emotional. You're Zhou Feng? But just at this time, a few people blocked Fu Tai's way. Not bad I am. Zhou Feng nodded. Your people's hands are not clean. They actually cheated when playing cards and won us a lot of things. The one who spoke was a man with a fierce face and a strong body. There was also a colorful tattoo on his arm. Dong Wei. You bloody mouth. When did Lao Zi cheat? A few of you want to harm Lao Zi. Fu Tai's side immediately cursed. Shut up. Someone beside him immediately gave Fu Tai a mouthful. Fu Tai, however, was unforgiving and continued to roar. If you have the ability, you can screw old me. What kind of ability is it to use such underhanded tricks? Your mouth is really hard. The man was instantly enraged, raised his hand to hit Fu Tai again, but this time, a hand grabbed his arm. It's Zhou Feng. Stop. Zhou Feng said coldly. You. Aha. The man tried to jerk his hand away, only to find that it doesn't move. Instead, Zhou Feng's hands were like iron pincers, and he felt like his arms were about to break. Humph. Are you guys here to reason, or are you here to fight? Dong Wei snorted coldly. Of course I'm here to reason. Zhou Feng directly flung the man's hand away. The man held his hand and hid behind Dong Wei with a resentful face. This guy cheated and we caught him. On the spot, said Dong Wei, pointing at Fu Tai. According to Dong Wei's description, they were playing Texas Hold'em, but Fu Tai switched cards privately. It was discovered by them on the spot that there were a few extra cards in Fu Tai's hand. It's not just a few of us who saw it. Did everyone see it? Dong Wei said as he looked at the others. That's right. We all saw it. Such unclean hands and feet should have their fingers cut off. Everyone around them said. This is just one side of the story. Fu Tai, tell us the situation once more. Zhou Feng looked at Fu Tai. When Fu Tai heard this, he immediately opened his mouth. He kept his gaze deadpan on Dong Wei. According to Fu Tai's description, he was supposed to be out looking for supplies. It turned out to be an unexpected encounter with Dong Wei. Fu Tai and Dong Wei had known each other before when they were on the ship, and the two of them were considered peers. All professional gamblers. Dong Wei says that he has a field right inside the canyon and invites Fu Tai to play with him. I came over here in a moment of itchiness, and these guys were playing and came to beating on me, put the cards next to me, and said I was cheating. Fu Tai roared. Zhou Feng understood when he heard this. This is a deliberate attempt to target Fu Tai. Since Fu Tai knew Dong Wei, he knew that this was a peer. Then Fu Tai couldn't possibly take the risk of cheating on the other side's turf. Nonsense. So many people have seen it. It's you who cheated. Dong Wei snorted coldly. Cheating? Then bring out the evidence. Zhou Feng said indifferently. So many people have seen it. You still want proof? Dong Wei was a bit anxious. Oh, just rely on a mouth. How can I believe it? Zhou Feng sneered. You don't admit it, do you? Dong Wei was instantly furious. In this current situation, they are on a deserted island. Where to find any evidence? There's no surveillance or video. Since there's no evidence, I'll take that person away. Zhou Feng reached out and was about to untie the ropes from Fu Tai's body. Stop! Dong Wei grabbed towards Zhou Feng, and Zhou Feng had no qualms about turning around and throwing a punch. Dong Wei only felt a blackness before his eyes and had already received a heavy punch. Blood is flowing. He dares to make a move. Hit him. A few people around them pounced on it. One of them raised his fist and rushed at Zhou Feng's face, but the punch hit nothing but air. Zhou Feng avoids it easily. Then there's a kick to the opponent's knee. The man screamed miserably and fell to his knees. Facing the few remaining people, Zhou Feng was even punching them one by one. None of these few people were able to touch the corner of Zhou Feng's coat. Fight! Dong Wei roared. Copy the spear that was sitting next to him. Aside from the two that couldn't move, several others grabbed their weapons. It looked like they were planning to fight for their lives. Nobody move. Whoever moves dies first. Tang Chang growled. I'll fight you all. Dong Wei's face was covered in blood and he gritted his teeth. But when looking clearly at Tang Chang and the other three, what they were holding in their hands, Dong Wei only felt cold all over his body and immediately threw his spear to the ground. Tang Chang and the others all held crossbows in their hands, their arrows already strung. So close, it would have been shot through immediately. Chapter 115. Most people calm down when faced with a death threat. Dong Wei and the others are certainly no exception. The hot blood that had been boiling just a moment ago turned ice cold. Zhou Feng sidestepped forward and untied Fu Tai's rope. Thanks a lot, boss. Fu Tai was on the verge of crying with excitement. Fu Tai didn't expect Zhou Feng to stand next to him so dryly. Originally, in the face of this situation, Fu Tai had no defense. There's no way to go about proving your innocence. But Zhou Feng didn't even bother arguing with the other party about the details. Straight up, who hit you? You hit me back, Zhou Feng said indifferently. This line, Fu Tai was a bit hesitant at first. However, since this was Zhou Feng's order, he was not polite. Dong Wei and these people, each of them received 2 slaps from Fu Tai. Fu Tai, you wait for me. Dong Wei gritted his teeth. After suffering such a loss today, Dong Wei would never let it go. You are young Master Jin's people, right? Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes at the other party. Dong Wei was silent. Tang Cheng didn't talk nonsense on his side, and directly came over and pressed his crossbow against his opponent's abdomen. Speak, Tang Cheng chided. We are young Master Jin's people. Dong Wei swallowed. He's the one who told you guys to come and find trouble with us, right? Zhou Feng sneered. Then I don't know, stammered Dong Wei. Zhou Feng didn't ask any further. Judging from Dong Wei's reaction, he had already made a judgment. Go! Zhou Feng left with a few people. Dong Wei's face was ugly on his side, and his appearance was even more wretched. Go inform young Master Jin that the plan has failed. Meanwhile, on the way back, you were quite good just now. Your hands didn't even shake when you were holding the crossbow. Zhou Feng looked at Bai Qingyan with a bit of surprise. Zhou Feng was not surprised by the way the 2 people, Tang Cheng and Tang Fu, had behaved just now. It didn't occur to me that even Bai Qingyan was able to hold her weapon steady. One must know that before. Bai Qingyan had never, ever fought. Of course I won't have shaky hands, Bai Qingyan said with a pout. A bit of a smug look at Donf. Although Bai Qingyan hadn't fought before, she had Tang Fu by her side. She would never admit defeat. Brother, how did you determine that group of people were sent by young Master Jin? Tang Cheng's side couldn't help but ask. This group of people were able to set their eyes on Fu Tai, but it wasn't because someone leaked the information, and Dong Wei just happened to know Fu Tai again, and knew what kind of person he was. Zhou Feng looked at Fu Tai. Fu Tai lowered his head in a bit of shame. If I wasn't a good gambler myself, I wouldn't have fallen for it. That's not right. That Qin Shou has only been inside the camp for a day. How does he know so much? Tang Cheng scratched his head, feeling a bit incomprehensible. The only person who went in the beginning was Qin Shou, but now there are dozens of people who have gone. Zhou Feng shook his head. It was estimated that young Master Jin already knew about all the things that happened inside Zhou Feng's camp. Tang Cheng's heart thumped inside. Then young Master Jin is actually coming for you. Tang Cheng reacted. Getting in trouble with Fu Tai was just a pretext. Well, they will come again. Zhou Feng slowly nodded his head. When we got back to the campground, a number of people had already returned from picking. Each one was giddy, carrying behind them a variety of fruits. Indicates that there are plenty of supplies around and that you don't have to go far. You can find a lot of fruit trees within a couple of kilometers. The people inside the campground were excited to hear this. One by one. This is close to the center area of the island. There are just more resources. It's right to come here. There's no worry about starving now. And there are still plenty of people here. So there's no need to worry about savages at all. The crowd was thrilled one by one. Yang Wei's side came together. Boss, shouldn't we be figuring out to start hunting? I've heard people say that there are quite a lot of wild boars in the neighborhood as well. Yang Wei was already rubbing his fists. During this period of time Yang Wei hunted and had already gained some insights. Even if you can't catch a wild boar, getting some pheasants and rabbits will do. Let's not rush today. All the people inside the camp prepare their weapons. Zhou Feng shook his head and said, what's with the weapon? Yang Wei was a bit dumbfounded. Greet the guests at the door. Zhou Feng said indifferently. An hour or so later. Sure enough, there were 50 people who came to Zhou Feng and the others' campsite in great numbers. Where's Zhou Feng? Tell him to get his ass out here. Dong Wei roared. Yang Wei and the others had been waiting for a long time. A clatter of 20 or so men stepped forward with weapons. All stared at Dong Wei with dead eyes. Dong Wei was startled and took several steps back. He also didn't think about how each of these people had a fierce look in their eyes. Looks like he's not afraid to die. It was only at this time that Zhou Feng slowly came out from inside the room. Zhou Feng, hand over Fu Tai to me. Dong Wei let out a sardonic laugh. Zhou Feng glanced at Dong Wei and simply ignored him. Instead, he looked to the one in the crowd. Flanked. The man wasn't very tall, but he wore very clean clothes. Hair is also neatly groomed. Today on a desert island, there are no professional haircutting tools. A haircut is basically just getting it shorter. There's not much of a haircut required. There are a lot of people who simply don't take care of it and grow a little bit. The one who was still in the mood to fix his hair was definitely young Master Kim. Young Master Kim had his arm around a woman, also dressed very cleanly, and with light makeup on her face. If it wasn't for the people around them, they all looked scruffy. Simply just by looking at these two, one would probably think that these two were on vacation. Zhou Feng, I'm asking you, hand over the person to me. Dong Wei was a bit anxious when he saw Zhou Feng ignoring him. Handing people over? Why did you give you a handover? Zhou Feng said with a smile. Fu Tai blatantly cheated. And it's not just about him, you also hit us with your hands. This score has to be settled together. Dong Wei's eyes were filled with resentment. If you're capable, come over and arrest them yourself. Zhou Feng snorted. After these words, everyone in Zhou Feng's camp raised their spears to aim at Dong Wei. The 4 crossbows inside the camp were also aimed at Dong Wei. Dong Wei's face turned white. If there was a conflict here, he would definitely be the first to die. Young Master Jean. This guy. Dong Wei hurriedly hid behind young Master Jean. Young Master Jean frowned and did not expect Zhou Feng to be so tough. You're not going to hand the man over? Aren't you afraid that we'll go up and snatch it? Young Master Jean then looked at Zhou Feng with a provocative gaze. You can come and try. You guys have a lot of people can take Fu Tai away? But well. Zhou Feng sneered. But what? Young Master Jean frowned. Before that, you were already a corpse. Zhou Feng's gaze was icy cold. Chapter 116 Professional Bodyguards. Hearing Zhou Feng's threat, young Master Jean suddenly began to laugh. It's like hearing some kind of joke. Ha ha ha. Only after half a day did young Master Jean stop smiling. I know you're a character, and I've heard from those you're with that you're good. But do you know what these people around me do? They're professional bodyguards. Every one of them could knock you out. Young Master Jean opened his arms and said with a smile. Generally speaking, a profession like bodyguard is usually assigned by various security companies, because it's cheaper. But the people around young Master Kim are different. These bodyguards were all hired by young Master Jin's father, highly paid, to protect him. The reason is simple. Young Master Kim is very fond of traveling, especially to some more dangerous countries. His father's only precious son. Spending big bucks on security is a $10 million plus annual expense. It was because of this that these bodyguards were loyal to young Master Jean. Even on a deserted island, he was still protected. Yeah, I can't see any powerful guys. Zhou Feng shook his head. Young Master Jean frowned, not expecting Zhou Feng to be so mouthy. You go and teach him a lesson. Young Master Jean said as he casually pointed at a bodyguard beside him. No problem, young master. This bodyguard immediately went up to the center of the camp. A professional boxing stance was struck and a few swings were thrown towards the air. It seems to be very fast. Obviously this bodyguard had professional boxing training. The bodyguard then also provocatively raised a middle finger at Zhou Feng. You asshole. Tang Cheng was anxious at the sight, wanting to go up and have a few moves with this guy. Tang Cheng had also practiced boxing for a while and had some grappling fundamentals. That was why Tang Cheng had proposed a one-on-one fight with Zhou Feng in the first place. It's me he's after. And you're still not fully healed from your injuries. Zhou Feng took a step in front of Tang Cheng. Tang Cheng froze, then retreated. Tang Cheng's arm, in fact, has basically healed. Zhou Feng was giving himself face by saying that. Mom, Zhou Feng, he's going to be alright. Bai Qingyan's side had an anxious look on her face as she subconsciously wrapped her arms around Qin Shashua's arm. Although Bai Qingyan had seen the scene of Zhou Feng fighting, but now this young Master Jean is coming from a bad place. It's clear that you're here to find out what's going on. Little Feng, he has it in his heart. Qin Xiaoshui was certainly worried. However, Qin Xiaoshui also noticed Zhou Feng's eyes. There wasn't an ounce of fear in there. Zhou Feng took a step in front of the bodyguard, and he extended a finger as well, made a provocative gesture. The bodyguard stepped on his feet and rushed towards Zhou Feng. A fist came towards Zhou Feng's face. Zhou Feng sidestepped and dodged while a whip kick went out. A direct kick to the calf of bodyguard. The bodyguard only felt pain in his calf as he was shocked. It hadn't occurred to me that Zhou Feng's whip leg was so powerful. Almost didn't stand still himself, but without waiting for him to adjust, Zhou Feng's fist had already blasted out. Again, it was aimed at the bouncer's face. The bouncer raised his arms to protect his face. Bang! However, Zhou Feng's fist was so powerful that it just went down. The bouncer then felt like he had been hit by a bull. Click! A crisp sound came from his left arm, taking on a twisted arc. Surprisingly, he was interrupted by Zhou Feng's punch. Hard. The bodyguard screamed miserably and fell straight to his knees. Zhou Feng, however, did not stop there, but then punched the bodyguard in the face. The bodyguard's head was thrown back from the blow and he fell straight to the ground. There was blood inside his mouth and nose, and he fainted. Seeing this scene, the bodyguards around young Master Jean each stared with wide eyes. What was happening in front of them made them feel incredulous. They all knew the strength of this bodyguard, a former professional boxer, won very many international competitions. There's just no way to be a head boxer, so there's no commercial value. Then in order to make a living, he had to come and work as a bodyguard, kind of a very capable fighter in their midst. I never thought that I would be taken care of by Zhou Feng in a few hits. When young Master Jean saw this scene, he felt that he couldn't hang on to his face. He had just put down his bold words, but he could not imagine that he would be slapped in the face in the turn of the day. Which one of you is still on? Finish this guy off for me and I'll give $100,000. Young Master Jean looked at the bodyguards around him and said. However, these bodyguards looked at each other in disbelief, and no one dared to go up again. If it were before, this kind of thing they would have grabbed their heads and gone for a spell. It's not just about the money, it's also about being reused by young Master Kim. But things are different now. This is if it's the same as the unlucky one just now, who received such a serious injury. On a deserted island it's a death sentence. Whether money or life is important, they can tell the difference. Not to mention the fact that this money is now unavailable. We can only hope when we leave the deserted island. Seeing that no one was willing to go up, young Master Jean became even angrier. Pointing directly at a man, he said, "There you go." "Yes, young master." The man stepped forward stiffly. This bodyguard, however, was not as arrogant as the one just now. Instead, he took a stance at the start and cautiously approached towards Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng still did as he was told and took the lead. The bodyguard had learned his lesson. He did not collide head-on with Zhou Feng. Instead, he bent down and lunged towards Zhou Feng, looking like he wanted to pounce on him. Then a ground fight. Since there is no confidence in head-on combat, this is the only way to go. But Zhou Feng's reaction was faster. Dodging directly to the side, he backhanded one hand to strangle his opponent's neck. Zhou Feng's other hand grabbed the wrist of that hand and pulled it forcefully towards the top. Instantly the bodyguard felt suffocated. He flailed his fists desperately. His fists kept hitting Zhou Feng's arms, and his legs kept stomping on the ground. But Zhou Feng's entire body did not move. Instead, the bouncer's flailing motion came to an abrupt halt after 10 seconds or so. The entire person rolled his eyes and fainted directly. This is caused by asphyxia and lack of oxygen. Zhou Feng let go of his arm and the bodyguard went limp on the ground. This scene made young Master Jin's face ugly. Originally, he thought that his bodyguard could easily take Zhou Feng. However, it was unexpected that Zhou Feng was so strong. In fact, the reason why young Master Jin, today, had people come to trouble Zhou Feng's camp. It was young Master Jin who heard from the people who came from Zhou Feng's camp that Zhou Feng was extremely strong. It instantly made young Master Jin feel that if he could absorb Zhou Feng inside his camp, then the camp will become stronger. But with the usual methods, Zhou Feng would definitely not agree. Young Master Kim is the one who came up with this trick to get someone to frame Fu Tai. By the time he brought his own people over, Zhou Feng would definitely be soft. Then young Master Jin came back with a request for Zhou Feng to join his camp. The previous grudges between the two sides are wiped out. But what young Master Jin hadn't expected was that Zhou Feng was a bit scary this strong. Not at all afraid of himself. Who else dares to come? Or are you all going together? Zhou Feng said coldly. Chapter 117. Young Master Jin. This kid is too arrogant. Let's forget about the camp rules and go up and get him killed together. Dongwei shouted from the side. Yeah, this kid dares to offend young Master Jin, so he won't see tomorrow's sun. Anyway, they were the ones who cheated first and deserved it. And even if we clashed, the people from the other camps wouldn't say anything. The people around them said, look at their aggressive appearance, as if they wanted to step on the place. Shut up. Young Master Jin chided. Dongwei and the others immediately shut their mouths. Young Master Jin narrowed his eyes at Zhou Feng. This current situation was clear to young Master Jin. The people he had brought with him this time were all elites. It's easy to destroy this camp, but it wasn't necessarily possible to get Zhou Feng killed. If Zhou Feng escaped, the consequences would be endless. Ha ha ha. You are very good. This time it is our mistake. Young Master Jin suddenly changed into a smiling face. This transformation of young Master Jin caused Tang Cheng and the others to be stunned. This guy actually admits he was mistaken? Wouldn't that be admitting defeat? Since you admit that you made a mistake, what about compensation? Zhou Feng said indifferently. Compensation? You beat up so many of us. And you want compensation? Dongwei couldn't help but roar. That's all because you guys asked for it. Zhou Feng snorted. You, Dong Wei was so infuriated that he was trembling. Young Master Jin's voice rang out from the side. No problem. I'll have someone send some supplies over later to make amends, and I hope this misunderstanding won't affect our relationship. Young Master Jin walked forward and extended his hand. Of course not. Zhou Feng nodded and shook the other party's hand. Two people each with their own agenda. There's another thing. There are quite a few people inside my camp that came from your side. If you want them, I'll send them back to you right here. Young Master Jin said with a smile. Not interested, keep it for yourself. Zhou Feng shook his head. If you're such a powerful person, how nice it would have been if you had gone with Li Lok in the first place and become my right-hand man. Young Master Jin lamented. Zhou Feng didn't reply this time and just looked at young Master Jin like that. Young Master Kim was not embarrassed and said that he hoped everyone would get along in the future. And then it's off with the men. Until he was far away from Zhou Feng's camp, Dong Wei could not help but ask, Young Master Jin, why are you so polite to that guy? Just kill him. Dong Wei was the first person to follow young Master Jin. Knowing young Master Jin's style of behavior, he was never soft when it came to killing with his hands. Why are you so indecisive now that you're facing Zhou Feng? If you're sure you can go up and get him, then let's turn around and go back. Young Master Jin snorted coldly. I definitely can't. But there are so many of us. Dong Wei laughed dryly. What's the use of having too many people? What if Zhou Feng runs away? Young Master Jin shook his head. The campground is next to the mountains. If Zhou Feng had drilled in towards the inside of the woods, he wouldn't have been able to find it at all. Young Master Jin himself instead wants this deserted island. Always on edge. Zhou Feng doesn't have a few pretty important women around him. You can go after them. Use them to threaten Zhou Feng. Dong Wei hemmed and hawed. Young Master Jin, however, looked at him as if he were a little cutie. Like looking at Dong Wei. If you go after Zhou Feng's woman, will he just fold his arms? It would only make him hate me. Young Master Jin shook his head. For young Master Kim, women are just for fun. He didn't think women, at all, could be used to threaten a man. Only inside some movies and TV dramas will there be similar bridges. Lose your life for a woman and end up getting killed yourself. Then, what do we do? Dong Wei was now a bit confused. If you want to make a move on a person, of course you have to make him drop his guard first. Young Master Jin said indifferently. Young Master Kim's group just left. Chao Lang and Shui Le then came over with dozens of people. According to Chao Lang, he had also heard that young Master Jin had come over to find trouble with Zhou Feng, so bring someone over to help. After learning that young Master Jin and the others had left, Chao Lang immediately stated, in the future, if young Master Jin and the others come again, go and call out for yourself immediately. He'll be here in a minute, I'm sure. Looking at the departing backs of Chao Lang and the others, Tang Cheng bristled. It's quite a coincidence that these guys came. Tang Cheng had a disdainful look on his face, obviously suspecting that the group had come over after seeing young Master Jin and the others leave. It's probably with the intention of waiting for us to fight before coming over to fish. Zhou Feng did not care, because he hadn't expected that Chao Lang and the others would actually come to his aid. Why has this young Master Jin suddenly conceded? Tang Cheng scratched his head, a bit confused. This young Master Jin is also not simple. Zhou Feng frowned. Just a moment ago it was like you're dead or alive. And in the blink of an eye you can be smiling. Very few people in general can do this. Wait for Chao Lang's men to leave. Some more familiar faces came through. It was Li Lok and Qin Shou, who came with more than 30 people. These people were all once inside Zhou Feng's camp. Each of them was carrying some supplies. These are young Master Jin's compensation for you. Li Lok opened his mouth with a smile. A huge pile of fruit, and about 20 canned goods. There was also a smaller boar. Move it all in, Zhou Feng said as he pointed to the center of the camp. Anyway, it's a freebie, so don't take it. These people had moved their things to the open space designated by Zhou Feng. None of them dared to meet Zhou Feng's eyes as they all subconsciously averted their gaze. How nice that you guys came to the center camp with me back then. I heard that you took out several bodyguards around the young master. Li Lokside came to Zhou Feng and started to get close. Zhou Feng, on the other hand, didn't even bother talking to Li Lok. When Li Lok saw Zhou Feng ignoring himself, he could only dryly laugh a few times. While Qin Shou had been poking around inside the camp, he soon saw Zhang Lily. Lily, Lily, Qin Shou shouted as he extended his hand. Lily Zhang stood at the edge of the crowd, but there wasn't a single expression on his face, as if he hadn't heard it. Qin Shou was a bit anxious at the sight, so he stepped forward and pulled Zhang Lily's arm. Don't touch me. Zhang Lily looked disgusted and tried to shake off Qin Shou's hand. Zhang Lily had nothing but contempt for Qin Shou nowadays. This guy actually sold out the camp, and left himself alone inside the camp. Listen to my explanation. I'm now under young Master Jin, and I'm also in charge of dozens of people. If you're willing to come over. Qin Shou sighed of the deadliest tug on Zhang Lily's hand. It just wasn't going to come loose. Zhang Lily, However, didn't even want to look at Qin Shou. This guy makes himself sick. Let go of your dirty hands. Right at this moment, someone directly flew up and kicked Qin Shou in the waist. It's Donovan. Chapter 118. Donovan could always remember the traitor inside this camp. It was clearly Zhou Feng who saved him from the savages. It turned out that they would actually betray them, delivering information to young Master Kim. If Qin Shou hadn't leaked their information, then they wouldn't have been cheated out of half of their people. Qin Shou was forced to let go of Zhang Lili, the kick nearly causing him to switch off. You crazy woman. Qin Shou held his waist and gasped for a few breaths, pointing at Tang Fu and cursing. What? How dare you call me a crazy woman? Forget when I gave you food and saved your life from the savages? Tang Fu glared. There are such shameless people in the world. No gratitude at all. Without waiting for Tang Fu to rush up, someone beside him had already rushed up. It's Goldie Chan. Chen Jinbia rushed over and threw a vicious punch, then smashed Qin Shou's face. Traitor. Shameless. Chen Jinbia was still cursing as he fought. This guy's presence really put a few of them to shame. Qin Shou's side didn't dare to fight back at all, and in a panic, he hid behind Li Lok. Chen Jinbia was out of breath and didn't continue to chase after him. Alright, those unpleasant things in the past, let it pass. Li Lok had a smiling face. You guys can leave now. Zhou Feng finally spoke, then left without looking back to go back inside the house. Li Lok's face jumped a little, obviously controlling his emotions. This Zhou Feng is not giving any face at all. They've sent so many supplies already, and they don't have a good face. But in the end, Li Lok just waved his hand, signaling the others to follow him out. Zhou Feng had just sat down on his side when Qin Xiaoxue walked in. Little Feng, take a look at this. Qin Xiaoxue reached out her hand and handed Zhou Feng a note. Who gave this to you? Zhou Feng froze, then picked it up. It's the person who just moved the stuff from our camp before. Qin Xiaoxue explained. Zhou Feng nodded, then spread out the note. This was torn from a notebook. It had several lines written on it. Zhou Feng moved closer to get ready to read it. However, Qin Xiaoxue also came over at this time, and was right up against Zhou Feng's face. She hadn't read the note either. Straight away, he brought it over to Zhou Feng. The general meaning of the note was that these lucky people, they all regretted leaving the Zhou Feng camp. Now they were inside young Master Kim's camp, tortured, doing the hardest work but being able to get very few supplies. Every day, young Master Jin didn't give them anything to distribute, and they were required to pick their own food for their bellies. And there's a minimum daily limit of a certain amount of food that must be gathered to qualify. Otherwise, they will have to be beaten. Now they all regretted it and wanted to go back inside Zhou Feng's camp, requesting Zhou Feng to find a way to save them. This young Master Jin has a knack for squeezing people. Zhou Feng couldn't help but lament. That's a drought and a flood. There is absolutely no need to worry about giving the people inside the camp much food. Just let them find their own food. Instead, young Master Jin had to collect a certain amount of food from within these hands. The benefits were all taken by young Master Jin, and he didn't need to pay anything yet. It's no wonder those people are upset, because they were inside the camp. They were among the ones being squeezed. The only way is to escape from young Master Kim's grasp. But on this deserted island, it's hard for a lone survivor to survive. 80% of them will become rations for the savages. There is simply no resilience to risk. Young Master Jin is quite ruthless. Looking at his appearance, I thought he was a useless dude. Qin Xiaoxue also nodded. Who gave you this note? Zhou Feng asked again. Qin Xiaoxue described it, and she didn't know the other person's name. But the number used to be 57 inside the camp. It looks like this isn't his intention alone. I'm afraid many people think the same way. Qin Xiaoxue added. Qin Xiaoxue was then curious as to what Zhou Feng would do next. Nothing. Zhou Feng shook his head and said, whatever happened to those people, that was their choice. Nowadays, Zhou Feng needed to be responsible for these people around him. Zhou Feng had no need to take any risks for the sake of these people. Little Feng, I'll support you in whatever you do. Qin Xiaoxue leaned her head on Zhou Feng's shoulder. Qin Xiaoxue was well aware of the situation at hand and could only make a trade-off. Zhou Feng gently wrapped his arms around Qin Xiaoxue and then moved over. Qin Xiaoxue certainly understood what Zhou Feng wanted to do, also voluntarily closed his eyes. After a few minutes, the two men then let go. Qin Xiaoxue blushed. Zhou Feng's hand just now. Xiao Feng, I. Qin Xiaoxue stammered. What's wrong with Xiaoxue? Is there something wrong? Zhou Feng thought that Qin Xiaoxue was having some kind of hard time. After all, they had just come to a new place and there must be a lot of things that were inconvenient. Those two requirements I said before can now be cancelled. Qin Xiaoxue's voice later became smaller and smaller. Zhou Feng then only heard the first few words, just as he was about to inquire more closely about it. Boss. Yang Wei's voice came from outside. What's wrong? Zhou Feng shouted. There's a discovery. A major discovery. Yang Wei's tone outside was excited. Zhou Feng's side came out and asked Yang Wei what he had found. Yang Wei immediately stated that he had just seen the people from the camp next to him carrying the wild boar back, so went up and climbed in for a while. After slipping the other man some fruit, he told him about the woods a few kilometers away from the camp. There are very many wild boars over there. That area is also known as the Boar Woods and is very large. It's not a secret at the center camp. Many people know about it. Wild hogs are basically hunted from there. The wild boar population is said to be very high in it, but there are 7 or 8 people who have been run over by boars. Yang Wei finally added. In that case then go over and take a look. Zhou Feng nodded. Tell Yang Wei to go call some people over. It doesn't have to be a large number of people. 10 or so is about right. Good. Yang Wei went off with gusto. Only after watching Yang Wei leave did Qin Xiaoshui come out from inside the room. Little Feng, you remember to be safe. Qin Xiaoshui reminded. Don't worry, we won't force it. Zhou Feng turned around and revealed a smile. There was no shortage of food inside their camp today. This time it was more of a visit to see what was going on. Qin Xiaoshui looked like she was about to speak, but in the end, she didn't open her mouth. Yang Wei soon came over with his men. Together with him there were 10 men, each with a spear in his hand. Zhou Feng went inside the warehouse again and fetched a crossbow. The remaining 3 crossbows were left inside the camp, just in case. After all, who knows if anyone else will come to the camp looking for trouble. When they heard that they were going to hunt wild boars, Tang Fu and Bai Qingyan were eager to go. Seeing these 2 people scrambling to be the first, Zhou Feng directly both refused. Of course he knew what these 2 women had in mind. Chapter 119, Brute. Tang Fu's thoughts were now understood by Zhou Feng. It's about wanting to be close to yourself, to be more in touch with yourself, and Bai Qingyan is all about messing up. Zhou Feng was going about his business nowadays and couldn't let these 2 women fool around anymore. Simply none of them were carried. Instead, he joined Yang Wei and the others and headed towards the wild boar forest. The boar forest was still a bit of a distance away from their camp. The group walked for about an hour before entering the confines of the boar forest. Just as he came in, Zhou Feng heard the sound of someone yelling in the distance. It should be the other survivors who are also hunting boars. There are quite a lot of people here. It looks like we have to go a little deeper to find the wild boar. Yang Wei lamented. Well, everyone be careful. Zhou Feng nodded. If a boar goes berserk, the impact is powerful. Their group walked a few hundred meters further ahead. Zhou Feng suddenly raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. He marched alone, bent over, for more than 20 meters, then slowly pivoted away from the bushes in front of him. Through the gap, Zhou Feng saw 4 wild boars in front of him. 1 big, 3 small. All 4 boars kept their heads down, nibbling on the weeds in front of them. Those weeds have purple petals on them. Zhou Feng recognized those grasses. They should be alfalfa. It is one of the favorite foods of wild boars. And these woods are full of these plants. No wonder there are tons of wild boars here. In fact, in an emergency, this grass can be eaten by humans. It's just not recommended to overdo it. Yang Wei, hand me the crossbow. Zhou Feng lowered his voice. Yang Wei immediately and quietly walked over, handing Zhou Feng the crossbow in his hand. He also installed the arrows in advance. Zhou Feng took his crossbow and aimed at the head of the sizable boar. Whoosh! The crossbow shot towards the boar. But this arrow didn't hurt the vitals, but instead grazed the boar's back. Make a cut at the back. The boar immediately let out a strange scream in pain, and then charged in the other direction. Yang Wei was dumbfounded, not expecting Zhou Feng to actually miss. In his mind Zhou Feng was all-powerful. Run! Zhou Feng shouted. It is unwise to fight head-on with a frenzied boar. Yang Wei felt his scalp go numb and hurriedly stood up. But at this time, Zhou Feng stopped. Wait! Zhou Feng shouted. Originally, Zhou Feng was ready to turn around and run. It turned out that the boar, without thinking about it, actually didn't come at them. Instead, he headed for the bushes on the other side. Yang Wei also stopped immediately. It soon became clear to them why the boar rushed that way. Screams had been emitted from inside the bushes in the distance. Run! A woman's voice shouted. Clattering up from over the bushes several women stood and ran backward in a playful manner, trying to get away from this boar. But the boar had gone berserk and was extremely fast. Staring with dark eyes, he went after them like mad. In the blink of an eye he caught up with a woman at the end of the line. It was a direct hit. The woman lunged towards the side at the last minute though, but the boar's sharp tusks still slashed the woman's pant leg open. There was a rush of blood, and the boar saw the woman on the ground and braked sharply. After running a dozen meters, a hard stop was made. Instead of continuing to go after the others, he turned around and lunged towards the woman again. A close call. A rock flew over and hit the boar in the head. The rock was the size of an egg and the force was chesty. If it was an ordinary person, this time, they would definitely faint directly. But the boar took the blow, and only straightened its form briefly. It took less than a few seconds to slow down and continue to make a lunge towards the woman. But another rock flew past and hit the boar's front leg. The boar stumbled on its feet and tumbled to the ground. The person who struck out was of course Zhou Feng, and he wasn't just throwing rocks. He had already rushed over with Yang Wei and the others. Yang Wei took the lead and stabbed his spear towards the boar's eyes. The boar was lying on the ground with no way to dodge. The others also struck, all aiming for the boar's belly. No thick boar skins here. Very fragile. The boar let out several wails. It also tried to want to struggle, but it still couldn't resist the power of Yang Wei and the others. After a few struggles, there was no movement, and the other three smaller boars saw so many humans appearing. Long ago, he had let out a scream and disappeared inside the woods. Zhou Feng's gaze went to the woman who had fallen to the ground. The woman was pretty and had short hair. It looked a little messy from sweat, but instead it had a different kind of beauty. Only the pant leg of his right leg was torn open, revealing a crimson wound. The woman frowned when she saw Zhou Feng's eyes before covering her wound with her hand. His eyes were still glaring at Zhou Feng. "Are you guys out of your minds? You almost got us killed," Xiao Lin roared. Zhou Feng and the others froze and looked at each other. He had obviously saved her, so how could this woman still say that? By this time several other women had returned. "You guys are new here, aren't you? I can't believe you're killing boars like this. This boar is the prey we've set our sights on. People like you, don't come out and harm people," the women all shouted back. Hearing these words, Yang Wei was instantly unconvinced. "We saved her life, and you guys are talking smack here?" Yang Wei said as he pointed at Xiao Lin on the ground. "You're the ones who victimized me, alright. We were going to lure the boar inside the trap," Xiao Lin shouted with glaring eyes. The women next to me all shouted out one thing or another. Zhou Feng had listened for half a day and finally understood. The original center campers hunted boar, but now they basically set traps, then lure the boar inside the trap. It's less risky that way, and you can get full boar skins. Unlike now, this wild boar captured by Zhou Feng and the others, the body was already riddled with holes, a skin wasted for the most part. Zhou Feng and the others looked at each other in dismay, and did not think that they had actually made a mistake. No one here has stipulated that you can only use traps to capture it either. Right. And you guys were the ones who targeted this boar first, and you didn't take action. It was still Zhou Feng who took the lead and said. Hearing this, Xiao Lin looked even more upset, gesturing to the person next to him to help himself up. "You mean you're not going to admit it?" Xiao Lin stood up and looked straight at Zhou Feng, anger inside her eyes. Zhou Feng looked at the other party's calf. The wound was not serious. "What do you mean you don't recognize it? We're just hunting wild boars, and we're not deliberately targeting you." Zhou Feng shook his head. "Then I don't care. If it wasn't for you guys messing up, I wouldn't have gotten hurt. You guys have to pay compensation." Xiao Lin spoke with a firm resolve. Chapter 120, Running. Zhou Feng was instantly a bit speechless. "It's on a deserted island. I can't believe you're doing this." Yang Wei and the others were also a bit helpless. What can they do even if they don't pay compensation? "You guys are new here, right? You don't know who we are," Xiao Lin said coldly. "We are indeed new here." Zhou Feng sized up the other party. He subconsciously felt that these women should not be Chao Lang or young Master Jin's people. Both of the opposing camps were outnumbered and wouldn't let the women come over and risk their lives hunting boar. "My sister, Xiao Shui, is the only doctor inside the camp?" Xiao Lin's face was beaming with pride. "There's a lack of medicine inside the camp right now, and the doctor can't do much." Yang Wei skimmed his lips and said, "Without medication, there's nothing a doctor can do." Zhou Feng thought about the doctor one he had met inside Boss Fei's camp, when Su Kai's fever was high. One could only physically lower the temperature on the side. Without medication, doctors can do nothing but stare. Moreover, Zhou Feng remembered that Li Lok had once said that there was a doctor inside the center camp. Now it seems that this statement was not a lie. Only this doctor wasn't from inside young Master Kim's camp. "Poof, my sister can make herbs. Even if there is a lack of medicines, she can still cure the disease." Xiao Lin looked at Zhou Feng and the others with a provocative gaze. In this case, a doctor who can heal represents something. Zhou Feng and the others were also very clear. "And what do you mean?" Zhou Feng asked. "Carry this boar inside the camp for us, and then apologize to me, and I'll barely consider you forgiven." Xiao Lin snorted coldly. "If we hadn't stepped in, you'd be dead by now," Zhou Feng reminded. Although it was Zhou Feng who had missed a blow and angered the boar, let the boar go after Xiao Lin and the others. But he didn't know ahead of time that there was someone hiding on the other side of the grass. And also the Xiao Lin girls are less capable themselves. That's how you get caught up with a boar. Anyone else wouldn't be in such a mess. "Then you're the ones who got me into trouble. Are you going to pay for it or not?" Xiao Lin was unforgiving. There's no way this boar will be given to you. Zhou Feng shook his head. The boar was also the fruit of their labor. How could it be just because of a few words? Just give the boar to these women? And to carry them to the camp? Good. We've formed this beam. What's your name? Qiu Lin narrowed her eyes. Zhou Feng. We remember you. Go. Qiu Lin put down these words, left with the help of a couple of people. Crazy from where she came from, Yang Wei couldn't help but mutter. Zhou Feng also shook his head. This is a feud with the other side for no reason. Xiao Shui? Zhou Feng also memorized this name. This was the only doctor inside the camp. Then Zhou Feng asked Yang Wei and the others to pack up the boar and carry it back. The boar was quite large, at least 200 pounds. Zhou Feng, on the other hand, took his crossbow and went to look for a few other small boars. It's just a shame that the little boars have long since run away. Zhou Feng had no choice but to give up. But he saw inside the boar forest, there were many traces left by the boars. Proof that there are still plenty of wild boars here. Zhou Feng took out his notebook from inside his backpack. Make a note of the location of the boar forest. He's already got a lot of new additions to his map. Many of these are near the center camps, where there are resources. Zhou Feng will also make notes on the side. By the time he returned to the campground, Yang Wei and the others had already carried the boar back. The crowd at the campground was excited to see the boar. One and all. Although today, young Master Jean sent someone to send over wild boar meat, but that was from someone else, after all. And the fact that the boar was their own catch meant that more prey could be caught in the future. Soon dinner was ready. Today's dinner is wild boar and mushroom stew. The mushroom they ate, though, was one that was bright red in color. It makes a lot of people psychologically repulsed. But the mushroom collectors say the mushrooms are edible. Everyone else has been taking it for half a month with no difference at all. It's the safest mushroom. Upon hearing these words, the crowd could only overcome their mental difficulties. Swallow this mushroom. After all, they need to eat some vegetables too. They can't eat fruit and potatoes every day. The good news is that no one vomited that night. Turn the day around in the morning. After having breakfast, Zhou Feng had the crowd gather. Starting today, everyone will train every morning. Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Training? Those present were confused. That's right, it's training. First, we'll practice basic physical fitness. And later on, we'll practice combat skills. All of you. Zhou Feng even looked at Qin Xiaoshuan by Qin Yan when he said this. Is something big going to happen? Bai Qin Yan couldn't help but ask. Everyone else had a worried look on their faces. Afraid that next, something will change. Not at the moment, but just in case. Everyone needs to improve their physical fitness. Zhou Feng said. Boss, we listen to you. Fan Jian led the shout. Improving fitness doesn't hurt anyone. After all, they were now inside a deserted island. An extra bit of strength can provide an extra safeguard in the face of danger. Then let's all start with running. From now on every morning 5 kilometers for men and 3 kilometers for women. Zhou Feng roughly pointed out a range. All the crowd had to do was run in a circle around the area without leaving the camp. 5 kilometers is still pretty hard for a lot of people. Zhou Feng led the way at the front, and his speed was not fast. He didn't feel the slightest hint of fatigue, but the others had a lot of just can't take it after one lap. Exhausted and panting, the pace was heavy underfoot. Quite a lot of speed slowed down and was caught up by Zhou Feng. All keep up, don't fall behind or else points will be deducted. Zhou Feng tapped the shoulders of the people in front of him, hearing that points would be deducted. These people gritted their teeth. Hardly forced myself to keep running. 3 kilometers into the run. Many women were lying straight on the ground. Almost all of them were exhausted and broke. You can't lie down. Get up quickly and walk a few steps. Let the body have an adaptation process. One by one, Qin Xiaoshui's side pulled people up. Qin Xiaoxue was considered to be in the best physical condition within the women. It's even quite a bit stronger than a lot of men, because she used to have the habit of running every day, and it was also Qin Xiaoshui's secret to maintain her figure. The 5 kilometers also ended quickly. Zhou Feng looked at the panting crowd and nodded in satisfaction. Continue tomorrow morning, Zhou Feng said. 5 more kilometers. Someone couldn't help but wail. Now they all felt as if their legs were filled with lead. Sweat more now so that you don't bleed later. And wait for a few days before you have to add more, Zhou Feng said in a serious tone. He then also said that if you don't want to run, the morning is free for your own, absolutely no compulsion. 121. South Coast. Boss, we're willing to train. Yes, it's all about improving our own fitness. In the future, if you run into savages, just run faster than them, the crowd said. Everyone said on the spot that they would absolutely stick with it. They all knew that Zhou Feng was doing it for his own good. Zhou Feng told the crowd to take a break. Then he came inside a house which was the storehouse. Inside the room were several barrels with wild boar meat soaking in salt water. This slows down the decay. Zhou Feng picked a large piece of pork hind leg meat. It's probably about 10 pounds. Then finding a basket to carry behind his back, he went to the fair. The bazaar was still quite busy, even if it's high noon. Inside those few haylofts, indescribable sounds were still coming from them. Zhou Feng came straight to sit in front of a dry and thin man. The man has a lot of clutter in front of him. Nail clippers, mirrors, combs, etc. This friend, what do you want to exchange? The man was still wearing a pair of glasses and looked at Zhou Feng with a smile. Intelligence. Zhou Feng pointed at a stone on the ground. On it, written in charcoal, were the words, information for sale. Zhou Feng had seen this person selling information the last time he was here. But Zhou Feng didn't carry any supplies at that time. Moreover, his own party was new to the city and was not as desperate for intelligence needs. What kind of intel do you want to know? Some intel is expensive. The man smiled slightly. Without saying a word, Zhou Feng placed the basket in front of him. Seeing these wild boar meat, the man immediately showed a surprised expression. At the center camp, wild boar is considered hard currency. Is your intelligence accurate? Zhou Feng opened his mouth and asked. Of course it's accurate. For example, I know that your name is Zhou Feng. You only came to the camp a few days ago, right? And had some conflict with young Master Jean. The man revealed a mysterious smile. Zhou Feng was a bit surprised, not expecting the man to actually know his name. There's no need to feel strange. Gathering intelligence is my specialty. My profession is investigative reporter. You can call me Reporter Song. The man still had a smile on his face. He just looked a little vicissitude. Zhou Feng was a bit surprised, not expecting the person in front of him to actually be an investigative reporter. It's a dying industry. There are various reasons for this. Simply put, this is a profession with very little reward, both moral and material. Sometimes you risk your life investigating things that can't be reported. Investigative journalists also sell information? Zhou Feng was curious. I didn't join any forces. I wanted to be the recorder of this event, but I have to eat alone. Reporter Song was a bit embarrassed. Zhou Feng was a bit surprised. The reporter Song in front of him was actually alone. Then it's only natural that he sells some information in exchange for food. One person's power is, after all, very limited. Do you know Qiu Shui? Zhou Feng went straight to the point. Of course I know. She's currently the only medic inside the center camp. And she's still a school student. But she knows a lot about herbs. Reporter Song nodded. I want to know all the information about her, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Reporter Song glanced at the wild boar meat inside Zhou Feng's basket, then pushed his glasses. From what I know, Qiu Shui has a twin sister called Qiu Lin. Reporter Song began to tell. According to Reporter Song's description, the two sisters were also traveling on the miles. Later they meet a number of people after they show up on a deserted island. A camp of survivors was formed, but something happened inside the camp, and the males in the camp tried to make a move on the other women, sparking a confrontation. Reporter Song shrugged his shoulders. Obviously seen this kind of thing a lot. On this deserted island, human nature is all extraordinarily magnified. And Qiu Lin stepped forward with her spirited personality, directly drove away the men inside the camp. With the support of others in the camp, Qiu Lin was elected to be the leader. Later they also came to the center camp, a very rare all-female group of survivors. But there weren't many of them, just 20 or so. They often collect herbs and make them into medicines to sell. Reporter Song pointed to a stall in the distance. Zhou Feng looked over. Over there was a woman setting up a stall, and in front of her were many plants that Zhou Feng did not recognize. There were quite a few other people in front of us inquiring. Zhou Feng secretly nodded his head. This Qiu Lin is not lying. Most of the survivors, I'm afraid, asked for them, because they don't have the drugs in their hands. If you have a headache, you can only turn to them. Zhou Feng's hands now had some medicines in them, but they would surely run out one day. Zhou Feng then asked for some more information. For example, roughly how many people are in the center camp now and how many camps are there? Reporter Song answered them all. According to Reporter Song's intel, the center camp was now nearing 700 people, split into a dozen forces. The largest number of people was, of course, young Master Kim, who now had more than 200 people, and the fewer in number, just 7 or 8. There are also quite a few lone survivors like Reporter Song. Where did you get all this information from? Reporter Song? Zhou Feng was curious. Of course it's a chat. A lot of people are very willing to chat, especially when it's known that I'm a reporter. Reporter Song explained. Then do you have a map in your hands? Zhou Feng asked again. Hearing this, Reporter Song smiled. This stuff can be expensive. Together with the information from just now, this meat is enough, right? Zhou Feng pointed at the pork inside the basket. Of course it's enough. Reporter Song nodded his head in a hurry. Reporter Song then fumbled around on his body and brought out a notebook. Reporter Song turned over half a day. A map appeared in front of Zhou Feng. Upon seeing this map, Zhou Feng could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. There is far more information on this hand-drawn map than what you have in your own hands. Zhou Feng finally saw the south coast of the deserted island. According to the distance recorded on the map, the south coast is far from the center camp, almost 30 kilometers away. The distance is slightly further than the north coast. At the same time, Zhou Feng also noticed, the map is labeled with a message. Young Master Jean and the others came from the south coast? Zhou Feng was astonished. Then the other side is going a very long way. They had originally intended to cross the island to see if there was anything to be found that would allow them to leave the island. But the wildlings everywhere made them end up staying here. Reporter Song explained. You know this too? Zhou Feng couldn't help but say. I've also talked to young Master Jin's people, and that's all the information I know. Reporter Song nodded. Chapter 122. And do you know where they get their canned goods from? Zhou Feng inquired. Hearing this, Reporter Song looked around. No one paid any attention to the two of them, both going about their business. So Reporter Song lowered his voice. From the miles? Of course. The miles. Zhou Feng was shocked. Sure enough, someone had found the miles. But don't hold out any hope. The miles has already sunk to the bottom of the water. And all these supplies floated to the shore and were picked up by young Master Jean and the others. Reporter Song smiled bitterly. Hearing this, Zhou Feng couldn't help but feel emotional. This young Master Jin's luck is a bit bursting. Not bad for someone born with a golden spoon in his mouth. Even the places where Sue woke up, there were tons of supplies to be found. Reporter Song, what do you think of this accident? Zhou Feng inquired. An accident? This is not an accident. We must be involved inside a supernatural event. Otherwise how could we be scattered all over the island? Reporter Song shook his head. Then have you heard of any similar accidents in the past? Zhou Feng inquired again. Being a journalist, surely you know more about this. There are quite a few shipwrecks every year, but thousands of people missing. I've never heard of it. Reporter Song thought hard for a moment, then shook his head. What about a smaller number? Let's say something like 7 or 8 people. Zhou Feng inquired again. It was half a year ago that Wu Wenrong disappeared in the first place. That's a lot. That won't make the news at all. Reporter Song smiled bitterly. Zhou Feng frowned. It seems like trying to analyze what's going on under their watch in conjunction with the intel obtained by Reporter Song. It's also basically impossible. But one thing was still quite certain. What they had suffered was certainly no ordinary shipwreck. By the way, how come this map doesn't have things on both sides? Zhou Feng refocused his gaze on the map. The topography of the east and west sides is not drawn on it and cannot be analyzed. It's impossible to even guess how big Paradise Island is right now in terms of topography, because no one has explored past it. There are tribes of savages on both sides of it. Reporter Song explained. Zhou Feng was on the east side of Paradise Island, and there were tribes of savages right over there. It's Faith in the Sun one. Where in the west is there a tribe of savages? Zhou Feng asked, pointing at the map. Reporter Song is a bit strange. How come Zhou Feng was still so interested in the savage tribe? Still, Reporter Song pointed to the standard 2 places. This is where the survivors now know the location of the savage tribe. One was about 6 or 7 kilometers away from them, the other about 5. What do these tribes believe in? Zhou Feng said. Faith? What faith? Reporter Song was confused. Apparently unbeknownst to them, the savage tribes are also divided into 2 faiths. So Zhou Feng explained. When it was learned that these savages, in fact, had 2 faiths, and when they were enemies of each other, there was an excited gleam in Reporter Song's eyes. 2 kinds of savages. What's their routine like? And what kind of history? Song Reporter began to murmur. Reporter Song only looked up after Zhou Feng shouted a few words. Sorry, I got a little carried away. Reporter Song pushed down his glasses in a bit of embarrassment. Zhou Feng was now able to understand why Song reporters don't join any forces anymore. I guess all of Reporter Song's mind is on collecting stories. Wouldn't contribute much to the camp. Zhou Feng indicated that he wanted to record what was on the map. No problem. Reporter Song nodded. Reporter Song knows that many people have, in their hands, such a map. It's not exactly a secret. Zhou Feng took out a pen and perfected the map he was holding as well. Reporter Song kept asking a little bit during that time, about the savages. Zhou Feng told what he knew, includes some simple words used by savages, such as the words sun and retreat. Reporter Song nodded as he listened and made a note in his journal as well. After doing this, Zhou Feng took out the meat and placed it in front of Reporter Song. These meats are for you. Thanks a lot. Reporter Song gulped. He hadn't seen any meat for a long time either. But I'll take this thing. Zhou Feng picked up an item on the floor stand. It was a brand new wooden comb. Well, whatever. Reporter Song nodded in a hurry. This piece of meat is worth so much more. Zhou Feng returned inside the camp. The lunch hour has passed. But Qin Xiaoshui, as usual, left him lunch. After seeing Zhou Feng return, Qin Xiaoshui brought the lunch inside the room. Are you tired this morning? Zhou Feng asked as he ate. My calves are a bit sore. I haven't run for a long time. I should get used to it in a couple days. Qin Xiaoshui sat next to Zhou Feng. Sore calves? Let me give you a massage then. Zhou Feng ate the inside of the bowl in a few bites. No need. Qin Xiaoshui's side of the red face. She was a little embarrassed. Zhou Feng was very proactive on his side, and had already bent down and squatted in front of Qin Xiaoshui, pulled his pants leg up, then reached down and started massaging. Unconsciously, Qin Xiaoshui grasped the boarskin spread on the bed. Each press made her feel a little shy. A tingling sensation came from her calves. Comfortable? Zhou Feng's side asked. Well, Qin Xiaoshui's voice was as thin as a gnat. On Zhou Feng's side, in addition to pressing, he also used his palm to slap from time to time. This promotes blood circulation. Qin Xiaoshui's body gradually relaxed as she closed her eyes. It lasted for 10 minutes before Zhou Feng stood up. Little Feng, thank you. Qin Xiaoshui's entire face turned red. Nothing, didn't you also wash my feet last time? Zhou Feng smiled. That's true. Qin Xiaoshui nodded gently. It's just a calf massage, which is fine. Moreover, sometimes Zhou Feng's hand. By the way, this is something I traded from the bazaar. Zhou Feng took out the wooden comb and handed it to Qin Xiaoshui. Comb. Qin Xiaoshui's eyes lit up at the sight of the comb and she took it and loved it. It would be so much easier to take care of your hair later if you had a comb. Zhou Feng felt a little apologetic instead. A mere comb was able to satisfy Qin Xiaoshui. He made up his mind. In the future, he would definitely have to give Qin Xiaoshui something really valuable. If I could go back to the real world, it would be gold jewelry plus designer bags or something like that. Although Zhou Feng knew Qin Xiaoshui's style and had always disliked these things, but right now Zhou Feng didn't know what to send. Boss! Someone outside shouted. What is it? Zhou Feng walked out. Someone's coming from Chao Lang's side. Zhou Feng walked out of the room and saw a raw face standing over there outside the camp. It should be Chao Lang's people. The other man's forehead was beaded with sweat, and he looked like he'd run all the way here. 2. Help us! Something big is going on. Chapter 123, Something's wrong. What happened? Speak slowly. Zhou Feng frowned. Could it be that Chao Lang and young Master Jin's men fought? It had only been a few days since my own side had come to the camp, and then this kind of thing happened again. Trell and the others. Something's happened. The man broke off. What's wrong with Trell? When Xiaoyun's emotions also instantly became agitated when she heard these words. She was a member of the logistics team and had been inside the camp. Instead of going out and picking food in the afternoon, you are responsible for handling dinner. It's also a long time to work with food for dozens of people. After hearing the commotion outside, when Xiaoyun and the others couldn't help but come out to see what was going on. I can't imagine when Xiaoyun hearing this news. They're surrounded by savages. The man's face was hard. Let me be clear. How many of them are there in Chuilu? Where are they? And how many wildlings are there? Zhou Feng frowned. One after another. The men told the situation. It turns out that this morning Trelleborg and the others went to the west side of the center camp. There's a big lake over there. There are quite a few fish in there. Trell and the guys would often go over there to catch fish. But today, just after going there for a short while, a lot of wild people appeared around. Chuilu and the others were fighting and retreating, and were now trapped on a pretty steep hill. Savage can't attack for a moment, but there was no intention of leaving either. Just hovering around. Our boss has taken over 50 men to provide support, so I hope you'll contribute some men as well. The man continued. More than 50? Only this many people have gone? Tang Chang, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but say. Inside the camp Yang Wei and Fan Jian went hunting. Just Tang Chang was still inside the camp. Not too many people can go in case something happens on this side of the camp. The man explained. Zhou Feng nodded in defense of young Master Jin. Call all the men inside the camp over. Zhou Feng said to Tang Chang. Don set up his horse and began to greet. But there weren't many men in their camp to begin with. Only about 20 in all. Now it's just 7 or 8. Together with Zhou Feng and Tang Chang, there were less than 10 people. Zhou Feng explained about Tang Fu and asked her to take a few people to bring inside the wild boar forest. Call Yang Wei and the others back. Be safe on the road. Right now there can't be just a few women and children inside the camp. Aha. Donf nodded thoughtfully. Recently, Tang Fu had also discovered that Zhou Feng didn't like to bring himself along when he was on the move. Then she would fulfill the task Zhou Feng had given her. What about me? What do I do? Bai Qinyan asked from the side. Just stay inside the camp and take care of your mom. Zhou Feng said. Okay. Bai Qinyan felt a little disappointed. Taking care of Qin Xiaoshui? It's more like Qin Xiaoshui taking care of her. It's clear that you can do more on your own. Boss, please, you must save Chuilu. When Xiaoyun had long since cried in anxiety, her eyes filled with tears. I will definitely try my best. Zhou Feng nodded. Then he took Tang Cheng and the others with him and left along with the man's footsteps. They quickly moved away from the center mountain range and headed directly towards the west. Zhou Feng and the others had never been to this place before, but a path had been trodden out underfoot. There should be people, on a regular basis, going over there for supplies. Walked for almost an hour. Xiao Lang and the others were seen ahead. When Xiao Lang saw Zhou Feng come over with just a few people, his face was a bit ugly. Obviously this is not the number of people Xiao Lang expected. It was a good thing that the man leading the way came up to Xiao Lang's ear and said a few words to help explain it. It should be telling Xiao Lang that these were all the men inside Zhou Feng's camp. Xiao Lang's face eased up a bit. How is the situation now? Zhou Feng's side opened his mouth and asked. The situation is still bad. Xiao Lang sighed. Are Cui Lu and the others over there? Zhou Feng looked a few hundred meters away. The ground is high there, arching up to a small peak. Not as big as the center campsite though. Xiao Lang nodded, indicating that Cui Lu and the others were over there. When it came to the wildlings fleeing, Trell took most of the men to draw fire. It was only then that some of the men escaped and went back inside the camp to report. How many savages are there? Zhou Feng asked again. Xiao Lang said he was not sure of the exact number. The savages were hiding inside the woods around there, and they had just tried to go over and force their way in. As a result, the savages just popped up from all around, catching Xiao Lang and the others off guard. It cost them so much that they could only retreat here first. But the savages didn't continue to come after them. Zhou Feng looked at those behind Xiao Lang. Sure enough, there were quite a few of them, with wounds on their bodies. Zhou Feng even noticed that there were bloodied arrows on the ground. It should have just been pulled off. These savages have bows and arrows in their hands? Zhou Feng couldn't help but say. If that's the case, it's a problem. It's not a bow and arrow. It's one of those. Someone compared. Zhou Feng instantly understood. It's a blowgun, a hunting tool used by tribes in the Amazon, or by Native Americans. The drawbacks of this weapon are obvious, though. The stability is too poor and the distance is relatively short. Very susceptible to wind direction. Very little real-world significance. No wonder the arrows on the ground were small, but it's still very dangerous if that blowgun hits the eyes and other parts of the body. Is there poison on the arrow? Zhou Feng inquired. No. The man with the arrow shook his head. None of them felt anything out of the ordinary. That's one of the unfortunate things. What are your next plans? Zhou Feng looked at Xiao Lang again. We'll just have to wait for a break and then punch another wave. Do you have any good ideas? Xiao Lang smiled bitterly. I do feel that the current situation is a bit off. Zhou Feng slowly shook his head. Not right? Xiao Lang froze. I don't understand why Zhou Feng said that. Zhou Feng explained as he pointed to the hillside a few hundred meters away. That place is pretty high up, but it's definitely not considered easy to defend. If there are a lot of savages around, then they could easily take out all of Cui Lu and the others. But the wildlings didn't do that and lurked around. It was like they were waiting for them to go up and rescue them. You mean, this is a trap laid by the savages? Xiao Lang found it hard to believe. The people next to them all shook their heads as well. It was felt that Zhou Feng's worries were superfluous. Savages are also humans. They just don't have the knowledge. They are not without intelligence. They can definitely do this kind of thing. Zhou Feng nodded his head very seriously. Hearing this, Xiao Lang also frowned and began to think. It is a bit wrong. Xiao Lang looked at the mountainside in front of him and frowned. After a few seconds, Xiao Lang's eyes snapped wide open. It's like this. I see. Xiao Lang exclaimed. Chapter 124 Attraction. Without waiting for Zhou Feng to speak, the people around him could not help but inquire. Xiao Lang immediately stated. It turns out that one thought that they were encountering a camp of wildlings. For not far from the lake there is a tribe of savages. They've had some clashes erupt before, with sporadic casualties, but none of the savages have come back lately. Xiao Lang just assumed that the other party was giving up. Today it seems that those savages are not giving up. Instead, they joined forces with another tribe of savages and set up the trap together. No wonder there are so many savages. It turns out that we are facing two tribes. Xiao Lang's face was ugly. Xiao Lang and the others had analyzed the nearest camp of savages before. The population is probably just around 100 or so. Throw in the old and the weak, and the fighting force is about 50 men. But right now if they unite another tribe, that number was at least 100. This time, Xiao Lang only came with a few dozen people, so of course he would be defeated. Then what's the best way? Tang Cheng was listening to the sigh for half a day. He couldn't help but inquire. The situation at hand seems to be a dead end. The best way is to call people over from inside the camp, to have the advantage in numbers in order to scare off these savages. Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Doesn't that mean that you have to go to young Master Jin's group for help? Xiao Lang revealed an expression of disgust. Zhou Feng knew from seeing Xiao Lang's expression that he did not care to go to young Master Jin. And even if we find young Master Jin, I'm afraid the other party won't agree to help. It was just that if young Master Jean didn't come, even if Chao Lang called over all his own people inside the camp, there was no way to scare off these savages either. Let's discuss this. I just don't believe there's no other way, Chao Lang said in a deep voice. People all around us started to come up with ideas. There was even a proposal to drop Trell and the others. Hearing this, Chao Lang shook his head, stating that no matter what, he would save all of Tsuela and the others today. This made Zhou Feng a bit surprised. I didn't expect Chao Lang to be quite sentimental. Could it be that there is something special in it? If we can't, we'll fight. We still can't deal with the savages. Chao Lang roared through clenched teeth. It was just that after these words, the expressions on the faces of the people present were a bit off. No one wants to put their life on the line for anyone else. I do have an idea. Zhou Feng spoke up. What method? Chao Lang immediately inquired. The savages have Choi Lu and the others under siege now. We need to give them a reason why they have to retreat. Zhou Feng reminded. Reasons for having to retreat? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. They couldn't really think of anything other than numerical superiority. The ability to make the savages retreat of their own accord. It's actually very simple. We can attack their tribe. Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. Attacking the savage horde. Chao Lang and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. It never occurred to any of them that there was such a way. All along they've been the hunted ones. Now it is actively attacking the savage tribe. This method is good. Chao Lang nodded heavily. Once the savages realized their tribe was being attacked, then surely they would go back to defend it. In time they would be able to ride out some of the retreating savages. Who is willing to go? Chao Lang looked at the people around him, yet not a single person uttered a word. This is to attack a tribe of savages. This is something that is easier said than done. In case if the wildlings were to block it, it would be certain death. And who knows, at this point, how much fighting power there is inside the savage horde. If the other side is outnumbered, then going there wouldn't be like sending a sheep to a tiger. I can bring someone over. Zhou Feng spoke. Chao Lang's face was a little hard to bear. After all the fuss, except for Zhou Feng, his own people were the ones who didn't stand out. How many people do you need? Chao Lang could only ask Zhou Feng. 5. Zhou Feng said after thinking for a moment. Too many people isn't good either. It's easy to get caught in the middle. With 10 men on his side, 15 is about right. Chao Lang immediately picked a few of the strongest ones that could be taken away by Zhou Feng. And there are people in this group who know the location of the savage tribe. Zhou Feng took these few people and set off. Of course one would need to spare some distance in order to go and attack a tribe of savages, lest those savages find out. Chao Lang's men were responsible for leading the way in front, with Zhou Feng and the others following behind. Tang Cheng quietly moved to Zhou Feng's side. Zhou Feng, why are we doing this errand? Tang Cheng was a bit confused. After all, it wasn't their people who were under siege, and now they're risking it all to go to a tribe of savages. Compared to staying over there and fighting the savages for their lives, this matter is much less risky. Zhou Feng shook his head and said, the risk of going to the savage tribe is still small? Tang Cheng was a bit less understanding. Since the savages had to contact the other tribes to strike together, it already proves that they don't have many people in their camp, and when they encounter an attack they definitely wouldn't dare to come out and chase after them rashly. Zhou Feng explained. Tang Cheng listened and came to a realization. It was a much safer move than staying over there and confronting the savages. But how can we wait, so that those savages are attracted back? Tang Cheng scratched his head. It's simple. Just find a way to set it on fire. Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. As soon as the wildlings saw smoke in the direction of the tribe, they must have known what was happening. Tang Cheng nodded secretly. He was becoming more and more impressed with Zhou Feng. Another hour or so of traveling inside the woods. The man who led the way in front moved much slower. It's just a few dozen meters ahead. There's a clearing there, and the savages are stationed over there. Someone pointed ahead and said, you guys wait first, I'll go check out the situation. Zhou Feng bent towards, moving lightly. When it came to the bushes, Zhou Feng was even more careful. He could already hear up ahead the sound of someone talking. It's still a very simple syllable. Zhou Feng carefully looked over. A tribe of savages appeared ahead. About 20 meters away from Zhou Feng, there were a few small savages playing. Zhou Feng noticed that these savages had tattoos of the moon on their bodies. It seems that the savages of this tribe are supposed to believe in the moon. Zhou Feng then placed his gaze behind these savages. Over there is a stiletto. Zhou Feng was a bit surprised. It was unexpected that these savages lived in quite a high-class place. The specialty of the stilts is that you don't have to worry about all kinds of poisonous insects. Until now there are many backward countries and a lot of people still live in stilt houses. What made Zhou Feng a little surprised was, he saw no adult males inside the savage settlement. Almost exclusively women wrapped in animal skins. There were also some older people who had difficulty walking. It seems that the savages for once, have really come out of the woodwork. Snap! But just at this time, water drops fell from the ground next to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng frowned. Does that mean it's raining at this time of year? Chapter 125, Arson. Zhou Feng's original plan was to set fire to a few of the savages' houses. Now if it rains, there's no way that house could have been lit. Wait, that doesn't seem like raindrops. Zhou Feng looked up. A female savage of modest age was found sprawled in the branches of a tree about 10 meters overhead. Looking roughly the same age, the feral people were rather skinny looking. However, Zhou Feng estimated that it should be in the teens. The savage woman was almost stunned, her body trembling. The inside of his eyes were filled with bean-sized tears that dripped right down. Zhou Feng immediately felt his scalp go numb. It didn't occur to me that I was being careful and yet I was still discovered. Just now, he had been paying attention to his surroundings, but he had neglected to mention that there were guests overhead. Ah! The female savage and Zhou Feng erupted into a scream after they locked eyes, then climbed up from the treetop and jumped towards another tree. Straight away, he leapt 2 or 3 meters and hugged the trunk of another tree. With another jump, he disappeared from Zhou Feng's view. Meanwhile the female savage was yelling under her breath. Instantly the tribe of savages panicked at once, and shouts were heard everywhere. The little savages ran straight back inside the camp. Seeing this scene, Zhou Feng knew that he could not hesitate. Can't give these savages a chance to prepare. Follow me! Zhou Feng roared. Tang Chang and the others immediately took their spears and rushed over from behind. Those few Chao Lang's men were stunned. Instead, they stayed inside the woods, none of them following. When they saw Zhou Feng and the other 10 or so people appear, the wild people all panicked a bit. The women and children, they all fled screaming. There were only a few older savages with strange cries coming out of their mouths. Someone was holding a blowgun quiver and attacking towards Zhou Feng and the others. Tang Chun lifted his crossbow and just pulled the mechanism. Whoosh! The wildling screamed as the arrow struck his opponent in the stomach. Then surprisingly, he pulled the arrow out and brandished his stone sword towards them. This ferocious scene also made Tang Chang and the others a bit dumbfounded. But the savage didn't take more than a few steps before he fell straight to the ground. The rest of the savages saw this and fled. Burn the house! Zhou Feng shouted. There was a campfire right in the campground clearing. On it are usually grills, grilling some unknown meat. Tang Chang's side directly came up next to the bonfire and picked up a burning stick. At the same time, he smelled the scent of roasting meat. But Tang Chang didn't dare to take a closer look at what was on the grill, because he had just glanced at it hastily and had a familiar feeling. Grabbing a stick, Don Achieve began to light the stilettos on fire. The tops of the stilts are all covered with thick weeds that are supposed to keep out the rain. It's all been dried out over the years, almost a little bit. In the twinkling of an eye more than 24 stilts were set ablaze, accounting for half of them. Retreat! Zhou Feng saw this and gave another order. The others followed Zhou Feng and ran inside the bushes. Why don't you burn down all these houses? Tang Chang asked as he ran. Burn them all. What if you piss off those savages? Leave something for them first. Zhou Feng shook his head. Leave half of the stilts so they have a place to stay. If it all burned down, there was no telling what these savages might do. Soon they could see that Chao Lang's men were standing in front of them. Seeing Zhou Feng and the others run back, these people were a bit embarrassed. That's all there is to hand-picked people. Not a single one who dares to go on? Tang Chang couldn't help but mock. Hearing Tang Chang's words, these people hurriedly explained. It wasn't that they were afraid to charge up, but they found a wildling out back. So stay here and break the back, lest Zhou Feng and the others be caught in a two-sided attack. Retreat! Zhou Feng did not poke at their lies either, because from the very beginning, Zhou Feng knew that this group of people could not be relied upon. Zhou Feng asked Chao Lang to send a few people over. It's mainly just to lead the way. You have to be able to count on your own people at critical moments. The group returned the way they came. When they returned to their original position, discover that things have changed on this side as well. The savages have long since retreated. I think they saw smoke in the direction of the tribe, so they ran back to rescue them. Chao Lang and the others had just saved Chui Lu and the others. Zhou Feng noticed that the situation of Chui Lu and the others was not optimistic. There were a lot of people with blood on them. Trell was even carried. Thanks a lot. Without your help this time, we wouldn't have been able to get the people out so quickly. When Chao Lang saw Zhou Feng, he immediately expressed his gratitude. It wasn't Zhou Feng who came up with this solution and risked his life to rescue it. Then they'll just have to go and fight the savages. We are now allies after all. But these few people sent out. Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. Hearing that, those few hearts rose inside their throats. These few of you are quite resourceful, Zhou Feng added. Zhou Feng's words all made them breathe a sigh of relief. Just now, they were all afraid that Zhou Zhan would sue. At once, he cast a grateful look towards Zhou Feng. That's for sure. All of them were hand-picked by me. Chao Lang nodded on his side. It's just that I'm afraid Chao Lang didn't expect it. These few people of his did not dare to follow Zhou Feng and break into the camp of the savages. What's the situation with Chui Lu? Zhou Feng noticed. Injured. We can only wait until we return to the camp. Chao Lang sighed. It was dark when the group returned to the center camp. Zhou Feng told Tang Chang and the others to go back first and stayed inside Chao Lang's camp himself. He then realized that Chao Lang didn't have any medicine inside his camp. There were a dozen or so injured, all of whom were simply bandaged. But a few of the injuries were quite serious, and they kept letting out wails. Don't you have any medicines? Zhou Feng asked. There was a bit of medicine, but it all ran out last time. Chao Lang sighed. Zhou Feng instantly understood. Chao Lang's mouth said last time. It should be the one time when a conflict broke out with young Master Jean and the others. But it's not without a solution. I've already gone to ask for a doctor. He'll be here in a while. Chao Lang then added. Doctor? Zhou Feng instantly understood. There should be just one doctor inside the camp now. Sure enough, 7 or 8 women soon came. Zhou Feng recognized it at a glance. One of them, who walks a little staggered, is Chiu Lin, who injured her leg yesterday, to Zhou Feng's surprise. And next to Chiu Lin, there was another woman who looked almost exactly like her. Just the clothes are different. If you only look at the face, it's not a close look at the observation. It's hard to tell it's two people. This would be Chiu Lin's sister, Zhou Shui. It's you! Chiu Lin instantly saw Zhou Feng and raised her eyebrows. Chapter 126 Treatment. Chiu Lin looked offended. Sister? Zhou Shui beside her revealed a puzzled look. He's the one who hurt me yesterday. Chiu Lin glared fiercely at Zhou Feng with her eyes. Zhou Feng was a bit speechless. What do you mean the person who hurt me yesterday? That's what boars do. Okay. This guy is here. Let's not treat them. Chiu Lin pulled Zhou Shui and turned around, wanting to leave. Seeing this scene, Chao Lang was a bit anxious. You can't leave. We had a deal. Chao Lang shouted in a hurry. Before Chao Lang returned to the camp, he sent someone to invite Zhou Shui and the others. When someone was injured before, Chao Lang had sent someone to ask Zhou Shui to treat them. Chao Lang had always treated the only doctor inside this camp very politely. Very large supplies were also promised. This guy robbed our boar last time. If he doesn't give us compensation and apologize, my sister will never treat you guys. Chiu Lin said coldly. Sister, let's just save the people first. Zhou Shui said as she pulled Chiu Lin's arm on her side. Although the two are twin sisters, but when Zhou Shui spoke, she had to be much gentler than Chiu Lin, and from the moment he came in, Zhou Shui's eyes were on the wounded on the ground. No way. We're not to be bullied by just anyone. Chiu Lin refused categorically. Brothers? What are you guys? Chao Lang looked at Zhou Feng in a bewildered manner. I don't know how Zhou Feng came into conflict with Chiu Lin, and robbed the other guy's boar? Chao Lang didn't feel like Zhou Feng was capable of doing such a thing. I'm not from this camp. I'm just here to join in the fun. Can't I just stand here? Zhou Feng stared at Chiu Lin and said indifferently. He's not one of yours? Chiu Lin then realized the misunderstanding. No, brother Zhou Feng is a newcomer from a few days ago and did not join my camp. Chao Lang nodded his head. I advise you to stay away from this kind of person. Chiu Lin's side is still frowning, very upset. But what Chiu Lin didn't expect was this. Zhou Shui's side had already started, checking the wounds of the wounded. Ugh, Korin sighed, looking a bit hopeless. His own side still wanted to take advantage of the opportunity and make Zhou Feng bow his head and admit his mistake. I can't imagine Zhou Shui is already showing wounds. This bandage doesn't work. The wound isn't cleaned. Zhou Shui's side is already busy. Go through everyone's wounds one by one. It got dark, and Zhou Shui even had someone get a torch on the side. Zhou Feng noticed that there were times when Zhou Shui would take out some crushed herbs directly from inside her backpack, apply it directly to the wound and then bandage it up. What are these herbs? Zhou Feng came over and asked. Zhou Shui raised her head and gave Zhou Feng a surprised look. It didn't occur to me that Xiao Cheng would come over and ask. Zhou Shui had heard Chiu Lin say yesterday that Zhou Feng was a complete asshole. Brash, overbearing plus shameless. It's Plantago ovata and some prickly vegetables. It possesses the function of stopping bleeding. Applying it directly on the wound can promote wound healing. But Zhou Shui still answered in a straightforward manner. What are you telling him for? Chiu Lin directly blocked in front of her sister, glaring angrily at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng shrugged his shoulders and backed up a dozen meters. Find a rock and sit down. Humph. Seeing Zhou Feng walking away, Chiu Lin still snorted coldly. When Zhou Shui walked up to Chui Lu, her face instantly turned ugly, because Trell's injuries are not promising. There were several stab wounds. The most fatal was still a stab wound in the abdomen, although it did not hurt the internal organs. But such a deep wound, it is easy to get infected. Zhou Shui's face is ugly. There wasn't much Zhou Shui could do in this environment. This is especially true of larger wounds that are no longer amenable to external application of herbs. Instead, it tends to cause infections. What then? Next to him, Chao Lang had a worried look on his face. You can only take some herbs and see your luck. Xiao Shui frowned. Xiao Shui also collected 2 kinds of herbs that could be taken. But these herbs have an antibacterial effect though. Yet it is not a complete substitute for antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs. There must be a way to save his life. He has saved me. Chao Lang frowned. During the last time there was civil unrest at the center camp, Chui Lu saved Chao Lang's life. That was why Chao Lang had spent a great deal of effort this time to rescue Chui Lu and the others. Oh, life and death have their own destiny. Wealth and honor are in heaven. Chui Li's side smiled bitterly. When it came to encountering the savages, Trell was in the last group to go. There were several head-to-head encounters with the savages. To be able to survive until now, Chui Lu felt that he was already lucky. Trell saw several people with his own eyes fall in front of him. I have something I want to ask for your help. Chui Li's side used to barely hold up his body and look towards Zhou Feng. What is it? Zhou Feng asked. In fact, there was no need for Chui Lu to open his mouth. Zhou Feng had already vaguely guessed it. Sure enough, the next second, Chui Lu lifted up Wen Xiaoyun. He wanted to meet Wen Xiaoyun. No problem. I'll bring her over later. Zhou Feng nodded. After promising Chui Lu, Zhou Feng returned inside the camp. Halfway there, Zhou Feng met Wen Xiaoyun. Besides Wen Xiaoyun there was also Tang Chang, as well as Tang Fu and Bai Qingyan. It turned out that Wen Xiaoyun had inquired about the news when Tang Chang and the others returned. I learned that Trell was seriously injured. Wen Xiaoyun then wanted to go see what was going on with her boyfriend. Tang Chang clapped his hands and decided to take Wen Xiaoyun to have a look. Tang Fu and Bai Qingyan were to follow along. Tang Chang couldn't do anything about these 2 people, so he had to bring them along. A few people met, and Zhou Feng briefly explained Chui Li's situation. Hearing Zhou Feng's words, Wen Xiaoyun's face turned pale, nearly unsteady on his feet. It was Tang Fu who rushed to support her so that she didn't fall. Go take a look. It doesn't have to be serious, Zhou Feng added. By now Trell should have taken some herbs as well. I want to stay by his side. First, Wen Xiaoyun pleaded. Go, after Chui Lu gets better. You can come back if you want to. It's fine if you're willing to stay over there. Zhou Feng nodded and did not force himself. Many thanks. Wen Xiaoyun bowed deeply towards Zhou Feng. The crowd escorted Wen Xiaoyun and went inside Chao Lang's camp. On the way back, Tang Fu curiously inquired about the savage tribe. Zhou Feng also answered all of them one by one. What about those savages retaliating? Bai Qingyan looked worried. Retaliation? We've long been on enemy terms. Zhou Feng smiled bitterly. Even without this incident, the savages would never leave them alone. For example, this one sets a trap for Trell and the others. Who knows what the savages will do next time? Chapter 127 Requests. If only this island didn't have this many savages, it would be good. Bai Qingyan couldn't help but lament. To these savages, we are the outsiders. Zhou Feng was a bit helpless. The crowd was puzzled. Perhaps in the eyes of the savages, they're the threat. The next morning, as usual, it's still a 5K run. However, this time Zhou Feng did not participate and just let them train on their own. He took the axe and went inside the woods next to the camp. Find some thicker trees and cut down some of the straighter branches on them. Zhou Feng sat on a rock and then began to polish these branches with his dagger. With nothing else to do in the morning, he planned to make some spears. Start by peeling these branches with a dagger to remove the excess twigs. Make sure the spear is straight and smooth, and preferably about the same length as your height. Then carve a shallow notch in one end of the stick. Here you can set some sharp items, stones, razor blades or metal bars, etc. It's common for people to use rocks now. It just took a bit too long to polish, and Zhou Feng made some spears first at the moment. You can let others take their time with the sanding. There were actually enough spears inside the camp to use. More never hurts though. When it really comes down to it, those female members are going to have to take up the spear as well. Just as Zhou Feng was busy, he heard footsteps. Looking up, he realized that it was actually Wen Xiaoyun who was carefully walking towards him. Boss, I look for you for something? Wen Xiaoyun's throat was a bit hoarse. Just tell me what's going on. Zhou Feng stopped what he was doing and looked at Wen Xiaoyun. Wen Xiaoyun's eyes became red inside her eyes, and she whispered, in the latter half of yesterday, Chui Li had a fever. In fact, Zhou Feng had probably guessed it from Wen Xiaoyun's appearance here. The other party must be here about Trell. Yesterday, Chui Li's injuries weren't fatal, so Wen Xiaoyun shouldn't be here to report Chui Li's death. The only possibility is that Triangle's wound is infected. Without medicine, Suelo won't make it through. Wen Xiaoyun began to whimper. Zhou Feng had brought medicine back last time, and the news was known to everyone in the camp. And Zhou Feng also took out some to give to those who lacked medicine inside the camp. Alright, I can give you a few anti-inflammatory pills, but it's up to Chui Li whether or not he can fight it off. Zhou Feng nodded. Wen Xiaoyun couldn't believe her ears. She stared blankly at Zhou Feng for a long time before coming back to her senses. Thank you, Wen Xiaoyun said while wiping her tears. Originally, Cui Lu wasn't from their camp, but he did us a favor, so there's no reason for me to see him die. Zhou Feng cradled everything on the ground in his hands, gesturing Wen Xiaoyun to follow him to get the medicine. The two men went back inside the camp, one after the other. The suitcase with the drugs was inside Zhou Feng's room. He went in and got out a version of the medicine with 10 pills on it. Zhou Feng removed 6 of them, then handed them to Wen Xiaoyun. Many thanks. Wen Xiaoyun thanked again and again, took the medication and hurriedly left. After Wen Xiaoyun left, Qin Xiaoxue walked in. Xiaoxue, you're the one who told her where I was, right? Zhou Feng had known this for a long time. When Xiaoyun returned inside the camp and definitely went to find Qin Xiaoxue crying first. Well, I can see that she's getting anxious. Qin Xiaoxue nodded gently. Then she squatted next to Zhou Feng and looked inside the suitcase. There was also a slight frown. There doesn't seem to be much stuff left in here. Qin Xiaoxue muttered. It's not too much, but don't worry. I'll leave some medicines for you and buy Qin Yen, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. To Zhou Feng, they were the most important. The reason why the medicines were given to Wen Xiaoyun today was still because they weren't in very short supply. But if a large-scale conflict breaks out inside the camp, a dozen people were injured at once, and those medicines would be used up in the blink of an eye. And Zhou Feng was not going to let Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan fall into danger. He'll keep some of the drugs anyway. I don't mean this either. Being in your position is too difficult. Qin Xiaoxue sighed. Drug resources are just a few, no matter how it's distributed. It's a choice. Qin Xiaoxue knew that if she managed her medication, she was afraid that she would have run out by now. How was Bai Qingyan's run today? Zhou Feng changed the topic. Make the atmosphere less heavy. Barely keeping up and not letting me pull her alone. A smile also appeared on Qin Xiaoxue's face. Having abundant physical strength will increase the probability of staying alive when encountering danger in the future. Zhou Feng nodded. Will the center camp encounter danger? Qin Xiaoxue tensed up when she heard Zhou Feng's words. I don't know, but this place definitely won't remain peaceful for long. Zhou Feng shook his head. The two of them chatted a few more times before Qin Xiaoxue stated that she was going to watch over the cooking of the noon meal. Zhou Feng also came out from inside the camp. He walked towards Chao Lang's camp. Just after arriving at the camp, Zhou Feng saw a figure busy here. It's Qiu Shui. Qiu Shui shuttled back and forth inside several rooms, supposedly tending to the wounded. Brother, you're here. There's something I've taken care of for you, Chao Lang also said with a smile when he saw Zhou Feng come. What is it? Zhou Feng froze. It's the conflict between you and Xiao Lin. She has promised not to pursue it. Chao Lang stepped forward and patted Zhou Feng's shoulder. That woman promised not to pursue the matter? Zhou Feng frowned. Although Zhou Feng had only met Xiao Lin twice, but Xiao Lin's brutality was something Zhou Feng had seen before. Of course I gave some benefits. There's no need to get angry with them over some supplies. Her sister is the only doctor inside the camp, Chao Lang said with a smile. Zhou Feng nodded and didn't say anything. He knew that Chao Lang meant well. How is Cui Lu doing? Zhou Feng asked casually. He's not doing well. He couldn't even speak clearly with the high fever yesterday, and there's no medication. Now, Chao Lang sighed. Zhou Feng heard the meaning of these words. It turned out that Chao Lang didn't know that Wen Xiaoyun had already brought the medicine over. I'll go check on him. Which room is he inside? Zhou Feng inquired. Chao Lang pointed to a room. Zhou Feng walked in. Trell was seen lying on the bed without opening his eyes. Wen Xiaoyun is sitting next to him and taking care of it. Before Zhou Feng could open his mouth to inquire, Wen Xiaoyun then hurriedly got up and walked over, and whispered against Zhou Feng's ear. I didn't tell anyone else about the medicine. Not even Trell. Zhou Feng nodded. Having understood what Wen Xiaoyun meant, there's no need for anyone else to know about the medicine. Otherwise, this bit of medicine in Wen Xiaoyun's hand would definitely cause trouble. Just at this time, Qiu Shui also came inside the room. Chapter 128 Meetings. Qiu Shui was also a bit surprised to see Zhou Feng, but she quickly turned her gaze to Wen Xiaoyun. How is he doing? Qiu Shui opened her mouth and asked. I woke up once this morning and then slept. Again, Wen Xiaoyun whispered. Qiu Shui went up and touched Triangle's forehead and checked the wound again. When he wakes up, feed him the boiled medicine. The next can only depend on luck. Qiu Shui sighed. Well, thank you. Wen Xiaoyun felt a little guilty. After all, Qiu Shui was so busy, but she hid the fact that she had drugs. That's what we're supposed to do when we study medicine. Qiu Shui showed a hint of a smile. Thanks anyway. Wen Xiaoyun was clear. Qiu Shui. Even if she let Cui Lu go, no one would accuse her. Your name is Zhou Feng, right? Qiu Shui looked at Zhou Feng again. Zhou Feng was a bit strange. It didn't occur to me that Qiu Shui would talk to herself. I am sorry about my sister. She is just very man-hating. Sorry now. Qiu Shui bent down. her face full of apologies. It's alright. Things have already passed. Zhou Feng also smiled faintly. It seems like Zhou Shui should know what happened as well. Are there any sick people inside your camp? I can help you guys go check it out. Zhou Shui ruffled her hair. Thank you. There are no sick people yet. If there are, I will come and treat you, Zhou Feng said politely. Just then, someone outside shouted Xiao Shui's name. What is it? Xiao Shui walked out. Zhou Feng also walked out with them. It's young Master Jin's people. They have someone injured today. Please go over. Chao Lang had a hint of a smile on his face. Alright then. I'll go over there and take a look first. Zhou Feng can look for me over there if there's anything. If I'm not there, it's inside our own camp. Xiao Shui turned her head to Zhou Feng and said, not noticing the expression on Chao Lang's face. After Xiao Shui left, Zhou Feng went up to ask what had happened. This morning when young Master Jin and his men were hunting, they were attacked by wildlings. Chao Lang had a gloating expression. Is it serious? Zhou Feng asked. 12 dead, and even more injured. The corners of Chao Lang's mouth rose. Zhou Feng frowned. 12 dead? It should be the deadliest attack in a while. Even yesterday, when Chao Lang and his men were besieged, only 7 of them died. This time young Master Jin's men would actually die 12 times. Is it the revenge of the savages? Zhou Feng instantly realized. Yesterday they burned the savages' high house and broke inside the other tribe and killed people. The savages didn't take kindly to it, and revenge has come today. That's right, my men didn't go out hunting today. Young Master Jin doesn't know this news. Ha! Chao Lang sneered. It was the equivalent of young Master Jin and his people bearing the wrath of the savages. Young Master Jin is a smart man. He'll react. Zhou Feng reminded. Since Chao Lang was able to know how many people died in young Master Jin's in their camp today, young Master Jin can also investigate what Chao Lang and the others did yesterday. Oh, his people died under the hands of the savages, not under my hands. Chao Lang looked indifferent. Zhou Feng secretly shook his head. It seems that there is a blood feud between Chao Lang and young Master Jin. Sooner or later, a new conflict will break out between the two sides. Zhou Feng then returned inside the camp. In the afternoon, though, another familiar face came inside the camp. It's Li Lok. Seeing Li Lok come over, the people inside the campground didn't have any good faces. What's the matter with you? Zhou Feng asked directly. Young Master Jin is going to hold a meeting and invites everyone to attend. Li Lok said politely instead. Meeting? Zhou Feng was a bit puzzled. Li Lok then explained. This is not the first time that such a meeting has been held either. There have been 5 or 6 such meetings. When there is any big trouble, or irreconcilable conflict, all will meet. It was at the last meeting that the rules were agreed upon for the center camp now. You can't grab supplies from each other, etc. Where is the meeting? Zhou Feng inquired. It's right next to the bazaar, and each person can only bring 2 people to the meeting. Not too many, Li Lok said. Otherwise, once the numbers get large, it's easy to talk in circles. Nothing will be negotiated then. With just 2 people? What if you guys secretly do something? Tang Chang snorted from the side. Anyway, in Tang Chang's eyes, Li Lok's group could do anything. You can bring people over to stay on the sidelines, but you can't enter the meeting grounds. Li Lok explained. This would prevent someone from actually trying to lay their hands on it. Then others can react too. When will the meeting be held? Zhou Feng asked again. Young Master Jin is already waiting over there, so we can discuss when everyone arrives. Li Lok added. Li Lok then stated that he had a few more people to notify and left. Are we going or not? Tang Cheng asked. Of course I went. Zhou Feng nodded. And how many people to bring? The 2 of us will be fine. There's no need to bring anyone. Zhou Feng said after thinking for a moment. Young Master Jin should have no reason to make a move against them. If infighting does break out again now, young Master Jin would definitely not give them much time to prepare either. The 2 didn't get very far, though, before a man came up behind them. It's Donovan. I heard everything you guys just said. I'll go join in the fun. Tang Fu had a smug look on her face. She had just deliberately pretended to be busy on the sidelines. Actually overheard it a long time ago. What a few people were talking about. Moreover, Tang Fu had shaken off Bai Qingyan this time and didn't let Bai Qingyan come over to cause trouble. What's so hilarious about this? Zhou Feng was a bit helpless. I'm about to take a look. Tang Fu hemmed and hawed, deliberately sticking next to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng could only quicken his pace as well. Several people soon arrived at the fairgrounds. This was Tang Fu's first time coming to the bazaar, and she was also interested in the things here. Anyway, the meeting hasn't started yet. Let's just take a turn here. Tang Fu came over and pulled Zhou Feng's arm. Cough. Then take a look. Zhou Feng's side didn't move and pulled his hand out. Tang Fu did not give up and once again pulled Zhou Feng to a stall. Look, there are quite a few clothes here. Tang Fu picked up a piece of clothing and gesticulated with gusto. Inside Zhou Feng's camp, There were basically no new clothes now either. A lot of people have tattered clothes. The clothes in this stall, of course, are rather shabby. But in this case, it's nice to have clothes. I think this one suits you better. Try changing into it? Tang Fu stepped forward and was about to let Zhou Feng change into it. These are dead people's clothes, right? Tang Chang, who was next to him, couldn't help but say. Chapter 129. Tang Chang noticed. Many of these clothes had holes in them, not the kind caused by ripping. Rather, it's a penetrating wound. There was also light red blood on it. What? Dead man's clothes? Tang Fu was startled and quickly let go of her hand. What are you afraid of? These clothes have been boiled and don't have any germs. The woman selling the clothes muttered as she straightened them out. Forget it, forget it. Tang Fu waved her hand and pulled Zhou Feng away. Donovan didn't think it was yet to the point of wearing dead people's clothes. Zhou Feng gazed towards the booth where Reporter Song was. Reporter Song was half lying over there and was resting his eyes. Reporter Song. Zhou Feng walked over and greeted him. So it's brother Zhou Feng. Reporter Song immediately sat up when he saw Zhou Feng. There's a meeting later. Aren't you going over there? Zhou Feng also sat down on the stone throne next to the stall. I'm just one person. I don't have the qualifications. Reporter Song spread his hands. That's quite a pity. Zhou Feng was a bit emotional. Although Reporter Song is a person, but he has seen a lot of things. Should be able to get an idea on the side. Can you tell me about the meeting later? I can exchange information with you. Reporter Song lowered his voice and said. Zhou Feng could see that Reporter Song really wanted to know what was being discussed at the meeting. What intelligence do you have now? Zhou Feng inquired. Not now. The important ones were told to you last time. Reporter Song was a little embarrassed. Zhou Feng could see that this song reporter didn't have much dry goods in his hand either. After all, Reporter Song is just one person and has gathered limited intelligence. I'll switch with you when you have information, Zhou Feng said with a smile. Reporter Song scratched his head, not expecting Zhou Feng to look so young. There's something about how it's old and cunning, too. How does this sell? Just at this time, Tang Fu picked up a hairpin on the floor and said, it was a blue hairpin of a rather ordinary style. Are you a friend of Zhou Feng? Reporter Song asked. Well, the kind with a particularly good relationship, Tang Fu said with a smile. Then it's yours, Reporter Song said bashfully, clearly misunderstanding the relationship between the two. In fact, these little pieces of jewelry, Reporter Song has been selling them for a long time. It simply won't sell. Women are inherently more vulnerable within survivors. Plus there are a lot of women who don't want to, well, dress themselves up in this environment. That would only cause ill will. Thanks a lot. Tang Fu was surprised and immediately took the hair card in her hands. It's almost time. We should go to the meeting. Zhou Feng stood up. He noticed a number of people coming over in the distance, all heading towards the side of the hill. When the three of them arrived on the hillside, there were already quite a few people here. There were about 30 people, and even more gathered at the bottom of the hill. Zhou Feng immediately noticed Boss Fei. Boss Fei brought a few people with him and sat next to young Master Jean. When he saw Zhou Feng, the expression on Boss Fei's face did not fluctuate. It's like they don't know them. And Zhou Feng and the others tacitly did not greet Boss Fei. There are many rocks, large and small, on the hillside. Zhou Feng and the others sat next to Chao Lang. By this time, Zhou Feng had already noticed. Those present were clearly divided into three situations. One was an ally of young Master Jean, and the other was an ally of Chao Lang. There are others that are neutral and sit right next to them on the fringe. Qiu Lin, for example, had two women with her, sitting more in the center. Moreover, Zhou Feng also noticed that Qiu Lin's gaze had been fixed on himself. That look is still very unfriendly. Zhou Feng didn't care too much, but looked at young Master Jean. Young Master Jin's face was clearly not looking good today. Next to young Master Jean were a man and a woman. The woman was the same one Zhou Feng had seen last time, and she was sitting next to young Master Jean. Dressing up is still fancy, and the male is one of the bodyguards. When the bodyguard saw Zhou Feng, he obviously became much more wary, leaning in closer to young Master Kim. Everyone's pretty much here, so I'll have something to say today. Young Master Jean opened his mouth. As the words fell, everyone looked at young Master Jean, and young Master Jean was also nonchalant as he directly stood up and stared angrily at Chao Lang. Chao Lang, what a good thing you did yesterday. Young Master Jin's voice was filled with anger. Chao Lang was certainly prepared for this and spoke slowly. There's no need to report to you about what I've done, right? Chao Lang said indifferently. You went and attacked the wildlings camp yesterday, and today the wildlings retaliated. 12 people died in the squad I went hunting with, and it's all your fault. Young Master Jean roared angrily. Not to be outdone, Chao Lang also stood up. If you have the ability to go and settle the score with the savages, what are you shouting with me here? Chao Lang snorted coldly. Everyone in the room heard it. This matter is clearly a problem for Chao Lang. Why would you attack a savage camp for good reason? It's just that young Master Jean suffered a boring loss. Let me have a word. Chao Lang, why did you invite to mess with the savages when you had a good time? A man stood up and said. Zhou Feng had met this person. It was stationed right next to his camp, which was also a camp of a few dozen people. I certainly didn't initiate the wildlings. It was the wildlings that surrounded my people. Or this brother Zhou Feng did me a favor and went straight to burning the house of the savages. It was only then that my men escaped and came back, but even then several died. Chao Lang side patted Zhou Feng's shoulder and said. Instantly everyone's eyes looked towards Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng did not have any expression on his face, but in the back of his mind he had spat. Cunning. It was just a few words that bound himself to him. Sure enough, young Master Jin's side frowned. Obviously, he was very upset about Zhou Feng and Chao Lang mixing together. As for the savages retaliating today, that's something I didn't expect, and it's not my fault. Chao Lang spread his hands out. It was probably clear in the minds of the crowd what was going on, but it's like Chao Lang said. It wasn't like Chao Lang had planned this, so he really couldn't be blamed. As things stand, I have a suggestion. Young Master Jean swept his gaze over the crowd. It lingered for a few seconds while it was on Zhou Feng, finally staring at Chao Lang. Since we have now invited the savages, let's simply eradicate the two savage tribes in this neighborhood. Young Master Jin's tone was icy cold. Eradicate the savage tribes. Upon hearing these words, the crowd's faces changed. It never occurred to them to go and actively attack the savage tribe. It's too dangerous. In the end, we're the outsiders. We should find a way to avoid conflict with them. These two savage tribes together. There must be almost 300 people, with a fighting force of at least 130 operational plans. There was a lot of talk, but everyone was pretty much on the same page. Reluctance to take initiative. We just strayed onto this island. We shouldn't destroy the lives of the savages. Xiao Lin even stepped forward and said, and Boss Fei, who had been silent before, took the initiative to speak at this time. Right now it's not us trying to destroy, it's them trying to kill us, Boss Fei said. Then we shouldn't use violence either. Corin glared at Boss Fei, obviously unhappy with Boss Fei's words. It's not a matter of right or wrong, it's a matter of survival. You can talk to me about morality, but can you go and talk to the savages? Boss Fei snorted coldly. You violent maniac. Xiao Lin finished the sentence. Huffing and puffing, he sat down. I see that everyone's intention is to disagree, so don't waste your efforts. Chao Lang sneered at young Master Jean at this time. Really? If everyone is unwilling to attack the savage tribe, then I will lead the people out of here. Young Master Jean said indifferently. This statement is nothing less than heavy-handed. Caught everyone in the room off guard. Right now the fruits around the center camp are pretty much picked, and the only way we can get food is to go further into the surrounding forest. But if we don't solve the problem of the wildlings, then what happened today will happen again. I wouldn't put my people at that risk for their safety. Young Master Kim spelled out what was at stake. Zhou Feng frowned. He had to admit that young Master Jean was right. With so many people in the center camp at the moment, the range of activity will surely spread out towards the surrounding area. Sooner or later, there's going to be a run-in with the savages. In fact, yesterday's attack on Trell and the others by the wildlings was a sign of things to come. The wildlings, seeing more and more people in the center camp, will likewise choose to initiate an attack. There are just two options before the crowd now. One is a land grab with the savages. The other is to seek a new place to live. It's the same as what young Master Kim said. You can only leave here. Once young Master Jean left here with his people, it would be a blow to the center camp as well. Weaken them. What do you think, brother? Chao Lang's side lowered his voice to ask Zhou Feng's opinion. Then deal with the savages together or get out of here. Zhou Feng responded. Chao Lang nodded, and he considered it clearly. So Chao Lang took the initiative to stand up. Although we all had a misunderstanding before, we are all on board the miles. We should be united now. I agree with young Master Jean that it's time for us to take the initiative. Chao Lang clenched his fists with an aggressive look. With Chao Lang standing in line, the others expressed their support for young Master Jean. After all, Chao Lang and young Master Jean together occupied nearly half of the number of people inside the camp. Only Xiao Lin skimmed her lips and stayed quiet. But now that she was alone, her attitude didn't really matter. Just how should we act? Someone said. Oh, let me introduce you to the one next to me. His name is Fei Juanhao, previously working as a mercenary in Africa. Next I suggest letting him formulate a battle plan. A smile reappeared on young Master Jin's face. The eyes of the crowd looked over. I have formulated a battle plan. Boss Fei stood up and walked to a position in the middle of the crowd. He took a branch in his hand and began to draw on the ground. The crowd looked over at the simple map. Boss Fei's plan was simple. It's to start moving tomorrow morning. Each camp is required to send a certain percentage of males, depending on the number of people. They first split into 3 and attack the nearest tribe of savages. It was the same one that was half burned by Zhou Feng last time. Then take on another tribe of savages. Wait, would this plan be too simple? Someone couldn't help but question. Even the eyes that looked at Boss Fei were tinged with suspicion. Is this really someone who was a mercenary in Africa? It's too simple a plan to produce. This is a plan that was made considering everyone's abilities. I would be able to make the plan a little more complicated. But does everyone here have the confidence to accomplish it? Boss Fei asked rhetorically. The man immediately shut up at those words. The complexity of the program is certainly exponentially more difficult to implement. Instead, simple is easier to execute. Those of them who have little understanding of each other have a hard time accomplishing complex instructions. How will these 3 ways be distributed? And who will command them? Chao Lang asked the question he was most concerned about. It's simple. I'll take the people from my camp, of course. You take the people from your own camp. And let Boss Fei take the rest. Young Master Jean said from the side. I don't have as many people that can come out of my camp as you do. I want Brother Zhou Feng's people to follow me. Chao Lang had seen what Zhou Feng was capable of. As long as they acted together with Zhou Feng, then the safety factor would definitely be greatly increased. My camp has also suffered many deaths and injuries today. No more than a few more than you. Young Master Jean snorted coldly. Looking at young Master Jean, he didn't want Zhou Feng and Chao Lang to be together. Chao Lang looked at young Master Jean for a moment and finally took a step back. After all, young Master Jean was pitted today. In this regard, there is no need to be so serious. But Chao Lang said that his camp also had casualties yesterday and could not send many men. Young Master Kim has long known the people in each camp like the back of his hand. Indicators are assigned to each person. A camp like Zhou Feng's with more than 50 people needs to put out 12. Some with even smaller numbers come out with 3 or 4. Of course young Master Jean himself put out the most. He sent out 70 men. Chao Lang's side asked for fewer, but also 60 people. Now the third largest camp in the center range is actually Boss Fei's. Boss Fei had absorbed Tang Chang's former men and now there were about 100 of them. But there weren't that many males inside Boss Fei's camp who could act as combatants. So out of 30 or so. By the way, Chiu Lin, you won't need to send anyone. Young Master Jean turned his head to Chiu Lin. After all, inside Q Lin's camp, it was all women. We don't need you to take care of us. I can send out 5 people from my side. Chiu Lin, however, didn't appreciate it at all. Zhou Feng couldn't help but shake his head even after seeing this scene. Let's not talk about the fact that young Master Kim uttered these words because he wanted to take care of this camp that was all women. Still trying to pull a Q-Lin's. At least young Master Kim was right. And there was no shortage of a few women in this operation. Chiu Lin but so insistent. And before that, he took a wild boar hunt. Does it mean that Chiu Lin wants to prove that women are not inferior to men? Young Master Jean also looked a bit depressed and looked like he wanted to say something. Tomorrow morning at dawn, we'll gather under the western mountain range, Boss Fei finally added. The meeting was adjourned. Zhou Feng and the others also walked towards the inside of the camp. Will there be any conspiracy in this operation? Will Boss Fei and young Master Jean collude? On the road Tang Chang couldn't help but say. Chapter 131, Apology. Although last time, Boss Fei gave them 4 crossbows and arrows, but Tang Chang still had no good feelings towards Boss Fei whatsoever. It's never wrong to be careful. Zhou Feng nodded. Zhou Feng couldn't feel it this time. Whether young Master Jean had any small moves. One can only take one step at a time. Just after returning inside the camp, Zhou Feng saw a sharp gaze staring at him. It's Bai Qingyan. Zhou Feng could only pretend that he didn't see it and asked Tang Chang to help tell the logistics team. In the evening, everyone eats meat in larger portions. Then Zhou Feng went back inside his house with his head down, prepared to continue polishing the spear. He had a hunch. It's going to be hard to be peaceful for the next while. Zhou Feng, what did you do with that woman? Bai Qingyan chased in, questioning furiously. Just now, I went to a meeting, Zhou Feng explained as he took out his wooden stick. A meeting? Bai Qingyan looked skeptical. Bai Qingyan was not inside the camp when Li Lok came to deliver the letter, so don't know about this. So Zhou Feng explained the matter. Tomorrow you're going to attack the savage tribe. Bai Qingyan's face changed. Aha. Zhou Feng nodded. Is that young Master Jean sick? If he wants to go to his death, then he can just go himself. Why did he have to drag you guys along? Doesn't anyone have any objections? Bai Qingyan held her head, feeling a little hard to understand. After all, Bai Qingyan didn't think that much. She just thought it was too dangerous. Zhou Feng patiently told Bai Qingyan all about the stakes. Hearing Zhou Feng's words, Bai Qingyan calmed down quite a bit. But other than attacking the savage tribe, isn't there any other way? Bai Qingyan still felt that this was too dangerous. That's going to kill with the savages. And it's still an attack on the other side's lair. So the other side is sure to fight for their lives. Not at the moment. Zhou Feng shook his head. Now the wildlings had begun to target their hunting parties. If they don't fight back, the wildlings may show up at the foot of the mountains tomorrow. Zhou Feng, you have to pay attention to safety. Bai Qingyan stammered. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Zhou Feng nodded. I can't help much. Bai Qingyan's side felt guilty. Inside the camp themselves, they could only follow and do odd jobs. There was nothing that could help Zhou Feng at all. Zhou Feng, this hair card is so beautiful. You are also there. Just at this time, Tang Fu came in with gusto. Then after seeing Bai Qingyan, she pretended to be surprised. In fact, Donf had noticed it a long time ago. Bai Qingyan arrived inside Zhou Feng's room early. She came in on purpose. Hair card? Bai Qingyan froze. Then it was noticed, the blue hairpin in Donfa's hair. Zhou Feng, is this pretty? Tang Fu said with a smile on her side, one hand touching the hairpin as she asked. Well, Zhou Feng cried a little. Zhou Feng could see that Tang Fu was doing this on purpose, to show off in front of Bai Qingyan. Ugly, Bai Qingyan said coldly. I like it even if it's ugly. It's just given to me by Zhou Feng after we went around the bazaar. Tang Fu, however, was not angry. Instead, he looked at Bai Qingyan with a smug expression. Zhou Feng, you gave this to her? Bai Qingyan was instantly anxious. Zhou Feng would actually send something to Tang Fu. This isn't from me. Zhou Feng hastily waved his hand. This is what Tang Fu himself and reporter Song wanted. It's for your own good. But there's a big difference between the two. Don't be embarrassed. What's wrong with giving a hair card? Didn't you also give Sister Qin a comb? Tang Fu smiled faintly. Zhou Feng cried and laughed a little. Why did he hear a hint of sourness from within Tang Fu's tone? Zhou Feng, you philanderer. Bai Qingyan was truly enraged. Sure enough, Zhou Feng then wasn't just going to a meeting, and going to the fair with Donovan, even bought gifts. Bai Qingyan herself had never even been to the bazaar. I don't have much here thanks to. Tang Fu's side watched the fun and came over to Zhou Feng's side. Without waiting for Zhou Feng to react, he felt Tang Fu stick over. This time it wasn't a cheek. It took a few seconds for Donovan to let go. Zhou Feng noticed Tang Fu's eyes, filled with scorching heat. Donovan is very serious. I have to go and get busy, said Donf, turning away a little sheepishly and leaving the room with her head down. After all, it was her first time too. But with Tang Fu gone, it left Zhou Feng and Bai Qingyan as a powder keg. You and her. You guys, think I'm air. Bai Qingyan pointed at Zhou Feng, her fingers trembling. She's just deliberately pissed off at you. Can't you see that? Zhou Feng said in a hurry. Bai Qingyan actually saw it. Donovan had the intention of showing off on purpose, but Bai Qingyan was also really pissed off enough. You also accompany me around the bazaar. I want gifts too, Bai Qingyan said through clenched teeth. You want a present too? What are you putting together? Zhou Feng froze. Whatever. If you don't give me a gift, I'll go and tell on you. Bai Qingyan pouted. Fine. No problem. Zhou Feng immediately gave in. In his heart, he also felt a little weepy. It felt like he was coaxing his daughter when he faced Bai Qingyan. But on second thought, with the current relationship between himself and Qin Xiushui, then treating Bai Qingyan wasn't like treating her daughter. Go. Leave now. Bai Qingyan huffed. Fine. No problem. Zhou Feng nodded. Zhou Feng first went inside the storehouse and took a piece of cured bacon. With this hard currency, you should be able to get around the fairgrounds without any obstacles. Along the way, Bai Qingyan was also asking after what was going on with that hair card. Zhou Feng told Bai Qingyan what happened. Only then did Bai Qingyan not get so angry, but she was still unbalanced in her heart. It was just that by the time they arrived at the bazaar, it was already dusk. The fairgrounds are basically closed. Even reporter Song's booth is missing. This made Zhou Feng a bit embarrassed. He also doesn't know where reporter Song lives. 80% should be inside the canyon. It's just that the canyon is so long, you can't go in there and find someone. There's nothing left here. Why don't we come back tomorrow? Zhou Feng proposed. Okay. Bai Qingyan was a bit lost, but she still nodded her head. On the way back, Bai Qingyan kept her head down as she walked next to Zhou Feng. Just as she was almost back to the campground, she stopped abruptly. What's wrong? Zhou Feng looked back. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be capricious and angry. Bai Qingyan's voice was full of apologies. Just now, Bai Qingyan was infuriated by Tang Fu. It was only then that he shouted for Zhou Feng to give her a gift as well. But now Bai Qingyan calmed down and realized that she was a bit too reckless just now. Chapter 132. Zhou Feng was a bit surprised. It didn't occur to him that Bai Qingyan would apologize to himself. It seems that her experience on the island has matured her a lot as well. If you're not angry, I'm not used to it, Zhou Feng said smilingly. Seeing that Zhou Feng did not mind, Bai Qingyan instead felt even more guilty. I don't want any more gifts. You being able to come back well tomorrow, That's the biggest gift. Bai Qingyan raised her head and said with red eyes. Aha! Zhou Feng nodded, also a little moved. It hadn't occurred to him that Bai Qingyan would come out with these words. The two went back inside the camp, and a smell of meat filled the air. The crowd is lining up early with their bowls. I've heard at least 50 pounds of meat cooked today, and no points for dinner today. I wonder what day it is to cook so much. Isn't it the boss's birthday? Maybe it's a wedding banquet. Is the boss getting married? A bunch of yakking. When they saw Zhou Feng, each and every one of them shut their mouths. Zhou Feng was also a bit speechless. The campground is so small that everyone can tell if there's anything going on. He was all too often able to hear quite a bit of gossip. After dinner later, I have something to announce. There's an operation tomorrow. Zhou Feng could only open his mouth when he saw this. There's a move? The crowd was a little curious. The two of them, Tang Chang and Tang Fu, didn't say anything about the attack on the savage tribe. It's all waiting for Zhou Feng to announce it. When the meal was over, Zhou Feng told the crowd that he was going to attack the savage tribe tomorrow. To Zhou Feng's surprise, the crowd did not show resistance. Boss, we'll do whatever you tell us to do. It's just savages. It's not like we haven't met them before. As long as I follow the boss, I'm not afraid of anything. The morale of those present was pretty high. Zhou Feng picked the man on the spot. All of them were some of the younger and stronger ones inside the camp. The two people, Yang Wei and Fan Jian, he still stayed inside the camp. Both of them have management experience. If there were any emergencies in the camp, Zhou Feng could rest assured that he could leave it to them. Instead, it was Tang Chang who took the initiative to request to join the team, and Zhou Feng agreed to do so. Turned the day around. Early in the morning, before dawn, Qin Xiaoxue and the others got up and started burning the fire to cook. Tough luck. Zhou Feng's side came to Qin Xiaoxue's side. What's so hard about it? It's you who should pay attention to safety. Don't rush upwards one way or another. Inside Qin Xiaoshue's eyes, she was also all worried. Don't make it seem like a parting of life and death. There will be more of these things in the future. Zhou Feng laughed. Today was the first time, though, that they had attacked the camp of the savages. But Zhou Feng had a hunch that this would definitely not be the last time. I'll bring you some dry food. Remember to eat. On the way, Qin Xiaoxue stuffed something towards the inside of Zhou Feng's backpack. Smoked fish, jerky, fruit and boiled bird eggs. Zhou Feng cried and laughed a little. This Qin Xiaoxue was as if she was afraid that she would starve. Everyone carried dry food for this operation, but none of them were as luxurious as Zhou Feng. With the camp's crowd watching, Zhou Feng and the others set off. They carried spears in addition to each of them. A shield made of vines was also carried behind him. During this time Shi Haitao has not been idle, and has had time to work on shields and handicrafts. There were a very good number of shields inside the camp. Shi Haitao also wanted to try and see if he could make armor or something out of the vines. Gave up after many attempts. Shi Haitao could instead take the vines and weave them to look like armor. But it is very inconvenient to walk with it on and it gets in the way. Obviously not suitable for fighting inside the jungle. But while the armor didn't work, Shi Haitao made quite a few helmets. The material used is something very important besides vines. Coconut shells. Sand the coconut shells and wrap them in vines. It can then be worn on the top of the head. In many island countries, there are people who use coconut shells as helmets. Some have even developed cultures and traditions. When Zhou Feng and the others appeared at the meeting place, it stunned everyone else. Although Zhou Feng and the others were dressed up and looked a bit funny, but both the coconut helmet on top of his head and the shield behind him, all of them are the envy of others. Most of their weapons were spears, and they had little defense on them at all. What most people want more than how to kill their enemies is how to protect their lives. Brother Zhou Feng, how did you make this shield? And this helmet? Chao Lang stepped forward with a face of amazement. We have one inside the camp who knows how to make crafts, and he made them all. Zhou Feng explained. Is there a lot of it? Split it among me. I can trade resources for it. Chao Lang immediately said. Before Zhou Feng could reply, young Master Jean also came over. This shield of yours is good. We can trade? I have a lot of supplies over there that no one else has. Young Master Jean was well aware of the shield's usefulness. If we had just arrived on the island, everyone was in two minds. Know nothing about survival or fighting. Now after all that, there are some insights into both survival and combat. There is a very big difference between having defenses and not having defenses. We don't have a large number of shields in our camp either, and we have no intention of exchanging them right now. Zhou Feng simply both refused. Although right now, Shi Haitao could be said to be in a good position to make shields. You can make 7 or 8 a day. But inside Zhou Feng's camp, there was no shortage of supplies right now. There's no need to redeem the shield. In particular, these things must not fall into young Master Jin's hands. Otherwise it will definitely be a problem in the future. Young Master Jin frowned with a look of displeasure. Alright, everyone is here. Let's hurry up and move. At this time, Boss Fei spoke up, only to see Boss Fei take out his notebook and give a few torn sheets to young Master Jean and Chao Lang respectively. Another one was taken out and given to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng opened it up and it was a battle plan and map. Where's mine? Xiao Lin shouted at this time. She realized that Boss Fei had just given it to a few people. You don't need this with your small numbers. Just follow me. Boss Fei glanced at Xiao Lin and spoke. Xiao Lin glared, obviously angry. Right. There should be a lot of little savages and such inside that camp. Are you going to lay your hands on them too? Xiao Lin thought about this matter. Yesterday Qulin forgot about that. Of course not. It's not like they're going to pose any threat. We'll leave here when they grow up. After all, we're not evil. Young Master Jean shook his head and said. With young Master Jin's words, Xiao Lin looked a little less angry, by way of Boss Fei signaling that everyone was ready to go. Together, the three teams had nearly 200 people. Quite a few people have come to understand. Why did Boss Fei want the crowd split into three teams? Because the movement of over 200 people was just too much. After leaving the mountains, the group split into three. How sure are you about this plan? Zhou Feng came to the front of the group and asked Boss Fei. There isn't much certainty. Boss Fei glanced at Zhou Feng before slowly shaking his head. Chapter 133 Accidents. Not sure? Zhou Feng was a bit surprised. None of these survivors have a high fighting ability. Boss Fei shook his head and said. Zhou Feng was able to understand when he heard this. Boss Fei used to be a mercenary after all, and his comrades around him were all bloodthirsty people. And the environment over there in Africa is poor and conflicts break out frequently. Boss Fei must have gone through quite a few battles as well. Definitely don't see these ordinary survivors. I've always been curious. What was your previous occupation? Boss Fei inquired about Zhou Feng. Just an ordinary person. Zhou Feng shrugged his shoulders. Even within the mercenaries, I've never seen hands as good as yours. Boss Fei's gaze was filled with admiration. And there weren't many that could hurt him. Is your arm alright? Zhou Feng inquired. In fact, Zhou Feng had noticed yesterday that the bandage on Boss Fei's arm had been removed. The swelling has gone down. And the bone shouldn't be a big deal. Boss Fei gave a rare grin. It was because Boss Fei had not expected that there would be a time when he would chat with Zhou Feng like this. Boss Fei suddenly took a step closer to Zhou Feng and lowered his voice. Be careful, young Master Jean. Did he make any small moves? Zhou Feng's eyelids fluttered. He asked me to keep an eye on you. Boss Fei said lightly. Zhou Feng froze. Watching himself? No? Zhou Feng asked. Boss Fei shook his head. Zhou Feng's brows furrowed. Right now. Boss Fei had told himself all about this. Then there should be nothing to hide from yourself. Otherwise Boss Fei didn't have to say it. But did young Master Jean just ask Boss Fei to keep an eye on himself? Chao Lang. Young Master Jean is targeting Chao Lang. Zhou Feng's eyes flashed with a glint. When it came time to allocate manpower, Chao Lang wanted to be on a team with himself. But young Master Kim was adamantly against it. And now you're letting Boss Fei keep an eye on you? That young Master Jin's target was naturally Chao Lang. Who does young Master Kim hate the most at the center camp? Chao Lang. Of course. And both sides had erupted into conflict before, each side covered in the other's blood. For the moment, only a superficial peace is being maintained. Yesterday young Master Kim's men suffered a loss. He must find a way to get back at Chao Lang. Is young Master Jean going to make a move against Chao Lang? Zhou Feng asked. There were quite a few people Chao Lang was carrying around with him now. Young Master Jean shouldn't be so bad as to go into a firefight with the other side. I don't know then. Young Master Jean and I are only in a cooperative relationship. Boss Fei shook his head, not intending to guess. Zhou Feng sighed with a sense of powerlessness. Right now they are on a deserted island, facing all kinds of threats. Clearly there are savages all around. These people are still counting on each other. The crowd had traveled all the way and had not encountered even a single savage. If he didn't have a map in his hand, Zhou Feng even wondered if it could be that they had taken a wrong turn. It's a bit too quiet on this road. Zhou Feng looked around. It is a bit too quiet. Boss Fei also frowned. Seeing that the tribe camp was getting closer and closer ahead, Boss Fei also signaled the others to hide first. It's not yet time for the scheduled hands-on. According to the battle plan, they were to strike at 11 a.m. sharp. Right now it's 10 o'clock. All three teams have people carrying watches inside. Although watches are not common anymore, but it's still loved by a lot of people. For example, on young Master Kim's wrist, he was wearing a watch. It goes without saying that it is an expensive luxury item. It's what rich people use to decorate themselves. Zhou Feng, you're good with your hands and you've been to the savage tribe. So go scout the situation. Boss Fei said as he looked towards Zhou Feng. Aha. Zhou Feng nodded. Originally, Zhou Feng had this intention as well. The surroundings were a bit strange in their quietness. They split into three, just to worry about encountering savages on the road. This way, even if one way is blocked, The remaining 2 ways can attack the opponent's lair. Zhou Feng bent forward carefully. This time Zhou Feng paid attention to the top of his head, lest it be like the last time, because of a moment of carelessness, cause yourself to be exposed. Zhou Feng walked slowly, and it took him 10 minutes to touch the edge of the tribe. The closer he got to the tribe, the more Zhou Feng frowned. Quiet. It was just too quiet. He quietly peeked out of the bushes and once again saw the opposing horde. A quick glance at the charred stilts has reduced them to rubble, and the rest of the stilts, although they look intact. Yet the weird thing is, not a soul to be seen inside the tribe. Not only were there no people in sight, but all those campfires in the tribe's clearing had gone out as well. There was even some leftover food on it that was toasted. The savages abandoned the camp. Zhou Feng returned to Boss Fei's side and told everyone the news. The savages are gone? Then where did they go? All in another tribe? Tang Chang was also a bit puzzled. These savages are not simple. Boss Fei frowned. It should be from the day before yesterday when this place was burned. They abandoned it. Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. So what's next? Attack another tribe? Tang Chang inquired. According to the information they know, the other tribe is not far away. Maybe 2 kilometers or so. The savages are probably already standing by, waiting for the others to arrive. Boss Fei said, shaking his head. According to the original battle plan, the tribe should have been eliminated first, then take on another tribe. But right now the savages of this tribe are gone. They are, in all likelihood, all in another tribe. This operation won't be so simple. Soon young Master Jin's people, and Chao Lang's people arrived. But Chao Lang's men were much smaller, just a dozen or so, and one had a hard look on his face. Where are you people? Where's Chao Lang? Young Master Jin roared angrily when he saw that Chao Lang had come with just this many people. Our boss was bitten by a poisonous snake, and now his life and death are unknown. We are withdrawing from this operation. Someone spoke up. What? Chao Lang was bitten by a poisonous snake? When Zhou Feng heard this news, he first wondered if he had heard it wrong. It was at this time of the year that Chao Lang would actually be bitten by a poisonous snake. What trick is Chao Lang playing? It can't be that he's retreating from the battlefield. Young Master Jin snorted coldly, but Zhou Feng noticed. At the corner of young Master Jin's mouth, there was a hint of a smile if any. Our boss has fainted. Let's wait until our boss wakes up. The men left this statement, turned around and walked away. A third of this fight left before it even started. If Chao Lang and the others don't come, why should they make us fight for our lives? Exactly. There are no more savages inside this tribe anyway. Let's go back. If you want to fight for your life, let's do it together. We don't want to be the wrongdoers. At once, some people just quit. Chapter 134. There are a lot of people who just quit. Now that Chao Lang's men had left, they were suddenly in military disarray. Just then, young Master Jin spoke up. I can understand everyone's thoughts, and since everyone doesn't want to go, then I won't force you. This time, the program will just be terminated. The crowd looked towards young Master Jin. Many faces were surprised. None of them expected that young Master Jin would give up so decisively, but there was relief on everyone's faces. Not having to fight the savages meant being able to pick up a life. Zhou Feng understood at this moment that young Master Jin had no intention of fighting the savages at all. Now that young Master Jin had said these words, he was trying to enlist people's hearts. You could tell by the reaction of the people in the room. Now that Chao Lang's people had left, they were not willing to remain here. No one is willing to take their own life and give it to someone else. Sure would like to hear young Master Kim say that. Having said that, the threat of the wildlings is still there now. I suggest that we should form a patrol team from now on, and we should first focus on preventing attacks from the wildlings next. Young Master Jin said. The next even said that the attack on the savage camp would be discussed when they returned. Young Master Jin, I support this suggestion. That's right. We listen to you. When we form a patrol team, you'll be in command of young Master Jin, the crowd said. There were also quite a few people who began to scold Chao Lang, thinking that Chao Lang was just retreating from the battlefield. Let them fight the savages. Since everyone is so supportive of me, I'll be polite. I'll be in charge of the patrol. Don't worry, I'm a person with no selfishness. Everything is for everyone's safety. Young Master Jin had a straight face. Zhou Feng frowned as the patrol sounded on the surface. It's guarding the center camp, essentially an army that, in essence, gathered most of the camp's forces. If young Master Jin took control of this arm, he would practically be the boss of the center camp. Most of the people now, however, were in favor of young Master Kim. There was no point in Zhou Feng opening his mouth to stop it at this time. At young Master Jin's command, the crowd returned to the camp. On the way back, Zhou Feng and Boss Fei deliberately kept their distance. Their group walked at the end of the line. Returning to the center camp, Zhou Feng told the others to go back first. Himself and Tang Chang went to Chao Lang's camp at the first opportunity. I just came to the camp and saw that the people here were all sad. It was as if a dark cloud hung over the heads of the crowd. Zhou Feng went up to ask. Learning that Chao Lang is now in a very bad situation, Zhou Feng entered inside Chao Lang's room. At this time, Chao Lang's entire body was lying unconscious on the bed, and his entire face was purple-black in color. There were several people gathered around. Zhou Feng also saw Cui Lu, also standing next to him with his abdomen covered. It looks like Trell's fever has broken. Dr. Xiao didn't come? Zhou Feng said as he looked around. Although right now, Zhou Feng felt that it was already difficult to save Chao Lang in this condition, but at least ask Xiao Shui to come over and take a look. We just got back too and went to see Dr. Xiao. Someone replied. The man's words fell. Then someone came running from the distance. It's no good. Dr. Xiao's camp has been attacked by savages. The man shouted from outside. What? The crowd came out from inside the room, wondering if they had heard wrong. A wildling attack? What the hell is going on? Tell me more clearly. Cui Lu was a bit agitated. When Xiao Yun, who was standing next to him, immediately went up to help Cui Lu. I realized that when I went over there. A lot of people died on the north side of the mountain range. I heard that many others were robbed. The man's face was pale. Go over and take a look. Zhou Feng immediately said to Tang Chang. The two headed directly towards the north side of the mountain range. You guys follow up and see what's going on over there. Cui Lu also said to the few people around him. Now that Chao Lang's life and death were unknown, Cui Lu was the person in charge of the camp. Several people immediately followed Zhou Feng. When Zhou Feng arrived at the north side of the mountain range, there were already quite a few people here, including young Master Jean and Boss Fei and others. One by one, they all looked as if they were in the dirt. Previously, the wildlings had only been seen around the campground at best. Attacks on the camp have now begun. No wonder they hadn't encountered any savages along the way today. It's not that the savages have disappeared into thin air. Rather, it was the savages who actually took advantage of the fact that they had gone to attack the tribe. Coming around from the jungle to the northwest, they attacked two camps. If there is a first time for some things, then there will be a second time. It's not safe here now either. Zhou Feng followed their gaze. There are two survivor camps under the mountains ahead, now in shambles. There are many bodies on the ground. Zhou Feng looked for a familiar face. Someone who was following Boss Fei's team today. Go up and ask what's going on here now. This group of savages killed over 20 people, and took more than 30 captives. The man gritted his teeth. It was only later that someone ran out and the others realized that the place had been attacked. The center range is just too big for one place to be attacked. Others don't always catch on first. By the time the others rushed to support them, the savages had long since retreated. Zhou Feng's heart sank. That pack of savages took the man captive and must have used him as rations. The last time he'd seen wildlings attack a tribe of survivors and then take the living with them. The survivors, for those savages, it's just rations. Young Master Jean, my sister is still alive. She's been captured by the savages. Can you guys go save her? Just at this time, Xiao Lin ran out from inside the camp. At this time, Xiao Lin no longer had the previous savage look. All that was revealed inside his eyes was panic. A few women followed behind them, all of them Xiao Lin's people as well. They would have acted today if they hadn't been with Xiao Lin. I'm afraid that either the bodies are now inside the camp or they've been taken captive as well. There's nothing I can do. Young Master Jean spread his hands. My sister is the only doctor inside the camp. If something happens to her, who's going to heal the sick in the future? Xiao Lin said with red eyes. In the past, Xiao Lin would often use this phrase to blackmail others. However, this time it didn't work. Everyone knows that while doctors are important, your own life is even more important. Xiao Lin I gave you guys a chance in the past. At that time, if you had joined my camp, this kind of thing definitely wouldn't have happened today. Young Master Jean shook his head very indifferently. Xiao Lin's heart trembled. Young Master Jean had approached the sisters earlier and wanted to invite them to join his camp. It was rejected by both Xiao Lin and Xiao Shui. Qulin was not wanting to join the other men inside the camp. And the reason Xiao Shui didn't want to join was because she knew that once she joined young Master Jin's camp, from now on, you'll have to listen to young Master Jin's orders. Chapter 135, Buying People's Hearts. Xiao Shui wanted to help everyone inside the camp, but become a person in young Master Kim's camp. It meant that as long as young Master Jean didn't nod her head, she wouldn't be able to go and treat anyone else. So even if young Master Jean came up with a very generous offer, it was also rejected by both of the sisters. We're in. Now we're in. Corin clenched her fists, her fingers white from the effort. Late, young Master Jean said faintly. Xiao Lin felt a trance, almost unsteady on her feet. You guys just really see death? My sister has helped you all. Xiao Lin finally hid her face and cried bitterly. Many of those present bowed their heads. They've all gotten help from Xiao Shui. also once swore that if there was any favor needed for myself, it is incumbent upon them. But right now Cho Shui and the others have been robbed and their lives are unknown. Let them go inside the savage camp to rescue people? What's the difference between that and getting killed? I'll go. Just at that moment, a voice spoke up. The crowd looked over. Surprised, he realized that the person speaking was Zhou Feng. Xiao Lin's eyes widened, and there was even more shock inside her eyes. If there was anyone in the room who was least likely to save his sister, then it must be this Zhou Feng, because they've had conflicts before. Still, Chao Lang's side had given himself a lot of supplies. It was only then that Xiao Lin decided not to tangle with Zhou Feng any longer, and Xiao Shui hadn't helped anyone from Zhou Feng's camp. At this moment, Zhou Feng actually stood out. Brother, don't be impulsive. Tang Cheng came to Zhou Feng's side and lowered his voice. Zhou Feng gave Tang Cheng a look. Tang Cheng instantly understood that this was definitely not impulsive on Zhou Feng's part, much less a hero's rescue. Must have his own plans. You're willing to go save my sister? Xiao Lin couldn't believe her ears. Xiao Lin was even wondering if Zhou Feng was trying to tease himself. That's right. Xiao Shui is very important to our camp, and she's helped a lot of people. We shouldn't just give up on her so easily. This thing is dangerous after all, and I'm not forcing anyone to go with me if they want to. Zhou Feng looked like a righteous man. Sure enough, after hearing those words, a few people really did step forward. Xiao Shui has seen my people. I'll go with you. We can't just abandon Xiao Shui. Seeing this scene, Tang Cheng instantly understood. Zhou Feng was pulling the strings. In just a few short sentences, it resonated with a lot of people. Only then can we separate ourselves from young Master Kim. Thank you. Thank you. Korin choked out. Even more so, he looked at Zhou Feng gratefully. Xiao Lin did not expect that at this time. It was actually Zhou Feng who stood out to speak for herself. You thank him? If he hadn't burned down the Wildlings tribe, the Wildlings wouldn't have come to attack our camp at all. Young Master Jean laughed coldly at this time. However, Zhou Feng burned the savage tribe? Many of the people present were unaware of this information. They just assumed that Chao Lang had attacked the savage camp. I can't imagine that it was actually Zhou Feng who did the burning. No wonder this fellow dared to go to the camp of the savages. People like that are just destabilizing. He went to save Qiu Shui as a matter of course, and he is the one who made this mess. Someone started yakking. Zhou Feng frowned. This young Master Jean really wasn't a simple character. His own side had just prepared to bite people's hearts when young Master Jean opened his mouth to stop it. Burning the savage tribes was also a counterattack. It was the savages who took the initiative. And now time is running out. Whoever is willing to go with me should step forward. Zhou Feng did not continue to dwell on this issue. He has laid out his position. As the words fell, a dozen or so people came to Zhou Feng's side. Xiao Lin was even more righteous and stood next to Zhou Feng. Whoever pissed off the wildlings caused the center camp to be attacked. Now she doesn't even care. Right now Xiao Lin had no choice but to trust Zhou Feng. This number of you are going to die. You won't be able to save Qiu Shui at all. Young Master Jean shook his head. Time is running out. Let's set off now. Zhou Feng didn't pay any more attention to young Master Jean and instead looked in the direction of the woods. There must be traces left there by the savages. Zhou Feng took the lead towards the direction of the woods after dropping these words. The others followed. Wait a minute. We still have some food at the camp. Let's go and bring the supplies with us. Xiao Lin's side ran back towards the camp with her people. The savages came and went without carefully searching the camp of Qulin and the girls. There was also some food left behind. Zhou Feng and the others followed along to Xiao Lin's camp. Tang Cheng also followed Zhou Feng's side closely, wanting to move with him, but Zhou Feng turned around and stopped him. Then he muttered something in Tang Cheng's ear. Tang Cheng nodded and turned to leave. What Zhou Feng explained to Tang Cheng was simple. The first thing was for Tang Cheng to return a trip to Chao Lang's camp and tell Cui Li to be careful. There may be something fishy about Chao Lang's poisoning. The other thing is to go back inside the camp and tell everyone to be more vigilant. Though Zhou Feng didn't think the savage would ever come back. But there's nothing wrong with being careful. Xiao Lin took out a lot of easy to carry food from inside a cabin. Have everyone bring it along as dry food for the road. The others went up and took some and put them inside their pockets. Zhou Feng was still carrying the backpack from when he left, and the food inside was untouched. So instead of going up to get his stuff, he looked over to a few women who were busy inside the camp. You few women don't need to follow me. Zhou Feng spoke. Xiao Lin and a few of the girls had followed along in the morning. I'm afraid it's all running out of steam now. You guys don't need to follow them up. I'll follow them alone. Xiao Lin said to the few women around her. We're going to follow suit. No need. You guys organize the camp stuff. We're moving to live inside the canyon. Xiao Lin shook her head. Being outside the mountain range today is already very dangerous. Even if the inside of the canyon is uninhabitable, right now is also the best option. Okay. The women nodded. Zhou Feng and his group set off. This time there were 11 people in total. From the moment they entered the jungle, they saw traces left behind by the savages everywhere. Some of the bushes were still covered in blood. Xiaolin looked even more anxious when she saw the blood. I'm afraid that there's my sister Qiushui's in this blood. Zhou Feng, I heard that you are very powerful. Are you sure you can save my sister? Xiaolin couldn't help but walk over to Zhou Feng and said. Xiaolin had also heard from Chao Lang that Zhou Feng was very strong. Chao Lang wished, at that time, to let Xiao know about Zhou Feng's power. That should make Xiaolin a little more considerate. And Corin scoffed at the comment at the time. Even if Zhou Feng was more powerful, he was still just one person, being able to be awesome. But now Xiaolin was hoping that Zhou Feng was really different from the others. Being able to save your sister. No. Zhou Feng shook his head and said, Chapter 136. You're not sure. Xiaolin was a bit anxious. It hadn't occurred to me that Zhou Feng would actually do this. Then what was the point of being on fire and following Zhou Feng? Wouldn't it be a waste of effort? How many savages do you think will be inside the other party's tribe? Zhou Feng said as he walked, not stopping. How many? Worst case scenarios, maybe 200 or 300. Xiaolin's face was ugly, because a tribe of savages has now been abandoned. Those savages had, in all likelihood, merged with another tribe of savages. What they'd encountered by then was 2 tribes of savages combined. 200 or 300 is already a conservative estimate. It could have been worse. That's right. Unless the entire camp is mobilized to rescue Qiu Shui and the girls, there is no possibility of rescuing the people head-on. Zhou Feng nodded. Xiaolin's heart sank. The whole camp is out? She knew it was impossible. Judging from young Master Jin's reaction just now, he was unwilling to come and help. Chao Lang himself is unconscious and his life is in danger, much less come to his own aid. Then you should have a plan. Corin's gaze had bordered on a kind of despair. She felt that the probability of being able to save her sister was already very slim. We can only take one step at a time and wait until we actually see the situation of the savage tribe to know if we have a chance, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Hearing these words, the others, one by one, had a grave expression on their faces. Sneaking inside a tribe of savages? But it's like Zhou Feng said, without seeing the situation with his own eyes. There is no way for anyone to make guarantees at this point. I won't let you all risk your lives. People can't risk their own lives just to save others, Zhou Feng said as he looked back at the crowd. The crowd was relieved to hear that. They're here to help, not to die. Thanks a lot. I was wrong about what happened last time. Xiaolin lowered her head and apologized. When she heard Zhou Feng say this, she also felt that Zhou Feng had a point. This is a very calm person. Not like he's already been arrested for his sister. A little washed out. Well, you're the one who's wrong. Zhou Feng nodded. Corin was a bit stunned. Shouldn't Zhou Feng normally indicate that he was in the wrong as well? Turns out the guy actually said that it was his fault. Favorably, right now Xiaolin had no way to refute it. After all, he had only just apologized. This guy, but Corin could only think about it in her mind, holding back what she wanted to say. Right at this moment, Zhou Feng suddenly stopped in his tracks. All hide. Zhou Feng directly burrowed inside a nearby bush. The people around them froze, not knowing what was happening. However, one by one, they followed Zhou Feng and hid together. It didn't take long to see that from behind them, a figure appeared. A lot of people are nervous. Does that mean it's a fallen savage? But when they got a good look at the person, they were all relieved. It's actually Reporter Song. Reporter Song, what brings you here? Zhou Feng and the others came out from inside the bushes. This instead took Reporter Song by surprise. Let me help. Reporter Song then said. Help? Zhou Feng was astonished. I know that you guys are going to rescue the captives, so I came over to see if I can help in any way. You guys don't mind having one more person, do you? Reporter Song said in a hurry. Zhou Feng instantly frowned. You're not just here to help, Zhou Feng said. Seeing Zhou Feng say that, Reporter Song scratched his head a bit awkwardly. I'm very interested in how the savage tribes live, so I just happened to follow you guys to see for myself. Reporter Song could only admit that he had other purposes for following along, but Reporter Song then hastened to say that it was also true that he wanted to come over and help. Definitely not just here to investigate the savage camp. Won't hold it back for everyone. One more person is more power. So let's go together. Zhou Feng did not reject Reporter Song either. Don't worry, I'll definitely do my best. Reporter Song nodded his head in a hurry. The group had been walking down the jungle for a couple hours and it was dusk. Their hearts lifted higher and higher. That meant they would soon be approaching the tribe of savages. Move gently, Zhou Feng whispered. What's wrong? Xiaolin couldn't help but ask. There's movement up ahead, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Everyone felt their hearts reach their throats at those words. Under Zhou Feng's leadership, the people behind him catapulted forward. Coming to the edge of the woods, they hid inside a bush. This time Zhou Feng paid extra attention to his surroundings to make sure there were no savages climbing the trees. From their angle, they had been able to see the scene ahead. Just about 100 meters away from them, the houses of the savage tribe could already be seen. This tribe of savages was founded on the back of a mountain range. Not only were you able to see the stiletto house in the clearing, there are also caves on the slopes of the mountains with wild men coming in and out of them. There are so many savages. Reporter Song was in awe. The wildlings they saw moving about the tribe alone were very numerous. And it's certainly not all savages here. Reporter Song's eyes had been glancing at these savages. In his mind, he was already analyzing the habits of these savages. It's more of a no-brainer. It would be an absolutely world-shattering discovery if we could get off this island. The two tribes have merged. Zhou Feng frowned. Sure enough, it was pretty much what he had guessed before. All the savages of that tribe in front of us have come to live here at this time. They all share a common faith. Moon totems can be seen in many places in the tribe. Zhou Feng even saw a moon pattern on the rock wall next to the cave. Why can't we see Qiu Shui and the girls? Qiu Lin's side looked anxious and pale. She had been looking inside the tribe, but there was no sign of her sister. Not seeing it now is rather the best news. Zhou Feng shook his head and said. Qiu Lin understood at once. This meant that at the very least, they hadn't seen the bodies of Qiu Shui and the others. Then there is still a glimmer of hope. Then what should we do at the moment? Reporter Song inquired from the side. Let's see what happens first. Zhou Feng said slowly. It's not dark yet, even if you want to blend in, at least until dark. Look at that. Qiu Lin suddenly got a little excited and pointed to the cave at the bottom of the hillside. The crowd looked over, surprised to find a couple of savages dragging a man out. Get off me! Let go of me! The man kept yelling, which had bordered on a wail. It's Jiang Chang, he's from the camp next to us. Qiu Lin's voice became agitated. Chapter 137, The Warrior. Zhou Feng looked in the direction of the cave. That's where Kong Sung was taken from just now. That means that the people who were taken are most likely all inside the cave. On the other side, the savages had brought Kong Sung to the middle of the camp despite his wailing. In the middle of the camp there was a large smooth rock and the savages pressed Kong Sung on top of it. What are they going to do? Reporter Song got a little anxious. Zhou Feng was silent. These people are cannibals. What are they going to do? It's already predictable. Many of the savages inside the campground have gathered around. Jiang Chang could see that he was surrounded by so many savages and had turned white with fear. The body was trembling. Let me go. In Jiang Chang's eyes, these are a hideous beast. Just then, a wild man came out from inside the stilted house. This savage had a stout figure and looked to be at least 1 meter 8.5. Most of the savages were short in stature, generally no more than 107. But this savage is different. Not only is he much taller, and extraordinarily strong, with muscles all over his arms, most of all, it makes you feel numb. This savage's body was covered in various tattoos. In addition to the moon motif, there are symbols of unknown significance. Even his face was covered in tattoos, making it hard to see his face. When this savage appeared, the other savages very voluntarily got out of the way. The tattooed savage came to Kong Sung. When Jiang Chang saw this savage, he was already shivering and couldn't say a word. In Kong Sung's eyes, this was a demon. The tattooed savage was seen holding his hands up and mouthing the words. After lasting mid-teens of seconds, the tattooed savage folded his arms. It slammed down towards Jiang Chang's chest. Vomit! Jiang Chang received a heavy blow and directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, Reporter Song got a little anxious. Brother Zhou Feng, aren't we going to save the people? Reporter Song pushed Zhou Feng. Can't be saved. Zhou Feng shook his head and said, there were at least 70 or 80 savages in the clearing alone. Going to the rescue now is like looking for death. No one will be able to leave then. Even if the person pulled out was Qiu Shui, who was now facing death, Zhou Feng wouldn't rush up either. Qiu Lin's side was even more emotional, but she forced herself not to make a sound. Only the palms of his hands had unconsciously grasped the dirt on the ground. There was also a hint of gratitude in her heart. It's a good thing it wasn't my sister who was brought out this time. And the tattooed savage, again, raised his hands. The tattooed savage's fist smashed down again as if it were a hammer. This time the savages around him heard the sound of bones breaking. One by one, they began to whoop and holler with excitement. Tattooed savages inspired to smash down again. Jiang Chang had no breath left. The surrounding savages swarmed around with stone axes, and that was their dinner for the day. Seeing this bloody scene, many people around Zhou Feng twisted their heads. Some people even began to lie on the ground in dry heave. Aside from Zhou Feng, only Reporter Song was still staring at the savages. It seems to be recording their habits. Zhou Feng also found out, inside the savage tribe, more than 20 savages with tattoos all over their bodies appeared one after another. They didn't have as many tattoos as the first savage that showed up, though, but there are a lot of them. And all of these savages had one characteristic. which was that they were significantly taller than the average savage. It was as if these savages were the real fighting force inside the camp. Zhou Feng suddenly realized something. Could it be that these savages are the real warriors? The savages they had encountered before were only in charge of hunting. Besides Kong Sung, 3 more people were pulled out. Without exception, they were killed and then divided. Now Zhou Feng could see more clearly which cave the captive survivors were inside. There are but 5 or 6 caves next to the rock wall. Zhou Feng made a gesture, signaling everyone to back off. The crowd backed up a few hundred meters to a tree before they dared to take a big breath. Some people just fell to their knees and started vomiting. Although everyone knows that these savages eat people, but not many have seen it with their own eyes. Some even sat paralyzed on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. You don't seem to have much of a reaction, Reporter Song couldn't help but say as she looked at Zhou Feng. Seen it many times. Zhou Feng shrugged his shoulders. Zhou Feng was then curious, and Reporter Song didn't seem to have much of a reaction. I've seen a lot of archives before, and I've seen even more disgusting ones. Reporter Song smiled bitterly. It was gradually getting dark at this point. Everyone, let's eat something and rest first, Zhou Feng said as he took out food from inside his backpack. It's just that there really weren't many people in the room who could eat it. Zhou Feng noticed that Reporter Song hadn't brought anything with him, so he gave him a good portion. Qiu Lin Sai took a piece of jerky and forced herself to swallow it with nausea, because Corin knew she had to keep her strength up at this time. Xiao Shui and the girls should be inside the cave. Does everyone have any good ideas? Zhou Feng asked as he ate. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and none of them opened their mouths. They all risked their lives this time and decided to come to rescue Qiu Shui. There is absolutely no such thing as fear of death, but there seems to be little that can be done about the situation at hand. Taking a chance will only lead to death. The number of people in the savage tribe is large, and Qiu Shui and the girls are being held inside a cave. It's a bit more difficult, but I've discovered something. In the end, it was Reporter Song who spoke up, and picking up a nearby branch, he drew a simple topographical map on the ground. The crowd had come together, and by the moon were able to see that this was the tribe of savages. If we can get them out, we can escape down here. Reporter Song drew out a line. Start at the cave and work your way up to the slope next to it. Go up that slope and you can climb above the cliffs. Reporter Song said as long as someone up there picks up and pulls them up with a rope or something, then you can escape down the hill. The savages were not able to go over it for a moment, giving them a chance to escape. This escape route is good. Qiu Lin laughed a little bitterly. The question remains, how do we get people out? The captives numbered more than 30. Even with a few dead, the number was still around 30. Had it been possible to rescue only one person? It would have been somewhat possible. There's absolutely no way that 30 or so people can go quietly. Although in Qiu Lin's heart, her sister was the most important, but there was no way for Qiu Lin to say it. Let's all just try to save our sister alone. It's not like there's no way. Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. Chapter 138 Torches. What method? Qiu Lin immediately grabbed Zhou Feng's arm, agitated. Do you know these savages? What they are most afraid of? Zhou Feng asked. The crowd froze. What is the wild man's greatest fear? Is there anything these savages are still afraid of? It's another kind of savage. Reporter Song's eyes lit up. Exactly. They must have been on guard against another kind of savage all year round. Just by mimicking another kind of savage, they will be able to keep their hands full. Zhou Feng nodded heavily. Imitating another kind of savage? We don't look like savages either. Someone couldn't help but say. It doesn't need to be as similar in appearance. You only need to know their language, Zhou Feng said. The crowd was a bit dumbfounded. The language of the savages? Do these savages even have a language? Brother Zhou Feng, this is what you said last time. Reporter Song felt a little excited. Reporter Song still remembered the last time. Zhou Feng had taught him a few simple syllables of the savage language, all recorded in a notebook by myself. That's right. You don't need to master any other words. Just know this one. Zhou Feng demonstrated on the spot. Kara. Zhou Feng let out a syllable similar to Karas. What does that mean? Qiu Lin had a strange look on her face. It should be the sun, or the sun god or something like that. Zhou Feng began to explain. According to Zhou Feng's previous observations, another group of savages who shouted it when they fought or prayed. These two groups of savages are mortal enemies of each other, and this word definitely touches a nerve. Reporter Song nodded approvingly. When the wildlings realized that the enemy was coming to attack, it's going to be an absolute mess. But our numbers are a bit low, aren't they? Only 11 people combined. Someone raised a question. 11 people, both to go over the hill to meet the survivors of the captivity. It's simply not enough to pretend to be a savage over here again. If young Master Jean was willing to send someone over, we wouldn't be in this situation. Some people even began to complain. That's a fake and benevolent asshole. He's no good. Xiao Lin said coldly. Previously, Xiao Lin had not been kind to young Master Jin. Now young Master Jin's refusal to rescue his sister made Xiao Lin even more upset. Being outnumbered isn't out of the question. Since we're here we have to put up a fight. Zhou Feng waved his hand. Zhou Feng, you say what to do. We'll all listen to you. Xiao Lin looked at Zhou Feng and said. Right now Zhou Feng was Xiao Lin's only hope. Zhou Feng spelled out his plan. The first thing is for everyone to have some torches. Then take these torches and stick them all around the woods. When it's time to attract attention, light all those torches. All the while shouting, Kara, under her breath to attract the attention of the wildlings. The number of torches would confuse the savages and give them the false impression that there were many. The number of torches should be at least 30. Zhou Feng said as he stretched out 3 fingers. But we don't have the materials now. Reporter Song spread his hands. They had to make torches that would burn for at least a few minutes before they were ready. If you just use vines, it will go out quickly. Our bodies are ready-made materials. Zhou Feng pointed to his own clothes. It dawned on the crowd. Tear strips of cloth from your clothes and wrap them around the torch. It does burn for a while. Some people just start taking off their coats. Xiao Lin's side of the face was flushed red, wondering if she should do the same. Enough, don't need so many clothes. Let's all go and find wooden sticks first. One person high is best. Zhou Feng's side signaled everyone to stop. Just wrap a loop around the top of each torch. The crowd immediately started looking around. There weren't many suitable sticks on the ground, so he simply cut the branches down directly with his dagger. Zhou Feng's side split the front end of the wooden stick and made a cross notch. This will allow you to wrap the fabric around it better. Inside though, you must add some leaves or vines. Wrap the cloth to the very outside again. This way when the torch is lit, it will burn down below. Soon 30 torches were ready. Zhou Feng led the people to the woods next to the tribe once again. He took advantage of the night to go outside the bushes and stuck each of the torches inside the dirt outside. Each one is less than a meter apart. Wait as long as it takes to light them all. Zhou Feng had a lighter inside his backpack. After doing so, Zhou Feng looked towards the savage tribe. The savage tribe is much quieter now. Only a smattering of savages were walking outside. The rest should be resting. The campfire is still lit in the clearing. Zhou Feng also vaguely smelled a smell of grease. Guess those campfires have animal fats added to them. To be able to burn for so long, Zhou Feng led the crowd and once again backed up a distance. Just leave 3 of the people here. Whoever is louder will have to retreat when the torches are lit later. Zhou Feng said as he looked at the men. Me. 3 men soon volunteered to step forward. Zhou Feng agreed on a code word with them and handed the lighter to one of them. Zhou Feng then led the others towards the cliffs above the savage tribe. They walked for almost 2 hours before they finally reached the place. It was also a big detour on purpose to avoid being spotted by the savages. Upon arriving on this side of the cliff, Zhou Feng immediately realized a problem. The ground is just over 2 meters high from here. There was no need for a rope at all. And the nimble ones jumped right up. That means, once the wildlings realize it's a diversionary tactic, there was no enemy to attack at all. It is the survivors who come to rescue the captives. Then the savages can soon catch up. What about this? Xiao Lin's face was ugly. We can only take one step and see what happens. Zhou Feng didn't have too good a solution right now. Together with Zhou Feng himself, there were only 8 people here. Trying to stop the savages is impossible. If you can't get inside the cave and go get the people out, that's all talk. Are you going to go down and scout around next? Reporter Song could see Zhou Feng's next step. That's right. I'll signal you guys if there's a chance to save someone. Zhou Feng nodded. Be safe. Reporter Song's face was grave as he stepped forward and patted Zhou Feng's shoulder. Zhou Feng didn't say anything else and waved his hand as he turned to leave, bending down one hand to pick at the cliff face. He then jumped straight to the ground. The whole thing was silent. Zhou Feng slowly approached along the rock wall. By now it was about 12 o'clock at night. Not a single person walks around inside the savage tribe. Only the campfire in the middle of the camp jumped sparks and crackled now and then. He approached the cave cautiously. Chapter 139, Rescue. The sound of footsteps suddenly came from the front. Zhou Feng immediately slumped to the ground. There were 3 savages passing beneath the hillside. Zhou Feng frowned, not thinking that there were patrols at night inside the savage tribe. Only after these few savages disappeared inside the field of view did Zhou Feng carefully get up. Slowly, he came to the side of the cave, paying extra attention to even the stones under his feet. Zhou Feng came to the side of the cave entrance, which was still emitting a faint light. Zhou Feng then poked his head towards the inside of the cave. Then a quick look back. With just a glance, Zhou Feng had already gained quite a bit of information. The cave was about 2 meters high, and the entrance was about 5 meters wide. Torches were stuck in the walls, giving off a faint glow. What really surprised Zhou Feng was that the rock wall next to this cave entrance was smooth, not naturally occurring. Instead, there are signs of man-made chiseling. It's likely that the cave wasn't originally this big, and was hand-hewn by the savages at a later date. And there are 3 forks inside the cave, so I don't know which one the survivors are being held in. Zhou Feng gently retreated a few steps. The only thing left to do next is to take a gamble. Zhou Feng picked up a stone on the ground and smashed it towards the cave entrance. Bang! It's not too loud. Still, a few savages came out from inside the cave to check it out. They looked around and saw nothing out of the ordinary, so it was back inside the cave. Zhou Feng is still lying on the ground, but where he was lying was a slope, just in the blind spot of the savage's vision. Suppose the savage took a few steps forward, he might have spotted Zhou Feng. It just didn't occur to the savages that someone would sneak up to the cave door, so just scan it and leave. Just in this gap, Zhou Feng, who was lying on the ground, got up. Quickly, he came to the entrance of the cave and looked towards the inside. He saw the savages entering one of the forks. Zhou Feng was now certain that fork in the road holds the survivors. For a cave where savages rest is never guarded, only the survivors need to be watched at all times. After determining the location, Zhou Feng turned around and went back under the rock wall. Reporter Song and others are waiting up there. When they saw Zhou Feng return, they all breathed a sigh of relief. What's the situation? Reporter Song asked. I've probably found their location, so we'll see if there's a chance to get them out next, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. The words made Corin extraordinarily excited. Do you need my help? I can go too. Xiao Lin could risk her life for her sister. There's no use in having too many people. I'll be fine on my own. Zhou Feng shook his head and said. Xiao Lin was a bit lost, and there was even a hint of guilt inside her eyes. It was clearly his own sister that he was going to save. It turned out to be Zhou Feng who went on the adventure. Later on, if I come out with my men, you guys will meet them here. You can signal now. Zhou Feng raised his head and looked at Reporter Song and the others. Good. Reporter Song nodded in agreement. He also pulled a lighter from inside his pocket and lit a torch held by one of the men behind him. The man immediately started waving his torch. Soon the men inside the woods opposite them saw the signal. The 3 men there began to light torches. As promised, a single fire lit up inside the woods across the street. Kara! 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 At the same time the 3 men pulled their voices and began to roar. The voice was not very loud, but it was like a thunderbolt. It instantly blew up the savage tribe. The savages inside the stile rushed out. The faces of these savages were all horror and anger. Many of the savages copied their weapons and rushed over toward the woods. Zhou Feng saw many savage warriors and was even more of a leader. A growl escaped his mouth. There were also a number of savages coming out from inside the cave. Eyes on the wildlings heading that way. Zhou Feng took the opportunity to run inside the cave and enter the fork in the road where a wildling had just entered. The air inside the cave was humid and foul-smelling. It gave Zhou Feng the urge to cover his nose. Still, he forced himself to do so and entered the depths of the cave. After passing through a low entrance, it was suddenly much more spacious ahead. Through the light of a torch, Zhou Feng saw, at first glance, the survivors leaning against the wall. These survivors were all tied together with straw ropes. Between them, at that moment they were also awakened by the commotion outside. Each face was filled with despair and exhaustion and deep fear. The shouts of the savages outside kept them on the edge of their seats. I wonder what the savages want again. Would it be a big night to have an extra meal? Or do some kind of ceremony or something? When they saw Zhou Feng, they were also stunned. You are Zhou Feng. Be careful. Xiao Shui recognized Zhou Feng and her face was filled with shock. But now was not the time to catch up. She cried out in horror. Because there was still a savage left inside the cave to keep watch. The savage saw someone coming in and had already raised his spear to stab towards Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng sidestepped the attack and kicked the savage in the abdomen. The intense pain caused the savage to cover his stomach and fall to his knees. Zhou Feng stepped forward and pressed down on the other party's head, smashing it hard towards the nearby rock wall. Bang! Bloodstains were left on the rock face, and the savage fell unconscious to the ground. Zhou Feng then took out his dagger and began to cut the ropes on Xiao Shui and the others. These grass ropes are not strong and can be cut easily. Hurry up and follow me. We have limited time. Zhou Feng turned towards the outside of the cave after cutting. Hearing this, the men followed. It's just that they've both been dripping all day, and they're all bundled up together again. A number of people were nearly unable to stand, but the desire to survive gave birth to another force within them. They followed Zhou Feng towards the outside. My foot is hurt. Somebody help me. One man wailed. Zhou Feng looked back. The man's left leg was drenched in blood, and there was a wound over 30 centimeters long from knee to ankle, deep to the bone. The flesh around it had turned a ghastly white color and was covered in mud and sand. With just a glance, Zhou Feng turned his head and left. This wound is so severe that the man has lost the ability to walk. There's no way to take it away. Even if the men could be taken away, I fear the best outcome would be amputation. That fate on a desert island can only be more miserable. Seeing Zhou Feng leave, the others hesitated. All have followed suit as well. Even Xiao Shui just twisted her head away, unable to bear another glance at the man. Zhou Feng had just arrived at the fork in the road when he came face to face with 3 savages standing here. They should have come out from inside the hole next to them and heard the commotion next to them. The 3 savages were slightly stunned when they saw Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng, however, had already struck out. The dagger in his hand flashed a cold light inside the dimly lit cave. Chapter 140, Go! The dagger in Zhou Feng's hand slit the neck of a savage with precision. The action was swift and decisive, and blood splattered all over him. Zhou Feng then swung his dagger again, and another savage fell to the ground. Ah! The 3rd savage let out a horrified yelp at the sight, turned around and tried to escape, but Zhou Feng didn't give him a chance at all and took an arrow step forward. A hand grabbed the savage by the hair and the dagger sliced through the neck from behind. In the blink of an eye, all 3 savages were taken care of. Zhou Feng glanced at the other 2 caves. He vaguely heard the sound of a child crying. The 2 caves should be inhabited by little savages, probably trembling with fear even now. Hurry! Zhou Feng roared, taking the lead and running towards the outside of the cave. The people behind them found it unbelievable that Zhou Feng alone had killed 3 savages in an instant. It was only when they heard Zhou Feng's voice that they came back to their senses. All of them have followed. When they ran out of the cave, they were immediately spotted by the wildlings outside. Come this way. Zhou Feng headed in the direction of the rock wall. The others didn't dare to hesitate and immediately followed. The savages let out a yelp at the sight, interspersed with a few words. There was anger in his voice. And by now the wildlings running towards the woods had realized something was wrong. There was not a single enemy in sight here except a pile of torches. They're screwed. The tall, feral warrior turned his head angrily. The savage warrior raised his stone blade and let out a roar. The savages inside the woods turned around and came in the direction of Zhou Feng and the others. The savages inside the stilted house, too, rushed forward, including some older-looking savages, trying to stop Zhou Feng and the others from leaving. And by now, Zhou Feng and the others had already arrived next to the rock wall. Above, Reporter Song and others, all reached out their hands. Xiao Shui, hurry! Xiao Lin saw Xiao Shui inside the crowd at a glance, and she was so excited that tears were falling from her eyes. Sister! Xiao Shui was even more surprised that her sister would actually come here to rescue herself as well. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 people were pulled up, and by now there were already savages coming up behind them. The people in the back were all of a sudden in a hurry and pushed their way forward. It was such a mess that Xiao Shui almost squeezed down the hill. The people in front of them were even more crowded against the rock face and couldn't climb up at all. Xiao Lin was so anxious that she couldn't bear to jump herself. Brace your sister up. Take it easy. The savages can't get through with me behind them. All of you take 3 steps back. Zhou Feng let out a roar. At those words, the men turned back. Only then did he realize that Zhou Feng was standing at the very back of the group. Seeing Zhou Feng all standing back, the people behind him immediately took a step back as well. At once the congestion ahead was relieved. One by one, people were pulled up. And at that moment there were already savages that had rushed to Zhou Feng. Waving his spear, he stabbed towards Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng saw the opportunity and grabbed the middle end of his opponent's spear. A backhanded hand yanked it over and kicked his opponent in the chest. The savage was instantly kicked down the hill and rolled several times in a row. The savages behind him made up for it. But the spear in Zhou Feng's hand was fast and accurate. In the twinkling of an eye, he pierced the necks of several savages. A few more bodies on the ground. At the sight of this, the other savages cringed. Zhou Feng, hurry up and come up. Reporter Song shouted anxiously. Zhou Feng turned his head and realized that more than 30 people had basically been pulled up. So he quietly took a few steps back and distanced himself from the wildlings. Then turn and run. With one foot on the stone wall, he leapt forward. Straight away, he jumped onto the 2-meter-high rock wall. Reporter Song's eyes widened. It didn't occur to me that Zhou Feng's bouncing ability was so strong. The savages caught up at this point and tried to climb up. You guys go first. Hurry up and go. I'll stall for a while. Zhou Feng shouted. Go! Reporter Song also shouted immediately. Now is not the time to talk about hesitation. Only Xiao Lin looked at Zhou Feng with hesitation all over her face. This time, it could be said that being able to save Xiao Shui and the others could be said to be completely dependent on Zhou Feng. If anything happened to Zhou Feng, Xiao Lin herself would not be able to get over it in her heart. Xiao Shui's side, seeing that her sister didn't leave, followed and stood in place. Hurry up and go. What are you two standing around for? Is there something wrong with your brains? Zhou Feng was a bit annoyed when he saw Xiao Lin and Xiao Shui standing over there. Right now the race is on. Why are these two sisters standing still as if they are stupid? Go! Xiao Lin reacted and immediately pulled Xiao Shui towards the bottom of the mountain range. She also had a strange feeling in her heart. In the old days, if you were scolded by a man yourself, definitely will curse back. But now Qiu Lin's heart, on the contrary, felt that it was sorry for Zhou Feng. Only after watching these people follow Reporter Song and the others down the mountain did Zhou Feng refocus his gaze on the lower slopes of the mountain. A large group of savages had gathered at the bottom of the hill, but there was Zhou Feng here. They can't get up there at all, because this section of the rock face is just 7 or 8 meters long. A savage tried to climb up and was immediately stabbed in the palm by Zhou Feng with his spear. For a moment these savages were too fearful to come forward. Zhou Feng turned his head to look, and he could no longer see the back of Reporter Song and the others. Roar! Just then, a deafening roar came from inside the savage. Zhou Feng immediately frowned. That was the savage warrior that killed Jiang Chang. That savage warrior was also staring at Zhou Feng in death. Next second, the savage warrior then threw the spear in his hand, towards Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng hastily stepped back to dodge as the spear slashed past him. But other savages saw this and learned the trick. Both threw out the spears in their hands. Zhou Feng had to retreat a large distance lest he be zapped into a hornet's nest. And at that moment the savage warrior grabbed the shoulder of the savage in front of him. Stiffly, he pressed his opponent to his knees. Then with one foot on the other's shoulder, he leaped up to it as well with a long leap, staring at Zhou Feng with an icy gaze of death. It seemed as if he wanted to eat Zhou Feng alive. He then picked up a spear on the ground and roared towards Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng was in awe, knowing that this savage was not easy to deal with. The other party's body exuded a strong murderous aura. He didn't know how many dead souls were under his hands, but right now he couldn't retreat. Otherwise the hordes of savages would immediately catch up with Qiu Shui and the others. Zhou Feng raised his spear and stabbed towards the savage. The savage warrior sidestepped Zhou Feng's attack. At the same time, he swept his backhand across with his spear, the tip of the stone spear slashing at Zhou Feng's face. Zhou Feng's speed of reaction was equally fast, taking a step back towards the back. Instead, the feral warrior suddenly grinned and let out a low, beast-like growl, only to see the savage warrior he flicked his wrist, and the stone spear suddenly changed from a horizontal sweep to a downward slash. The stone blade was like a sharp knife that cut through the clothes on Zhou Feng's chest. It left a 7 or 8 centimeter wound, and blood poured out. Chapter 141, Pharynx. Zhou Feng's eyes widened as he did not expect the savage to change his stance midway. If the opponent's weapon had been longer, this blow could have seriously injured himself, even loss of life. Zhou Feng realized, competing with this savage warrior with a spear, it's impossible to get the upper hand yourself. He simply threw the spear in his hand, directly towards the savage warrior. The savage warrior obviously did not expect Zhou Feng to drop the only weapon in his hand either. Caught off guard, the spear grazed his shoulder, leaving a deep wound. The savage warrior was enraged, and the wound on his shoulder only fueled his bloodlust. Roaring once again, the spear stabbed towards Zhou Feng's chest. It looks like it's going to zap Zhou Feng through. Zhou Feng, however, violently crouched down at this time. The savage warrior was unguarded this time, and his spear pierced the air. When he looked at Zhou Feng with a puzzled gaze, suddenly a handful of sandy soil met his face. Ah! The savage warrior felt a pain in his eyes. Can't open it anymore. He waved his spear haphazardly, trying to stop Zhou Feng from getting closer. Zhou Feng saw his chance and kicked up hard. The savage warrior fell straight back several meters and fell off the rock wall. It slammed into the savages below. By now a few more savages had climbed up. More wildling warriors were approaching in the distance. Zhou Feng picked up the 2 spears and disappeared inside the woods. Behind them the savages caught up. But the first unlucky one to enter the woods was immediately pierced through the chest by a spear. It fell straight to the ground. The wildlings stayed where they were, afraid to lean forward, as if there was some horrible monster inside the woods. It took a few dozen seconds for them to react. Zhou Feng had already taken this time to leave. The savages looked at each other and cautiously began to pursue. It was just that in the middle of the night, they could no longer find any trace of Zhou Feng. On the other side Zhou Feng darted inside the woods. After running for more than 10 minutes, survivors had appeared up ahead. When they heard a commotion behind them, each of them was so scared that their legs went weak. Originally, these people had no food or drink and were exhausted. It's completely on adrenaline that I barely made it this far. Now it's finally sticking around. A couple of them fell straight to their knees in exhaustion. Reporter Song and the others even raised their hearts to their throats. It's me. Zhou Feng spoke. It was only when they heard these words that Reporter Song and the others let out a breath. Are you alright? You're hurt. Qiu Lin had been overjoyed to hear Zhou Feng's voice. Qiu Lin had been worried about Zhou Feng all this way, not knowing if he would be able to escape successfully. Now that she had seen Zhou Feng return with her own eyes, Qiu Lin's heart was overjoyed. However, she then realized that Zhou Feng was covered in blood. There was also a very visible wound on his body. I'm fine. Now is not the time to rest. I don't know if the savages can catch up, Zhou Feng said as he looked towards the crowd. We're just so tired. Someone couldn't help but say, "Then let's all hold on and walk together." Zhou Feng knew that at this time, he absolutely could not stop, otherwise these guys will have a hard time getting going again. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's words, someone immediately came forward to assist these exhausted ones. Reporter Song also took the food and distributed it all to these people. Let them eat as they go. Zhou Feng, your wound needs to be bandaged. Once it gets infected it's over, Xiao Lin said with an anxious expression. Xiao Lin is not a medical professional, but she has been for a while. Also followed Xiao Shui to know a lot of medical knowledge. Xiao Shui, you quickly come over and take a look. Xiao Lin even pulled her sister over with one hand. This small injury is nothing. Let's leave this place first. Zhou Feng waved his hand and said. Zhou Feng knew his current physique. Even snake venom can be resisted, much less infected or anything like that. And the wound, it's estimated to grow back in 2 days. Why don't you love yourself? Xiao Lin was a bit anxious. Zhou Feng's side simply quickened his pace and walked at the front of the group. Seeing Zhou Feng in this state, Xiao Lin had a complicated expression on her face. Xiao Lin wanted to go up and persuade Zhou Feng, but she had already been rejected twice. Would Zhou Feng find it too annoying if he went up again? Next to her, Xiao Shui noticed the complicated expression on her sister's face. Xiao Shui was a bit puzzled. I don't know what's going on with my sister. After all, within Xiao Shui's memories, Xiao Lin belonged to the kind of person who couldn't hide her heart. Whatever is in your heart is all written on your face. Now it actually has that look. Xiao Shui thought it was possible. It was because so much had happened today. 31 captured survivors, 14 male and 17 female. Zhou Feng looked for a younger-looking survivor, and the other looked like he still had quite a bit of stamina left. He asked in detail what happened, how the savages appeared and how they attacked their camp. Hearing Zhou Feng's inquiry, fear surfaced on this survivor's face. Still, answered each one. According to this survivor, the savages appeared without warning. It came right up to the vicinity of their camp and then proceeded to massacre them. A number of people were killed on the spot. Where had they seen this scene before? And many of them were too frightened to move. The savages did not drive them to extinction. Instead, they were threatened with weapons and told to follow along. They didn't even dare to resist along the way. A few that tried to escape were killed on the spot for food. Those savages went straight. The survivor's face was white and his body was shaking. Obviously seen very scary images. Zhou Feng, however, frowned. Savages appearing directly near their camp? No one had noticed before this. Realize it was in broad daylight. There were quite a few survivors all around the camp, gathering supplies. The savages must have found the survivors, but instead of beating the bushes, they attacked both camps directly. These savages operate with a well-thought-out plan. Just then, 3 figures appeared ahead. It was the 3 that lit the torches earlier to distract the savages. They were all relieved to see Zhou Feng and the others. It was then that they lit the torches and ran away as if their lives depended on it. Don't even dare to look back. It was not even known if Zhou Feng had rescued these people. There was no movement behind them at this point. The odds are that the savages have given up tracking, or have lost the trail even more. However, Zhou Feng had no intention of letting everyone rest either. The only way to be safe is to be inside the camp. The crowd continued on step by step. It went on until dawn. That's the campground over there. Reporter Song excitedly pointed ahead. Turns out they were almost at the bottom of the hill. Before he could come to the foot of the mountain, a group of people walked up to him. The person leading the team was Tang Chang. In addition to the dozen or so men Tang Chang had brought with him from the camp, there were also more than 20 men from Chaolang. You guys are fine. Tang Chang let out a long breath when he saw Zhou Feng and the others. Why are you guys here? Zhou Feng inquired suspiciously. Everyone inside the camp was dying yesterday, and we were going to come looking for you before dawn, even if it means going to the savage tribe. Tang Chang's expression was serious. This is definitely not a joke. Zhou Feng was still a bit touched. He then looked at those of Chaolang's men. Where are they? Zhou Feng asked. Was it Tsuela who sent over to help? Tang Chang explained. Then Chaolang swallowed his breath yesterday evening. Tang Chang sighed. Chapter 142 Accession. Chuelu is already in charge inside the camp now, but he's also pretty badly injured and won't get better for a while. Tang Chang sighed. However, as Tang Chang's words fell, he also noticed the wounds on Zhou Feng's body. You're injured. Tang Chang was astonished. Persuade Zhou Feng. This wound of his should be cleaned up earlier. It can't be delayed any further. Xiao Lin couldn't help but say from the side. Xiao Lin had held those words in all the way. Tang Chang looked at Xiao Lin with a bit of surprise. How did he hear the flavor of concern for Zhou Feng from Xiao Lin's mouth? Let me take a look. Xiao Shui's side also took the initiative to step forward. I'll deal with it myself when I return to the camp later. You're all tired as well. Go back and rest. Zhou Feng waved his hand and said, walking over towards his camp. Seeing this, Tang Chang thanked the people of Chuelu. Then he also returned with his men following Zhou Feng. Does he hate me? Xiao Lin subconsciously blurted out. Kind of. Xiao Shui nodded after a moment's thought. After all, the attitude Zhou Feng had just displayed was a bit insensitive. It's not like the last time I talked to myself alone. Xiao Shui thought it must be because of the last boar incident. Originally, it was the sister who was not in charge and deliberately targeted Zhou Feng in the back. Then it was only natural that Zhou Feng hated his sister. I apologized to him. Xiao Lin eyes a little lost. There are some things that can't be solved by apologizing with your mouth either. Xiao Shui smiled bitterly. Xiao Lin gently bit her lip as she looked at the direction Zhou Feng had left. Xiao Lin, those of us who have just discussed this plan to join Zhou Feng's camp, what about you? Just then, a voice came from the side. You're joining Zhou Feng's camp? Xiao Lin froze. The rest of the survivors nodded. Yeah, half of our camp is dead, and we don't even dare to continue living in that place. Right now the threat of the savages is getting bigger and bigger. It's already hard for small groups to survive. Why don't we just join Zhou Feng's side? We all trust him. There aren't many of yours left, are there? What's next? Hearing these words, Xiao Lin realized. Never thought about it myself. Because ever since Qiu Shui was taken away, her mind was completely focused on her sister's heart. Didn't give it much thought at all. At this time the people under Qiu Lin, in addition to the 4 people who had already relocated to the canyon, it was Qiu Shui and the other 6 people who had been rescued this time. Together with Qiu Lin herself there were exactly 11. In this case, the savages have begun to attack the center camp. 11 people have no way to defend themselves. They can't, either, live inside the canyon all the time. We'll join Zhou Feng's camp as well. Xiao Lin blurted out. If that was the case, one would have the opportunity to thank Zhou Feng. We're going to take a break and then move everything inside the camp, a survivor said. Okay, let's go over together then. Xiao Lin nodded. There was still a bit of concern in Xiao Lin's mind. What if Zhou Feng didn't accept him when he brought his people over? Instead, she felt more at ease with the crowd. Zhou Feng changed the bloodied clothes on his body after returning inside the camp. Just take a nap inside the house. In a daze, it felt like something was groping at his wound. He subconsciously reached out and grabbed it. Little Feng. Then Qin Xiaoshui's voice came to his ears with a hint of pain. Zhou Feng then realized that what he had just grabbed was Qin Xiaoshui's wrist. Yeah, sorry, I thought it was some kind of snake or something. Zhou Feng hurriedly let go of his hand and apologized. You're so strong. Qin Xiaoshui covered her wrists, tears welling up inside her eyes. Qin Xiaoshui just wanted to see how Zhou Feng's wound was doing. However, it did not occur to him how Zhou Feng's hands were like iron pincers. Her wrists are a little red and swollen. I'm really sorry. Zhou Feng didn't expect this either. Luckily you grabbed the wrist. Qin Xiaoshui blushed as if she thought of something. Zhou Feng also scratched his head, a little embarrassed. By the way, how come your wounds are all scabbed over? Qin Xiaoshui hurriedly changed the topic. She remembered that Zhou Feng had just come back and she helped him change his clothes. Still able to see the wound, but it's scabbed over now. It's probably a different physique. Zhou Feng casually found a reason. Right now about the jade pendant on him. Zhou Feng didn't know exactly what it was, and it wasn't the time to tell Qin Xiaoshui. The next time there's something like this, you should at the very least bring more people. Qin Xiaoshui's eyes were filled with worry. Zhou Feng knew that in the morning Tang Cheng had brought someone over. It was Qin Xiaoshui who arranged it. I guess Qin Xiaoshui's heart must have been very anxious yesterday. It was just that she rarely showed it in front of Zhou Feng. Just don't let yourself worry. Well, I'll pay attention next time. Zhou Feng nodded. Qin Xiaoshui looked at Zhou Feng and couldn't help but shake her head. She knew that Zhou Feng was just comforting himself. Encountering that situation like yesterday again, Zhou Feng would definitely take the risk again. How did you cause this injury? Qin Xiaoshui's gaze reverted back to Zhou Feng's wound. Couldn't help but reach out and run his fingers over it. Zhou Feng felt a little tickled. Still, he described it briefly. Upon hearing that inside the savage tribes, there were so-called savage warriors, Qin Xiaoshui was dumbstruck. They'll definitely retaliate, right? Qin Xiaoshui couldn't help but say. Definitely, so we have to be more careful next. Zhou Feng's face was grave. If there aren't any savages here, it wouldn't be bad for us to spend our lives here. Qin Xiaoshui leaned on Zhou Feng's shoulder. Zhou Feng thought of a movie. It's a rich woman and a ship repairman. 2 people stranded on a desert island. Eventually love arose, but as they are rescued, they eventually return to their lives. No matter where I am, I will be with you. Zhou Feng wrapped his arm around Qin Xiaoshui's shoulders, his tone firm. I don't know how long it's been. There was movement from outside. Boss! Boss! Someone was shouting at Zhou Feng. Only then did Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoshui separate. What's wrong? Zhou Feng walked out. There are a lot of people coming. Fan Jian pointed to the entrance of the camp. Zhou Feng saw dozens of people standing over there, all of them familiar faces. It's basically the same people you saved yesterday, but in addition to these people, there were a dozen or so unfamiliar faces. We want to join your camp. Someone stepped forward and said, "Are you all planning to join?" Zhou Feng noticed the Qiu Lin sisters inside the crowd. He set his eyes on Qiu Shui. If even Qiu Shui was willing to join his camp, that's definitely a huge help. Chapter 143, Qiu Shui's Compromise. You guys are going to join my camp as well? Zhou Feng said as he looked at the Qiu Lin sisters. I don't know if they're here for the fun. After all, Zhou Feng had previously heard that Qiu Lin and the others, they did not stay with men. Well, we want in too. Qiu Lin stepped forward with a firm tone. Zhou Feng secretly nodded his head. This attack on Qiu Lin's and their camp should have made them realize it as well. Their camps are structured in such a way that they cannot cope with the risks. As for those outside of the people who had been rescued by themselves, those raw faces that Zhou Feng had never seen before, I'm afraid they've all heard about their rescue. That's why the initiative wanted to come and join the camp. These survivors are in groups of 3 or 5, and there is simply no room for them today. It's no problem to join my camp, but you must listen to my orders and follow the rules inside my camp, Zhou Feng said with a stern face. Since we're making rules, it must be when the group is just joining. Of course there's no problem. We definitely all listen to you. You saved our lives. We owe this life to you. Many people have shouted, especially those who were rescued by Zhou Feng. From inside the cave, one was emotional. If it wasn't for Zhou Feng, they would probably be food for the savages today. I have one condition. Just then, Qiu Shui raised her hand and said, "What conditions?" Zhou Feng gazed over. If someone inside the center camp is injured, I want to do my part. And if the other camps come to me for help at that time, can I? Qiu Shui bit her lip. That won't do. Everyone inside my camp has their own tasks. Zhou Feng didn't wait for Qiu Shui to finish her words before directly shaking his head in rejection. Qiu Shui froze, obviously not expecting that Zhou Feng would reject his request. Zhou Feng was a man who dared to risk his life to make a trip to the savage tribe for the sake of a stranger. Now one simply offers to help others heal. Zhou Feng actually just refused. It left Qiu Shui a little confused for a moment. The people in my camp are a whole. I can't sacrifice others for the sake of one, Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Not only did those present not recoil at this statement, even instead, one nodded secretly in his mind. The reason they wanted to join Zhou Feng's camp was in addition to thanking Zhou Feng. Of course it just wants to be protected. However, in their hearts, they didn't want Zhou Feng to really be some kind of holy mother. That would certainly hurt your own interests. Qiu Shui, let us join. Don't forget that it was Zhou Feng who saved your life. You should be thankful. Qiu Lin's side pulled her sister's arm and whispered in her ear. Well, I also abide by the rules of the camp. Qiu Shui had no way to refuse her sister. After all, my sister had put her life on the line to go to the savage tribe to save herself. Qiu Shui didn't want to upset her sister. And Qulin had been muttering non-stop since she got back to the center camp, to join Zhou Feng's camp. In the past, Qiu Lin also swore that she would never rely on men. Forgot that one now too. More than 30 people came at once, and there were not enough houses in the camp. The good thing is that the camp crowd is getting good at building shacks. It was a busy day that afternoon, and those who joined didn't come empty-handed, they all carried a lot of supplies. While the camp crowd was busy, here comes a familiar face. It's Li Lok. Li Lok brought a message that young Master Jean wanted to talk to everyone about forming a patrol. This time, young Master Jean invited everyone to go inside his campsite and invited everyone to dinner in the evening on the way. Zhou Feng nodded in agreement. When Li Lok left, Tang Chang came over and said, "Brother Zhou Feng, going to young Master Jin's camp? Will it be dangerous?" Tang Chang looked a little anxious. That young Master Qin is no good. If Chao Lang died in such a strange way, it's very likely that it has something to do with young Master Jin. This one could very well be the honky-tonk. Young Master Jin wouldn't be so blatant if he wanted to make any small moves. Zhou Feng waved his hand and said, "It's still too dangerous." Tang Chang said halfway through the sentence, and he knew himself that it wasn't much use. After all, Zhou Feng had even dared to go over to the savage camp. Now it was just a trip to young Master Jin's camp, so how could Zhou Feng be afraid? Then you're not going to rub it in tonight? Zhou Feng smiled. Just now, when Li Lok delivered the message, indicating that Zhou Feng was welcome to bring someone along, he was clearly giving Zhou Feng a piece of his mind. If you go, I'll definitely follow you there. Tang Chang nodded heavily. It was also impossible for Tang Chang to let Zhou Feng go over there alone. Zhou Feng quickly set off with his men, a dozen in total. But he didn't go directly to young Master Kim's camp. Instead, they went to Chao Lang and their camp first. Chui Li's health was still not very good, and he was lying in bed when Zhou Feng went there. It was only with Wen Xiaoyun's assistance that she sat up and chatted with Zhou Feng. From Cui Li's mouth, Zhou Feng learned that they had already buried Chao Lang's body. Did you find anything unusual about Chao Lang's death? Zhou Feng inquired. Last time he left in too much of a hurry to find out. Not found. Trell shook his head slowly. Cui Li carefully questioned the people who were, at that time, following Chao Lang. Nothing out of the ordinary was found along the way. It was just sitting down for a few minutes to rest. Chao Lang then screamed miserably and realized that he had been bitten by a poisonous snake. The viper was killed on the spot by the others and not brought back. Cui Li had also been investigating for the past 2 days, but had no clue. Everything seems to be an accident. Did young Master Jean invite you over to talk about the escort? Zhou Feng changed the topic. Although there was no evidence, Zhou Feng still felt that something was fishy. Invited. Right now I can't get through, so I arranged for the others to take a look. Trell sighed. Now Trell is trying to move as little as possible in order to recuperate from his injuries. He didn't want to run the camp, but it couldn't be helped by the others, who all pushed for him, because before, the person Chao Lang trusted the most was Cui Lu. Trell has always been the number 2 person inside the camp. What are your plans? Zhou Feng wanted to know what Triangle was thinking now. In fact, I was just about to send someone to talk to you about this, and we'll all listen to you. In and out with you, Cui Li said with a straight face. Listen to me? Zhou Feng froze. Didn't expect Trell to say that. I heard that you went inside the savage tribe to rescue the people and killed them inside the savage piles. A lot of people in our camp admire you and think that you are definitely able to take down young Master Jean. Cui Li nodded heavily. The people inside their camp were the ones who had clashed with young Master Jean. As long as they were able to take on the person who had overpowered young Master Jean, they were all for it. Not to mention the fact that Zhou Feng's previous one-on-one fight with young Master Jin's bodyguard had spread throughout the entire center camp. Zhou Feng's side was a bit teary-eyed. Killing back and forth inside a wildling? It's not like he's Zhao Zilong. I don't know who was spreading rumors around. It's just a bit outrageous. Chapter 144. These rumors were outrageous, but Zhou Feng felt that it might not necessarily be a bad thing. Sometimes some rumors can fuel prestige. It's like a lot of successful people who like to make up some of their early experiences. Something about starting with nothing, not being able to afford food, etc. It's about wanting to highlight your legend. A marketing of sorts. That's fine. I'll make the call then. Zhou Feng nodded. Originally, Zhou Feng had come over this time because he wanted to reach an alliance with Cui Lu. He didn't even need to initiate the conversation now. Trell then brought it up. Cui Lu then asked Wen Xiaoyun to help call in someone who Zhou Feng had also met. When Zhou Feng first came, he was next to Chao Lang. Looks to be in his almost 40s. A little darker skinned. Introducing him, he's called Wu Hai. He's a crew member on the Miles. Cui Li's side was introduced. Wu Hai greeted Zhou Feng, who looked a bit mute. Doesn't seem to be very good with people. Cui Li's side instructed Wu Hai and went to young Master Jin's side next. Just need to agree with Zhou Feng. Good. Wu Hai nodded simply. Zhou Feng's side came out from inside the room and headed towards young Master Jin's camp. He knew where young Master Kim's camp was, but had never been there. This is the first time they've come over. Young Master Jin's camp was definitely the best place in the entire Center Mountain Range, just south of the mountains at the entrance to the canyon. The terrain here is quite elevated and shaded by peaks on the west side, and once the camp is attacked, they could just go inside the canyon and hide. When Zhou Feng arrived here, he saw a very luxurious wooden house. The interior area is estimated to be at least 100 square meters. The outside is all built of tiger-thick wood. The roof is covered with thick weeds. Let me guess. This must be young Master Jin's room, Zhou Feng said with a smile. This young Master Jin really knows how to enjoy himself. Tang Cheng's mouth was all disdain. The situation at hand is such that such a luxurious house has to be built. All this wood needs to be cut one by one, which is time-consuming and laborious. And what made Tang Cheng a bit speechless the most was, there are many other houses inside this campground, all very modest. Still, there was something inside the camp that caught Tang Cheng's eye. In the middle of the camp someone is splitting the boar meat. It looked like a good portion, so it should be what young Master Jin used to treat himself. And what made Tang Cheng frown? He saw some familiar faces. All of them were once from Zhou Feng's camp. Tang Cheng felt that the essence of these people looked very poor. Each one has a yellow face. I guess it's not a good time to be here at young Master Kim's. Actually, if you think about it carefully, you'll be able to understand. These people must have been the worst kind of treated when they came to camp. Just then, young Master Jin walked out with his men. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You're an honored guest. Young Master Jin revealed a smile. Noble guests don't count. Not as honorable as your young Master Jin, Zhou Feng said indifferently. Young Master Jin heard the flirtation in Zhou Feng's words, but the expression on his face did not change. Doesn't seem to mind. It's not yet mealtime, and the others haven't come, So why don't we go inside the house and chat for a while first? Young Master Jean extended an invitation. Good. Zhou Feng nodded. It looked like young Master Jean wanted to talk to himself alone. He also wanted to know what kind of medicine young Master Jean was selling inside his gourd. The two men, one after the other, entered inside the cabin. As soon as Zhou Feng entered, he saw that there was quite a lot of furniture inside the room. In the center stood a table built of wood. There are a couple of chairs made of wood next to it that look decent. Inside young Master Kim's camp, there should be people who know carpentry work. And there was another woman inside the room. It's the one who has been accompanying young Master Kim before. Please sit. Young Master Jean took the lead and sat down next to the table. Zhou Feng also sat next to him. The woman brought over a tea set, also newly made, pouring Zhou Feng and young Master Jean a cup of tea each. Then he snuggled up next to young Master Kim. Taste the flavor. I can't believe there are still tea trees on this deserted island. Young Master Jean raised his teacup. However, Zhou Feng did not move. He didn't come for tea. It also didn't occur to me that on a deserted island, young Master Jin's quality of life was quite high. This would probably be covered with animal skins on the floor if it were available. Afraid I'll poison you? Young Master Jean laughed. Just say what you have to say. Zhou Feng said indifferently. Zhou Feng wasn't even afraid of snake venom, so how could he still be afraid that there was something inside the tea? Young Master Jean took a sip of tea and placed the teacup on the table. You're the smart one, so I'll be straightforward. Right now the two of us are the ones with the highest reputation in this part of the center camp. After Chao Lang died, Cui Li's group didn't have much of a backbone. As long as the two of us join together, we can control the entire center camp. Young Master Jean said nonchalantly. What's the point of controlling this place? This is a deserted island. Zhou Feng shook his head. It wasn't like Zhou Feng was going to claim the throne on a deserted island. On the contrary, Boss Fei had once revealed that there was this idea. Because Boss Fei felt that they were afraid that there was no way to leave this place. I do think we'll be able to leave sooner or later. But right now we need to make sure that we all survive. And survive well. The corners of young Master Jin's mouth rose. Immediately after that, young Master Jin asked Zhou Feng what he thought of the other survivors. They're just survivors. Zhou Feng thought for a moment and said, I don't know what else it means. They are worker bees. Some are responsible for gathering supplies. Some are responsible for building nests. And some are responsible for defending the territory. Young Master Jin said indifferently. Hearing young Master Kim compare the survivors to worker bees, Zhou Feng then understood. This young Master Jin directly divided the survivors on the miles into classes. In young Master Kim's eyes, all the other survivors were there to serve him, and indeed it is. So are you a male peak? Or a female queen bee? Zhou Feng said with a smirk. Xiong Feng doesn't participate in labor either, though he is essentially a tool. It's up to young Master Kim to decide if she thinks that she's the queen bee. I'm just an analogy. The two of us should be the highest ranked people inside the survivor group. And by joining forces we can control the people in the entire center camp and make them serve us willingly. Young Master Jin wasn't angry either. Not interested. Zhou Feng shook his head. Zhou Feng didn't have any intention of riding on anyone else's head. What's the difference between yourself and young Master Kim in that case? Young Master Jin frowned, clearly not expecting Zhou Feng to refuse so quickly. But we can work together. Right now we don't know when the savages will attack. Only by working together can we ensure safety. Otherwise anyone will be in danger. Zhou Feng's words changed. Chapter 145 Extravagance. Young Master Jin obviously did not expect that Zhou Feng was still willing to cooperate. It was clear that the two were not on speaking terms just now. If brother Zhou Feng is willing to cooperate then of course it would be best. I do have some ideas. Young Master Jin spoke out his plans. According to his plan, the first thing was to count the people inside the entire center camp. Include those survivors in 3s and 5s, even the ones who fall off the wagon. All have to contribute to the whole center camp. A team was specifically trained to fight the savages. What if those survivors with fewer people, they don't want to join? Zhou Feng knew that there were quite a few of these people inside the center camp. Reporter Song, for example, is this kind. Then we'll just have to invite them out wherever they like. Young Master Jin's expression was cold. If you don't use it for yourself, just get rid of it. Zhou Feng nodded. This was young Master Jin's style. I'm afraid that in young Master Jin's mind, he was dividing the survivors into two kinds. One that provides value to you and another that does not. How many people are appropriate for this team? Zhou Feng asked again. I plan on about 200 people. Young Master Jin held out 2 fingers. 200. Zhou Feng immediately frowned. Now inside the center camp, the number of people didn't reach 700 either. It should be just over 600. Forming a fighting force of 200 men. That's like a third of the men. And these people are still the mainstay of production. That's a bit too many people. What about a crisis in supplies? Zhou Feng questioned. So many men are organized inside combat units. A lot of the production work will need to be done by women. It's a heavy workload. It's simple. Just lower the treatment of some people so that they don't starve. Young Master Jean looked like he didn't care. This will go wrong. Zhou Feng frowned. Morale is a big issue in this high-pressure environment. It's likely that the savages' vengeance is yet to come. And there's panic and conflict within them. We hold the power in our hands. Are we still afraid of them resisting? Young Master Jean bristled. Zhou Feng was silent for a few seconds and finally shook his head. This won't work. It won't last long. Zhou Feng did not think that this model could last. And your opinion? Young Master Jean once again lifted his teacup. 100 people. At most. Zhou Feng thought for a moment and said, patrols can't be too large. 100 is about right. All choose young adults. 100 men? It's no match for the savages at all. Young Master Jean frowned. Obviously this amount was too little in young Master Kim's opinion. Their fighting ability, originally, was inferior to that of these savages who survived on the island. When a battle really happens, it's certainly not just 100 people. Zhou Feng explained. These 100 men are just the ones who do the daily patrols. Rotate groups of people every 2 days. Try to get all the young adults inside the camp. All of them. When the savages do fight, these 100 men will stall the savages' attack first. The others dropped what they were doing and quickly joined the fight. So much for easing the burden on the camp. When a fight actually happens, the combat power increases. But 100 people is a bit low. If the savages suddenly attack us, there will be heavy losses. Young Master Jean is still a bit apprehensive. The last time the wildlings attacked Xiaolin and her camp, it was silent. This is also very simple. We can expand our vigilance. Zhou Feng said. Young Master Jean looked at Zhou Feng suspiciously. Expanding the alert? But it was only just now that Zhou Feng said that too many people should not be taken out of production. A place the size of the center camp. And you want to expand the perimeter? And how many people would that take? Build watchtowers. Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. Watchtower? Young Master Jin's eyes lit up. Why hadn't I thought of that myself? If there were watchtowers, it wouldn't take many people at all to be in charge of patrols. Simply build watchtowers around some of the central mountains to keep an eye on the surrounding area. Single savages are not easy to spot, but the savages just need to make a massive attack like last time. Then it's hard to hide it. As expected of brother Zhou Feng, this is a great solution. Young Master Jean couldn't help but praise it. Also we should hold frequent meetings to regulate the conflicts within the camp. Zhou Feng added. Well, it's time to elect a few representatives. Young Master Jean nodded. Just at that moment, there was a cacophony of voices from outside. It should be everyone else. Young Master Jean and Zhou Feng walked out of the room. Sure enough, a lot of people had come outside. As Zhou Feng glanced over, they were all familiar faces. It was the same people who came to the last meeting, and Boss Fei was among them. Seeing Zhou Feng and young Master Jean come out from inside the room, these people were slightly surprised. Dinner is almost ready, so let's talk while eating, young Master Jean said with a smile. The food that young Master Jean prepared for everyone today was actually barbecue. The pork, previously cleaned, has been threaded into large chunks with a wooden stick. Put it on the campfire and grill it. Those sticks are soaked in water. Whole pork ribs, too, were roasting on the campfire. Dots of oil dripped down inside the fire, making the campfire even brighter. Seeing this scene, Zhou Feng could not help but frown. This way of eating is such a waste. It wastes both grease and firewood. The meat inside Zhou Feng's camp was used to make broth. The grease is all inside the soup. There were quite a few people inside the young Master Kim camp that looked malnourished. But young Master Kim is still so wasteful. However, this was also young Master Jin's own business. So Zhou Feng was too lazy to say anything more. The crowd soon sat down on the ground, and someone placed a very large leaf in front of them as cutlery. It had meat skewers on it, plus grilled mushrooms and such. There was also rabbit meat, roasted chicken, etc. After Zhou Feng came to the deserted island, there has never been a time when I have eaten such a sumptuous meal. And in front of Zhou Feng and Boss Fei, the camp bosses, there was a share of a rib. Even on the side, there's dipping sauce. It's salt mixed with some powder. Zhou Feng tasted it and it was a bit spicy. It still tastes good. I don't know where young Master Kim and the others got it from. Even more surprisingly, someone soon poured them a cup of something. I can't believe it's fruit wine. It tastes sweet with a light alcohol flavor. The crowd couldn't help but be impressed. This young Master Jean just knows how to enjoy himself. And he's still making wine under these circumstances, while everyone is eating. Young Master Jean stepped forward and told Zhou Feng and his plan. And he also made it a point to emphasize that it was Zhou Feng who had worked it out with him. If anyone has any comments, feel free to make them. Young Master Jean finally added. The crowd froze when they heard this. None of them had thought that Zhou Feng and young Master Jean, the two of them had actually talked ahead of time. Chapter 146. Null. Chapter 147 Suspicion. Null. Chapter 148 Yuan Long. Null. Chapter 149 Poisonous Snake. Null. Chapter 150. Null. Chapter 151 Hidden Dangers. Null. Chapter 152 Lily Zhang. Null. Chapter 153. Null. Chapter 154 Alarms. Null. Chapter 155. Null. Chapter 156 Spellbound. Null. Chapter 157 Abandonment. Null. Chapter 158 Settlement of Accounts. Null. Chapter 159. Null. Chapter 160 Bite Back. Null.